In the realm of the mind, Liang had lived in fear for decades. But in this moment, he felt that death was a form of liberation, a kind of glory. During the battle of the fallen emperor, the stunning and unparalleled Zhuge Empress, Bai Qianqian, blossomed like a fleeting flower amidst destruction. She shattered 10 divine seals, perishing alongside the world-ending beast. Liang was caught in the aftermath, obliterated in the process, yet he died without regret. This was the last image he beheld, calmly embracing his demise, in Rongcheng's Divine Awareness Second High School. Dusk approached as students trickled out, accompanied by the relentless chirping of cicadas. On the playground, the campus beauty, Liang Lianshuang, stood gracefully in a floral dress, resembling a delicate white flower. Her curvaceous figure and long, fair legs drew the gazes of many, leaving some drooling. She gazed indifferently at Liang, who was clutching a bouquet of flowers, maintaining her aloof persona. Surrounding students had gathered to witness the unfolding drama. The campus beauty is stunning. Wow, those who refuse to give up, I truly envy their courage. Does he even take a good look at himself? Will the campus beauty ever notice him? How many times has he confessed? Is he still not discouraged? I think Liang from Class 7 is quite handsome. He shares a class with the beauty, and they seem to get along well. Who knows, he might succeed. I doubt it. Until she awakens, the beauty won't accept anyone's confession. Exactly. A goddess like Liang Lianshuang would only choose someone within a level divine seal or higher. Amidst the cacophony, Liang abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. A sense of bewilderment washed over him as he surveyed his surroundings. School? Hadn't he perished in the self-detonation of the Zhuge Empress Bai Qianqian? He was alive. The scene before him felt eerily familiar. It was the moment he confessed to Liang Lianshuang in high school at the age of 18. He had been reborn. Time had reversed. Astonishment filled Liang's heart as he held the flowers, feeling their texture and the oppressive heat of summer. All of it corroborated his rebirth, returning him to his youth. His gaze fell upon Liang Lianshuang, the woman whose memory had begun to fade, now standing before him once more. She was still breathtaking, her 18-year-old self radiating purity, the dream goddess of nearly every boy in Divine Awareness Second High School. Liang, have you had your fun yet? Liang Lianshuang spoke coldly and calmly. Liang rolled his eyes inwardly, recognizing the familiar phrase. Was it necessary for her to be so clicked? The proud Liang Lianshuang remained aloof and untouchable. In his previous life, Liang Lianshuang had awakened an S-level Divine Seal, garnering immense attention as she ascended to become a level 45 5-seal Divine General, while he had struggled to climb to merely the 20s, a humble 3-seal Divine Master. Before her awakening, their relationship had been tolerable, though it was more accurate to say he had eagerly pursued her. After she awakened her S-level seal, she distanced herself from him completely, ignoring him as if they were strangers. Indeed, an S-level seal was impressive, but did it warrant such callousness? Despondent, Liang reflected on how this once-beloved figure had become so ruthless post-awakening, even abandoning their friendship. During a mission, when he found himself in peril, Liang Lianshuang not only failed to assist him, but also used his plight to attract the attention of monstrous beasts, nearly leading him to his demise. This had thoroughly opened Liang's eyes to the nature of the woman before him. With a peculiar expression, he noted the awkwardness of his rebirth's timing. Shall I take my leave? Liang Lianshuang regarded him with indifference, a flicker of disdain flashing through her pupils. In his former life, Liang had been oblivious. She had consistently viewed him as an annoying pest. Surrounding classmates wore expressions of mockery. His failure was evident. The campus beauty would never accept you take a good look at yourself. Laughter and scorn erupted from the crowd. Let me reiterate, I will not accept any confessions before awakening. If you persist, we shall cease to be friends. Liang Lianshuang stated coldly. Liang smirked. Really? Who told you I was going to confess? How narcissistic can you be? He turned and tossed the bouquet into a nearby trash can. These flowers were for my own enjoyment. Besides, did I ever say I insisted on being your friend? This unexpected action stunned everyone into silence. What did it mean? Was he giving up? Was he throwing a tantrum? Liang Lianshuang hesitated, pondering his meaning. Was he discarding the flowers simply because she rejected him? Was he attempting to salvage his pride? She had never stated she wouldn't accept the flowers, had she? Today, Su Liang seemed rather different. Yet, it mattered little. She was certain he would soon come crawling back to apologize. With a scoff, Liang Lianshuang retorted, "Fine. You'd better never show your face before me again." Hearing this, Su Liang felt a mix of exasperation. Perhaps his previous actions had inflated her confidence. He gestured casually. "OJBK, I could see this moment." He longed to keep his distance from her, but he was aware of the significant events that would unfold in the coming decades, possessing the foresight to navigate them. And most importantly, he knew that the future Zhu Ke, Empress Bai Qianqian, was still a student, just like him. In this lifetime, he would no longer pursue the cold-hearted Liang Lianshuang. Instead, he would cling to the future empress, grasping tightly to her leg. Was that not far more enticing? As this thought crossed his mind, a chill ran through him. He understood the true reason behind the empress' downfall. And now he had the opportunity to prevent that tragedy. Would that mean the empress might not perish? With this realization, joy surged within Su Liang. This was a divine opportunity bestowed upon him. He would cling to the empress' leg and never let go. Suddenly, his mood brightened, a smile gracing his face. Liang Lianshuang, infuriated, pondered who had given him such confidence. "Su Liang, you better not regret this," she warned coldly. Su Liang chuckled. "Regret? Why would I? You're not a celestial being." Onlookers were left dumbfounded. Had Su Liang lost his mind? Was he harming himself over unrequited love? Even Liang Lianshuang was taken aback, confused by Su Liang's sudden change. She turned to leave, vowing to ignore him completely. At that moment, a cold, commanding voice rang out. "Su Liang, are you seeking death? I warned you not to bother Lianshuang. I told you, if you pester her, I will strike you." The crowd gasped at the voice. "It's Zhang Tianhao, the class leader of Class 7. Su Liang is in trouble." Zhang Tianhao is also a fervent admirer of Liang Lianshuang. The two have always been at odds. Zhang Tianhao is sure to retaliate. Zhang Tianhao's combat skills are a level. Su Liang is doomed. Su Liang's combat skills are only B level. He stands no chance. In that instant, a swift figure darted out from behind Liang Lianshuang, raising a fist aimed directly at Su Liang's face. The surrounding students were eager spectators. The school allowed sparring among students, as martial arts training was a compulsory subject, all in preparation for their awakening. As Su Liang observed the oncoming fist, he remained remarkably calm. In his previous life, he had faced Zhang Tianhao's attacks and suffered, yet he had foolishly continued to pursue Liang Lianshuang. But this time was different. He had been reborn and would not repeat past mistakes. Years of practical experience had equipped him with combat skills that far surpassed the school's level. As the fist approached, Su Liang felt no panic. Instead, he cast a glance at the coldly observing Liang Lianshuang. At this moment, Liang Lianshuang seemed to hope that Zhang Tianhao would teach Su Liang a proper lesson, adopting a spectator's demeanor. Zhang Tianhao's fist was exceptionally formidable. Should that punch land, Su Liang would undoubtedly be spitting blood. The classmates were taken aback. Had Su Liang truly surrendered? Not a flicker of response. In that fleeting instant, it appeared as though the students had already envisioned the scene of Su Liang being sent flying, bloodied. Some of the squeamish girls shut their eyes tightly. However, the subsequent scene astonished several classmates. Su Liang, unperturbed by the oncoming fist, sidestepped with effortless grace. He easily evaded Zhang Tianhao's blow. In that moment, a fierce glint flickered in Su Liang's eyes. In the past, he had suffered greatly at Zhang Tianhao's hands. Now it was time to reclaim some of that lost dignity. As he sidestepped Zhang Tianhao's punch, Zhang Tianhao's momentum faltered, his center of gravity disrupted. With a swift pivot, Su Liang delivered a powerful elbow strike to Zhang Tianhao's back. The impact was astonishingly forceful. Bang! A muffled grunt escaped Zhang Tianhao, who was sent hurtling through the air. He landed in a most undignified manner. The scene fell into an eerie silence, with every eye wide in disbelief. What had transpired? Even in Liang Lianshuang's cold gaze, a flicker of astonishment appeared. Such a reaction, was it level? A slight smile curled at the corners of Su Liang's mouth as he stretched his youthful form. What a delight! I, Su Liang, have been reborn. Chapter 2. The Empress's Training Plan. Zhang Tianhao was utterly bewildered as to how he had been sent flying. All he could feel was a searing pain coursing through his back. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within him. How could he have been dispatched by Su Liang? A mere fighter with only a B-grade skill? No. It was utterly inconceivable. It must have been a mere accident, a blunder on Su Liang's part. Zhang Tianhao, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, pressed his palms firmly against the ground, executed a swift maneuver, and sprang to his feet in an instant. Su Liang! He bellowed in fury. The surrounding classmates, initially stunned, began to regain their senses. What had just transpired? How had Su Liang, who was supposed to be the one sent flying, ended up being the victor over Zhang Tianhao? The combat skills ranged from D to A, with 4 ordinary tiers, each containing subtle gradations, such as A-, A, and A. Su Liang was merely a B-grade fighter, while Zhang Tianhao boasted an A rating. The disparity between them was significant. Logically, it should have been Su Liang who was sent reeling. Yet, here was Zhang Tianhao, his garments torn from the friction of the impact. Fury consumed him. It must have been a fluke. Someone remarked. Su Liang could never be a match for Zhang Tianhao. Indeed, it might have been sheer coincidence. The situation had turned dire for Su Liang. Having endured a single blow from Zhang Tianhao might have been tolerable, but now, many classmates shook their heads in disbelief. It seemed likely that Su Liang would leave the encounter bloodied and bruised. Upon hearing these comments, Zhang Tianhao felt a modicum of relief. Thankfully, he had not suffered too great a disgrace. He was determined to make Su Liang pay dearly for this embarrassment. Zhang Tianhao let out a cold snort. Do you believe that a mere coincidence makes you my rival? Clinging to Lian Shuang, you are courting death. Su Liang scoffed derisively. Have you consumed excrement at noon? Such arrogance. Upon hearing this, the classmates were taken aback. How could he dare to provoke Zhang Tianhao? Zhang Tianhao bellowed in fury, stomping his foot, this time with even greater ferocity. I'll make you pay, he declared. A gust of wind surged beneath his feet as he raised his fist, charging towards Su Liang. Yet, Su Liang maintained an expression of calm indifference. Many classmates sighed inwardly, realizing that Su Liang had truly decided to abandon all restraint. He was in for a world of trouble. Zhang Tianhao hailed from a well-off family, with a revered elder among the chosen, and few would dare to cross him. Only one individual sensed something amiss. It was cold Lian Shuang. She had a deep understanding of Su Liang, and at this moment, facing the A-level combat prowess of Zhang Tianhao, he exhibited not a hint of panic. This was highly unusual. The Su Liang of yore would never have acted so. The ensuing scene confirmed Lian Shuang's suspicions. Zhang Tianhao's strikes were brutally fierce, each aimed directly at Su Liang's vitals. The school permitted martial arts sparring. Yet incidents were strictly forbidden. Unawakened students were treasured. However, Zhang Tianhao clearly disregarded such concerns. His wealth and power rendered him unafraid of repercussions. With Su Liang causing him such humiliation, he was bound to retaliate. Despite the intensity of his assault, remarkably, he failed to graze even a corner of Su Liang's clothing. Instead, it felt as though he was being toyed with, akin to an old man playing with a mischievous child. Behold, although Su Liang has been retreating, his steps remain impeccably steady. When did he become so formidable? Is he not merely at the B rank? A ripple of astonishment coursed through many hearts. Zhang Tianhao, frustrated by his inability to land a blow on Su Liang, bellowed in fury. Are you a timid turtle? Do you dare to accept my challenge? A cold smile flickered across Su Liang's face. Manipulating Zhang Tianhao was exceedingly simple. Allow me to show you a taste of defeat. With Su Liang's current combat prowess, it was an effortless task to toy with him. He sidestepped Zhang Tianhao's assault and delivered another elbow strike, the previous scene replaying itself, causing Zhang Tianhao to once again tumble to the ground in humiliation. Gasps of shock filled the air. What transpired? How is it that Zhang Tianhao cannot inflict any harm upon Su Liang? It is indeed perplexing. Does Su Liang's combat skill truly only amount to B rank? Zhang Tianhao lay on the ground, consumed by embarrassment and rage. I will kill you, Su Liang retorted with a mocking smile. Fool. Just then, their homeroom teacher, who had been observing silently from the sidelines, furrowed her brow. What is happening with Zhang Tianhao? If this continues, he may be in serious trouble. She hastily intervened. Everyone, cease this at once. She feigned a hurried approach, clad in a white blouse that subtly revealed the contours beneath, paired with a form-fitting skirt that accentuated her curves enticingly. With her black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, she exuded an air of anger. Upon recognizing her, Su Liang was momentarily taken aback. It was none other than this formidable teacher, Bai Qianqian, the homeroom teacher of Class 7. is a beginner-level chosen one of the 10th rank. With her potential capped, she chose to teach at this particular school. The formidable and haughty master of extinction, a woman with a temper surpassing that of divine generals, has appeared, making it difficult for Su Liang to intervene. It seems there will be no opportunity to teach Zhang Tianhao a lesson, and Su Liang dismisses such thoughts. Liao Yuqian casts a stern glance at Su Liang, reprimanding, "Su Liang, what are you causing a ruckus for? School is over. Hurry and go home. If you wish to spar, do so in the combat class, not here." Su Liang is taken aback by her outburst. "Wait, I was just..." But before he can finish his sentence, Liao Yuqian interrupts with a look of disdain, exclaiming, "Silence." Frustration wells up within Su Liang. How dare this old maid label him a troublemaker? She doesn't even grant him a chance to explain. The old maid then turns to Zhang Tianhao, asking, "Are you all right?" Zhang Tianhao, filled with humiliation and anger, is unwilling to respond. Upon noticing the injuries on Zhang Tianhao, Liao Yuqian, fuming, whirls back to Su Liang. "Look at the trouble you've caused. We're classmates. Was it necessary to go so far? He's bleeding. Write me a 10,000-word reflection. Damn it. This old maid has no regard for humanity. Old maid, I didn't instigate this." "Didn't instigate? All I saw was you using underhanded tactics to injure Zhang Tianhao." Liao Yuqian furiously retorts, "What did you call me?" The surrounding classmates are astonished. Can such words be uttered? Incredible. They stifle their laughter as Su Liang glances around, bewildered, and replies, "What? It's the homeroom teacher." Su Liang now harbored a desire to confront that old maid, whose pretentiousness was indeed a masterclass in superficiality. Was it merely because Zhang Tianhao's family wielded power and influence? The surrounding classmates whispered amongst themselves, recognizing that this was hardly Su Liang's fault. Zhang Tianhao felt the heat rising to his face. Liao Yuqian seemed to sense something amiss as well. "Everyone disperse. Are you all not returning home?" Liao Yuqian admonished those present. Instantly, they began to scatter. Liao Yuqian cast a glance at Su Liang. "I expect to see your reflection tomorrow." Su Liang rolled his eyes. "Whoever wishes to write it may do so. I certainly will not." He muttered a curse under his breath. "I'll reflect on your mother." Turning on his heel, he left, unwilling to stoop to the level of that old maid. Liao Yuqian's face alternated between shades of anger and embarrassment. Su Liang. By then, Su Liang had already made his escape. Long Lianshuang remained silent for a moment, gazing at Su Liang's retreating figure. He had changed. She too departed. Zhang Tianhao felt a sense of urgency. "Teacher, thank you, but I'm fine. I'll take my leave now." He hurried after Long Lianshuang. Liao Yuqian intended to offer words of comfort to Zhang Tianhao, but the opportunity had slipped away. "Lianshuang, let me walk you home." Unfortunately, despite Zhang Tianhao's earnestness, Long Lianshuang maintained her icy demeanor. "No need," she replied coldly. Zhang Tianhao forced a smile. "All right, rest assured, if Su Liang bothers you again, I will certainly chase him off." Yet, Lang Lianshuang paid no heed to his words. Her mind was consumed with Su Liang's earlier remarks, and the mere thought of them made her feel as though a storm was brewing within her. Detestable Su Liang, he shall come to regret this. "Lin Shuang, would you care to join me for additional training at my combat arena today? The divine awakening is imminent." "Not today. It seems that cold Lin Shuang is somewhat distracted." Zhang Tianhao chuckled, saying, "Very well, we shall discuss it tomorrow." Zhang Tianhao gazed in the direction where Su Liang had vanished, his expression darkening. Did he intend to embarrass me before Lin Shuang? This matter is far from resolved. He should await the combat class tomorrow. After departing from the training ground, Su Liang muttered a few curses at the old spinster. This woman had desperately sought to cling to power in her past life, yet ultimately, she merely reached the level of the 13th rank 2 Seal Divine Envoy. Her loathsome demeanor is truly repugnant. It seems she later became the mistress of the director and was eventually expelled. Su Liang swiftly cast aside these thoughts. Reflecting for a moment, it appears that relying solely on my meager talent will make it quite challenging to survive in this life. I must earnestly cling to the leg of the Phoenix Empress. She is a top-tier divine chosen one who has awakened the SSS-grade Divine Seal. She has carved a path through formidable foes, relentlessly ascending to the realm of the 10 Seal Divine Emperor. She stands as the 4th Divine Emperor of Huaxia and the only female among them. In her previous life, she blossomed like a resplendent ephemeris, having only recently ascended to the rank of Divine Emperor before her tragic fall, which is indeed a grave loss. However, her achievements are nothing short of terrifying. Her life was marked by an air of pride, keeping others at arm's length. She established her own Phoenix Heavenly God army. Yet, she was also profoundly solitary. It is said that she traversed her path in utter solitude, without indulging in pleasures. She spent the majority of her time immersed in warfare against the otherworldly beasts. Countless beasts of the 8 and 9 stars have been vanquished, establishing her as a new totem for Huaxia. Furthermore, the 3 great divine emperors sought to wed her, yet all their proposals were rebuffed. She was destined to continue her radiant ascent until a treacherous act by a traitor, an over 80-level divine marshal, struck her down at a pivotal moment in battle. This grievous injury compelled her to sacrifice herself, detonating her divine seal to slay a 10-star beast in that final confrontation. Now, upon her rebirth, Liang contemplates that with his innate talent, he might only attain the status of a 3-seal divine master in this lifetime. He would be better off clinging to the thigh of the future empress. Those who awaken divine seals are known as the chosen ones, but such individuals are quite rare. Perhaps only 3 out of 10 possess this gift, and among them, 2 are often of the lowest tier, lacking the prowess to become formidable chosen ones. Much like aging spinsters, the ranks of the chosen ones are as follows: 1 seal at level 10, 1 seal chosen one, 2 seal divine envoy, 3 seal divine master, 4 seal divine warrior, 5 seal divine general, 6 seal divine king, 7 seal divine lord, 8 seal divine sovereign, 9 seal divine sect, 10 seal divine emperor. Moreover, awakened divine seals are also categorized into grades C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, encompassing 6 levels. He has awakened only a B-grade divine seal, which is rather lackluster. To reach the apex of a 3-seal divine master may well be his ultimate limit. He was mocked for combining AB in combat skills with AB in divine seals, collectively dubbed as 2BS. Truly, it would be wiser to grasp the future empress's leg tightly and alter both their destinies. The current empress is, likewise, an ordinary person without an awakened seal, presenting a glimmer of hope. Later, the decisive and resolute Empress Zhuke never engaged in jest or frivolity. Her frosty demeanor was profoundly influenced by her upbringing and certain experiences from her school days. In other words, Bai Qianqian was currently not living well. One might even say her circumstances were quite dire. The legendary life of Empress Zhuke has since been extensively examined, with this very institution, Xinjue Academy, reaping numerous benefits from her legacy. The city of Rongqing has also ascended several tiers owing to the birth of Empress Zhuke. Liang pondered for a moment. He recalled that in his previous life, having been high school classmates with Empress Zhuke, he had always looked up to Bai Qianqian. Yet, their paths were destined to diverge. One was a lofty empress, while the other was a lowly, talentless chosen one, leaving no room for interaction. Nevertheless, he had meticulously investigated and reflected on their high school days, documenting everything pertaining to Bai Qianqian in detail. He remembered that shortly after he confessed his feelings, Bai Qianqian seemed to have been absent from school for over a week. Could something have transpired today? After a moment of contemplation, Liang decided he should check on her, to cultivate a favorable relationship with Bai Qianqian, starting at this very moment. A slight smile played at the corners of Liang's mouth as he made his way toward her residence. A bold thought took root in his mind. Could he possibly cultivate the Empress? He chuckled softly to himself. Chapter 3. Bringing the Empress Home. In the east of Rongqing, there lay a modest neighborhood, devoid of towering skyscrapers, consisting solely of simple, ordinary houses. As the young girl approached her doorstep, she had yet to set down her backpack when she heard a cacophony of slurred, vitriolic voices emanating from within the house. "Where's the wine, you wretched creature? Hasten to procure me some spirits. Where do you suppose I find the funds to indulge your thirst? Do you dare to retort? Do you think I am unaware of your hidden stash? Hurry and fetch me the liquor, or I shall bring you to your end." A choked voice emanated from within the room. "By Huajing, if you possess the courage, then do strike me down. After all, I no longer wish to live. Were it not for Qianqian, do you think I would choose to serve you? In these past years, have you earned a single penny? You merely squander your time on drinking and gambling. Are you even a man? Damn you, you wretched creature. Do you still have the audacity to insult me? Without my presence, would you have survived to this day? I shall end your life." A resounding slap echoed, audible even from outside the dwelling, accompanied by a cacophony of clattering sounds. In that instant, the girl's eyes brimmed with tears. Like a wild spirit, she dashed into the room only to find her mother collapsed on the floor, blood trickling from her forehead. Bai Qianqian, trembling with rage, rushed to her mother's side. her heart aching. Mother! She swiftly lifted her mother from the ground, her face etched with concern. She cast a fierce glare at the inebriated man, her heart filled with deep-seated hatred. Bai Qianqian, upon seeing Bai Qianqian return, paid no heed to the injured Liang. Girl, go fetch me some liquor. Bai Qianqian's tears streamed down her face as she shouted, how about you drink yourself to death? Get out. Hearing her words, Bai Qianqian appeared instantly incensed. Damn it, little girl, you dare to talk back to your father? Watch me not bring your life to an end. The man suddenly lunged towards Bai Qianqian, delivering a fierce slap to her delicate face. The sound echoed sharply, and the dazed Liang, witnessing this scene, felt her heart bleed. Beast! Bai Qianqian, she is your daughter. Bai Qianqian was knocked to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Yet, she did not cry out in pain. It seemed this had become a familiar ordeal. Her heart felt like ash, and she swore she would escape this beast's grasp with her mother as soon as possible. Qianqian, are you all right? Liang rushed to embrace her frail form. Bai Qianqian wore a calm expression and shook her head. Mom, I'm fine. Let's go. I'll take you to the hospital. She attempted to help Liang up, but Bai Qianqian would not allow it. Money for the hospital, but no money for booze? Hurry, go buy me some alcohol. Bai Qianqian roared, his drunken state making him appear on the verge of collapse, yet he was obsessively fixated on his drink. Bai Qianqian glared fiercely at her alcoholic father. If you have the guts, then kill us. Bai Qianqian retorted angrily, fine, I'll kill you both today, once and for all. He resembled a wild beast, his eyes bloodshot, devoid of any familial affection. Grabbing a nearby stick, he swung it menacingly towards the mother and daughter. I'll make sure you buy me my alcohol. In that moment, Bai Qianqian felt a profound despair. She clung tightly to her mother, wishing that if death were to come, it would come swiftly, for living held no significance anymore. Liang screamed. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly dashed into the room, enveloping Bai Qianqian and her mother in a protective embrace, shielding them from Bai Qianqian's impending strike. A dull thud resonated within the walls. In that fleeting instant, the anticipated pain did not descend upon Bai Qianqian. She was momentarily stunned, as a figure distinctly cradled them from behind. Turning sharply, she was met with a familiar yet strange face mere inches from her own. It was her classmate, Su Liang, the very Su Liang who harbored feelings for the aloof Lian Shuang. How could he possibly be here, defending them? In that moment, Su Liang appeared as a beacon of light piercing through the shadows of Bai Qianqian's bleak existence. Yet, his expression contorted with discomfort, far removed from any notions of illumination. He was solely focused on the reality of his own strength. Damn it, with this physique, enduring such a blow felt excruciatingly painful. Without his protective charm, he was indeed vulnerable. However, there was no time to dwell on such thoughts. He swiftly turned to confront the inebriated Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian bellowed furiously, damn it. You shameless wretch. Is this the little white face you've been sneaking around with? Fine. Today, I shall end you and your lecherous companion. He raised his weapon once more, poised to strike. A fierce glint flickered in Su Liang's eyes. How could such a beast exist in this world? As the blow threatened to descend, Su Liang reacted swiftly, his extensive combat experience kicking in. He deftly sidestepped Bai Qianqian's drunken swing, maneuvering to his side, and delivered a powerful chop to the back of his head. Bai Qianqian collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Su Liang felt a searing pain in his palm. As if his bones might have fractured, he had exerted all his strength in that moment, fearing he had not knocked the man out. Upon witnessing the drunken man fall, he sighed in relief. He turned to Bai Qianqian and her mother. Are you all right, Bai Qianqian? Bai Qianqian remained in a daze, unable to comprehend how this ordinarily reticent boy had suddenly appeared to rescue them. Su Liang, too, was momentarily lost in thought. He found it difficult to fathom that the future, regal figure known as the Phoenix Empress, who would reign with an air of sovereignty, now appeared so vulnerable. With delicate tears staining her exquisite face and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, evoking deep sympathy. He had seen promotional posters of the Phoenix Empress, a goddess radiating an aura of noble indifference. It was unimaginable that at this moment, she stood before him as such a frail and pitiable girl. Furthermore, she was enduring such a tragic ordeal. No wonder in the future, she would remain solitary. Her troubled upbringing had left her heart encased in ice. Su Liang felt as though he had traversed realms, astonished that in this lifetime, he could be so close to this future legendary empress. Moreover, he had saved her. What a fortuitous opportunity to embrace the future empress's legacy right from this moment. Lucian called out Qianqian. Bai Qianqian regained her senses. Mother, I'm fine. Come, let me help you up. I'll assist you. Liang quickly stepped forward to help Lucian rise. They exchanged glances at the unconscious Bai Huajing. Lucian's tears flowed uncontrollably, filled with remorse. However, he still inquired. Liang calmly replied, Auntie, do not worry. He merely fainted. He will be fine. You both are injured and should promptly attend to your wounds. Lucian nodded, striving to compose herself and contain her tears. You are Bai Qianqian's classmate, aren't you? Auntie, I am indeed a classmate of Bai Qianqian. My name is Liang. At that moment, Bai Qianqian also directed her gaze towards Liang. Thank you. It seems you are injured as well. Is it serious? Liang shook his head. It's nothing. However, you both need to go to the hospital. Allow me to escort you. Lucian repeatedly declined. No need. Thank you, little Su. I feel embarrassed for you to witness such a distressing scene. Liang shook his head and said, Auntie, it is my duty. Rest assured, I shall not speak of this to anyone. Nevertheless, your injuries require attention. And I must tend to mine as well. You would want to wait until he awakens and resorts to violence against you, would you? It is best to leave promptly. Lucian hesitated. She simply lacked the funds for a hospital visit. Bai Qianqian added, Mom, let us just go to a small clinic. It's all right. I still have some money. Liang remained silent but discerned their family's current financial struggles. He finally understood why Bai Qianqian had not attended school for an entire week in a previous life. It must have been due to the severe beating that she and her mother endured today, necessitating a hospital visit. It was truly unimaginable that the future empress would have such a tragic existence during her student years. With Liang's assistance, they visited the clinic to examine and treat their wounds. A long bruise had formed on Liang's back, causing Bai Qianqian to feel a pang of guilt. Once they had finished, the two stood at the clinic's entrance. I'm sorry for causing you to get hurt as well, Bai Qianqian murmured, her small hands, slightly calloused, fidgeting nervously. At that moment, Liang truly observed the girl before him. She possessed a remarkable foundation. Perhaps due to prolonged malnutrition, she appeared somewhat frail. Yet, her eyes were crystal clear. Judging by the circumstances of his previous life, that cold Liang was hardly worthy of being called a campus beauty. This girl before him was the true campus belle. With a little grooming and proper nourishment, she could outshine Liang by a wide margin. Liang offered a gentle smile. It's nothing. I'm a boy, and I often engage in fighting. Injuries are a common occurrence. I'll recover swiftly. Bai Qianqian lifted her gaze to meet Liang's, only to discover him examining her intently, prompting her to lower her head once more. I will repay you for these medical expenses, she insisted. Liang shook his head. There's no need. It's not a significant amount. No, I must repay you. Bai Qianqian countered, shaking her head resolutely. Liang chuckled softly, choosing not to press the matter. If you insist on repaying me, I simply want to accept it. By the way, are you heading home afterward? Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Bai Qianqian's clear eyes. If not home, then where can I go? Liang hesitated for a moment. Perhaps I should take you back to my place? Or maybe you and your mother could move in with me to stay away from that drunkard. Upon hearing those words, Bai Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Liang with a sense of disbelief. Did she miss here? He suggested they stay at his home. Chapter 4. The Bloodthirsty Rat. Liang observed Bai Qianqian's astonished expression, secretly amused. Presently, she appeared quite frail, yet her pair of lively eyes radiated beauty. In other words, she could embody both the regal queen and the adorably naive girl. Liang elucidated, My home consists of a small courtyard, with 2 vacant rooms. I live with my grandfather. There are no others in the household. If you find it agreeable, you and your mother may move in. After all, should your father resort to violence again, it would pose a significant concern. Bai Qianqian felt a tinge of panic. She never anticipated Liang would propose such an idea. She promptly shook her head. No, thank you for your kindness, but I wouldn't want to impose. My mother would not agree either. Liang sighed softly. Very well. I shall not press the matter. At that moment, Lucian emerged. Qianqian, let us return home. Bai Qianqian nodded. Yes, Mom, I'll support you. She grasped Lucian's arm and glanced at Liang. Liang, you should head back as well. It is getting dark, and the outside is unsafe. Liang paused for a moment before replying. I will escort you both home, then I shall return. Bai Qianqian hesitated, but Lucian smiled and remarked, Liang, you have a kind heart. Thank you. Liang flashed a bright smile and said, Auntie, it is only natural. Shallow and I are classmates. After all, helping one another. Lucian nodded with a smile. However, Bai Qianqian felt a sudden pang in her heart. Shallow? She lowered her head slightly, avoiding Su Liang's gaze. What did Su Liang mean by that? Was his presence here today merely a coincidence? Or was there something more? Bai Qianqian brushed aside the absurd thought that flitted through her mind. Everyone knew Su Liang fancied the campus beauty, Liang. How could he possibly be interested in her? The ugly duckling? It must have been a mere coincidence. Nevertheless, she was taken aback by the kindness that lay within Su Liang's heart. In this peculiar world, shaped by the cataclysmic events of 3 centuries past when countless aberrant beasts overran human society, the global population had dwindled to less than 1 billion. To minimize the attention of these nocturnal creatures towards the illuminated cities, high-intensity lighting was prohibited at specified times during the night. Skyscrapers had become a rarity, particularly in impoverished areas like this one. As dusk settled in, the foot traffic on the streets began to thin. I must hurry back, otherwise I might delay your return home, Xiao Yang, she urged. Su Liang chuckled reassuringly. Auntie, there's no need for concern. Generally, there shouldn't be any major issues. The city patrols are active during the night. In the impoverished area, a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Suddenly, a man clad in a black robe appeared at the end of a narrow alley. Captain, we have arrived at the designated location. Soon after, the voices of 2 others, one male and one female, crackled through the earpiece. Captain, we have arrived at the designated location. Captain, we have arrived at the designated location. Then, a cold and authoritative voice emanated from the earpiece. Unleash the forbidden divine realm. Indeed. At the same time, in 2 other locations within the civilian district, identical shadowy figures cloaked in black executed the same actions. The cloaked individuals tore a metal slab, roughly the size of a human head, from their backs and violently hurled it to the ground. Simultaneously, they struck the slab with their palms, and a radiant mark on their arms began to shimmer. With a commanding utterance of activate, the resonant voices of their 2 teammates echoed through their earpieces. In an instant, a towering beam of light, nearly 100 meters high, erupted from the metal slab beneath the black-cloaked man's palm. The beam projected 2 luminous walls of shadow. Concurrently, the other 2 locations emitted their own beams and shadow walls. In mere moments, the connections were established. Viewed from above, it resembled an immense triangular cage. Having accomplished this, the black-cloaked man allowed himself a moment of respite. The stern voice of the captain crackled through the earpiece. All personnel, immediately engage and eliminate the bloodthirsty mice. Minimize casualties. Understood. The man, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, lit a cigarette and exhaled a ring of smoke. The smoke spiraled slowly into the night, gradually twisting and dissipating. Lost in a reverie, he was abruptly jolted back to reality by the urgent, melodious voice of a girl over the earpiece. Captain, 2 bloodthirsty mice have been detected escaping from the forbidden divine realm. In which direction? The captain inquired. The girl's voice quickly responded, in the direction of Old Gong. Upon hearing these words, the man was instantly invigorated, his gaze flashing with a fierce intensity. The captain's voice resonated. Gong Lai is entrusted to you. A smirk appeared on Gong Lai's lips. Understood. Xiaolan, provide me with the coordinates. The crisp voice of the girl echoed through the earpiece. They have now traversed the forbidden divine realm, heading westward, approximately 1.5 kilometers away. All right. Gong Lai transformed into a shadow, racing through the night. Meanwhile, having just escorted Bai Qianqian and her mother to their doorstep, they caught sight of the radiance emanating from the forbidden divine realm. Lucian's expression darkened. I truly wonder which beast has emerged this time. Xiao Liang. It might be a bit dangerous to leave now. Perhaps it would be best for you to stay here tonight. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian appeared somewhat flustered. Stay here? Where would he sleep? Surely, he cannot share a room with her, as there are no other rooms available in her home. Su Liang glanced at the forbidden divine realm and replied, Auntie, perhaps this sweep will conclude swiftly. The disappearance of the forbidden divine realm would indicate that the beasts have been eradicated. I could wait a little longer. In truth, Su Liang understood well that the existence or absence of the forbidden divine realm made little difference. Danger lingered at all times. Lucian reassured him, it's truly fine. You may stay here. Bai Qianqian was too apprehensive to speak. Su Liang smiled gently. Auntie, let us observe for now. Just as they reached the threshold, an enraged voice erupted from within the house. You wretched creature. Where have you been? Where's my wine? Where's my dinner? The inebriated figure once again staggered through the doorway, a mask of fury etched upon his face. Su Liang furrowed her brow. realizing he was still not sober. How much had he consumed? Both Lu Xian and Bai Qianqian, upon witnessing Bai Huajing's current state, felt an indescribable bitterness. Lu Xian, suppressing her inner sorrow, stated, "I will prepare a meal for you right away." Bai Huajing's gaze seemed to sharpen slightly, as if a flicker of recognition had ignited within him. "Wretched woman, you dare bring that pretty boy home? It was him who struck me, wasn't he? Wretched woman, stealing behind my back. I will end you." Bai Huajing, in a frenzied rage, seized a wooden stick from the entrance and lunged once more at Lu Xian and the others. Lu Xian was engulfed in despair, questioning the depths of their misfortune. Bai Qianqian, however, had already lost all hope, her eyes reflecting an eerie stillness as she gazed at the man. Su Liang stepped forward slightly. Under such circumstances, it was clear that the mother and daughter could no longer remain there. It was only a matter of time before this drunken brute would bring about their demise. "Wretched woman, stealing." Bai Huajing raised the wooden stick, aiming to strike at them. Su Liang braced herself for the impending confrontation, yet Bai Qianqian and her mother remained utterly motionless, seemingly devoid of the will to resist. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a shadow suddenly emerged behind Bai Huajing in the darkness. Just as he was about to swing the stick, the figure behind him surged forward, revealing a gaping maw that clamped down on Bai Huajing's shoulder. In that instant, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Su Liang's eyes widened in shock. A bloodthirsty rat. At that moment, the mother and daughter, who had originally closed their eyes, opened them to witness a scene of sheer horror. Blood streamed down from Bai Huajing's shoulder, a sight so gruesome it filled them with dread. "Ah!" the two screamed, their faces paling in terror. The bloodthirsty rat rose, towering 2 heads above Bai Huajing, its crimson eyes filled with malevolence. It viciously sank its teeth into Bai Huajing, swinging him through the air. His screams echoed as if they reverberated for hundreds of meters. The mother and daughter were so paralyzed by fear that they could hardly move. Lu Xian, witnessing Bai Huajing's plight, felt an unbearable sorrow. Huajing, despite his alcoholism and domestic violence, she found it painful to witness him in such a dire situation. Bai Qianqian was equally dazed. Su Liang, however, could not afford to dwell on such matters. This was a one-star beast, and without the chosen ones, they stood little chance of survival. He grasped the hands of the mother and daughter with urgency. "Run. Do not think of saving anyone, just flee." Had it been in a past life, Su Liang would have found it exceedingly simple to crush a one-star bloodthirsty rat. But now, he had yet to awaken his divine seal. Both women remained in a daze. Lu Xian, pulled by Su Liang, glanced back at Bai Huajing, whose cries were dwindling, tears already staining her cheeks. Once the bloodthirsty rat found its prey, it typically would not attack others. Thus, this was their sole opportunity to escape. Yet, just as Su Liang had pulled them a few meters away, his steps suddenly halted. Before him stood another bloodthirsty rat. A chill ran through Su Liang's heart. It was over. In the next instant, the rat charged towards them, as if it had spotted a delectable feast. Chapter 5. I Want Your Life. As the bloodthirsty rat lunged towards them with its gaping maw, Su Liang instinctively pushed the mother and daughter aside. This reflexive action was the culmination of decades of experience as a chosen one. In that fleeting moment when the bloodthirsty rat pounced, Su Liang summoned all his potential. Unleashing a surge of power, with a deft slide, he narrowly evaded the creature's lethal assault. The rat redirected its focus towards the trio, its predatory gaze fixated on them. Su Liang understood that in such dire circumstances, he had to take the initiative. Otherwise, one of the women would surely meet a tragic fate. He also came to realize why Bai Qianqian had vanished for an entire week in his previous life. It must have been on that fateful night when her parents fell victim to the bloodthirsty rat. This was the reason she had remained solitary, devoid of kinship, relentlessly hunting down monstrous beasts. Without further contemplation, Su Liang charged at the bloodthirsty rat. He was acutely aware that his efforts were akin to an ant shaking a tree, yet he felt compelled to act. Drawing a short dagger from his waist, its blade glinting ominously, he prepared for the offensive. This weapon had been gifted to him by his grandfather for self-defense, and he wielded it with the expertise honed over years of combat experience. In the blink of an eye, he found himself face to face with the bloodthirsty rat. As it extended its razor-sharp claws towards him, Su Liang seized the opportunity. With a forceful push, he leapt to the side, rolling deftly behind the creature. In a swift motion, he plunged the dagger downward, slicing through the fur and leaving a deep gash along the rat's flank, blood spilling forth. The agonizing sensation sent the bloodthirsty rat into a frenzy. with a piercing shriek. It fixated entirely on Su Liang, charging at him with wild abandon. Yet, Su Liang remained unperturbed. In such perilous moments, maintaining composure was paramount. He had to astutely gauge the rat's trajectory of attack. Given his current physical condition, should the rat seize an opportunity, his demise would be inevitable. He exerted every ounce of strength to evade, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Fortunately, the short dagger bestowed by his grandfather proved formidable, effortlessly rending the pelt of the lesser bloodthirsty rat, thus granting him a glimmer of hope for survival. As the man and rat engaged in a frenzied battle, the enveloping darkness began to obscure their vision. Meanwhile, on the ground, Lucian quickly crawled to Bai Qianqian's side. Bai Qianqian, still in a daze, appeared utterly flustered, seemingly trapped in the haunting image of Bai Huajing being bitten by the bloodthirsty rat. Qianqian, Qianqian. Lucian shook her gently, pulling her from her stupor. Mom. Tears streamed down Bai Qianqian's cheeks. Lucian, equally distraught, was acutely aware that her alcoholic partner was likely in grave danger. Qianqian, we must leave at once and seek help. Little Liang at these words, Bai Qianqian suddenly snapped back to reality, her gaze darting to the fierce struggle between Su Liang and the bloodthirsty rat. A wave of anxiety washed over her. If not for the troubles at home, Su Liang would never have been embroiled in such peril. Su Liang, be careful. Watching the intense confrontation, Bai Qianqian was struck with disbelief. How could Su Liang endure for so long? Was it truly possible? Was Su Liang genuinely of B-class combat proficiency? It is inconceivable. Even those at the A level within the institution could not achieve what he has. In the darkness, Su Liang appeared transformed, inflicting wounds upon the bloodthirsty rat time and again. This creature, with its limited intellect, was driven solely by instinctive savagery. Had it been another foe, Su Liang might have met with misfortune, for he had yet to awaken the Divine Seal. Blood flowed freely from the bloodthirsty rat as Su Liang began to gasp for breath, utterly exhausted, his physical stamina failing him. In the next moment, the frenzied rat lashed its tail violently towards Su Liang, a fierce strike that collided with his chest. Thud. Su Liang was sent flying several meters. Ah! Su Liang! Bai Qianqian exclaimed in alarm, rushing towards him without a second thought. Su Liang coughed up blood, his entire body trembling, as the agonizing pain in his chest rendered him somewhat delirious. Damn it! Could it be that I have just been reborn only to perish at the jaws of this beast? He glared darkly at the bloodthirsty rat and noticed Bai Qianqian running towards him. Panic surged through Su Liang. Don't come here. Run. The bloodthirsty rat screeched, its gaze fixating on Bai Qianqian, as if it understood that Su Liang posed a challenge and sought a new target. Realizing this, Su Liang scrambled to his feet, racing towards Bai Qianqian. The rat too surged forward, charging towards her. In that moment, Lucian was paralyzed with fear. Qianqian. Bai Qianqian finally spotted the rat charging at her, her small face turning ashen as she beheld the creature towering over her by 2 or 3 heads. She was momentarily stunned, engulfed by despair. Was she destined to perish here today? Hurry! A sharp exclamation from Su Liang jolted her back to reality. Then, Bai Qianqian witnessed Su Liang charging fiercely towards the bloodthirsty rat, forcefully redirecting its trajectory. Both man and beast grazed past her and toppled to the side. Her complexion turned pale, frozen in place, as the rat's tail swept through the air, sending her spiraling away. Bai Qianqian coughed up a mouthful of blood. In that instant, Su Liang's eyes turned crimson with fury. Beast, I shall take your life. He raised his dagger, fiercely plunging it towards the heart of the bloodthirsty rat. At that very moment, the rat opened its gaping maw and sank its teeth into his shoulder. With a sickening thud, the dagger pierced the rat's heart, twisted by Su Liang's furious hand. The excruciating pain drove the creature into a frenzy. It clamped down on Su Liang's shoulder, lifting him high in an attempt to crush him. However, its heart was already a ruin, and it soon faltered. After a few violent convulsions, the rat collapsed alongside Su Liang, its once menacing crimson eyes gradually losing their ferocity. The rat's body twitched a few times on the ground before falling silent. Lucian surveyed the chaos, her heart racing as she dashed towards Bai Qianqian. Qianqian. Lucian rushed to support her. Bai Qianqian's lips bled, her expression waning as she gazed towards Su Liang. Su Liang. Lucian sobbed, choked with emotion. Bai Qianqian struggled, yearning to rise and move towards Su Liang. Lying on the ground, Su Liang felt the piercing pain of the bloodthirsty rat's fangs embedded in his shoulder. an agony so intense it threatened to plunge him into unconsciousness. Yet he could not succumb. He was acutely aware that the scent of blood might attract other bloodthirsty rats. With great difficulty, he pried the fangs from his flesh. The distinct sound of teeth being torn from his shoulder resonated in the air. Gritting his teeth, he paid no heed to the blood streaming from his wound, struggling to rise to his feet. His upper garments were already soaked in crimson. Drawing his dagger, he staggered step by step toward Bai Qianqian. She was weeping. Su Liang, seeing Bai Qianqian unharmed, brought him a momentary sense of relief. He reached out, wishing to caress her cheek and offer her solace, but his hand froze, as if halted by an unseen force, lest he overstep the bounds. Bai Qianqian noticed this and felt an electric shock coursing through her, grasping Su Liang's hand tightly. With a bittersweet smile, Su Liang asked, "Are you all right?" Tears brimmed in Bai Qianqian's eyes as she fervently shook her head. "I am fine." Su Liang's complexion was pale as he urged, "We must leave." Lu Xian supported both Su Liang and Bai Qianqian, preparing to depart when the ominous figure of Gong Lai in a black robe appeared unexpectedly. He beheld the lifeless, bloodthirsty rat on the ground, then turned his astonished gaze upon the three of them. Dead, yet they remained unscathed. "Xiaolon, inform Lu Yin to come here. There are civilians injured, and 2 bloodthirsty rats have been slain." Upon hearing this, Su Liang laboriously turned his head to glance at the robed Gong Lai, a wave of relief washing over him. Then, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Su Liang, Xiao Liang. Chapter 6. A Pair of Golden Eyes. In Bai Qianqian's residence, Su Liang lay upon the bed, his complexion as pale as death. Beside him sat a young woman clad in a black robe, her hands emanating a radiant green light. Upon each of her arms rested a leaf-shaped emblem glowing with the same verdant hue, and a similar mark adorned her forehead, signifying her status as a master of the 3 divine seals. Bai Qianqian, positioned nearby, appeared somewhat frail, yet her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Su Liang. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness and concern. Had it not been for Su Liang's unwavering bravery tonight, she could only fathom the despair that would have befallen her and her mother. She felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to Su Liang. Without him, she would have met her demise this very night. At last, the woman in the black robe retracted the divine seals, and the green luminescence faded. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead as she took a deep breath. For the moment, there were no significant issues. The vital points remained unscathed, and with a brief respite, recovery was within reach. Observing the scabbed wound on Su Liang's shoulder, a heavy weight finally lifted from Bai Qianqian's heart. "Thank you. Thank you so much," she exclaimed. The woman shook her head. "There is no need for gratitude. It was our oversight that allowed the 2 bloodthirsty rodents to escape." A hint of regret flickered in her verdant eyes as she cast a glance at the body draped with a cloth at the doorway. Lu Xian was slumped beside the corpse, which belonged to Bai Huajing. Bai Huajing had perished just like that. Bai Qianqian stole a glance at him, a bittersweet pang settling in her heart. The man who had relentlessly tormented her and her mother was gone. Everything had transpired too abruptly. Bai Qianqian, however, did not seem to harbor much sorrow. After all, she had never received love from this man. Since her understanding of the world began, he had only indulged in drinking, gambling, and abusing her mother. Bai Qianqian withdrew her gaze and turned to Su Liang, lying on the bed. This face was gradually etched into the depths of her memory. Impossible to forget. Soon, Gong Lai returned. "Green Yin, how is this lad faring?" he inquired. Green Yin replied, "His injuries have stabilized. He will slowly recover on his own." Curiously, Green Yin asked, "So, was it truly this young man who killed the bloodthirsty rat?" Gong Lai glanced at Bai Qianqian. "It should be." With tears welling in her eyes, Bai Qianqian affirmed, "It was he who did it." Green Yin could hardly believe his ears. "Are you not students of Hsinchu High School?" he asked incredulously. Bai Qianqian nodded. "We are from Hsinchu No. 2. Green Yin felt a chill run down his spine. A high school student, without any awakening of the divine sense, had managed to slay a 1-star bloodthirsty rat. Who would dare believe such a tale if it spread? Gong Lai remarked, "He is a promising candidate. If he can awaken the divine seal, we might consider recruiting him into our team in due time." Green Yin nodded in agreement. "Young lady, today's events were our oversight. Your father." Bai Qianqian shook her head. It was his own fate. A man who only drinks, unable even to resist, is not to be blamed. Upon hearing this, Gong Lai and Green Yin exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. It appeared that her family circumstances were indeed unique. With a sigh, Gong Lai produced a blood-red crystal, roughly the size of an egg. This is the beast crystal obtained from slaying the bloodthirsty rat, a trophy of his conquest. Once he awakens, please assist in delivering it to him. Bai Qianqian accepted it silently. Gong Lai and LV turned to leave the room, only to find Lucian sitting on the ground, tears streaming down her face in a daze. Gong Lai spoke softly. We have already informed the crematorium. They will come tomorrow morning to assist in taking your husband away. Please accept my condolences. Lucian remained silent, her eyes vacant. The man who had tormented her for over a decade had ultimately succumbed to death. Regardless of how he had treated her in the past, at this moment, sorrow overwhelmed her. Yet, there was nothing she could do. In this society, such occurrences were not uncommon. Everything was stripped down to simplicity, as if everyone had grown accustomed to it. Gong Lai and LV exchanged no further words and soon departed to rejoin their group. The room fell into a profound silence, while Bai Qianqian remained in a daze, tightly clutching the beast crystal. On the bed, Liang appeared to be lost in a dream. With great effort, he opened his eyes, a wave of weakness washing over him. In his hazy state, he beheld a pair of eyes radiating a golden light, each with a radius of 5 meters, staring intently at him. These were not human eyes. They were the eyes of a beast. Strangely, he felt an odd sense of familiarity, yet he could not recall why. As he regained a semblance of consciousness, he gazed more closely. Indeed, they were the eyes of a beast. What terrifying eyes they were. Where was he? Why was he seeing such a thing? It resembled the eyes of an extraordinary creature, vast as an abyss. And merely meeting their gaze made Liang feel as though he were on the verge of being crushed. The golden rays of light illuminated his ethereal form, causing him immense anguish. It felt as though his very being were on the verge of being torn asunder, prompting a desperate scream to escape his lips. What on earth is happening? This torment seemed intent on evaporating him. With a pained howl, he suddenly sat upright in bed. His anguished cry startled Bai Qianqian. Liang, are you all right? Liang, in a state of panic, glanced around, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Bai Qianqian anxiously grasped his hand. Liang, I'm here. Did you have a nightmare? Liang cast a fleeting glance at Bai Qianqian, struggling to catch his breath. What were those eyes he had just seen? He felt an inexplicable familiarity, yet the memory eluded him. Gradually, the pain coursing through his body brought him back to a semblance of reality. This must have been a dream. I'm fine. Really? Just a bad dream, he reassured her. Bai Qianqian exhaled in relief. Do not fear. The matter with the bloodthirsty rat has been resolved. Liang met her gaze, noting her profound concern. He then observed Bai Qianqian holding his hand. Goodness, the future empress is grasping my hand. Sensing the awkwardness, Bai Qianqian quickly released his hand, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Why, you mustn't misunderstand. A subtle smile crept onto Liang's lips, leaving an indelible mark in Bai Qianqian's heart, transforming misfortune into fortune. Clearing his throat softly, he inquired, who treated my injuries? Bai Qianqian promptly elucidated the entire sequence of events. Liang finally comprehended that at that moment, a certain unit from the military must have arrived, and their healing master had stabilized his injuries, rendering further treatment unnecessary. All he needed to do was rest and recuperate. He cast a glance outside at Lucian, who remained seated beside Bai Huajing's lifeless body, and sighed softly. This must have been the misfortune that Bai Qianqian had encountered in her past life. Lying there back, then were presumably her parents. This time, due to his presence, he had saved her mother. I must return, otherwise my grandfather will worry. Bai Qianqian expressed with concern. What about your injuries? Liang shook his head. It's nothing. The issue has largely resolved. Bai Qianqian assisted him in rising. Liang surveyed the condition of their home, which had been severely damaged by the bloodthirsty rat. It could hardly be described as anything but a wreck. You will need to spend quite a bit to repair the house. It might be more prudent to move in with us. You could consider that option. Bai Qianqian paused for a moment, but refrained from further comment. Liang exchanged a brief greeting with Lucian, yet she remained unresponsive. He had no choice but to depart first. This is the beast crystal from the bloodthirsty rat you slayed. Keep it safe and be cautious on your way. Bai Qianqian's appreciation for Liang's concern could only extend so far. You should keep it. You can sell it for money. Bai Qianqian firmly rejected. No. I've already caused you enough trouble today. This is your spoils of war. I absolutely cannot accept it. She pressed it directly into Liang's hand. With a wry smile, he could only nod in acquiescence as he departed. His grandfather must be worried. As she watched Liang's retreating figure, Bai Qianqian felt an indescribable emotion stir within her. Why was he so intent on helping her? He found himself the object of disdain among many in his class. Why was this the case? A flicker of tenderness crossed Bai Qianqian's eyes as she buried that fleeting thought deep within her heart. Chapter 7. Transformation of Beastly Powers. Upon returning home, grandfather had been waiting, his stooped figure revealing a hint of anxiety in his gaze. Upon seeing Su Liang, he finally exhaled in relief. Su Liang was taken aback to encounter his grandfather, who had passed away in his previous life, stirring a myriad of emotions within him. He had never anticipated the chance to see his grandfather again. Though grandfather often hunched over, maintaining a stern demeanor, he was, in fact, a warm-hearted old man, managing the household with meticulous care. Noticing the bloodstains on Su Liang, he swiftly inquired, "What happened? You didn't answer your phone." Su Liang, wishing to alleviate his worries, replied, "It's nothing. I encountered a strange beast and sustained a minor injury, but the military's healer took care of it. You should come home right after school. Do you want me to worry myself sick?" Grandfather scolded. With a wry smile, Su Liang responded, "It won't happen again, grandfather. You should get some rest. It's late." Grandfather remained silent, merely serving the evening meal. After eating, Su Liang hurried to bed. A warmth blossomed within him. Despite his grandfather's strictness, there was no shortage of love. Grandfather's hair was grizzled, and a glimmer of concern flickered in his murky old eyes. "Be more careful in the future. Come home early. Even if you are busy, let me know you are safe." Su Liang smiled gently. "Understood, grandfather. I will be cautious." Grandfather retreated to his own room. After finishing his meal, Su Liang quickly tidied himself up. Lying on his bed, he inspected his wound. Fortunately, the other party had put some thought into the treatment. Only a little healing remained. As he reclined, he pondered the events of the day. In this manner, he had managed to draw slightly closer to Bai Qianqian, hoping to one day secure a firm hold on the future Empress's favor. He could only wish she would not distance herself from him after awakening her SSS-level divine imprint. Su Liang sighed softly, leaving his fate to chance. As her status rose, would she still remember him? Regrettably, he could only awaken a B-level divine imprint, limiting his prospects. He took out a beast crystal. This crystal could also be exchanged for some currency. The higher the grade of the beast crystal, the more valuable it became, serving as an important resource. It could also be traded for divine crystals. Divine crystals are utilized to evolve divine imprints and can be regarded as the source of power for the chosen ones, a crucial strategic resource only extractable from the earth. However, beast crystals cannot be directly employed to enhance divine imprints. They require special processing to be transformed into usable energy. A one-star beast crystal holds limited value. Su Liang grasped the crystal, contemplating the impending battle of the empire's fall. The primary issue was to inform Bai Qianqian in the future that the divine sect posed a threat. As long as she remained vigilant against that individual, she would not be harmed, thus avoiding a mutual demise with the 10-star aberration. A flicker of malice crossed Su Liang's eyes. How dare that beast claim to be a hero of Huaxia? This individual, during a mission, had led his team into battle against the aberrations, resulting in the death of all his companions. He alone returned, bringing back the mission objective. Lauded by the Huaxia as a valiant hero and elevated to the rank of marshal, he never anticipated that such a wretch would dare to ambush the Phoenix Empress at that critical juncture. In this lifetime, he must prevent such an atrocity from occurring. Yet, what perplexes Su Liang is the question of why a distinguished figure like himself, a 9-seal divine sect master and a marshal of the Huaxia military, would choose to betray his own people. What could possibly have transpired? It eludes his understanding. For 3 centuries since the upheaval of heaven and earth, traitors have been a rare occurrence. Humanity stands united against those monstrous beasts, yet this individual has chosen treachery. Regrettably, his previous status afforded him limited insight into the secrets of this world. Exhaustion soon enveloped Su Liang, leading him into a deep slumber. In the darkness, the beast crystal clutched in his hand began to emit a faint glow. The pure energy within the crystal surged through his arm and into his body, until the crystal disintegrated into a fine powder. In his dreams, Su Liang suddenly opened his eyes wide. "What the hell? Not again," he exclaimed, cursing under his breath. Before him reappeared those golden beastly eyes. With only the eyes visible, he could not discern the creature's visage, leaving him in uncertainty about the nature of this beast. A golden radiance emanated from those luminous orbs, bathing Su Liang in its light. The searing pain felt as though it were incinerating him, pushing him to the brink of mental collapse. He writhed in agony, desperately attempting to extricate himself from this torment. yet found himself utterly powerless to escape. He could only endure the excruciating suffering. What on earth is happening? Su Liang roared. Such occurrences had never transpired in his previous life, and now, with every passing moment, he felt as if his entire being were being gnawed upon by swarms of ants. At that moment, a holographic projection panel suddenly materialized before him, accompanied by a chilling voice. Beast ability conversion. Converting beast ability. Conversion progress. 11000. 000. Beast talent. I have insight 01. Divine mark. Awakening pending. Mental strength 10-1. Physical strength 10-1. Agility 10-1. Speed 10-1. Su Liang stared in astonishment at the panel that had appeared before him. What was this? Beast ability conversion? What beast ability was being converted? Enduring the pain, Su Liang gazed into those eyes. Was it the power of these beastly pupils that was being transformed? These eyes were the so-called eye of insight. Was his current experience a process of transferring their abilities and strength into himself? Confounded, Su Liang struggled to comprehend the events unfolding within him. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light surged forth. A beam of light shot from those eyes, striking the center of his chest. A searing sensation of pain washed over him, only to dissipate swiftly. Before Su Liang could gather his thoughts, the golden light flickered, and he was abruptly expelled from this state. He opened his eyes wide, sitting up in bed, gasping for breath. Was it yet another dream? The sun had already risen. However, he soon realized something was amiss. His vision had transformed, enabling him to perceive the minuscule particles of dust suspended in the air. He could even discern the intricate patterns on a mosquito's body and witness the rapid flapping of its wings. It was as if time itself had slowed down in his eyes. He turned to gaze out the window, his gaze fixated. In an instant, his gaze seemed to stretch desperately, as if he could perceive objects a kilometer or two away. His vision had remarkably improved. The eyes he possessed at night were not merely a figment of his dreams. His physical prowess had enhanced. He grasped at his collar, but a cloud of dust nearly obscured his vision. Furrowing his brow, he pondered how he had come to clutch a handful of dust. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. Was this the beast crystal? An incredulous thought flashed through his mind. Had I absorbed the beast crystal? Su Liang was astounded as he attempted to clarify his thoughts. Perhaps it was the pair of eyes from his dream that had absorbed the beast crystal. Alternatively, it could be that the so-called beast energy transformation had converted the power of the beast crystal. Su Liang found himself perplexed. He quickly stripped off his clothing and discovered a mark on his chest, resembling a tattoo. It depicted a beast form. The moment he beheld the beast form, Su Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. The crimson-eyed celestial beast. The 10th star that perished alongside Bai Qianqian. Those golden eyes belonged to the crimson-eyed celestial. Chapter 8. Bai Qianqian. I've got your back. For a long time, Su Liang remained ensnared in a state of shock. This meant that he had died in his previous life. And through some fortuitous twist of fate, a fragment of the crimson-eyed celestial's power had manifested within his body, accompanying him as time rewound. Subsequently, this inexplicable ability to transform beast energy emerged within him, which could also be interpreted as a mechanism. He could gradually convert the beast energy of the crimson-eyed celestial into quantifiable attributes of his own body. He had also acquired a remarkable ability known as the insightful eye. To transform beast energy, it appears that one would require additional beast crystals to facilitate this transformation. After reflecting on this, it seems to provide a satisfactory explanation. Upon further contemplation, this is indeed a fortuitous development. Does it not imply an indirect enhancement of his innate talents? If all of his attributes were to experience significant augmentation, the possibilities would be unfathomable. Perhaps he would never again be confined to the status of a third seal master in his lifetime. Su Liang was elated, jumping joyfully on his bed. Perhaps his life would truly be different from this point onward. After a brief moment of calm, he assessed his injuries. Raising an eyebrow, he noticed that his wounds appeared to have healed considerably. Time to eat. Should I still attend school? Came the voice of his grandfather from outside the room. Su Liang beamed with joy, quickly dressing and freshening up to join his grandfather for breakfast. In this era, food had become exceedingly simplistic, with many individuals subsisting on compressed food items, primarily desiccated fare. A single compressed biscuit contained an array of nutrients. It was his grandfather who, through unknown means, had procured some seeds and cultivated fruits and vegetables that were once reserved for the affluent in this age. After school, return home promptly. Do not linger outside. Times are rather unstable, his grandfather, Su Luochen, advised. Su Liang smiled and nodded, Grandfather, I understand. I will be home early today. Only after you awaken your divine seal will you possess some means of self-defense. Until then, you must remain cautious, his grandfather cautioned. Su Liang grinned. Grandfather, how can you be so certain that I will awaken my divine seal? What if I do not? Su Luochen cast him a glance and remarked, If you have not awakened, then continue to behave yourself. Su Liang replied, Grandfather, take your time eating. I shall head to school first. He set down his bowl and chopsticks, swiftly disappearing from sight. Watching his departing grandson, Su Luochen also laid down his utensils, a hint of profundity reflected in his gaze. He murmured, I would rather you never awaken the divine seal. This world is far more intricate than you can fathom. On the way, Su Liang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to visit Bai Qianqian's home. She was likely preoccupied with the cremation of her father. It was reasonable to assume she would not attend school today. In this chaotic era marked by a sharp decline in population, every child yet to experience divine awareness is regarded as a precious asset by the state, subjected to strict regulations. Attendance at school is mandatory, should anyone vanish. An extensive investigation and reporting process ensues. However, the circumstances change post-awakening. Those who have not awakened the divine seal must either pursue higher education through examinations or return home to learn a trade. Thus, the awakening of the divine seal represents a significant crossroads in life during this era, where the possibility of awakening is dictated solely by fate, devoid of rationale. Upon entering the classroom, Su Liang immediately spotted Bai Qianqian seated in the corner, engrossed in her book. Her tattered, faded school uniform rendered her rather inconspicuous. Su Liang was taken aback. How had she come to school? His arrival drew the attention of his classmates, though he remained oblivious to their gazes. Completely disregarding Zhang Tenhao's hostile stare. Under the scrutiny of all, he walked past the third row where Liang Lianchuang and Zhang Tenhao sat. He walked straight to the corner where Bai Qianqian was seated. Suddenly, the classroom erupted with jubilant cheers. Ha! We have won. Come on, everyone, pay up. Some classmates displayed expressions of dismay, having lost the bet. Su Liang, that fellow, truly ignored Liang Lianxiang. Su Liang felt bewildered, as if he were merely a pawn in their wager. In the third row, Liang Lianxiang clenched her fist slightly, incredulous that he was indeed disregarding her. Zhang Tenhao smirked, believing his warning from the previous day had borne fruit. With one less rival, that was quite agreeable. He decided to let this fellow revel in his moment for now. They would settle the score during the afternoon's combat class. Su Liang paid no heed to the commotion, walking directly to sit beside Bai Qianqian. A flicker of surprise crossed her heart as she thought, why has he come here? Isn't he supposed to be handling matters at home? Su Liang's gentle voice broke the silence. Bai Qianqian, slightly flustered, met his gaze momentarily. I've already taken care of it. Su Liang frowned slightly. You could have taken a day off. Just request a leave. Bai Qianqian lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting beneath the desk. I thought you might not come, so I considered asking for leave on your behalf. At that moment, Su Liang's heart softened. Alas, this aging heart of mine is destined to be melted. This future empress is indeed quite endearing. Su Liang smiled, saying, Then I thank you dearly. Bai Qianqian shook her head. No. Your injuries. Su Liang chuckled and shook his head. I'm fine now. I've nearly fully recovered. Bai Qianqian nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, the classroom was so silent that one could almost hear a pin drop. Every pair of eyes was fixated on the corner, where Su Liang furrowed his brow and raised his head, realizing that the majority of his classmates were staring at him. What was so fascinating? Su Liang raised an eyebrow slightly. As the students snapped back to reality, they displayed expressions that hovered between amusement and mockery, particularly the boys. Oh, Su Liang, do confess. What is going on between you and Bai Qianqian? Is it because the school beauty rejected you yesterday that you've turned your affections elsewhere? So, you've set your sights on Bai Qianqian. Su Liang, your taste leaves much to be desired. Why choose the ugly duckling? If you continue like this, our esteemed school beauty may very well ignore you. Upon hearing these remarks, Bai Qianqian lowered her head, overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority. She had long since grown accustomed to being the subject of ridicule. After all, as a frail, sallow-skinned ugly duckling, how could she ever be worthy of Su Liang? In the past, no one in class had ever considered her a friend. Her reticent nature and the stark reality of her impoverished background rendered her almost invisible. Whether in academics or martial arts, she was average at best, often sidelined and overlooked. Yet now, Su Liang seemed to be exhibiting an unusual closeness with Bai Qianqian, showing mutual concern, which undoubtedly raised suspicions. In the third row, Liang Lianxiang maintained a facade of indifference, though her delicate fists had unconsciously clenched. Humph. So you fancy someone else, do you? Do you think I, Liang Lianxiang, would proffer my warmth to a cold heart? Bai Qianqian, with her head bowed, felt a twinge of guilt for having spoken a few words to Su Liang, as if her presence had somehow tainted him. She lowered her head, unwilling to utter a single word. This was her, an ugly duckling ignored and uncared for wherever she went. Bai Qianqian felt a pang of injustice in her heart. Perhaps it would be best to distance herself from Su Liang, lest she affect him. At that moment, Su Liang's icy voice cut through the air. Silence. What is wrong with Bai Qianqian? Why is she deemed an ugly duckling? My feelings for her are none of your concern. Do you believe that belittling me will earn you a glance from Liang Lianxiang? We are all classmates. Do you not feel a twinge of conscience when you speak such words? Aside from bullying her, what else can you do? Su Liang's sudden ruthlessness stunned everyone in the classroom. They stared at him in disbelief. Bai Qianqian was equally taken aback, lifting her gaze to meet Su Liang's cold expression. Su Liang, what do you mean? A young man stood up, displaying a hint of indignation. Su Liang instantly locked his gaze onto the young man's face. What do I mean? Do you think that mocking and bullying Bai Qianqian will elevate your own status? Lu Hao, how often has Bai Qianqian run errands for you? Lu Hao, who had stood up, was rendered speechless by Su Liang's words. His face shifted through shades of green and red. Su Liang then turned his attention elsewhere. Marjaran, you tell me, how much homework have you made Bai Qianqian do for you? Another young man lowered his head in embarrassment. Li Yin, Gulanqi, Han Ziyao. How many errands have you made Bai Qianqian run for you? How many times has she fetched your meals? A group of girls felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Su Liang was unyielding in his reasoning. Have you all fed your consciences to the dogs? Ugly ducklings? Are you not aware of your own appearances? The students who were named felt a surge of indignation. Zhang Tianhao watched as Su Liang dared to provoke the collective wrath for the sake of Bai Qianqian. With a cold sneer, he stood up. Su Liang, what do you mean by this? Isn't it merely mutual assistance among classmates? How has it been twisted in your words? Are you simply seeking trouble? Zhang Tianhao's remark instantly ignited the anger of those who had been singled out. Exactly. Su Liang, cease your baseless accusations. All of that was voluntary on Bai Qianqian's part. It was merely mutual assistance. Hearing this, Su Liang scoffed derisively. Mutual assistance? Do you even deserve to utter that? What have you truly done to help her? When have you supported her, besides bullying and mocking her? Can you not retain a shred of dignity? Zhang Tianhao, my restraint in not addressing you directly is merely out of respect. As the class monitor, you lead the charge in bullying your own classmates. How many tasks have you forced Bai Qianqian to handle for you? How many times have you made her clean when it was your turn? Do you even deserve the title of class monitor? Su Liang engaged in this verbal battle with unwavering confidence. The students who remained unmentioned stared in astonishment, bewildered by his unexpected boldness. What had gotten into Su Liang today? Had he taken leave of his senses? Was he truly prepared to confront so many classmates over Bai Qianqian? Su Liang, Zhang Tianhao bellowed in fury. What are you shouting for? Is it merely because your voice is louder? Has your throat been opened by some trivial matter? Zhang Tianhao was overwhelmed with a mix of anger and disbelief. I declare that from this day forth, should anyone dare to bully Bai Qianqian again, I shall not let it go unpunished. Bai Qianqian, I will protect you. Bai Qianqian gazed at Su Liang, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, a hint of crimson adorning her eyelids. Is this what it feels like to be shielded by another? Chapter 9. I do not deserve her. The classroom fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. His steadfast friend, who occupied the seat beside him, gave him a generous thumbs up. Meanwhile, those who had been singled out by Su Liang found themselves at a loss for words. Unable to retort, Zhang Tianhao's face darkened, a storm brewing within. Even Liang Lianxiang, seated in the third row, could not help but glance back at Su Liang, a newfound respect dawning upon her. Today, Su Liang seemed remarkably transformed. Standing up for one's classmates is indeed a noble act. Yet rousing the ire of so many, is that truly beneficial? Liang Lianxiang merely took a fleeting glance before turning away. Bai Qianqian looked at Su Liang, acutely aware of her heart's rhythmic beating. Never before had anyone treated her in such a manner. Her eyes brimmed with emotion. She etched Su Liang's visage into her memory. He truly is exceptionally kind to her. Once Zhang Tianhao regained his composure, he scoffed derisively. Such bravado. Do you truly consider yourself someone of consequence? You, A mere B-grade fighter. What can you possibly protect? Your turtle shell, perhaps? In the afternoon's combat class, I shall witness whether your strength matches your boastful words. Upon hearing this, the students who had been called upon regained their confidence, their expressions twisting into smirks. Aspiring to be a hero? One must possess the requisite prowess. Bai Qianqian gently tugged at Su Liang's pant leg, signaling him to cease his actions. However, she was well aware of Su Liang's formidable combat prowess and did not wish for him to fall out with all their classmates on her account. Yet, Su Liang remained undeterred. He cast a cold smile toward them, proclaiming, "If I need to use both hands to defeat you, then consider me defeated." Upon hearing this, everyone felt that Su Liang had lost his mind. Those singled out responded with mocking laughter, convinced he must be delusional. Zhang Tenhao sneered. "This afternoon's combat class will reveal just how you intend to challenge us." The class bell rang, signaling the arrival of the teacher, prompting Su Liang to retract his thoughts. He exchanged a reassuring glance with Bai Qianqian, saying, "Do not fear, no one shall bully you from now on." After uttering this, Su Liang returned to his seat, while Bai Qianqian's expressive eyes remained unsettled for a long time. Lowering her head, a single tear fell. Yet, she felt an overwhelming happiness. Her heart, already bruised and battered, was slowly being stitched back together. Upon returning to her seat, the mathematics teacher commenced the lesson. In this era, they still needed to study mathematics, physics, chemistry, and other natural sciences. Without awakened divine seals, they aspired to attend university and become the foundation of the nation's academic realm. Despite the world's upheaval, the advancement of technology remained essential. Nuclear weapons may have been forsaken, yet nuclear energy still persisted. 3 centuries prior, humanity had attempted to annihilate these aberrations with nuclear weapons, only to discover that such energy could only eradicate lower-tier beasts. The more advanced creatures, in fact, absorbed the explosive energy of nuclear weapons to evolve further. In this manner, nuclear weapons lost their original might, not only annihilating their homelands, but also aiding the evolution of the monstrous beings. Thus, the development of nuclear weapons was halted, leaving only the study of nuclear energy. Su Liang was disinterested in such matters. He had no intention of pursuing that path. He rested his head on the table when his close friend, Yang Biao, leaned in and gave him a thumbs up, softly remarking, "Impressive, Liang Go. You confessed yesterday evening, faced rejection, then confronted Zhang Tianhao, and today you've scolded so many. What are you planning to do next?" Su Liang cast a glance at Yang Biao, recalling how, in a previous life, he had witnessed Yang Biao fall before him in an act of bravery. His eyes grew misty. In this lifetime, he was determined to rewrite their history. He composed himself and smiled, saying, "Nothing in particular, just find these events intolerable." Yang Biao hesitated before responding, "What about this afternoon? Zhang Tianhao will surely come after you. With me involved, perhaps we are both no match for him. How did you manage to put Zhang Tianhao in his place yesterday? Can you replicate that today?" Yang Biao's concern was palpable. Su Liang chuckled, "What is there to fear? Just confront him head-on and make him regret it." "Ugh, that's disgusting. I'm worried about my little weapon getting dirty," Yang Biao grimaced. Su Liang laughed and playfully punched him in the waist. Yang Biao retorted, "Damn it. If we face him together, why should we be afraid?" Yang Biao's combat level was merely B, which was not particularly high. But would Su Liang be intimidated now? Cautiously, Yang Biao leaned closer and inquired, "What are your thoughts about Liang Lianxiang? You can't possibly have developed feelings for Bai Qianqian, can you?" Su Liang pursed his lips, contemplating that even if he harbored feelings for Bai Qianqian, once she awakened, she might not even regard him, a mere B-class deity, with any affection. Perhaps she would only remember the kindness he had shown her, relegating him to the status of a mere friend in the future. He remarked, "As for Liang Lianxiang, I think it's best to abandon that thought. She would never reciprocate my feelings." Naturally, Su Liang had no intention of continuing to harbor affection for this woman, knowing that once she awakened, she would surely distance herself from him. She was not a good woman at all. Yang Biao nodded, saying, "I've long advised you to let go. Just look at her haughty demeanor. She takes pride in her beauty and disregards everyone. And what about Bai Qianqian?" Su Liang fell silent for a moment. "I am unworthy of her." Yang Biao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Unworthy of Bai Qianqian, the so-called ugly duckling? Nonsense. My brother has already stated that we should not refer to her as a clownish duck." Yang Biao pressed further, but Su Liang was reluctant to elaborate. As the class continued, Su Liang found himself distracted, frequently glancing in Bai Qianqian's direction. She was attentive in her studies, yet her gaze often wandered, as if her mind were restless. The class swiftly came to an end, and the bell rang. Biaozi, I apologize, but for the next few days, you shall have to sit alone. I am going to accompany Bai Qianqian. Yang Biao's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you serious? Su Liang chuckled lightly. Why not? He gathered his belongings and made his way toward Bai Qianqian, approaching her with an air of ease. Bai Qianqian, would you mind sitting on the inside? I would like to join you. Bai Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, looking at Su Liang with a hint of disbelief. Was he truly intending to move over to sit with her? What has happened to him? Could it be that he truly approached her to seek confidence after being spurned by Liang Shuang? Other classmates also noticed this scene, some frowning in disbelief. Could it be that Su Liang has genuinely developed feelings for Bai Qianqian? Meanwhile, those who had just clashed wore mocking smiles. One of them derisively remarked, some individuals, unable to win the affections of the campus belle, resort to seeking validation from those who are practically invisible. How laughable. This statement provoked a wave of ridicule among the classmates. Zhang Tianhao wore a cold smirk as well. Liang Shuang furrowed her brow, feeling an inexplicable sensation. How could someone who had admired her, a stunning campus beauty, for years suddenly lower his standards to fancy such an unattractive duckling with hardly any curves? It felt to her as though Su Liang's newfound affection was a form of insult. Simultaneously, she felt a flicker of anger. This fellow would rather pursue such an ugly duckling than continue to fawn over her. What was the meaning of this? Su Liang paid no heed to the scornful remarks, aware that he was merely wasting a week of his time here. Next week would bring the divine awakening, and he would bid farewell to many. He wore a gentle smile. What's the matter? Are you unwilling for me to sit here? Bai Qianqian finally reacted. No. Her earlobes flushed crimson as she struggled to meet Su Liang's gaze, baffled by his intentions. Nevertheless, she rose to shift her textbooks to the window side. Bai Qianqian had always been someone who sat alone, without a deskmate. The sudden appearance of Su Liang evoked a myriad of peculiar emotions within her. Su Liang merely smiled and naturally took a seat beside Bai Qianqian. With a shy demeanor, Bai Qianqian lowered her head, while some observant classmates noticed her bashfulness. Could it be that these two are truly meant to be together? As the second class commenced, Bai Qianqian found herself entirely distracted from the lesson. Although she refrained from glancing at Su Liang, her thoughts were inevitably drawn to him. Their proximity stirred a sense of unease within her. She was uncertain as to why Su Liang had approached her. Even if it were true, as others claimed, that he merely sought her assistance, she would still be willing. Perhaps this was a gift bestowed upon her by fate at such a moment. Without Su Liang yesterday, there would be no Bai Qianqian today. If he wished to deceive, then let him do so. She would embrace it willingly. Before long, Su Liang slid a note across the table. Bai Qianqian's heart raced as she pondered the contents. What could it be? Surely not a love letter. Could it be so soon? Life is but a fleeting moment. She took the note and opened it, revealing the words, "Pay attention in class, and do not indulge in frivolous thoughts." Instantly, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Yet, Su Liang had already succumbed to slumber upon his desk. Chapter 10. Because I want you to protect me in the future. In the principal's office, the principal, a slender middle-aged man, exuded an air of affluence. Attired in formal wear and sporting a beaming smile as he shook hands with the two men before him. It was unexpected that the renowned chosen ones from Rongqing would grace their school with their presence. The principal cheerfully inquired, "What brings you esteemed experts to our humble institution?" Two individuals across from him appeared relatively youthful, likely in their 30s. One of them was Gong Lai, whom he had encountered the previous night alongside Su Liang and others. The other man, bearing a serious demeanor, spoke with a stern countenance. "Principal Liu, we are here to request a student's file." Upon hearing this, Principal Liu displayed a glimmer of surprise. "Oh, Captain Qi, are you interested in one of our school's prodigies?" Gong Lai maintained an expressionless facade, while Qi Heng responded calmly. "We are unaware of his name. We only possess knowledge of his appearance." Principal Liu, smiling, remarked, "A student who has caught Captain Qi's attention must surely be one of the few S-rank fighters at our institution." He gestured, Come. I have their records on my computer. Let us see who it might be." As he perused the files, Principal Liu inquired, "Captain Qi, has something occurred?" Qi Heng cast a glance at Gong Lai, who smiled and elucidated, "Principal Liu, it is as follows. Last night, there was an incursion of aberrant beasts in the civilian district. 2 first-tier bloodthirsty rats escaped from the forbidden divine realm, causing a disturbance that resulted in a fatality. One of the parents of a student from your school Principal Liu furrowed his brow. It seems that none of our S-rank fighters reside in the civilian district. Gong Li hastily clarified. Not her. It pertains to another student. One of the first-tier bloodthirsty rats was slain by another student. Upon hearing this, the principal's expression turned to one of shock. What? The student has slain a one-star bloodthirsty mouse? The principal murmured in disbelief. Even an S-rank could not accomplish such a feat. Gong Li replied with a smile. That is precisely why we are here. We wish to adjust the student's records to investigate his background. If possible, we intend to temporarily mark him. Should he fail to awaken the Divine Seal, we hope to send him for training. With the aid of Source Crystal technology, he could become an exceptional warrior and, in the future, have the opportunity to join our ranks. If he successfully awakens, we wish to recruit him into our team after he graduates from the Chosen One's Academy. This is merely a preparatory measure. Principal Liu was filled with delight, exclaiming, That is truly wonderful. I never imagined our school would produce such a martial genius. Come, let us see who it is. Gong Li leaned in for a closer look. There are only a few S-ranks. He shook his head. None of them. Principal Liu's expression froze. None of them? Gong Li nodded. Captain Chi Hengchu furrowed his brow. We did not even inquire about his name yesterday. Gong Li felt somewhat awkward. Principal Liu frowned. It cannot be. If it is one of our students, the only ones capable of such a feat must be among these S-rank students. How could it possibly be someone else? Gong Li pondered for a moment. Oh, I recall now. His name seems to be Su Liang. Gong Li remembered that Bai Qianqian had called out to him when he fainted. The principal searched for this name in the records, and indeed, Su Liang's file appeared. Gong Li was somewhat agitated. Indeed, it is he. The principal wore a look of disbelief. Him? But he is merely AB. The principal could hardly fathom it. He awkwardly chuckled. There must be some mistake, right? His combat level hasn't he even reached A. Gong Li shook his head with a smile. There is no error. It is indeed him. Later, they returned to review the surveillance footage of that location. Su Liang exhibited a combat awareness that stirred the Captain Chi Hengchu's interest, prompting him to consider incorporating him into their team. That was the reason for their visit. The principal looked as though he had seen a ghost. A B-level individual slaying a one-star bloodthirsty rat? The two paid him no heed and meticulously examined Su Liang's profile. A faint smile graced Chi Hengchu's lips as he reached a conclusion, concealing one's sharpness. Gong Li remarked with a grin. Captain, it is rare for me to hear you praise someone. It seems we have never received such commendation from you. Chi Hengchu cast him a cold glance. You all are like firecrackers, eager for everyone to know of your prowess. Why should I praise you? Seeking to ascend to the heavens? Gong Li offered an awkward smile. Principal Liu queried with suspicion, Captain Chi. Do you mean to say that he has concealed his true abilities? Chi Hengchu nodded, growing even more impressed with Su Liang. At such a tender age, he remains unburdened by superficial fame and possesses commendable mental acuity. Principal Liu, I kindly ask you to keep a closer watch on this young fellow. When the day of divine awareness arrives, we shall return. Principal Liu, taken aback, nodded in understanding. I comprehend, Captain Chi. To garner the admiration of your team is indeed a significant achievement, promising a bright future ahead. Chi Hengchu nodded slightly, preparing to bid farewell. Principal Liu, smiling, suggested. Captain Chi, why not stay? This afternoon marks their class's combat training, and your words have piqued my interest. Shall we observe it together? After a moment of contemplation, Chi Hengchu acquiesced. Very well, we shall return this afternoon. Oh, let us share a simple meal, Liu added. Chi Hengchu shook his head. We have a few matters to attend to. I appreciate your kindness. With a resigned nod, Principal Liu replied, All right, I shall not insist. I look forward to your esteemed presence this afternoon. Chi Hengchu and his companion exchanged polite nods. Upon leaving the school, Chi Hengchu instructed Gong Li, this afternoon, assess the situation and seek an opportunity to engage with him, to discern his character and gauge his thoughts. Gong Li nodded in agreement, understood. During the morning classes, Su Liang spent most of his time dozing. As the bell rang, the majority of students prepared to head for lunch, gearing up for the afternoon's combat lesson. Yang Biao called out to Su Liang, who instead turned his gaze towards Bai Qianqian. Yang rolled his eyes, muttering, a despicable creature who prioritizes romance over friendship. Su Liang inquired of Bai Qianqian, Aren't you going to eat? Bai Qianqian, feeling bashful, replied, I brought a packed lunch. Su Liang frowned. Constantly consuming such fare is not beneficial. Look how thin you've become. Come. Bai Qianqian gazed at Su Liang's resolute demeanor, momentarily at a loss for a decision. However, she truly lacked the funds to indulge in more extravagant meals. I can eat these. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Fine, if you want to go. Then I shan't eat either. I might as well starve. With that, Su Liang plopped down onto a chair. Bai Qianqian stared at him in astonishment. Could it really be like this? A hint of urgency crept into her voice as she insisted, no, you must eat something. Your injuries have just healed, and there's a combat class in the afternoon. They will come looking for you. You have to eat. A slight smile curled at the corners of Su Liang's lips. Are you worried about me? Then accompany me for a meal. If you don't go, neither will I. Bai Qianqian, flustered, wondered what had gotten into him. All right. I'll go with you, but I'll only eat this. As she spoke, she raised the compressed biscuit in her hand. Su Liang found himself at a loss with her. Let us go? Once we reach the cafeteria, you want to have a choice. He walked ahead, while Bai Qianqian timidly followed, finding an inexplicable sense of comfort in his presence. Meanwhile, at their previous table, Liang lifted her head to watch their retreating figures. The pen in her hand crumbled under her grip, as an indescribable emotion welled up within her. Among her many admirers, Su Liang was undeniably the most outstanding, both in looks and enthusiasm. Yet now, that very enthusiasm was directed towards someone else, towards this so-called ugly duckling. This realization made her profoundly uncomfortable. Her demeanor, typically composed and captivating, was now disturbed by such trivial matters. Even Liang found it hard to comprehend her own feelings. Su Liang selected a spot and instructed Bai Qianqian to wait patiently for him. Bai Qianqian seldom visited this place, so she busied herself with her compressed biscuits. As she gazed at Su Liang's retreating figure, a wave of bewilderment washed over her. She could not fathom why Su Liang had suddenly shown her such kindness. They had hardly been acquainted before. Did he harbor feelings for her? That seemed implausible, and she swiftly dismissed the notion. Perhaps he was merely moved by the dismal state of her home that he witnessed yesterday and felt compelled to offer assistance. That must be it. Lost in her thoughts, Su Liang soon returned, carrying 2 portions of food, meat, vegetables, and even fruit. Although the portions were modest, they were reasonably nutritious. He placed one serving before Bai Qianqian, leaving her momentarily speechless. Why did you buy this for me? I said I would eat this, she protested. Su Liang glanced at her and replied, if you don't want it, let it go to waste. He resumed eating his meal, indifferent to her dismay. In their school, such privileges were commonplace, but back home, how many could afford to indulge in meat daily? Now, humanity was huddled within these steel cities, with arable land dwindling and resources precious. Hearing this, Bai Qianqian felt a surge of anxiety. No, wasting food is punishable. You must return it. Su Liang paid her no mind, understanding his intent. Bai Qianqian put away her biscuits and picked up her chopsticks to sample the meal. Tears began to well in her eyes. It had been so long since she had enjoyed a meal like this. It's just a meal, don't cry, Su Liang thought. Believing his actions had somehow saddened her. Bai Qianqian lifted her head, her reddened eyes fixed on Su Liang, a mixture of grievance and guilt reflected in her gaze. Why are you being so kind to me? I truly have nothing to repay you with. Su Liang paused for a moment, then, in silence, reached out to tenderly wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Because I wish for you to protect me in the future. Chapter 11. I write for your mother. After finishing the meal, Bai Qianqian followed Su Liang with reddened eyes. They arrived beneath the shade of a tree on the playground, where Su Liang took a seat. Come sit. Bai Qianqian nervously fidgeted with her small hands, hesitating to approach. Su Liang chuckled softly. Didn't you wish to know the reason? Sit down, and I shall tell you. Bai Qianqian glanced at him before taking a seat, though she maintained a distance. My kindness towards you is, in fact, purposeful. Bai Qianqian looked at Su Liang with curiosity. What purpose could there be? I am poor and unattractive, and my studies are lacking. What could your motivation possibly be? Su Liang smiled gently. Bai Qianqian, you are not unattractive, and academic performance does not define everything. Do you believe me? Bai Qianqian tilted her head, nodding slightly. I believe you. Su Liang's smile broadened. Bai Qianqian, you will awaken an SSS-level Divine Seal. Soon, you shall be regarded as a paragon among all. My kindness stems from my appreciation of your innate talent. In the future, when you become powerful, do remember to protect me. Bai Qianqian was taken aback. An SSS-level Divine Seal? She found it hard to believe. How could she possibly awaken such a legendary mark? In Rongqing, it had been years since a talent of such caliber had appeared. She does not doubt Su Liang's words. Rather, she struggles to believe that she could possess such a fate. Is it disbelief? Bai Qianqian gently nodded. Such a thing was beyond even her wildest dreams. Su Liang smiled broadly, saying, Bai Qianqian, you will come to understand. This is the intention behind my kindness towards you. I am certain you will become a figure of great prominence, so I am investing in you, albeit a bit late. In his heart, Su Liang pondered that this was his most straightforward thought. However, his benevolence also stemmed from a desire for the future Shk Empress to experience less suffering. Now that I have revealed my ulterior motives, if you truly awaken an SSS-level divine mark in the future, would you be willing to protect me? Bai Qianqian gazed at Su Liang, whose sincerity was evident, and without a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Su Liang smiled, for sincerity was the only true weapon. Yet, Bai Qianqian thought to herself, regardless of whether Su Liang is deceiving me, if it is indeed true, I would willingly protect you for a lifetime, until eternity. Even if this were merely a fabrication, she would still choose to safeguard him, even at the cost of her own life. All right, let us return to the classroom and take a moment of respite. Soon it will be time for combat class. Su Liang walked ahead, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Speaking openly had lifted a weight off his heart, for the ulterior motives behind his approach had caused him some guilt. But now that it was out in the open, he felt relieved. Bai Qianqian followed closely, sunlight filtering through the dense foliage, casting dappled rays upon his back. In her heart, she murmured softly, if what you say is true, I would willingly become the light of your future, for you, in your current state. Are my guiding light. Returning to the classroom, I took a brief respite. Some of my classmates had already donned their combat training uniforms. Su Liang cast a glance at Bai Qianqian. Where is your combat training uniform? Bai Qianqian shook her head. It tore long ago, and I haven't purchased a new one. Su Liang fell silent for a moment, recalling her father's disheveled appearance. Their household hardly had any surplus funds. Each year, the school distributed new, custom-made combat training uniforms. However, should they sustain damage during subsequent training sessions, replacing them would incur an additional fee. Bai Qianqian could not afford this expense, hence she had not replaced her uniform. Consequently, her recent combat training had been merely a formality, as she refrained from fully engaging in practice. This was also the reason she hesitated to unleash her potential. Presently, her combat level stood at a mere B-. It's all right. Next week I will awaken my divine perception, and upon entering the chosen academy, I shall receive a new uniform. Since you are not changing today, I shall forego it as well. Bai Qianqian looked at Su Liang. You should change, though. The class monitor will surely seek trouble with you today. Su Liang chuckled. No worries. Do you truly believe he is my match? Reflecting on Su Liang's prowess from the previous night, Bai Qianqian conceded, indeed, with such strength, how could the class monitor possibly rival him? Her concerns were entirely unfounded. Yet, she remained puzzled. Despite his evident strength, why did he choose to feign a B-level status? As time passed, several classmates had already made their way to the combat arena. As the individuals who had been berated by Su Liang departed, they cast a provocative glance at him from the corner, harboring thoughts of teaching him a lesson that day. Zhang Tianhao, in particular, was brimming with hostility. Su Liang, don't be a coward. I'm waiting for you, he exclaimed, giving Su Liang an exaggerated thumbs down. Su Liang scoffed in response. The group swaggered toward the fighting arena. Yang Biao approached Su Liang. Why haven't you changed into your training gear? I'm not changing. If I can defeat those insignificant opponents using just one hand, it will still count as a victory for me, Su Liang retorted. Yang Biao raised an eyebrow. Have you lost your mind? Or do you possess some secret weapon? With an air of nonchalance, Su Liang replied, just wait and see. Don't underestimate them. Those fellows seem to be plotting to give you a hard time today, Yang Biao cautioned. Rest assured, it will be fine. You go ahead. I will join you and Qianqian shortly, Su Liang reassured him. Yang Biao grumbled internally. So familiar already? Bai Qianqian shyly lowered her head. After Su Liang's confession, she appeared to have grown more accepting of the situation. Su Liang made some preparations. Let us go. Once I deal with them, I will come to practice with you. Bai Qianqian timidly nodded, feeling inexplicably joyful. Rongqing is merely a level 4 city, with a population exceeding 1 million, placing it among the smallest of the level 4 cities. Only cities with populations above 5 million can be classified as level 3 cities. Of course, beneath level 4, there are also level 5 cities, which have populations below 1 million. Since the onset of the mutations in 2030, humanity has endured a brutal onslaught from monstrous beasts, resulting in a drastic decline in population. After 3 centuries of evolution, a new ecological system has emerged. Nearly 99% of the human populace is now concentrated within cities, while the once familiar countryside, deemed ineffective for establishing robust countermeasures, has fallen into disrepair. The population's concentration in urban areas has led to the development of unique offensive and defensive systems. The rural landscapes and mountains have become territories for these aberrant creatures, rendering resources and sustenance exceptionally precious. Many resources necessitate the formidable chosen ones to venture outside the cities for collection, often at the peril of their own lives. In this era, wasting food and resources is considered a grave sin. Within the fourth-tier city of Rongqing, there exist 10 academies dedicated to the awakening of the divine consciousness, among which is the Second Academy. Each of these institutions accommodates approximately 20,000 students, with around 6,000 to 7,000 in the senior year. While this may seem substantial, it is the result of a concentrated demographic. There is no other city within a 100-mile radius of Rongqing, surrounded predominantly by desolate wastelands. The senior students, numbering 6,000 to 7,000, are divided into 4 time slots for combat training, with Class 7 assigned to the first session in the afternoon. Upon arriving at their designated combat arena, some students have already begun their training. In Class 7, a group led by Bai Qianqian is watching Su Liang with predatory intent. Smirking coldly, the class instructor, an elderly spinster, makes her entrance. All right, everyone is here. Choose your opponents and commence combat training. The Divine Awakening is next week. Seize this final opportunity to unleash your potential. Upon hearing these words, Su Liang secretly shook his head. The ability to awaken a divine mark was not something that could be achieved through mere combat. It was fundamentally a matter of fate. Out of more than 60 individuals in their class, only a handful, merely a dozen or so, would ultimately awaken a divine mark. And most of these were of C or B grade. A select few, perhaps 3 or 4, might achieve an A grade. As for the S and SS grades, those were negligible. In a school with over 6,000 students, only a handful had ever emerged. Yet, unexpectedly, this time there was Bai Qianqian, an SS grade. Some classmates had already begun to select their opponents for practice battles. At that moment, Liang Yuqian turned her gaze towards Su Liang. What about the reflection I asked you to write? Where is it? As soon as these words were uttered, Zhang Tianhao and his companions broke into cold laughter. Before pummeling him, it was rather entertaining to watch a spectacle unfold. Observing the vile expression on Liang Yuqian's face, Su Liang felt an overwhelming urge to slap her twice. Damn it, you old maid. Do you even consider yourself human? Zhang Tianhao and his group eagerly awaited the sight of Su Liang being mercilessly berated. Su Liang, however, appeared unfazed. I haven't written it. Liang Yuqian was instantly enraged. Haven't written it? You have the audacity to justify injuring a classmate? Write it now. 30,000 words. If you miss even one word, you may as well not practice anymore. And what if I refuse to write it? Su Liang scoffed. If you don't write it, then get out. You clearly have no understanding of rules. Haven't your parents taught you to respect your teachers? Liang Yuqian truly showcased her grotesque demeanor to the fullest. All of this was merely her attempt to curry favor with Zhang Tianhao, the wealthy second-generation heir. Zhang Tianhao and his companions watched the unfolding scene with great interest. It was indeed a splendid performance. Meanwhile, Su Liang felt a chill in his heart. Such a person was deemed worthy of being a teacher? His words were as piercing as arrows, unrelenting in their truth. A cold smile emerged. I write about your mother. Instantly, the students of Class 7 fell into a profound silence. Each one of them seemed to have dropped their jaws in disbelief. Chapter 12. Chaotic recollections. The entire Class 7 was in a state of bewilderment, as if they had misheard. Bai Qianqian gaped in astonishment. Did Su Liang just insult the teacher? Yet, the homeroom teacher indeed acted rather excessively. Even Zhang Tianhao and the others were left in a daze. What had come over Su Liang today? Had he lost his senses? Liang Yuqian stood frozen for a moment, struggling to comprehend the situation. Her face alternated between shades of red and pale, gradually darkening. Say that again. Su Liang scoffed. I said, I write about your mother. Liang Yuqian's face flushed crimson, her prominent chest heaving, her delicate frame trembling with rage. She roared, Su Liang. You. Su Liang retorted with a cold snort. What about me? Do you think you are worthy of being a teacher? Why should I write a self-criticism? Everyone saw what happened yesterday. It was Zhang Tianhao, that troublemaker, who initiated the conflict. I merely defended myself. How did I injure a fellow student? Are your eyes merely for decoration? As a teacher, you indiscriminately insult and berate me. Do you only see that wealthy second-generation student? What is your motive? Do you think currying favor with him will secure your promotion? or that he can elevate your status? Respecting teachers and valuing the way? What kind of teacher are you? What wisdom have you imparted? Flattery and sycophancy? As these words echoed, the students found themselves rendered speechless. Only Zhang Tianhao's expression appeared somewhat displeased, as he too had been implicated. Meanwhile, Liao Yuqian's face had turned a deep shade of purple. Indeed, it was Zhang Tianhao who instigated yesterday's incident, yet she had not anticipated that Su Liang, this audacious fellow, would dare to openly defy her and tear apart her facade. Zhang Tianhao barked angrily, "Su Liang, you are outrageous. How dare you insult a teacher? Do you possess no sense of propriety or shame?" Liao Yuqian quickly regained her composure and retorted with equal fury, "I will report this to the disciplinary office. You are openly disrespecting and insulting a teacher. Expulsion is in order. Do not think you can escape unscathed." Liao Yuqian was so enraged that she was nearly hysterical. Su Liang scoffed, "You think you can expel me just because of your words?" Zhang Tianhao followed suit with another angry rebuke. "Su Liang, do not go too far. You are courting your own destruction. Be silent." Su Liang snapped back. "You and your ilk are all in cahoots. If I do not indulge you for a day, you cannot bear it, can you? Tell me, were you not the one who instigated the trouble yesterday? If you cannot defeat me, do you resort to claiming I bullied you? Does she deserve to be called a teacher? Does she?" Su Liang posed a soul-searching inquiry. Zhang Tianhao was utterly humiliated and infuriated. You speak nonsense. I cannot defeat you. You clearly resorted to despicable tactics and must have secretly employed source crystal equipment. Otherwise, you could never be my match." Upon hearing this, Su Liang merely chuckled derisively and dismissed him with 2 words, foolishness. Engaging in such dialogue with them was an utter waste of time. Meanwhile, Bai Qianqian stood by, utterly bewildered, wondering if this was truly Su Liang. From a distance, Liang Lianshuang gazed at the unfolding scene with a sense of perplexity. What was truly happening with Su Liang? Liao Yuqian, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Class monitor, seize him. I intend to report him to the disciplinary office. Seize him, seize him." Liao Yuqian was so infuriated that her fury seemed to consume her, nearly driving her to the brink of madness. Zhang Tianhao received the command. "Classmates, let us collectively apprehend this audacious rebel. Such insolence is intolerable. Our class does not require such shameless individuals." Those who had been called out by Su Liang earlier displayed expressions of righteous indignation. "All right, let us act together." In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 individuals stepped forward, exuding an intimidating presence. Su Liang let out a light scoff, a wicked smile gracing his lips. "Come on." He drew from behind him the vine he had just broken off, fully aware that Zhang Tianhao would not relent. Thus, he had prepared such a weapon. Su Liang turned to Bai Qianqian, saying, "Step back a little." Bai Qianqian's eyes reflected her concern. "Are you really all right, teacher?" Su Liang shook his head reassuringly. "Do not worry, nothing will happen." He understood well that the school could not expel him over such matters. As long as the investigation was thorough and the surveillance footage revealed the truth, all would be clear. Moreover, he was destined to awaken a divine seal. Even a mere B-grade seal, considered worthless, was a treasured asset for the school. Yang Biao, standing nearby, also wore a worried expression. "Yang Gu." Su Liang merely offered him a smile. He then turned his gaze back to Zhang Tianhao and the others. "Come on. I'm eager to see how you intend to subdue me." Zhang Tianhao snorted coldly. "Classmates, seize him." As the class leader, he felt compelled to set an example. Moreover, he sensed an unsettling aura emanating from Su Liang, the events of yesterday still vivid in his mind. Thus, he preferred not to overestimate his own abilities and decided to confront him directly, intending to exact humiliation and revenge later. In the blink of an eye, the 8 of them surged forth with great ferocity. Zhang Tianhao's eyes gleamed with a frenzied intensity. The moment for retribution had finally arrived. "Su Liang, kneel and lick my shoes." In the next instant, Su Liang brandished the whip in his hand, his primary target being Zhang Tianhao. He deftly evaded the attacks from Zhang and his companions. With a swift flick of the whip, a resounding crack echoed through the air. The previously smug and menacing expression on Zhang Tianhao's face froze instantly. He bit his lip, yet could not contain himself. His face flushed crimson. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted from him, reminiscent of a small dog being beaten. He clutched his rear and performed a bizarre dance, his steps tangled and chaotic, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. "Damn it!" Before he could react, Su Liang struck again with the whip. Crack! Zhang Tianhao was on the brink of tears, his hands frantically clawing at his back, the searing pain rendering him utterly bewildered. his body twisting in anguish. A subtle smile curved Su Liang's lips. Through the lens of his insight, their movements appeared to slow. Showboating? He was here to teach them a lesson. Most of these individuals possessed combat levels of at least A rank. Su Liang's sudden two strikes left the others momentarily stunned. Zhang Tianhao, in utter despair, bellowed, "Charge!" The remaining few lunged at Su Liang. He effortlessly weaved through the crowd, evading every attempt to touch him. And thus, Su Liang unleashed his frenzied whip technique. Crack! Ah! Crack! Ah! The piercing cries echoed, reminiscent of the barks of a dog. Su Liang, amidst the siege of 8 adversaries, navigated the chaos with remarkable ease. Wielding a rattan stick that struck them with precision. One by one, these individuals began to contort, resembling a gorilla unable to scratch its own back. The onlooking classmates stood in stunned silence, some even shutting their eyes, unwilling to witness the unfolding scene. What was transpiring? At that moment, in a secluded corner of the fighting arena, the principal was present, accompanied by Qi Hengqiu and Gong Lai. A smile adorned Principal Lu's face. Indeed impressive. Handling 8 opponents with such finesse. I had no idea our school harbored such concealed prowess. Qi Hengqiu observed briefly before nodding slightly. His composure remained steadfast, thus far. None had managed to land a blow on him, as he completely dominated the encounter. This level of combat awareness was something even some members of our team had yet to attain. Gong Lai, astonished, turned to Qi Hengqiu, "Captain, is your assessment truly that high?" Qi Hengqiu, however, remained silent, his interest in continuing to watch waning. "Principal Lu, I kindly ask for your assistance in looking after him, though please refrain from disclosing our matters." Principal Lu replied with a smile. "Of course, Captain Qi, since you've requested it, I assure you I will ensure his safety." Qi Hengqiu nodded slightly. "Thank you. Captain Qi is too humble." As Qi Hengqiu and Gong Lai departed, Gong Lai found himself left at the school gate. The principal observed the battle between Su Liang and the others, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As a mere student, he found himself targeted by the illustrious 1st Hunter Squad of Rongqing, a most compelling recruitment advertisement. The principal gazed intently, unwilling to depart from the scene. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in Su Liang's vicinity. The atmosphere was rife with turmoil. 8 individuals, subjected to Su Liang's merciless discipline, exhibited terror in their eyes, their bodies ablaze with pain. "No more, please. Woe is me," they lamented, having been thoroughly exhausted by the relentless beatings. Their eyes were red-rimmed, experiencing a torment more excruciating than the sting of blades or clubs. One by one, they lay on the ground, quaking in despair. Su Liang brandished a rattan stick, striking Zhang Tianhao with a resounding crack. Zhang's face contorted in agony. "Come now, were you not so brazen? Crack. Did you not seek to best me? Crack. Did you not insist that I refrain from pursuing Long Lianxiang? Crack." Su Liang focused his attention on Zhang Tianhao, who writhed on the ground like a serpent. Zhang's eyes were bloodshot, overwhelmed by humiliation. He could scarcely believe the reality of his situation, an A-level student, utterly defeated. The tormentor seemed to take particular pleasure in his suffering, and tears of frustration brimmed in his eyes. "Why do you persist in this torment?" he cried, utterly distraught. Su Liang chuckled softly. "You don your nanomaterial combat attire and bear the mantle of class leader. Surely you must withstand a bit more." Zhang Tianhao, bewildered, could only respond with a look of incredulity. "If you possess the ability, then end my misery." Su Liang regarded him with astonishment, never before having encountered such a perverse plea. Yet, being a benevolent soul, he acquiesced. Crack. Zhang Tianhao bit his lip, 2 streams of tears cascading down his cheeks. "Su Liang, you have gone too far." "What? Do you think my strikes lack depth?" Smack. "Su Liang, I shall not let you go unpunished." "What? You wish for me to strike you all day?" Smack. "Ah, I will kill you." "What? You want to thank me?" Smack. The classmates around were visibly shaken. Is this a living demon? Why does it evoke such inexplicable amusement? Su Liang was adept at responding to messages that had been read. The other 7 lay on the ground, eyes wide with terror, retreating in frenzy. "This is a monster." The gazes of the students towards Su Liang shifted dramatically. Could it be that Su Liang had been concealing his martial prowess all along? "Stop!" Liao Yuqian finally regained her senses and yelled in fury. In an instant, her divine imprint erupted forth, charging towards Su Liang. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Su Liang's eyes. Suddenly, he lashed out with a whip towards the claw of the approaching spinster. Crack! The vine shattered instantly. Su Liang was also struck by the terrifying force. resulting in a muffled grunt as he was propelled back several meters. Even though Liang Yuqian was merely a low-tier divine selector, such power was still immensely formidable for the unawakened Su Liang. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. So, the spinster resorts to bullying the weak, does she? Chapter 13. Then let us escalate the chaos. Liang Yuqian was seething with rage. She was equally stunned by the previous scene. She found it utterly incomprehensible that a B-class individual could so ruthlessly assault so many A-class opponents. By the time she processed the situation, Zhang Tianhao was already battered and bruised. Su Liang, you have insulted the teacher and assaulted your classmates. Your crimes are compounded. Today, I shall drag you to the disciplinary office for expulsion. A divine seal materialized upon Liang Yuqian's arm, emanating a faint white glow. Yet, such power was beyond the capacity of these students to withstand. Liang Yuqian bore a SSS-grade Divine Seal, the lowest tier, capable of evolving only to a 2-mark Divine Envoy. Nevertheless, it still posed a considerable challenge for Su Liang. Liang Yuqian charged towards Su Liang, intent on capturing him directly. The situation had escalated to such a degree that many students were left astounded, witnessing a teacher's intervention. It seemed that Su Liang was doomed. This commotion even attracted the attention of students from other classes, who quickly gathered around. It was over. Su Liang had provoked the homeroom teacher, and misfortune was surely imminent. Alas, why act so impulsively? Bai Qianqian was equally flustered. No matter how formidable Su Liang might be, he could hardly contend with the chosen one, a being of genuine divine seal power. Yang Biao wore a look of panic as well. Zhang Tianhao observed the scene unfolding. Teacher, he must not escape. Yet, Su Liang remained unperturbed. Biaozi, the gun. Su Liang called out sharply. Yang Biao, snapping back to reality, promptly tossed his training spear to Su Liang. Catch it. Su Liang sprang into action. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he executed a roll in midair, successfully grasping the spear thrown by Yang Biao. These weapons were unsharpened. However, upon seizing the spear, Su Liang's demeanor transformed dramatically, as if he had reverted to the battle-hardened warrior he once was. The classmates were left in a state of shock. Su Liang intended to confront the homeroom teacher? Was this not tantamount to courting death? It was over. The situation is escalating. Quickly summon the headmaster. Liang Yuqian, witnessing Su Liang adopt a stance of resolute preparedness, felt a surge of anger and astonishment. How dare you show such disrespect? Kneel before me. Liang Yuqian swiftly advanced towards Su Liang, extending her hand in an attempt to subdue him. However, Su Liang's eyes sparkled with a fierce determination. Though the old maiden was a chosen one, her movements appeared sluggish to him, completely discernible. With a swift motion, he executed the dragon's fury, thrusting his weapon towards the center of Liang Yuqian's palm. A resounding thud echoed as she recoiled in pain. Even an unsharpened gun could inflict harm. Enraged, she glared at Su Liang. Insolent, she unleashed the power of her divine seal to shield herself, renewing her assault on Su Liang. Unperturbed, he elegantly twirled his firearm, disrupting the trajectory of her attack. With a sweeping motion, he struck her arm. The sharp crack of impact resonated, causing Liang Yuqian unbearable agony. After all, she was merely a teacher. How could she possibly rival Su Liang, who had battled various beasts for decades in a previous life? The combat techniques he wielded were lethal. Despite Liang Yuqian's current divine protection and extraordinary strength, she found it impossible to close the distance to Su Liang. She felt a burning pain across her face. Could she truly not subdue a mere student? Her complexion shifted between shades of blue and red. Stop this at once. Yet, Su Liang remained indifferent, his firearm continuing to dance in the air, striking Liang Yuqian repeatedly, leaving crimson marks in its wake. Liang Yuqian was on the verge of tears, while her classmates stood in stunned silence. Facing the class instructor, a figure of divine selection, Su Liang astonishingly stood his ground. His marksmanship was nothing short of exceptional, flowing seamlessly like a gentle stream, executed with remarkable fluidity. Is this the true extent of Su Liang's prowess? As he wielded his long spear, he transformed entirely, exuding an aura of raw, unyielding power that captivated the attention of several girls. How striking! Truly captivating. Yang Biao was already so overwhelmed with excitement that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. When did he become so formidable? Bai Qianqian released a sigh of relief, only to be swiftly overcome by concern. In another corner, Lung Lianshuang had ceased her combat training. Gazing intently in this direction, the combat prowess Su Liang was now displaying far exceeded her expectations. He was capable of engaging with the class instructor, a being of divine selection. Lung Lianshuang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be that he had concealed his true abilities all along, merely to prevent her from feeling discontent? Yet, she revered strength. Had Su Liang revealed such capabilities sooner, her demeanor towards him would have been far more amiable. Silently, she pondered, Su Liang, what is your true intention? Are you attempting to capture my attention in this manner? Wow, is he a student from your class? He seems even more formidable than those S-class individuals. Such exquisite marksmanship, where did he acquire such skills? A chorus of admiration echoed around her, while Liao Yuqian's eyes glistened with tears, feeling utterly humiliated. She truly wished for the instructor's arrival. Su Liang's gaze was sharp and unwavering. He would not yield an inch in the face of his adversaries. In the shadows, Principal Lu could hardly contain his astonishment. At that moment, a thunderous voice pierced the air. Stop! The gruff voice of a man resonated, causing all the students to shudder. It was over. The director had arrived. A man clad in coaching attire rushed towards them in haste. The skirmish abruptly ceased, and Su Liang stepped back, standing tall with his spear, exuding an air of confidence. What is going on here? The director, a slightly portly man with a pair of thin mustaches, wore a grim expression on his face. Su Liang maintained his composure. Liao Yuqian, with reddened eyes, approached the director, finally relieved that help had arrived. Director, I can no longer be the homeroom teacher. This student not only insults the teacher, but also assaults his classmates. Just look at what he has done to me. Director, he must be expelled. Liao Yuqian, with a look of grievance, stood beside the director, resembling a delicate young girl. The director's gaze discreetly swept over Liao Yuqian's curvaceous figure. What exactly transpired? He inquired with a darkened expression. Liao Yuqian, feeling wronged, recounted the incident, stating, This Su Liang injured a classmate yesterday, and when I asked him to write a reflection, he said he would write about my mother. She recounted the entire affair, downplaying the severity and embellishing the details. The director's face grew increasingly somber. Yet internally he mused, this is my opportunity to take her down. Outrageous. How can our school harbor such scum? To dare assault teachers and classmates. Expulsion. It is imperative to expel him. Let us go. Accompany me to the disciplinary office at once. The head of the department's words resonated, causing the students' faces to pale in shock. Su Liang was truly finished this time. Bai Qianqian grew anxious. Teacher, it's not like that. It's... The head of the department cast a piercing glance. Silence. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Su Liang is it. Come with me. If this were to reach society, what a disgrace it would be for our school. Bai Qianqian was on the verge of tears. Su Liang regarded the head of the department. A pair of conspirators in his eyes, a chill creeping into his heart. Zhang Tianhao laughed heartily. Ha ha. Su Liang, weren't you so impressive? Expelled. Ha ha. Su Liang shot them a cold glance before fixing his gaze upon the head of the department. Liao Yuqian, with a sense of grievance, insisted he must be expelled. We don't need such a student at our school. Su Liang scoffed. You don't even ask questions and just take her word for it? Is this how you conduct yourself as the head of the department? At his words, the head of the department erupted with rage. Outrageous. This is absolutely intolerable. Everyone witnessed you assaulting both your classmates and teachers. The evidence is irrefutable, and you still wish to deny it? Come. The head of the department glared fiercely, unwilling to grant Su Liang an opportunity to explain himself. Bai Qianqian, in a state of desperation, rushed in front of Su Liang, attempting to block his path. Teacher, it truly isn't like that. The head of the department coldly replied, I will get to the bottom of this. But Su Liang's assault on a classmate and a teacher is already a settled matter. There is nothing more to be said. Come with me to the disciplinary office. Whoever dares to obstruct shall be marked down once. The expressions of the students were complex. In the end, they had escalated the situation. Zhang Tianhao wore a cold smile, pondering how long one could continue to prance about. Su Liang pulled Bai Qianqian behind him. Do not cry. It shall be all right. Su Liang turned his gaze toward the director of education. With a sudden force, he slammed his long spear onto the ground, as if stirring up a tempest. Today, I shall see whether this school truly distinguishes between right and wrong. Since matters have already escalated this far, why not amplify the chaos? I demand to see if anyone will uphold justice. Su Liang assumed a stance, directing his spear forward, causing all adversaries to retreat. The entire venue trembled with astonishment. Was he really going to confront the director of education? Chapter 14. Expelling Su Liang? In that moment, Some students were swept up by Su Liang's fervent spirit, feeling a surge of passionate blood coursing through them. He dared to challenge. How dare he? Many students were aware that certain teachers in the school engaged in sycophancy and favoritism, favoring the wealthy offspring. In numerous instances, they would show bias towards them. However, no one had the courage to openly address such matters. Today, Su Liang tore away the veil of hypocrisy, invigorating their spirits. Yet, the director of education was no mere figure to be trifled with. He was a two-time divine envoy. Su Liang could not possibly be his match. Nevertheless, at this moment, determination filled Su Liang's eyes. Regardless of who appeared today, if there was no justice, then the uproar would continue unabated. He was utterly unafraid. Bai Qianqian gazed at this figure in disbelief. Liang Sang was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how Su Liang dared to act in such a manner. At that moment, she truly felt a profound shock emanating from him. The aura he exuded was captivating. She couldn't help but scrutinize Su Liang, pondering if this was truly the essence of his being. For the first time, Liang Sang sensed that this young man was distinctly different from others. Her heart fluttered. Was it infatuation? Liang Yuqian wore an expression tinged with resentment. Director, look at this. It's utterly outrageous. A student like this is unworthy of being in our esteemed second high school. We must remove him. If we do not teach such a troublemaker a lesson, others will claim there are issues with our educational standards. The director's expression darkened ominously. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. It was a disgrace to our institution. I wonder how long you think you can keep this up. The director was on the verge of taking action when, at that very moment, a slight tremor coursed through his arm. He glanced at his phone. Goodness, it was a call from the principal. He answered, and a voice, audible only to him, resonated in his ear. Has your brain become clogged? What are you doing with such an exceptional student? Are you attempting to bully him publicly? Is that not humiliating enough? If a single hair on his head is harmed, you might as well resign. The director felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his face draining of color. The principal was advocating for this student. Who was this student? The director was suddenly drenched in cold sweat, nearly jeopardizing his own future. Fortunately, no irreparable consequences have arisen. He gazed at Su Liang, fear gripping his heart. This student was undoubtedly extraordinary, capable of prompting the principal to personally contact him. This was certainly beyond his control. Now, he found himself in a predicament, unable to retreat. Zhang Tianhao and Liang Yuqian were still brimming with excitement, believing that with the director's intervention, Su Liang was bound to face misfortune. The surrounding classmates secretly shook their heads, deeming Su Liang too impulsive. He was likely to be expelled. Bai Qianqian's face bore traces of tears, her concern palpable. Yang Biao was also exceedingly anxious. Yet, Su Liang alone remained composed, even if he were to be mistreated. He would not hesitate to take action. He refused to believe it. However, the director remained silent, motionless for an extended period. Director? Liang Yuqian called out. The director was nearly infuriated. Ahem. He cleared his throat twice. In an instant, his expression transformed, and a smile forced its way onto his face. Misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. Truly, it is a privilege to have such a remarkable student at my school, whose combat prowess at such a young age is astounding. Su Liang, this incident is a result of the teacher's negligence. On her behalf, I extend my sincerest apologies. Please do not take it to heart. I will promptly investigate the entire matter and ensure that you do not suffer any injustice. Upon hearing these words, the entire assembly was left dumbfounded. Many exchanged incredulous glances with the director. What was happening? Why was there such a sudden and complete change of attitude, culminating in an apology to Su Liang? Director? Liang Yuqian looked at the director in disbelief. The director, he assaulted both teachers and classmates. Should there not be a severe punishment? The dean is on the brink of exasperation due to her actions. This matter is not as simple as you suggest. I will investigate thoroughly. Enough. Everyone disperse. Those who need to train should proceed with their drills. Do not linger here. The dean offered a fleeting, awkward smile to Su Liang, pulling Liang Yuqian away in an attempt to leave. Wait. The dean's steps faltered. Student Su, is there something else? Su Liang was perplexed by the sudden shift in his demeanor, yet he sensed there must be a reason. He smiled and said, Teacher, you will provide an explanation regarding this matter, will you not? After all, I was not the instigator. The dean, with a forced smile, replied, Certainly. I will begin the investigation immediately. Su Liang nodded with a smile. I appreciate your efforts, teacher. Of course, of course. The dean chuckled as he led the bewildered Liang Yuqian away. Liao Yuqian was nearly beside herself with rage, while the surrounding students were in a state of shock. The dean had shown such deference to Su Liang. Could it be that Su Liang's connections surpassed even those of Zhang Tianhao? As the crowd gradually dispersed, Zhang Tianhao appeared as though he had ingested something vile, glaring at Su Liang with venomous resentment. Was this the conclusion? What of the beating he had endured today? No. This was a humiliation that could not simply be overlooked. As the tumult subsided, Yang Biao and Bai Qianqian appeared beside Su Liang, welcomed by accolades from their peers. Yet one individual remained fixated on Su Liang. Lung Lianxiang understood that the recent change in the dean's attitude was prompted by a phone call. In other words, someone had warned the director at that time, who possesses such formidable influence to cause an instantaneous shift in the director's demeanor. To put it differently, Su Liang's background is undoubtedly far from simple. Brother Liang, how astonishing. When did you become so formidable? Even the homeroom teacher couldn't contend with you. Have you been secretly training at night? A smile adorned Bai Qianqian's face. Su Liang chuckled, saying, train? Nonsense. It's merely that she is too inexperienced. Not even proficient in the fundamental application of divine power. She should hurry to train. I still have to accompany Qianqian in her practice. Yang Biao rolled his eyes. You, who prioritize romantic interests over friendship. Bai Qianqian shyly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Su Liang playfully scolded, hurry and get lost. Yang Biao retorted but still offered a caution. Be careful, that scoundrel Zhang Tianhao won't relent. Watch yourself after school. He might resort to underhanded tactics. Su Liang nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I understand. After Yang Biao departed to seek a worthy opponent for training, Su Liang smiled at Bai Qianqian. Let us begin as well. I will accompany you in your practice. Bai Qianqian's small face was aglow. How should I train? Observing Bai Qianqian's bashful demeanor, Su Liang's lips curled into a slight smile. After contemplating, he recalled that Bai Qianqian had awakened the SSS-grade Divine Seal, the highest level and the purest form of the blazing Divine Seal, known as the pinnacle of fire. In achieving the status of a divine emperor, she possessed the power to effortlessly incinerate a first-tier city single-handedly. Such immense prowess. Eventually, she ascended to the Vermilion Bird throne, becoming the exalted empress of the Vermilion Bird. In truth, she need not train with weapons. Upon contemplating this, Su Liang remarked, utilize the close combat techniques you have learned and attack me. I shall guide you. Bai Qianqian felt a tinge of shyness but nevertheless nodded. You must be cautious, she said. Su Liang smiled and replied, very well, come at me with all your might. Bai Qianqian assumed her stance and advanced towards Su Liang. In Su Liang's perspective, her punches resembled nothing more than playful taps. It was truly inconceivable that she would one day ascend to become the Phoenix Empress. Strike with decisiveness, aim for vital points. As you unleash your punch, ensure your right foot is in sync. A slight rotation will stabilize your center of gravity. When confronting an opponent, do not hold back in the slightest. Unleash your utmost strength without hesitation. With Su Liang's extensive combat experience, instructing Bai Qianqian was a simple task. Moreover, Bai Qianqian was quite astute. She grasped many techniques swiftly, exhibiting remarkable improvement, which brought her immense joy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lung Lianxiang was engaged in a spar with a female classmate, yet found herself distracted throughout the lesson. She often glanced over at Su Liang and Bai Qianqian, suddenly feeling as though someone had snatched away her toy. Lianxiang, perhaps it's best to call it a day. You're not fully present. The girl suggested as she ceased her attack and approached the distracted Lung Lianxiang. Lung Lianxiang nodded in agreement. Very well, let us abandon this for now. The girl then turned her gaze towards Su Liang and Bai Qianqian. Lianxiang, could it be that you have developed feelings for Su Liang? A hint of panic flickered in Lung Lianxiang's eyes. No, she replied, her voice remaining as cool as ever. The girl smiled and said, Lianxiang, if you believe that Su Liang is worthy of your attention, why not take the initiative to draw closer to him? With your beauty, he would undoubtedly abandon Bai Qianqian and return to your side. Cold Lianxiang replied, no, I certainly will not. The girl chuckled and said, am I not familiar with you? In truth, there is nothing to worry about. I observed Su Liang's performance today, and it was indeed commendable. Moreover, among those pursuing you, he is quite handsome. Should Su Liang awaken a remarkable divine mark, you might end up regretting it greatly. Do not become muddled at such a time. It would be wise to have a conversation with him. Even if you cannot be romantic partners, surely you can engage as ordinary classmates? Upon hearing this, cold Lianxiang fell silent. Perhaps she ought to say something? Ever since yesterday, Su Liang had completely ignored her. But to contend with such a foolish rival for Su Liang's affection? Was that not absurd? Yet, some matters still needed clarification. Chapter 15. Even if it is a deception, I am willing. In the office of the headmaster, upon the return of the director, Liang Yuqian stood up anxiously. Director, have you figured it out? The director's expression was somewhat grim. He had just met with the principal. The principal's scathing reprimand had left him utterly disoriented. Now he understood clearly that the student named Su Liang was not to be touched. The director turned to Liang Yuqian, the voluptuous woman. And a flicker of thought crossed his mind as he spoke with a furrowed brow. Teacher Liao, we cannot act against Su Liang. Liang Yuqian was taken aback. Why not? Director, he hit me. You must stand up for me. Liang Yuqian exclaimed, her voice laced with grievance as she posed in a beguiling manner, stirring a tempest of desire within the director. Stand up for you? Is it not you who has shown favoritism towards Zhang Tianhao in your class? Why have you made him write a self-reflection? This matter ultimately reveals your excessive partiality. With reddened eyes, Liang Yuqian lowered her head. Is this how it ends? The director, feeling a headache coming on, replied, what else can I do? Do you not realize that the higher authorities intend to demote your homeroom teacher to a regular teaching position? What? Liang Yuqian gasped, abruptly rising to her feet, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation. Director, you must help me. I have worked so hard to reach this point. She instinctively seized the director's arm, pressing it against her chest, evoking a flurry of thoughts within him. Liang Yuqian was acutely aware of the director's long-held desire for her. Having unexpectedly encountered a formidable obstacle, she was determined to preserve her standing. The director shook off her grip. Liao, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but this is the directive from above. What can I do? Director. Liang Yuqian's voice softened. You oversee all the teachers. Isn't it within your power to influence this matter? As long as you assist me, The director finally perceived the answer he had yearned for, his mind racing with possibilities. Liao, this situation is genuinely quite challenging. Liang Yuqian's eyes brimmed with tears. Approaching the headmaster, she tightly grasped his arm. Headmaster, you must help me. As she spoke, Liang Yuqian had already begun to make her advances. The headmaster feigned ignorance until the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly suggestive. Please, help me. The headmaster cleared his throat twice. Very well, but for now, you must be temporarily reassigned. After the spiritual assessment and the college entrance examination, I will arrange for your return. Is that acceptable? Thank you, headmaster. Liang Yuqian exclaimed with delight, planting a kiss on his cheek. The headmaster cleared his throat again, somewhat flustered. Well, this. Liang Yuqian shot him a playful glance. Headmaster, this is my first time. The headmaster's expression brightened immediately. I will be gentle. My dear. Unsavory sounds echoed in the office. After 2.5 hours of combat class, everyone returned to the classroom, changing back into their regular attire. The moment Su Liang entered the classroom, all eyes turned towards him, filled with awe. This reverence was not solely due to his ambiguous background. It stemmed largely from Su Liang's formidable prowess. Zhang Tianhao's expression darkened as he averted his gaze, his head bowed, harboring unquenchable anger. Those who had bullied Bai Qianqian also lowered their heads. Su Liang paid them no mind and took a seat next to Bai Qianqian. In the afternoon, they had another class, and Su Liang sat beside her, catching a whiff of the faint fragrance that wafted from her. The disparity is indeed striking. The scent of a girl's sweat is fragrant. Thank you for accompanying me in training today. I feel I have improved significantly. Bai Qianqian's voice was soft and gentle. Su Liang smiled and said, have you forgotten what I mentioned? I have my own intentions. Bai Qianqian lowered her head, yet the corners of her mouth secretly curled upward. Even if you are deceiving me, I am willing to accept it. Not long after, a teacher entered the classroom, surprising the students. As it was unusual for anyone other than their homeroom teacher to deliver a lesson on the knowledge of divine perception, this teacher was a man. Who is Su Liang? He inquired. Su Liang raised his hand. Teacher, it's me. The teacher nodded and addressed the class. I have an important announcement. Your homeroom teacher, Liang Yuqian, has been penalized by the Academic Affairs Office for mishandling 2 incidents yesterday and today, and has been relieved of her duties as your homeroom teacher. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in astonishment, faces filled with shock. Their homeroom teacher had been dismissed, and all of this was because of Su Liang. At that moment, the students' astonishment surpassed anything they had felt before, and their doubts about Su Liang's identity deepened. Many students looked at Su Liang in disbelief while he remained calm. though slightly surprised that matters had escalated to this extent. Silence fell over the room as the male teacher spoke again. From now until the college entrance examination, I will temporarily take over as your homeroom teacher. My surname is Hu. You can call me Hu Qianqian. Su Liang, are you satisfied with this outcome? Hu Qianqian directed his gaze towards Su Liang. Su Liang smiled and nodded. That works for me. I have no objections. Wan nodded. That's good. Let's commence the class directly. The classmates could hardly conceal their astonishment. Who exactly was Su Liang to achieve such a feat? Zhang Tianhao's expression darkened. Feeling a surge of frustration, this matter was far from over. Upon hearing the news, Liang Lianshuang felt a sense of resolve strengthen within her. The teacher's voice resonated. I am unaware of how Teacher Liao has previously instructed you, but since I am here to teach, I shall impart knowledge in my own manner. The year 2030 marks the inception of the era of divine awareness, a year when humanity birthed its first chosen one, coinciding with the rise of the beasts. As the class progressed in a conventional manner, the students' enthusiasm waned. Much of the knowledge was already familiar to them. Their greater astonishment lay in Su Liang's identity. Yet they remained in the dark, as the teacher offered no further elaboration. It was evident that they would likely not see their original homeroom teacher in the near future. As the school day concluded, Su Liang called out to Bai Qianqian, "Come, I'll walk you home." No one dared to bully her anymore, so she had no trivial matters to attend to. Bai Qianqian shyly replied, "There's no need for you to see me off. You should return home early as well. Shall we walk out of school together, then?" Su Liang proposed. Bai Qianqian, her cheeks slightly flushed, nodded in agreement. After gathering her belongings, she fell into step beside Su Liang. Yang Biao also approached Su Liang, suggesting, "Shall we go play a couple of games together?" The playful banter about engaging in virtual games, where they could immerse their consciousness to hunt fantastical beasts, was merely a means to elevate their combat prowess. Albeit still primarily a game. Su Liang shook his head and declared, "Not going. I'm broke. Besides, I need to keep company with Qianqian. You should leave quickly and not be a third wheel." Yang Biao huffed in frustration. "You're ruthless." He swiftly departed, resolute in his decision not to be a burden to Su Liang. Bai Qianqian shyly lowered her gaze. A third wheel? The two exited the classroom, one following the other. At that moment, Liang Lianshuang trailed behind, feeling the need to clarify certain matters. She found it disconcerting that this fellow had ignored her all day. As they strolled along the path, Su Liang advised, "If anything arises, just call me. Do not attempt to shoulder everything alone." Bai Qianqian timidly nodded, "Okay." Yet, she had never been one to inconvenience others. With such a substantial debt to Su Liang and a favor owed, how could she repay him? She was reluctant to trouble him over trivial matters. Su Liang observed her profile, the gentle breeze caressing her cheek, her hair dancing lightly in the wind. In the glow of the setting sun, she possessed a unique beauty. Alas, he could only cling to her companionship without daring to claim the empress for himself. Nevertheless, he suggested, "I recommend that you and your mother consider moving closer to my place for better support." Bai Qianqian shook her head. "There's still room at home." Su Liang reined in his thoughts. "Very well, let us see how it goes." Suddenly, a cold voice emanated from behind them. "Su Liang." Su Liang turned around, gazing in surprise at the figure as ethereal as a snow lotus. She had taken the initiative to seek him out? Chapter 16. Qianqian will not. Su Liang regarded the so-called campus belle, who was indeed strikingly beautiful, captivating the eyes of nearly every boy. Not only did she excel academically, but her prowess in combat was also commendable. She was, without a doubt, adored by many. Yet, Su Liang felt no attraction towards her at present. She was an exceptionally rational woman, even to the point of being cold. Anything devoid of utility or personal interest could be effortlessly discarded by her. Just as in his previous life, after he had devoted himself to her for so long, he was cast aside without a second thought upon awakening the Divine Seal. Su Liang cast her a sidelong glance. "Is there something you need?" Liang Lianshuang's gaze wavered as she looked at Su Liang. "I wish to have a private conversation with you." As her words lingered in the air, her eyes shifted to Bai Qianqian. In comparison to Liang Lianshuang, Bai Qianqian felt like an ugly duckling, consumed by insecurity and unable to meet her gaze. "You two talk. I'll take my leave." However, to her surprise, Su Liang abruptly grasped her wrist. "No need." As Su Liang suddenly held her wrist, Bai Qianqian's delicate form froze in place, as if struck by lightning. Her cheeks were instantly flushed crimson. Liang Lianshuang observed the scene. Her heart pricked as if by a needle. Was he deliberately putting on a show for her? A wave of jealousy washed over her, leaving her feeling quite unsettled. If you have something to say, just say it. We still need to head home. At last, a flicker of emotion crossed Liang Lianshuang's face. She took a deep breath, gazing at Su Liang without flinching from his stare. Su Liang, I have made it clear that I do not wish to engage in a romantic relationship until I attain divine awareness. I rejected you yesterday, and you should comprehend that. Yet, is it truly necessary for you to invite her merely to vex me? Are you truly so frivolous? Upon hearing this, Su Liang chuckled, finding amusement akin to a grandmother entering a warm bed. However, Bai Qianqian felt a sudden pang of pain. Was Su Liang seeking her out merely to irritate Liang Lianxiang? A sense of sadness washed over her, amplifying her feelings of inferiority. I said we could still be friends. If you continue down this path, Su Liang swiftly interjected. Enough. Liang Lianxiang was taken aback. Su Liang continued, Liang Lianxiang, do you not possess an overly inflated sense of self? What do you mean by saying I brought her to annoy you? Can you not be so narcissistic? Upon hearing this, Liang Lianxiang's expression shifted. I will make it abundantly clear. I no longer harbor feelings for you. Do not trouble me further. Continue to bask in your status as the campus belle. With my absence, there are still Zhang Tianhao and his group to fawn over you. Do not flatter yourself. Qianqian is not someone I brought to torment you. She is Bai Qianqian, not an object for comparison. I ask that you show some respect. At this moment, both Bai Qianqian and Liang Lianxiang's expressions froze. Bai Qianqian was taken aback, feeling deeply moved. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She was genuinely touched. The sense of inferiority that had plagued her moments ago was swept away by Su Liang's words. In his eyes, she, Bai Qianqian, had never been the ugly duckling nor a target for others to disdain without consequence. Bai Qianqian cast a glance at her wrist, firmly grasped by Su Liang, and felt an inexplicable warmth within her. In contrast, Liang Lianshuang felt a profound emptiness in her heart. How could he speak to her in such a manner? A surge of indignation mixed with a hint of grievance welled up within her. You, Su Liang scoffed lightly, understand your position moving forward. Although you are currently a captivating beauty, admired by all as the campus belle, not everyone is bound to revolve around you. For the first time, Liang Lianshuang felt her chest rise and fall with anger, her fair skin flushing slightly, an unmistakable sign of her ire. Su Liang, he turned to her. Is there something else? You will surely regret this, she proclaimed. Su Liang laughed heartily. Regret? Not in the slightest. I already have an empress. What need have I for a campus belle? With a smile, Su Liang posed a question. Liang Lianshuang, allow me to inquire. If you were to awaken an S-class Divine Seal, while I awaken merely a C or B class, would you still permit me to approach you? Liang Lianshuang hesitated for a moment. She instinctively began to respond affirmatively, only to find her words caught in her throat. She had been raised to understand that innate talent dictated many outcomes. The future achievements of a B-class and an A-class Divine Selector were worlds apart. S-class was an entirely different realm. Even with relentless effort, a B-class might only aspire to become a third-tier Divine Master. In contrast, those of grade A can aspire to become 4-mark Divine Warriors with some effort and a stroke of good fortune, while those of grade S can at least attain the status of 5-mark Divine Generals. The distinction is immense. Therefore, it is advisable not to grow too close to certain young men before one's awakening. Once the awakening occurs, clarity will ensue, and the nature of one's associations will be predetermined. Individuals with lesser talents than hers should not be of great concern, as they are fundamentally on different paths. Of course, all this is contingent upon her awakening a high-level divine mark. Should she awaken a low-level divine mark, or worse, fail to awaken at all, the scenario would differ. She would forge numerous friendships and eventually enter university to further research advanced technological source crystal weaponry for Huaxia. Nevertheless, she must remain cautious about forming close ties with everyone, for she cannot overlook the possibility of awakening a high-level divine mark. Su Liang smiled, remarking, you see, your hesitation proves that you share the same thoughts. Liang Lianshuang attempted to explain, but Su Liang interjected with a grin, no need for explanations. I understand. This is your pride, and thus, I shall refrain from pursuing you further. We are simply incompatible. However, Qianqian would not act in such a manner. Regardless of whether she awakens an S-grade divine mark in the future, she would never disregard others based on their lower divine mark levels. Is that not so, Qianqian? Bai Qianqian exchanged a glance with Su Liang, their eyes curving into crescent shapes as they smiled and nodded. Let us go home. This indeed reflects Su Liang's genuine thoughts, for he understands that after awakening her S-grade divine mark, Liang Lianshuang would disdain anyone, including their classmates, making any attempt to connect with her utterly meaningless. Are you merely waiting to be cast into the jaws of the otherworldly beast by her? Cold Liang stood frozen in place, watching their retreating figures. It took her a long while to respond, engulfed by a sense of defeat. Had she truly been outdone by that ugly duckling? How could that be? Moreover, why did Su Liang pose such a bizarre question? It was utterly perplexing. How could Su Liang possibly know her innermost thoughts? She maintained her aloof persona, patiently awaiting divine awakening. After a considerable time, she scoffed, Su Liang, I do not believe I am in the wrong. As long as I awaken a higher-level divine seal, lower-tier classmates will merely be a burden to me. Since you are so certain, let us see whose divine seal awakens at a higher level. If yours does, I, Cold Liang, might even deign to flatter you. Survival of the fittest, the natural order. Upon reaching the school gate, Bai Qianqian felt an overwhelming joy within her. This was the sensation of being respected by others, a feeling she had not experienced in quite some time. Yet today, Su Liang had bestowed upon her countless surprises. As they prepared to part ways at the campus entrance, boarding different source crystal energy buses, Su Liang waved at her, saying, Rest well, and see you tomorrow. Bai Qianqian responded with a sweet smile, You too. As she watched the bus carrying Bai Qianqian vanish from sight, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Su Liang's mouth. His relationship with the Empress had drawn closer once more. The future was indeed promising. Su Liang did not immediately board the bus. Instead, he contemplated procuring some beast crystals to experiment with the conversion of beast energy. Where could he possibly acquire beast crystals? The resource trading point? But who would be interested in buying beast crystals? Essentially, one exchanges beast crystals for divine crystals or source crystals. I can only give it a try. A single one-star beast crystal commands a considerable price, and it seems I am short on funds. However, I must first inquire about the prices. Su Liang had only taken a few steps when he was finally approached by Gong Lai, who had been squatting at the school gate, having smoked an entire pack. Su Liang immediately sensed someone following him. He furrowed his brow, wondering if it was Zhang Tianhao or Liao Yuqian seeking revenge. With a swift motion, Su Liang darted into an alley, his pace suddenly quickening. As Gong Lai entered the alley, witnessing Su Liang's rapid flight, the cigarette fell from his mouth. What a clever lad. He actually noticed my pursuit. Gong Lai exerted force beneath his feet. Kid, don't run. Su Liang frowned. How brazen. He quickened his pace. Yet how could he compare to Gong Lai's speed? Hey, don't run away. Su Liang dared not pause, but before long, he found himself in a dead end. Damn it, what bad luck. Su Liang cursed, picking up a brick from the ground to use as a weapon. Gong Lai, somewhat helpless, exclaimed, Why are you running? I want to eat you. Why are you sneaking around following me? Let me tell you, I'm not interested in that sort of thing, so don't get any ideas. Gong Lai felt exasperated. Are you out of your mind? Who's interested in that? I'm a proper man, not into those affairs. Then what do you want? Su Liang remained on guard. Gong Lai, his forehead adorned with a dark line of frustration, replied, Why are you so suspicious? I'm the one who saved you last night and wanted to discuss something with you. Su Liang's mouth fell agape. Chapter 17. I do not engage in homosexuality. The two individuals emerged from the dead end, with Gong Lai gazing at Su Liang in utter disbelief. This fellow was truly cunning. However, it also revealed a heightened sense of vigilance within him, indicative of his character. Such a disposition would be entirely suitable for a member of the Divine Hunter Squad. Many members of the squad lacked even this degree of alertness. I am Gong Lai. You may call me Old Gong. Goodness. You expect a male to address you as husband, yet you claim not to engage in homosexuality. How absurd. Gong Lai was infuriated. Su Liang, however, paid him no mind. Boss, 2 energy drinks, please. The proprietor of the shop acknowledged him. Certainly, just a moment, gentlemen. Gong Lai observed him. Well, who would have thought? You're quite generous. Aren't you? Are you wealthy? Su Liang shot him a glance. No way. You can't seriously expect a high school student to foot the bill, can you? After all, you are a member of the Divine Hunter Squad. Is this trifling amount an issue for you? Gong Lai widened his eyes in surprise. Are you perhaps a little too crafty? How did you know I was part of the Divine Hunter Squad? Su Liang cast him a sidelong glance. With that swagger of yours, could you possibly belong to the military? Gong Lai was left utterly exasperated, nearly at the brink of fury, pointing a finger at him. You. Fine. You're impressive. I have come to realize that you, my friend, possess a level of boldness that surpasses even my own. I find myself questioning whether you have ever served in the elite hunting squad. Su Liang curled his lips, contemplating the truth in that statement. Indeed, I have spent decades in such a line of work. Though my prowess may not be formidable, I have attained a modicum of renown. Having survived numerous encounters with the ferocious beasts, thanks to my status as a third-tier divine master. The energy drinks are ready. Gong Lai grumbled as he settled the bill. Su Liang took a seat, propping one leg over the other. Old Gong Lai, what brings you to seek my company? Gong Lai felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his vision momentarily dimming with irritation. This audacious young man made him wish he could simply swat him away. You may refer to me as Old Gong or simply Old Lai. Refrain from calling me Old Gong Lai. Very well, Old Gong Lai, Su Liang replied cheekily. Gong Lai sighed. You ought to heed my words. Now, get to the point. If there is nothing pressing, I shall return home. Gong Lai felt a sense of helplessness against this young rascal. Although he claimed to be testing him, he had already gathered ample insights. If this fellow were to become part of their team, his temperament seemed perfectly suitable. We reviewed the surveillance footage from last night, capturing your battle with the bloodthirsty rat. Ah, and what of it? Was it impressive? Indeed, impressive. Gong Lai shot him a glare. Impressive, my foot. Can you engage in a proper conversation? Do you dare to provoke me? Su Liang chuckled lightly. Oh, come now. No need to be so worked up. Gong Lai, fuming, reflected on his own status as a third-tier divine master, accustomed to receiving respect wherever he went, only to be met with the insolence of this irreverent youth. Speak. I am listening. Yet, as the words hovered on his lips, Gong Lai found himself at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts. He discovered that this young man completely disregarded conventional norms. Perhaps it would be best to address the matter directly. Young man, would you be interested in joining our team? Upon hearing this, Su Liang was momentarily taken aback. Me? I'm only 18. Are you really expecting me to walk into certain danger? What about your conscience? Gong Lai's frustration boiled over, and he felt an urge to slam the table in exasperation. He shot Su Liang a fierce glare, to which Su Liang awkwardly chuckled. Just kidding, just kidding. Which team are you from in Rongqing? At this point, Gong Lai felt a surge of pride. I am from the esteemed first-ranked Divine Hunter team of Rongqing, the Jinxing Divine Hunter Squad. Young man, you are fortunate. There are countless divine envoys and masters vying to join our ranks, yet our captain has declined them all. What is the ranking of the Divine Hunters? The question left Gong Lai momentarily speechless. Young man, is it intolerable for you unless you provoke someone? What is wrong? Is it not permissible to inquire? Isn't this about getting to know each other better? Gong Lai's irritation was evident, his frustration boiling beneath the surface. How many teams are there above the Divine Hunters? Is it something one can simply join? Oh, so it must be of little consequence. Gasped. In that moment, Gong Lai wished he could throttle the young man before him. Calm down. Remain composed. Do not let anger take hold, for should I fall ill, none will take my place. How do you seem to know everything? Do you even know the ranking of the Divine Hunters? Is this something they teach you at your school? Su Liang shook his head, just a little. How could Su Liang not know? The so-called Divine Hunter teams are an independent group of chosen ones, operating outside the military's purview. The team comprises a diverse array of chosen ones, typically consisting of around 10 members. Among them are the commander, the blood drinker, the rear guard, the long-range assassins, the healers, and the celestial observers, all recognized by the military. This team is authorized to undertake various missions issued by the military, whether venturing outside the city or safeguarding residents within it. The so-called Divine Hunter ranking is a prestigious list in Huaxia, reflecting the exceptional caliber of divine hunting teams. To ascend to this list is to stand among the elite of countless divine hunting squads in Huaxia. The number of teams on the list is unlimited. However, the criteria for inclusion are exceedingly stringent, requiring an overall proficiency at an elevated standard and passing through multiple layers of scrutiny before gaining eligibility. In his previous life, despite being merely a third seal sorcerer, Su Liang leveraged his insights, experiences, and exceptional combat skills to become a member of a renowned team on that list. It was indeed a remarkable feat. Fortunately, he did not significantly hinder the team's progress. Do not underestimate our team, the Ashen Kill. Gaining a spot on that list is no trivial matter, and our strength is formidable, as we are considered the foremost in Rongqing. I, a humble individual, serve as the rear guard in the Ashen Kill squad. Su Liang nodded. So you are the goalkeeper. Ah, you little rascal. I could just slice you to bits. It's the rear guard, not a goalkeeper. Gong Lai clutched his heart, nearly bursting with exasperation. Su Liang chuckled. All right, I won't tease just any longer. Why would you think to recruit me? I am only 18, and my divine awareness has yet to awaken. What if I fail to manifest a divine seal? Gong Lai fell silent for a moment. In simple terms, our captain has taken a liking to you. The manner in which you engaged in combat with the bloodthirsty rat has convinced our captain of your potential. As for the divine seal, even in its absence, one can harness the power of source crystal technology to become an exceptional warrior, thereby qualifying for our team. However, this is an exception, as the captain has recognized your extraordinary combat talent. Liang nodded. Indeed, to slay a one-star bloodthirsty rat at the tender age of 18, devoid of any divine perception, is an extraordinary feat. Had another ordinary individual been in your place, they would likely have met their demise. His own accomplishments were merely a reflection of his past life's glory. You may wish to contemplate this carefully. Regardless of whether you awaken the divine seal, you will still reside in Rong City. Be mindful not to overlook the significance of our presence. We, the Ember Killers, are quite renowned in this city. Liang fell into silence for a moment. He acknowledged the truth in those words. Upon awakening the divine seal, one typically enters the local academy of chosen ones for education and growth. Without such an awakening, one must still partake in the college entrance examination, with the university located in the same city. Only upon demonstrating exceptional prowess in a particular area and achieving substantial success might one be sent to a more advanced city for superior training. Liang pondered. What if I awaken the divine seal and attend the Academy of Chosen Ones? Will you be able to take me along for missions once I become a member of your team? Gong Lai reflected. That is a notion I had not considered. Initially, I envisioned you graduating from the Academy of Chosen Ones before joining our small team. If that is your desire, it will depend on the captain's approval, and you may need to undergo an assessment of your practical abilities. Liang raised an eyebrow slightly. Will the Academy agree? That is not a concern. The captain has his ways, provided you possess sufficient combat power. Liang nodded. All right, I understand. Allow me to ponder this. Gong Lai nodded in response. Take your time to consider it, you rascal. If you truly become my teammate, just wait and see how I deal with you. Is this an invitation? Threatening me even before I join? Do you believe I won't simply turn to another team? Gong Lai cursed. You may join or not. It matters not to me. Liang chuckled. This person was quite interesting. Generally speaking, after graduating from the Chosen One Academy, there are 3 paths to take. First, for those of mediocre talent, they may choose to lead a mundane life, teaching in those divine awareness secondary schools or engaging in simpler endeavors. For those with decent or even commendable talent, the option to join divine hunting teams arises, where one walks the razor's edge, yet the rewards are substantial. The final option is to enlist in the military. After passing the assessments and entering the military department, one may undergo training for several years, and if one possesses considerable talent and strength, there lies the opportunity to become part of the revered 3 great celestial armies. Failing that, one may still join the city guard or various official departments of Huaxia, such as the Inspection Division, the Divine Punishment Division, or the Divine Monitoring Division, which are all respectable paths. However, Liang was acutely aware of his own talents. Pursuing a military career was out of the question. With his current abilities, his best bet would be to join a divine hunting team, where he could secretly receive the favor of the Empress Bai Qianqian, gradually rising to prominence, merely surviving in this world. Observing Liang lost in thought. Here are my contact details. Feel free to reach out when you have a clear mind. However, it would be wise to wait until you have gained some enlightenment. Wait, Lao Gong Lai, he exclaimed. Gong Lai, his expression darkened, retorted, speak your mind quickly. Liang extended his hand. Do you have any beast crystals? I need a few. What do you want them for? Planning to sell them? Am I that shameless? Seems like it. Liang replied, I have my reasons. I need to conduct some research. Do you have them? Stop wasting time and hand me a few. 1 star will suffice. Gong Lai nearly choked, taken aback by the audacity of this individual. Is this how you approach others when asking for favors? He muttered under his breath. Cursing softly, Gong Lai retrieved several beast crystals from his spatial converter, placing them on the table without a glance back before departing. He couldn't shake off the feeling that encountering this fellow always brought him bad luck. Yet, as he walked away, a smirk crept onto his lips. Liang gazed at the beast crystals on the table. Perfect. This would save him quite a bit of trouble. He would head home and conduct his experiments that night. Chapter 18. A dire need for beast crystals. After sharing dinner with his grandfather and engaging in light conversation, he retreated to his room to find solitude. He shed his shirt and looked down at the beastly imprint of the scarlet-eyed celestial Lin on his chest. What could this possibly signify? Surely, it cannot be a divine imprint. He had never encountered anyone bearing a beastly divine mark before. Su Liang pondered aloud, uncertain as to whether this was a blessing or a curse. He arranged the 5 one-star beast crystals before him, their faint crimson glow captivating his attention. How should he activate them? He was at a loss as to how to initiate the transformation of the beast energy. Clutching a beast crystal in his palm, he suddenly felt his consciousness being drawn into that ethereal space. With a jolt, he opened his eyes wide and beheld those golden eyes once more, the eyes of the crimson-eyed celestial unicorn. At that very moment, the beast crystal he held began to emanate energy. The crimson power started to dissipate, absorbed by Su Liang's body. Within that surreal realm, the golden gaze once again cast its radiant light upon Su Liang. A searing pain surged through him, prompting an expletive to escape his lips. Simultaneously, a familiar, chilling voice echoed in his ears, beast energy transformation in progress. In this state, Su Liang endured the relentless agony inflicted by the golden eyes. A torment so profound it drove him to the brink of madness, even contemplating self-destruction. Time became a blur. Gradually, the golden light waned, and the pain began to subside. As he pondered, a virtual panel materialized before his eyes. Beast energy transformation progress 6100000, beast energy talent. Insightful I10, divine seal, unawakened. Spirit 11-0, strength 11-5, agility 11-0, speed 11-0. Su Liang was taken aback. What was going on? Why was there only an increase in strength this time? The ordinary attributes had only enhanced his strength, and the insightful I had remained unchanged. Unlike the first transformation which had improved them all. Confounded, Su Liang wondered if the initial transformation was merely an activation. Each attribute is granted a slight enhancement. In the future, should one wish to elevate these attributes, it will necessitate corresponding beast crystals. After a moment's contemplation, Su Liang accepted this outcome, recognizing that aspiring to enhance all attributes with 5 beast crystals was rather excessive. This implies that the potency of the beast crystals must be transformed into my bodily functional metrics through this beastly energy. The Eye of Insight may perhaps be a gift from the crimson-eyed celestial unicorn, requiring further beast crystals for augmentation. Su Liang pondered. When the time comes for me to acquire additional beast crystals, how should I allocate them? I cannot simply augment the strength attribute indefinitely, can I? Furthermore, what does this transformation progress entail? What will occur upon reaching a transformation value of 1 million? Su Liang was uncertain, realizing that only time would unveil the answers. Soon, the panel vanished, and Su Liang was drawn back from that state. He glanced at the beast crystals in his hand, remnants of those that had already turned to dust. With a wry smile, he mused, "It appears that 5 one-star beast crystals, which enhance my physical strength by 5 points, is quite commendable. By this calculation, I would require 1 million one-star beast crystals to fill the progress bar entirely. It seems that the beast crystals have become pivotal for me. It is likely that I must join this divine hunter squad, whether I wish to or not. The Eye of Insight has yet to be enhanced, and the divine seal remains dormant. I shall need to wait a while longer to comprehend it all." Clenching his fist, he could distinctly sense a tangible increase in his strength. Merely an augmentation of 5 points felt akin to amplifying his power by nearly 0.5 times. With a powerful punch, it seemed to have generated a sonic boom. Glancing at the clock, Su Liang was astonished to find that it was already midnight. In what felt like a brief moment, nearly 4 hours had slipped by. If he were to undergo beast energy transformation in the future, he would certainly need to find a secure location. A slight smile crept across Su Liang's face as he realized that his future circumstances might indeed change. However, at present, he required a substantial quantity of beast crystals to facilitate the transformation, which posed a significant challenge. Without divine awareness, venturing outside the city was out of the question. Even if he were to become a chosen one, he would need to attain at least the second imprint of divine envoy status before daring to leave the city. Covering his face, Su Liang acknowledged this formidable obstacle. He contemplated his situation and concluded that there seemed to be no feasible way to acquire a large number of beast crystals. Should he attempt to purchase them? He lacked the funds. Should he resort to killing? He did not possess the strength. Even if he were to exploit Gong Lai, it would be futile, as the latter would not agree to it in the long run, and he could not expect to gain too much. After all, 1-star beast crystal was worth 1 million. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in Su Liang's mind. Upon entering the Chosen One's Academy, there was a designated hunting ground. A smile emerged on his lips. This was the first step. Finally, he drifted into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, a gentle breeze caressed the air, bringing a refreshing sense of tranquility. His grandfather, hunched over, had prepared breakfast, a rare treat of millet porridge. "Grandfather, how do we have millet porridge to eat? Where did you get it?" His grandfather chuckled lightly. "Just eat. Why ask so many questions?" Su Liang grinned widely, savoring a spoonful, fully aware that such food was a rarity. As he ate, he murmured, "Grandfather, I have a feeling you are hiding something. You always manage to procure delightful food. And at your age, I have yet to witness you lacking my financial support. Grandfather, how do you accomplish this?" Su Laochen cast a glance at him, swiftly tapping his head with his chopsticks. "Do not ask what should remain unasked." Su Liang cradled his head, casting a look of grievance towards his grandfather. In his previous life, when his grandfather passed away in his 40s, he was away on a mission and had no opportunity to bid farewell. Thus, he remained oblivious to his grandfather's departure. The government had taken care of everything, leaving him merely a key, the one that hung around his grandfather's neck. He regarded it as a relic of his grandfather. "Grandfather, what purpose does the key at your chest serve? Is there perhaps a hidden treasure?" The old man struck him lightly with his chopsticks once more. "Do not ask what should remain unasked." Su Liang was truly exasperated. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the fact that he could glean no information. "I shall be off to school." The elderly man did not spare him a second glance. Only when Su Liang vanished from sight did he place his hand upon the key at his chest. His aged eyes, clouded yet shimmering with an unusual brilliance, held a silent hope. "May you never have to use this key. You rascal, at my age, I still find myself tasked with raising your son." A flicker of nostalgia passed through the old man's gaze. Upon arriving at school and entering the classroom, Su Liang noticed some hostile glances directed his way, which he chose to ignore. Zhang Tianhao regarded Su Liang with a hint of dark malice in his eyes. As Su Liang passed by Liang Guang, he noticed her gaze fixated upon him. In a fleeting moment, their gazes locked. Cold Lian Shuang swiftly diverted her eyes, wearing an expression of indifference, as if they had transformed into strangers. Su Liang rather appreciated this state of affairs. A little distance between them, allowing for a mutual lack of disturbance, was ideal. After Su Liang settled in the back, Lian Shuang's deskmate and close friend gently nudged her elbow. "Lian Shuang? What happened yesterday?" Lian Shuang replied with composure, "Nothing at all. Don't overthink it. He no longer has feelings for me, and that's that." The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. "That's impossible. You're the only one who would believe that. I certainly don't." At her words, Lian Shuang paused, contemplating the possibility. Could it truly be so? He had cherished her for so long, displaying utmost attentiveness. It seemed implausible that he could simply let go. Su Liang expertly sauntered to Bai Qianqian's side and grinned. "Qianqian, you arrived quite early." Bai Qianqian shyly responded with a soft mm. After chatting with her for a while, Su Liang grew bored and rested his head on his arms, his mind wandering to how he might procure some beast crystals. Currently, these crystals were essential, as they could significantly enhance his physical capabilities. He pondered whether there was a limit to his bodily functions. If there were none, he could potentially become extraordinarily formidable. Thus, he found himself in dire need of beast crystals. Throughout the morning, Su Liang had little to occupy his time, occasionally listening to Bai Qianqian, who was deeply engrossed in her thoughts. Su Liang, of course, made no effort to interrupt her. As noon approached, Su Liang noticed that Bai Qianqian had yet to rise. He leaned closer, his face nearly touching hers. "Ah." Bai Qianqian was startled, having not anticipated Su Liang's sudden proximity. Just a moment away from a kiss, her cheeks instantly flushed. Su Liang, what are you doing?" Su Liang, stroking his chin, replied, "What? Do you want me to invite you to get up?" "Huh." Bai Qianqian, in her innocence, responded, "What do you mean? It's time for lunch." I want to eat this." Su Liang furrowed his brows. "It seems you haven't heeded my words from yesterday." Bai Qianqian, feeling flustered, stammered, "No, I have been relying on you, and it weighs on my conscience." Su Liang chuckled, "If it weighs on your conscience, then you should take greater care of me in the future." "But Bai Qianqian kept her head lowered. She felt she lacked the fate to awaken a SSS-level Divine Seal and feared that in the future, aside from her life, she would have nothing to repay Su Liang with. "Enough of the buts. For the remainder of this time, I'll cover your lunch. Let us go. If you don't get up, I'll carry you to the cafeteria." Bai Qianqian was horrified if anyone saw her being carried. She would truly be embarrassed to face anyone. Instantly, she stood up. Su Liang smiled and said, "Now that's more like it. Let us go." Bai Qianqian could only obediently follow behind Su Liang, genuinely afraid he might pick her up. Yet, deep within, she felt a flicker of anticipation for that scenario. How mortifying. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Bai Qianqian wanted to put on a brave front and treat Su Liang once. After being threatened once more, she finally sat down obediently, waiting. The two of them slowly enjoyed their meal together. Bai Qianqian hesitated for a moment. Su Liang observed her bashful demeanor and smiled, asking, "What is the matter? Speak your mind." Bai Qianqian found it somewhat difficult to articulate her thoughts. It was that. "My mother would like to invite you over for a meal, considering all the assistance you have provided us." However, this seemed to be the only gesture that Bai Qianqian and her mother could currently extend. She feared Su Liang might decline. Yet she also dreaded the prospect of him accepting. If he refused, she would feel somewhat disappointed. Conversely, if he accepted, it seemed there wouldn't be much to enjoy. Su Liang flashed a broad, sincere smile, saying, "Sure. Since it's an invitation from your mother, I wouldn't dream of declining." Bai Qianqian gazed at Su Liang's radiant and genuine smile, quickly lowering her head in shyness. Chapter 19. Astonishing Combat Power. Observing Su Liang and Bai Qianqian depart the cafeteria together, a pair of cold, watchful eyes in a corner fixated on their retreating figures. "I shall see just how far you can leap. Class monitor, have you truly arranged for someone?" Zhang Tianhao glanced at the person beside him. "Why all the chatter? Just tell me whether you're coming after school or not. Are you not eager to retaliate? All right. Class monitor, you lead the way. What do I have to fear? Let us confront him." Zhang Tianhao snorted coldly. "He humiliated me in front of so many people. I shall repay him tenfold, 100-fold. In the afternoon, the combat class commenced swiftly. Su Liang continued to guide Bai Qianqian as usual. It must be said, as a future empress, her capacity for comprehension was truly remarkable. He felt that after a few days of slight guidance, Bai Qianqian's combat level would undoubtedly rise to a rank. What she lacked were merely external conditions. Once her nutrition improved and her physical fitness gradually enhanced, everything would turn for the better. Moreover, once she awakened her SSS-grade Divine Seal and entered the chosen academy, the treatment she would receive would be of the highest caliber. The afternoon proceeded methodically, and soon it was time to dismiss school. The two of them left the school together. Although Bai Qianqian kept her head lowered, her heart was filled with joy. She had come to terms with it. His willingness to go was certainly a good thing. As for whether there would be any delicious food, that was of little consequence. It was the thought that mattered. Just as they were about to exit the school gate, Su Liang keenly sensed that someone seemed to be stealthily following them from behind. The enhancement of his mental acuity made him increasingly sensitive to external changes. Through the eye of insight, he casually turned back to glance, spotting several figures amidst the crowd. A cold smile crept onto Su Liang's lips. So, they intended to play dirty? Standing at the school gate, Su Liang smiled and said, "Qianqian, wait for me here for a moment. Don't wander off. I have something to attend to." Bai Qianqian looked at Su Liang and asked, "Do you want me to join you?" Su Liang shook his head with a smile. "No need. Just wait for me a bit. I will return shortly." Bai Qianqian timidly nodded. "All right, then I'll wait for you." She stood at the school gate, surrounded by many people, so there shouldn't be any issues. Su Liang understood that their target was solely him. He deliberately walked towards the alley beside the school, numerous side streets surrounding him. He would not allow these two ruffians to go unpunished. A mechanical ladybug soared from its own form and ventured into a secluded alleyway. Not far behind, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao exchanged glances. "Let us go." At the same moment, Zhang Tianhao turned to a young man, seemingly in his 20s, standing beside him, and commanded, "Teach him a lesson." The young man chuckled. "Easy enough. I am not some foolish woman like your homeroom teacher." A sinister expression flickered across Zhang Tianhao's face as he replied, "You go in first, incapacitate him, and then we shall follow." "All right." The young man nodded and dashed into the alley. Su Liang deliberately slowed his pace. As anticipated, he soon heard hurried footsteps behind him. "Hey, stop." Su Liang turned to face the young man, realizing that these two had indeed sought help. However, he was confident that it would not pose a significant threat. Perhaps just an ordinary chosen one. He feigned confusion, asking, "Are you calling me?" with dragon and tiger tattoos adorning his arms. The young man wore a wicked grin and brandished a dagger, idly toying with it. "What do you think?" Su Liang allowed a hint of panic to cross his features. "What do you want?" The young man sneered. "What do I want? Hand over everything valuable on you." Gradually, he advanced towards Su Liang, who retreated slowly. Since it was a performance, It had to be executed flawlessly. I have no money, Su Liang exclaimed, then turned and ran. The young man let out a derisive laugh. Run? Suddenly, a faint white light flickered around the young man's legs as he accelerated, his speed astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, he approached Su Liang. Seizing his collar and pinning him against the wall, a dagger pressed threateningly against his throat. Hand it over, the young man shouted fiercely. A cold smirk crossed his mind. It was evident that this was merely a bluff, someone who only dared to act tough within the confines of the school. Su Liang understood that it was nearly time. The evidence was already sufficient. Observing Su Liang's silence, the young man took advantage of the moment and swung a slap towards him. Following Zhang Tenhao's orders, he intended to deliver a severe beating, one that would leave Su Liang utterly defenseless. Malice was evident in his eyes. Not willing to comply, are you? The young man, utilizing both hands and feet, aimed to inflict a harsh punishment on Su Liang. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Su Liang's gaze sharpened. One hand rose to block the incoming slap, while the other leg subtly bent to intercept the young man's knee strike. In that instant, the young man was caught off guard. Still daring to resist before he could finish his taunt, Su Liang erupted. With a swift uppercut, he struck the young man squarely on the chin. The young man's pupils froze in shock as pain surged through him, igniting his fury. You're seeking death. The force behind Su Liang's punch was formidable, inflicting excruciating pain and causing blood to erupt from the young man's gums. He seethed with rage, the light of the divine seal on his foot flickering. Though it emanated only the weakest white light, its power was beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to withstand. Instinctively, Su Liang raised his arm to block the whip-like kick aimed at him. With his other hand, he reached for the short dagger at his waist. However, in the very next moment, the young man's seemingly ferocious kick struck Su Liang's arm, merely pushing him back a few steps. Su Liang's heart sank in confusion. Why was his strength so feeble? It shouldn't be like this. This was still a leg imbued with divine power, yet was its strength so feeble? Su Liang faintly sensed that his strength value of 16 might exceed his expectations. He abandoned the idea of drawing his dagger. The youth, realizing that his kick had failed to send Su Liang sprawling, was taken aback. However, he could not afford to dwell on that. Anger surged within him, and all he desired was to pummel Su Liang into submission. The divine light surged around his right leg, quickening his speed as he closed in on Su Liang in an instant. The dagger in his hand slashed towards Su Liang's body with ferocity. Yet, to Su Liang, every motion of the youth appeared as if it were unfolding in slow motion. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. A glint of determination shone in Su Liang's eyes as he bent slightly, evading the dagger's lethal edge. He unleashed a powerful straight punch, channeling all his might. The entirety of his 16 strength points erupted forth, and his fist connected with the youth's chest. A dull thud resonated through the air. In that fleeting moment, the youth felt as if his very eyes might burst from their sockets. He even heard the sickening crack of his own ribs fracturing. Fear began to grip his heart as he was propelled backward by Su Liang's blow, crashing against the wall. In that instant, Su Liang gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. After augmenting his attributes by 5 points, his current power was no less formidable than that of this lowly divine chosen one. This implied that, had he faced the old spinster today, victory would have come even more easily. The youth before him was merely a petty thug from the lower echelons of society. Awakened to the most rudimentary C-class speed-type divine mark, his combat prowess woefully lacking. The youth's face contorted in pain, resembling a withered flower, as the agony in his chest rendered him momentarily incapacitated. However, Su Liang would not grant him the opportunity to react. With a swift motion, he knocked the dagger from the youth's hand and effortlessly lifted him. In a sudden movement, he slammed him down onto the ground. Bang! Another dull thud echoed. The young man let out a pained scream as Su Liang began to unleash a flurry of punches. Thud! 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 One blow followed another, leaving the youth utterly defenseless. His face was a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, and the cries behind them gradually faded into silence. Su Liang snorted coldly. You dare to rob me? Take a good look at yourself, you pitiful excuse for a warrior. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianhao and his companion, who had remained in hiding, watched the scene unfold through the video projected from Zhang Tianhao's high-tech watch. Both were trembling with fear. Lu Hao stammered, Captain, is this guy really that monstrous? Even the chosen ones are being beaten to death by him. Where does he derive such strength? Zhang Tianhao's expression darkened. Damn it, useless. just like Liao Yuqian. A complete waste. Suddenly, Lu Hao exclaimed, "Captain, he is coming out." The two quickly darted into a nearby alley. Su Liang emerged from the alley, wiping the blood from his fists, casting a fleeting glance towards their hiding place, and sneering before turning to enter a shop. Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao reached the dimly lit alley, gazing at the barely conscious youth. Zhang Tianhao's face was filled with an extreme gloom. "Useless. Captain, we should leave," Lu Hao said, a hint of fear in his voice. Yet soon, a bold thought began to take shape in Zhang Tianhao's mind. What if this guy dies? A sinister smile played at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 20. The Return of the Bloodthirsty Mouse. Two individuals boarded the school bus heading towards Bai Qianqian's residence. Bai Qianqian's gaze fell upon the items that Su Liang held in his hands. "Why have you bought so many things?" she inquired. "It was merely meant to be a meal invitation," she continued, surprised to learn that Su Liang had gone shopping. With a gentle smile, Su Liang replied, "Silly. Do you think I would arrive at your home empty-handed? I lack such audacity. Besides, fret not. I merely picked up a few trivial items, nothing of significant worth." Bai Qianqian lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and refrained from further conversation. The school bus glided swiftly through the air, reaching her vicinity in approximately 10 minutes. They soon arrived at her home, which remained much the same, with many areas in disrepair and lacking maintenance. In this world, the divide between the wealthy and the impoverished persisted. While there were abundant affluent individuals, families like theirs still existed. Fortunately, the government provided some support, preventing them from starvation. However, the hardships were exacerbated by the presence of a man in their lives who indulged in alcohol and gambling, contributing nothing to their situation. Rongqing featured several low-income neighborhoods, starkly contrasting with the towering buildings of the affluent districts. "Mom, we're back," Lu Xian called out as she emerged swiftly from the kitchen. "Auntie," Su Liang greeted her warmly. Lu Xian beamed at him, saying, "Xiao Liang, oh my, why did you buy things? I only intended to express my gratitude." Su Liang responded with a smile, "Just a token of my appreciation. Please, do not feel obliged." Su Liang observed Lu Xian, noting her lingering pallor. However, the furrowed brows of worry had dissipated. Perhaps the death of that man had offered her a semblance of liberation. Yet, true solace would not come swiftly. Lu Xian had prepared a spirit tablet for him, with 3 incense sticks placed simply beside it. In this era, simplicity reigned supreme, devoid of excessive formalities. Before long, Lu Xian had prepared a modest meal, setting it upon the table. The simplicity of the fare revealed that it had taken her and her daughter several days' worth of rations to gather these provisions. Their lives were indeed marked by hardship. However, this situation was destined to change soon. "Xiao Liang, I truly thank you for that day. Without your intervention, Qianqian and I might have followed him into oblivion." Su Liang wore a gentle smile. "Auntie, in such circumstances, I could not stand idly by. Qianqian is my classmate. We help each other." Lu Xian nodded, regarding Su Liang with newfound respect. Most would have fled in terror, yet he had bravely vanquished that beast to protect them. "Mom, let us not dwell on those matters." Bai Qianqian interjected. Lu Xian chuckled softly. "Yes, let us speak of other things. Xiao Liang, Qianqian mentioned that you've been quite attentive to her at school. Thank you for that. She has always been rather solitary." Mom Bai Qianqian pouted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. Su Liang chuckled lightly. "It was nothing." Lu Xian turned to Bai Qianqian and asked, "What is this? You can't express gratitude? Xiao Liang has stood up for you and helped you." Bai Qianqian's cheeks were flushed. She was at a loss for words, feeling shy and hesitant. Su Liang merely smiled lightly, engaging in conversation with Lu Xian for a while. Time passed swiftly, and dusk began to settle in. "Xiao Liang, I won't keep you any longer. The situation at home is still the same. And it's getting late. There might be dangers lurking at night," Lu Xian remarked. Su Liang replied with a smile, "Auntie, it's all right. I'll head back now." "All right, be careful on your way." "Yes, you both go inside. Qianqian, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow," Bai Qianqian murmured softly, beginning to anticipate their meeting the next day. She cherished the moments spent beside him, relished his breath, and adored the faint scent of soap emanating from him. As nightfall enveloped the area, shadows darted swiftly through the dimly lit streets of the neighborhood, scattering in different directions. "Xiaolan, have they emerged from the underground?" Qi Hengchu's figure was also racing forward, hastening towards a specific destination. A crisp, lively voice echoed through his earpiece. "They are expected to break through the surface in about 2 minutes. Captain, please be extremely cautious." The numbers this time are even greater than the day before yesterday, came Gong Lai's voice through the earpiece. Damn it, what on earth is happening? Why is it this place again? Xiaolan's voice replied, it has been determined that there is an ancient drainage pipe deep underground, which connects from outside the eastern city wall to the interior. These bloodthirsty rats must have fortuitously stumbled upon that pipe. Gong Lai cursed, damn it, I will definitely blow it up later. The voice of Captain Qi Hengqiu resonated through the headset. Do not dawdle. Swiftly activate the forbidden deity realm. Confine them within a designated area and ensure the safety of the civilians. Understood. Yes. Gong Lai's figure surged through the darkness, swiftly arriving at the familiar location from before. Just as he was about to retrieve the forbidden deity realm stake, he was startled to find a familiar figure before him. What the hell? How did you end up here? Seriously, are you kidding me? The two spoke almost in unison. Gong Lai's heart raced with anger. Damn it. There's no time for your chatter. With that, he detached the forbidden deity realm stake from the back of his armor and tossed it onto the ground, exclaiming, I have reached the designated location. I have arrived too. I am in position. Qi Hengqiu's voice echoed back. Activate the forbidden deity realm. Yes. 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 Without a moment's hesitation, Gong Lai slammed his palm onto the stake, purple light surging from his arm. In an instant, the familiar beam of the forbidden deity realm soared into the sky and swiftly converged with two other stakes. Gong Lai finally let out a sigh of relief. The forbidden deity realm is established. Qi Hengqiu's voice rang in the headset. Blood drinkers, prepare to engage. Strike with full force. Yes. Su Liang gazed at the scene before him, a wave of familiarity washing over him. Their team, the Ember Killers, possessed a commendable overall quality. Had another exotic beast appeared? The sudden sound nearly caused Gong Lai to drop the cigarette in his hand. Damn it. How could I forget that scoundrel? Gong Lai glared. What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. It's dangerous. Su Liang, unperturbed, inquired. Is it the bloodthirsty rat again? Gong Lai nodded gravely. Yes, there are more than last time. Su Liang furrowed his brow and asked, how could it appear consecutively? In the same location? After pondering for a moment, Gong Lai decided it was fine to inform him. There is an old drainage pipe leading in from outside the city wall that we overlooked last time. Su Liang nodded, understanding now. Gong Lai, irritated, urged, get out of here quickly. It's perilous. Su Liang chuckled. Why the rush? The forbidden divine realm has been opened. Do you have any beast crystals left? Please give me a bit more. Gong Lai narrowed his eyes. Are you consuming beast crystals? Speak. Did you sell my beast crystals for money? Su Liang rolled his eyes. Do I look like someone in dire need of money? I am genuinely conducting research. No. Get out now. Gong Lai exhaled a puff of smoke. Su Liang muttered. Stingy old man. Gong Lai shot him a fierce look. Don't push your luck. 5 first-star beast crystals can fetch over 2,000 coins. Am I stingy? Then why did you come back? Su Liang forced a sheepish smile and waved his hand. Enough. I've exhausted all I had for research. Gong Lai, still annoyed, insisted. I said to leave quickly. This is no joke. What if you encounter danger? Do you think you can rely on luck like last time? All right, I'm going. But just then, an anxious voice from Xiaolan crackled through Gong Lai's earpiece. Old Gong, 8 bloodthirsty rats have escaped from the forbidden god realm in the same direction as before. Hurry. Gong Lai's expression shifted instantly. What? Where are they? The sudden turn of events also halted Su Liang's steps. Xiaolan's voice came through. It's also in the same location as last time. The exit is likely the same. What? The same location again? Gong Lai blurted out. Su Liang's face finally changed. The same location? Could it be that more bloodthirsty rats have escaped from the forbidden god realm? The previous location was none other than Bai Qianqian's home. Su Liang's expression turned frantic. Without waiting for Gong Lai to react, he dashed back towards Bai Qianqian's house. Simultaneously, Gong Lai sprang into action. Kid, you fool. Are you courting death? Don't go. Gong Lai shouted as he chased after Su Liang. But Su Liang's speed was remarkable. Gong Lai was nearly infuriated. In his earpiece, Xiaolan's voice rang out. Old Gong. Be careful. It seems there is a bloodthirsty rat king. Gong Lai's expression darkened. The voice of Captain Qi Hengqiu came through the earpiece. Gong Lai, we cannot provide assistance. It's all up to you now. Be extremely cautious. Gong Lai replied. Understood. Xiaolan, send me the thermal imaging of the bloodthirsty rat's movement. All right. Right away. A holographic projection appeared in front of Gong Lai, displaying the swarming bloodthirsty rats. Seeing Su Liang sprinting ahead, he shouted, Kid, are you out of your mind? Hurry back. Yet, Su Liang paid no heed, his heart filled with worry. Please, let nothing happen. Please, let nothing happen. Bai Qianqian. Chapter 21. The 3-star bloodthirsty Rat King. Su Liang exerted every ounce of his strength, pushing his speed to its utmost limit. Behind him, Gong Lai was nearly beside himself with anxiety. Are you out of your mind? Su Liang retorted. There are people I must protect. Frustrated, Gong Lai could only quicken his pace. In a short span of time, both men arrived near Bai Qianqian's residence. They beheld a mother and daughter, pale and trembling, pressed against the wall. Before them loomed 2 bloodthirsty rats, their predatory gazes fixed upon the terrified pair. One of the rats stood out, towering and exuding a putrid stench, its bristled fur resembling sharpened needles, and its massive tail crashing against the ground, causing the earth to splinter. The expressions of Su Liang and Gong Lai darkened instantaneously. Damn it! This is a 3-star bloodthirsty rat. Gong Lai's thoughts were instantly relayed to the enigmatic overseer, Xiaolan. Captain, old Gong is up against a 3-star bloodthirsty rat. The moment those words were spoken, the faces of the entire team turned ashen. Shi Hengchu's voice pierced through the tension. Gong Lai, be cautious. We will hastily regroup to assist you. Gong Lai's countenance was at its most grim. Despite being a 3-seal divine master, his chances against a 3-star bloodthirsty rat were slim. Bai Qianqian and Lu Xian's faces were ashen. Upon seeing Su Liang and his companion, tears welled in their eyes. Su Liang, you must leave. Bai Qianqian choked out. At that moment, the bloodthirsty Rat King cast a glance at Su Liang and Gong Lai. The next instant, it emitted a piercing shriek and lunged toward Bai Qianqian and Lu Xian. Su Liang and Gong Lai reacted almost in unison. This was the instinctive response expected of them as members of the Divine Hunter team. A purple glow surged around Gong Lai, and 3 divine seals materialized upon him. With remarkable speed, he swiftly drew a source crystal weapon, a source crystal cannon. With a thunderous blast, a dazzling orb of blue and white light struck the bloodthirsty Rat King directly. Boom! The source energy erupted, and the bloodthirsty Rat King let out a pained shriek as it was propelled into a nearby building, shattering numerous objects in its wake. Simultaneously, Su Liang delivered a flying kick to the head of another 1-star bloodthirsty rat. Gong Lai was beside himself with anxiety. This reckless youth was truly courting death. A single claw from the bloodthirsty rat could easily shatter his leg. Yet, the next moment, Gong Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Liang's flying kick had sent the towering bloodthirsty rats soaring through the air. Gong Lai was utterly dumbfounded. Was that truly a bloodthirsty rat? How could it be sent flying with a single kick? The creature's weight undoubtedly surpassed that of Su Liang. How could this young man possess such strength? There was no time for further contemplation. Gong Lai cursed. Damn it! Are you trying to get yourself killed? He rushed to Su Liang's side. Ignoring him, Su Liang approached Bai Qianqian and gently cradled her face with one hand. Don't be afraid. It's all right. You will be safe. Tears streamed down Bai Qianqian's cheeks. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty Rat King rose from the rubble, unleashing a furious roar that echoed to the heavens. Its crimson eyes glimmered with a sinister light, revealing its seething rage. Soon, rustling sounds reverberated around the house as more of its kin emerged from the shadows surrounding them. A bloodthirsty rat, glowing with a sinister crimson light, emerged. Its gaze fixated upon the group. A total of 8 had arrived, all of them. Gong Lai's expression darkened. Damn it, I will not let you escape. Kid, safeguard those 2, the rest is up to me. Gong Lai hurled a source crystal pistol to Su Liang. Without a word, Su Liang caught the pistol and shielded Bai Qianqian and her daughter behind him. Bai Qianqian clutched the hem of Su Liang's garment tightly, yearning to cling to him for comfort. Gong Lai erupted with power, purple light swirling around him. Symbols manifested on his calves and arms, pulsating with energy. 3 divine seals flickered like lightning. Gong Lai activated the source crystal cannon in his grasp. Damn you beasts! Die! The cannon roared, aimed primarily at the bloodthirsty Rat King. Each shot struck true, shattering the spiny fur of the Rat King, eliciting anguished cries. The other 7 bloodthirsty rats charged at him with ferocity. Gong Lai showed no hesitation. His shots precise and fluid, leaving no rat unscathed. The source crystal glimmered as he unleashed a barrage, each blast resulting in a blood-curdling scream from a rat. The 7 bloodthirsty rats proved no match for the cannon, reduced to mere remnants of flesh. Enraged, the Rat King watched its offspring perish, letting out a howl of despair. Yet all that met its cries were the relentless blasts of the cannon. With each shot, the Rat King's spiny hide crumbled to the ground. However, The energy of the source crystal cannon soon waned, its light extinguished. Damn it! Gong Lai bellowed fiercely as he drew his weapon from the spatial converter, a silver spear. The moment the silver spear struck the ground, a divine seal radiating with a purple glow began to unleash its power. A dense layer of electric arcs enveloped Gong Lai. His eyes filled with flashes of lightning. "Come forth, beast!" he exclaimed, brandishing the spear, its point directed at the Rat King. The electric arcs danced along the spear's length as the Rat King let out a shriek and lunged towards Gong Lai. With a powerful push of his foot, Gong Lai propelled himself forward, exuding an overwhelming aura. The clash between man and beast commenced swiftly. Gong Lai's spear blossomed with a flurry of strikes, unleashing rampant lightning that crashed against the Rat King's seemingly impenetrable fur, creating a shower of sparks. The Rat King's razor-sharp claws produced a metallic clang as they collided with Gong Lai's spear. Gong Lai's assault was relentless, focusing solely on offense without a hint of defense. His armored form providing protection. His strength was formidable, and with a mighty swing, he sent the Rat King soaring through the air. The battle raged with intensity. Su Liang shielded Bai Qianqian and her daughter from the fray, both women trembling in fear, nearly losing their senses. Su Liang's heart grew heavy. This Rat King was indeed terrifying. Overcoming it would prove challenging, for the defensive capabilities of a 3-star exotic beast were formidable. The bloodthirsty Rat King's fur had evolved towards that of metallic quills, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Even source crystal cannons could merely shatter those quills. Could Su Liang secure a victory? Bai Qianqian, regaining some composure, hid behind Su Liang, who wore a grave expression. It was difficult to say. Lu Xian exclaimed, "Xiao Liang, we must leave at once." Su Liang replied, "Auntie, I am uncertain of where to go, and I do not know if there are any bloodthirsty rats lurking nearby. It is best not to run recklessly." Lu Xian felt a profound fear, for she was merely an ordinary person, observing the fierce battle between man and beast. Su Liang's heart was heavy with foreboding. Gong Lai, a master of the thunder element, wielded the power of lightning. Judging by his current strength, he likely did not exceed level 25. Such a capability made it arduous to confront a 3-star bloodthirsty Rat King. Yet, there was nothing he could do to assist. After several minutes of fierce combat, the Rat King had sustained injuries, blood seeping from its wounds. Gong Lai was also panting heavily. With a piercing shriek, the Rat King lunged at him. "Beast, die!" Gong Lai bellowed, unleashing his weapon with the ferocity of a dragon. Lightning flickered as he thrust forward, the Rat King's mournful cries echoing in the air. However, in that fleeting moment, the Rat King's formidable tail lashed out violently towards Gong Lai. "Watch out!" Su Liang cried out, but it was too late. The tail struck Gong Lai with tremendous force, damaging his armor. He coughed up blood and was sent hurtling to the ground at Su Liang's feet. "Are you all right?" Su Liang asked anxiously. Gong Lai's complexion was pale as he leaned on his spear to rise. "Why are you still here? Are you waiting to die?" he scolded. "I dare not leave. How could I know what else lurks around?" Gong Lai, exasperated, replied, "There are no more, just 8 remaining. Hurry and go. Do not hinder me. You should have said so earlier." Gong Lai spat out another mouthful of blood as the Rat King prepared to strike again, letting out another deafening roar. The sound seemed to penetrate the depths of the earth. At that moment, the voice of Xiao Lan resonated through the headset. "Captain, a large horde of bloodthirsty mice is approaching from below. Moreover, there are 2-star bloodthirsty mice. Captain, a 3-star bloodthirsty mouse king has appeared on your side. Be extremely cautious. It's over." Several bloodthirsty mice are heading towards Old Gong's direction. One piece of alarming news after another cast a shadow over the faces of every member of the Jinsha squad. Gong Lai's expression was graver than ever. It was evident that escape was no longer an option with these bloodthirsty mice advancing. The faces of Bai Qianqian and her daughter instantly froze, panic rising within them. Su Liang's countenance darkened. "How many?" Chapter 22. Some things must be done. The captain's voice echoed through the headset. "Xiao Lan, quickly inform the other teams and the military for assistance." "Understood." Gong Lai, hold on. Upon hearing the voice, Gong Lai felt an unprecedented difficulty. Faced with Su Liang's inquiry, he found himself at a loss for words. "Kid, the Mouse King will definitely draw the other bloodthirsty mice here. When that happens, seize the opportunity to escape." "I don't know if I can endure this," Su Liang thought gravely. "Haven't you notified the other teams and the military?" "I have, but they won't arrive in time. You must leave, otherwise I cannot protect you." Su Liang nodded. "I understand." The bloodthirsty mice screeched once more, lunging towards Gong Lai. He spat out a mouthful of blood and exclaimed, "Damn it! Fight!" He charged forward again, electric arcs surging around him. With unwavering courage, Su Liang let out a deep sigh. This was the Divine Hunter Squad. These were the chosen ones. When confronted by monstrous beasts, they took the initiative, resolutely leading the charge. In his previous life, he had witnessed familiar faces fall before him time and again, a relentless cycle of loss. Such was the brutality of this era. As a rear-line combatant within the Divine Hunter Squad, Gong Lai could not afford to retreat. The term rear-line signified both the clean-up operation and the role of covering the retreat. In ordinary skirmishes, their duty was merely to guard against overlooked targets and deliver the finishing blow. However, when faced with dire circumstances, they were the ones standing resolutely in front of their comrades, prepared to fight to the last breath. This was the essence of a rear-line warrior, to safeguard their teammates. Once, he too had served as a rear-line fighter, surviving repeatedly, seemingly by mere fortune. As time passed, the battle between Gong Lai and the bloodthirsty Rat King grew increasingly intense. His wounds accumulated, becoming graver with each passing moment. With no aid in sight, he was left to rely solely on himself. Blood gushed forth repeatedly, his armor shattered, revealing injuries deep enough to expose bone. Yet, his eyes remained fiercely crimson. He understood that he must deal a crippling blow to the bloodthirsty Rat King before its minions arrived. Otherwise, he would stand no chance. It was time to act. After a violent clash, he staggered back, and a flash of lightning ignited within his gaze. 3 divine seals began to radiate a brilliant light. Lightning surged around him as he bellowed, "Thunder Dragon Breakthrough." In an instant, the spear in his grasp shimmered with blinding lightning as he thrust it forward with ferocity. In that fleeting moment, a terrifying bolt of lightning erupted from his weapon. It seemed the bloodthirsty Rat King had sensed the imminent danger. Instinctively, all the steel needles of fur stood on end. It curled into a hemisphere, using its own fur to withstand the brutal strike from Gong Lai. Boom! The thunderous impact struck fiercely against the bloodthirsty Rat King's hide, erupting with a deafening explosion that reverberated in all directions. Nearby, some civilians trembled in their homes, too fearful to peek outside. Su Liang observed the scene with a sense of tranquility. "Qianqian, behold, that is the divine imprint's innate power," he explained, "which the school has always spoken of. After each imprint, every divine mark awakens a unique innate ability. For offensive divine imprints, this innate power serves as a trump card. A life-saving technique. This is the power of the imprint. Each divine mark will give rise to its corresponding imprint pattern, and one day, you too shall possess it." Bai Qianqian, still shaken, grasped only fragments of this information. "Is the Rat King dead?" Su Liang shook his head, dismissing the notion. "Impossible. This is Gong Lai's second imprint power, far from sufficient to slay a 3-star Rat King. Only the 3rd imprint might hold such potential, but once that power is unleashed, he would be utterly drained." Reflecting on Bai Qianqian's previous life, where her 10 imprints wielded powers capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, he marveled at their sheer terror, reputed to have the ability to annihilate all beings within a level 1 city. Throughout all of Huaxia, only the 4 of them had ascended to the realm of the Divine Emperor. Such power is forbidden. As the lightning dissipated, the Rat King was once again sent crashing into the ruins. Gong Lai's spear clattered to the ground as he gasped for breath, the purple glow of his divine imprint beginning to fade. His gaze remained fixed on the enraged, bloodthirsty Rat King, which erupted once more in a furious shriek. Blood flowed visibly, a substantial dark wound marred its back, devoid of any steel needles or fur, with blood ceaselessly gushing forth. This strike had severely injured the Rat King, inciting its wrath. Its crimson eyes glimmered with palpable fury, as if it wished to rend the human to shreds to vent its anger. With another piercing shriek, a rustling sound emerged, heralding the arrival of more bloodthirsty rats. They advanced toward the bloodthirsty Rat King. Su Liang's countenance grew grave. "Damn it. 3 2-star bloodthirsty rats and 5 1-star bloodthirsty rats." Gong Lai was in peril. The only glimmer of hope lay in the fact that the 3-star Rat King had been gravely wounded. "Boy, go," Gong Lai bellowed, as the lightning coursed through him once more. The bloodthirsty Rat King screeched and issued commands. 8 newly appeared bloodthirsty rats lunged toward Gong Lai. Su Liang understood that they had to flee now. With a heavy heart, he cast a final glance at Gong Lai. Gong Lai returned a resolute smile, then plunged into the throng of bloodthirsty rats, fighting for his life. That unwavering gaze seemed to transport Su Liang back to his previous life, recalling the man who had fought through bloodshed for him. "Su Liang, damn it, in the next life, you protect me." "Ha ha." Remember to pour a bit of that jar of wine for me. Don't drink it all yourself. Until we meet again in the next life. Tears welled in Su Liang's eyes as he grasped the trembling hands of the two women, departing without a backward glance. What about him? Bai Qianqian inquired. Yet, Su Liang offered no response. Bai Qianqian seemed to anticipate the fate that awaited Gong Lai, and thus fell into silence. Su Liang grasped the hands of both women, urging them to move swiftly in search of a place of refuge. Yet, an unsettling anxiety gnawed at his heart. In his previous life, he had been timid and fearful of death, relying on the protection of countless others. Was it truly his own formidable strength that allowed him to survive? No. It was the blood-stained path carved out by his comrades, who had fought valiantly for him. He felt that if he were to abandon them now, his conscience would forever be burdened, haunted by the specter of guilt. At last, Su Liang spotted a glimmer of light, a civilian safe house. Qianqian, take the ant to the safe house and hide. Bai Qianqian paused, bewildered. And you? Su Liang cast her a deep glance, managing a bitter smile. I owe that fellow a few beast crystals. I cannot simply stand by and watch him perish. Bai Qianqian's eyes brimmed with tears in an instant. But the words caught in her throat, leaving her at a loss. Tears had already begun to dampen her lashes. Xiaoliang, don't be reckless, Lu Xin implored, her voice trembling with emotion. Su Liang shook his head with a wry smile. Some things must be done. You two go. He released their hands and turned back into the darkness. Bai Qianqian's tears flowed freely. You must come back alive. Su Liang glanced back, a smile breaking across his face. All right. Then he vanished into the night, leaving no trace behind. Bai Qianqian covered her mouth, overwhelmed with unease. His journey was fraught with peril. Yet she could do nothing to assist him. Was she destined to lose him? Her vision blurred as Lu Xian tugged her toward the safe house. Chapter 23. Defeating the Rat King. In the residence of Bai Qianqian, Gong Lai gazed at the last 3 two-star bloodthirsty rats and the Rat King. Leaning on his long spear, blood flowed profusely from his body. He gasped for breath, nearing the brink of exhaustion. The 3 two-star bloodthirsty rats were also gravely injured, while the 3-star Rat King watched with keen eyes, unwilling to charge forward. Instead, it began to consume the corpses of the fallen bloodthirsty rats, feasting on their blood to mend its own wounds. Gong Lai propped himself up with his spear, a gruesome wound bleeding profusely from his right side, nearly piercing through. He gasped for breath and called out, Xiaolong, have the reinforcements arrived? Silence echoed through the earpiece. Gong Lai chuckled softly. No reinforcements? That's quite all right. Brothers, your old Gong may be bidding you farewell. I have cherished these years working alongside you. I shall take my leave now. Voices of urgency flooded his earpiece. Old Gong, Gong Lai, retreat. Don't fight to the death. The voice of Captain Qi Hengchu rang out. Gong Lai smiled faintly. Captain, if I retreat, then even more will perish. A worthless life like mine isn't worth much. Remember to burn a few offerings for me, so I won't be too lonely. A sorrowful voice emerged from the earpiece. Bastard. You're not allowed to die. Gong Lai smiled bleakly, the image of a familiar face surfacing in his mind. Levian, find a good man to marry. He added, no more idle talk. Captain, that lad is quite decent. Remember to bring him in. I'm off now. Old Gong. Gong Lai no longer heeded the sounds emanating from his headset. His eyes were filled with resolute determination. Beasts, come. Let me cleave you. Gong Lai let out a wild, feral laugh, his eyes flashing with lightning as electricity surged through his body. His 3rd divine seal began to tremble, its intricate patterns pulsating with power. The Rat King sensed impending danger. Squeak. It shrieked. The remaining 3 bloodthirsty mice lunged at Gong Lai like crazed beasts. Gong Lai laughed maniacally. Thunderous rupture. The voices of his teammates echoed in despair through the headset. Old Gong Lai. Amidst the dazzling interplay of lightning and violet light, Gong Lai summoned his final strength. His spear surged forth like a galloping thunder dragon, piercing through the 3 bloodthirsty mice and skewering them together. He then thrust violently towards the 3-star Rat King. At that very moment, Su Liang arrived, witnessing the last brilliant display of Gong Lai's might. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the spear aimed at the Rat King. The Rat King, sensing an overwhelming threat, desperately braced itself against the spear's tip with its razor-sharp claws. Die! Gong Lai roared, the tumult of electricity crackling. With a resounding crack, the Rat King's claws shattered, and the spear plunged into its chest. Time seemed to stand still in that instant. Su Liang felt as though his very breath had been suspended. Did this fool not realize he should flee? The confrontation between man and mouse appeared to freeze. The Rat King's crimson eyes reflected a savage expression, filled with excruciating agony. Squeak! It shrieked in torment. Blood streamed from Gong Lai's mouth as he gazed upon the struggling, bloodthirsty Rat King. Was it destined to die? Indeed. There seemed to be no way to vanquish this beast. Had it not been for the multitude of bloodthirsty rats, perhaps victory would have been within reach. His eyes gradually dimmed. The bloodthirsty Rat King, in a frenzy, quivered uncontrollably, swinging its thick tail, which suddenly lunged towards Gong Lai. He lacked the strength to retaliate, allowing the sharp tail to pierce his right chest and lift him aloft. With a shrill cry, the Rat King hurled Gong Lai away, sending him crashing into a heap of rubble. In a fit of rage, the Rat King extracted the spear embedded in its body, coiling its long tail around it before violently flinging it towards Gong Lai, who lay amidst the debris. Su Liang's heart jolted. Gong Lai. With a sudden surge of determination, Su Liang thrust his foot against the spear, diverting its trajectory. The spear grazed Gong Lai's right ear, nearly claiming his life. Su Liang appeared by Gong Lai's side, calling out his name repeatedly. The companions in his earpiece heard Su Liang's desperate cries, falling into a sorrowful silence. A gaping wound marred Gong Lai's chest, blood spilling forth as he coughed, barely able to perceive Su Liang. With a pained utterance, he croaked, "You fool, why come back?" "Hurry, run!" Su Liang stared at Gong Lai, thinking, "You are the true fool. Why can't you just flee?" Gong Lai was devoid of strength, as if death were imminent. Su Liang looked at him, uncertain of what to say. Indeed, he felt foolish for returning, yet his heart insisted he should do so. "Damn it, you better not die. I still owe you 5 beast crystals." Gong Lai had exhausted his strength to respond. Su Liang's hand tightened around the silver spear, his gaze unwavering and resolute. In his previous life, he had been fearful and timid, hiding beneath the protective wings of his comrades. The loss of those allies weighed heavily upon him. Perhaps having faced death once, he no longer feared it. He could not bear to witness the demise of someone who had fought to carve a path for him. In his past life, he had seen too many individuals like Gong Lai, and in those moments, he had failed to comprehend the significance of their sacrifices. But now, he gradually understood. We exist in this world to steadfastly uphold certain beliefs or values. Perhaps that is the very essence of our survival. At the moment he grasped the spear, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Su Liang's eyes. "Who said I owe you 5 beast crystals? I am a person of principle. If you die, to whom shall I return them?" He fixed his gaze upon the bloodthirsty Rat King, which too was nearly at the end of its strength. "Then let us fight." As he took hold of the spear, he felt a tingling sensation, perhaps due to the remnants of Gong Lai's thunderous power. It was at that moment that a burning heat began to radiate from his chest, overwhelming him with intensity. He furrowed his brow, and in the next instant, a faint golden light emanated from his chest. This searing sensation made him feel restless all over, yet simultaneously, he felt an immense surge of power coursing through his veins. What is happening? The might of the scarlet-eyed celestial unicorn? Su Liang was bewildered, staring incredulously at his own body. In that moment, within the vision of his inside eye, every pore on his skin shimmered with a faint golden glow. Su Liang's heart quivered with a profound tremor. What force was this? The golden light. Could it be? He found it utterly incredulous, doubting his own capacity to wield such formidable power. Yet, this was not the moment for contemplation. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the bloodthirsty Rat King, a faint glimmer of gold coursing through his eyes. Upon witnessing Su Liang's pale golden orbs, the Rat King sensed a change in the atmosphere. Terror flickered in its scarlet eyes, and its body began to tremble, overwhelmed by an instinctual fear. With a cold snort, Su Liang drove his spear into the ground, sending ripples across the surface. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. Was this the power of the Divine Seal? He had yet to awaken fully. He bellowed, "Kill!" With a forceful kick to the spear's base, he thrust it forward with unwavering resolve. The dragon of fury pierced through the air as if it were a dragon unleashed. The Rat King emitted a shriek, compelled to retaliate despite its fear. The spear erupted with a thunderous blast, sending the Rat King reeling. This pressure, seemingly emanating from the very soul, diminished the Rat King's strength significantly. A tumult of emotions surged within Su Liang. In his previous life, had he acted with more determination, would the outcome have been different? Were there some lives that could have been spared? Time rewound. In this life, he resolved not to repeat the past. He yearned for change, aspiring to alter the fates of those he would encounter in the future. In this moment, he fought for Gong Lai as well. With each flourish of his spear, Vibrant blossoms of crimson erupted, leaving gory wounds upon the Rat King's form. The creature wailed in despair, its innate abilities stifled, reduced to a mere target for Su Liang's relentless onslaught. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Liang's eyes as he brought down his spear with a resounding bang. In an instant, one of the Mouse King's forepaws shattered violently. With another shot, the tip of the spear severed the tail that the Mouse King had swung at him. The air echoed with its mournful cries. With each relentless strike, the injuries on the Mouse King deepened, its once impenetrable fur, under the influence of Su Liang's golden power, became increasingly fragile. It was brought to the brink of death. Seizing the moment, Su Liang, cold as frost, declared die. He thrust his spear forward with fierce intensity, the potent pale golden energy surging along the tip. In an instant, it pierced through the Mouse King's skull. Su Liang lifted it high, violently shaking the spear, causing the Mouse King's head to explode. A beast crystal, encased in flesh and blood, fell. Everything came to an end. Su Liang's eyes were filled with an icy indifference, resembling a deity of death. Finally, he exhaled in relief. For now, it seemed, the threat had passed. The spear clattered to the ground. The golden radiance began to fade, and the searing sensation in his chest gradually subsided. In that fleeting moment, Su Liang felt his legs weaken, his entire body succumbing to an overwhelming frailty, nearly collapsing to the ground. Leaning on his spear, he gasped for breath, his complexion paling. Such profound side effects. Chapter 24, Is it over? Su Liang felt as though he were on the brink of collapse, his spirit flagging. The exertion of this power had not only drained his physical strength but had also sapped his mental fortitude. A wave of dizziness washed over him, threatening to bring him to his knees. Su Liang, a choked voice reached him. Turning his gaze, he saw Bai Qianqian rushing towards him, her face streaked with tears. A faint smile tugged at Su Liang's lips. She still cared for him. He wondered how great her courage had been to overcome her fears and come to his side. Thankfully, the danger had passed. Bai Qianqian rushed to support Su Liang. Su Liang, are you all right? She grasped Su Liang tightly, inspecting his body, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. Su Liang, with a pale smile, reassured her, Don't worry, I'm uninjured. Quickly, help me to that fellow. In the background, Lu Xian hurriedly approached. Qianqian. Bai Qianqian had already assisted Su Liang to the side of Gong Lai. Upon witnessing Gong Lai, whose breath was barely discernible, with a gaping wound in his chest still oozing blood, mother and daughter dared not gaze any longer. It was far too gruesome. Su Liang sat beside him, removing the earpiece from his ear. Hello, can anyone hear me? Old Gong. The team members were taken aback. I'm not Gong Lai. Please send a medic quickly. I do not know if he can still be saved. Hurry. Chi Hengchu's voice echoed, though Green Een had already set off. Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief, half reclining beside Gong Lai, enveloped in silence. The Divine Hunter Squad thrived on unconditional trust among teammates, a bond that allowed them to entrust their lives to one another. Thus, the camaraderie often transcended mere friendship, evolving into a profound brotherhood forged in battle. Su Liang had always understood this. Yet in his past life, he had missed too many opportunities. In this life, he was determined not to let them slip away. He recalled each comrade who had perished before his eyes in his previous existence and let out a bitter smile. In this life, I will protect you. Soon, a woman clad in a tight-fitting green combat suit rushed over, kneeling anxiously before Gong Lai. She possessed a delicate figure and a strikingly beautiful face. Appearing to be in her 30s, exuding an aura of elegance. Tears had already streaked her visage. Bai Qianqian and Lu Xian recognized her as the woman who had assisted Su Liang with his treatment. She trembled all over, her voice choked with emotion, unable to stem the flow of tears. No, you cannot die, you scoundrel. Her eyes brimmed with reluctance and despair. The verdant markings on her arms radiated a gentle green light, as did the one upon her forehead, all manifesting the power of divine symbols. She lamented sorrowfully. You cannot leave us. Bai Qianqian and Lu Xian fell into a heavy silence. Su Liang, witnessing this poignant scene, sighed deeply. The energies flowed into Gong Lai's body. Yet there was no sign of response from him. No, you must awaken. Soon, their other companions arrived, marking Su Liang's first encounter with them. They gathered around Gong Lai, each one silent, their gazes filled with sorrow. Green Cloak, clad in emerald attire, broke down in tears. You must wake up. You scoundrel. You have yet to marry me. Come back to us. The team, unable to bear the sight, turned away. Green Cloak summoned the power of her symbols, manifesting a leaf that descended into his wound. Yet, Gong Lai remained unresponsive, his breath seemingly extinguished. For Green Cloak, it felt as if the heavens had collapsed. She was at a loss. Why won't you leave? Why won't you fight to live? Tell me. Her once radiant face was now marred by tears and blood. She reached out a trembling hand, caressing his still warm face. Wiping away her tears, she channeled her energy, desperately striving to revive him. Her comrades looked on, hearts heavy with sorrow. On the verdant field, do not do this. No, he cannot perish. He had promised me so many unfulfilled things. Su Liang struggled to rise, his expression grave. Under the astonished gazes of Chi Hengqiu and others, he offered a salute to the lifeless Gong Lai, a gesture only understood by the Divine Hunter team. It was a tribute of the utmost respect. They were utterly bewildered that this young man comprehended such a rite. The team members followed suit, rendering their own salutes. All in the fashion of the Divine Hunter. Old Gong, do not worry, I will burn some offerings for you. One teammate lamented. Liang leaned over Gong Lai's body, patting him. You, come back to life. At that moment, she seemed to hear the faint sound of Gong Lai's heartbeat. It jolted her like an electric shock, and she sprang up. Gong Lai, Gong Lai. She shook his garment vigorously. Wake up. Suddenly, though Gong Lai's eyes remained closed, a voice emerged. Stop shaking. If you keep this up, I truly will die. At that sound, everyone turned to Gong Lai, their faces alight with joy. Old Gong. Old Gong. Liang gazed at him and burst into tears. You rascal. Could you not have woken up sooner? You have made me cry for so long. Gong Lai coughed lightly twice. I have yet to marry you. How could I bear to die? Liang laughed through her tears. You scoundrel. All the teammates sighed in relief, their expressions shifting to smiles. Gong Lai, grinning, remarked, Xiao Longzi, will you burn some offerings for me? The youth, affectionately nicknamed Little Longzi, grinned widely. As long as Sister Greenery doesn't mind, I can burn 100 for you, ensuring your daily joy. Laughter erupted among the group. Greenery playfully tapped him on the shoulder. Ugh. Gong Lai groaned in agony. I need to rest for a bit. It hurts so much. I'm exhausted. He closed his eyes once more. No sleeping. Greenery admonished him. Oh, I want to die. I'm too reluctant to leave this world. Greenery continued to channel her energy, diligently aiding in his recovery. The other team members also joined in to assist. Su Liang observed the scene, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Thankfully, his presence here was not in vain. As long as he was alive, that was what truly mattered. In that moment, he felt a layer of guilt lift from his heart. Captain Chi Hengqiu beckoned Su Liang to approach the bloodthirsty Rat King. I am Chi Hengqiu, the captain of the Burning Kill Squad. It's a pleasure to meet you, Su Liang. Chi Hengqiu nodded. Yes, I know you. Thank you. Su Liang shook his head, insisting it was he who saved us. Without him, we might have perished. Chi Hengqiu nodded in understanding, then turned his gaze to the Rat King. Did you kill it? Su Liang hesitated momentarily before swiftly shaking his head. How could he confess? Even if Gong Lai later clarified certain matters, he would remain silent. He had not yet unraveled the secrets within himself and wished to avoid drawing too much attention. It was Gong Lai who did the killing. I merely fired a shot to finish it off while he was unconscious, shattering the Rat King's skull. Chi Hengqiu regarded Su Liang with a scrutinizing glance. Would he believe him? Yet, he chose not to expose the truth. This was sufficient. Chi Hengqiu remarked, once you attain divine awareness, should you succeed, I would like to invite you to join us in the Ember Slaughter. Su Liang chuckled softly. Let us await my divine awareness. As for what lies ahead, it is difficult to predict. Chi Hengqiu nodded in agreement. Su Liang continued. We must seal off the underground passage. Otherwise, the frequent incursions will become unbearable. Chi Hengqiu affirmed. I have already notified the military. They have dispatched personnel to destroy that passage. After a brief interlude, Gong Lai's condition stabilized. Captain, we can return now, called one of the team members. Chi Hengqiu nodded. Farewell. Su Liang smiled and replied, farewell. Gong Lai was lifted onto a stretcher, now conscious. Wait, he interjected. Everyone paused in surprise as Gong Lai turned to Su Liang. You little rascal, he exclaimed, before tossing 3 2-star beast crystals and 1 3-star beast crystal toward him. Su Liang caught them, furrowing his brow. What does this mean? Gong Lai grumbled. Aren't you in need of beast crystals? Here they are for you. Su Liang shook his head. This is absurd. A 3-star beast crystal is not something to be treated lightly. Gong Lai insisted, if I offer them, just accept them. Why the fuss? Su Liang continued to shake his head, returning them to him. The price he paid to acquire such treasures was substantial. The value of a 3-star beast crystal is indeed considerable. While he did require beast crystals, this was not the way to go about it. After all, Gong Li had saved him and Bai Qianqian and her daughter. Hey, you little rascal, why are you being so sentimental? Su Liang replied, exasperated, go away, go away. You're the one being sentimental. A group of team members gazed curiously at them. Were these two truly so familiar with each other? Perhaps only Su Liang understood. As fellow members of the Divine Hunt, Gong Li's affable nature made him easy to get along with, reminiscent of someone from his past life, which allowed them to bond effortlessly. Gong Li let out a soft snort but still retrieved 3 2-star beast crystals and tossed them nonchalantly. Take them if you want. I can't be bothered. Brothers, let's go. Home. Laughter erupted among the group as they hoisted him away. Su Liang observed the 3 2-star beast crystals on the ground, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he picked them up. He then surveyed the chaos around him. Qianqian, Auntie, the house is utterly destroyed. You can stay at my place. I have spare rooms. A playful grin crossed his face. Hey, today I might finally manage to bring the Empress home, right? Chapter 25, Significant Improvement. The three of them stumbled back home. Grandpa had been waiting at the door for quite some time. Initially, Bai Qianqian felt a bit embarrassed, and Lu Xian did not wish to intrude. However, upon seeing their home reduced to ruins, it became impossible to ignore the reality. There was truly no place left to stay. They resolved to return later for repairs and decided to accompany Su Liang to his house instead. Su Liang chuckled inwardly, finally managing to bring the Empress home. Bai Qianqian lowered her head, feeling somewhat bashful. Grandpa, this is my classmate Bai Qianqian, and this is her mother, Aunt Lu Xian. The old man, breaking from his usual demeanor, exclaimed, Come in, come in. Quickly, he warmly assisted Lu Xian and the others with their belongings. Salvaged remnants from the wreckage. Tomorrow, Lu Xian would return to continue the search. Hello, Grandpa, Bai Qianqian weakly greeted. She cast a somewhat anxious glance at the stooped old man. Su Luochen chuckled softly. Hello, hello, no need to be nervous, please come in. Lu Xian, feeling a bit shy, added, Old sir, sorry for the intrusion. Not at all, not at all. It's much livelier with more people around, the old man replied warmly. Su Liang raised an eyebrow at his grandfather's enthusiastic demeanor. Was this truly the same stern old man? The grandfather continued walking ahead. We have 2 vacant rooms. It would be perfect for you and your daughter to each have one. Lu Xian quickly waved her hands. No need. We can share a room. The old man chuckled. That's fine too. After all, they are empty. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to gather some of your belongings. You can arrange them as you wish. Everyone set down their things. The grandfather cheerfully inquired. Have you all had dinner? Yes, we have eaten, Su Liang responded. Good, then hurry and help tidy up. Rest early tonight. We can discuss everything else tomorrow. All right, I will do that. Su Liang placed his belongings down and rushed to the west side room to clean up. Their home resembled a quaint Sihiyuan, modest yet cozy, more inviting than Bai Qianqian's residence. I'll help you. Bai Qianqian quickly followed him, feeling a bit bashful as she surveyed the surroundings. Su Liang smiled. The two of them busied themselves in the room. During this period, just settle in here without overthinking. He reassured her. Bai Qianqian softly replied, Okay. Her cheeks flushed slightly, an exquisite sensation enveloping her, as they were to soon share a roof together. Su Liang. Bai Qianqian called out to him. What is it? Su Liang responded, his gaze meeting hers with sincerity. Thank you for saving us once again. Su Liang replied with a smile. No need to thank me. Have you forgotten? I have my own intentions. It will soon be your turn to protect me. Bai Qianqian's earlobes turned a delicate shade of crimson. But can I truly protect you? I feel as though I have nothing left to repay you. Su Liang jested. You're not suggesting you would offer yourself in return, are you? Bai Qianqian abruptly lifted her gaze towards Su Liang, only to shyly lower it once more. I could, she stammered, feeling too bashful to articulate that perhaps it wouldn't be entirely out of the question. Just then, Lu Xian entered with a basin of water. It's quite clean, no need for tidying up. Bai Qianqian instantly lowered her head in a flurry of embarrassment. Su Liang stifled a chuckle. Auntie, you two should wash up early. I won't intrude any longer. Just call out if you need anything. Don't hesitate. Lu Xian nodded with a smile. All right, thank you, Xiao Liang. As Su Liang exited, Lu Xian noticed her daughter's flushed cheeks. Qianqian, what's wrong? Nothing. Mom, I'm fine. Lu Xian observed her daughter's flustered demeanor with curiosity. She smiled gently. Actually, Xiao Liang is quite a good boy. Your mother supports you. Bai Qianqian's face turned crimson in an instant. Mom, what are you saying? Such a thing does not exist. Lu Xian said with a faint smile. Am I not familiar with my own daughter? Bai Qianqian felt utterly embarrassed. Outside, the perceptive Su Liang caught wind of the conversation, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Ah, how delightful. Yet, he dared not entertain the thought of winning over the Empress. Perhaps, after her awakening, she would encounter even greater talents. Hastily, Su Liang washed up. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, rendering him acutely aware of his frailty. He collapsed onto his bed and retrieved the 3 2-star beast crystals, his gaze igniting with fervor. 1 2-star beast crystal held a value equivalent to 10 1-star beast crystals within human society, a staggering ratio. The realization struck him that he possessed the equivalent of 30 1-star beast crystals. How many value points could he convert tonight? And what of the Eye of Insight? Rubbing his palms together, he felt a surge of anticipation. He arranged the 3 2-star beast crystals before him and entered a state of feigned slumber. With a mere thought, his consciousness was drawn into that enigmatic realm. The pair of beastly eyes, glowing with a golden light, fixated on him. With another thought, he activated his value panel. Beast Energy Conversion. Conversion Progress. 61000. 000. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal, Unawakened. Mentality, 11100. Strength, 16100. Agility, 11100. Speed, 11100. The panel was familiar. Yet soon Su Liang noticed an anomaly. A percentage had been added to his physical attributes. What could this possibly signify? Was it limited to a maximum of 100? Su Liang found himself utterly perplexed. However, it seemed he could only proceed step by step, hoping that a day of clarity would eventually arrive. Yet, he soon pondered the potential power of the 3 2-star beast crystals. How would he quantify this force? How should he allocate it? He was at a loss regarding how to manage the distribution of these values. Su Liang felt genuinely exasperated. A hint would have been appreciated. Nevertheless, he decided to set those thoughts aside and focus on the transformation instead. With a flicker of intent, the cold, mechanical voice resonated once more, announcing, Beast Energy Transformation in progress. The golden beastly pupils emitted a radiant light that enveloped Su Liang's body. The familiar wave of agony surged through him once again. Meanwhile, within the confines of his room, the energies of the 3 2-star beast crystals gradually coalesced into tendrils of vapor, flowing towards Su Liang. Throughout this ordeal, he endured the searing pain that felt as though it were scorching his very flesh. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to withstand the torment. It was a necessary trial. He could only contemplate a fair distribution in his mind. This transformation process was evidently prolonged, with the agony becoming increasingly pronounced. Had it not been for the fortitude he had cultivated in his previous life, he might have succumbed to despair. Fortunately, he managed to endure. At long last, the golden light began to fade, and the sensation of pain receded. He exhaled in relief and once again summoned the virtual panel. Beast Energy Transformation. Transformation Progress. 36-1. 000. 000. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. Awakening not yet achieved. Spirit, 11-7-100. Strength, 16-9-100. Agility, 11-7-100. Speed, 11-7-100. Su Liang gazed incredulously at the panel before him. My goodness, it truly is like this. He realized that as long as he focused his thoughts, he could determine his own path. A wry smile crossed his lips. It was remarkably simple. He contemplated an equitable distribution of his attributes, allocating any surplus to his strength. To his astonishment, it indeed worked. The corners of his mouth lifted in a grin. He had grasped a crucial aspect of his abilities. Moreover, he discovered that 1 2-star beast crystal was equivalent to 10 1-star beast crystals. That was acceptable. Moderation was key. However, the section regarding the Eye of Insight remained unchanged, suggesting that its enhancement would be considerably more challenging. Nevertheless, Su Liang felt a sense of contentment. The current power of the Eye of Insight was already formidable. Soon, he exited this state, opening his eyes to the dawn of a new day. Taking a deep breath, he felt invigorated, which was quite pleasing. He casually swung his fist, producing a resounding crack. A sonic boom erupted. Su Liang was momentarily taken aback. This strength was utterly terrifying. He could scarcely fathom how much stronger he had become. Additionally, his mental acuity felt significantly enhanced, and he sensed changes in his speed and agility. It was almost surreal. Elated, he reveled in the positive developments. It seems that my destiny in this life is truly destined to change because of this beastly transformation. Soon, a voice resonated from outside. Liang, come out for breakfast. You need to go to school. It was Lu Xian's voice. Liang chuckled. All right, Auntie, I'm coming. Sharing the first breakfast with the future empress. How delightful. Chapter 26. Liang, the murderer. The four of them sat around the dining table, indulging in breakfast. Lu Xian wore a beaming smile. Liang, give it a try and see if it pleases your palate. Liang took a bite, his eyes widening in surprise. Wow, Auntie, your culinary skills are exceptional. This is truly delicious. Lu Xian replied with a smile. Don't flatter me. Liang responded earnestly. Auntie, I genuinely find it delectable. Lu Xian nodded, her smile widening. Then do indulge yourself. Bai Qianqian, feeling shy, kept her head lowered and hesitated to look up. The words spoken by her mother last night had kept her restless throughout the night. Liang is quite wonderful. Mother supports him. Just the thought of those words made her cheeks flush with warmth. Liang's grandfather, I hope I won't be too much of a bother during this time. Luochen also wore a smile. No worries, my home hasn't been this lively in quite a while. Just make yourselves comfortable. Don't concern yourselves with repairs. As that place remains perilous, Lu Xian still appeared somewhat uneasy. The hospitality you have extended, the shelter you have provided, is truly. The old gentleman hastily remarked. There is no need for such concerns regarding food. Look at this girl, Qianqian, she is quite frail. I shall ensure she receives proper nourishment to restore her health. As for everything else, you and your daughter need not worry. I still possess some strength. Shortly, I will accompany you to your home to gather a few belongings. You may settle in with peace of mind. That is how it shall be. Lu Xian's eyes glistened with tears. She had not anticipated encountering such a kind-hearted elder. She nodded in agreement. Bai Qianqian softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa. The old gentleman responded with a warm smile. There is no need for thanks. From now on, we are family. You scoundrel. At school, be sure to protect Qianqian well, he admonished. Liang grinned. Grandpa, I understand. Bai Qianqian discreetly stole a glance at Liang. Noticing he was looking back at her, causing her to quickly lower her head. Once they had finished their meal, the two set out for school together. Bai Qianqian timidly followed behind Liang. Your grandfather is truly wonderful, she remarked. Liang replied with a smile. I told you my grandfather is easy to get along with. In fact, he hasn't been as warm with you as he is with me. He typically appears stern but possesses a warm heart. You will come to understand that. As Bai Qianqian trailed behind Liang, gazing at his back, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. Throughout the journey, she remained silent, merely walking alongside him. On the school bus, Liang ensured she was protected from the crowd, sparing her from discomfort. This feeling is truly delightful. Yet, within Bai Qianqian's heart, a contemplation lingers. How shall she repay Liang in the future? She possesses nothing of substantial value. All that remains is her very self. Perhaps she could dedicate her life to remain by his side. The very thought left Bai Qianqian blushing with embarrassment. How shameless of you. Bai Qianqian, he hasn't even expressed a desire for that if, as Liang suggested, she were to awaken the SSS-level Divine Seal. Then in due time, once she becomes formidable, she would protect Liang in return. Upon arriving at school, as she entered the classroom, Liang immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Every classmate's expression shifted slightly upon his arrival, revealing an air of unease. Liang's perceptive abilities were exceptionally acute, and it became evident when he caught sight of Zhang Tianhao's sinister grin. In that instant, a peculiar smirk unconsciously tugged at the corners of his lips. Trying to set me up? Zhang Tianhao had already risen to his feet. Liang, you murderer. Lu Hao echoed the accusation. You murderer. How dare you come to school? A triumphant smile spread across Zhang Tianhao's face. Quickly inform the teacher and have them bring the police. Arrest this murderer. As Zhang Tianhao's words fell, a classmate had already dashed out to notify the teacher. With a mocking sneer, Zhang Tianhao remarked, You truly possess audacity. In broad daylight, you dare commit murder. The gaze of the classmates towards Liang now resembled that of fleeing from a ferocious beast. Bai Qianqian, too, was bewildered by this sudden declaration. A murderer? When did Liang commit murder? Yesterday, he had been with her the entire time. There was no hint of any such act. Liang observed his smug demeanor, curious to see if he would continue to smile shortly. At that moment, Lung Liangsang also rose and turned her gaze towards Liang. Why do you want to kill? Do you realize that such an act will ruin your entire life? The divine awareness is about to awaken. Why act so impulsively? Her eyes reflected a deep sense of frustration, akin to the anguish of seeing a promising future squandered. Liang let out a cold chuckle. Noting the irony of her sudden concern for him, Bai Qianqian clutched Liang's sleeve, her heart racing with anxiety. Murder was a grave offense, punishable by death. Yet, Liang merely held her hand gently. To Liang saying, this scene pierced her heart like a steel needle. Why did she find this moment so intolerable? After all, Liang was no one to her. With a mocking tone, Liang retorted, who claims that I have killed? When did I ever commit such an act? You are slandering me. Upon hearing his evasive remarks, Liang sighed and returned to her seat. Why bother? She thought. Liang dismissed her concerns with a scoff. Zhang Tianhao sneered, still pretending? I witnessed the entire process of your crime. Liang paused, taken aback. Where did you see it? Zhang Tianhao replied with a cold laugh. Now you're frightened, are you? Come, kneel and beg for my mercy. I might consider saving you. His triumphant expression seemed almost to elevate him above the ground. I did not commit murder, Liang stated flatly, his demeanor unyielding. Still trying to argue your case? It seems you are determined not to give up until you reach the Yellow River. Zhang Tianhao cackled menacingly. Today, you shall find yourself in the police station. Prepare for your demise. Ha ha. Zhang Tianhao laughed maniacally. Those who had been reprimanded by Liang wore mocking smiles, seemingly eager to witness Liang's arrest and subsequent execution. This is the fate that befalls those who offend them. Liang, you should never have allowed them to possess such leverage against you. Yang Biao hurriedly approached. Brother Liang, what on earth is happening? Zhang Tianhao has video evidence of you committing murder. Zhang Tianhao retorted sharply, Yang Biao, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to teach him how to conspire? Be cautious, lest you be implicated as well. If you find yourself apprehended, you can forget about any cleverness. Yang Biao's expression soured. Even if he wished to assist Liang, he was at a loss for how to do so. Yet, Liang merely smiled faintly. Biaozi, return to your seat and do not fret. Yang Biao was nearly beside himself with anxiety, letting out a deep sigh. Liang turned his gaze toward Zhang Tianhao. You claim to possess video footage of my supposed crime. Do share it with me. I trust it is not a fabricated attempt to frame me? Zhang Tianhao sneered derisively. Liang, even in the face of death, you still attempt to feign innocence? What did you do in that narrow alley to the left of the school yesterday after classes? Have you truly forgotten? At this, Liang's eyes momentarily sharpened, betraying a hint of alarm. Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao exchanged cold laughter, relishing the anticipation of Liang's misfortune. Are you finally aware of the gravity of your situation? What were your intentions yesterday? Did you only think of taking a life? You are nothing but a complete criminal. You assault teachers and beat your classmates. I see you as a wolf in sheep's clothing. Await your demise. As Liang listened to these words, a cold smile crept across his face. He was curious to see who would meet their end first. At this moment, Bai Qianqian finally grasped the situation. Had Liang left her side for a brief moment yesterday after school to commit murder? Gripping Liang's collar, she implored, Liang. He turned to her, offering a reassuring glance. Zhang Tianhao admonished, Bai Qianqian, as class monitor, I kindly advise you not to associate with this murderer. Be wary lest you find yourself embroiled in this mess. Bai Qianqian's eyes brimmed with tears. Liang could not possibly be a killer. You must be mistaken. Zhang Tianhao sneered, mistaken? The evidence and witnesses are all present. Do you still wish to argue? Long Lianqiang cast a complicated glance at Liang. Very well, she thought. Let us consider him non-existent. She had hoped to harbor a more favorable view of him. But that was futile. Bai Qianqian's tears were on the verge of spilling. Liang looked at her and said, do not cry. It is all right. I did not commit murder. So do not mind them. Zhang Tianhao scoffed. What are you pretending for? At that moment, a flurry of footsteps echoed down the corridor as a group hurriedly approached. The newly appointed substitute teacher, Hu Anshan, accompanied by several police officers, appeared at the classroom door. In the background, Liao Yuqian seemed to be lurking, observing with a smirk. The three police officers quickly advanced towards them. Liang, you are suspected of murder. Please accompany us. Chapter 27. The Truth Revealed. One of the officers displayed his badge, while the other two prepared to handcuff Liang. Huan Shan sighed, bewildered by the turn of events. At that moment, Zhang Tianhao and Liao Yuqian were expressions of malicious triumph. It was about time. Bai Qianqian could no longer hold back her tears. No. She attempted to intervene with the officers. Huanshan quickly interjected, do not cause trouble. Obstructing law enforcement is a crime. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Bai Qianqian's eyes as she fervently shook her head. Officer, Su Liang did not commit murder. You must be mistaken. The officer replied coldly, step aside. This is law enforcement. As the handcuffs inched closer to Su Liang's wrists, he suddenly spoke up. Wait. The officer turned to him. What do you wish to say? Speak at the station. Su Liang maintained a serene smile. Officer, you may arrest me, but I deserve to know the reason for my apprehension. You claim I committed murder. Yet I am innocent. My classmates mentioned you have video evidence of the crime. Surely, you can show it to me? Even in death. I wish to understand my fate clearly. You intend to take me without explanation. What if something happens to me en route? Would I not perish unjustly? Upon hearing this, the officer's expression darkened. What? Do you think we would act recklessly? Su Liang smiled and shook his head. No, not at all. I merely wish to view that video. Su Liang discerned that these officers were undoubtedly summoned by Zhang Tianhao, perhaps even prearranged by him. To escalate the matter, it was imperative to confront it right here. The officer scoffed. Very well, let me show you. Swiftly, he activated the smart watch on his wrist, projecting an image before Su Liang's eyes. The footage depicted a young man robbing Su Liang, followed by a scuffle between the two, culminating in a brutal beating that left the assailant bloodied and battered. Every frame intact. What do you have to say for yourself? The officer inquired coldly. Zhang Tianhao shouted, Officer, swiftly take this murderer away. This is an utter disgrace to our esteemed Xinjue number 2. Several students echoed his sentiments, joining in a chorus of outrage. Young Biao was nearly beside himself with anxiety. While Bai Qianqian felt her heart crumble. Had Su Liang truly taken a life? Su Liang, astonished, asked, Officer, is the man dead? The officer retorted with a disdainful grunt. Save your words for the station. Su Liang was adorned with a pair of silver handcuffs, and it appeared he was on the verge of being taken away. Zhang Tianhao and Liao Yuqian reveled in their internal triumph. Wait, officer, if the man is deceased, you cannot simply take me. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. The officer furrowed his brow, questioning, what do you mean? Do you have accomplices? At that moment, Su Liang revealed a devilish grin. Accomplices may be too strong a term, but I possess another video. Once everyone views it, you will know precisely whom to apprehend. Su Liang's gaze locked onto Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao. In that instant, a chill coursed through Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao, leaving them both bewildered. What was happening? Why did they feel a sudden drop in temperature? Without waiting for the officer to speak, Su Liang had already activated his Starlink. An image materialized before him. The moment the first image appeared, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao felt a chill run down their spines. It was over. He had been waiting for them all along. Damn it. This scoundrel had anticipated their every move. The screen depicted Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao alongside that young man. Zhang Tianhao exclaimed, teach him a severe lesson. The young man replied, easy enough. I am not a foolish woman like your homeroom teacher. Zhang Tianhao instructed, you go in first and take him down. We will follow. Observing this dialogue, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao's faces turned ashen. The surrounding classmates were utterly astonished. Zhang Tianhao was in cahoots with that individual. Liao Yuqian's expression darkened. Was she truly a foolish woman? Lung Lianshuang was somewhat taken aback, realizing that Su Liang had been prepared all along. Such meticulous forethought from Su Liang made Liang Lianshuang regard him with newfound respect. But he had still taken a life, hadn't he? What could that signify? Yang Biao and Bai Qianqian were somewhat elated. Was there still a glimmer of hope? A few officers felt a sinking sensation in their hearts as they glanced at Zhang Tianhao. At that moment, Zhang Tianhao's face was pale. Had this individual truly captured everything up to this point? Surely not. Hadn't he left earlier? Zhang Tianhao was still struggling. What could this possibly mean? Yes, this person was indeed brought here to teach you a lesson, yet you still committed murder. Do you still wish to argue your case? Officer, quickly take him away. This is nothing but an attempt to confuse the issue. It is merely a dispute between classmates at most, but he has committed murder. Zhang Tianhao was frantic. At that moment, Zhang Tianhao could hardly wait for the police to take him away, and he longed for an opportunity to destroy the so-called video. A sinister feeling gripped his heart. He sensed impending misfortune. His anxiety reached a fever pitch. However, Su Liang merely smiled faintly and said, "Oh, class monitor, why the rush? The video hasn't concluded yet. The best part is still to come. If I were to commit murder, I would simply accept the consequences." Zhang Tianhao's fear intensified. Lu Hao, trembling with dread, thought to himself, it's over. If that footage truly exists, my life is ruined. At that moment, an ominous premonition arose among the classmates, sensing that the situation was about to take a turn for the worse. In the footage, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao were seen fixated on the scene of Su Liang battling with the young man. Then, Su Liang appeared, taunting, "Look, what can you prove? Aren't you the one who killed someone? Hurry, officer, take him away." At this point, all eyes turned toward Zhang Tianhao. His frantic demeanor only served to confirm the guilt he harbored. A wicked smile danced upon Su Liang's lips as he remarked, "No need to rush. The crucial moment is approaching." The video continued, showing Su Liang entering the store, while Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao emerged from the alley. They paused beside the young man, engaging in conversation for a while. Then, overwhelmed with despair, Zhang Tianhao could no longer contain himself. In a frenzy, he charged towards Su Liang, intent on destroying the video. With a sudden movement, he aimed a punch at Su Liang's wrist. In that instant, gasps of shock erupted from the students. But Su Liang had anticipated this. A cold smile graced his lips. Though bound by silver bracelets, Su Liang's strength was far beyond what this mediocre fighter could contend with. Had he not feared inflicting mortal harm, Su Liang would have struck him with a single blow. With a swift motion of his hands, a terrifying force surged forth, and he bellowed, "Begone!" When Zhang Tianhao's punch met Su Liang's hands, a sickening crack echoed through the air, followed by a wretched scream. Zhang Tianhao was violently thrown back, his expression a grotesque mask of despair. Su Liang sneered, attempting to destroy the evidence. "Why are you so flustered? I uploaded it long ago." Clutching his other hand, which had been utterly shattered, Zhang Tianhao's plight astonished everyone present. He glared at Su Liang with venomous hatred, his heart sinking into despair. It was over. Truly, it was over. Lu Hao was in a similar state, completely at a loss. Su Liang turned to the police officer. "Officer, I was merely defending myself." The officer, at a loss for words, could only observe as the scene unfolded, under the watchful eyes of all. Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao launched a brutal barrage of punches and kicks, mercilessly beating the young man to death on the spot. Everyone clearly witnessed that the young man had been alive when Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao arrived. Yet, they conspired to kill him and frame Su Liang for the crime. The truth became evident, and all was laid bare. Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao collapsed to the ground, defeated. It was over. Their classmates were struck with realization, shock washing over them as they turned to Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao. It was unfathomable that this entire incident had been a meticulously orchestrated scheme to ensnare Su Liang. Bai Qianqian's tears finally ceased. Su Liang was unharmed. It was not he who committed murder. Yang Biao, his close friend, also breathed a sigh of relief, truly frightened. At this moment, Liang Lianxiang, seated, cast a flickering glance towards Su Liang, her perception of him completely transformed. This Su Liang was not ordinary. What seemed like a certain death trap was, in fact, a meticulously laid plan. It was a calculated counterattack devised by Su Liang to ensnare Zhang Tianhao. The gazes of their classmates shifted towards Su Liang, filled with reverence. With a smile, Su Liang addressed the three police officers. "Comrades, you see. The truth is now laid bare. I was merely acting in self-defense, retaliating against him when he was unable to fight back. The true malice lies with these two individuals, who resorted to murder in their scheme to frame me. It is indeed true that one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Comrades, it is imperative that they are dealt with severely. They must be punished to the fullest extent." The three officers observed Su Liang's performance, casting a profound glance at him, recognizing the depth of his cunning. "Comrades, could you possibly release me? If anyone should be shackled, it should be those two." "Indeed," Yang Biao chimed in, urging the officers. The tides had turned, the roles of offense and defense had shifted. Reluctantly, the officers acquiesced. Turning to Su Liang, one officer inquired, "Why did you not report their murderous intent yesterday?" "Oh, officer, I was entirely unaware of the fact that he had died. I thought they were merely venting their frustrations. Moreover, I experienced an attack by a ferocious beast last night, and simply had no time to spare." At this revelation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. An attack by a ferocious beast. The officer wore a skeptical expression. Su Liang continued, "This is absolutely true. It was the Jinsha squad of Rongqing that saved me. You may verify this information. The Inferno squad." The entire venue trembled once more. Such matters could not be taken lightly. "Officer, can we apprehend them now?" Su Liang grinned mischievously. The officer could only take Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao into custody. At this moment, Despair engulfed Zhang Tianhao. Fixing his venomous gaze upon Su Liang, he bellowed, "Su Liang, I will not let you go. My family will ensure your demise. Just wait for it. You scoundrel. You've betrayed me." With a feigned innocence, Su Liang replied, "Officer, look. He is threatening me. I shall file a complaint against him. I will take it to the divine court. Ah, Su Liang, I will kill you. Scoundrel. Scoundrel." Chapter 28. Henceforth, I shall protect you. Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao were taken away. The classmates who had befriended Zhang Tianhao fell into a heavy silence. Yang Biao approached Su Liang, delivering a hearty slap on his shoulder. "Brother Liang, you are truly remarkable." "Haha, those two are finished." Yang Biao's laughter echoed in the ears of every student, stirring a complex mix of emotions. Zhang Tianhao had indeed brought this upon himself. Bai Qianqian, wiping her tears, broke into a smile, relieved that all was well. The substitute teacher, Hu Anshan, declared, "All right, everyone return to your seats. Class is about to commence." He cast a lingering glance at Su Liang, remaining silent before turning away. Su Liang caught sight of Liao Yuqian by the doorway, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Did she wish to witness his downfall? Su Liang led Bai Qianqian back to their seats, adorned with the triumphant grin of a victor. Bai Qianqian's cheeks flushed crimson, and a wave of teasing erupted throughout the classroom. "Oh dear." Bai Qianqian lowered her head and hurried to her seat, burying her face. In the front row, Lung Lianfang felt a pang in her heart. Was she truly so concerned about Su Liang? How could a mere clown, like that duck, usurp her suitor? Soon, class commenced. Bai Qianqian whispered, "You were aware of all this. Why didn't you tell me? You made me so anxious." Su Liang replied softly, "It's just Zhang Tianhao. I could crush him effortlessly. There's no need for concern. If he were to deceive me, that would be truly embarrassing." He paused, "Speaking of your worry for me, could it be?" Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Qianqian pinched his waist, her face burning with embarrassment. You mustn't say such things." Su Liang chuckled. All right, I won't speak of it. Let's focus on the lesson." Bai Qianqian lowered her head, exasperated. "Honestly, you made me so worried." In truth, the classmates were unable to settle down. Su Liang's maneuver was nothing short of catastrophic for Zhang Tianhao. It seemed the latter was doomed, potentially facing ruin. Moreover, it appeared he was on the verge of awakening. His future seemed bleak. Yet, some speculated that Zhang Tianhao's influential family might intervene to rescue him. Following this incident, those students who previously held reservations about Su Liang now recognized one undeniable truth. He was not to be trifled with. His actions could lead to irreversible consequences. As Zhang Tianhao faced impending disaster, it was hard not to wonder if his family would remain passive. After all, there was a cousin of Zhang Tianhao within their school, a top-tier student. The combat level has reached a concealed S-rank existence, and it seems unlikely to end peacefully. However, Su Liang is currently indifferent to such matters. If they seek death, he does not mind escorting them on their journey. His sole focus at present is how to obtain beast crystals. The sensation of power enhancement provides him with immense security. Yet, acquiring such crystals in the city is exceedingly challenging. Unless one is wealthy, he is not. A single level 1 beast crystal, when converted into the currency used by commoners, is worth several hundred. This amount could cover the expenses of an ordinary family for 10 to 15 days. He cannot afford such expenditures, as he is no tycoon. Thus, he must still pursue the beast crystals. The only option left is to wait until he enters the Chosen One's academy and hunt in the designated areas. Once enrolled in the academy, he will receive a monthly allocation of divine crystals for evolution. Only 3 days remain until the awakening. The girl beside him is finally on the brink of transformation. At noon, Yang Biao, rare for him, sat down to have lunch with the two of them. Liang Gu, how exactly do you arrange your divine hand? Can you truly foresee the future? Su Liang chuckled, interested in learning? Just call me Dad first. Yang Biao shot him a glare. Forget it then. Su Liang smiled. Biaozi, I can indeed foresee the future. Yang Biao scoffed. Keep dreaming. What am I dreaming about? I tell you. You will awaken a B-rank divine mark, Su Liang replied. Yang Biao rolled his eyes. Poo. Only B-rank? Are you cursing me? Su Liang chuckled. It is simply the reality, B-rank. Compared to the vast majority who cannot awaken at all, it is already a significant improvement. Bai Qianqian cast a glance at Su Liang, pondering why he was so assured. Could it truly be? Was she really capable of awakening an SSS-level divine mark? Su Liang raised an eyebrow and said, I'm not teasing you. Actually, yesterday after school, I noticed those two sneaky fellows tailing me. I knew they were up to no good. so I decided to play it smart. I released my ladybug, and unexpectedly, it yielded such a significant result. Yang Biao gave him a thumbs up. You're amazing. I truly envy you. Your grandfather can bestow such marvelous gifts upon you. Look at me, stuck with an old-fashioned phone. Su Liang glanced at the star chain on his wrist, where the little ladybug rested. In this day and age, nearly all electronic devices possess communication capabilities. However, Su Liang's star chain not only facilitates communication but also encompasses reconnaissance, holographic projection, and other functionalities. While it may not be exceptionally remarkable, it remains quite valuable compared to the devices of many classmates residing in the common district. This has always been the reason behind Su Liang's suspicion regarding his grandfather's true identity. Although his family also lived in the common district, their life had never been one of hardship. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian discreetly glanced at her old-fashioned wristwatch, which could also make calls, albeit limited to that function alone. Su Liang smiled and remarked, "What is there to envy? Once you become a chosen one, you can earn divine crystals or beast crystals and trade them for better equipment." Yang Biao rolled his eyes. "It's not that simple." Su Liang merely chuckled. "Fortunately, this incident did not occur while you were in a state of divine awareness. Otherwise, both the Supervisory Bureau and the Punishment Bureau would have come for you, leaving you with no opportunity to explain yourself," Yang Biao remarked. Su Liang nodded in agreement. "I am quite discerning. Had I been the chosen one, I would have ensured that this matter was duly recorded beforehand, thereby denying him such an opportunity." Yang Biao nodded in understanding. After sharing a meal together, Yang Biao decided to part ways with them, not wishing to be a third wheel. Even a fool could discern that their relationship was far from ordinary. They were likely truly together. On the way back to the classroom, Bai Qianqian paused beneath the shade of a tree, suddenly stopping in her tracks. "Su Liang," she called out. Su Liang glanced back at her. Bai Qianqian, although still slender, possessed an inexplicable beauty, delicate and fragile. With her hands clasped behind her, the gentle breeze lifted her skirt, resembling a beautiful painting. The girl was like a masterpiece. Su Liang recognized that she was on the verge of transformation, destined to shine in the world. "What is it?" Bai Qianqian inquired. "Will I truly awaken the SSS-level divine mark?" Su Liang nodded affirmatively. "Yes, you certainly will." Bai Qianqian's eyes sparkled, as if smiling. "Then I shall protect you." Su Liang smiled knowingly, nodding earnestly. "Very well. Your words must hold true." The girl smiled softly, as if having made a resolute decision. Chapter 29. The Awakening of Divine Awareness. Time always slips away unnoticed. 3 days is but a fleeting moment. During these 3 days, Su Liang and Bai Qianqian spent every day together, their bond noticeably deepening. Had she not shared a room with her mother, Su Liang would have sought her out in the dead of night to discuss the aspirations of life. Over the past 3 days, Su Liang had also received news regarding Zhang Tinhao, who had cooperated with the police in their investigation. Initially, he intended to assert that Zhang bore some responsibility, given the act of violence. However, Su Liang was no fool. The video footage clearly depicted him being threatened with a knife at his throat by that individual. This constituted a genuine threat to his life. Was it wrong for him to retaliate? He had merely incapacitated his assailant to eliminate the danger. How could that be deemed excessive self-defense? Did he take a life? No, he did not. Consequently, the police found themselves at an impasse, merely stating that he would need to assist should any further issues arise. As for Zhang Tinhao, he had already been detained, and even his state of consciousness had become a concern. He might miss out on this opportunity as a result. Lu Hao was merely a victim of circumstance, compelled to act in defense when Zhang was about to strike, thus becoming an unwitting scapegoat. Now both individuals were in custody, which could be seen as a source of satisfaction for many. Today marked a pivotal moment in the destinies of all third-year students at the city's Xinjue High School. It was the day of awakening. This day was uniform across the board, a singular occasion. The term awakening refers to the activation of the divine seal within one's body, also known as the awakening process. The awakening requires a specialized device, meticulously crafted by the temple, which harnesses contemporary technology and combines the powers of divine and source crystals to actively awaken the divine seal within the chosen individuals. Of course, could one simply wait for the divine seal within their body to awaken gradually without the device? Indeed, that is possible. However, that process may be exceedingly slow, potentially requiring individuals to wait until their 20s or even 30s, thereby missing the prime years of development. In the present era, there simply is not enough time to wait. The entire realm of Huaxia necessitates a continuous influx of chosen ones to invigorate the temple. One notable point is that I have never witnessed an individual under the age of 18 awaken a divine seal. Thus, the high school seniors in the Divine Awakening Academy are all 18 years of age, eagerly anticipating this day. Today marks a pivotal turning point in the destinies of these seniors. Awakening a divine seal will grant them direct entry into the Academy of Chosen Ones, while those who do not awaken will partake in the National College Entrance Examination, entering ordinary universities and leading a commonplace existence, or they may delve into academia, contributing to the technological advancements of Huaxia. Today will be a momentous occasion, a testament to history. Over 6,000 high school seniors have gathered at the Divine Awakening Playground, arrayed in an orderly fashion, with each class forming a square formation. Excitement is evident on every face as they have long awaited this day, hoping to awaken a high-level divine seal. However, according to standard ratios, among these 6,000 individuals, only around 2,000 are likely to awaken a divine seal. Furthermore, within this group, the seals of C and B levels are expected to comprise approximately 16 to 1,700. Only about 300 individuals are anticipated to awaken seals of a level or higher, a probability that is exceedingly low. As for those capable of attaining S level, such individuals are indeed the elite of the future. Nonetheless, this does not imply that C and B level seals are without merit. They are still significantly stronger than ordinary individuals. Those with C level seals may have the opportunity to become second-tier divine envoys, while B level holders might ascend to third-tier divine masters, and those of higher caliber may aspire to become fourth-tier divine scholars. Thus they are not without their strengths. Bai Qianqian stood beside Su Liang, her heart racing with anxiety. She cast a glance at Su Liang, SSS level. He had shared countless thoughts with her over the past few days. Once she awakened, she would become the center of attention, and everyone would seek her out, drawn to her like moths to a flame. Yet, she found herself disliking the idea. She would much prefer to have only Su Liang by her side. Seemingly sensing her unease, Su Liang gently tugged at her wrist and smiled reassuringly. "Don't be nervous. Let everything unfold naturally." Upon witnessing his smile, her heart swiftly calmed. It felt as if his presence alone rendered her fearless. Yang Biao, standing nearby, had already caught whiffs of the sweet scent of romance. As the sun rose, Principal Liu Kaiyuan emerged, taking his place atop the elevated podium. Through the microphone, he commenced his address. "Dear students, today marks one of the most significant days of your lives, and I extend my heartfelt wishes to you." His lengthy discourse, though extensive, showcased Principal Liu's oratorical prowess, igniting a fervor among many students. In the future, you shall dedicate yourselves to Huaxia, regardless of your awakening status. You are all part of Huaxia. For those who achieve awakening, remain humble and diligent. Focus on your studies at the Chosen Ones Academy, train rigorously, and elevate your levels. One day, you will stand against the beasts and contribute your strength to Huaxia. For those who do not awaken, do not despair. Strive to learn, gain admission to university, and immerse yourselves in research. You too can bring glory to Huaxia. Each of you is an invaluable treasure of our country, born for Huaxia, supreme glory. All the students seemed ignited, their emotions running high. Liu Kaiyuan smiled and said, "Well, there is no need for excessive words. Activate the divine awareness." The principal's resounding voice reverberated across the entire playground, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. In the next moment, in the very center of the playground, 10 30-meter-tall black metal pillars, each with a radius of 1 meter, rose majestically from the ground, strategically positioned at 10 distinct locations. These were the divine awareness guiding pillars, embodying the pinnacle of contemporary source energy technology. All the students gazed excitedly at the 10 guiding pillars, anticipating the commencement of the event. Even Su Liang, who had lived a previous life, felt waves of emotion surging within him at this moment. Would he still be classified as B-grade this time? And what of the crimson-eyed celestial beast imprint on his chest? Su Liang was uncertain and could only take one step at a time. If he remained B-grade, he would not be disheartened. If he achieved a higher rank, he would undoubtedly be delighted. Soon, several teachers appeared around the 10 guiding pillars, including instructors from the school, teachers from the Chosen Ones Academy, and a stern-faced member of the military. This was a significant event that warranted serious attention. Meanwhile, on the podium, various dignitaries were present. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the divine awareness began. Students queued orderly at the 10 positions. In groups of 10, they approached the divine awareness guiding pillars. Under the teacher's guidance, they placed their hands upon the recessed areas of the pillars. Almost simultaneously, a faint light flickered from all 10 guiding pillars. In that instant, the 10 students appeared as if they had been jolted by an electric shock, fleeting yet profound. Everyone held their breath in anticipation of the results. Approximately 30 seconds elapsed. 3 guiding pillars of divine perception shimmered with distinct hues, one radiating white light, another glowing azure, and the last emanating a deep purple. Each represented a different rank, C, B, and A respectively. The atmosphere erupted with excitement. Among the initial group of 10, an A grade had emerged. The students standing beneath the 3 pillars wore expressions of joy, as a certain part of their beings glimmered with the brilliance of divine seals. The A-grade student was particularly elated, for their fate had irrevocably altered. Only the 7 others remained unchanged, their spirits somewhat dimmed, for they had not awakened. The teacher called out with authority, "Chosen ones, proceed to register." The next group. Principal Liu on the dais wore a smile. The success of 3 awakenings in the first group boded well. Those around him nodded in agreement. Yet, Liu Qianqian instinctively cast his gaze towards Su Liang, a faint smile playing on his lips. He wondered if this young lad would awaken the divine seal. Should he succeed, he would undoubtedly become a steadfast member of the Ember-killing squad. He hoped for the boy's good fortune. Su Liang was still observing when he felt a gaze upon him. Looking up, he discovered it was the principal watching him. Su Liang dismissed it as a mere illusion. The process continued, with groups of individuals stepping forward, a lengthy and arduous ordeal. Those waiting yearned for their turn, yet feared the possibility of failure. A tumult of emotions ensued. Among the unsuccessful, some could not bear the weight of disappointment and broke down in tears, including several who had trained diligently at an A combat level, only to find themselves relegated to the status of ordinary individuals. 10 were called upon at a time. Sometimes, within a group, no individual achieves success. This occurrence is rather common. Currently, the highest level of awakening for divine seals is A level, and their numbers are exceedingly scarce, merely a few among 100. In general, some rejoice while others lament. It all hinges on fate. Su Liang, can you discern the attributes or types of divine seals possessed by those individuals? Bai Qianqian's gentle voice resonated in Su Liang's ears. I cannot ascertain it, without understanding. The categories and attributes of these individuals' divine seals remain a mystery. No one is willing to easily reveal them. Bai Qianqian nodded. What about me, then? Su Liang replied with a smile. You will not be able to conceal it. When she awakens her divine consciousness, the overwhelming and fiery aura that inherently suppresses everything will unveil her attributes. Su Liang fell into silence for a moment, pondering whether, in the future, surrounded by extraordinary talents, she would still care for him. Chapter 30. The School Bell of S-Class. The awakening continues. The 10 guiding pillars of divine consciousness periodically emit various colors of light. There are 6 levels of divine seals: C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, each corresponding to a specific hue: white, blue, purple, black, red, and gold. This radiance manifests when activating the divine seals. However, it is essential to note that each type of divine seal possesses inherent attributes that will reveal different colors of power. For instance, Gong Li's divine seal is purple, indicating an A-level classification. However, his elemental affinity is that of lightning. Thus, during combat, the radiance surrounding him intertwines shades of purple and the azure hue of electricity. On the other hand, green grass also possesses an A-grade divine seal, yet its elemental affinity leans primarily towards healing, manifesting as a green luminescence when invoking its divine power. In essence, the hues associated with divine seal levels are confined to 6 distinct colors. The color of the elemental affinity is of lesser significance. Returning to the attributes of divine seals, they are exceedingly intricate. They encompass the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as wind, rain, and lightning. Not to mention classifications such as strength-based, speed-oriented, defense-focused, healing, and even weapon types. There are simply too many to enumerate. Yet, one notable absence is the classification of exotic beasts, a perplexing conundrum that has long troubled Su Liang. For now, it remains an enigma, a secret that must not be divulged. The diverse attributes of divine seals correspond to various roles and responsibilities within the military or the divine hunting squads. It is important to note that a divine seal may not be limited to a single attribute. It can encompass 2, 3, or even more. However, this multiplicity is not necessarily advantageous. An overabundance of attributes signifies a dilution of power, hindering specialization and purity. It is akin to a 500 milliliter vessel. A single attribute can contain the full capacity, whereas combined attributes, such as water and oil, will result in a diminished quantity for each as they vie for space. This principle holds true. The more attributes one possesses, the less effective they become, leading to discomfort and inefficacy. In his previous life, Su Liang's divine seal attributes were wind and fire, which were somewhat tolerable. The wind granted him speed, enabling repeated escapes from peril, while the fire provided him with combat prowess, which was passable. As for Bai Qianqian, she is destined to become the future empress of the vermilion bird. The SSS-grade Flaming Divine Seal embodies a singular attribute, reaching an unparalleled pinnacle of power, with combat strength that knows no bounds. Yang Biao, possessing a B-grade strength divine seal, is characterized by his immense physical prowess. In his previous life, he was affectionately dubbed a macho man by Su Liang, and in this life, he remains just as formidable. As time progresses, 2 hours have elapsed since the divine perception commenced. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, glancing at the clock, sensing that the moment had arrived. Indeed, in the next instant, a guiding pillar of divine perception emanated an exceedingly terrifying black light. An S-grade. The crowd erupted in excitement. The principal on the podium, along with the prominent figures of the Divine Chosen Academy, rose to their feet. An S-grade has appeared. Principal Liu was beside himself with joy. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on that student, who wore an expression of bewilderment. He gazed in disbelief at the black light radiating from his divine seal. For a brief moment, he was stunned, and then tears welled in the corners of his eyes. An S-grade. It is indeed an S-grade. From this moment forth, he would defy fate. The ecstasy on his face was increasingly difficult to conceal. As long as he remained steadfast, a future as a quintessential divine general was assured. There was even the possibility of becoming a sextuple divine monarch. A future in the military as a major general, and perhaps even a one-star general awaited him. The prospects were indeed bright. This uncontainable joy felt akin to having emerged from darkness, witnessing the promise of a luminous future. Who is that? Which class does he belong to? The crowd was filled with envy. After all, it was an S-grade. It was Wang Yin from class 28. He resides in the commoner district. My brother, someone eagerly announced to all. The fact that he hailed from the commoner district only intensified the envy. It seemed that yet another significant figure would emerge from the commoner district. They all understood that the emergence of such an S-grade would undoubtedly incite fervent admiration and flattery from everyone. It was essential to cultivate good relations. Thus, one could alter their destiny. Su Liang observed the scene with a relatively tranquil gaze, while Yang Biao beside him was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Brother Liang, an S-grade. My heavens! If only I could awaken as an S-grade, I reckon I would be so exhilarated that I wouldn't sleep for an entire month. Yang Biao tugged at Su Liang's clothing, shaking him animatedly. Su Liang, exasperated, shrugged him off. How many S-grades do you think there are? Just enjoy the spectacle. Su Liang recalled that there had been fewer than 10 individuals capable of awakening to S-grade or above. Was it 7 or 8? That was already an extraordinary limit. Among them was the SSS-grade Bai Qianqian, and another was an S-grade male, seemingly a descendant of a prominent family from Rongqing. The rest were merely S-grade. Nonetheless, with the addition of the S-grade Lung Lianshuang, their class had managed to astound many. It was remarkable for a single class to not only have one S-grade, but also an SSS-grade. After a brief commotion, the divine selection continued. Yet many remained unable to recover from the shock of the S-grade presence. Wang Yin, in particular, trembled with excitement, unable to calm himself for quite some time. As time progressed, it was anticipated that Su Liang and his classmates would be called in the afternoon. Yet, no one complained of fatigue. The atmosphere was charged with exhilaration. An hour later, another surge of dark light erupted, igniting the entire venue once more. Yet another S-grade appeared. Many teachers were grinning broadly, especially those from the Academy of Divine Chosen, who welcomed every S-grade as potential students. This was indeed a fortunate occurrence. Who wouldn't appreciate the prospect of nurturing individuals with exceptional talents? Throughout it all, Su Liang maintained a sense of composure. Awakening to an S rank does not guarantee one will inevitably ascend to the status of a divine general or a godly monarch. There exists the possibility of faltering along the way, a reality that is quite commonplace. The future remains shrouded in uncertainty. A higher rank signifies an escalation in the dangers one may encounter. Furthermore, the process of evolution is fraught with challenges, necessitating an indeterminate quantity of divine crystals for sustenance. However, by adhering to a gradual approach and steadily enhancing one's survival prospects, progress is indeed attainable. As one's evolutionary rank increases, so too does their lifespan, elevated status, and the wealth and power they can accumulate. Who would yearn for an S-rank awakening? Yet, such a reality cannot simply be willed into existence. As Bai Qianqian observed more of her surroundings, a sense of tranquility enveloped her. "Su Liang, what will I do if everyone gathers around me?" she inquired softly. She had subconsciously accepted the notion that she would awaken to an SSS rank, believing wholeheartedly in Su Liang's words. Su Liang smirked slightly. "Do not fear. When the time comes, the instructors from the chosen academy will ensure your protection, and you may choose to remain silent." An SSS rank is indeed formidable. Bai Qianqian timidly nodded, resolving to heed Su Liang's advice and refrain from speaking. In the front of the group, Liang Lianxiang radiated an aura as pure and serene as a Tianshan snow lotus. Observing the scenes unfolding before her, her heart remained relatively calm. Ranks above S are elusive and rare. She recalled Su Liang's words from that day. "If you awaken to an S-rank Divine Seal, while I awaken to merely a C or B rank, would you still allow me to draw near?" She, Liang Liantong, steadfastly clung to her conviction. If only she were taller, then she and Su Liang would inevitably inhabit two disparate realms. "If you are high, I shall still adore you. You forsook me for a mere Bai Qianqian. That is your loss. I shall demonstrate to you, Su Liang, that you are mistaken." Could Bai Qianqian truly awaken to an S level? She cast a fleeting glance at the two individuals huddled together in hushed conversation, her gaze laden with complexity. They appeared so mismatched. Bai Qianqian was emaciated, resembling an ugly duckling, while Su Liang was undeniably a handsome young man. Why had he chosen her? As time progressed, it reached 2 in the afternoon. To date, 5 individuals had awakened to S levels, provoking envy in countless others. However, many had also met with disheartening outcomes, including several students previously ranked at S level in combat, who had failed to awaken even a hint of divine imprint. Their S-level status had become mere empty promises, devoid of substance. Soon, it was finally their class's turn. The first student stepped forward. Failure. The second. Failure. The third. Failure. This series of disappointments dampened the spirits of some classmates in Class 7. At last, it was time for the fourth. B-level. At last, a glimmer of good news. Yang Biao trembled with anticipation. "Liang Gu, it's about to begin. It's about to start." Su Liang chuckled helplessly. "Don't be so agitated. Take it easy. What if there is no awakening?" Ba. Get out of here. I will definitely awaken." Su Liang smiled. Soon, it was Liang Liantong's turn. The school beauty was about to awaken. What level of divine imprint would she manifest? Surely, the school beauty ought to align with S level, right? Do you regard S-grade as something trivial? Who can say? It might not be. It could very well represent any grade. Liang Lianxiang resides in the hearts of many students as a cherished ideal. She is truly stunning, possessing a pair of long, flawlessly sculpted legs, with a complexion so fair that it appears devoid of any blemish. Her exquisite visage is nothing short of breathtaking, captivating the hearts of countless young men, who exalt her as a goddess. Her presence is magnetic, destined to draw the attention of many. Just as she prepares to stride forward, she suddenly turns her gaze towards Su Liang. This unexpected action captures the attention of the crowd. What could it signify? In that fleeting moment of eye contact, it seems as though she conveys an unspoken message to Su Liang. Yet, he remains indifferent. They are clearly not of the same ilk. Perhaps having perceived Su Liang's response, Liang Lianxiang resolutely approaches the pedestal of divine awakening. Her slender, delicate hand rests upon the designated groove. A surge of electricity courses through her being as she waits in silence. After approximately 30 seconds, a brilliant flash of darkness erupts. S-grade. The campus bell is indeed S-grade. Haha. Truly, she is S-grade. What a fitting recognition for the campus beauty. Thankfully, she has not faltered. This news brings immense joy. Liang Lianxiang, the campus bell, will continue to soar to greater heights. Haha. Some young men are exhilarated. How could such a beautiful girl not awaken successfully? Gazing at the dark glow of her divine mark, Liang Lianxiang feels a wave of relief wash over her. Her heart brims with happiness, astonished to discover that she has awakened to S-grade. a delightful surprise beyond her wildest expectations. The smile upon her face is impossible to conceal. A slight grin reveals her breathtaking beauty. The campus belle smiles. How enchanting. Allow me a moment to appreciate the beauty of the school belle. I would willingly embrace death for such a privilege. In Chapter 31, the seemingly unremarkable Su Liang is someone I shall cherish with my very existence. The joy radiating from Liang is unmistakable. Anyone who awakens to an S rank would inevitably feel such exhilaration. This signifies a pathway to greatness. She is destined to become a paragon in the annals of Huaxia's history. At this moment, Liang sensed a profound transformation within herself. Her gaze shifted towards Su Liang's position, perhaps influenced by his prophetic words. Liang yearned to display this newfound confidence to him. In that fleeting moment, their eyes locked. The evolution of her mindset was palpable. The teacher guided Liang to register. Teacher, wait a moment. I wish to speak with my classmate for a brief moment. I shall join you for registration shortly. The teacher nodded with a smile. Very well, be swift in your return. For those chosen as S rank, there is an exceptional degree of leniency. The school belle, Liang strode gracefully toward Class 7, her long, elegant legs carrying her with an air of pride. In this moment, she was ethereal, akin to the most exquisite Tianshan snow lotus amidst the crowd. Her steps were light, her beauty unparalleled, yet there lingered an aura that suggested a distance from the ordinary. In this instant, the school belle of Erzhong, Liang had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Her future gleamed with promise. She approached her classmates in Class 7, igniting a wave of excitement among them. The school belle was approaching. Who could she be seeking? Liang arrived before Su Liang and Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian felt a twinge of anxiety, pondering her intentions. Su Liang maintained an expression of indifference. Liang offered a subtle smile, causing several male classmates to falter in their composure. Her fragrance enveloped the air, akin to the most lethal of sedatives, ensnaring the heart and soul. With a gentle smile, she said, Su Liang, I appreciate your hypothesis. Su Liang curled his lips in response, no need for gratitude. It ultimately belongs to you. Cold Lian Shuang's demeanor softened, revealing a change in her character. With a tender smile gracing her face, she continued, yet you are correct. I truly cannot accomplish what you suggested. My mindset has shifted. Su Liang remained expressionless. I understand. Continue to uphold your true self. We are destined to traverse different paths. Cold Lian Shuang chuckled lightly. Do not lose heart. What if you awaken to an S level? Su Liang maintained his indifference. If you are here to convey such sentiments, you may take your leave. Cold Lian Shuang bore no resentment and continued, I merely believe certain matters should be clarified. I still hold firm to my convictions. You brought her here to provoke me, and I concede, you succeeded in unsettling me. However, that discomfort has dissipated now. I await your outcome. Su Liang glanced into Cold Lian Shuang's lively eyes, his heart a placid lake. Her implication was crystal clear. Should Su Liang awaken to a divine mark below S level, there would be no further possibilities between them, rendering their paths irrevocably divergent. She spoke these words solely because Su Liang had genuinely provoked her in recent days. Now that she had awakened to S level, she felt empowered to voice her thoughts. Su Liang replied with serene composure, Very well, await your turn. I am most likely merely a B level, so do not overthink it. Liang ceased her speech, casting a profound glance at Su Liang before turning away. As though their connection had vanished entirely, the surrounding classmates were left in a haze of confusion. Was this a farewell? Only Bai Qianqian clenched her fists, her gaze gradually solidifying with determination. Liang, the one you disdain, Su Liang, I shall cherish with my very life. Is an S rank truly remarkable? Observing the school beauty, Liang departing with an air of pride, Su Liang regarded her silhouette with indifference, reminiscent of a scene from his past life. After her awakening, she seemed transformed, each movement imbued with an essence of pride and self-importance. Her smug demeanor elicited no response from Su Liang. Yet, in the next moment, a delicate hand clasped his own. He turned to find Bai Qianqian, who wore a gentle yet resolute smile. Su Liang, I will always stand by your side. Su Liang's gaze momentarily faltered. Perhaps his greatest gain from this reincarnation was this very girl before him. He hoped she would remain steadfast, and he too would strive to grow stronger. The divine awakening continued, with classmates stepping forward one after another, which also meant an increasing number of them felt disheartened. At last, it was time for Su Liang and his companions. "Shall I go first?" Bai Qianqian inquired. Su Liang responded with a smile, "I shall take the lead. The most radiant should be saved for last. I will await you at the registration desk." Bai Qianqian nodded in agreement. Yang Biao, still brimming with excitement, chose to follow closely behind Su Liang. "Come on, Liang Gu. This is it." The bike transforms into a motorcycle. It all hinges on this moment. With resolute steps, Su Liang approached the divine, awakening guiding pillar. This scene was one he had already experienced in his previous life. Surely, there would be no unforeseen occurrences this time. Su Liang approached the guiding pillar and slowly placed his palm upon the designated imprint. He took a deep breath and thought, "Let it begin." Simultaneously, Long Liangsang's gaze was fixed intently upon Su Liang. What kind of divine mark would he awaken? Could it truly be a B-grade? Within the divine perception guiding pillar, it felt as if a current surged into Su Liang's body in an instant. He closed his eyes, savoring the flow of energy coursing through him, gathering at his arm. Su Liang was certain, barring any surprises, that it would indeed be a B-grade divine mark of dual attributes, wind and fire. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, the current shifted unexpectedly, converging towards his chest. Su Liang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? This beast mark truly was a divine mark? The current seemed to pause for the first time, lingering at the location of his beast mark before dividing part of its power and returning to his arm. In that fleeting moment, the divine perception guiding pillar before Su Liang began to tremble slightly, emitting a burst of azure light. B-grade. The supervising teacher beside him exhibited little surprise. However, they soon discerned something amiss. Within the azure light of B-grade, a faint glimmer of gold was perceptible. This subtle anomaly did not escape the notice of many onlookers. What was happening? Why did his B-grade hue appear unusual? Soon, the brilliance faded. Su Liang gazed at the shimmering azure light on his arm, affirming it was indeed B-grade. Yet, what was the golden light in his chest that only he could perceive? Su Liang was astonished. Had he truly become an unprecedented dual divine, mark chosen one? Moreover, this beast mark is of the terrifying SSS grade? Su Liang dared not affirm it in his heart. It was simply unprecedented, akin to a tale from the Arabian Nights. Yet, he could indeed wield the power of the beast mark. What on earth was happening? A myriad of doubts swirled within him. "Proceed, B-grade," the teacher's voice resonated. Su Liang regained his composure. Clearly, the unusual hue he had just witnessed did not stir much of a commotion. It was likely just an anomaly. After all, everyone was aware that the colors corresponding to divine marks were limited to a few. It could not possibly be anything else. Yang Biao exclaimed excitedly, "Liang, good. Attaining B-grade is commendable. I hope to achieve success as well." Su Liang smiled gently. "You shall succeed." He cast a glance at Bai Qianqian's position, exchanging a meaningful look with her before making his way towards the registration desk. Naturally, his gaze met that of Lung Liushuang. Her expression gradually turned frosty. Su Liang understood all too well that, at this moment, she had decisively drawn a line between them. This was precisely what Lung Liushuang wished. "Su Liang, perhaps you possess a decent appearance, and your recent performances have been passable. Yet, the reality remains. You are merely a B-grade, while I, Lung Liushuang, am of the S-grade. I am destined to shine brilliantly, while you, Su Liang, are utterly ordinary. I remain steadfast in my belief that my choice is not mistaken. We are destined to inhabit different worlds. I, Lung Liushuang, truly have no need for your proximity or adulation. I appreciate your affection, but henceforth, there shall be no entanglements between us. You may continue to pursue your Bai Qianqian. I, Liang Liushuang, have no further need." Chapter 32. Is S-class truly impressive? Su Liang felt little in response to Long Liantong's gradually indifferent gaze. He was not unfamiliar with Lang Liantong. He understood her nature quite well. Much like certain affluent individuals who harbor an innate disdain for the impoverished, she embodied a similar disposition. Yet, from Su Liang's perspective, just because you, Lung Liantong, have awakened the S-class divine mark, does that render me unworthy of your regard? Must you adopt such an attitude? This is not how one should conduct oneself. As the saying goes, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, the future remains uncertain. A passerby is merely a passerby. I am not bereft of humor at your expense. I am currently in the company of an empress. With that thought, Su Liang averted his gaze, preparing to register. At that very moment, amidst Yang Biao and his cohort, a terrifying crimson light erupted from a distant divine perception guiding pillar. An instant of silence engulfed the venue. only to be followed by an eruption of excitement. The teachers and leaders on the podium sprang to their feet, while the students yearned to gouge out their own eyes to better behold the source of that red light. Red light, 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 light. SS class. It is SS class. That blood-red hue assaulted the eyes of every student present. Many trembled uncontrollably, astonished that their cohort had produced an SS class. Oh my heavens! Truly, it is SS class. The future 7-sealed divine monarch, 8-sealed divine lord. Who could it be? An unassailable powerhouse. The astonishment on the faces of Principal Liu and his colleagues mirrored that of the students. A new S rank has just emerged, and now we are greeted with another SS rank. What a delightful surprise. Principal Liu can hardly contain his joy. Old Huang, what do you think of this promising talent? The leader from the Academy of Chosen Ones beside Principal Liu is also beaming with happiness. A marvel indeed, an unexpected delight. It is rare for the entire Rongqing to witness the birth of an SS rank. Who would have thought it would truly happen? Aha. The future of our Rongqing looks promising. We must nurture this talent diligently. The emergence of an SS rank is sufficient to astonish the entire city of Rongqing. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. In previous years, it was commonplace to go 2 or 3 years without a single SS rank. Yet this time, it has appeared. And what a tremendous surprise it is. Of course, we hope that other academies of the divine consciousness can also yield similar surprises. If we could see several more SS ranks, that would be even better. The students were enviously tugging at their hair, wondering why it couldn't be them. He is Yu Qi-han. What? Is he not the scion of the Yi family? Who else could it be? Goodness! Who could possibly envy him more? With such wealth and power at home. It is astonishing that he has also emerged as an SS rank. He is destined for greatness. Countless students displayed expressions of jealousy, feeling that it was profoundly unfair. Su Liang's eyes flickered briefly. Yi Qinghan, the descendant of Rongqing's foremost family. They have influential members in the military and an immense fortune. They are truly the epitome of wealth. It seems as though in a past life, Yu Qi-han sought out Qianqian after awakening to SS rank. He was exceptionally handsome, believing that only someone of his caliber could be worthy of Bai Qian. In this current generation, had it not been for Bai Qian, his divine rank would have been the highest. In her previous life, at this juncture, Bai Qian must have been heartbroken, utterly indifferent to him. Focused solely on elevating her own level and exterminating the otherworldly beasts to avenge her mother. This lifetime, however, is different. Would she even acknowledge Yu Qinghan? Moreover, it seems that Lung Lianshuang also harbored a desire for him, only to be rebuffed. How intriguing. The ripples caused by Yi Qinghan left everyone present in a prolonged state of astonishment. Thus, the divine perception momentarily faltered. At that moment, Yi Qinghan reveled in the attention of the crowd. The sensation of being the center of admiration brought him immense joy. Naturally, his striking looks only added to this effect, captivating numerous young women. Su Liang observed that the haughty Lung Lianshuang was also unable to avert her gaze. Perhaps she believed that only such a man could be deserving of her. Su Liang chuckled softly, noting that while she found him appealing, he did not reciprocate her interest. Let their astonishment continue. The time for revelation had yet to come. At this moment, Yang Biao had approached Su Liang, a smile adorning his face. Liang Gu, I am also B rank. Su Liang nodded with a smile. I told you that you were B rank, yet you did not believe me. Yang Biao was taken aback. No kidding, you actually predicted it. Can you truly foresee the future? Su Liang merely smiled in silence. And Yang Biao chose not to press further. You are also a B, and I am a B. Together, we make 2. Su Liang swiftly covered his mouth. If you cannot speak, then do not. Yang Biao removed his hand. Is it really necessary? It's just a B after all. Su Liang rolled his eyes. Be quiet and watch the spectacle. What spectacle? Su Liang gestured for him to look at Bai Qianqian, who was preparing for her divine awakening. You will know once you see it. What truly deserves astonishment is about to unfold. Yang Biao looked on in confusion. Bai Qianqian began. Her delicate hands pressed firmly upon the guiding pillar. Bai Qianqian's small face was resolute. I believe in Su Liang. What he said must be true. Long Lianxiang. I will show you that being S-class is not so remarkable. As a surge of electric-like energy coursed through her body, it seemed as though the latent potential deep within Bai Qianqian was ignited. Her blood began to boil. After the current entered her being, it began to gather at her brow. There, an incredibly terrifying pressure began to coalesce. At that very moment, some of the high-ranking individuals present, or those who already possessed several divine seals, sensed an extraordinary fluctuation. This wave of energy seemed to stifle their breaths, as if their divine seals were confronted by their sovereign. It was an absolute pressure. The expressions of the teachers, the powerful, and the military personnel all shifted instantly, scanning the 10 divine awakening guiding pillars. Who is it? Excitement gradually welled up within them. Could they be on the verge of witnessing a miracle? An indescribable emotion erupted from the depths of their hearts. In truth, they could hardly believe this sensation. It had been about that long. Suddenly, the divine guiding pillar where Bai Qianqian stood began to tremble of its own accord. Subsequently, the entire black guiding pillar appeared as if its intricate patterns had been ignited. A formidable power surged forth from those patterns, and brilliance began to radiate. At that moment, the entire divine playground seemed to be engulfed in darkness, as resplendent golden light erupted from the guiding pillar before Bai Qianqian. Simultaneously, a dazzling golden glow emanated from her brow, transforming her into a celestial being. Divine radiance soared. In that instant, those who had been immersed in the awe of Bai Qianqian's scarlet SS-level Divine Seal struggled to turn their necks towards Bai Qianqian's direction. Their eyes were filled with golden light. The space fell into an eerie silence. Those pairs of eyes seemed on the verge of bursting. Liang finally curled his lips into a smile. It was a narrow escape. The Empress had returned. Beside him, Yang Biao stood in stunned disbelief. He could hardly fathom whether what he saw was indeed golden light. This thought echoed in the minds of everyone present. Was that truly golden light? SSS-level golden light. In their wrong city, it seemed that SSS-level golden light had never graced them before. Were they about to witness the emergence of a future divine sect? A divine emperor? At that moment, one person was on the brink of mental collapse. Why? Why was she SSS level? She wasn't even S level or SS level. Yet she was the pinnacle, the extraordinary SSS level. At this moment, a profound sense of jealousy surged within Liang Lianshuang's heart. Could it be that after being spurned by her, Liang suddenly approached Bai Qianqian not out of spite, but because he was already aware that Bai Qianqian's awakened divine mark would surpass hers? How could this be possible? Was Liang truly fortunate enough to hit the jackpot? Liang Lianshuang found this outcome utterly unacceptable. She would rather believe that Liang's pursuit of Bai Qianqian was merely to vex her. Meanwhile, some of their classmates from Class 7 shared a similar sentiment. They recalled the phrase, "Bai Qianqian, I've got your back." Damn it, what a beast. Could such a declaration ensure Bai Qianqian's lifelong protection? Bai Qianqian slowly opened her eyes, feeling the radiance of her golden light. Her heart settled. Liang had not deceived her. She truly was of SSS rank. A faint smile graced her lips. From this moment forward, I shall be the one to protect you. Chapter 33, The Greatest Victor. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Each individual present could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before them. Rongqing had finally witnessed the emergence of an SSS rank, destined to be etched into history. Bai Qianqian gradually turned to face the direction of Liang and Liang Lianshuang, her gaze seemingly directed towards Liang, yet also a warning aimed at Liang Lianshuang. At that moment, the blazing divine mark upon her brow erupted with intensity. A wave of searing energy enveloped the venue. Every person present felt the overwhelming majesty of this scorching aura. There was no mistaking it. She was indeed SSS rank. Yes, SSS rank. Truly SSS rank. The future divine sect. Even the divine emperor. Rongqing is destined to rise. Everyone's breaths quickened. The entire playground had erupted into a frenzy. At this moment, the school leaders, the chosen academy, and the military officials, realizing the significance of the event, could no longer remain idle. They rushed towards Bai Qianqian, eager to witness this miracle up close. The leaders and powerful figures encircled her, and a look of satisfaction appeared on Liang's face. Liang Lianshuang cast a glance at Liang, questioning whether he was not the least bit astonished. Did he foresee such an outcome? It was inconceivable. At this time, the classmates from Class 7 were equally perplexed. How could this quiet, unassuming swan transform into an SSS-level talent? Those who had previously bullied Bai Qianqian began to feel uneasy, fearing she might seek retribution later on. The leaders and military officials surrounded Bai Qianqian, imploring her, "Dear student Bai, you must join our chosen academy. We will spare no effort in nurturing your talents. You are the future of Rongqing. Please, do not leave us. Student Bai, representatives from the military earnestly invited, if you join us, you shall be granted the rank of Major General immediately. You will receive the highest level of training." Director Huang of the chosen academy could no longer contain herself. Must you, military officials, be so brazen? She is the hope of Rongqing and must remain here. The military is undoubtedly the best place for her development. She could directly join one of the 3 divine legions. Is that not permissible? Director Huang hurriedly said, Bai, as long as you join our academy, we will ensure that you receive everything the military provides, except for the rank. You will not be deprived of any resources. Can you truly rival the military? Do you think you can represent them? At this moment, tensions escalated, and they began to fiercely contest. Bai Qianqian calmly observed the unfolding scene. Su Liang's words rang true. She merely needed to remain silent. Meanwhile, some former classmates chimed in, Qianqian, once you become powerful, don't forget us, your classmates. I am called. Those who once looked down upon Bai Qianqian now rushed over to ingratiate themselves. Yet, she paid them no mind. At that moment, the SS class Yiqinghan approached, extending his hand with an amiable smile. Hello, Bai Qianqian. I am Yiqinghan. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. This scene left the surrounding girls grinding their teeth in frustration. How could this be? Bai Qianqian was hardly beautiful, merely slender and unremarkable. Yet, she had captured Yiqinghan's attention. It seemed they were destined to be together. Yiqinghan wore a confident smile, convinced of his charm. He believed that this seemingly ordinary girl would surely accept him. Only a girl like her would be worthy of him in the future. Although she may not be attractive now, he believed with nurturing, her beauty would blossom. However, Bai Qianqian completely ignored him, turning away from the crowd and walking in a different direction, leaving Yiqinghan standing alone. Yiqinghan remained frozen in the posture of extending his hand. Was I rejected? Yiqinghan felt bewildered. Could it be that this seemingly frail Bai Qianqian found him unworthy? It seemed implausible. Who among those present could possibly rival him? Embarrassed, Yiqinghan retracted his hand and turned his gaze. He observed Bai Qianqian gracefully advancing toward another individual. The 2 prominent figures from the military and the Chosen One Academy continued their incessant chatter, yet they trailed Bai Qianqian's steps throughout. Bai, please consider the Chosen One Academy seriously. You are from Rongqing, and you should think of your hometown. Bai, do not heed him. Head straight to the military. You will surely ascend swiftly, and those who will instruct you are, at the very least, 8 sealed divine sovereigns. There will also be an abundance of resources. Yet, throughout this exchange, Bai Qianqian remained silent, resolutely making her way towards Su Liang. Classmate, you ought to speak up. Do not be nervous. Classmate, no one can coerce you. The choice is yours. The divine army is your best option. Bai Qianqian still uttered not a word. At that moment, everyone seemed to forget the need for divine awareness, their attention riveted solely upon Bai Qianqian. Meanwhile, Liang felt a surge of ominous foreboding. It couldn't be. Could it? Did she not possess even a modicum of ambition? She was already at the SSS level. Why should she concern herself with a B-level Su Liang? It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. She too should be here to delineate her boundaries with Su Liang. Liang hoped fervently that events would unfold in this manner. Otherwise, she felt as though she would be perceived as a discarded individual by Su Liang. On what grounds? At this moment, Su Liang's heart was equally tumultuous. Awakening to an SSS level undoubtedly influences one's mentality. Would Qianqian change? Su Liang felt a twinge of anxiety, for this was pivotal to his future. Of course, if Qianqian wished to distance herself from him, it would not matter. She was destined to become the Phoenix Empress after all. Su Liang merely hoped she would not be like Liang. At the very least, he wished for her to acknowledge him as a friend. Every step taken by Bai Qianqian felt as if it was treading upon the hearts of Su Liang and Liang. She had finally arrived. Locking eyes with Su Liang, they gazed into each other's eyes, and soon Bai Qianqian's eyes curved into crescent shapes, expressing her current joy. Su Liang, I have truly awakened to SSS level. Bai Qianqian longed to share this joy with him. Upon hearing this, Su Liang felt a wave of relief wash over him, accompanied by a gentle smile. Yes, I am happy for you. Bai Qianqian nodded with a smile. Liang felt as if she might bleed from the heart. Why? In that moment, she felt like a failure, while Su Liang emerged as the ultimate victor. By classmate, you must come to our academy. By classmate, join the military. At that moment, Bai Qianqian turned her attention to the 2 prominent figures, seemingly declaring to everyone, wherever Su Liang goes, I shall follow. In that instant, the members of Class 7 felt a pang of jealousy. What a beast! What a scoundrel! He truly has captured Bai Qianqian's heart. They lamented their lack of insight. Su Liang had become the greatest winner. This scoundrel. through his care over the past few days, had garnered the affection of an SSS-level chosen one, the future deity of their sect. Alas, such is fate. The students of Class 7 lament incessantly, nearly overwhelmed by their frustration. Meanwhile, those who are unaware of the situation are left in utter confusion, their minds swirling with questions. How does he possess such privileges? He appears merely to be a B rank, yet he has captured the attention of a genius of SSS caliber. What else does he offer apart from being a B? Is this merely to incite envy in others? Director Huang, intrigued, inquired, "Who is Su Liang? What rank does he hold?" "It's him. He is Su Liang, A.B." Yang Biao enthusiastically interjected. Both Director Huang and the esteemed figure from the military gazed at Su Liang in astonishment. "A.B. What a remarkable lad. Has he won the heart of a girl? Dear student Su, you must persuade Bai to attend the Chosen One Academy for the benefit of Rongqing. Do not heed him. Join the military. The military offers far superior conditions." Faced with the torrential downpour of their opinions, Su Liang bashfully wiped his face. "Please, allow me to speak with her." With a warm smile, he turned to Bai Qianqian. "Qianqian, where would you like to go? You have the autonomy to decide." However, Bai Qianqian shook her head resolutely. "Wherever you go, I shall follow. I promised you." Upon hearing this, Su Liang felt a warmth envelop his heart. She had not forgotten. A gentle smile graced Su Liang's face. "Very well, then we shall go to the Chosen One Academy." This proclamation seemed to seal the fate of their decision. Bai Qianqian returned his smile with equal tenderness. "All right, to the Chosen One Academy it is." Director Huang was nearly beside himself with joy. This scene left all the students in utter disbelief. How could an SSS-level talent heed the words of a B rank? What is this? A romantic endeavor in the making? Why do they not have such girlfriends? Yi Qinghan was also taken aback. Did she truly lose to someone of rank B? A sense of emptiness enveloped Liang Lianshuan. This was the very reason Su Liang did not fawn over her. It was indeed absurd. She felt like a failure. The high-ranking official from the military suddenly became anxious. "Su, please do not be hasty. I understand your rank is not high, but if it concerns Bai, I can make an exception and recruit you into the military. Together, you would enjoy equal privileges, whether it be resources or weaponry, and S-rank weapons would pose no issue." This military official was unwilling to let slip such an SSS-level genius. Perhaps in the future, Bai Qianqian would also join the military. Yet, if he facilitated this recruitment now, he would reap unimaginable benefits. Director Huang quickly interjected, "Old Tang, cease your nonsense. They have already agreed to attend the academy. Su, do not heed him. Come to the academy, and I will accord you the same treatment as Bai. Not a bit less, and you may choose your weapons and resources." Old Tang scoffed lightly. "Do you possess S-rank weapons?" Director Huang shot him a glare. "We have plenty." Upon hearing this, the fellow chosen ones felt a pang of jealousy. What kind of fate was this? A rank be enjoying the same treatment as an SSS? This was outrageous. Yet, how could astute individuals like Director Huang be unaware? What could a B rank truly utilize in terms of resources? That was trivial. The primary goal was to retain this SSS-level talent. Su Liang smiled and said, "Everyone, there is no need to persuade me further. I shall go to the Chosen One's Academy. I am grateful for the kindness of the military, and Mama Qianqian is also in Rong City. In the near term, she will grow in Rong City. Thank you all." Commander Old Tang sighed, lamenting the loss of a prodigy. He added, "Do not rush to make decisions. I will report to the military, and there will be others to speak with you later. I hope you will reconsider your choices at that time." Su Liang nodded politely, aware that others would indeed come. Gradually, this matter began to calm down, as the divine awareness needed to continue. Su Liang exchanged a smile with Bai Qianqian. This was the best outcome. Su Liang understood clearly that Qianqian was meant to remain here. In her past life, she had ascended from the Academy of Chosen Ones to ultimately seize the throne of the Vermilion Bird. In this life, she was destined to do the same. Fortunately, Qianqian had not neglected him because of it. Everything was unfolding as it should. Chapter 34. Living together with Su Liang. The divine awareness persisted. Yet it failed to stir the hearts of the people. Perhaps it was due to Bai Qianqian's remarkable SSS rank, which had elevated everyone's threshold. Consequently, no matter what transpired thereafter, it seemed less exhilarating. Furthermore, no additional S ranks appeared. The highest rank noted was merely A. 8 individuals above S rank had already made their entrance. Commander Old Tang had hastily departed, eager to report this momentous news personally, for an SSS rank warranted such urgency. Meanwhile, Director Huang of the Academy of Chosen Ones remained vigilantly by Bai Qianqian's side, fearful that she might be abducted. Yet, She had consistently stayed close to Su Liang. Her feelings for him remained steadfast, unaffected by her divine imprint rank, because it was Su Liang who had come to her aid during her most vulnerable and helpless moments. Protecting and nurturing her, she had long resolved to dedicate her life to safeguarding him. Stealing a glance at Su Liang, she thought, from now on, let me be the one to protect you. This scene evoked profound envy among all the boys and girls present. Indeed, her awakening of the SSS-grade Divine Seal paled in comparison. Su Liang was the true victor in this narrative. At that moment, in a secluded corner of the playground, the Jingsha team leader, Qi Hingqiu, stood alongside a graceful woman. Captain, it seems there's a delightful surprise. If we could recruit this young man into our team, securing the SSS grade Bai Qianqian would be a natural progression, exclaimed Xiaolan with excitement. Qi Hingqiu maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, if Bai Qianqian were to join, I would willingly step aside for her. Xiaolan's face beamed with joy as she said, it appears we are truly fortunate. However, Qi Hingqiu shook his head. It will be difficult. Someone of her caliber will surely attract the attention of the military, with several divine armies vying for her recruitment. Gaining entry into the Divine Hunt team will be quite the challenge. Unfazed, Xiaolan chuckled. Captain, it's clear you've never been in love. You simply don't understand. Qi Hingqiu glanced at her. And you clearly have experience? Xiaolan shook her head. I haven't either, but I understand women. A hint of a smile appeared on Qi Hingqiu's face. Let us wait a couple of days before approaching them. As the divine perception concluded, everyone dispersed. Those who had succeeded in their awakening returned home with joyous news, for soon they would no longer need to attend school. After a few days of rest, one can directly report to the Chosen One Academy, regardless of their level. For those who did not succeed, a brief respite of 2 days is advised to gather their emotions before returning to school and preparing for the college entrance examination. Before long, news of an SSS-level Chosen One emerging from the Second Academy of Divine Awareness spread to every year. Simultaneously, the awakening status of every Divine Awareness high school was disclosed. 2 other schools also reported the awakening of 2 SSS-level Chosen Ones. However, no more SSS-level Chosen Ones were found. Only the Second Academy of Divine Awareness possessed one. As for the S-level, the circumstances across various major schools were generally similar. Ultimately, the number of Chosen Ones above S-level remained under 10. The 8th Academy barely reached a total of 10, yet all 10 were of S-level. Amidst the public's gaze, Su Liang and Bai Qianqian departed together, eliciting expressions of envy from those around them. Just as Su Liang was about to leave the playground, he keenly sensed a peculiar gaze fixated upon him from a position slightly ahead and to the right. In that fleeting moment, their eyes locked, and he beheld a coldly piercing stare from a boy who remained silent yet exuded an unmistakable aura of animosity, an adversary, not a friend. Su Liang recognized him, Zhang Tianzi, cousin of Zhang Tianhao, one of the S-level Chosen Ones from the Second Academy of Divine Awareness. It appeared that he had set his sights on Su Liang. Bai Qianqian inquired, what is the matter? Following his gaze, she looked over. Su Liang smiled. It's nothing, just a minor nuisance. Let us go home. Bai Qianqian's eyes curved into crescent moons as she nodded in agreement. They departed, leaving the onlookers behind. Is this the person who harmed Tianhao? A boy beside Zhang Tianzi inquired with a dark expression. Zhang Tianzi coldly nodded. The boy snorted softly and pondered for a moment before stating, that could pose a bit of trouble. It seems Bai Qianqian is quite fond of him. Zhang Tianzi scoffed. He is merely a piece of B-grade trash. In due time, Bai Qianqian will undoubtedly recognize the disparity between them. She cannot protect him indefinitely. We have ample time to eliminate him. The other boy nodded in agreement. Indeed, to oppose the Zhang family is akin to courting death. Zhang Tianzi then asked, what grade has Tianhao awakened to? The boy replied, A grade, like myself. But he still needs to be taken back for confinement as we are navigating connections. Zhang Tianzi nodded. This debt must be settled. As they reached the school gate, Director Huang of the Chosen Ones Academy was already waiting with his private car, exuding enthusiasm to offer them a ride. Su Liang understood his intentions. Since there was no escaping it, he saw no reason to decline. Once they arrived at the Chosen Ones Academy, this connection would indeed facilitate numerous matters. The two ascended into Director Huang's vehicle amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. Throughout the journey, he drove at a leisurely pace, his smile unwavering. Student Bai, your awakening of the SSS-grade Divine Seal is unprecedented in Rongqing for the past 3 centuries. It is bound to create a sensation. I sincerely hope you will consider your hometown more Rongqing greatly needs individuals like you. Bai Qianqian appeared somewhat shy as she glanced at Su Liang. With a smile, Su Liang addressed Director Huang, saying, Director Huang, Qianqian is still a bit timid. I understand your thoughts and aspirations. Allow me to assure you that we will prioritize the Rongqing Chosen Ones Academy. Just as you mentioned, this is our homeland. Director Huang felt a slight sense of relief. Yet he knew the task was far from complete. Thank you. Your sentiments mean the world to us. Although Rongqing may not hold a high status, our Chosen Ones Academy will spare no effort in channeling resources towards classmate Bai. Su Liang nodded with a smile. Director Huang continued, in the coming days, you should take some time to rest. I will personally come to escort you to the Chosen Ones Academy. Meanwhile, if you have any requests or needs, please jot them down. Our academy will certainly accommodate them. Thank you, Director Huang. Oh no, it is my duty. Bai Qianqian remained quiet throughout the journey, believing it best to defer to Su Liang. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Su Liang's home in the Commoner District. Director Huang also disembarked from the vehicle. Classmate Bai, is this where you reside? Director Huang inquired, somewhat taken aback. Bai Qianqian timidly nodded. Su Liang explained. Qianqian's home was destroyed a few days ago due to an invasion of bloodthirsty rats, so she is currently staying at my place. Director Huang nodded thoughtfully, saying, in that case, our academy will provide you with a villa in the city center. You can move there directly, which will bring you closer to the academy. Bai Qianqian shook her head repeatedly, expressing her contentment. There's no need for that. Living here is quite satisfactory. She was unwilling to relocate, desiring only to dwell alongside Su Liang. Su Liang, with a bitter smile, reflected on the value brought by the SSS rank. Whatever one wished for could effortlessly be granted. A villa in the city center. Its worth was astronomical, a dream unattainable for the average citizen. Yet, for Qianqian, it was readily available. Director Huang, smiling, remarked, Bai, do not be so hasty in your refusal. Once you both arrive at the academy, accommodations will be assigned to you. Should you prefer not to reside on campus, the villa is an option advantageous for both your privacy and development. You may still return home and stay here without issue. It is settled then. I shall return to make arrangements and deliver the keys to you tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Liang felt a surge of speechlessness. The enthusiasm was indeed overwhelming, leaving no room for refusal. Bai Qianqian turned to Su Liang, who replied with a smile. Accepting this can be seen as a gesture from the academy. The value you will eventually contribute to it justifies such a villa. Director Huang immediately chimed in. Precisely. Su, you speak wisely. Do not burden yourself with guilt. All of this is well-deserved. He added, very well, I shall not intrude further. I will return promptly to prepare everything else for you. Su Liang nodded with a smile. Thank you for your efforts. Not at all, not at all. Director Huang cheerfully departed. Bai Qianqian gazed at Su Liang with a look of confusion. Having already committed to the Chosen Ones Academy, why do they still exhibit such fervor? Su Liang chuckled heartily. This is merely the beginning. In the coming days, our threshold will be trampled upon. Not only the military, but also the three great divine armies, the prestigious Chosen Ones Academies of the major cities. And several top-tier families from Huaxia will come seeking you. I don't want that. I'm not interested. No worries, I shall shield you. Bai Qianqian replied with a sweet smile. All right. Chapter 35. A place without you holds no meaning. Within the small courtyard, Lu Xian was utterly bewildered. Qianqian, Liang, are you two not jesting with me? Lu Xian felt as though she might lose her sanity. SSS rank? What does that even mean? She had attended school and participated in divine awakenings, and this was the pinnacle of divine imprint talent. If one were to develop steadily, they would undoubtedly become a prominent figure in Huaxia. Su Liang smiled and said, Auntie, we are not joking. You will see tomorrow, our threshold will indeed be trampled. Bai Qianqian chimed in, Mom, it truly is SSS rank, just look. Bai Qianqian, somewhat unaccustomed, reached to sense the blazing divine imprint at her brow. Soon, a golden light flickered. Lu Xian's eyes reddened, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks as she covered her mouth, gazing at the divine imprint on Bai Qianqian's forehead. Finally, the long-awaited breakthrough has arrived. Beside them, Su Luochen looked at the golden divine imprint, astonished. Who would have thought that this mischievous boy would bring back an SSS rank? Bai Qianqian embraced Lu Xian's arm. Mother, you shall no longer endure hardship. I shall strive to evolve and lead you to a better life. Lu Xian found herself at a loss for words. Overwhelmed, she felt as though she might faint if she did not suppress her emotions. Su Liaochen smiled and said, Let us set aside everything else for now. Today, we must celebrate our dear girl properly. Come, come, allow me to take charge of the cooking." Su Liang and Bai Qianqian exchanged smiles. Bai Qianqian assisted Lu Xian into the house and seated her, leaving her in a daze for an extended period. Su Liang, meanwhile, dashed to the kitchen to help his grandfather. He hummed a cheerful tune while the old man focused intently on preparing the meal, revealing a bounty of ingredients, meat and vegetables in abundance. Su Liang wondered where his grandfather had procured such provisions in these times of scarcity. Ham, beef, pork, and even half a chicken. Yet, he hesitated to inquire further. Watching his grandfather's delight, Su Liang felt a sense of joy. After a moment of silence, the old man asked, "Are you not concerned that the girl may grow distant from you in the future?" The unexpected question momentarily startled Su Liang, causing him to freeze in his movements. Had he not contemplated this? As Qianshan experiences new events and meets new people, the distance between them would inevitably widen. She would encounter the finest aspects of this world. But was there truly a need for concern? Su Liang responded with a calm smile, "Grandfather, there is nothing to fear. If Qianshan does indeed grow distant, I shall not mind. It is a natural progression. She is destined to evolve, and that is an unavoidable truth. If I were to succumb to fear and desperately strive to keep her by my side, that would indeed be my greatest folly. If she wishes to depart, I cannot hold her back. I shall not feel disheartened, for I believe she will not distance herself from me." Su Luochen gazed at his grandson and nodded. "It is good that you can think this way. I feared you might struggle with acceptance in the future." Su Liang chuckled and shook his head. "There is nothing to accept." Su Luochen nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, it is good that you understand." After a moment of silence, Su Liang pondered, perhaps it is best not to cling? He might ascend to greatness just like Bai Qianqian. After all, he possesses a divine imprint of the golden beast. Meanwhile, inside the room, Lu Xian took a long while to regain her composure. Bai Qianqian excitedly shared with Lu Xian, "Mom, the academy has agreed to grant me a villa in the city center. Soon you can live with us there. No more suffering here, and it will be much safer." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian fell silent for a moment. "Qianqian, is Xiaoliang be great?" Bai Qianqian nodded naturally, "Yes." Lu Xian observed her innocent daughter with a complex expression and said, "Then in the future." Bai Qianqian seemed to grasp her mother's unspoken concerns. "Mom, no matter how high I rise in the future, I will never leave Su Liang. I will not heed anyone's opinions. Without him, you and I would have long perished at the hands of the bloodthirsty rats." Hearing these words, Lu Xian felt a sense of comfort in her heart. Yet, her heart is a labyrinth of emotions. At this moment, her daughter is still innocent, but will she retain such thoughts as she matures and evolves? The world is rife with complexities that may eventually lead to a clash between them, much like the disparity of mismatched families. However, such matters can be deliberated later. "Mother, when the time comes, you should move to the city center with us and bring Grandfather Su along," said Lu Xian with a smile, shaking her head. "There's no need. We are quite content here. That place is meant for you. I wouldn't adapt at all. And I doubt Grandpa Su would wish to go either. Let's not concern ourselves with those thoughts for now." Bai Qianqian nodded in agreement. "All right then." Before long, a sumptuous feast was laid out before them, and the four gathered around the table. Bai Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, I've never seen such a lavish spread." Su Luoqing chuckled. "Today, my dear, you have awakened to an SSS level. I must celebrate this momentous occasion for you. Eat well and grow plump and lovely." Bai Qianqian felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Thank you, Grandfather Su." Su Luoqing, with a warm smile, replied, "No need for thanks. Today is a joyous occasion. You all have come of age, so let us indulge in some wine." Su Liang promptly poured drinks for everyone. They raised their glasses together, and Qianqian took a small sip. It felt like a family gathering, filled with warmth and joy. After a couple of sips, Su Luoqing inquired, "My dear, now that you have awakened to SSS level, have you considered joining the military directly?" Upon hearing this, both Bai Qianqian and Su Liang were taken aback. Bai Qianqian seemed to be slightly tipsy. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. She appeared a bit dazed as she spoke. "Grandfather Su, I shall not go to the military base. Su Liang is heading to the academy, and I wish to accompany him." Upon hearing this, Su Luochen, Lu Xian, and Su Liang turned their gazes towards Bai Qianqian, each reflecting a myriad of emotions. Bai Qianqian appeared to regain her composure momentarily, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her, and lowered her gaze further. I do not dare to go to the military base alone. I think I shall stick with Su Liang. Su Luochen smiled kindly. Very well, do as you wish. At your level, it matters not where you go. Su Liang exhaled in relief, sensing that he had inadvertently become a stumbling block for Bai Qianqian. In truth, it would have been most advantageous for her to proceed directly to the military base, as this would eliminate many intermediate steps and allow her to become a member of the Celestial Army without delay. Within the ranks of the Celestial Army, she could receive superior training. Perhaps this was a matter that warranted a thorough discussion with her. As their meal drew to a close, Bai Qianqian, in a pleasantly tipsy state, listened as Su Luochen cheerfully remarked, "In the coming days, the power of the Divine Seal will gradually enrich your bodies. Take the time to truly appreciate it." Both Bai Qianqian and Su Liang nodded in understanding, as they were already aware of this. Following the awakening of the divine consciousness, the power of the Divine Seal would slowly seep from the seal itself, permeating every corner of their beings. Their strength, mental perception, and other abilities would undoubtedly enhance. The varying levels of the Divine Seal would correspond to different tiers of awakened power. Su Liang beckoned Bai Qianqian to the courtyard, where the two sat beneath the starlit sky, while Lu Xian and grandfather tidied up. Qianqian. Indeed, grandfather was not mistaken. Joining the military is your most advantageous choice. There, your growth will be both rapid and remarkable. Bai Qianqian, with her cheeks flushed and a dazed smile adorning her face, inquired, "Will you go?" "I shall not," he replied. "Utilizing your name to enter the military, I would merely occupy the lowest tier, which holds little significance." With a smile, Bai Qianqian responded, "Then I shall not go either. Wherever you are, I shall be." Su Liang gazed at her, a wry smile escaping his lips. "In that case, I cannot shake the feeling that I would be hindering your progress." Bai Qianqian shook her head. "Without you, I would not have survived to this day. Moreover, I promised you that I would protect you in the future, did I not?" Su Liang observed Bai Qianqian's earnest expression, warmth blossoming within his heart. Could it be that she truly harbored such feelings for him? Bai Qianqian gazed up at the starry sky and softly murmured, "A place without you holds no meaning for me. From the moment you stood up for me, I resolved to remain by your side." At that instant, Su Liang disregarded all else, enveloping Bai Qianqian in his arms, holding her tightly. Bai Qianqian was taken aback, her cheeks, which had just begun to fade in color, instantly flushed anew. "Su Liang is embracing me." Bai Qianqian felt herself stiffen, unable to move, as if all her strength had drained away. Su. In her ears, Su Liang's gentle voice resonated, "Qianqian, thank you." Chapter 36. Kidnapping the Empress to be my wife. That evening, Bai Qianqian lay in bed, unable to find tranquility, having scarcely slept throughout the night. She was enraptured by the exhilaration of being held by Su Liang, her heart fluttering with youthful emotions. Meanwhile, Su Liang sat on his own bed, having discarded his shirt. He gazed at the divine mark on his arm, symbolizing the dual attributes of wind and fire, and let out a wry smile. It was indeed an exact replica. This divine mark resembled a swirling cloud, as if it had been scorched by flames. The power of the mark was gradually awakening, and he had now ascended to the rank of a first-level divine chosen. From this point onward, he merely needed to absorb the energy of divine crystals through the mark, allowing for a gradual evolution. He then turned his attention to the beast mark of the scarlet-eyed celestial unicorn on his chest, faint glimmers of gold still visible. Was this truly a divine mark? He could vaguely sense that a power within the beast mark was also stirring, integrating into his body. It was indeed perplexing. He found himself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Setting that aside for the moment, he was eager to check whether his attribute panel had undergone any changes following his successful divine awakening. As he drifted into a state of semi-consciousness, a thought crossed his mind, and he was swiftly drawn into that mysterious realm once more, once again encountering the pair of beastly eyes. For the time being, he chose to disregard them as the control panel materialized before him. Beast Energy Transformation. Transformation Progress. 3610000000. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. B-Class Wind and Fire Divine Seal. Level 1. Divine Seal Evolution Progress. 1. Beast Divine Seal. SSS Class Crimson Eye Celestial Seal. Level 1. Beast Divine Seal Evolution Progress. 1. 9. Spirit. 18-1-100. Strength. 25-1-100. Agility. 18-1-100. Speed. 18-1-100. Su Liang appeared to have misread the situation, vigorously rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The Beast Divine Seal. He was utterly stunned, remaining in a daze for an extended period. An SSS-class Beast Divine Seal. Indeed. It was the Crimson Eye Celestial Seal. He stood frozen, taking a considerable time to regain his senses. A wave of euphoric emotion surged through his entire being, causing him to tremble with excitement. With a joyous shout, Su Liang's eyes sparkled with elation, his smile broader than ever. Haha, I, Su Liang, have also attained SSS class. A rush of tears nearly filled his eyes, for he understood that his destiny had irrevocably changed. He now possessed the opportunity to ascend to the 9-seal divine sect, and perhaps even to become a 10-seal divine emperor. Although the reasons behind receiving the Beast Divine Seal eluded him, he surmised that it must be of a similar nature. However, the existence of such a Beast Divine Seal was undoubtedly rare, making him likely the sole bearer in the entire world. This secret must remain concealed. It was imperative that no one discovered it. After a considerable time, Su Liang managed to somewhat temper his exuberant emotions, taking deep breaths to compose himself. Yet, a smile lingered on his face as he continued to inspect the details. All 4 attributes had increased by 1 point. However, the conversion progress remained unchanged at 36 points. This indicates that the increase of 1 point in each of the 4 attributes must stem from the enhancements brought about by his divine perception. Su Liang contemplated this quietly. With an attribute value of 11, he was able to defeat Bai Qianqian, a level 10 first mark, chosen 1, at 16 points. He could effortlessly overpower the young man brought by Zhang Tianhao. That youth was likely merely a level 10 chosen 1 of SSS-grade Divine Imprint. Under his 16 points of strength, the young man stood no chance whatsoever. Therefore, it can be inferred that SSS-grade chosen 1s, even at level 10, would not possess an attribute value reaching 16 points. They might even fall short of 10 points. Now that his divine perception had successfully manifested, augmenting each of his 4 attributes by 1 point, it might precisely correspond to the strength of his first-level B-grade Divine Imprint. In other words, a level 10 B-grade chosen 1 would not exhibit significant strength, likely only in the low teens, and at most around 20 points. Thus, his initial 4 attributes of 10 points could very well represent the foundational strength bestowed upon him by the SSS-grade Beast Divine Imprint. Yes, this should be the truth. Su Liang mused. This implies that in the future, he would have 2 methods to enhance his attribute values. The first method is to acquire beast crystals and elevate his power through the transformation of beast energy. The second method involves the evolution of his divine imprint to absorb the power of divine crystals for enhancement. Upon reaching this conclusion, a sense of dread filled Su Liang's heart. Just how formidable could his strength become in the future? It is possible that he may remain a second-marked divine envoy. Yet his intrinsic power could vastly surpass that of ordinary envoys, granting him the ability to challenge those of higher ranks. After all, his strength has surpassed that of an ordinary chosen 1. Even a second-tier divine envoy bearing a SSS-grade Divine Seal would likely stand no chance against him now. A faint smile curled at the corners of Su Liang's lips. This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Consequently, he would only grow more formidable. He had truly acquired a voice in this world. Exiting this realm, he found himself unable to calm his racing thoughts. Lying in bed, sleep eluded him. Did this not signify that he was now worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder with Qianqian? A mischievous grin spread across Su Liang's face. Could it be that he could charm the future empress into becoming his wife? That night, both individuals found slumber elusive, and by morning, they bore the telltale signs of fatigue beneath their eyes. They left their respective rooms almost simultaneously, clad in their pajamas. Upon catching sight of each other, they both felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Su Liang, good morning. Qianqian, good morning. Su Liang beamed, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. Realizing she was still in her nightwear, Bai Qianqian shyly retreated to her room. Yet, as she passed the threshold, her seemingly delicate step shattered the doorframe into countless fragments. Su Liang winced, truly an SSS class. Fortunately, he had already learned to control such power. Witnessing the destruction of the doorframe, Bai Qianqian felt a pang of panic. Had she caused a disaster? It's all right, Su Liang reassured with a smile. It's perfectly normal. Go change your clothes. Bai Qianqian's cheeks flushed a bright red. Oh, okay. Grandfather also peered out curiously. Indeed. This is the quintessential response of an SSS level. It is likely that no ordinary individual ranked below S level among the 10 chosen can surpass her in strength. Su Liang cast a glance at his grandfather, raising an eyebrow slightly. This implies that the higher the Divine Seal level, the greater the initial physical attribute values upon awakening. Naturally, this also means that ascending and evolving requires a more substantial investment of time and resources. Overall, it is quite satisfactory. Despite a sleepless night, Su Liang still felt invigorated. While brushing his teeth, there was a knock at the courtyard door. Knock, knock, knock. With a slight perception, he could sense the presence of several individuals outside. Su Liang raised an eyebrow slightly. They have arrived. He responded affirmatively and opened the door. Standing at the entrance were three impeccably dressed men, with an extravagant vehicle parked outside the small courtyard. Two of them appeared somewhat younger, likely in their 30s, while the elder in the middle seemed to be in his 50s or 60s. Su Liang sensed a faint pressure emanating from them, particularly from the man in the center. Politely, Su Liang inquired, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man smiled and replied, "You must be Su Liang, correct?" Su Liang nodded. "Yes, that is me." The middle-aged man continued with a smile, "Greetings, Su Liang. I am Zhao Kongshua, the commander-in-chief of the Rongqing military department." Zhao Kongshua extended his hand. Su Liang's pupils widened in astonishment. "The city lord?" Zhao Kongshua nodded with a smile, saying, "As for the title of city lord, I prefer to be addressed as commander or chief." Su Liang was left in shock. At such an early hour, the city lord is blocking the door. Can you believe it? Zhao Kongshua, the city lord of Rongqing, commander-in-chief of the Rongqing military department, the supreme commander, the six-print divine king of over 50 levels. He's undoubtedly among the mightiest in Rongqing. Su Liang promptly extended his hand to shake with him. Such an esteemed figure deserves utmost respect. Possessing military merit, he would not have ascended to the position of city lord otherwise. The subtle aura of authority emanating from Zhao Kongshua compelled him to adopt a more solemn demeanor. Of course, in his previous life, he had encountered divine kings, yet he had never experienced a personal visit of this nature. Zhao Kongshua smiled and inquired, "Su Liang, Bai Qianqian is residing with you now, correct?" Su Liang nodded. "Yes, indeed, commander. Please, come in and we can converse." He gestured invitingly. Zhao Kongshua smiled appreciatively and nodded, but only he stepped inside. The other two remained stationed at the entrance, acting as sentinels for his residence. Zhao Kongshua chuckled. "No need to mind them. My primary intention is to meet our esteemed SSS-grade individual in Rongqing." Su Liang did not insist, merely glancing at the streets on either side as he closed the door. Goodness, there were still people lingering. They were likely waiting for the city lord to depart before revealing themselves. As Zhao Kongshua entered the courtyard, he surveyed his surroundings, tranquil and pleasant. With a clear fish pond, a faint smile gracing his lips, this venerable elder seemed quite at ease. Su Liang called out, "Grandfather, Qianqian, Auntie, the city lord has arrived." At his greeting, Lu Xian and Qianqian peeked out. The city lord? Lu Xian was taken aback. The esteemed city lord had personally come to their home. She quickly wiped the moisture from her hands. Zhao Kongshua turned his gaze toward the timid Bai Qianqian and said, "Bai Qianqian, it is a pleasure to meet you." "I am Zhao Kongshua." Bai Qianqian found herself somewhat at a loss. Hello," Zhao Kongshua said with a smile. "Don't be nervous. I merely came to meet you and have a brief conversation." Bai Qianqian appeared a bit flustered. "I will not go to the military base. I want to be with Su Liang." Zhao Kongshua was momentarily taken aback, then burst into silent laughter. Indeed, to persuade Bai Qianqian to join the military, one must first address her feelings for Su Liang. What a fortunate young man he was, winning the heart of a girl at such a tender age. Was force the only means? Chapter 37. An Influx. The city lord Zhao Kongshua, Su Liang, and the mother-daughter duo of Qianqian sat together. Zhao Kongshua was employing his eloquence to persuade them. Su Liang wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Bai Qianqian's earlier remark had slipped out so candidly. It was quite amusing. Reflecting on it, the once aloof and stunning Shike empress from a past life now appeared so endearing. Yes, the goal was set, to win the empress as his wife. Zhao Kongshua expounded at length, "For your growth and evolution, the military base is undoubtedly your best choice. Whether in terms of resources or the quality of mentors, the military can provide you with the finest conditions. After all, the military is the true authority of Huaxia." Yet, Bai Qianqian remained unmoved. Bowing her head, she stated, "Wherever Su Liang is, that is where I shall be." Zhao Kongshua remarked, "Well, this is quite the challenge. She is impervious to reason." Internally, Zhao Kongshua sighed, realizing that this young girl was entirely under Su Liang's influence. Hence, he had no choice but to shift his focus. "Su Liang, for the future of Bai, you should earnestly persuade her that joining the military is her best choice. You must consider the greater good. You could also join her in the military. That would present no issue. Everyone turned their gaze towards Su Liang. He smiled gently and replied, Commander, I understand your words completely. I too have a yearning for the military, and even more so for the three great celestial legions. Yet, I am acutely aware of my limitations, which inevitably constrain my potential. The matter of the beast god seal was something he could not voice. Thus, he resigned himself to the notion of being ineffectual. Even if you, Commander, were to promise me an esteemed position and generous resources, I cannot help but ponder what would transpire over time. As a B-class individual in the military, how much disdain would I attract? How many would look down upon me? The pressure I would face is unimaginable, and I could very well fade into obscurity. This is not the life I desire. The military values strength above all, and I fear the outcome I envision is inescapable. In truth, Su Liang harbored another reason for his reluctance to join the military. If he were to enter, the secret of his beast god seal would likely become known to many. Hearing these words, even Zhao Congshuo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that an 18-year-old youth could possess such foresight. Zhao Congshuo let out a wry smile and said, What you've said indeed holds some truth. But what about Bai Qianqian? Shouldn't you consider her as well? Are you unwilling to sacrifice a little for her sake? Su Liang smiled broadly and shrugged his shoulders. Commander, I have never obstructed Qianqian from going to the military headquarters. In fact, I even encouraged her to go there last night. Yet, she simply refuses. Zhao Congshuo replied, Are you being stubborn? How is it that you all fail to comprehend this? Just then, the elder Su Luochen emerged, carrying several cups of tea. Zhao Congshuo immediately rose to his feet, intending to salute him, but was halted by a single glance from the elder. Su Liang, somewhat puzzled, noticed that Zhao Congshuo seemed rather agitated. Zhao Congshuo's expression turned awkward as he addressed the elder, Sir. Su Luochen, with a smile adorning his face, remarked, Commander, the military is indeed a commendable place, yet we, as elders, must also respect the thoughts of the youth, don't you think? Zhao Congshuo nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. Their subjective wishes must take precedence. No one should be compelled. His demeanor resembled that of a youthful apprentice. Su Liang found it curious that a six-seal god king like Zhao Congshuo would display such deference to this elderly gentleman. Was he truly so respectful of his elders? Earlier, his tone had been tinged with reprimand. Su Luochen continued with a slight smile. The girl possesses an SSS-level Divine Seal, regardless of the setting. It is all a form of experience. Furthermore, she is likely to become a member of the military in the future, so there is no need to rush. Once she joins the military, she should mention her hometown and the military in Rongchen. I am confident the commander will take good care of her. Bai Qianqian appeared somewhat bewildered, but nodded nonetheless. Grandpa Su, I will remember that. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Congshuo's face. Old sir, you are too polite. Since it is thus, it seems my mission today has been a failure, and I ought to return to report. Su Lucheng replied with a smile. What is the rush? Shall we share a breakfast together? Zhao Congshuo repeatedly waved his hands, saying, Old sir, you are too courteous. I shall not intrude further. Su Lucheng nodded with a smile. I shall not be so polite with you. Zhao Congshuo smiled and nodded in return. Old sir, you are indeed too courteous. As Zhao Congshuo stood up, everyone accompanied him to the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he remarked, Ladies and gentlemen, I represent merely the extensive military department, and according to the information I have received, the three great celestial armies will also be sending representatives. Su Liang felt a stir in his heart. How remarkable that all three great celestial armies were dispatching personnel. The old sir laughed and said, It is all the same. If the girl does not wish to go, no one can compel her, can they? Zhao Congshuo awkwardly nodded in agreement. Indeed. The old sir paused. I shall take my leave now. Su Lucheng nodded with a smile. Under the gazes of the crowd, Zhao Congshuo entered his vehicle and departed swiftly. Inside the car, Zhao Congshuo was drenched in cold sweat, cursing inwardly for almost losing control. Su Liang cast a doubtful glance at his grandfather, who merely exchanged a knowing look with him, as if understanding his unspoken thoughts, yet choosing not to address the matter. Instead, he remarked, The fact that you comprehend entering the military is not a fortunate circumstance shows that you possess a modicum of intelligence. Su Liang responded, Grandfather, do I appear foolish in your eyes? Su Luochen glanced at him and said nonchalantly, It's just average. There will be many more visitors bringing gifts. You may assess the situation yourselves, and I shall refrain from appearing one by one. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian nodded in understanding. Grandfather, when others come to present their gifts, Should Qianqian accept them or not? The old man, stooping slightly, turned around slowly. As long as they bear no grudge against you, accepting them is perfectly fine. It would spare them from losing face. You both are still relatively vulnerable. After all, these are merely tokens to establish familiarity. Of no significant consequence. Liang nodded in agreement. I understand. The grandfather then entered the house. Lu Xian seized her daughter's hand and inquired, Qianqian, have you truly made up your mind? Bai Qianqian resolutely nodded. Mother, I have decided. I will not go to the military district. I wish to. As she reached the end of her statement, Bai Qianqian hesitated to voice her thoughts. Yet, it was clear to those who understood. Lu Xian nodded. Since you have made your decision, I shall not say more. You both should handle this matter as you see fit. Su Bo is correct. Such matters concerning the youth should be dictated by your own hearts. Bai Qianqian acknowledged with a soft nodding earnestly. She furtively glanced at Su Liang and then lowered her head, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Su Liang surveyed the sky and the ground, with everything remaining unsaid. Before long, another knock echoed at their door. The neighborhood surrounding their home grew increasingly lively. Many were astonished, wondering why so many were flocking to the residence of the old man Su. Had something significant occurred? Although many were aware that Rongqing had produced an SSS-level talent. It was a girl. Did the old man Su only have one grandson? Su Liang and his companions continued to entertain their guests, who included representatives from several prestigious academies in other large cities. Among them were delegates from third-tier and second-tier cities, all presenting remarkably generous offers in an attempt to recruit Bai Qianqian for their institutions. The value represented by an SSS-level individual is incalculable, and the future prospects within the divine sect are beyond imagination. Everyone was eager, prepared to provide any conditions necessary, such as unrestricted access to all material and equipment resources, as well as special training facilities. They also boasted about the number of S-level, SS-level, and even SSS-level individuals their academies had admitted, claiming that only by joining them could one truly flourish. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian listened politely to their propositions, but ultimately declined each one, suggesting they return and await further correspondence. Waves of representatives from various third-tier and second-tier city academies visited, totaling around 20 to 30 institutions. It was as if the threshold was about to be breached. This was the first time Qianqian had witnessed such a spectacle, often left speechless and timid. Now, sheltered under Su Liang's protective wing, her courage remained minimal. After bidding farewell to these visitors, members of local prominent families and certain unique divine elect forces from Rong City arrived to familiarize themselves and present gifts. Following her grandfather's advice, Su Liang and Qianqian accepted some essential supplies. Some even offered divine crystals, equipment, and battle armor, but Su Liang and his companions graciously declined, not wishing to accept too much from others. They believed that they would acquire such items in due course. One must tread lightly when in the presence of others. One does not wish to offend, nor burden the gentle-hearted. The elder, within the confines of his abode, was keenly aware of all that Su Liang undertook, a subtle smile gracing his lips, reflecting his satisfaction. As the day wore on, the influx of visitors began to wane, leaving both individuals utterly exhausted. Su Liang, Bai Qianqian remarked with a pout, I had no idea awakening to an SSS rank would be so taxing. They seem even more elated than I am. Su Liang chuckled softly. It's merely a transient phase, nothing to fret over. Yet, Bai Qianqian gazed upon the towering pile of supplies within the room and felt a surge of joy, contemplating a potential feast lasting a year. It appears this could suffice for quite some time, she mused. Su Liang smiled knowingly. What we turned away, transformed into these provisions, could indeed sustain us for a lifetime. Bai Qianqian felt a twinge of regret. But don't you see? Accepting all those items may become a tiresome endeavor. Before long, another pair arrived. When they appeared at the threshold, both Su Liang and Bai Qianqian were momentarily taken aback, their surprise palpable. The newcomers included a middle-aged man alongside a peer, one they recognized. Yuqi, the SSS-ranked Divine Seal chosen one from the second Divine Awareness, Su Liang thought, astonished at the presence of Yuqi, a scion of the illustrious Yi family of Rongqing. Chapter 38. The Majestic Protectorate of a Husband. Su Liang was somewhat taken aback by Yi Qinghan's arrival. He had not anticipated such a noteworthy figure visiting. In an instant, Yi Qinghan's gaze homed in on Bai Qianqian, his signature charming smile illuminating his face. Hello, classmate Bai. We met yesterday. I am Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan once again extended his hand, politely attempting to initiate a handshake. However, Bai Qianqian was entirely uninterested in such gestures. She shifted slightly closer to Su Liang, who seized Yi Qinghan's hand enthusiastically. Hello. I know you. You are the only SS level at Xinjiang number 2. It's a pleasure to meet you. Bai Qianqian, feeling a touch bashful, added, Please, have a seat. As Su Liang, a B level, held his hand. A chill flickered through Yi Qinghan's heart. How could someone so insignificant dare to shake hands with him? Were it not for Bai Qianqian, this person wouldn't even deserve to stand before him. Yi Qinghan's expression stiffened momentarily before he swiftly withdrew his hand, seemingly with disdain. Su Liang, however, paid him no mind. Dream on if you think you can touch my future wife's hand, he thought. Ah, so you are Su Liang, spoke a middle-aged man beside Yi Qinghan. Su Liang turned to the man with a smile. Yes, I am. And you are? Yi Jianqi grinned as he introduced himself. I am Yi Jianqi, Qinghan's father. I came to pay a visit today, bringing a small gift as a token of respect. As he spoke, Yi Jianqi retrieved several items from his spatial converter, neatly arranging them on the ground. What a sight! Piles of divine crystals, A-grade weapons, source crystal weapons, and personal battle armor. All splendid items. Yet it was evident that the weapons and armor were intended for Qianqian, leaving nothing for him. Oh dear, uncle, you are too kind. I cannot accept gifts without merit, Su Liang protested. Yi Jianqi chuckled and shook his head. As the only SSS level in Rongqing who awakened at Xinjiang, two alongside my son, you certainly deserve it. Please, do not refuse. I too have come to introduce my son to Bai, hoping to foster a benevolent connection. After all, in the future, you both represent the hope of our city, Rongqing, and should thus cultivate a harmonious relationship. Yi Jianqi was rather forthright, his words subtly hinting at his desire for Yi Qinghan and Bai Qianqian to form a bond. As for Su Liang, he would merely serve as a jack for repairs. Su Liang scoffed inwardly, pondering the audacity of attempting to steal my wife. Could Yi Qinghan really be worthy? Nonetheless, he maintained an impassive demeanor, saying, Patriarchy, there is truly no need for this. If Qianqian desires such items, the military and the Academy of Chosen Ones could readily provide several trucks full. Moreover, if these items do not appeal to her, they serve no purpose. You two should take them back. Su Liang snickered quietly, feigning ignorance. Yi Jianqi regarded him with mild surprise, sensing a hint of tension. The youth truly lacked discernment. Without Bai Qianqian's presence, would he even be worthy of conversing with him? Yi Jianqi chuckled lightly. Ah, I understand that Bai desires these items. Naturally, there are those eager to deliver them. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish for Qinghan and Bai to become acquainted, for they hold great potential for mutual growth in the future. When they ascend to the ranks of divine generals and kings, they will inevitably find themselves in battle together. Yi Jianqi, being the cunning old fox that he was, knew well that as a B rank, he would never reach such heights in this lifetime. It was merely a small gift. Bai Qianqian should consider accepting it. Yi Qinghan cast a brief glance around, revealing a trace of disdain and disgust. What sort of impoverished place was this? Bai Qianqian, at present, you are an SSS class chosen one, a paragon among the divine. There is no necessity for you to reside in such humble quarters. I shall have my father arrange a villa for you in the city center. It will facilitate your commute to the academy. Yi Jianqi also smiled as he spoke. It is simple. I will have someone arrange it immediately. Bai Qianqian seemed to sense the awkwardness in the atmosphere, feeling that Yi Qinghan and his father harbored some disdain. She shook her head and said, Uncle Yi, please take your things with you. Throughout this day, we have declined such offerings. The academy has already promised me that if I desire anything, I need only to retrieve it myself. Upon hearing this, Yi Jianqi felt a slight chill in his heart. Is it Director Huang who made this promise to you? Are you not considering the military or other academies? Su Liang was about to interject, but Bai Qianqian had already shaken her head. I will remain at the Rongqing Academy of Chosen Ones. Su Liang sighed inwardly. She was still so naive. The other party was clearly probing her decisions. Yi Jianqi chuckled lightly. Very well. If that is your choice, I shall not press further. However, you and Qinghan should engage in more communication. You will undoubtedly need to collaborate in the future. Our Rongqing Academy of Chosen Ones is the pinnacle of divine insignia for both of you. Bai Qianqian hesitated to respond, as her focus was solely on following Su Liang. Qinghan, you might exchange contact information with my classmate to maintain regular communication. Yi Qinghan approached with an air of pride. Bai Qianqian, what is your star contact? Allow me to connect with you. Bai Qianqian shook her head, stating, I do not require it, nor do I need it. When others wish to contact me, they reach out to Su Liang. You may converse with him. Su Liang's lips curled into a faint smile, acknowledging her cleverness at that moment. Yi Qinghan's expression twitched slightly. Very well then, he conceded. A mere B-grade nuisance. He had no desire to entangle himself with such matters, casting an unabashedly disdainful glance at Su Liang. Su Liang merely smiled, pretending not to notice. Yi Jinchi chuckled lightly. All right, there is no rush. Opportunities will arise in the future. I hope you both can engage more during your time at the academy. With that, he added, we shall not intrude further. Su Liang calmly replied, do take care. I shall not see you off. Yi Jinchi maintained a serene smile, displaying no sign of anger at Su Liang's actions or words. However, just as they were about to depart, a commotion arose outside the courtyard. Before they could leave, 3 men clad in distinct military uniforms entered. The moment everyone beheld the trio, their expressions shifted dramatically. The azure dragon emblem, the white tiger emblem, the black tortoise emblem. The 3 esteemed heavenly divine armies had arrived together. Each of the 3 bore a unique silver star upon their shoulders. These were 3 major generals. This indicated that all 3 were above the 51st rank, 6-marked divine kings, of equal standing to the city lord, Zhao Kanshua. Yet, as members of the 3 heavenly divine armies, their status was even more exalted. Even Yi Jinchi halted in his tracks, respectfully saluting the generals. It is an honor to meet the 3 generals. The major general of the Azure Dragon Army looked at him with a hint of confusion, inquiring, and you are? Yi Jinchi replied with a smile, I am Yi Jinchi, the current head of the Yi family in Rongqing, having served in the military for a decade. The 3 men nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The general of the Azure Dragon Army stated coldly, this is none of your concern. We have come to seek Bai Qianqian. His tone exuded indifference, showing no regard for the situation. After all, he was merely the leader of an ordinary family from a small city. Yi Jinchi forced a smile. Gesturing to introduce, this is our classmate, Bai Qianqian. The Azure Dragon general nodded, his gaze fixating on Bai Qianqian, who was timidly hiding behind a boy. Indeed, it seemed that persuading this young lady would require addressing the boy first. Greetings, Bai Qianqian. I am General Jiang Muyang of the 34th Legion of the Azure Dragon Celestial Army. This is General Yuan Feihua of the 56th Legion of the White Tiger Celestial Army, and General Zhu Wuzhao of the 42nd Legion of the Black Tortoise Celestial Army. The 3 offered her a formal salute, their demeanor remarkably solemn. This atmosphere only heightened by Qianqian's anxiety. You all hello? She stammered. Su Liang furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing General Jiang Muyang speak. It seemed that the marshal of the divine sect who had ambushed Qianqian in a past life was indeed the commander of the 34th Legion. Jiang Muyang spoke earnestly. Classmate Bai Qianqian, we represent the 3 great celestial armies and come to invite you to join us. You may choose any legion you desire. Bai Qianqian shook her head resolutely. I will not go. Jiang Muyang frowned. Why not? The celestial army is the core strength of our Huaxia. Becoming a member is a coveted aspiration for all. By joining the celestial army now, you would instantly attain the rank of Major General and receive guidance from the divine sect, ensuring a future of soaring success. Bai Qianqian continued to shake her head. I will not go. Where Su Liang is, there I shall be. Please do not persuade me any further. Upon hearing her words, the 3 individuals furrowed their brows. The father and son, Yi Jinchi, observed the scene with curiosity, secretly calculating that they must not allow her to agree. Only within the Academy of the Chosen could Yu Qinghan hope for a chance. If she were to join the Celestial Army, her prospects would be utterly diminished. Presently, Yu Qinghan could still enlist in the Celestial Army, yet the 2 would inhabit entirely different realms, making encounters exceedingly rare. Furthermore, within the Celestial Army, there existed numerous formidable individuals, rendering any opportunity even more elusive. There was no guarantee they would regard Yu Qinghan favorably. Su Liang chuckled softly. Generals. Qianqian has made her decision and intends to silence. Jiang Muyang interjected sharply, cutting him off mid-sentence. Su Liang's expression froze, a sense of indignation welling up within him. What audacity! Have I not the right to speak? If she wishes to follow you, I shall take your surname. At the entrance, Yu Qinghan scoffed. Regarding the man as nothing more than refuse, truly believing himself to be of worth? Without Bai Qianqian, what was he? Merely upon hearing Jiang Muyang rebuke Su Liang, Bai Qianqian transformed, her gaze suddenly icy and resolute. You should be the one to silence yourself. Bai Qianqian fiercely defended her partner, leaving the entire assembly in stunned silence. Chapter 39. The Domain of Divine Prohibition. Even Su Liang found himself in disbelief, glancing at Qianqian. My dear, what are you doing? He is a general of the Celestial Army. He is not someone to be reprimanded lightly. Should they become enraged, there would be no hesitation in abducting you. The three generals were taken aback, gazing at Bai Qianqian in bewilderment. Never had anyone dared to address them in such a manner. This young girl, who initially appeared timid, had suddenly transformed into a fiery spirit. Did she truly not comprehend what the Celestial Army represented? Yi Qinghan and his son were equally astonished, questioning if she had lost her senses. How could she speak so boldly to a general of the Celestial Army, telling him to be silent? Good heavens, this was madness. Even Lucian, who had intended to remain hidden, was startled. Regardless of her ignorance, she understood the significance of the Celestial Army. Lucian rushed to Bai Qianqian's side, grasping her arm and repeatedly bowing in apology to the three generals. Generals, my daughter is lacking in understanding. I beg for your forgiveness. Yet, Bai Qianqian remained resolute. Mother, you go inside. I am not being unreasonable. No one can bully Su Liang. What is wrong with him speaking? Her gaze was unwavering, exuding an air of defiance. This was her stance. No one could mistreat Su Liang. It was a promise she had made to him. She would protect Su Liang for the rest of her life. Observing her fierce determination, Su Liang felt as though his heart were melting. She was truly a wonderful girl, and he resolved to cherish her for a lifetime. Lucian was utterly alarmed. Qianqian, do not speak recklessly. She sensed the impending wrath in the eyes of the three generals and contemplated another apology. However, in the next moment, the three generals unexpectedly smiled in unison, leaving everyone in astonishment. Yi Qinghan was perplexed. Were they not angry? Perhaps he should try provoking them as well. Jiang Muyang, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, Excellent. You possess character. We, the Celestial Army, relish individuals like you. Bai Qianqian's gaze remained piercingly cold. Jiang Muyang continued with a smile, I owe him an apology. Su Liang, I sincerely apologize. I spoke out of turn. He solemnly bowed to Su Liang. Su Liang initially contemplated a courteous response, but upon remembering his own SSS rank, he pondered, why should I adopt such a humble stance? Very well, I forgive you, but do be more cautious in the future. The three generals and the father-son duo of Yi Qinghan nearly stumbled in disbelief. Goodness, grant him a modicum of respect, and he becomes audacious. Jiang Muyang felt a flicker of annoyance in his heart, but dismissed it. Choosing not to squabble with an insignificant ant, he turned to Bai Qianqian and said, Your concern revolves around him. We can assure you that we will incorporate him into the Celestial Army, so you need not worry at all. Yet, Bai Qianqian shook her head resolutely. I will not go. She distinctly recalled Su Liang's words. He would never join the military, for it would only lead him to immense suffering. Thus, she too would not participate. Jiang Muyang was about to utter another word when Bai Qianqian firmly declared, Please do not persuade me further. I will not go. I wish to attend the Chosen One's Academy. Should I decide to become a member of the Celestial Army in the future, I will consider it then. Jiang Muyang slightly furrowed his brow, focusing intently on Su Liang. It appeared that the crux of the matter lay with this young man. Jiang Muyang nodded very well. Since you are so resolute, we shall not press the issue. However, we do require you to register with the Celestial Army. I trust you can accommodate this request? Bai Qianqian cast her gaze towards Su Liang. Su Liang felt a slight tightening in his heart. Registration? Was there such a matter? Yet, it seemed he could not entirely refuse to cooperate. He nodded slightly. Jiang Muyang smiled and nodded in return. You too, please take her for registration. Yuan Feihua and Zhu Wuzhao exchanged knowing glances. This had already been discussed on their way here. This was Plan B. They were well aware that Bai Qianqian would heed Su Liang's every word. As long as they secured Su Liang, they would have effectively secured Bai Qianqian. Yuan Feihua and Zhu Wuzhao smiled and said, Classmate Bai Qianqian and Ms. Lucian, let us proceed inside for registration. These matters are somewhat confidential. Su Liang instantly understood. They intended to have a private conversation with him. He nodded, and only then did Bai Qianqian follow them inside. Jiang Muyang turned around, casting a cold glance at Yi Qinghan and his son. Yi Jianqi quickly grasped the situation and hurriedly retreated. Only Su Liang and Jiang Muyang remained in the courtyard. Jiang Muyang turned to face him, narrowing his eyes slightly. A B-level individual, rather audacious, having cared for her for a few days. And she becomes utterly devoted to you. Su Liang remained exceptionally calm, unfazed by his imposing presence. Fairly average, he replied. Jiang Muyang snorted coldly. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. I merely wish to inform you that taking her to the Chosen One's academy is a complete waste of time. If you truly care for her, you should take her to the Celestial Army. It would be beneficial for both you and her. Su Liang's gaze was surprisingly tranquil, his eyes reflecting a depth of experience that surpassed even Jiang Muyang's. I will not go. You. Jiang Muyang glared. This young man was utterly impervious to his intimidation, showing not an ounce of fear. I must inform you that this is not a matter for negotiation. You have no choice. Su Liang cast a cold glance at him. And I must also inform you that this is our decision. No one can coerce us. The two stood at an impasse, their gazes locked in mutual defiance. Su Liang felt no fear despite his opponent being a lieutenant general. He refrained from joining the Celestial Army, partly due to the fear of his secrets being unveiled, and partly because he aimed to retrace the steps of his past life to atone for the brothers who had perished for him. The elderly man in the room quietly sensed everything occurring in the courtyard, his gaze remarkably tranquil. Jiang Muyang was growing increasingly agitated. A formidable pressure suddenly enveloped Su Liang, weighing heavily upon him. I have stated, this is not a matter for discussion. Taking her to the Celestial Army is your only option. Should you refuse, you ought to carefully consider the consequences that lie behind such a choice. Can you bear that burden? The oppressive aura bore down on Su Liang, akin to a colossal mountain, nearly causing him to falter. His knees began to bend. Su Liang's eyes glowed with a fierce crimson. Is this what you call taking advantage of the weak? He glared at Jiang Muyang. I have said it. We will not go. Jiang Muyang scoffed coldly. You are merely destroying her. In an instant, the force surged once more. Su Liang could hardly withstand it, and one knee fell to the ground. A frenzied light ignited in his eyes. If you possess the courage, then kill me. Otherwise, dream on. Jiang Muyang's face bore a hint of menace. Do you truly believe I would hesitate? Even if I were to slay you? No one would come seeking retribution for your demise. Su Liang bellowed in fury. Come then. Make your move. Today, you spare my life. Tomorrow, I shall undoubtedly seek retribution for today's grievances. Jiang Muyang scoffed. A B rank dares to settle accounts with me? Su Liang's eyes gleamed with madness. You may await my arrival. Jiang Muyang coldly retorted. Very well, I shall await you. In 3 days, we shall send someone to escort you directly to the military headquarters. You have no choice. We will not comply. Jiang Muyang chuckled coldly, withdrawing his power. At that time, it shall be beyond your control. Once his power receded, beads of sweat cascaded down Su Liang's face as he gasped for breath. Jiang Muyang indifferently remarked, Do you truly believe you possess the authority to alter this outcome? You have no options. I could simply take you by force. What could you do about it? Su Liang's expression fluctuated between anger and confusion. What is the meaning of this? In my previous life, Qianqian was merely at the Chosen One's academy. It was at this moment that the registration within was completed. Jiang Muyang grinned. So it is settled. In 3 days, someone will come for you. Bai Qianqian gasped Su Liang to the military headquarters. Yet Su Liang remained silent, his icy gaze fixed upon Jiang Muyang. Jiang Muyang feigned indifference. We shall take our leave now. The 3 major generals strode out with an air of confidence. General Yuan Feihua of the White Tiger Army inquired. Did he agree? Jiang Muyang shook his head. No. But it is no longer of consequence. In 3 days, we shall send someone to take him away. That brat knows he cannot obstruct this. Zhu Wuzhao hesitated briefly. Isn't this a bit too extreme? Jiang Muyang shook his head, dismissing the concern. It is of no great consequence. Once we reach the Divine Army, they will gradually acclimate and eventually express their gratitude towards us. He felt no remorse for his actions. However, just a few steps beyond the courtyard, the expressions of the trio suddenly shifted. What is happening? They wondered as they realized they could not perceive a single sound from the outside world. The alley remained just an alley. Jiang Muyang's countenance altered dramatically. It is the divine restriction domain. The 3 turned pale, understanding that this signified someone had made a move against them. Moreover, their assailant was at least a 7-seal divine monarch. May I inquire which esteemed elder this is? Jiang Muyang asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. At that moment, an elderly man with a stooped figure emerged from the opposite end of the alley. His eyes, as cold as the abyss, were fixed intently on Jiang Muyang. This is the end. Chapter 40. Am I to be supported? On their way back, Yu Jianqi and Yu Qian conversed. Father, do you think they will agree to join the Divine Army? Yu Jianqi pondered for a moment before replying. It is difficult to say. Regardless, if they decide to attend the Chosen Academy, you must seize the opportunity to win that girl over. It is imperative to act swiftly. Only by capturing her in her vulnerable state can you ensure a solid foundation. Bai Qianqian nodded in understanding. I am aware, however, that Su Liang poses a bit of a nuisance. He truly believes himself to be of great significance. Bai Qianqian scoffed derisively. He is but an insignificant ant. Of no concern. No matter how he flails about, he remains merely an ant. Presently, Bai Qianqian holds him in high regard, yet in due time, he is destined to be discarded. Thus, as long as you enter the Academy of the Chosen, your opportunities will be boundless. Seize this chance. Attain the SSS rank. In the future, you shall be the progenitor of the Yi family, with unlimited potential ahead. Bai Qianqian's gaze gradually solidified, a subtle smile playing upon her lips. Father, rest assured, I will succeed. Bai Qianqian nodded. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform the family. We shall support you wholeheartedly. Bai Qianqian affirmed. Very well. His eyes gleamed deeply, revealing a hint of a charming smile. Bai Qianqian, you are mine. In a narrow alley, 3 formidable mid-ranking generals of the Celestial Army lay on the ground, battered and bruised, blood trickling from their lips. Fear was vividly etched in their eyes. Who could have anticipated that an elderly man, who had remained within the confines of the house, was such a terrifying presence? The 3 of them had nearly lost their lives. Su Luochen, hunched over yet exuding an inexplicable aura of intimidation, spoke in a tone that was both indifferent and cold. Do you have any objections to my actions? The trio obediently shook their heads. No. If I were to end your lives, would you think anyone would come looking for me? Su Luochen echoed this sentiment back to Jiang Muyang. Jiang Muyang dared not utter another word. Senior, I was mistaken. I was indeed arrogant, and I humbly seek your forgiveness. Humph. Su Luochen snorted coldly. Do you know how to report back now? Jiang Muyang nodded incessantly, like an obedient dog, devoid of any prior bravado. I understand. Just say that Bai Qianqian does not wish to come. There is nothing we can do. We shall refrain from discussing matters concerning our elders. Su Luochen scoffed. Begone. The 3 individuals scrambled to their feet and fled in a frenzy. If the situation escalated, such a presence would mean their demise, and they would have no words left to utter. Su Luochen observed their hasty retreat with a visage of indifference before swiftly slipping back into the house. Silent as a shadow, in the courtyard, Su Liang took a moment to regain composure. Su Liang, what troubles you? Su Liang shook his head. It's nothing. Perhaps just a bit fatigued. We shouldn't let Qianqian worry. That general mentioned they would come for us in 3 days? Su Liang was at a loss for how to respond. The elder emerged from the house. Do not overthink it. Simply focus on your studies at the academy. They cannot abduct you, and the academy will ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, Su Liang felt a surge of clarity. Yes, the academy would indeed safeguard them. Su Luochen maintained his amiable demeanor, particularly towards Bai Qianqian. It is time to prepare dinner. We have quite the feast ahead, something to delight your palates. He gathered various ingredients to commence cooking, with Lu Xian offering her assistance. As mealtime approached, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. It was Director Huang from the Chosen One's Academy. Su, have you agreed to go elsewhere? Director Huang inquired, a hint of apprehension in his voice. Su Liang smiled and shook his head. Director Huang, no, we will still be attending the academy. Director Huang let out a sigh of relief. I am aware that both the City Lord and the Celestial Army have arrived, yet they have chosen not to intervene. This is solely a matter of your own decisions. Su Liang responded with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your understanding. Director Huang shook his head, saying, it is I who should extend my gratitude to you for choosing our academy. By the way, I have approved all the applications you submitted to the academy. As long as you and your classmate enroll in our institution, resources will be unlimited. You are free to select any weaponry and equipment you desire, and all training facilities will be at your disposal without conditions, as well as the villa, which has also been arranged. Here is the key. You may report to the academy at your convenience. Director Huang produced a key card. Both Su Liang and Bai Qianqian were pleasantly surprised at the swift process. Su Liang remarked with a grin, Director Huang, we shall not be polite any longer. It is only fitting, indeed. Su Liang accepted the key card. Director Huang spoke in a conspiratorial tone. This villa remains quite discreet at present. If you wish to avoid those individuals, you may move there directly. His words reflected a concern for any potential disruptions to their choices. Su Liang nodded with a smile. We are contemplating the move, possibly within the next few days, and we will report to the academy promptly. Director Huang's face lit up with joy. Excellent. I shall not intrude any further. Should you require anything, simply contact me, and I will be at your service. Su Liang let out a wry smile, acknowledging the exceptional treatment. Director Huang rose to leave. Director Huang, let us share a meal together. No, I shall not impose. Oh, there's no need for such politeness. It's mealtime, Su Liang exclaimed as he pulled him in. Su Luochen, carrying a dish, also entered the courtyard. The old gentleman smiled and said, let's dine together. It's merely a matter of adding a few more bowls and chopsticks. Director Huang, unable to resist the warmth of camaraderie, joined them for a meal, which served to strengthen their relationship. In the deep of night, Su Liang once again examined his attribute panel. To his astonishment, his 4 fundamental attributes had increased slightly. Moreover, there were new developments. Beast Power Conversion, Conversion Progress, 361000. 000, Beast Power Talent. Insightful, I1, Divine Seal, B-Class Wind and Fire Divine Seal, Level 1, Divine Seal Evolution Progress, 1, Beast God Seal, SSS Class Crimson I Celestial Seal, Level 1, Beast God Seal Evolution Progress, 2, 0, Mental Strength, 19-100, Strength, 26-100, Agility, 19-100, Speed, 19-100. The Beast God Seal had remarkably reached Level 2. Su Liang gazed in astonishment at this scene before him. He finally comprehended that these attribute values were fundamentally correlated to the level of the Beast God Seal. By undergoing Beast Power Conversion and transmuting the energy within the Beast Crystal, he could transform it into his own attribute values, thereby enhancing the evolution progress of his Beast God Seal. Simultaneously, the attribute values acquired from his inherent Wind and Fire Divine Seal would directly contribute to this as well. The increase he observed today was undoubtedly a result of the awakening of the Wind and Fire Divine Seal, providing him with foundational values. The evolution level of one's Wind and Fire Divine Seal has its limits, possibly reaching only the status of a 3-seal master, with minimal enhancements available. Yet, to elevate one's prowess, as long as there is an ample supply of beast crystals in the future, one can continue to ascend. Su Liang felt an overwhelming joy within. Finally grasping certain circumstances, he contemplated that what he truly required were divine crystals and beast crystals. Given his current strength, even without the power of seal patterns, vanquishing some lower-tier 1-star exotic beasts would pose no challenge. He resolved to seek a privilege from Director Huang to venture into the hunting grounds. With this thought, Su Liang gradually succumbed to slumber. At the break of dawn the following day, Su Liang took Qianqian out. They arrived in the heart of the city, a place that felt entirely distinct from their peripheral civilian districts. Towering skyscrapers stretched towards the heavens, adorned with dazzling neon lights, evoking a sense of stepping into a futuristic realm. It was Bai Qianqian's first visit, and her beautiful eyes were wide with astonishment, taking in the villas nestled amidst the bustling urban landscape. Su Liang chuckled, remarking, "The academy truly spares no expense. This villa, if converted into soft currency, would likely start in the billions." Bai Qianqian gasped in shock. "Is it really that much?" "Absolutely," Su Liang affirmed. "Land is incredibly valuable here. And this cannot be purchased with mere soft currency. It is exchanged for divine crystals or source crystals." Bai Qianqian was left speechless by the revelation. Su Liang smiled. "Qianqian, you are now a wealthy heiress. I shall rely on your fortunes in the future." Bai Qianqian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "All right. I shall take care of you." Su Liang felt as though he had been struck by a devastating blow, one he had inadvertently inflicted upon himself. It was as if his vitality were being drained away. Could the future empress be this adept at seduction? Su Liang gazed, entranced, at Bai Qianqian's rosy cheeks, his heart racing with increasing fervor. It seemed he was on the verge of being pampered, yet inexplicably, he felt a thrill of excitement. Chapter 41. Shall I take the lead? The pair stepped into the villa, utterly astonished by its opulence. Every detail of the decor exuded sheer luxury, suffused with the essence of wealth. "Welcome home, master," a gentle female voice resonated in their ears. Bai Qianqian was startled. "Do not be afraid. It is merely the villa's intelligent concierge," Su Liang reassured her with a smile. "Indeed, master, I am your personal concierge. You may call me Xiao Bai." The voice was soothing. Only then did Bai Qianqian relax, her curiosity piqued by the marvels around her. As they ventured further inside, Xiao Bai illuminated their path, continuing, "Master, this villa is equipped with the latest S-class offensive and defensive systems, capable of withstanding the assaults of 5-star beasts. Additionally, it features an AAA-grade intelligent medical system, complete with a dedicated treatment room. The The villa is also furnished with 2 A-class battle vehicles for your convenience, which can connect with me in real time, facilitating your travel and combat needs. I shall attend to all your daily affairs. Simply call for me, and I shall always be at your service. Bai Qianqian felt somewhat overwhelmed. The magnitude of these changes was simply too great. Liang smiled and remarked, living in this house, whether it's doing laundry, cooking, or tidying up, Bai will handle all the mundane tasks flawlessly. Anything else you can think of, it will assist you with. You merely need to express your desires. It will even help you tidy up after using the restroom. Bai Qianqian's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment as she lightly punched Liang's chest. If I live here, won't I become a useless person? Liang chuckled. Qianqian, you are SSS rank. From now on, you should focus solely on your evolution. And you need not concern yourself with these trivial matters. Bai Qianqian, albeit a bit bewildered, nodded. So, shall we inform Grandpa Su and my mother today, and then move in? Liang stroked his chin, his face slightly reddening. Are we really about to start living together? Bai Qianqian shot him an annoyed glance. Don't get any strange ideas. It's living together, not sharing a bed. I'm not ready for that yet. Liang felt as though he had been struck once more. So Qianqian is quite open to this concept? He coughed. All right, let us head home to discuss it with Grandpa and Andy. Then we'll just grab a few clothes. Everything else we need is here. Bai Qianqian shyly lowered her head and softly agreed. Liang felt a surge of excitement. We are about to embark on a cohabitation journey with the Empress. Haha. The two continued to explore the room for a while before preparing to leave. They took a glance at the war vehicle in the garage. And Liang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. What a gem! An A-grade energy low-altitude 4-person armored vehicle, perfect for team operations. A solitary armored combat motorcycle of Class A, capable of transforming into full-body armor. A surge of excitement coursed through Liang's heart. Even in his previous life, he had never possessed such equipment. Yet in this life, it could be said without shame that, by clinging to the leg of his Empress wife, he effortlessly acquired it. After all, what belonged to his future wife was inherently his. Liang chuckled foolishly. Bai Qianqian inquired, shall we drive it back? Liang replied with a wry smile. Without source crystals, these 2 war machines consume energy excessively. We will likely have to wait until you enroll in school, when they provide you with source crystals for use. Bai Qianqian nodded in understanding. Then let us return the way we came. Liang smiled and nodded. Although he felt a fervor within, there was no need to rush. The two departed from the villa, which would soon become their home. Bai Qianqian trailed slightly behind Liang, reflecting that everything she possessed at present was due to him. Her eyes sparkled with joy, envisioning this place as their cozy little nest. What if he acted mischievously? Should she allow it? Silly boy. He didn't even know how to hold hands. This area was dotted with numerous villas, and many people were out for a stroll. At that moment, a voice of surprise rang out. Oh, Liang, Bai Qianqian. Both Liang and Bai Qianqian were taken aback, turning to see a graceful figure in a green dress approaching from a nearby path. Liang exclaimed in astonishment. You are the sister of Ku Gonglai. Greening replied. Are you not courteous? What do you mean by crying? My name is Greening. You may call me Sister Greening. Liang offered an awkward smile. Sister Greening. Bai Qianqian also called out to Greengrass sister. With a beaming smile. Greengrass had already learned from the captain about Liang awakening the B-level Divine Seal. The notion of him becoming their teammate was initially somewhat far-fetched. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that this SSS level Bai Qianqian was now unwaveringly loyal to Liang. Thus, Liang's inclusion as their companion was more than sufficient. Greengrass cheerfully inquired, what brings you two here? Are you preparing to report to the academy? Bai Qianqian, somewhat at a loss for words, remained quiet. Liang responded with a smile. No, the academy has gifted a house to Qianqian, and we came to take a look. We are just about to return to discuss moving in with my family. Greengrass expressed surprise. The academy gifted you a villa? Liang nodded without reservation. Indeed. Quite the treatment for an SSS level. It's beyond imagination. Liang maintained a polite smile. By the way, how is old Gonglai? Is he feeling better? With a twinkle in her eye, Greengrass replied, would you like to pay him a visit? He resides in that building over there. Liang glanced in the direction she indicated, spotting a tall building. Although it was not a villa, it must still be quite valuable. He exchanged a look with Bai Qianqian and asked, is that convenient? After all, Gonglai was Qianqian's savior, so it would be fitting to pay a visit. Greengrass, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, What inconvenience could there possibly be? Come, let us go. Bai Qianqian did not refuse but remarked, but we are empty-handed. Green Grass chuckled, oh, that's of no concern. We don't mind such formalities. Su Liang let out a bitter smile and nodded, following along. They arrived at a towering building, over 30 stories high. Upon entering, he had to admit it was quite splendid and luxurious, equipped with a smart butler, albeit seemingly of a lower caliber than Bai. Gong Lai was reclining in a large armchair by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, his chest bandaged, indicating that his recovery would not be swift. Su Liang, being quite familiar with him, quipped, oh, old Gong Lai, enjoying the view? Gong Lai abruptly turned his head, his eyes widening upon recognizing Su Liang and Bai Qianqian, resembling two startled copper bells. You little rascal! Who are you calling a rascal? Gong Lai exclaimed, astonished, as he rose to his feet. Bai Qianqian politely greeted him, hello, brother Gong. Gong Lai awkwardly smiled, hello? What brings you here? Who informed you of my residence? Su Liang chuckled. What? Are you embarrassed to face me? Gong Lai rolled his eyes. Would it kill you to not be so envious? Green Ian was taken aback by the apparent familiarity between them. Are they really this close? She wondered, before explaining, the academy gifted them a villa, and they came to take a look today. I happened to run into them. Gong Lai's eyes widened in surprise. Su Liang mischievously remarked, are you envious, old Gong Lai? Gong Lai scoffed lightly. It's not like it was given to you. It was a gift for Bai Qianqian. Hey, no need to be sour just because you can't have it. Can't you see it's quite evident between me and Qianqian? Bai Qianqian shyly lowered her head. Don't get too smug. Just sit down. Su Liang smiled, pulling Qianqian to sit beside him, setting aside his playful banter. Feeling better now? Gong Lai nodded slightly. It's much better now. Once this wound has completely healed, there will be no issues. Su Liang nodded in agreement. Green Ian brought them tea. While Bai Qianqian surveyed the house, her mind comparing it to their own villa, Gong Lai inquired, how did you manage to kill that rat king last time? I still feel as though I encountered a ghost. Su Liang chuckled and shook his head. You utilized the power of the 3 seals at that moment. It was already at its last gasp. I merely took your gun and jabbed it repeatedly until it perished. Do you really believe I possess the strength to slay the rat king? Gong Lai regarded him with suspicion, feeling that the situation was not quite so simple. At the time, he did not perceive the rat king as being out of options. Clearly, this lad harbored his own secrets. Now that your divine seal has awakened, what do you think? Would you like to join us in the Gene Slayer? Upon hearing this, Su Liang fell silent for a moment. I could, but I fear that in the future, Qianqian may wish to pursue opportunities in a more advanced city. Gong Lai replied with a smile. You need not worry about that. If that day truly comes, you can leave. We won't stand in your way. Su Liang questioned, can you make that decision? Gong Lai retorted with a playful scold. That's what the captain told me. Su Liang nodded. Then there's no issue. Great. I shall inform the captain and share this good news with everyone. Su Liang offered a wry smile. As a B rank, what good news am I? What you are truly interested in is Qianqian, isn't it? Bai Qianqian was taken aback. Gong Lai grinned, seeing through it, but not voicing it. Yet I do value you highly. After all, I told you from the very beginning, did I not? Su Liang nodded. As Gong Lai prepared to send a message via his star communicator, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Both his and Levian's devices began to emit a flashing red light. They exchanged a glance, and a screen materialized, revealing Tianyin Xiaolan. Gong Lai, Levian. You are hereby notified by the military that a horde of beasts has breached the northern city limits from underground. Assemble immediately. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on their faces. Su Liang, too, felt a tremor of concern. The emergence of beasts was becoming alarmingly frequent. Levian quickly interjected, Xiaolan. Gong Lai cannot engage in battle just yet. His injuries have not fully healed. However, Gong Lai asserted with determination, it's fine. I can go. No. If you do, your injuries may relapse. Even a mere encounter with a 2-star beast could cost you your life. Levian firmly rejected his insistence. Xiaolan fell into a moment of silence. Soon after, the captain's image appeared on the screen. Gong Lai will not participate in this mission. Levian, you are to proceed with the divine barrier. Understood, Captain. Levian responded without hesitation. Gong Lai, growing anxious, exclaimed, Captain, I am capable. How can you manage without me? She is merely a healer. She cannot hold the rear. I assure you, I am fine. My wounds have healed. Levian shot him a glare. Do not speak nonsense. I am fully aware of your condition. Gong Lai persisted, Levian. I am able. You cannot assume the role of rearguard. I have said it is not permissible. Do you wish to see me cry once more? Gong Lai retorted. At that moment, Su Liang interjected, how about I take the role of rear guard? Chapter 42, The Surge of Battle Intent. The few individuals present, along with the two on the screen, gazed at Su Liang in utter astonishment. You? Xiaolon inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. Su Liang nodded affirmatively. Yes. It is I. I can employ the divine restraint technique, and I possess a combat prowess comparable to that of a divine envoy. The group stared at him, astonished. You have the combat ability of a divine envoy? Liang exclaimed, taken aback. Su Liang nodded again. Gong Lai should be aware of this, right? Gong Lai paused momentarily before responding. Indeed, you do possess such abilities, but this is a mission fraught with peril. It is no jest. You cannot go. Liang concurred. Absolutely not. You are still a student. It is best to remain safe. Xiaolon added, yes, such a thing is out of the question. Su Liang was determined to participate. He sought the beast crystals and wished to partake in the mission, as even in the aftermath, he could earn some rewards. Gong Lai interjected, Captain, allow me to go. I am fine. Liang is a healer. If he remains in the rear, the team's healing will be compromised. If we deploy the blood drinkers, our squad's combat strength will be diminished. Please, let me go. Liang retorted, no. You must not act recklessly. However, Qi Hengchu's gaze was fixed intently upon Su Liang. Su Liang asserted, Captain, I have already committed to joining the team. It is reasonable for me to accompany you on such a mission, is it not? Furthermore, I am not as fragile as you presume. Qi Hengchu regarded Su Liang solemnly. Are you fully aware of the dangers involved? Su Liang nodded earnestly. I am acutely aware, yet I believe I can manage. Qi Hengchu fell silent for a moment before instructing, Gong Lai, provide him with a set of your battle armor, along with weaponry, and equip him with a Starlink headset. Xiaolon, integrate him into the team. Gong Lai, you are to guard the forbidden divine realm with him. Now, set forth immediately. Gong Lai, Liang, and Xiaolon were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. Captain, Qi Hengchu spoke calmly, depart. Subsequently, he severed the connection. Gong Lai and Liang were nearly beside themselves. This time, they were tasked with accompanying a newly awakened high school student on a mission. It was unprecedented. Bai Qianqian felt a surge of concern. Su Liang, it will be perilous. I shall accompany you. Su Liang shook his head. It's fine. I possess experience in such matters. Wait here for our return, and then I shall escort you home. The determination reflected in Su Liang's eyes left Bai Qianqian at a loss for words. Gong Lai exclaimed in frustration, you are being utterly reckless. Su Liang flashed a smile. Why? Do you not regard me as a teammate? Gong Lai muttered a curse, yet did not hesitate. He retrieved his battle armor from the spatial converter and tossed a set to Su Liang. Observing the familiar armor, Su Liang donned it effortlessly. As if it were his own. How could he be so adept? Had he truly used it before? Seeing this, they ceased their objections. Gong Lai equipped his own armor and then extracted a sleek black spear from the spatial converter, tossing it to Su Liang. Follow my commands. Su Liang nodded, inspecting the battle system of his armor, confirming its functionality. Soon, they were all prepared and headed directly to the vehicle. Bai Qianqian watched as Su Liang was about to depart. With immense concern in her heart, Bai Qianqian urged, Su Liang, you must be cautious. Su Liang nodded reassuringly. Do not worry, we shall return swiftly. Bai Qianqian's eyes sparkled, yet she found herself powerless, merely watching as they boarded the armored vehicle and ascended into the sky. The house had been modified to allow direct departure from the upper floors. Inside the vehicle, Gong Lai grumbled, you are being reckless, and so is the captain. Stop your complaints. I still have to protect you. Su Liang replied. You'd better behave, he retorted. All right, enough bickering. Xiaolan's voice resonated in everyone's ears. She continued. Quickly check the information regarding the beast horde. The locations of the boundary markers have already been calculated. With a mere thought, a virtual screen materialized before Su Liang's eyes as Xiaolan began her briefing. The newly emerged beasts were akin to those encountered previously in the eastern part of the city, having also emerged from ancient drainage systems underground. According to the military's detection capabilities, this time the numbers were unusually large, with several small teams already dispatched. Our designated area of responsibility is the third zone of the civilian district in the northwest. Current projections suggest a high probability of encountering numerous 2-star beasts, with some 3 stars as well. This mission is fraught with danger, so everyone must remain vigilant. Each member of the Jinsha squad responded affirmatively, understood. Qi Hengchu's voice then echoed. I have an announcement. Our new member, Su Liang, is participating in a mission for the first time and will temporarily team up with Gong Lai to guard the boundary marker. Let us all cooperate. A flurry of commotion erupted in the earpieces. Wow, Su Liang, impressive. Daring to join us on a mission with just a divine sense? Remarkable. Su Liang smiled, saying, please bear with me, everyone. Such courage is extraordinary, unheard of. Gong Lai scoffed, courage my foot, it's pure folly. Hey, old Gong, that's a bit much. You haven't even mentioned the pit in your chest, came the playful retort. Haha, old Gong. With Su Liang protecting me today, I could mock you for a lifetime. Old Gong grew anxious. All right, everyone, quiet down. Let's make this swift. The captain's voice rang out. Gong Lai muttered a curse, while Su Liang chuckled. The armored vehicle sped along rapidly, soon leaving the central urban area and arriving at the outskirts of the civilian district. Upon reaching their destination, Levine dropped the two men off. She cast a gentle glance at Gong Lai. Be careful. Gong Lai nodded. Understood. Let's take our positions. Levine drove away. As a mobile unit, she needed to be ready to provide immediate assistance should any teammates be injured. Once at the designated spot, Su Liang and Gong Lai spoke almost in unison. Captain, we have arrived at the designated position. The voices of the other two members echoed through their earpieces. We've been waiting for you. Chi Hingchu's voice came through. Activate the Forbidden God Realm. Yes, 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 yes. Before Gong Lai could even remove the boundary stake from his gear, Su Liang had already taken the initiative. Hey, you little rascal. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Liang adeptly tossed the Forbidden God Realm stake onto the ground, following the methods ingrained in his memory from his previous life. Harnessing the power of the Wind and Fire Divine Seal, he uttered a sharp command, open. In an instant, a radiant beam of light surged skyward from the divine forbidden pillar. Gong Lai was momentarily taken aback. When did you learn to operate the divine forbidden pillar? Su Liang gazed at the merging of the divine forbidden realm, a faint smile playing on his lips. It's my first time in this lifetime. Gong Lai was utterly bewildered. How could this lad possess such familiarity? Clad in battle armor and wielding a long spear, Su Liang exuded the air of a seasoned warrior, drawing Gong Lai's attention. Blood Reaver, take action. Eliminate those beasts before they breach the surface. The voice of Chi Hingchu echoed in his earpiece. Yes, understood. For the moment, Su Liang and his companion had little to do. Their primary responsibility was to safeguard the divine forbidden pillar, as any aberrant creatures that emerged would likely attempt to breach the divine barrier and disrupt the pillar. This was the main duty of those who fought behind the lines. Sounds of slaughter resonated through the earpiece, accompanied by real-time updates from Shaolin. Gong Lai lit a cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring. Pray tell, how is it that you know so much? Su Liang replied nonchalantly, one learns through experience. Gong Lai remained skeptical. Do you truly possess the combat prowess of a divine envoy? Su Liang pondered for a moment. While I lack the power of a divine envoy seal, my ordinary combat strength should suffice. Did you not witness it last time? He added, now, with this armor and spear, I believe I could easily slay a first-tier aberrant beast. Gong Lai considered this, recalling how this lad, unarmed, had effortlessly sent a first-tier bloodthirsty rat flying with a single kick. The power is simply unimaginable. I truly wonder where you obtained such brute strength, Gong Lai murmured. At that moment, a voice crackled through the earpiece. Everyone, be cautious. Not only are there ghost-faced spiders, but a pack of bloodthirsty mice is also approaching. Upon hearing this, the group felt a jolt of anxiety. This mission was proving to be far more arduous than they had anticipated. Su Liang felt a slight shiver run through him. The ghost-faced spider and the bloodthirsty mouse were among the most common aberrant creatures, predominantly of 1-star rank, with only a few evolving to 2 or 3 stars. Captain, a 3-star bloodthirsty mouse king and a 3-star ghost-faced spider king are heading in your direction. Exercise extreme caution. Understood. Chi Hingchu's calm voice echoed. Su Liang understood that Chi Hingchu was likely a 4-seal divine warrior, his level presumably quite high, nearing that of a divine general. Dealing with 3-star aberrant creatures would not pose a significant challenge. Before long, Old Gong, Su Liang, for 1-star bloodthirsty mice and 4 1-star ghost-faced spiders are making their way toward your boundary marker from both sides. Be vigilant. Su Liang and Gong Lai felt a surge of tension. Understood. Understood. In that instant, Su Liang felt as though the blood within him was beginning to boil. It was the surge of battle intent, the blood in him thrumming with excitement. He yearned for combat. Gong Lai intended to instruct Su Liang to remain outside. However, As he turned around, Su Liang had already plunged into the boundary. Simultaneously, he shouted, "The left side is yours, the right side is mine." Gong Lai was exasperated. Was this kid truly unafraid in the slightest? Chapter 43. The unfettered Gong Lai. The divine forbidden realm exclusively targets exotic beasts, which are able to traverse it effortlessly while clad in battle armor. Even ordinary individuals can cross without much difficulty. Coincidentally, two barriers align with two streets. Gong Lai cursed under his breath as he dashed into the adjacent street. Be cautious. The battle armor is equipped with energy pistols. Su Liang's lips curled into a subtle smile. No need for that. His anticipation had reached a fervent peak. Before long, four bloodthirsty rats surged toward him along the barrier. Su Liang chuckled softly, just in time. With a swift twist of his spear, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. He propelled himself forward with a powerful step, his speed amplified by the support of the battle armor. He initiated the offense. This particular set of armor was merely C-grade, enhancing his inherent strength by 40. D-grade armor was even less effective. Currently, Su Liang possessed a strength of 27, with the other three attributes resting at 20. The armor could only augment his strength, not the other attributes, implying an increase of nearly 11 points. This was formidable. A strength nearing 38 points was indeed a terrifying prospect. Su Liang closed in rapidly on the four menacing, bloodthirsty rats. Under the watchful gaze of his insightful eye, their movements appeared to be slowed. They lunged at him with frenzied ferocity. The spear was unleashed, darting forth like a dragon. With a fierce gleam in his eyes, Su Liang thrust the weapon with unrestrained power, piercing the skull of one bloodthirsty rat in an instant. A desperate scream echoed as the creature succumbed to its demise. Without a moment's hesitation, he wielded the spear with fervor. A gun, wielded with immense strength, struck down a bloodthirsty rat, towering at the height of an adult. The creature was instantly sent flying. Simultaneously, two more bloodthirsty rats lunged towards Su Liang. Instinctively, he executed a low slide, evading their ferocious assault. The gun shattered the skull of the fallen rat. Rising to his feet, Su Liang unleashed a dazzling display of gunfire, inflicting gruesome wounds upon the two remaining rats. A piercing cry of agony escaped their throats. The previously downed rat rejoined the fray, all three now converging upon Su Liang with lethal intent. Their razor-sharp claws seemed poised to rend his battle armor asunder. Su Liang's gaze sharpened, his lips curling into a faint smile. Indeed, his strength had evolved to the point where he could effortlessly vanquish these first-tier aberrations. He held nothing back. With a swift horizontal sweep of his spear, he sent the three bloodthirsty rats sprawling. With a commanding shout, Furious Dragon breaks the army. He thrust his spear forward, instantly skewering the three rats as if they were mere skewered treats. He then hoisted the spear and slammed it down onto the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to crack beneath. The three rats emitted mournful cries of despair. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Liang swept his spear through the air, the tip slicing cleanly across their necks, severing their heads with precision and finality. The exhilarating sensation of enhanced power coursed through him, a faint smile gracing his lips. He swiftly crushed the heads of the four bloodthirsty rats, collecting their beast crystals before turning to rush towards Gong Lai. In that fleeting moment, he witnessed Gong Lai shatter the final ghost-faced spider. Gong Lai glanced back at Su Liang. Su Liang revealed a smile. "Not bad," he remarked. Gong Lai rolled his eyes, retorting, "Are you in a position to evaluate me?" As he extracted the beast crystal from the body of the ghost-faced spider, he inquired, "Have you resolved your side?" Su Liang raised the beast crystal in his hand. Yes, it was quite effortless. Gong Lai felt a surge of frustration. What kind of enigma was this fellow? Having just awakened his divine perception, he was already capable of slaying so many first-tier. "Xiaolan, I have dealt with 8 first-tier," Gong Lai reported. It seemed that the teammates in his earpiece collectively sighed in relief. The corners of Gong Lai's mouth twitched, as if in pain. Su Liang furrowed his brow. "What's wrong?" Gong Lai quickly placed a finger to his lips. "Shoo." He gestured for Su Liang to temporarily mute the microphone. Su Liang glanced at the area around Gong Lai's chest. He was bleeding. "Are you out of your mind?" Su Liang admonished. Gong Lai's complexion turned pale. "Don't worry about me. I'm fine." Su Liang's expression turned serious. "This is no joking matter. It could lead to hidden dangers." Gong Lai forced a smile. "It's nothing. I just need a moment to rest. I'm a rear-line combatant and must shoulder my responsibilities." Su Liang scowled. "But a rear-line combatant shouldn't disregard their own life." Gong Lai shook his head. You don't understand. The rear-line combatant is not someone who merely hides behind others and enjoys a leisurely life. It is a matter of trust from our teammates. We must defend ensuring that our comrades' efforts are not in vain. Should the fall, our teammates would have to pay a far greater price to pursue the battle, exhausting their energy and spirit, thus placing them in even more perilous circumstances. Simultaneously, the residents find themselves in a perilous situation. Fear not, for I can navigate through a mere cluster of trifling star beasts with ease. As Su Liang listened to these words, silence enveloped him. In his previous life, when he was in his 30s, a man in his 50s had uttered similar sentiments. During a mission to eradicate exotic beasts, he had valiantly defended the sacred boundary stake against the relentless assault of 10 3-star beasts, along with numerous other 1-star and 2-star creatures. Ultimately, he nearly bled out, managing to secure the boundary stake, yet his own body collapsed before it. Even in his dying moments, he exerted all his strength to propel Su Liang away, solely to ensure his survival. He vividly recalled that man's name, Zhou Zuru, renowned for his effortless maneuvering amidst the throngs of exotic beasts. What a farce, this so-called ease. He was nothing but a fool. At that moment, Gong Lai's figure began to merge with that of the man from his past. A wave of emotion surged within Su Liang, prompting him to mutter, "Fool." The so-called rearguard typically consists of individuals who are either injured or advanced in years, either volunteering or being assigned by the captain to remain at the boundary stake. Ordinarily, this position is not particularly hazardous, representing a form of preferential treatment. However, beneath this favoritism lies a significant risk for the rearguard. In the event that their comrades encounter an insurmountable threat, the rearguard must rise to the occasion, risking their lives to secure a chance for their allies to survive. Thus, it is common for rearguards to be older or harbor hidden injuries. The rear warriors have long regarded their lives as the final bastion for their comrades. With the death of one rear warrior, another rises to take their place. "You fool, why did you rush out the moment you sensed danger? I'm still alive. Do I need you to step in for me?" Gong Lai scolded. Su Liang cast a glance at him. "You talk too much. Rest well." Su Liang chose not to press further. Those rear warriors, who had already placed their lives on the line, held steadfast to their own beliefs, comradeship. Gong Lai looked at Su Liang and suddenly remarked, "You give me the impression that you are the one who has been fighting for decades." Su Liang smirked. "What if I truly am?" Gong Lai snorted in disdain. "You, a mere boy yet to fully mature, trying to act seasoned in front of me?" At that moment, the voice of Xiaolan crackled through the earpiece once more. "Old Gong, Su Liang, a wave of aberrant beasts is heading your way. Bloodthirsty rats and ghostly spiders are among them. Stay cautious." The two exchanged a resolute glance and activated their microphones. "Understood. Understood." The middle-aged man and the youth stood resolutely before the boundary marker, their long rifles raised to the heavens, a fierce intent to kill surging within them. Other teammates' voices echoed through the earpiece. "Sister Xiaolan, why do these aberrant beasts seem endless? What is happening? This time, there are more than ever." The other teammates had already sensed the gravity of the situation. Xiaolan's voice reassured them. "Everyone, hold on a bit longer. We've received news from the military. Divine generals have been dispatched to the outskirts to destroy the entrance. Soon, there will be no more reinforcements. Report on injury status. Qi Hengqiu, unscathed. Han Xiaolong, unscathed. Zhao Jian, unscathed." The teammates are valiantly fighting. It is not only in their area, in other regions. The Divine Hunter Squad and military personnel are also engaged in slaying the monstrous beasts. This assault by the beasts exceeds all expectations, and remarkably, it occurs during the day. A horde of ferocious creatures swiftly approaches them along the boundary. Their crimson, savage eyes gleam ominously. Su Liang and Gong Lai exchange a glance, and almost simultaneously, they draw their firearms and charge forward. Kill! Kill! Chapter 44. Trust me, I can hold the line. Perhaps it is because both Gong Lai and Su Liang wield firearms, or perhaps their personalities are akin, that Su Liang feels a familiarity with Gong Lai. As they plunge into the throng of beasts, they display an astonishing synergy. Two long rifles, two figures, moving in perfect harmony. They fire in unison, trusting one another with their backs. This exemplifies the unconditional trust among the members of the Divine Hunter Squad, allowing them to unleash their full potential in battle. "Kid, not bad. I didn't realize your marksmanship was this impressive," Gong Lai remarked as he found a moment to speak. "Better than yours," Su Liang retorted. "Oh, a competition? Let us see." Together, they fought their way through, each employing their unique shooting techniques. Their approach is one of raw power, wielding their rifles to break through the enemy like a tidal wave. Lightning surged around Gong Lai, with 3 divine seals flickering with electric brilliance. The fiery emblem of the wind and fire god upon Su Liang's arm pulsed with power, yet his current level rendered the strength it bestowed rather meager. The flames flickered significantly weaker. He relied predominantly on the advantage of his inside eye, coupled with the high attributes of his bodily functions, to engage in combat. Occasionally, he would draw forth the energy pistol from his waist, delivering a precise shot to the head. However, the energy of the pistol was finite, preventing its continuous use. The ghost-faced spider lunged at them with its 8 legs, while its abdomen spewed forth toxic silk, an assault difficult to evade. The bloodthirsty mouse moved with heightened agility. Fortunately, the two fought in perfect harmony, back to back, managing to withstand the onslaught. One beast after another fell, their bodies drenched in the stench of blood. Gong Lai dispatched even more foes, being a third-rank master of the 3 seals. Yet, his own blood flowed profusely from his chest, seeping through his armor, and his complexion turned pale. Gasping for breath, he chuckled, "You little rascal, I must admit, I see you in a new light. Listen closely, everyone, I acknowledge this lad. Su Liang." After repelling a wave of monstrous attacks, Su Liang leaned on his spear, sweat pouring down his face as he panted heavily. "Watch out. Be careful," he urged, for more beasts were still approaching. The toll of such combat on their stamina was unmistakable. "Here, take this," Gong Lai said, retrieving from the spatial converter a small capsule, akin to a marble wrapped in a plastic film. Su Liang snatched it and swallowed it whole. This was a stamina orb, containing various energy elements capable of replenishing their strength in a brief span. Su Liang glanced at the area over his chest. "Can you still hold on?" Gong Lai chuckled. "If you can endure, why can't I?" Once again, waves of ferocious beasts surged forth, a dozen or so. Without the need for further words, the 2 men charged once more towards the bloodthirsty rat and the ghost-faced spider. Gong Lai's injuries worsened, blood seeping from his previous wounds, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. Su Liang fought valiantly, as this was the relentless struggle they had all been engaged in. Blood stained their battle armor, and sparks flew as their spears clashed. Just as they believed they were on the verge of annihilating these beasts, a new horde emerged not far ahead. Urgent voices crackled through their earpieces. "Old Gong, Su Liang, be cautious, a 2-star ghost-faced spider is approaching. Can anyone come to assist them?" Their comrades were too overwhelmed to respond, besieged by even more beasts. Gong Lai and Su Liang spoke in unison, "No need, we can hold our ground." With a hint of resignation, Xiaolan replied, "Be careful." Concurrently, a voice filled with concern echoed, "You two are not allowed to die." Su Liang smiled, "Old Gong Lai, let us not disappoint Sister Levine's goodwill." Gong Lai retorted with a playful curse, "I certainly won tea. Let us exterminate these brutes." They exchanged a knowing glance and charged forward once more. Their spears cleaved through the air, lightning flashing and flames surging. "Kill. I will handle this beast, you take care of the others." "All right." Su Liang faced the daunting challenge of confronting the 2-star beast directly. It was a formidable task unless he summoned the power of the beast god seal. Gong Lai, charging forward with unwavering determination, swiftly engaged in battle with the enormous ghost-faced spider that appeared larger than an automobile. Su Liang plunged into the fray among the first star, harnessing nearly 38 points of power bestowed by his battle armor. His marksmanship grew increasingly formidable, capable of obliterating the head of a first-star ghost-faced spider with a single shot. With the insightful eye, Su Liang deftly evaded the onslaught of the ghost-faced spiders. Each shot claimed a spider, executed with ruthless precision and cunning. This was a point of astonishment for Gong Lai, who sensed that Su Liang possessed an acute awareness of these beasts' vulnerabilities. The carnage was executed with remarkable efficiency. Devoid of any hesitation, Su Liang fought with wild abandon. 1, 2, 3 After a brief interval, he had eradicated all first-star ghost-faced spiders. At that moment, he turned to see Gong Lai hurled through the air by a spider's powerful kick, landing near the boundary marker. Blood erupted from his mouth. Gong Lai. Su Liang's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed toward him, simultaneously drawing his energy pistol to fire at the second-star ghost-faced spider, obstructing its advance toward Gong Lai. Reaching Gong Lai's side, he appeared frantic. "What has happened?" Gong Lai coughed up blood, his chest continuously oozing crimson, his complexion ghostly pale. "We must flee. I cannot endure much longer." "I will handle it." Gong Lai glared defiantly. What do you mean, you will handle it? Get out, Su Liang insisted. I said I will take care of it. Are you seeking death, you rear-line fighter? I have no time for your ramblings. Quickly depart. Gong Lai struggled to rise, drawing forth the source crystal cannon and unleashing its fury. As he beheld the ghost-faced spider, now deprived of 3 of its legs, Su Liang's expression soured. The cannon fired, yet the spider leapt high, evading the onslaught. This creature, in terms of size, was on the verge of evolving into a 3-star ghost-faced spider. Thus, Gong Lai, a second-tier mage in his 20s, wounded and weary, found it exceedingly difficult to vanquish the beast. Hurry, why are you dawdling? Gong Lai seized Su Liang's arm, forcefully flinging him beyond the confines of the forbidden god realm. He let out a maniacal laugh. Come forth, beast. If I say I can endure, then I shall endure. With reckless abandon, Gong Lai unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, but the ghost-faced spider was too agile. Speed and agility were distinct traits. It deftly dodged the majority of Gong Lai's attacks. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance, standing before him. Gong Lai raised his weapon, shouting in fury, channeling the power of his seals, the divine symbols flickering. Thunder Dragon breaks the army. The light of thunder surged along the barrel of his gun. After halting his movement, Su Liang observed the scene, a turmoil of emotions churning within him. Once again, it was reminiscent of the past life when Zhou Jiru had similarly flung him from the forbidden god realm. In that moment, the figures of Gong Lai and Zhou Jiru converged entirely. Why? Why did everyone feel compelled to protect him in such a manner? Why were these individuals willing to sacrifice their lives for their comrades? Yet in his previous existence, he had been a coward. He had assumed that those who remained in battle should give everything, even their lives, for the retreat of their allies. Yet, each time thereafter, he was left with an overwhelming sense of guilt. In this lifetime, he resolved never to be that cowardly individual again. No one should sacrifice themselves for another. He refused to continue down this path. He could fight fiercely for his comrades, to protect them. In the blink of an eye, Gong Lai struck again, severing 2 of the ghost-faced spider's legs with his gun. Yet, a sharp leg of the creature pierced through his thigh. Gong Lai's eyes turned crimson, and he let out a pained howl. Su Liang, filled with anxiety, felt tears welling in his eyes. Gong Lai, hearing Su Liang's urgent cry, the teammates' expressions shifted to one of concern. Old Gong, fall back. Quickly retreat. They shouted in desperation, but there was no way to extricate themselves. Gong Lai gritted his teeth against the pain and roared, Beast, die for me. He wildly swung his spear, aiming to pierce the head of the ghost-faced spider. However, the spider spat out a web, disrupting his spear's trajectory, merely grazing one of its eyes. The ghost-faced spider screeched in fury and hurled Gong Lai away. Blood splattered as he was flung out of the forbidden god realm, landing squarely in Su Liang's embrace. Gong Lai, Su Liang cried, his eyes reddening. Gong Lai's breath was faint, his lips tinged with purple. With a painful smile, he murmured, I can't hold on, you must go. I can't take it anymore. He gazed at the ghost-faced spider, which was preparing to destroy the boundary pillar, and sighed. Captain, Xiaolan, everyone, I'm sorry, I can't hold on. The boundary pillar is about to be destroyed. After uttering these words, Gong Lai was completely drained of strength, and his consciousness began to fade. Stay outside. The voice of the captain echoed through the earpiece. Prepare yourselves. The forbidden divine realm is on the brink of destruction, and the beasts are fleeing. We must pursue. Wait. I can hold my ground. Su Liang interjected, his voice urgent. Sister Levian, Gong Lai is poisoned and injured. He requires immediate medical attention. A wave of alarm swept through the team as Su Liang's voice resonated in the earpiece. Su Liang, no. Don't act recklessly. Retreat. Yet Su Liang disregarded their pleas. He relinquished Gong Lai and grasped his silver spear. Please trust me. I can withstand this. With those resolute words, Su Liang stepped forward, charging towards the 2-star ghost-faced spider that was wreaking havoc upon the dimensional pillars. Su Liang, Gong Lai exclaimed in a daze. The rest of the team was taken aback, utterly astonished. It was sheer madness. This was a death wish. Chapter 45. Su Liang, Level 1 Divine Chosen One. Perhaps it was Su Liang's desire to expunge the guilt that weighed heavily upon his heart. Or perhaps it was the fact that he had begun to view Gong Lai and the others as true comrades. He no longer wished to be that person who stood idly by. He too could fight fiercely for his teammates. The forbidden divine realm must not fall. With a thunderous roar, golden light surged from his chest, filling his eyes with brilliance. In that fleeting moment, Su Liang felt his strength return to its zenith. His spear radiated overwhelming power. Die! He bellowed. As the aura of the beast god surged around him, the three-legged ghost-faced spider began to tremble in fear. The essence emanating from Su Liang sent shivers through its very soul. The power of the beast god seal exerts a natural suppression over the otherworldly beasts. With a thrust of his spear, Su Liang pierced the lower abdomen of the ghost-faced spider, sending it soaring through the air. He continued his onslaught, golden radiance flickering around him. The spear, enveloped in golden energy, became extraordinarily sharp. With a swift slash, he severed another leg from the ghost-faced spider. As the spider's silk shot toward him, Su Liang planted his spear firmly into the ground, propelling himself into the sky like a finely tuned arrow. He ascended above the ghost-faced spider, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Die! He cried, as he descended like a falling swan, the golden brilliance illuminating his path. The spear's tip aimed directly at the spider's head, which, now reduced to only 2 legs, struggled to support its own weight, teetering on the brink of collapse. Its agility waning. Under the oppressive force exerted by Su Liang, he drove the spear through its head, embedding it into the ground. Green brain matter erupted forth as the ghost-faced spider convulsed violently, flinging Su Liang aside. It crashed against the earth, the silver spear still lodged within it, demolishing several structures before ultimately collapsing amidst the ruins, succumbing to its fate. In a daze, Gong Lai witnessed the scene unfold, seemingly relieved, before finally losing consciousness. Su Liang approached the fallen beast, extracting the silver spear with an expression of cold resolve. He calmly announced, "The 2-star ghost-faced spider has been slain. The boundary marker remains intact. Everyone, rest assured." Every teammate on the other end of the earpiece was left in shock, scarcely able to comprehend the enormity of the event. Chi Hingchu urged, "Hold on. We're almost there." Su Liang reassured him softly, "Fear not. I am here, and the boundary marker stands firm." It is difficult for all his comrades to fathom that such words could escape the lips of a high school student who had just awakened to his divine consciousness. Su Liang, armed with a gun, steadfastly continued his vigil. His gaze was resolute, as long as he remained. No beast of lesser than 3 stars would breach the boundary stake. Before long, the monstrous creatures surged forth once more. Grabbing Gong Lai's source crystal cannon in a fit of rage, Su Liang unleashed a barrage. His eyes gleamed with ferocity. "Come at me." One shot thundered through the air, dispatching several 1-star bloodthirsty rats. Yet, it was not long before the cannon became inoperative. Enraged, he charged into the fray. In this urban battleground, he fought with unrelenting ferocity, thrusting his weapon repeatedly, as blood and entrails flew. Even as blood flowed freely from his wounds, he remained determined to kill. It seemed he had forgotten everything, with today's slaughter solely aimed at erasing the guilt that had plagued him from his previous life. Corpses gradually piled into small mountains around him. His body bore numerous wounds, and his armor was severely damaged. Time slipped away from his consciousness. He was consumed by the battle, instinctively raising his long gun again and again. Determined to eradicate every beast that crossed his path, he must protect the boundary stake and safeguard the fruits of their collective struggle. Refusing to allow his comrades to fall into turmoil. Not far behind him, atop a rooftop, Su Luochen observed Su Liang's relentless fight. Her gaze was profound and complex. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Su Liang felt his vision blur with blood and the ichor of ghost-faced spiders. "Come on," he roared in defiance. Fortuitously, no 2-star beasts emerged. Otherwise, he would have faltered under the pressure. It was not until Levian arrived, fraught with anxiety, that she beheld the sight before the boundary stake. Su Liang, standing atop a mound of corpses, his gun firmly planted in the ground. He appeared as if he had emerged from a sea of blood. "To the death. We shall not retreat. With relentless bloodshed, we will not allow any aberrant beast to approach the boundary marker." Ultimately, however, the chaos wrought by the beasts was quelled. An overwhelming sense of weakness enveloped him, and he gradually found himself unable to stand, his body wilting as if on the verge of collapse. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared beside Su Liang. She swiftly lifted him and carried him out of the forbidden divine realm, placing him beside Gong Lai, who was undergoing treatment. Even in his current state, Su Liang's grip on the silver spear remained unyielding. Xiao Lan was struck by astonishment, more profoundly than anyone else. For she had witnessed Su Liang's entire battle. She could hardly comprehend how an 18-year-old high school student could possess such unwavering combat spirit. Even in his state of faintness, he did not relinquish his weapon. To her, It was inconceivable for one who had not been seasoned in countless battles to harbor such tenacity. Greening extended her hands, tending to both Gong Lai and Su Liang simultaneously. Soon after, the other teammates arrived, gazing in utter shock at the corpses scattered around them. Though these were few in comparison to those they had slain, it was astonishing that a mere high school student, newly awakened to his powers, could achieve such feats. They observed Su Liang's steadfast grip on the long spear and fell into a contemplative silence. Qi Hengqiu, his body stained with blood, calmly inquired, "Did he truly slay all of these?" Xiaolon nodded in affirmation. After defeating the 2-star ghost-faced spider, a total of 48 1-star aberrant beasts appeared, none of which approached the boundary marker. The teammates trembled in response. Qi Hengqiu remained silent for a moment before declaring, "He is indeed worthy of being our comrade." Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with respect. They commenced the task of clearing the battlefield, meticulously collecting the beast crystals from those he had slain. The teammates began to busily attend to their tasks, leaving only the captain and a few others to guard Su Liang and his companion. After approximately an hour, Su Liang weakly regained consciousness. Upon surveying the faces around him, a sense of relief washed over him. "Captain, I held on, didn't I?" Qi Hengqiu nodded affirmatively. "You did. And you have successfully completed your mission. Both of you are injured more severely, but the others are relatively unscathed." A smile broke across Su Liang's face. A foolish grin of triumph. He had indeed persevered. Struggling to rise, he received a helping hand from Lvn. His gaze fell upon the still unconscious Gong Lai. "Sister Lvn, is he all right?" Lvn nodded reassuringly. "Do not worry, he will not die. However, he will require a longer period of recovery. His thigh is injured, and the previous wound has reopened." Su Liang nodded in understanding. As long as he is not dead, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having endured. Had he failed, the destruction of the boundary stake could have led to countless innocent lives lost. Yet, the cost of wielding the beast god seal was considerable. Despite awakening it, he still found himself utterly drained. Perhaps his physical capabilities had yet to catch up. Su Liang sent a message to Qianqian, assuring her not to worry, as the mission had been accomplished. Lvn stated, "Shortly, I shall escort you and Old Gong back, and then I will take you home." Su Liang nodded in agreement. Before long, the remaining teammates returned, having cleared the battlefield. A total of 12 individuals stood together. Qi Hengqiu led the group to Su Liang, declaring, "From this moment forth, you are an official member of our Jinsha team. I am Captain Qi Hengqiu, a level 44 Seal Divine Warrior." He introduced himself, followed by his teammates, each presenting their identities in turn. The robust young man who had spoken of offering a grand tribute to Gong Lai smiled and introduced himself. "I am the Blood Drinker, Han Xiaolong, a level 24 third seal sorcerer." Following him was a man clad in armor, carrying a sword, who appeared somewhat taciturn. "I am the Blood Drinker, Zhao Jian, a level 32 fourth seal sorcerer." "I am the Blood Drinker, Lu Wuhuan, a level 26 third seal sorcerer." "I am the Blood Drinker, Gu Chansheng, a level 28 third seal sorcerer." The quartet of blood drinkers each possessed distinct characteristics, with Lu Wuhuan sporting a buzz cut and Gu Tiansheng being relatively slender, wielding a pair of iron fists. A strikingly beautiful woman, clad in a form-fitting leather outfit, spoke coldly, "I am the long-range assassination group's He Qingqing, a level 25 third seal sorcerer." Then, a man with a powerful energy sniper slung across his back grinned and said, "I am the long-range assassination group's Fu Yuan, a level 28 third seal sorcerer." Next, two slightly older men smiled at Su Liang and introduced themselves. Post-battle practitioner, Yun Mu, a level 29 third seal sorcerer. Post-battle practitioner, Chen Wuhua, a level 30 third seal sorcerer. Healer, Levian, a level 27 third seal sorcerer. Backstage observer, Tianyan Longlan, a level 30 third seal sorcerer. Su Liang regarded the solemn gathering and rose to face them. "I am Su Liang, a level 1 first seal chosen one," he declared, omitting the level of his beast god seal. The others exchanged knowing smiles, and a rare smile graced Qi Hengqiu's face. "From now on, we shall be comrades. Ordinarily, we would hold a welcoming ceremony for you, but given the unusual circumstances today, we shall wait until Gong Lai has recovered somewhat before arranging it," he said. Su Liang nodded in agreement, and soon after, the captain procured a collection of beast crystals. "This is your share from the recent hunt for the aberrant beasts, and you shall also receive a reward from the military." Su Liang nodded, gazing at the pile of beast crystals, scratching his head in confusion about how to carry them. Liang produced a small spatial converter. Here, you can use this. It was previously mine, she offered. Su Liang quickly declined. Sister Xiaolan, this is quite valuable. Liang shook her head. It's nothing. We are teammates. Take it, and if you feel uncomfortable about it, you can return it to me once you acquire a new one. Only then did Su Liang smile and accept it, saying, Thank you, Sister Xiaolan. As he collected the small mound of beast crystals, Qi Hengqiu also nodded. You should use the armor and spear you have for now, and later procure more suitable equipment. Su Liang did not refuse. All right, let us return and rest. Levian took Su Liang and Gong Lai home, and they bid each other farewell. On the way back, Levian remarked, as a level 1 divine chosen, becoming a member of our Ember Kill Squad feels almost surreal. Su Liang chuckled, I am honored by everyone's regard. Levian shook her head. Your strength has earned the recognition of all. Su Liang gazed out the window, relishing this familiar feeling. It was truly delightful. Upon arriving home, Bai Qianqian spotted Su Liang, marred with wounds, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. How did you sustain such severe injuries? She embraced Su Liang tightly, undeterred by his dirtiness, burying her head in his chest. Su Liang stiffened. It was evident she was genuinely worried. He gently patted her back. Do not weep. Am I not living quite well? Gong Lai has sustained serious injuries. Bai Qianqian sobbed. I promise to protect you. Su Liang replied with a warm smile. No rush. I shall wait for you. Once you grow stronger, you will be able to protect me. Levian observed this scene, her eyes betraying a hint of envy. How wonderful it is to be young. The person before her remains unwilling to candidly confront the nature of their relationship. Chapter 46. One cannot forever reject Su Liang, can they? It was already 3 in the afternoon. Aware that Bai Qianqian had not eaten, Levian arranged for them to have a light meal before escorting them home. She then turned to care for Gong Lai. Upon returning home, Bai Qianqian still seemed somewhat dazed by Su Liang's injuries. You must be extremely cautious in the future, she urged. Su Liang nodded with a smile. Yes. I will certainly be. Please do not inform Grandpa and your mother, lest they worry. Su Liang changed into a fresh set of clothing, concealing his injuries. He only bore some minor abrasions, and with Levian's treatment, the wounds had already scabbed and begun to heal. All right, Bai Qianqian responded softly. Lu Xian, upon seeing them return, wore a smile. Qianqian, Liang, how is the house? Bai Qianqian composed herself. Mother, the house is splendid, with ample rooms. I would love for you to come and live with me. Lu Xian chuckled gently. I shall not go. Your academy has dormitories, and you will not be residing there for long. Moreover, I would feel out of place among strangers. It is far better to stay here. Bai Qian nodded gently. All right. I shall visit you often. Lu Xian smiled in response. Some people came today to deliver gifts, but mother declined them all on your behalf. It's best to refuse. Accepting too much can be somewhat awkward. Lu Xian nodded in agreement. At that moment, grandfather emerged as well. Su Luochun turned to Su Liang and Bai Qian. When do you plan to move over? Su Liang replied. Tomorrow, we shall head straight to the academy. Su Luochun nodded. Very well. Let's prepare some delightful dishes for today. He maintained his characteristic demeanor of a little old man. Lu Xian chimed in cheerfully. Uncle Su, allow me to assist you. Su Luochun shook his head. No need. You should chat with the girl. They will be heading to the academy tomorrow. Lu Xian pondered for a moment. All right. I appreciate your efforts. Su Luochun smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. Go ahead. He then turned and entered the kitchen, beginning his preparations. Su Liang followed his grandfather into the kitchen. The old man casually remarked, once you're over there, do not let the circumstances of being a young man and a young woman living together lead you to mistreat Qian. Su Liang's face flushed. Grandfather, how could that be? I will mostly be residing at the academy. The old man seemed to see through Su Liang's thoughts entirely. What kind of person you are, I am well aware. Su Liang chuckled awkwardly. I assure you, that won't happen. You needn't worry. The old man said indifferently, go take a rest. Your presence here is unnecessary. Su Liang scratched his head, feeling perplexed. He had come to help, yet somehow felt like a hindrance. However, she returned to her room. To be honest, he was quite fatigued, having been holding on for so long. As he collapsed onto the bed, an overwhelming sense of exhaustion washed over him. The exertion of utilizing the beast god seal had nearly drained his mental and physical energy. Yet, it was not an opportune moment for the transformation of beastly energy. Unbeknownst to him, he slipped into slumber, only to be roused for dinner. The 4 of them shared a meal together, sipping a bit of wine as a farewell gesture. After all, Once they entered the academy, returning home would not be a daily occurrence. That evening, everyone had washed up and returned to their respective rooms. Bai Qianqian and Lucian shared a bed. "Dear," Lucian softly called out. "What is it, mother?" Lucian gazed at the dark ceiling, the night obscuring the complex emotions in her eyes. "My dear, you have chosen Liang, and I support you. However, you both are living under the same roof. And there are certain matters you must be aware of. You are still young." Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian's cheeks flushed with heat in the darkness. "Mom, what are you saying? That won't happen." "All right, my dear, I trust you. I merely wish to remind you that although young, you are of legal age. Some matters require your own contemplation." Bai Qianqian's voice was barely a whisper. "Mom, I understand." She buried her face in the pillow. In truth, she had contemplated such matters herself. But it was Liang. She held feelings for him. Wouldn't those things naturally unfold in due time? Surely, she couldn't reject Liang forever. She felt as though she might perish from embarrassment. Surely, Liang wouldn't be too impatient, would he? He remained so slender. Liang sat cross-legged on his bed, gazing at the pile of beast crystals extracted from the spatial converter, his eyes glimmering with fervor. 126 pieces, and one 2-star crystal, equating to 136 in total. It was indeed imperative to undertake tasks. How much could he elevate tonight? He rubbed his palms together, his impatience palpable. However, converting all 136 crystals at once might consume a considerable amount of time, and it would be unfortunate if he were interrupted in the morning. Perhaps he should prepare just 50 crystals for now. Liang nodded to himself, resolving not to rush. He then stored the remaining beast crystals away. With a mere thought, his consciousness was transported into that ethereal realm once more, where the crimson-eyed celestial unicorn awaited him. The interface materialized before him. Beast energy conversion progress, 36100000. Beast energy talent, I have insight level 1, Divine Seal, B-class wind and fire Divine Seal, level 1. 1 seal, Divine Seal evolution progress, 1, Beast God Seal, SSS class crimson-eyed celestial unicorn seal, level 1, 2 seals, Beast God Seal evolution progress, 2. 0, mental energy, 2100, strength, 27100, agility, 2100, speed, 2100. Liang observed the interface, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Based on the current circumstances, the evolution progress and levels appeared to be contingent upon the lowest value among his 4 attributes. If any of those attributes were at 19 points, his evolution progress would consequently be 1, 9, and at level 1. At this moment, it has become evident that the foundational value for an SSS-grade Divine Seal awakening is 10 points, while the B grade stands at 2 points. The C-grade Divine Seal is presumably valued at 1 point. The A, S, and SS grades lie somewhere between 2 and 10 points. Presently, if all 4 attributes reach 100 points, he would be classified as a level 10 SSS-grade Beast Divine Seal. Subsequently, he would undergo the evolution into the second Divine Seal Envoy, which is expected to alter the base values. As for how to enhance the Eye of Insight, he currently finds himself at a loss, only able to proceed step by step. Thus, he resolves to prepare for the upcoming enhancements. With a mere thought, a chilling voice resonates, Beast energy conversion in progress. The crimson-eyed celestial unicorn emits a dazzling golden light that pierces towards Liang. Once more, the wave of agony washes over him, yet he embraces both pain and joy like never before. Is it merely a modicum of suffering? As long as he remains alive, he can endure. Amidst this torturous ordeal, he experiences a peculiar blend of pain and happiness. Time seems to pass unnoticed. When the torment begins to subside, it signifies the depletion of 50 beast crystals. He once again calls forth the attribute panel. Beast power transformation progress, 861000. 000, Beast talent, Eye of Insight 1, Divine Seal, B rank fire and wind Divine Seal, level 1, Divine Seal evolution progress, 1, Beast God Seal, SSS rank crimson eye celestial seal, level 1, Beast God Seal evolution progress, 3. 2, mentality, 2014-100, strength, 2017-100, agility, 2012-100, speed, 2014-100. A smile played at the corners of Liang's mouth. He had leveled up. He possessed 76 1-star beast crystals and 1 2-star beast crystal, which would allow him to ascend at least 2 more levels. It was merely a matter of time. He had already reached level 3 of the first seal, with the lowest attribute value being 32 points. According to Su Liang's estimations, the foundational value of a B-rank Divine Seal is 2 points, meaning that a B-rank chosen one at level 10 would yield 20 points in total. He could effortlessly overwhelm a B-rank chosen one at level 10. He was nearly capable of contending with a level 11 B-rank 2 seal Divine Envoy. Thus, it becomes evident how immense the disparity in power is due to the level of the Divine Seal. SSS rank had already secured victory from the outset. Su Liang was filled with joy. As long as he was granted time and beast crystals, he could continue to grow stronger. His fate had truly been transformed. After calming his emotions, he exited this state and opened his eyes. Indeed, it was already morning. However, he felt immensely satisfied. In just one night, he had leveled up. With the presence of beast crystals, he could become a 2-seal Divine Envoy in just a few days, couldn't he? A slight smile graced his lips. Today, I shall pause, for I must report to the Academy. Chapter 47. Leave me alone. Su Liang is my boyfriend. Bai Qianqian reluctantly bid farewell to Lu Xian. Mother, please take care of yourself. Lu Xian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Go on, dear. I will look after myself. If you wish to savor your mother's cooking, do come back. For Lu Xian, this separation from her daughter marked a pivotal moment in her life. From now on, her daughter would embark on the path of the chosen one, destined to no longer remain by her side each day. A bittersweet feeling lingered in the air. Su Luochen remarked, You rascal, take good care of her and ensure she faces no hardships. Su Liang nodded earnestly. Grandfather, auntie, rest assured. I will take good care of Qianqian. The two nodded in affirmation. Let us depart. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian left, marking their official departure from home. Rongqing, a city accommodating over 1 million souls, was indeed vast. Traveling from the easternmost to the westernmost ends by ordinary vehicle would require an hour or two. The majority of the populace still relied on conventional energy vehicles for transportation. The two chose not to trouble Director Huang from the Academy just yet, opting instead to visit their villa first to stow away some belongings. As they gazed at the cozy room they would share, Bai Qianqian felt a flush of shyness. Su Liang, I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Su Liang's cheeks flushed slightly. Does this mean I am living off your kindness? Bai Qianqian shot him a playful glare, feigning annoyance. Su Liang chuckled heartily. Come, let us report to the Academy. Su Liang paid no heed to whether the celestial army would arrive. He had faith that the Academy would handle matters when the time came. Surely, they could not resort to forceful seizure. The Academy of Chosen Ones, the sole institution in Rome City, was situated in the northern part of the central district, a mere 10-minute stroll from the residence assigned to Qianqian. As he gazed upon the grand and majestic entrance, a sense of yearning welled within him. As numerous students and chosen ones traversed in and out, upon stepping through the threshold, the first sight to behold were 3 colossal human statues. Bai Qianqian found herself entranced by the magnificent figures. Su Liang glanced over as well. The 3 divine emperors, the Azure Dragon Emperor, the White Tiger Emperor, and the Black Tortoise Emperor, cornerstones of the Huaxia nation. Every academy boasted statues of these 3 deities, who safeguarded Huaxia, leading its countless citizens from ruin to resurgence, vanquishing monstrous beasts, and erecting cities to ensure the continuation of Huaxia's legacy, earning the veneration of the masses. Su Liang cast a sidelong glance at the captivated Qianqian, pondering the future when her statue might also grace this place. A smile crept across his face. The plan to cultivate the Empress had commenced. People often claim that only those of SSS rank possess the potential to ascend to the status of a divine emperor, yet among the multitude of SSS-ranked individuals, none had achieved such a feat surely. He would not become a divine emperor either, right? Qianqian's voice was soft and gentle. Su Liang chuckled, responding, What if it's possible? Bai Qianqian met his gaze, a sweet smile illuminating her features. I don't desire that. I only wish to protect you. A laugh escaped Su Liang as he felt himself unexpectedly struck by her words, a blow that nearly drained his vitality once more. As Qianqian playfully teased, If you continue to flirt with me like this, I shall firmly cling to your thigh for the rest of my life, never letting go. Bai Qianqian's ears were suffused with a delicate blush as she softly replied, Then you must hold on tightly. Su Liang sighed inwardly, cursed, and found himself once again captivated. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their cheeks slightly flushed. Around them, numerous chosen students came and went, many of whom were there for registration, just like them. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment rang out. Bai Qianqian. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian were momentarily taken aback and turned to see a stranger, a girl who, upon catching sight of Bai Qianqian's true visage, was overwhelmed with excitement. It's really Bai Qianqian. Oh my, you didn't go to the military department. Incredible. Our academy truly has an SSS grade. The girl's voice was loud, quickly garnering the attention of many around them. As they began to hear Bai Qianqian's name, it struck some as familiar. Upon mentioning the SSS grade, the crowd's expressions transformed to one of astonishment. They rushed over in a frenzy. Is this the SSS grade? My heavens. I never imagined she would actually come to our academy. It's the SSS Bai Qianqian. The surrounding students became fervent, a throng gathering around them. Qianqian, having never encountered such a spectacle, instinctively hid behind Su Liang, clutching the hem of his clothing. Su Liang, slightly furrowing his brow, realized there was no avoiding this inevitable experience. With time, such surprises would surely diminish. He hastily took Bai Qianqian's hand, leading her away from the gathering crowd. However, those students would not relent, following closely behind. Bai Qianqian, could you grant me an autograph? The future deity. Esteemed one, please sign for us. Who is the person pulling Bai Qianqian along? What is their rank? Ah, it seems they are of B rank, and Bai Qianqian appears to heed their words. What? B rank? On what grounds? Do they deserve it? Su Liang and Bai Qianqian paid no heed to such remarks. Su Liang hurriedly tugged her away. Yet the throng only grew larger. It was not just the new students reporting in, but many returning students as well. The news of Bai Qianqian's appearance at the academy spread like wildfire, igniting fervor across the school and the forums of Rongqing. This was indeed significant news. More and more people flocked to the scene. Around Su Liang and the others, the entire academy had become a sea of faces, making it quite difficult to navigate through. Bai Qianqian was thoroughly alarmed by such a spectacle. Su Liang furrowed his brow. This was becoming rather bothersome. Could everyone please make way? We still need to check in. He endeavored to keep his voice composed. Yet, the crowd seemed to have lost their senses. Don't rush. Let Bai Qianqian give us an autograph. Bai Qianqian, you must eat more. You are quite slender. Bai Qianqian, you shall be the representative of our academy. I am called Bai Qianqian. I adore you. I am from class 10 of the second printing level. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian found the cacophony around them utterly exasperating. This is the trouble. Wherever an SSS rank goes, it is met with such attention, as if they were a spectacle for others to gawk at. At this moment, Su Liang had already noticed that Qianqian's expression had turned somewhat unpleasant. His heart gradually grew colder. He grasped Qianqian's hand and suddenly halted. Bai Qianqian observed the change in Su Liang's demeanor and tugged at him, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively. Yet, Su Liang had no intention of heeding her. With a booming voice, he bellowed, "Get out of my way." Su Liang's voice reverberated throughout the vicinity, harnessing the power of the Divine Seal. In an instant, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Bai Qianqian was startled, yet a strange sense of security enveloped her. The expressions of those nearby, whether the newly arrived students or the returning ones, momentarily stiffened as they turned their gazes towards Su Liang. With an icy glint in his eyes, Su Liang declared, "What are you all acting like? Step aside. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude." Many were momentarily taken aback, but one voice, dripping with disdain, retorted, "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to dictate?" The surrounding noise did indeed diminish, yet many students wore expressions of contempt, particularly the second and third-tier students, whose faces hardened. A newcomer, what could he possibly do to be rude? Someone remarked, "He is merely a B-level chosen from Divine Awakening 2, who happened to care for Bai Qianqian for a few days before Divine Awakening." Does he truly believe himself to be significant? Upon hearing this, Su Liang and Bai Qianqian immediately locked their gazes onto a specific direction. It was a newly arrived student, also from Divine Awakening 2. The chilling intensity of their stares instilled fear within him. However, the second and third-tier students displayed open scorn. Originally, he was merely a mediocre newcomer. What pretense is this? Get lost. Yes, get lost. We are searching for Bai Qianqian. What are you even worth? Bai Qianqian. He is nothing but a B grade, unworthy of you. Indeed, Bai Qianqian, you are an SSS-grade talent, and he is mere refuse, incapable of standing beside you. Look at us. Bai Qianqian, you are destined for greatness. Do not let such trash hinder your ascent. Our academy is home to numerous S and SSS-grade prodigies. Hearing these words, Su Liang felt a chill rise within him, wishing he could give each one a resounding slap for their incessant chatter. Meanwhile, Bai Qianqian's expression also darkened. It was acceptable to speak of her, but not to speak of Su Liang. Just as tensions were about to erupt, a chilling voice rang out from a young man. What is this spectacle? Do you resemble senior students in any way? All of you, step aside. The command to step aside carried the weight of a lion's roar, stirring a tempest that tousled the hair of several female classmates. Pain and even terror flashed across their faces as they turned to behold the source of the disturbance. There, illuminated against the sun, stood a dazzling figure. His robes billowed, his posture was upright, and his handsome visage glowed with a fair complexion. He was undoubtedly a strikingly handsome young man. Upon seeing him, the expressions of some veteran students shifted dramatically. It's Luo Ziwen. How did he emerge? Is he still in the academy? Wasn't he training in the military? Many of the newcomers remained utterly perplexed. Bai Qianqian was somewhat bewildered, wondering if he had come to their aid. Meanwhile, Su Liang felt a slight chill in his heart. Could it be him? The Luo family from Rongqing, a prominent clan just a step below the Yi family, and this individual possessed an SS-level divine mark. He held a position of considerable esteem and power within the Divine Selection Academy. According to the memories from his past life, Luo Ziwen should have already ascended to the rank of a 3-marked divine master, while he, Su Liang, had only entered the academy 2 years prior. Such an achievement was nothing short of extraordinary, marking him as a genius under the academy's special cultivation. A cold smirk crept across Su Liang's face. This dandy had once pursued Qianqian in his previous life, only to be rebuffed time and again. It seemed he had even attempted to force his advances, resulting in a rather public thrashing at her hands, which had stirred quite a commotion. Luo Ziwen now approached Su Liang and the others, his expression stern, surveying the senior students with a piercing gaze. Instantly, they began to disperse, unable to withstand the overwhelming aura that emanated from him, which rendered them too intimidated to remain close. The newcomers were frightened. After all, this was the future hope of Rongqing. How could they behave so disrespectfully? They hastily withdrew, lest they provoke his ire. Luo Ziwen's demeanor shifted dramatically as he turned, a gentle smile gracing his features as he addressed Bai Qianqian. Hello, classmate Bai. I am Luo Ziwen, awakened with an SS-level divine mark. It is a pleasure to meet you. Nearby, some senior students muttered under their breath, deriding his pretense. Bai Qianqian cast a glance at Luo Ziwen. Timidly nodding, Bai Qianqian said, Hello, senior. Thank you for helping us out. She did not extend her hand. May I shake your hand? Luo Ziwen inquired with humility and courtesy. If we shake hands, we will be friends. In the future, should any problems arise, you can always reach out to me. Bai Qianqian grasped Su Liang's hand, entirely dismissing the notion. Su Liang calmly replied, A handshake is unnecessary, excuse me. Su Liang had no intention of offering this fellow any kindness. It was completely unwarranted, merely a person who scattered seeds everywhere. I am conversing with classmate Bai Qianqian. You have no place to interject. You, a B grade, truly believe you can associate with classmate Bai? Go away. Luo Ziwen chuckled, classmate Bai. Perhaps you share a good rapport with him now, but allow me to remind you, he is a B grade and is unworthy of you. Luo Ziwen prided himself on his restraint, considering it a feat that he had not uttered a single insult. After all, what right did a B grade have to engage in conversation with him? Yet, these words fell on Bai Qianqian's ears and ignited her fury. She was infuriated. Having thought him a reasonable senior, she was dismayed to discover he was just another insufferable individual. As Luo Ziwen prepared to speak again, Bai Qianqian's voice, filled with indignation and authority, rang out, Everyone, leave. Su Liang is my boyfriend. No one has the right to criticize. In that moment, the atmosphere fell silent. All eyes turned to the somewhat slender girl, who had previously appeared so timid, now exuding such commanding presence. Regardless of whether she was defending her boyfriend, it was captivating. This is the majestic aura that a top-tier SSS-level chosen one should possess. Some classmates seem to envision a future where Bai Qianqian ascends to the throne as a queen. Numerous male classmates exhibit gazes filled with admiration. Su Liang, too, was astounded, feeling a warmth enveloping his heart, grateful for his beloved's affection. Bai Qianqian coldly regarded Luo Ziwen's frozen stare. I harbor no interest in any of you. Please do not disturb me. With that, Bai Qianqian grasped Su Liang's hand and departed, disregarding everyone around her. Meanwhile, Luo Ziwen's expression gradually darkened. An individual of B rank has stolen away an SSS rank? What a joke. He had been bested by a B rank? He had initially trained in the military with the aspiration of joining the elite celestial army. Suddenly summoned back by his family, he was informed of the emergence of an SSS-level chosen one in Rongqing, and they were determined to capture her at any cost. To make her a member of the Luo family. Aware of the gravity of the situation, he hastened back, confident in his striking appearance. Yet, to his utter disbelief, he had suffered a setback at the hands of a mere B rank. This was utterly intolerable. Luo Zhuang turned to glance at Bai Qianqian and Su Liang's departing figures, sneering coldly. Boyfriend? Does that hold any significance? AB rank cannot possibly maintain a lasting connection with an SSS rank. It is an impossibility. He, Luo Zhuang, would not relinquish this opportunity so easily. The SSS level girl must be secured. AB rank is nothing. Vanquishing her would be a mere trifle. So Liang and Bai Qianqian distanced themselves slightly from the crowd. Although a few stragglers followed them, none dared to approach closely. A gentle smile graced Su Liang's lips as he observed Qianqian resolutely grasping his hand, filling his heart with warmth. Leaning closer, he whispered softly into her ear, Qianqian, you were utterly magnificent just now. The breath from Su Liang brushed against her earlobe, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. Stop it, she stammered, overwhelmed. I just want to say, you truly were splendid. And, Qianqian, regarding what you said earlier about me being your boyfriend, is that for real? In that fleeting moment, her face was enveloped in a rosy hue. Embarrassed, she instinctively lowered her head, unable to face him. You. I didn't mean it like that. You. Bai Qianqian's words trailed off, but her thoughts raced. I feel like I'm not worthy of you. You're already a member of the elite hunting team, so strong and capable. And I'm still so slender. I need to gain some weight, become more attractive. I want to be stronger than you, to protect you when the time comes. Besides, you haven't even confessed. Is it really up to me to say such things? Silly. If Su Liang were aware of Qianqian's inner musings, he would likely be moved to tears. Does it count? Su Liang inquired softly. Bai Qianqian was mortified. Silly, it doesn't count right now, so please don't ask. She thought that this response would clarify her feelings, just not at this moment, but perhaps in the future. Su Liang was momentarily taken aback. It doesn't count now? Then when does it? Just as he was about to say more, a figure rushed towards them from the front. Director Huang rushed over, exclaiming, Bai and Su. I sincerely apologize for not picking you up. Were those senior students giving you a hard time? A hint of regret graced his features. Qianqian remained enveloped in shyness, hesitant to speak, leaving all the conversation to Su Liang. Su Liang shook his head. It's nothing serious. I anticipated it. The enthusiasm of the students is simply overwhelming. But it should improve with time. Director Huang breathed a sigh of relief, anxious that the seniors might dampen their spirits about entering the academy. That's good to hear. After all, Bai is the first SSS-level candidate in our Rome city. Su Liang nodded. We understand. They exchanged a few polite remarks, and the matter was swiftly put to rest. Su Liang inquired, Director Huang, do we still need to complete the registration? Director Huang quickly shook his head. You need not worry about that. I will handle everything. Allow me to show you around the academy. Su Liang smiled. We appreciate your assistance, Director Huang. With a nod, he replied, not at all. Follow me, please. The surrounding students looked on in surprise at Director Huang's courteous demeanor towards the two youngsters, which only underscored the significance of an SSS-level chosen one to the academy. Throughout the tour, Director Huang personally accompanied them, pointing out the various facilities. Over there is our academy's combat training arena, specialized training rooms, armory, resource department, lecture halls, and student dormitories. You both possess privileges to access all training rooms and specialized areas at your leisure. If there are any issues, feel free to reach out to me directly. I will find a way to assist you. Su Liang expressed his gratitude. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Director Huang, I indeed have a matter for which I seek your assistance. Director Huang nodded with a smile. Yes, please go on. It concerns the hunting grounds of our academy. May I enter them now? Upon hearing this, Director Huang momentarily paused, seemingly taken aback. Did you say the hunting grounds? Su Liang affirmed with a nod. Director Huang appeared somewhat astonished. What purpose do you have for entering the hunting grounds at this time? Without having become a second-tier divine envoy, students are prohibited from accessing them. Even a mere first-tier exotic beast could easily claim your life. Su Liang offered a wry smile. Director Huang, I find it challenging to explain this matter to you, yet I still wish to request your help in applying for the privilege to enter the hunting grounds. Director Huang, now perplexed, inquired, what is your intention for entering the hunting grounds? Surely it is to hunt, he replied. After a brief silence, Director Huang continued, Su Liang, it is not that I underestimate you. Even Bai Qianqian, at this moment, cannot enter the hunting grounds, as she lacks the strength to hunt exotic beasts. Su Liang sighed in resignation, and at that moment, Bai Qianqian interjected, Director Huang, my brother Su Liang is now capable of hunting exotic beasts, and he is a formal member of the Ember Slayer hunting team. Just yesterday, he undertook a mission with them and successfully hunted numerous exotic beasts. What? Director Huang was left in a state of shock, utterly bewildered. Chapter 49, Brother Su Liang, wait for me. Upon hearing the words Brother Su Liang felt as though his heart might melt. Director Huang was a slightly plump middle-aged man, devoid of the typical middle-aged paunch, instead exuding an amiable presence. His astonished expression at that moment appeared somewhat amusing. Director Huang exclaimed excitedly, Is it the renowned God Hunt team from Rongqing? Su Liang scratched his head and replied with a smile. Yes, that's the one. The captain is Qi Hengqiu. Director Huang was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be that one? He found it hard to believe. How could Qi Hengqiu possibly enlist Su Liang at this time? It seemed improbable. Qi Hengqiu was a man of principles, exceedingly clear-minded. Was it possible that the Su Liang before him was an unrefined gem yet to be polished? However, he was merely a beer egg. The reason for Director Huang's courtesy towards him was largely due to Bai Qianqian. Had Qi Hengqiu also set his sights on Bai Qianqian? That seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Yet, that too felt somewhat off. Qi Hengqiu would not act in such a manner. Su Liang calmly stated, Director Huang, I kindly ask that you keep this matter confidential. I do not wish for others to know just yet. Director Huang nodded, casting a complex glance at Su Liang. All right, I understand. Though perplexed, he deemed it inappropriate to delve deeper at that moment. He could always inquire with Qi Hengqiu later. Su Liang continued, Therefore, Director Huang, my intention in going to the hunting grounds is to enhance my practical skills, and I kindly request your assistance. Director Huang pondered for a moment, his expression turning somewhat solemn. Su Liang, are you certain that you will not encounter any issues? Su Liang nodded, assuring, there is nothing to worry about. My safety is my own responsibility, and should any problems arise, I shall bear the consequences myself. Director Huang sighed softly, Very well. I shall assist you in applying for the qualification to enter the beginner hunting ground. Whether it is granted is another matter. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Thank you. Director Huang waved his hand and soon arrived at the entrance of Qianqian's dormitory building. He remarked with a smile, Initially, I intended to apply for you two to reside together, but several female instructors at the academy expressed significant concerns. After all, breaking the rules could lead to an influx of similar requests, which would complicate management. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Director Huang, you are truly kind. It's a pity it didn't work out. Su Liang couldn't help but silently commend him for his thoughtfulness. Director Huang continued, Moreover, your courses will differ slightly, so I didn't insist. I hope you won't mind. Bai Qianqian had fully adopted the role of an ostrich. Utterly unable to voice her thoughts, she could neither express her desire to stay together nor to separate. Su Liang cleared his throat and chuckled, Director Huang, your considerations are indeed meticulous. However, it is best to adhere to the established rules, and besides, Qianqian should have the opportunity to meet new classmates and friends. Director Huang nodded. It is good that you think this way. With a smile, he added, I initially shared the same sentiment. For Bai Qianqian, meeting new classmates will also be beneficial. I have already identified a suitable candidate in my mind. Su Liang cast a discerning glance at him, imbued with a hint of wisdom and scrutiny. Director Huang waved his hands repeatedly, reassuringly stating, Rest assured. This is not a matter of someone pulling strings to facilitate an arrangement through connections. The individual in question is a girl who has awakened to SS-level abilities. Hailing from Xinjua No. 6 Middle School, she comes from an ordinary background in a civilian district and shares a certain resemblance in character with classmate Bai Qianqian. I believe she might be a fitting match. Director Huang observed that Su Liang appeared exceptionally perceptive, as if he had anticipated every conceivable outcome. Moreover, Director Huang himself harbored no ulterior motives. At present, Bai Qianqian was regarded as a prized asset within their academy, and no one was to be allowed to cause her any distress. Su Liang nodded in agreement. That sounds quite good. Reflecting on his past life, Su Liang recalled that Qianqian's roommate eventually rose to prominence within the military, attaining the rank of general. He wondered if the roommate he was about to meet was indeed the same person. Under Director Huang's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the entrance of Bai Qianqian's dormitory. The accommodation exuded a touch of luxury, resembling a high-rise suite, likely configured as a two-bedroom apartment. Director Huang opened the door and remarked, "That female student has yet to check in. She is expected to arrive today, and by tomorrow, the majority of students will have reported. Classes were set to commence the day after tomorrow." Both nodded in acknowledgement and followed Director Huang into the apartment. Indeed, it was a two-bedroom layout with a living room and kitchen, fully equipped with all necessary appliances. The apartment was well-stocked with assorted provisions. A splendid little abode. "Classmate Bai Qianqian, you may choose a room. It is possible your roommate will arrive today." Bai Qianqian nodded and glanced around. It was quite satisfactory. In truth, sharing a residence with Su Liang would be rather pleasant. She vowed her intentions were pure, solely wishing to protect him. Alas, there were those who sought to interfere. Subsequently, Director Huang produced a spatial converter and a star communication bracelet. Classmate Bai Qianqian. This is the spatial converter and star communication bracelet assigned to you by the Academy. The converter contains 10,000 low-level divine crystals and another 10,000 low-level source crystals. The divine crystals are for your evolution, while the source crystals are intended for operating certain devices within the villa, should you find them insufficient. You may directly procure more from the resource department with no limits imposed. Classmate Su Liang, the same applies to you. Feel free to claim your share. There is but one stipulation. I hope you will primarily utilize these resources for your own benefit, as they are privileges granted by the Academy. Su Liang offered a wry smile and nodded. Understood, Director Huang. Rest assured, we are well aware of this. Such generosity, indeed, to bestow 10,000 low-level divine crystals. This was an SSS-level treatment. Su Liang recalled that during their first resource distribution in class, students with B-level divine seals were permitted only 2 crystals. Shall I then escort you to the dormitory? Su Liang shook his head. Director Huang, please do not trouble yourself. I have already received ample privileges. I shall accompany Qianqian as she familiarizes herself with the dormitory. Director Huang smiled and nodded. Very well, I shall not impose. Do not hesitate to reach out should you need anything. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian expressed their gratitude to Director Huang before taking their leave. A sense of tranquility settled within Director Huang. This SSS-level situation had been stabilized. He paid little heed to the presence of a solitary man and woman in the same room. His priority was to issue a notice prohibiting anyone from encircling Bai Qianqian. Inside the room, only he and Qianqian remained, and the atmosphere grew palpably intimate. Qianqian made her way to the sofa, feeling somewhat ill at ease. Her ears flushed slightly as she hesitantly asked, "If it were possible, would you want to live together with me?" In an instant, her face turned crimson. What was she even saying? Su Liang chuckled softly, brushing his nose with his fingers. "Ah, so the little girl wishes to cohabitate." He cleared his throat and added, "We could consider living in a villa together." Bai Qianqian shot him an exasperated glance. "That is not what I meant." "And what did you mean, then?" Su Liang teased, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Qianqian turned her head away, unable to bear the thought of revealing her bashful blush to him. Su Liang smiled gently. "All right, I would certainly love to live with you, but alas, others may not permit it. We can plan for weekends at the villa." He paused before continuing, "Of course, you should also embrace a new life and make other friends. Give it a try. If you find it difficult to coexist with your new roommates, we can always move to the villa area without any issue." Bai Qianqian's embarrassment began to subside, and she nodded obediently. In truth, Su Liang also yearned to reconnect with a few of his former roommates from his past life. He owed them a debt that he wished to repay in this lifetime. "By the way, Qianqian, when you mentioned to Director Huang that I am a member of the Ashen Killers, what did you call me?" Bai Qianqian paused for a moment. As if recalling something, her delicate face flushed with color. "Su, brother Su Liang." Su Liang's heart leaped with joy. "Very well, from now on. That shall be your address for me." Bai Qianqian's cheeks turned crimson. "Now, let me teach you how to use the space converter, as well as how to absorb divine crystals for evolution using the divine seal." Bai Qianqian, overwhelmed with shyness, nodded gently. "All right." She resembled an innocent little girl, handing the space converter to Su Liang. This device, in the form of a ring, contained the power of the divine seal and the essence of source energy technology, encapsulating a miniature black hole space for storage. You see, as long as you channel the power of the divine seal, the space converter will automatically open, allowing you to reach in and retrieve items safely. Su Liang produced a divine crystal, resembling a crystal in size, approximately the size of an egg. The more transparent and pure it was, the higher its grade. This low-grade divine crystal appeared somewhat cloudy with impurities, yet it harbored a wealth of energy. The evolution of the divine seal is quite simple. You merely need to awaken your own divine seal, guiding its power to envelop the crystal. And you will feel the energy within the crystal gradually being absorbed into your body. This energy will fortify every cell and every inch of your flesh. While the divine seal also requires nourishment from the divine crystal's power. This process is what we refer to as evolution. Su Liang offered meticulous guidance, and Bai Qianqian learned swiftly. Moreover, when Su Liang activated the wind and fire divine seal to absorb the power of the divine crystal, the disparity between him and Bai Qianqian was akin to that of heaven and earth, vastly different. It was only later that Su Liang comprehended the immense distinction between an SSS-level divine seal and an ordinary one. By midday, the two were together, with Su Liang preparing a meal for her. Throughout the meal, Bai Qianqian wore a sweet smile. In the afternoon, Su Liang intended to make an appearance at his dormitory. All right, you take your time to acclimate here. I will check in at my dormitory. If you need anything, just reach out to me. Bai Qianqian nodded. Recently, she had been inseparable from Su Liang, and the thought of parting momentarily made her feel a bit uneasy. However, as she gazed at Su Liang's retreating figure, her resolve gradually solidified. She had promised to protect her brother Su Liang, who occasionally had to undertake missions. Furthermore, she needed to ensure that certain matters came to fruition. She must hasten her quest for strength. With resources now at her disposal, time was of the essence. Brother Su Liang, wait for me. I will become exceptionally powerful, and I will protect you for a lifetime. Chapter 50. Reunion with an old friend. Su Liang descended in the elevator. Upon reaching the first floor, the doors opened to reveal a striking figure standing at the entrance, as beautiful as a blooming white lotus. With long legs and a sculpted silhouette, her delicate features and fair, swan-like neck radiated an air of superiority. Cold Lian Shuang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Liang. Whether it was instinct or something else, she instinctively uttered, Su. Yet, Su Liang seemed oblivious to her presence, simply sidestepping out of the elevator, entirely disregarding her. Cold Lian Shuang stood frozen in place, her mind a blank slate, save for a singular thought. Why did Su Liang disregard her? A whirlwind of complex emotions surged within her, yet it swiftly settled. She was not the one to feel remorse. She was of S rank, while he was merely B. An insurmountable chasm between them. Even if he were to ally himself with Bai Qianqian, so what? As Bai Qianqian ascended, Su Liang would inevitably be cast aside. Su Liang, you will come to regret this. I may choose to ignore you, but you cannot neglect me. As Su Liang departed from the dormitory, he was not particularly taken aback by encountering Cold Lian Shuang. He lacked the inclination to engage. They were simply not of the same ilk. She would continue her proud existence while he pursued his own path. In this lifetime, he vowed not to remain like a humble dog as he had in the past. There were countless endeavors awaiting him. He navigated his way back to his dormitory with ease, having spent several years here in a previous life. After registering and collecting his key card from the dormitory manager, he ascended to the third floor. Upon reaching the door of room 309, he hesitated momentarily before opening it. His hand froze for an instant, ripples of memories stirring within him. Those three rascals from his past. Liangzi, that girl is quite something. Ample bosom and shapely rear. She could bear children and ensure they are well fed. Charge. Charge. Where do you intend to charge, you glutton? Haha, Liangzi, where do you suggest we charge? Hey, beautiful lady. My buddy says you are stunning. Would you bear him a little, Liangzi? Rogue. Seeking your own demise. Liangzi, the wind is fierce. Liangzi, in the next life, I shall be your father. Do not forget to raise a couple of glasses in my honor during the festivities. Liangzi, take good care of that wretched woman of mine. A friend's wife is off limits, or I shall haunt you as a ghost. Ha, the four of us have certainly met with misfortune today. Liangzi, let us depart together. I am the leader. Follow my command. Take the belongings back. Relay a message to her for me. Tell her to marry a good man. Liangzi, hurry up. Su Liang watched helplessly as the three injured fools collapsed one by one into a pool of blood, his heart heavy with sorrow, bearing the hopes of the trio. He fought valiantly, breaking through the encirclement and emerging alive. The echoes of past lives replayed in his mind like a slideshow. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Classmate, are you also in room 309? A familiar voice from his memories jolted Su Liang back to the present. He turned to see Wang Lai, still resembling his past self, tall, slender, with a refined appearance and a hint of youthful innocence. His fresh buzz cut exuded a certain charming rebelliousness. Su Liang smiled gently. "Hello, Wang. Classmate. I've been assigned to this dormitory." Wang Lai paused, momentarily taken aback by the address, but quickly recovered, smiling as he said, "Come on. You're the last one we were waiting for." He opened the door and ushered Su Liang inside. "Brothers, our final roommate has arrived." As Su Liang entered the dormitory, it retained its former appearance. Upon hearing Wang Lai's words, the two roommates sitting by their beds immediately stood up. A somewhat lecherous-looking chubby fellow named Kong Chun immediately greeted with a cheerful smile. "Hello, hello. Now that we are all here. Classmate, I am Kong Chun, from Shinjuan No. 10, with a B-grade divine mark. From now on, we shall be roommates." The mischievous grin on Kong Chun's face often conveyed a hint of lewdness. Yet, it was this very chubby individual who never hesitated to shield his brothers from harm. Su Liang smiled and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Wang Lai, residing on this bed. From Shinjuan No. 4, with a B-grade divine mark." Then came their final roommate, their leader, Yang Feihua, with a silly grin on his face and a sturdy build. He was always the first to charge into battle alongside his brothers. "Hello, I am Yang Feihua, from Shinjuan No. 7, with a B-grade divine mark." Su Liang nodded with a smile. "Greetings to you all. I am Su Liang, from Shinjuan No. 2, with a B-grade divine mark. I hope to receive everyone's guidance in the future." Su Liang felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he had returned to a past life, lost in a dreamlike state. In this life, he intended to cherish their reunion. They exchanged smiles, and Wang Lai pointed to the bed, saying, "Su Liang, you will be sleeping here." Su Liang nodded with a smile. "You may call me Liangzi." Kong Chun chuckled. "That's splendid. You're straightforward about your nickname right off the bat. From now on, you can simply call me Fatty. I don't mind. It feels more intimate." Wang Lai laughed surely. "You can't call me Skinny?" After a moment of thought, the chubby one asked, "When is your birthday?" Wang Lai replied, "In March." The stout fellow turned to Su Liang and Yang Feihua, asking, "Brother Hua, Liangzi, what about you two?" Su Liang responded with a gentle smile, "I was born in June." Yang Feihua added, "I'm from January." The stout man, Kong Chun, clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "Then let us simplify things. I'm from April. Brother Hua is our leader, so we shall call him Brother Hua or simply the leader. Wang Lai, you're from March, so you are the second. Henceforth referred to as Old 2 or Lai Go. I am the third, and you may call me Fatty. Liangzi, you are the fourth. Perfect." Everyone chuckled in agreement. Suddenly, the stout man exclaimed, "By the way, Liangzi, you mentioned you came from Shinjuan No. 2? "Yes," Su Liang affirmed. The stout man, with a spark of excitement, continued, "I just saw the news that the SSS-grade Bai Qianqian from your school has arrived." Su Liang smiled and nodded. "Indeed, she has joined us. She is now a member of our academy." The stout man gasped in awe. "Wow. I never expected her to actually come to the academy. I imagine the three great heavenly armies must have tried to recruit her. I wonder what she is thinking." Su Liang remarked with a smile. "Isn't this a boon for our academy? Cultivating a future divine sect leader is beneficial for both our academy and Rongqing." Wang Lai and Yang Feihua nodded in agreement. The stout man replied, "I understand it's a good thing. I just can't wrap my head around it. If only I could meet such a person. I don't even expect her to take an interest in me. I would simply be content if she could introduce me to an S-grade wife in the future." Wang Lai chuckled and scolded, in broad daylight. "What dream are you having? She is an SSS-ranked individual, and we are not in the same league." The plump fellow pinned his hopes on Su Liang. "Liangzi, since you're also from the second tier of divine perception, is there a chance for us to meet her?" Su Liang smiled faintly, thinking to himself that this guy had women on his mind. "Well, there might be." The plump man waved his hand dismissively. "You don't seem likely, so never mind. I'll just look among our fellow strugglers." Su Liang chuckled silently, hoping that when the time came for him to meet Qianqian, the man would not be left in a daze. This lifetime is destined to be entirely different. "Hey, I heard that the SSS ranked by Qianqian came to our academy because of a certain boy. Liangzi, is there any truth to this?" The plump fellow asked curiously. Su Liang pondered for a moment and replied, "There's a slight connection, but I believe that even without that boy, she would likely choose this academy." The plump man lamented, "I heard that boy is also a loser. How does he have such good fortune? Why can't it be me who captures the affection of an SSS-level powerhouse?" Su Liang and the others laughed. Yang Feihua remarked, "Stop dwelling on such matters. That's their fate, not yours. You should focus on your own path." The plump man replied with a grin, "I'm just indulging in a fantasy." Wang Lai interjected, "However, I personally believe that it may not necessarily be a blessing. Who knows, he might attract a lot of trouble in the future, and can his relationship with Bai Qianqian truly endure? In our B-grade divine imprint realm, the majority of individuals find themselves halted at the level of the 3 imprint divine masters. Even the most extraordinary among us, those who defy the odds, rarely ascend beyond the 4 imprint divine scholars. However, Bai Qianqian, barring unforeseen circumstances, is destined to reach the esteemed rank of 9 imprint divine sect." Upon hearing this, Su Liang merely smiled. Indeed, the vast majority still harbored doubts regarding his and Qianqian's potential. Yet, how could they fathom that Su Liang is not merely a B-grade divine imprint? The chubby fellow remarked, "This is their business. Regardless of whether they can persist in their journey, they have at least forged emotional bonds. Once Bai Qianqian becomes powerful, a mere pull from her could elevate one to great heights." Wang Lai interjected, "Why concern ourselves with so much?" With that topic set aside, the chubby one resumed his playful chatter about the beauties within the academy, the campus goddesses, and the like. Meanwhile, Su Liang pondered whether residing here would expose his beast energy transformation. Perhaps he should retreat to the villa tonight and monitor himself to observe the nature of his beast energy transformation. He also intended to pay a visit to Gong Lai. After engaging in conversation for a while, he discreetly sent Qianqian a message inviting her to spend the night outside. Following her affirmative response, Su Liang cheerfully announced, "Brothers, I shall not be staying here tonight. I did not bring a change of clothes." The chubby one inquired, "Are you going home?" "No, my girlfriend has an apartment nearby. I left my clothes there when I arrived, and I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be staying outside tonight." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, their eyes widening in surprise. The chubby one excitedly exclaimed, "Liangzi, is your girlfriend 60 years old?" Su Liang felt a twitch of embarrassment. "What are you thinking? How is it that your girlfriend has a house outside? Do you have any idea how valuable a unit is in this area? Or is your girlfriend a top-tier second-generation rich kid?" Su Liang replied with annoyance, "No, she's just an ordinary person. I won't discuss this further with you. I will be back tomorrow evening. Goodbye." As Su Liang departed, he drew a wave of envy. He decided it was best not to reveal too much about Qianqian for the time being, lest they perceive him as boastful. It would be better for them to discover it on their own. When he met Qianqian, her cheeks flushed. Was cohabitation going to happen tonight? Surely. He wouldn't do anything inappropriate. Little did Su Liang know what was swirling in her mind. Let us visit Gong Lai and perhaps enjoy a meal together. Oh, all right. Bai Qianqian felt a bit dazed, considering it was her first time cohabiting. Chapter 51. The Delights of Soft Food. Gong Lai reclined beside the floor-to-ceiling window, leisurely sipping tea. "Yo, old Gong Lai, you're awake?" Su Liang greeted as he entered. Gong Lai turned his gaze towards him, acknowledging his arrival. "You little rascal. Call me old Gong. I want to do that. I'm afraid Qianqian might misunderstand." Lu Yin and Qianqian wore faint smiles. Gong Lai looked at Qianqian and asked, "Bai Qianqian, would you mind if I gave him a good thrashing?" Bai Qianqian timidly shook her head. "I wouldn't mind." Gong Lai chuckled, cracking his knuckles. "See, come here and brace yourself for a beating." Qianqian hurriedly interjected, "Just don't hit too hard." Su Liang smirked mischievously. "Look, you still can't bear it." Gong Lai let out a wry smile. "Whom are you two trying to envy? Is it so sweet right now?" Bai Qianqian shyly lowered her head. Su Liang, with a hint of pride, pulled Qianqian down to sit. "Are you feeling better?" Gong Lai nodded. "It's nothing. A rest of about 10 days should suffice. My chest will heal quickly, but it's mainly my leg that needs attention." Su Liang nodded in agreement. "I told you not to be reckless, yet you refused to listen." Gong Lai rolled his eyes. "Oh, had I not been reckless? Could you have slain that 2-star ghost-faced spider? All right, you're impressive." Lvine stepped out with a smile. "Su Liang, this is the reward for the task assigned to you by the captain, 1,000 low-grade divine crystals." Lvine produced a pile of divine crystals from the spatial converter. "That's quite a reward," Su Liang remarked. Lvine shook his head. "It's not much. If this task were executed in a Tier 3 city, each person would likely receive 5,000. Su Liang acknowledged this, realizing that the lower the city tier, the fewer resources available. However, 1,000 divine crystals, when converted to the currency used by ordinary people, amounted to around 40 to 50,000. That is indeed a significant income. This illustrates the stark contrast between divine selectors and ordinary individuals. 40 to 50,000 could easily sustain an ordinary family for a year. Hence, it is no wonder that so many aspire to join divine hunting teams or enter the military. The vast majority of resources are forever held by the elite, a timeless truth. Of course, it must be noted that the high rank of the Jinxia team, coupled with the extensive task regions they oversee and the numerous beasts they slay, accounts for such generous task rewards. Other teams would likely receive less. Sister Levine, could you assist me in exchanging for beast crystals? Alternatively, if you possess any beast crystals, we could directly proceed with the exchange. Levine appeared momentarily taken aback. Gong Lai furrowed his brow and inquired, why do you require so many beast crystals? For research purposes. Su Liang responded with a playful tone, but that remains a secret. As for divine crystals, Levine continued, I am not lacking in those from the academy. With a mere hint of light, I can effortlessly claim what I need for evolution. But you could also accumulate those divine crystals for future equipment exchanges, Levine suggested. Su Liang shook his head. That is not a consideration for now. Unable to press further, Levine conceded, very well, I do have some beast crystals on hand. Would you prefer to exchange for 1-star or 2-star ones? 1-star will suffice, Su Liang replied. Levine nodded. Then it shall be 100 1-star beast crystals. Su Liang smiled and nodded. The exchange rate for low-level divine crystals to 1-star beast crystals is 10-1, while for 2-star beast crystals, it is 100-1. After securing the 100 1-star beast crystals, Su Liang's lips curled into a smile, as it effectively granted him an additional 2 levels of enhancement. All right, you all continue your conversation. I shall prepare dinner, Levine announced. Sister Levine, allow me to assist you. Qian chimed in as she rose to her feet. Gong Lai cast a glance at Bai Qianqian before fixing his gaze on Su Liang. Kid, there are some things I am uncertain whether to express. Su Liang calmly replied, I am aware of what you intend to say. The matters between Qianqian and me will become clear to everyone in due time. Gong Lai nodded. As long as you understand, it is not that I harbor doubts. Rather, you will face numerous challenges ahead. I understand. When troubles arise, one must shatter them. Gong Lai no longer fixated on this matter. After exchanging a few casual remarks, he inquired, by the way, old Gong Lai, why do I feel that the frequency of beast invasions has increased recently? Gong Lai nodded in affirmation, not just increased. It occurs daily. Su Liang's pupils constricted slightly. Daily invasions of beasts? Gong Lai confirmed. Indeed, though it varies in scale. We typically refrain from intervening in these smaller incursions, especially since I need to recuperate. Su Liang questioned, isn't that rather unusual? Gong Lai acknowledged, it is indeed abnormal. The military has dispatched personnel to investigate, and we can only remain vigilant within the city. According to certain speculations, this might be linked to Bai Qianqian's awakening of an SSS-level power. Upon hearing this, Su Liang's pupils flickered with shock. That cannot be possible. Gong Lai's expression turned serious. Nothing is impossible. As you know, there are countless types of beasts, some possessing extraordinary powers. The military suspects that Bai Qianqian's awakening of SSS-level abilities might have triggered a reaction among higher-tier beasts, instilling a sense of caution that drives them to invade repeatedly. However, the military will implement appropriate precautions. Prepare yourself, for there may be an unending stream of tasks ahead. Su Liang nodded silently, pondering the implications. Such matters were rarely discussed in his past life, and during the time he and Bai Qianqian were at the academy, he had not heard any whispers of this nature. Tell me, where does such remarkable combat prowess come from? Aren't you classified as a B-level? And what of being B-level? Am I not permitted to be a bit extraordinary? Gong Lai seemed to speak with a certain seriousness. From now on, be cautious during missions. Do not let yourself perish. Su Liang no longer had the spirit for jesting. I understand. You take care of yourself as well. Do not meet a grim fate. Soon, it was time for dinner. The 4 of them engaged in light-hearted conversation, sharing a bit of wine. It was only after nightfall that Su Liang and Qianqian returned to the villa together. Qianqian supported Su Liang. Are you all right? I'm fine. Don't worry. The two settled onto the sofa, enveloped in a peculiar silence, the atmosphere somewhat delicate. Tonight, just a man and a woman. Qianqian. I'm going to take a shower. Bai Qianqian suddenly sprang upright. Su Liang froze in place, a look of confusion gracing his features. Why such excitement? No need to rush. There is still plenty of time. He grasped Qianqian's hand, gently pulling her back down. Qianqian felt her entire body stiffen, her cheeks flushed, her mind a blank canvas. What might he say? Could he be leaning in for a kiss? Or perhaps a warm embrace? Bai Qianqian felt her heart racing audibly. Qianqian, do you think I'm merely living off your fortune? Su Liang's unexpectedly strange remark left Bai Qianqian momentarily speechless. She looked at him, feeling a slight relief, yet a tinge of disappointment lingered. Would he not do something more? No, it's not about living off anyone. You've always protected me. Now it's my turn to guard you. I promised you that. You may have anything you wish. All that I am belongs to you. Bai Qianqian shyly pinched her fingers. Suddenly, Su Liang felt as if he had been struck by a blade. It was over. He had been ensnared. Su Liang chuckled softly. All right, I understand. However, when you called me your boyfriend today, it was truly impressive. Bai Qianqian, flustered, covered her face. Stop saying that. Su Liang grinned mischievously, but I want to say it. Ignoring her, he declared, I'm going to take a shower. I need to seize the moment to evolve. Bai Qianqian stood up, ready to leave. Seemingly emboldened by the effects of alcohol, Su Liang said, Don't rush. With great strength, he grasped Bai Qianqian's wrist. Her balance faltered, and she stumbled, collapsing onto the sofa, with Su Liang beneath her. Their lips were merely 2 centimeters apart, and they could feel each other's breath. Su Liang could clearly see Bai Qianqian's face, which was rapidly turning a deep shade of crimson. She was completely stiff, at a loss for words, her eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety. Bai Qianqian, do you want to? Bai Qianqian's face blushed even deeper. Huh? You. She faltered, her words becoming increasingly jumbled, and finally, she shut her eyes, resigning herself to whatever Su Liang wished to do. Su Liang, captivated by her adorably flustered demeanor, felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Having you around is truly wonderful, he remarked with warmth. In a moment of primal impulse, he gently pressed a soft kiss on her forehead. Oh no. Bai Qianqian felt as if her mind was ablaze. Su Liang had kissed her. What would happen next? A tremor coursed through her. Su Liang smiled mischievously. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Go take a shower. Bai Qianqian was helped to her feet, momentarily stunned. Was that it? Nothing more? Su Liang chuckled. Bai Qianqian cast him a resentful glance. Huffing, you fool. She turned to leave, yet her heart raced with excitement. Su Liang kissed me today. Watching Qianqian retreat to her room, Su Liang finally focused his mind. To win over the Empress as his wife, he must proceed step by step, without haste. Next, he needed to prepare for his own matters. Upon entering his opulent, technologically advanced room, he couldn't help but marvel. Living off the fat of the land is truly delightful. After freshening up, he informed Qianqian and prepared to initiate his beast energy transformation. Tonight, he would level up again. Gazing at his beast crystal, he activated the transformation. Chapter 52, The First Solo Battle. The next day, Liang had just prepared breakfast for Gong Lai when they suddenly received a mission signal from Long Lan. Liang, there is an invasion in the western part of the city. Report immediately. Liang and Gong Lai's expressions changed instantly. Understood, Liang declared. Gong Lai, you will not participate in this battle. Focus on your recovery. We will handle this. Gong Lai panicked. Xiaolan, if I don't go, who will? I have already notified Su Liang. He is near your residence. Liang, you go and bring him here. Understood. Liang nodded solemnly. Gong Lai was anxious. If I don't go, how can he manage alone? Liang reassured him. You stay put. We will take care of Su Liang. Xiaolan nodded in agreement, stating that this was the captain's directive. Gong Lai was in a state of distress, clearly at a loss as he struggled even to stand for an extended period. As he watched Greenine prepare to depart, he called out, Wait, Greenine, this is for Su Liang. He tossed a silver spear, cautioning, Be careful with that kid. Greenine acknowledged with a nod, Understood. The night was fraught with torment, yet Su Liang found a peculiar joy in his suffering. 63 one-star beast crystals were successfully transformed once more. As he gazed at his status panel, a faint smile crept upon his lips. What a delight! Beast energy transformation. Transformation progress. 149-1-000-000. Beast energy talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. B rank Wind and Fire Divine Seal. Level 1. Divine Seal Evolution Progress. 1. Beast God Seal. SSS rank Scarlet Eye Celestial Seal. Level 5. Beast God Seal Evolution Progress. 5. 0. Mentality. 34-16-100. Strength. 37-13-100. Agility. 32-18-100. Speed. 34-16-100. In a bid for completion, he had transformed 63 one-star beast crystals, yielding remarkable results. This endeavor had directly elevated his Beast God Seal to level 5. He felt an invigorating surge of power coursing through him. Based on his current estimations, His strength undoubtedly surpassed that of a level 10 B-rank Divine Seal candidate, whose strength was quantified at 20 points, thereby affirming that he had indeed transcended that threshold. It was as if he had nearly attained the stature of a B-rank second seal divine envoy. His power was assured. He opened his eyes and glanced at the time. It was 8 in the morning. A faint smile played on his lips. There was still a day ahead, and he should be able to advance another level. 63 beast crystals had consumed nearly 12 hours of his time, yet the results were already formidable. If converted into divine crystals, that would amount to 630 low-grade divine crystals, even for an entity of the SSS rank. Who would dare claim to absorb 630 in a single night during their time as a chosen one? It was simply inconceivable. At the peak, one could perhaps manage only dozens to 100. He would inquire with Qianqian later to confirm. Feeling his power surge rapidly, Liang was filled with joy. The day was still young. Outside, he heard Qianqian's voice. "Brother Liang, are you awake? Breakfast is ready." "All right, I'm coming." At that moment, a red mission signal appeared on the star chain, causing Liang's expression to shift dramatically. A virtual screen materialized before him. "Liang, there is an invasion of alien beasts in the west of the city. Depart immediately. I have arranged for Green to pick you up." "Understood." Liang's demeanor transformed completely as he dashed out of the room. Qianqian had already set the breakfast table, and upon seeing Liang in such a hurry, she asked, "What is the matter?" "Qianqian, there's a mission. I have to leave right now." Startled, Bai Qianqian's expression turned to one of concern. "Aren't you going to eat something?" "There is no time. Sister Green is already here." Bai Qianqian felt an overwhelming sense of worry. "I still can't help you. I promised to protect you." Her face was etched with guilt. Liang glanced at her, wrapped his arms around her waist, and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Don't worry, I will be fine." Then Liang deftly retrieved a morsel of food from the dining table, wishing to have a bite as well. "Be good and wait for my return. If I am late, you may head to the academy without me." Bai Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes." But Liang had already departed. Bai Qianqian felt a rush of joy, her heart blooming as she shyly clasped her small hands. This sensation was truly wondrous. They resembled a pair of young spouses. However, her gaze quickly grew resolute. She needed to focus on becoming stronger. There remained one day. "I have already leveled up twice and haven't told you yet. Wait for me. I will undoubtedly become strong very soon." Bai Qianqian murmured to herself. After finishing her breakfast, she hurried off to absorb the divine crystal for her evolution. Green sped along with Liang towards the western part of the city. To their surprise, the academy had bestowed that villa upon Qianqian. Green expressed her astonishment. Liang chuckled. "I am merely reaping the benefits." Green sighed wryly. "Quickly check the task information. This time, we will rely on you." Liang's expression turned serious. "Understood. Leave it to me. As long as I am here, the stake will remain." Gong Lai handed you a rifle and B-grade long gun, superior to the one you possess. "Ah, I see he wishes to feel involved," came the voice through the earpiece. "Involve my foot. Just be cautious out there. Don't get yourself killed." Liang replied with a smile. "Rest assured, just watch me showcase my skills." "I'm not joking. Take a look at the task information yourself," Gong Lai stated gravely. As Liang perused the mission details, he heard the voices of his teammates through his headset. "Xiao Liangzi, call me if there's danger. I'll take care of you." It was Han Xiaolong's voice. Liang chuckled softly. "All right then, I shall not hold back." The voice of their leader, Qi Hengqiu, resonated next. "Qingqing, stay close to Liang and provide him with ample support." "Understood," replied Yi Qingqing from the long-range assassination team, her tone as frosty as an ice queen. Liang glanced at the mission information, his expression momentarily startled. This time, a piercing beast had made an appearance. Levian nodded gravely, her demeanor turning serious. The voice of Xiao Lan echoed through the headset. "With the assistance of the piercing beast in this invasion of alien creatures, we can expect an onslaught of bloodthirsty rats, ghost-faced spiders, and other lesser alien beasts, far exceeding the previous numbers. However, there is no need for concern. The military has dispatched numerous personnel, and many other divine hunting teams have already set out. We must simply manage our designated area. This could indeed turn into a formidable battle." A voice in the headset declared its understanding, and Liang responded in kind. Gazing at the mission's description, bloodthirsty rats, ghost-faced spiders, piercing beasts, and gold-devouring ants, he realized that this was truly going to be a tough fight. Just as they arrived at the designated area in the west of the city, Su Liang noticed that the divine restriction realm had been activated. He landed, confirming his arrival at the specified location. Arrived, arrived, arrived. Qi Hengchu's voice rang out. Activate the divine restriction realm. Yes. Su Liang initiated the realm's pillars, and a towering beam of light ascended, intertwining with others. Su Liang, clad in battle armor and wielding a silver spear, stood resolutely at his post. The voice of Qi Hengchu resonated through his earpiece. Su Liang, exercise utmost caution. Understood, Captain. Su Liang replied, his expression grave. With unwavering determination, he declared, let any adversary who approaches meet their demise. Blood drinkers, prepare for action. Yes. Yes. As Su Liang listened to the voices of his comrades through the earpiece, a surge of emotions coursed through him, reminiscent of a past life. This time, he was tasked with guarding a boundary alone. His aspiration was to become a blood drinker. Yet he surmised that Qi Hengchu would not acquiesce to such a notion until he demonstrated formidable strength. Thus, he resolved to defend this position resolutely. The ominous sounds of battle erupted, signaling the commencement of the conflict. Upon detecting the invasion of a large number of alien beasts, the military promptly informed the local populace to evacuate swiftly, thereby minimizing casualties. As time progressed, the cacophony of violence was partially muted in his earpiece. Yet Su Liang's heart remained tumultuous. Could it be that the incursion of these beasts was indeed linked to the awakening of the SSS-level entity? His reincarnation had already altered certain historical trajectories. Could other events have similarly transformed? Just then, a warning pierced through. Hostiles approaching. A significant number of one-star alien beasts are converging on the boundary, ready to engage. Acknowledged. Qingqing, ensure support for Su Liang. Understood. Approaching now. A glimmer of fierce determination ignited in Su Liang's eyes as he braced himself. Indeed, within moments, several one-star alien beasts emerged before him, armored beasts and gold-eating ants. An icy light flashed in his gaze as he invoked the powers of the wind and fire divine seal. Attack! He proactively confronted the enemies, brandishing his spear and plunging into the horde of beasts. His strength had surged dramatically, augmented further by the 40 boost from his battle armor, equating to a remarkable 70 points of power. He was fully capable of annihilating these first-tier aberrations. With a swift thrust, he shattered the head of a gold-eating ant into a fine mist. He then lunged forward with his spear, effortlessly dispatching another foe. There was no trace of pressure. This was the tangible transformation brought forth by sheer power. Su Liang felt a surge of delight. What a thrill. These first-tier aberrations varied in strength, with most possessing around 30 to 40 points of power, and their limited intelligence rendered them far from formidable. Immersed in the exhilaration of battle, Su Liang swiftly eliminated several beasts, eagerly awaiting the next wave. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqing, soaring through the air with the aid of her battle armor, was utterly astonished. Was this truly a high school student who had just awakened his powers? What a farce. Typically a composed individual, she found herself taken aback by Su Liang's extraordinary combat prowess, which seemed more befitting of a seasoned warrior than a mere novice. Yet, this realization provided her with a modicum of reassurance. At least she no longer had to worry excessively about him. Soon, Su Liang faced the second wave of aberrations, and the carnage continued unabated. His spear, now stained with blood, danced amid the fray, astonishing even the observers in the background, Liang, who noted that he appeared even more ferocious than before. What a monstrosity! Everyone was embroiled in a grueling battle, seemingly losing track of time as they fought for what felt like hours. Su Liang, however, was only aware that the area surrounding his boundary marker was now strewn with carcasses. However, there was still a need to fight. Just as Su Liang had slain another group of aberrant beasts, the voice of Liang echoed through his earpiece. Captain, the Blood Wolf squad next door requires assistance. 3 one-star aberrant beasts have escaped from their forbidden realm and are advancing towards us. They have detected residents who have not yet evacuated and cannot disengage. The expressions of the group darkened. Qi Hengchu inquired, in what direction? To the east of Su Liang, approximately 1,500 meters away. Before Qi Hengchu could respond, someone interjected. Captain, leave it to me. All right. Exercise caution, evacuate the residents, and return swiftly. Qingqing, assist him for a while. Understood. Su Liang hurriedly made his way towards the target. Sister Xiaolan, provide me with the coordinates. Chapter 53, Showing Off? Although it was broad daylight, certain streets appeared somewhat dim. In one such street, a seemingly fragile girl, no older than 17 or 18, was fleeing in panic. In the distance, 3 ravenous rodents were pursuing her relentlessly, 3 bloodthirsty mice. Terror was etched across her face. No. She could not perish here. She had just awakened her S-level Divine Seal. How could she meet her end in this manner? It was also because He Yao had been sleeping too soundly, coupled with the fact that she lived alone, leaving no one to look after her. During the evacuation, she was completely unaware. By the time she realized the danger, she had already stumbled upon these 3 bloodthirsty mice, and it was too late to seek refuge. Fortunately, the awakening of her S-level Divine Seal had significantly enhanced her physical capabilities, enabling her to escape without succumbing to sheer panic. He Yao could only flee with all her might. Yet, she could never outrun the 3-headed bloodthirsty rat. After sprinting several blocks, the monstrous creature was closing in. He Yao felt a sense of despair wash over her. She should not perish here. She was destined to become a divine general in the future. How could she possibly die at the hands of such a lowly beast? But all was merely a figment of her imagination. Suddenly, one of the bloodthirsty rats surged forward, leaping several meters in an instant, and appeared behind her. Its enormous tail struck her violently, sending her crashing into a pile of refuse. She coughed up blood, her mouth stained crimson. Despair enveloped her as the 3-headed bloodthirsty rat lunged toward her, intent on devouring her. The depths of hopelessness filled her gaze. Closing her eyes, she braced herself for death. But in the next moment, a dull thud resonated, accompanied by the shrill, anguished cries of the bloodthirsty rat, leaving He Yao momentarily stunned. The beast had not reached her. She opened her eyes and beheld a figure clad in armor, who, with a single shot, obliterated one of the bloodthirsty rats. The figure then engaged the other 2 in fierce combat. The marksmanship was sharp and graceful, devoid of any hesitation. Within mere seconds, the 2 ferocious creatures were slain on the spot. He Yao's pupils remained frozen for what felt like an eternity. When Liang extracted the beast crystal and approached her, He Yao finally snapped back to reality. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she wept heartily. She had truly come perilously close to death. Liang, however, paid her no mind. This was a normal reaction. Come, I will escort you to safety. We must leave at once. Liang exclaimed, wrapping his arm around her waist. His pace swift and determined. He Yao gazed at his youthful face, astonished by his age. Thank you, she murmured. No need for thanks. Let us hurry to safety. He replied. Liang responded calmly, while simultaneously replying to the captain. Captain, Sister Xiaolan, the 3 bloodthirsty mice have been slain, and the residents have been rescued. I have escorted her to a safe location and will return to the team shortly. Good. He Yao could hardly believe it. Are you a member of the Divine Hunter Squad? Yes. Which Divine Hunter Squad? Jinsha. Unaware of the ranking of Jinsha, He Yao merely nodded. All right, I've noted that. I will strive to become a member of the Divine Hunter Squad as well. Thank you. Liang smiled gently. Very well, then do your best. He Yao gazed intently at Liang, wishing to etch his face into her memory. This was a life-saving grace, stirring a flutter of emotions within her heart. Liang spoke little, his focus entirely on the otherworldly beasts. Initially believing he could easily rescue this girl and return to his team, he was suddenly interrupted by Longlan's voice. Liang, in the underground of the forbidden divine realm, several armor-piercing beasts and gold-devouring ants have breached the subterranean dark wall and are heading in your direction. Upon hearing this, Liang's expression shifted. Not a big deal. How many? Lan paused momentarily. A total of 8, including 1 2-star gold-devouring ant. Liang's face twitched, exclaiming inwardly, what a predicament. The expressions of the other teammates also changed dramatically. Liang, retreat. Came the captain's voice. I'll go assist him. Yi Qingqing's voice rang out. Just as Liang was about to refuse, Xiaolan's voice pierced through once more. Captain, be cautious. A 4-star phantom spider is about to appear. Longlan's warning echoed in everyone's earpiece. Everyone was taken aback in an instant. Qi Heng's tone remained composed. Do not panic. Focus on your own tasks. I can handle this. Liang was astonished. A 4-star aberration. How could such a creature manifest? Moreover, it was a lowly ghost-faced spider. Typically, it corresponded to a 4-seal adept, yet a 4-star aberration was still somewhat superior. Fortunately, the captain was a level 40 adept, standing at the pinnacle of their kind. Thus should be capable of confronting it. I shall assist the captain, came the voice of Zhao Jian, a level 32, who was also a 4-seal adept. Old Gu. Xiaolong, secure this side. Understood. Understood. Yi Qingqing exclaimed. I will aid you, Liang. No need. Liang replied. The boundary marker must be defended. I can manage this side on my own. The situation was growing increasingly perilous, and Su Liang understood that none could afford to withdraw lightly. Yi Qingqing needed to guard the boundary marker, or the circumstances would swiftly deteriorate further. The expressions of his teammates were grim. Su Liang, do not be reckless. Retreat at once. Long Lan urged. Gong Lai's voice echoed. Su Liang, do not act foolishly. Withdraw immediately. Su Liang, with unwavering resolve, declared, Sister Qing. You guard the boundary marker. Leave these aberrations to me. Sister Lan, what are the specifics of the golden devouring ant? Silence enveloped the group, as it seemed there was truly no alternative. Long Lan broke the quiet. It is a golden devouring ant that recently evolved to 2 stars. But it is not something you can contend with. It is all right. Trust me. Su Liang remained remarkably calm. As long as it was not one on the verge of evolving to 3 stars, he harbored no significant fear. Uncertain of the reasons, at this very moment, it seemed as though none of his teammates attempted to intervene. They appeared to be anticipating a surprise from Su Liang, though simultaneously, they found the situation somewhat absurd. After all, he was merely a newly awakened high school student. How could he possibly contend with a fully fledged 2-star aberration? All that remained was to await the outcome. Qi Heng's voice resonated. If you cannot win, then flee. There is no shame in that. Understood. Su Liang steeled himself with utmost determination. In the blink of an eye, a 2-star golden devouring ant, accompanied by a swarm of 7 1-star golden devouring ants, surged towards him with reckless abandon. He Yao's face went pale with fear. A glint of cold light flickered in Su Liang's eyes. Find a safer place to hide and wait for me to finish. With no other option, He Yao complied, quickly seeking a concealed spot from which she could still observe Su Liang. In the next moment, a faint golden glow flashed in Su Liang's eyes as the golden light emanating from his chest concealed itself. Given that it was daytime, it was not overly conspicuous. Yet the instant that surge of energy manifested, the 2-star golden devouring ant seemed to sense an overwhelming danger and hesitated to advance. Su Liang, however, was undeterred. With a sharp call, he boldly stepped forward, unleashing his spear with unparalleled speed. A tremendous force erupted from the spear as he thrust it forward, striking the resilient exoskeleton of the golden devouring ant with a thunderous impact. Bang! The sound echoed, and to everyone's astonishment, the golden devouring ant was actually forced back by Su Liang's strike. Long Lan, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astonished. How could his strength be so formidable? Su Liang showed no signs of fatigue. After repelling the 2-star golden ant, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. With a sweeping motion of his spear, he shattered the skull of a 1-star golden ant suddenly. He stomped his foot, narrowly evading the sharp claws of the 2-star golden ant. Once more, with a swift thrust, he dispatched another 1-star golden ant. The entire sequence unfolded with fluid grace. Through the lens of his insight, Su Liang seemed to perceive the movements of each golden ant with remarkable clarity, anticipating their actions. Armed with 50 points of agility and speed, he effortlessly dodged their advances. He wreaked havoc among the swarm, ensuring that each thrust of his spear claimed a life. The golden ants, with their imposing size equivalent to that of an adult human, were renowned for their physical power. These creatures, which fed on metallic materials, explained the ease with which they collaborated with armored beasts to invade cities. Su Liang skillfully evaded any clash with their formidable strength, focusing instead on enhancing his own speed and agility. 1 spear, 1 golden ant. The 2-star golden ant seethed with rage, yet found itself powerless against Su Liang, forced to watch as he systematically eliminated the 1-star golden ants in its vicinity. Witnessing this spectacle, He Yao's enchanting eyes sparkled as she marveled at Su Liang's fierce prowess. So striking, so formidable. However, she couldn't shake off her curiosity regarding the singular divine imprint radiating from him, seemingly a B-grade azure light, positioned on his arm. How peculiar. With a deep breath, Su Liang then fixed his gaze upon the 2-star golden ant. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he charged forward once again. The golden aura enveloping him incited a primal fear within the golden ants, an instinctual dread that was palpable. Under the ebb and flow of their confrontation, Su Liang continuously repelled the golden ant. The creature's body, save for its head, was as unyielding as gold and iron, sparking with each clash. Sensing that Su Liang appeared incapable of inflicting any substantial harm, the golden ant's audacity seemed to swell. It initiated an offensive, its formidable forelimbs colliding with Su Liang's silver spear, eliciting a flurry of sparks. With each encounter, the sheer force of their clash forced Su Liang to retreat. The golden ant became increasingly frenzied, pressing its relentless assault upon Su Liang, who found himself being pushed back step by step. The air was filled with the sounds of impact, bang, boom, clang. Observing this scene through the celestial eye, Long Lan felt her heart leap into her throat. It seemed the golden ant had gauged Su Liang's true strength, driving it into a greater frenzy. Its two pairs of razor-sharp forelimbs, combined with its iron-biting mandibles, lunged mercilessly at Su Liang. The silver spear in his hands sustained damage, and the overwhelming force sent jolts of pain through his grip, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Suddenly, with a violent collision, Su Liang was sent hurtling backward, tumbling several times across the ground. Seizing this opportunity, the golden ant charged at him with reckless abandon. Su Liang! Long Lan exclaimed in alarm, her teammates gasping in shock. He also cried out, "Be careful." Chapter 54. A grueling blood battle. Tremendous gains. As the golden ant approached, in a flash of inspiration, Su Liang sharply positioned his silver spear against the wall, bending it into a bow shape. Utilizing this immense thrust, he narrowly evaded the lethal assault. After rolling several times, he swiftly repositioned himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze now grave. The power level of this golden ant was no less than 100, had it not been for his extensive combat experience from a previous life. The additional strength of 70 points acquired through augmentation, and the formidable suppressive force of the Beast God Seal against the aberrant beasts. He would have surely faced defeat by now. The Beast God Seal exerts significant pressure on these creatures, effectively restraining nearly half of their power, a fact that Su Liang comprehends all too well. He must devise a strategy to subdue it swiftly. The longer he delays, the greater the peril he faces. The golden devouring ant lunges at him once more. This species possesses the astonishing ability to exert strength many times greater than their own body weight, thanks to their unique anatomical structure. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Su Liang's eyes as he resolved to sever their forelimbs. With a cold snort, he unleashed the full force of the 5th-level Beast God Seal. Drawing a deep breath, he charged forward with ferocity. The spear thrust forth. Angry dragon breaks the army. It was a display of sheer might. The golden devouring ant instinctively defended itself, bringing its 4 forelimbs together in an attempt to block Su Liang's strike. Yet, in the next instant, he stomped down powerfully, propelling himself into the air, executing a half-turn. The spear arced, targeting the joint of one of the ant's forelimbs, its second vulnerability. A crisp clang resonated as the sharp tip of the spear struck the joint, instantly shattering one forelimb. The golden devouring ant let out a pained screech. Su Liang had already flipped behind it, prompting a gasp from Hiao. The ant redirected its charge, once again aiming for Su Liang. He wielded his spear with grace, creating a flurry of spear blossoms, rendering the ant's assault futile. While evading the ant's attacks, he inflicted wounds upon it, seeking the opportunity to sever its limb. Observing no progress, the ant began to secrete a mass of black saliva from its mouth. Suddenly, a dark mass shot towards Su Liang. His expression tightened. Having anticipated this moment, he swiftly evaded, narrowly avoiding the viscous black saliva that glided past him. The saliva struck the distant wall, corroding it and leaving a gaping hole. The venom of the golden-eating ant was capable of eroding even metal. Su Liang snorted coldly and charged once more. He was mindful of Hiao beside him. Otherwise, he would have directly unleashed the golden power of the Beast God Seal upon his spear. Furthermore, with the heavenly dragon lawn behind him, it was prudent to conserve his strength. In a series of assaults, Su Liang sustained injuries. His chest armor was slashed by the golden-eating ant, leaving a long, bloody gash that nearly split him open. Yet, he finally seized an opportunity, deftly thrusting his spear and severing one of the ant's forelimbs. The creature let out a pained shriek, even contemplating retreat as it began to withdraw slowly. A glimmer of frost shone in Su Liang's eyes. There would be no escape. The loss of 2 forelimbs significantly weakened the golden-eating ant. With a decisive stomp, Su Liang propelled himself into the air. Now was the moment. Beneath the moonlit sky, he descended with a fierce thrust of his spear, imbued with golden energy, rendering it exceptionally sharp. The ant instinctively raised its limbs to defend. Yet Su Liang shattered its defenses in an instant. The spear struck brutally against the ant's head. Bang! The creature collapsed, emitting a wretched cry as the ground cracked beneath it. A noticeable dent appeared in the ant's head, nearly leading to its obliteration. With a fierce roar, Su Liang declared, "Die!" as he leaped into the air once more. With the technique Wild Goose Falls, he aimed directly for the creature's head. The spear pierced through in an instant. The golden-eating ant writhed in a frenzy before quickly succumbing to rigidity, immobilized. Su Liang exhaled in relief, breathlessly conveying the message, the two-star golden ant has been vanquished. So everyone can rest assured. Upon hearing this proclamation, the teammates were momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be that he had succeeded in slaying it? Was he genuinely the legendary figure he claimed to be? A voice filled with delight erupted from Gong Lai. "You really are impressive, kid." A collective sigh of relief swept over the team, emboldening them to engage in battle. Green Grass and Su Liang were injured, requiring swift reinforcements. "Su Liang, there's a breach where those beasts have excavated the dark wall. I need you to guard it for the time being. Is that feasible?" Su Liang, while extracting the beast crystal, replied, "No problem. Just provide me with the location, and I will ensure the safety of this young lady first. I will send it to you immediately." Without pausing, Su Liang found Hiao. "Let us go." He swiftly lifted her, disregarding the wound on his chest. Despite his pallor, he hastened to escort her to safety. Hiao gazed at Su Liang's face, momentarily entranced and unresponsive. It wasn't until she was delivered to a secure location that she realized she hadn't even uttered a word of thanks. Her mind brimmed with admiration for the members of this elite hunting team. Had it not been for him, her S-rank life would have surely been lost to the jaws of the beasts today. Later, Hiao arrived at the safe zone, inquiring about the Jinxia team. She was astounded to learn that it was the renowned first elite hunting team of Rong City. Yet, something felt amiss. As a member of the Jinxia team, he seemed to exhibit a degree of weakness. Su Liang reached the designated position and discovered a vast pit nearly 3 meters in width had formed in the ground. Green Grass also arrived, her divine imprint glowing with a verdant light as she tended to his chest wound. Green Eye gazed with a complex expression, utterly unable to fathom that Su Liang had single-handedly slain a 2-star beast. Such a notion seemed utterly preposterous. Will consuming the energy orb allow him to endure? Green Eye inquired anxiously. Su Liang flashed a grin. "No problem, just relax." Dragon Orchid's voice resonated. "It's coming, Green Eye, retreat." Su Liang's gaze turned cold and resolute as he twisted his spear. "Kill." From the shadows, Dragon Orchid observed Su Liang's fierce combat, rendered speechless for a long while. He hardly resembled a mere high school student who had just awakened his spiritual awareness. The girl they had just rescued displayed the typical reactions of her peers. Su Liang was extraordinary? Dragon Orchid found herself perplexed. In the unfolding scene, Su Liang's combat techniques and understanding of the beasts were far beyond what one would expect from someone of his age. Indeed, it seemed that even the likes of Han Xiaolong and Yi Qingqing lacked his fortitude. Su Liang steadfastly guarded the cave entrance, continuing his relentless slaughter. Any beast that dared to show its head was met with the piercing thrust of his spear. He lost track of how long he had been fighting. They had commenced around 9 in the morning and did not cease until 2 in the afternoon. This battle exceeded their wildest expectations, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. Su Liang lay beside the cave entrance, his joints aching to the point of immobility, his hands trembling. Dragon Orchid's voice broke through the silence. "Thank you all for your hard work. The military has informed us that the beast invasion outside the walls has been temporarily repelled. We can now begin to clear the battlefield." After a brief respite, Qi Hengchu's voice rang out, "Clear the battlefield and collect the beast crystals." At this, everyone hurriedly set to work, and Su Liang struggled to rise. From the body of a strange beast, the crystal was carefully extracted. This laborious task consumed over an hour, leaving a battlefield strewn with corpses. Logistics personnel from the military would soon arrive to clear the aftermath. Su Liang returned to the designated marker, where his teammates gradually approached. Each bore varying degrees of injury, yet fortunately, there were no casualties. All eyes turned to the exhausted Su Liang, their gazes imbued with a complex mixture of admiration and disbelief. Surviving such an intense battle was truly beyond imagination. Han Xiaolong stepped beside Su Liang and gave him a hearty slap on the back. "Well done, brother." Su Liang managed a wry smile and replied, "It was a fight for our lives." His teammates regarded him with deep respect, each acknowledging his valor. Only such comrades are worthy of one's trust in life and death. Qi Hengchu nodded in agreement. "Xiaolong, please tally the beast crystals and distribute them. Then, everyone should return to rest. This invasion of monstrous creatures has far exceeded our expectations, and we do not know when they may return." It is imperative that we quickly recuperate. Understood, came the unified response. Qianqian turned to Su Liang. Honestly, I believe your presence at the Chosen One's Academy is somewhat superfluous. Su Liang shook his head with a bittersweet smile. I can't. Qianqian is still at the academy. I need to accompany her as she grows. Qianqian nodded thoughtfully. Hand your battle armor to Xiaolan. She will assist you in finding someone to repair it. By then, you should also consider acquiring a superior set of armor. Su Liang chuckled. There's no rush. This set is still serviceable. I'll be frugal with it. The group shared a subtle smile. Long swiftly tallied the beast crystals. This time, a total of 636 extraordinary beasts were slain. 515 were of the first star, 115 of the second star, 5 of the third star, and 1 of the fourth star. According to our distribution principles, the fourth star beast crystal would be jointly claimed by the captain and Zhao Jian, while the remaining crystals would be allocated among the rest. Everyone nodded in agreement. Harboring no dissent, they were acutely aware of the immense value of a single fourth star beast crystal, which far surpassed their collective worth. Yet they also understood the inherent dangers. Only the captain and his team could secure it. The more formidable the captain, the better it was for them all. Hence, there would be no objections regarding this matter. Su Liang couldn't help but silently agree. It was indeed reasonable. Those who are capable should bear more responsibility. But the capable should also reap greater rewards. A fourth star beast crystal is equivalent to 10,000 first star beast crystals. That translates to 100,000 low-level divine crystals. A third star beast crystal can be exchanged for 1,000 first star crystals, while a second star can be traded for 10. Thus, after excluding the fourth star crystal, they still had a total of 665 first star crystals. Xiaolan remarked. Gonglai did not participate in the battle, so he will not be counted. A voice crackled through the earpiece. Of course, I won't be counted. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for me. Laughter erupted among the group. Xiaolan continued. Then it's simple. Each person will receive 766. 5 crystals. We will set aside 66. 5 crystals each as the squad's communal fund. Is everyone agreeable to this? Su Liang was slightly taken aback. It was indeed a fair division. The others expressed no objections and appeared quite satisfied. It is said that everyone benefited from the captain's prowess, as he and Zhao Jian had vanquished numerous high-ranking beasts. Soon, Long efficiently distributed the beast crystals. All right, everyone, return to rest, mend your wounds, and prepare for the next battle. Understood. The group departed with cheerful spirits. Su Liang felt a rush of excitement. 700 crystals, insanity, pure madness. The beast god seal could ascend to the second tier. Chapter 55. Relishing the nourishment from the Empress wife. Qianqian and Long observed as Su Liang and Greenery departed. Long remarked. He truly does not resemble an ordinary high school student who has just awakened his divine sense. I perceive a more resolute and decisive killing intent within him than even among Xiaolong and the others. Qianqian nodded in agreement. Isn't that a good thing? Longlan's gaze became intricate. Perhaps he harbors secrets. Qianqian, with a dispassionate demeanor, replied, Who does not have secrets? Remember, all footage of his battles must be destroyed. We cannot allow others to see it. Understood, she affirmed. Qianqian continued. Perhaps we will be met with an unexpected delight. He may elevate us within the divine hunt rankings. Longlan's eyes widened in disbelief, but he is merely a B-rank. A rare smile graced Qianqian's face. Let us wait and see. Upon returning to the villa, Bai Qianqian immediately sensed something amiss. She rushed out of her room, and, upon seeing the bloodied Su Liang, her eyes glistened with tears. She enveloped him in a tight embrace, exclaiming, How did you sustain such severe injuries? Su Liang, feeling the warmth of the girl's soft embrace, thought it was all worth it. He gently cupped her face in his hands. Do not fret. I assure you, everything will be well. I promised you that I shall return safely. Bai Qianqian's eyes glistened with tears. If I could just exert a bit more effort and grow stronger quickly, I would be able to assist you. Su Liang smiled and shook his head. Do not rush. Take your time, and you will soon become formidable. I shall wait for you. Bai Qianqian nodded, her emotions calming slightly, only then realizing they were embraced in each other's arms. Her face instantly flushed crimson, and feeling a surge of shyness. She gently released Su Liang. Su Liang mischievously remarked, It's all right. Let us remain in this embrace a little longer. It is quite comforting. Bai Qianqian felt utterly mortified, thinking him a rogue. Su Liang chuckled. I wonder who the real rogue is. Could it be you, Qianqian? Bai Qianqian's toes dug into the ground, wishing fervently for a hole to swallow her whole. How could she not conceal her feelings? Alas, whenever she beheld Su Liang in distress, her heart ached. You still dare say that? I shall ignore you. Su Liang laughed heartily as he reclined on the sofa, utterly exhausted. It was nearly 4 o'clock. Qianqian, I am famished. I have yet to have lunch. Bai Qianqian immediately sprang into action. Wait a moment. I shall prepare something for you right away. Let little Bai handle it. You need not trouble yourself. No, I want to do it. Qianqian insisted stubbornly. What she prepared would carry her heartfelt intentions. Su Liang nodded. Very well. Qianqian swiftly set about her task. Seizing the opportunity, Su Liang took a shower, feeling too fatigued to speak, yet aware he must cleanse himself of the unpleasant odor. Upon finishing, he found that Qianqian had already completed her preparations. Su Liang felt as though he could barely lift his hands. The lingering sensation of pain in his chest was a constant reminder of the deep wound he bore, one he dared not reveal to Bai Qianqian. Let me feed you, he offered, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Sure, she replied, opening her mouth in anticipation. Bai Qianqian felt a tinge of shyness, yet she relished this tender moment. The sweetness of this scene made her wish to freeze it in time. How wonderful it would be to remain like this forever. After they finished eating, Su Liang finally reclined, yearning for a moment of genuine rest. You seem exhausted. Why not stay here for the night? Bai Qianqian suggested. Su Liang shook his head. I think it's best to return to the academy. There will surely be arrangements to consider, and classes commence tomorrow. By the way, did you meet your roommate yesterday? Yes, I did. She's quite similar to me. And we get along well, he replied, pressing his lips together. Then let's head back. We have classes to attend in the morning. Bai Qianqian felt a pang of concern. Are you truly all right? With a gentle smile, Su Liang shook his head. I'm fine. Really? Just a bit tired. A good night's sleep will do the trick. Make sure to eat something quickly. Consider it dinner. I'll rest for a bit. Then we'll return to the academy. All right. She nodded obediently. Su Liang lay back on the sofa, his heart racing with excitement. With the newly acquired 701-star beast crystals, he now possessed a total of 823 crystals, enough to solidly evolve the beast god seal to its second imprint. His strength was set to surge. Indeed, joining the Divine Hunt squad and embarking on missions was the quickest path to advancement. For now, the hunting grounds were optional. He reviewed the video of his beast energy evolution from the previous night. A glimmer of hope illuminated the scene, suggesting that the issue was not insurmountable. By merely concealing the beast crystal beneath the blanket or drawing the curtains on the bed, the dilemma could be effectively resolved. In due time, one could simply lie down and slumber to evolve. How splendid! Furthermore, an additional 200 first-tier beast crystals were required to elevate to the 10th level of the beast god seal, just a matter of a few nights. Unbeknownst to her, exhaustion overcame her, and she drifted into slumber. Bai Qianqian gazed at Su Liang, who was peacefully napping on the sofa, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Oh, how she longed to steal a kiss. Surely, he would remain oblivious in his slumber, akin to a little lazy pig. She tenderly swept her long hair aside and leaned over to him, planting a gentle kiss. I shall seize every moment to grow stronger. Su Liang, wait for me. The smile on Bai Qianqian's lips could not be suppressed. It wasn't until after 7 that Su Liang slowly awakened. It's already 7, he murmured, noticing Bai Qianqian beside him, absorbing divine crystals. She softly inquired, do you wish to sleep a little longer? Su Liang shook his head. Let us head to the academy. All right, let us go, she replied, and together they ventured outside. On the way, she chirped, Su Liang, do you know what level I am now? Her bright eyes sparkled like crescent moons, as if seeking praise. Su Liang played along. What level? I'm at level 4. Impressive, right? Su Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Level 4? Bai Qianqian beamed at his surprised expression, nodding enthusiastically. Yes, level 4. I leveled up while you were asleep. Su Liang was genuinely taken aback. Qianqian, how many divine crystals have you absorbed? Over 300, she replied. Su Liang was taken aback. You absorbed over 300 in just a day and a night. Yes, is that a lot? Bai Qianqian replied, somewhat puzzled. Not just a lot. It's simply extraordinary. Su Liang could hardly believe it. She had toiled tirelessly to hunt and convert numerous beast crystals just to reach level 5. Yet Bai Qianqian had ascended to level 4 in merely one day and night. Was this the terrifying power of an SSS level? However, as she pondered this, Su Liang paused. 300 low-level divine crystals equated to over 31 star beast crystals. When calculated against her own experience, it would mean she couldn't even advance a single level. In other words, it represented a mere 3 progress using over 30 beast crystals. This meant Bai Qianqian required only a quarter of the energy to level up. One could also consider that within Bai Qianqian's body, she only needed to enhance a single attribute to achieve an upgrade. Suddenly, Su Liang felt a sense of unfairness wash over her. Why was it that, despite both being SSS level, she had to expend 3 times the effort to level up? Bai Qianqian, somewhat bewildered, asked, "Is it really that fast?" Su Liang let out a bitter laugh. "It truly is. Take me, for example, as a B-level divine chosen. Absorbing a single divine crystal might take us an entire day. Is it really such a significant difference?" Bai Qianqian exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Su Liang nodded. "I only just realized how vast the disparity is. No wonder Director Huang mentioned that your resources, as long as you claim them yourself, wouldn't allow for much evolution with just 10,000 divine crystals." A smile blossomed on Bai Qianqian's face. "In that case, I shall soon catch up with you. I will be able to protect you." A warmth coursed through Su Liang's heart. This girl was striving so desperately to evolve, all for him. He affectionately ruffled her hair. "Silly girl, one must balance work and rest. Do not exhaust yourself." Bai Qianqian smiled sweetly. "I won't. I must quickly catch up with you so that I can ensure your safety. Only then will I be at ease. This is my promise to you." Su Liang felt genuinely moved. With a wife like this, what more could a husband desire? Yet, it seems the progress of winning over the Empress to be his wife is advancing quite rapidly. This is indeed splendid. Chapter 56, Awaiting Qianqian to dazzle all. Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Liang collapsed onto the bed. The 3 others stared in astonishment. "What on earth? Liangzi, have you been battling for an entire day and night? You must practice moderation. You are still young. You cannot allow yourself to be so drained." The plump Kong Xian said with a mix of envy and regret. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua couldn't help but chuckle. Su Liang rolled his eyes in annoyance. "I am young. I am unyielding. What do I have to fear?" Kong Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Have you truly fought for an entire day and night? Are you mad? You must take care of your health." Though he spoke thus, the envy in his expression was unmistakable. Su Liang chuckled ruefully. "Fatty, why is your mind filled with such thoughts?" The plump one retorted fiercely. "You can't enjoy the benefits and then feign innocence. You are so happy. And yet you won't allow me to say a word?" Wang Lai laughed heartily. "It seems we should find a girlfriend for the chubby one soon. Otherwise, he will unearth all our secrets." Su Liang chuckled in agreement. "Let us find him a plump girl then." "No. I desire a voluptuous figure with a slender waist and long legs." The chubby one interjected hastily. "Dream on. That will only happen if you lose some weight." Wang Lai laughed heartily. The chubby one shrugged off the remark. "Is it that easy to lose weight? I'm just big-boned. Alas, it's a pity that such a handsome face as mine is without a girlfriend. Liangzi, do tell, how many times has it been? Where did it happen?" Su Liang rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Ask Wang Lai. He has been quite the Casanova with his girlfriend." The chubby one was momentarily stunned. His eyes wide with disbelief as he asked, "Wang Lai, do you really have a girlfriend?" At that moment, Wang Lai was equally taken aback. "Liangzi, how did you know I have a girlfriend?" A pang of anxiety struck Su Liang. It seemed the truth was about to be revealed. He glanced at Wang Lai, whose incredulous gaze made Su Liang suspect he had been investigated. Quickly, Su Liang composed himself. "With your rakish charm, how could you possibly be single? Who are you trying to fool?" Upon hearing this, Wang Lai burst into laughter. "Liangzi, you have an eye for talent. I commend you. It's only fitting for a handsome fellow like me." Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his secret remained intact. The chubby one was indignant. "You rascal, how could you have a girlfriend and not mention it? So, you sneaked out this afternoon for a date?" The chubby one wore a look of utter disbelief. Wang Lai chuckled. "I didn't do much, just shared a kiss." The chubby one's eyes nearly bulged out. "I want one too. Get lost." "All right then." Laughter erupted among the group. Even the leader Yang Feihua shook his head in exasperation. "What a character. How long have you been dating, second brother? Let me feel a twinge of envy. Is your sister-in-law beautiful?" Wang Lai rolled his eyes. "Of course she's beautiful. We've been together since high school. Though we've known each other since elementary school. You could say we are childhood sweethearts." The chubby one clutched his hair tightly, his eyes wide open. "Do you think I would be envious?" "Impossible." Everyone was in stitches from his antics. Suddenly, the chubby one turned to Yang Feihua. "Boss, don't tell me you also have a girlfriend. Otherwise, I really want to be able to go on." Yang Feihua shook his head. Don't worry, I don't. I'll join you in being a single dog. The chubby one sighed in relief and embraced the boss, sobbing, Boss, we are indeed a pair of unfortunate brothers. Let us not play with them anymore. Let us go charm some girls. Get away, you're about to make me catch your cold. Yang Feihua pushed him away. Meanwhile, Su Liang gazed at Yang Feihua, pondering. Indeed, the boss had always been missing his chance with her. They loved each other so deeply. Yet he never dared to take a step forward. The boss feared he would weigh her down. She was an A-grade, and he was merely B-grade. In this lifetime, she must assist him. After a brief silence, Su Liang inquired, By the way, what classes do we have tomorrow, and what are the plans? Wang Lai remarked, At 8 in the morning, we gather in the classroom. Initially, we shall introduce ourselves, followed by a virtual battle assessment to evaluate our strengths. Subsequently, we will delve into the theory of divine seals and a comprehensive course on exotic beasts. It will be quite the experience. Su Liang nodded, seemingly in agreement. By the way, do you all know who the campus belle is? The chubby one could not contain his excitement. His eyes gleamed mischievously as everyone turned their attention towards him. I have some private photos of the campus belle. Would you care to see? His eyebrows danced up and down, exuding a mischievous charm. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua immediately perked up. Su Liang nearly burst out laughing. Those so-called private photos were undoubtedly concocted by this rascal. Quick, let me see. Wang Lai exclaimed eagerly. The chubby one chuckled. Second brother, if you don't behave, I shall inform your wife. Wang Lai shot him a glare. Enough of your nonsense. The chubby one feigned suspense. When it comes to our academy's belle, it undoubtedly belongs to Senior Fanboy, a third-tier Divine Seal practitioner. An SS-level Ice-type Divine Seal. She is the quintessential Ice Queen, the most radiant beauty genius in Rong City. Those long legs, that slim waist, those towering peaks. Ah, if only I could savor her essence. I would gladly meet my demise. The onlookers could only gaze at the chubby one in disbelief at his lewd and intoxicated demeanor. Upon hearing this, Su Liang seemed to drift into a reverie. Fanboy, she truly was a dazzling girl. Had Qianqian not appeared, she would undoubtedly be the most luminous presence in Rong City. Alas, Qianqian did appear. Wang Lai, equally excited, chimed in, I have heard as well. Fanboy is undoubtedly the campus belle. Hurry, show me. The stout individual casually swiped a few times on the watch on his wrist, and a virtual screen materialized, revealing a sultry woman clad in scant attire. Her figure was enough to ignite primal desires. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua gazed at the image with rapt attention. Wang Lai swallowed hard and inquired, Is this truly a private photograph of Senior Fanboy? Could it be false? Have you not seen that face? It is unmistakable. In the image, Fanboy radiated unparalleled beauty. Her eyes sparkled with life, seemingly brimming with allure, as if to enchant all who beheld her. Su Liang discreetly recorded this scene. Fatty, do you think Fanboy would retaliate if she discovered you had fabricated such a photo of her? Would she not seek to end your existence? Upon hearing this, the stout man's expression faltered. Liangzi, this is no jest. It could lead to dire consequences. Then you should promptly delete it. If others find out, your fate is sealed. Once frozen, no one will be able to rescue you. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua were taken aback. You synthesized this. The stout man offered an awkward smile. Su Liang chuckled. Do you truly believe that an ice queen like Fanboy would ever take such photographs? Is that even plausible? Wang Lai and Yang Feihua were instantly disillusioned. Fatty, you really know how to play. Delete it at once. The stout man feigned innocence. Liangzi, has your intellect taken a vacation? Su Liang retorted sharply. Even a child could deduce that. With a resigned expression, the stout man deleted the image. It was merely a playful creation, not something to be kept. Should it ever leak, he would be at a loss for how to escape the repercussions. The plump fellow sighed, remarking that Fanboy was indeed strikingly beautiful, with a divine mark of high caliber. Perhaps in the past, there had been other girls who could rival her beauty, yet those girls remained unawakened in their divine marks. Fading into obscurity, everyone nodded in agreement. Wang Lai stated, I wonder if anyone from our cohort can rise against the current and compare their beauty with Fanboy, thereby usurping her title as the campus belle. Yang Feihua inquired, What about Bai Qianqian? Wang Lai shook his head, explaining, I've heard that Bai Qianqian isn't particularly attractive. She's rather slender, so it seems unlikely. Su Liang merely smiled, unfazed, confident that in due time, they would witness his Qianqian dazzling everyone. The plump fellow quickly interjected, I know someone. There's a girl from Liang's number 2 high school named Lung Lianshuang. Someone captured her photo today. Let me find it. Soon, the plump fellow produced a picture to show them. Su Liang remained composed. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua, upon observing Lung Lianshuang's figure and features, couldn't help but nod in approval. She was ethereal, with a complexion akin to a delicate flower, brows like crescent moons, ivory teeth and crimson lips, skin as smooth as jade, a waist as slender as a willow, and a beauty that could rival the most serene orchid in a secluded valley. Simply stunning. Wang Lai exclaimed. Su Liang was momentarily speechless, such flowery language. The plump fellow waved his hand dismissively. I don't understand all that. Just look. She has ample curves, a tiny waist, a shapely posterior, and long, fair legs. She could definitely bear children without worry. Su Liang chuckled. This was quintessentially the plump fellow. Wang Lai said with exasperation, lack of culture. That is precisely what I meant. Yang Feihua added, it is indeed possible to compete with Fanboy. The plump fellow nodded excitedly. Absolutely. She is an S-rank Divine Seal. Her future accomplishments will be remarkable. Liangzi, is she from your school? Su Liang nodded. Yes, she was the school belle in high school. Is there an opportunity for an introduction? No chance. I am not familiar with her. Su Liang shook his head resolutely, unwilling to associate with Lung Lianshuang at this moment. The plump fellow sighed. It seems I must take it upon myself. Kong Chun will certainly secure her. You should secure your own integrity first. Enough with that. Let's get some rest. I am weary. Su Liang reclined on his bed, contemplating the ineffectiveness of his beast energy transformation. The others were still awake. He decided to take out a divine crystal given by Qianqian and began to absorb and evolve it. As he activated the divine seal, he commenced the absorption. Suddenly, Su Liang froze in astonishment. He felt the power of the divine crystal surging into his divine seal at an astonishing pace, leaving him bewildered. Why was the absorption speed so rapid? Chapter 57. Coming for him. Su Liang gazed in disbelief at the velocity with which his divine seal absorbed the divine crystal. This was decidedly unusual. He sensed that his current absorption rate was at least 10 times faster than when he first awakened his divine perception in his previous life. In other words, what once took him a day to absorb a single divine crystal now allowed him to absorb at least a dozen in a day. What on earth was happening? Could it be that the beast divine seal had altered some intrinsic quality of his body? He was unexpectedly elated. In this manner, the evolution rate of the wind and fire divine seal would undergo a qualitative transformation. Although he had acquired the beast god seal, he could not relinquish the wind and fire divine seal. He understood that the wind and fire divine seal had its limits, yet he still yearned for its evolution. This was his ruse. He would experiment first and then decide. He could arrange his schedule such that during the day, while attending classes, he would absorb the divine crystals to enhance the wind and fire divine seal, and at night, he would convert beast energy to evolve the beast god seal. With a resolute mind, he began his absorption. The azure light of the divine seal flickered, and indeed, the absorption speed was remarkably evident. Wow, Liangzi, are you evolving? Where did you acquire the divine crystals? The chubby one suddenly exclaimed. The other two turned to him, their faces etched with envy. Su Liang momentarily halted and glanced at them. My girlfriend gave them to me. The chubby one grew anxious. You still claim your girlfriend isn't 60 years old? Su Liang was taken aback. He retrieved 3 divine crystals from the spatial converter and tossed them to them. The trio caught the divine crystals, utterly bewildered. Wang Lai inquired, Liangzi, what do you mean by this? If you wish to evolve, do it yourselves. I intend to evolve while I sleep. You may entertain yourselves, he replied. Boss, please extend my gratitude to your sister-in-law. Thank her for the divine crystals. The chubby one exclaimed excitedly. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua exchanged speechless glances. Boss, does your girlfriend have any sisters who are on the verge of passing? Introduce one to me. I could consider marrying in. Scram. My girlfriend is only 18. All right. Please send my regards to your sister-in-law. The chubby one, satisfied, clutched the divine crystals. Wang Lai remarked, our monthly quota for divine crystals seems to be 10. How wealthy must Liangzi's girlfriend be? The plump fellow chuckled cheerfully, saying, who cares? From now on, Liangzi shall be my dear father, as long as I can evolve. Everything else is negotiable. Su Liang smirked slightly. Call me father, and I'll grant you another gem tomorrow. Father. The plump fellow responded decisively. Su Liang chuckled helplessly at this character. Father, don't forget tomorrow. Su Liang closed his eyes, savoring the surge of divine crystal energy flowing into his body. He had promised Director Huang not to distribute these divine crystals to others, and naturally, he intended to keep that promise. After all, he had no plans to procure any resources from the academy. His current accumulation was more than sufficient to support these 3 individuals. As Su Liang absorbed the divine crystals for his evolution, Yang Feihua also commenced his own process. Soon, the other 2 joined in as well. Such an opportunity was rare. Evolving sooner would grant them a head start. Su Liang distinctly noticed an enhancement in his speed. After nearly an hour, 1 divine crystal had vanished. He was genuinely astonished. It must be the transformation of beast energy that was causing some changes in his body. Perhaps it was due to his already high functional values, akin to a second-tier divine envoy that accelerated his evolution speed. This seemed to be the only explanation. Now, it was past 9 o'clock. He might as well continue evolving. He retrieved more divine crystals to absorb. By midnight, he had consumed 3 more. Only then did he cease, preparing for the transformation of beast energy. Lying on his bed, he took out 40 beast crystals. By 7 in the morning, the transformation should be nearly complete. He then drifted into a light slumber. With a thought, he returned to that enigmatic space. Those golden beast eyes gleamed with authority as he examined the panel. Beast energy transformation. Transformation progress. 149-1-000. 000. Beast energy talent. Eye of Insight Eye. Divine Seal. B-class Wind and Fire Divine Seal. Level 1. Divine Seal evolution progress. 1. 2. Beast God Seal. SSS class Crimson Ionlin Seal. Level 5. Beast God Seal evolution progress. 5. 0. Mentality. 50-100. Strength. 50-100. Agility. 50-100. Speed. 50-100. Indeed, the evolution progress of the Wind and Fire Divine Seal has undergone a transformation. 4 low-grade divine crystals have evolved by 0. 2. Indicating that 20 low-grade divine crystals are required to elevate it by 1 level. This corresponds precisely to 2 beast crystals, aligning with the foundational value of 2 points for the B-class divine seal. For every 2 points of value increased, 1 level is attained. Thus, 20 points equate to level 10. This disparity between the B-class divine seal and the SSS-class beast god seal is stark and pronounced. The absence of any change in the current values likely stems from the insufficient evolution progress. It is anticipated that the 2 points will only be added to his skill values upon leveling up. For one endowed with beast energy transformation, this increment is negligible and holds little significance. However, evolution remains imperative, and it shall be reserved for daylight. Henceforth, it shall be disregarded. Beast energy transformation. A mechanical, cold voice resonated. The golden brilliance emanating from his golden pupils cascaded upon Su Liang, initiating that process of pain in the flesh and joy in the spirit. A night devoid of conversation passed. When Su Liang finally opened his eyes, once again, he gazed at the panel. Beast power conversion. Conversion progress. 189-1-000. 000. Beast talent. Eye of Insight Level 1. Divine Seal. B-rank Wind and Fire Divine Seal. Level 1. Divine Seal evolution progress. 1. 2. Beast God Seal. SSS rank Scarlet-Eyed Celestial Seal. Level 1. Beast God Seal evolution progress. 6. 0. Mental strength. 50-10-100. Strength. 50-10-100. Agility. 50-10-100. Speed. 50-10-100. A smile crept upon Su Liang's lips. What a delight. Leveling up by 1 in a single night. Could anything be more exhilarating? As he opened his eyes, daylight had already broken. To his surprise, the others had simply fallen asleep. It seemed they hadn't undergone much evolution last night. Su Liang let out a wry smile, turned over, and tidied up the remnants of the beast crystal. Rise and shine, he called out. Only then did his companions stir from their slumber. Damn it, I still have half a divine crystal left. I haven't absorbed it all. Me too. Same here. The trio exchanged rueful glances, all turning their eyes towards Su Liang. I've finished absorbing mine, he declared. Don't you need to sleep? Wang Lai inquired. Su Liang shook his head. Your willpower is not yet strong enough to maintain divine seal absorption during sleep. With more practice, you will be able to. The chubby one sighed. I truly envy those with girlfriends. They adapted early. You're just unbearable. No sooner had he spoken than a divine crystal was tossed to him. Father, it is I who am unbearable. Your son pays his respects. Good. Now you're being obedient. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua erupted in laughter. Soon after, Su Liang tossed a couple of crystals their way. However, Yang Feihua shook his head, saying, Liangzi, we cannot accept yours. One is sufficient. Wang Lai nodded in agreement, feeling somewhat uneasy. What is the fuss? I have plenty. Take them. If you run out, just let me know. They are merely low-grade divine crystals. How much can you possibly use? Su Liang proceeded to wash up, reminding himself to treat them well. Although it pertained to events from a past life, for Su Liang, those experiences were undeniably real. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua exchanged glances, sharing wry smiles. They had indeed befriended a formidable ally. The group tidied up efficiently and headed for breakfast, then made their way to the classroom. Yet on the path, a group of boys collided forcefully with Wang Lai. Damn it, can't you watch where you're going? Wang Lai exclaimed. Instantly, the four boys turned around, their expressions icy as they glared at Wang Lai. What did you say? Repeat that. One of them growled, his eyes fierce. What if I do? Is your vision impaired? Wang Lai retorted, his temper flaring. Yang Feihua and the chubby boys' faces tightened. It was evident these ruffians had deliberately bumped into Wang Lai. Su Liang frowned at the escalating tension. The aggressive boy, seething, shouted, You're asking for trouble. In an instant, a purple glow surged from his divine imprint, an A-grade. He seized Wang Lai by the collar, and Wang Lai fought back. The boy sneered, You B-grade trash. It's fortunate I haven't sought retribution for your collision. Do you still dare to touch me? Brothers, let us show these second-rate scoundrels a thing or two. The other three boys exchanged cold smirks. Yang Feihua and the hefty one braced themselves, a tinge of unease creeping into their hearts. These individuals were of A-grade, and their awakened powers were undoubtedly stronger than theirs. Meanwhile, Su Liang felt a slight heaviness in his chest. Through his perception, he distinctly sensed that these individuals' gazes flitted over him, almost as if they were targeting him. Were they sent by someone of high rank? Perhaps it was Luo Ziwen. Su Liang couldn't recall such a conflict occurring in his previous life. In an instant, one of the boys abruptly hurled Wang Lai aside. Brothers, let's take them down. The four boys surged toward Su Liang and his friends like a swarm. A glint of determination flashed in Su Liang's eyes. How dare they disturb the peace? With a swift movement, he lunged at the four of them, enveloping them in a powerful embrace and knocking them down in an instant. The four were taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. It felt as though they had collided with a solid steel plate, their chests aching painfully. Su Liang shouted, Brothers, let us go for it. Wang Lai, Yang Feihua, and the hefty one quickly regained their senses and rushed over, ready to join the fray. Fists flew down upon their adversaries. Is being A-grade truly remarkable? Damn it. Bang, bang, bang. The four on the ground were left dazed. They attempted to resist, but found themselves utterly powerless, as if crushed by a mountain. Tears threatened to spill from their eyes. Once the boys were left bruised and battered, Su Liang hastily urged, Let us go. Run. And thus, the four fled in a frenzied escape, leaving their fellow classmates in a state of shock. 4 B-grade individuals, mercilessly beating 4 A-grade ones. Ah, scoundrels! The young man, upon rising, felt a deep urge to perish. Just wait for me. Another youth lamented, It's over. We've made a mess of things, Brother Zhang. It will be difficult to explain to your cousin. Fear not, Zhang Bin retorted. We shall seek them out in the virtual battlefield. I will ensure that scoundrel meets his end. Zhang Bin seethed with rage. Chapter 58. The Fearless Han Rushuang. The four of them raced to the classroom. Bursts of laughter echoing. Those 4 fools, let them prance about. The chubby one chuckled heartily. Yang Feihua expressed concern. They won't come after us, will they? Wang Lai dismissed the worry. What is there to fear? This bunch of imbeciles initiated the encounter. Su Liang added, No need for concern, should they arrive. We shall simply give them another thrashing. Laughter ensued among them. Yang Feihua, still skeptical, wondered aloud. How could those 4 A-grades be so inept? They seemed utterly incapable of retaliating. Both Wang Lai and the chubby one nodded in agreement. Su Liang concluded, It must have been my impact that rendered them momentarily incapacitated. Let it be. The others nodded in understanding. Su Liang smiled, reflecting on his immense strength. Did they truly believe they could recover from such an encounter? What a jest! The classroom was already filled with students. They belonged to Class 17. A class of 300, amidst a total of approximately 20,000 awakened individuals across 10 distinguished schools. The C and B grades constituted nearly 16,000 to 17,000 of that number. Yet, The population of those above S-grade did not surpass 100. The A-grade comprised around 3,000, divided into 10 classes, while the elite S-grade contenders were confined to a singular class, known as Class S. In the realm of the A-level chosen ones, there exist 10 classes, numbered from 1 to 10. Beyond these lie the B and C level candidates. Thus, from the numerical designations of the classes, one can clearly discern the divine mark levels of each individual, as stipulated by the school's regulations. Within a span of 1 year, should one fail to evolve to the second divine mark, expulsion from the academy is inevitable. This measure, albeit harsh, is necessary. Otherwise, the student population could become overwhelmingly large. Nevertheless, B and C level chosen ones still aspire to join, for the resources of the academy are invaluable. Of course, there are those from affluent backgrounds who, upon awakening to A, B, or C level, may choose to forego attendance altogether. Yet, how many possess such privilege? The class is vast, leaving little opportunity for personal connections. Amidst the clamor, Liang and his companions entered, attracting little attention as they settled into a corner. The other three discreetly observed their surroundings. The rotund one, however, was solely focused on the allure of beautiful women. Wherever he spotted a lovely female form, particularly those with long legs or ample curves, his enthusiasm was uncontainable. Meanwhile, Liang pondered internally, musing about who might be behind such juvenile tactics. Yet, he dismissed the thought. It was irrelevant. Among the new students, none could rival him. As the clock struck 8, the spacious lecture hall gradually fell silent. Liang scanned the room, noting little difference from his previous life. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Fatty, a stunning beauty will soon appear. If you pursue her, you might have a chance. She aligns perfectly with your tastes, ample bosom, curvaceous form, and long legs. Upon hearing this, the rotund one's eyes sparkled with excitement. Where? Dare you pursue? What do I have to fear? You are unaware of the prowess of my silver tongue, which could persuade a coin to adhere to a wall. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua were both amused by his words. However, the teacher is perhaps a tad older than you, Liang remarked. A few years older is of no concern. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years my senior is akin to gold. I can accept that. The chubby boy replied cheerfully. Ah, but wait. Are we not all driven by the impetuosity of our 18 years? Liang smirked. Look, here they come. From the entrance of the podium, 10 teachers gradually emerged. The one at the forefront epitomized Liang's statement perfectly. Ample bosom, curvaceous figure, and long legs. Her beige bodycon dress accentuated her alluring silhouette, and the golden rimless glasses adorned her visage, elevating her sultry charm to its zenith. In an instant, the classroom buzzed with excitement among the boys, their impulses barely contained, practically drooling. The chubby boy's eyes widened, gleaming with envy. Liang smiled faintly. So, what do you think? Are you satisfied? Satisfied. Yet, he soon realized the absurdity of his thoughts. What satisfaction could I possibly feel? After all, she is a teacher. I must be out of my mind to even consider pursuing her. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua erupted in laughter. Liang, however, countered. There's nothing wrong with a teacher-student romance. It could make you famous. The chubby boy shivered at the thought. Perhaps not. She is undeniably beautiful. But I simply cannot handle it. Haven't you heard? At 30, women are like wolves. At 40, like tigers. At 50, they can even draw the dust from the ground. The teacher appeared to be nearly 30, and I feared being utterly drained. Liang jestingly scolded. Do you still have moments of fear? At that moment, countless classmates were stirred. The teacher was stunningly beautiful, a seductive enchantress. Silence. A chilling voice resonated, belonging to the alluring enchantress herself. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Liang's mouth. Despite her alluring attire, she was far from a mere decorative vase. She was the homeroom teacher of Class 17. As the classroom fell into silence, she greeted, Hello, students. I am your homeroom teacher, Han Ruxiang. Upon hearing her name, some students were taken aback. Han Ruxiang, the frosty queen of the chosen one's academy. Hiss. A chorus of gasps filled the air. A faint smile graced Han Ruxiang's lips. I trust many of you have heard of my reputation, so you better behave, or my overlord's spear will ensure you regret it. A shiver ran through some of the male students. The overlord's spear? Was she serious? Liang's lips curved slightly. If one were to be deceived by this woman's appearance, they would be gravely mistaken. She was intentionally provocative, waiting for the foolish to harass her, only to retaliate with a lethal strike. She detested lecherous men. Her marksmanship was exceptionally fierce. She was an A-class divine chosen, specializing in weaponry, specifically firearms. A rarity indeed. Moreover, she exuded an aura of dominance, earning her the moniker of Overlord Flower. Much of Su Liang's own marksmanship had been influenced by her. This woman was currently a level 38 4-seal divine warrior. A hefty classmate grasped Su Liang's arm tightly. "You, old four, have led me astray. This is the flower of the Overlord." Wang Lai and Yang Feihua suppressed their laughter. Su Liang, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "This is your type, am I right?" The chubby one rolled his eyes, muttering, "Only if I have a death wish." Han Rushuang continued, "In the coming year, the 10 of us teachers will jointly oversee Class 17. At the end of the year, those who have not advanced to the second level of evolution will have to bid farewell. Therefore, I hope you all strive diligently to evolve while also enhancing your combat abilities. Each teacher will be assigned 30 students to instruct, and of course, assistance from other teachers will be welcomed when necessary. This is the class communication group. Everyone please join. It contains the relevant allocation plans." The students began to engage, and soon the list was revealed. Many felt anxious. Some boys eyed the Overlord Flower's figure with envy, yet feared her fiery temperament. "I hope I'm not assigned to her group." The chubby one and Wang Lai watched closely. "Please don't let it be her, please." The chubby one continued to murmur. A slight smile appeared on Su Liang's lips. "You cannot escape." In the next moment, the chubby one lamented, "It's over. I'm stuck with the Overlord Flower." Wang Lai and the others also noticed. Their entire dormitory was grouped with her. Wang Lai smacked his head. "What is there to fear? You'll get to admire the teacher's enchanting figure every day. Proximity brings advantage. Do you understand?" The chubby one sighed. "I can only imagine how many tissues I'll go through tonight. Damn it, get lost. You beast. Scoundrel." The three of them cursed in unison. The rotund man chuckled, revealing his deep-seated desire to align himself with Han Rushuang's group. Even mere fantasies sufficed to satisfy him. Han Rushuang's voice resonated, announcing that everyone had found their respective instructors for the virtual combat class, as well as the practical sessions where we would provide guidance. "Now, allow me to paint a picture for you," she declared, eliciting laughter from the assembly. "The awakening of divine seals is predetermined. Once awakened, one S level is immutable." This phenomenon was regarded by all as akin to a second rebirth. The students listened intently, for in their understanding, the pinnacle of B grade was the 3-seal Divine Master. However, I must inform you that this is incorrect. Everyone was rapt with attention. "Incorrect?" Su Liang chuckled. The vision painted was indeed substantial. Yet how many could truly achieve it? Han Rushuang turned her gaze toward a particular teacher, who stepped forward, emanating the radiant light of his divine seal. Azure light surged forth, and one by one, divine seals manifested upon the limbs of this male instructor. 4 in total. A B-grade 4-seal divine master. The audience was taken aback, as this surpassed all their previous notions. How could a B-grade divine seal evolve into a 4-seal divine master? Chapter 59. The Empress Wife will stand up for me. All the students gazed at the teacher in astonishment. The azure glow of his divine seals unmistakably indicated B-grade status, yet he was indeed a 4-seal divine master. This revelation left many in shock. Su Liang remained composed. Having witnessed such an occurrence in a previous life, he knew it was indeed possible, albeit exceedingly rare. Moreover, it is essential to possess a singular attribute to achieve this. Han Rushuang is indeed crafting visions for everyone, and the effects are quite remarkable, stirring the hearts of many students towards evolution. Han Rushuang continued, stating that 100 words spoken are no match for a single demonstration. This serves as a living example. Teacher Ma Gang, despite being a B-class divine seal, has ascended to the rank of a 4-seal divine warrior at such a young age. Do you not believe in your own potential? A wave of enthusiasm surged among the students. Indeed, why should they doubt their capabilities? Han Rushuang merely smiled faintly, indicating that her message was nearing its conclusion. Therefore, strive diligently lest you find yourself the one expelled a year from now. Following this, Han Rushuang proceeded to outline some rules and arrangements. But Su Liang had little interest in continuing to listen. He had already taken out his divine crystal, secretly absorbing it for evolution, cherishing the time. By the time Han Rushuang finished speaking, the other 9 instructors had also introduced themselves, and approximately an hour had passed. Han Rushuang commanded everyone to proceed to the virtual combat training room for a power assessment. One by one, they departed. Wang Lai turned to Su Liang and inquired, "Liangzi, Are you truly seeking evolution in your very first class? How eager are you to grow stronger? Yang Feihua and the chubby student also looked his way. Su Liang chuckled. What's so remarkable about that? Haven't you heard enough? I simply wish to become stronger. Yang Feihua replied, who doesn't desire strength? However, we, among ourselves, do have our limits. Even if, as the flower of Overlord suggests, we might have a chance to evolve to 4 seals, that would undoubtedly be our pinnacle. Yet Su Liang shook his head. No, there exists the possibility of becoming a 5-seal divine general. Upon hearing these words, everyone gazed at Su Liang in astonishment. Liangzi, have you lost your mind? Stopping at A level while aspiring to become a deity at B level? Do you truly believe you are capable? Wang Lai remarked. Su Liang chuckled and shook his head. I am not capable. I am a dual attribute divine imprint. As for you and the boss, you both have a chance. Yang Feihua and Wang Lai's pupils constricted slightly. Wang Lai laughed. If you continue this way of conversing, I might just have to become your sworn brother. What about me? What about me? The plump one asked excitedly. Su Liang shook his head. That may be difficult for you. Your excessive use of tissue has led to a depletion of your essence, leaving you in a state of weakness. Laughter erupted among them. Damn it, Liangzi. That's quite excessive. They exclaimed as they walked towards the virtual combat training room. I was thinking perhaps I should join a divine hunting team in the future. The military is out of the question, Yang Feihua suddenly suggested. Wang Lai nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment. The plump one chimed in. What a coincidence. I think the same. He clapped his hands. Why not form our own divine hunting team? Yang Feihua and Wang Lai both nodded. That's a splendid idea. Everyone turned to Su Liang. Fourth brother, what about you? Su Liang smiled and nodded. That sounds good. But you all must hasten to strengthen yourselves. Otherwise, I shall be the captain. Wang Lai proudly declared. Surely, the captain must be someone as handsome as I. Yang Feihua countered. Am I not the boss? The plump one added. What is wrong with me? I am quite knowledgeable. Knowledgeable, you say? More like a tissue expert, came the retort. Everyone proceeded with laughter. And before long, they arrived at the virtual combat training room. Su Liang pondered, wondering if Qianqian and the others were also present. The S-class students seemed to be in that advanced training room. You all go ahead. I need to use the restroom. Please inform Ba Wanghua for me. As the session 1T commenced immediately, Su Liang greeted them. Lazy people have more needs, remarked the hefty one. Su Liang had already departed. However, shortly after his exit, the 3 of them were intercepted by Zhang Bin and his 3 companions. Zhang Bin furrowed his brow. Where is your other roommate? Yang Feihua and Wang Lai's expressions darkened. Damn it. Let's go. Zhang Bin and his companions bore the marks of a recent altercation. Think you can escape? They shouted. Let's take them on together and teach them a lesson. A brawl ensued. Meanwhile, Su Liang navigated his way through the familiar surroundings. Generally, those chosen ones ranked S and above received the best conditions. Their training rooms were private. There was only one class, and virtually all provisions were made for them. He merely wished to see how Qianqian was adapting. As for his own situation, he was indifferent. Soon, he located the exclusive S-class training room and quietly slipped inside. Indeed, this year's cohort of S-class freshmen was present and had already commenced their simulated combat. The initial virtual battle aimed to provide instructors with detailed assessments of each student's abilities, facilitating the creation of tailored training plans. Many individuals, during their high school years, may not possess remarkable combat skills, yet they awaken high-level divine seals. It is not uncommon for their practical combat abilities to be relatively modest. This scenario serves as a form of power assessment. For those categorized as B and C ranks, the primary objective for instructors is to identify students with innate combat talents, as well as those gifted in healing, reconnaissance, and other abilities. Exceptional individuals are nurtured with greater care, while those lacking ambition are often overlooked. The virtual combat training facility before them is evidently far more sophisticated than those they have previously utilized, with intricately detailed and realistic representations within the simulated environment. Su Liang cast a brief glance around. There are a total of 89 S-rank chosen ones. At this moment, the other 88 individuals silently observe the combat scenes projected within the virtual training room. Su Liang paused in contemplation. It is Lung Lianxue. Previously, during her time in the second tier of divine awareness, her combat level was classified as a rank, marking her as exceptionally talented. Now, having awakened an S-rank divine seal, she exhibits an unparalleled pride. In virtual combat, she displays extraordinary mental acuity, making decisive and ruthless maneuvers against virtual beasts. Her weapon of choice is a sword. And perhaps due to her lineage, her swordsmanship is commendable. The attribute of the divine seal she awakened is water. When she channels her power, layers of water-like barriers envelop her, simultaneously coating her sword, augmenting its lethality. She can even condense water into blades, launching a barrage of water swords with precision. Liang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. It must be said that this woman has always been exceptional. It appears that after her divine awakening, she has commenced the evolution of her divine seal at home. Therefore, she is likely no longer at the initial level. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to harness such a substantial amount of divine power. Ultimately, the three-headed virtual beast was vanquished by her. The battle ceased, and the virtual training room issued a combat rating, 3 stars. The classmates were taken aback, as 3 stars are a rarity. Most individuals typically achieve only 1 or 2 stars. Just moments ago, an SS-level Divine Seal bearer received a mere 1-star rating. Even the teacher displayed a smile. The combat ratings at the Divine Chosen Academy are entirely different from those in middle school, ranging from 1 to 5 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 5 stars the highest. Cold Liang emerged from the virtual combat room, a smile gracing the teacher's face. Well done. To exhibit a combat level of 3 stars at this stage is commendable. A hint of a smile appeared on Cold Liang's face. Thank you, teacher. She felt a surge of pride. How many could achieve such a feat? She, Cold Liang, would undoubtedly be the most outstanding one, apart from her divine seal. This scene left several male classmates envious. Cold Liang is already a beauty of school flower caliber. Which boy could resist the allure of such a stunning figure? Her remarkable prowess truly captivated the hearts of many. The teacher nodded with a smile. Who is next? At that moment, Qianqian, seated in the front row, suddenly raised her hand. Teacher, may I go first? In an instant, all eyes turned towards Bai Qianqian. At present, Bai Qianqian was regarded as a divine being in the hearts of all. Such is fate. The only SSS level. The teacher, initially somewhat irked, held a particular disdain for students who flouted the rules. However, upon encountering Bai Qianqian, their instructor, a striking beauty clad in combat attire with a fiery temperament, immediately transformed, her demeanor shifting to one of warmth and kindness. With a smile, she nodded. Of course, let Qianqian go first. Bai Qianqian had become the darling of the academy, entrusted by the leadership, who seemed to imply that everything should revolve around her. There were no objections from the others. Yet, as Bai Qianqian rose, she cast a glance at Liang Lianshuang. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, Liang Lianshuang sensed the competitive spirit reflected in Bai Qianqian's gaze. Liang Lianshuang understood her intent. This was for Liang. Meanwhile, Liang, concealed in the shadows, wore a peculiar expression, but soon broke into a grin. The Empress was indeed advocating for him. Chapter 60. Why must I prove myself to others? Part 3. Liang watched as Qianqian stepped into the virtual combat chamber. The screen illuminated, revealing a long sword in her hand. As she faced the three-headed beast before her, her aura transformed instantaneously. The divine seal on her forehead activated, unleashing a torrent of fiery power. In that moment, Liang truly beheld the vestiges of the Empress from his previous life. Qianqian was meant to embody such grandeur, noble and unparalleled, gazing down upon the world. The Phoenix Empress ascended to the throne of the Divine Emperor in less than 20 years. Such a feat was not to be taken lightly. In Liang's eyes, Qianqian seemed to genuinely morph into that regal figure. Like a phoenix adorned in fiery hues, she faced the 3 monstrous beasts charging towards her without a trace of trepidation. Drawing upon the combat techniques imparted by Liang, she unsheathed her sword with audacity, stirring a flurry of dazzling sword blooms. Her graceful form moved with the agility of a swallow, exuding an ethereal beauty as she twisted and turned. Within the confines of the training room, she wreaked havoc, leaving her classmates in awe and her instructor astonished. Observing the spectacle, Liang's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed, Bai Qianqian's potential to become an empress was not solely reliant on her SSS-level Flame Divine Seal. Her innate combat prowess was formidable. Among the multitude of SSS-rated chosen ones, only Bai Qianqian stood as a contender for imperial status. In her previous life, Liang had witnessed but one, and that was Bai Qianqian. The reason for her modest combat skills during high school was her shyness and lack of battle attire. However, now she had no such concerns. She could fully unleash her talent. Bai Qianqian's display was merely a message to Liang's song, a declaration that she had underestimated Su Liang. Within a mere minute or two, the three beasts succumbed to her blade under the brilliance of her Flame Divine Seal, which flickered at her brow, enveloping her in flames. In that moment, Bai Qianqian's elegance was magnified infinitely. As the battle ceased, the virtual training room displayed a rating, 4 stars. Her classmates trembled in astonishment at the revelation. Su Liang chuckled softly, acknowledging the girl's fiery spirit, deserving of commendation. He resolved to reward her with a kiss later. Stepping out of the training room, Bai Qianqian's gaze fixed upon Liang's face, yet she uttered not a word. Her actions had spoken volumes. Liang's song was enveloped in an indescribable complexity of emotions. What did this signify? A demonstration of defiance? Is a mere Su Liang worth such a rivalry between the two of them? Liang Liushuang found herself unwilling to compete with Bai Qianqian over trivial matters. Yet, the mere thought of Su Liang no longer paying her any attention, no longer adoring her, evoked a peculiar sense of loss within her. Though Su Liang was merely a B-level, she endeavored not to care. Still, an inner voice incessantly urged her to take notice. It was as if a whisper reminded her that Bai Qianqian, an SSS level, cherished Su Liang for a reason, and that Su Liang had once held affection for her. Su Liang ought to have revered her. However, with his absence, it felt akin to losing something of profound significance destined for her future. Liang Liushuang diverted her gaze. The teacher, filled with excitement, grasped Bai Qianqian's hand. Qianqian, well done. You truly are an SSS level. Among the freshmen, you are the first to attain a 4-star rating in your initial combat assessment. You are truly a treasure. In the future, you will undoubtedly become a prominent figure in our huaxia. The teacher implored, do not forget your mentor. Bai Qianqian smiled gently and nodded. Teacher, I won't. Teacher Mu Mengji asked with a smile. Qianqian, you seem to be at least level 4 by now, correct? Bai Qianqian replied with a smile. Teacher, I am level 5. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Heavens, level 5 already. Even Su Liang appeared slightly astonished, managing a wry smile. This girl was truly exerting herself to fulfill the promise of protecting him. No, she must face some punishment. It wouldn't do to let her off so easily. Perhaps a gentle kiss would suffice. Mu Mingji exclaimed with enthusiasm, wonderful, truly wonderful. Now, your rank should be the highest. And your battle rating is also the pinnacle of this generation. At last, I have truly witnessed the terror of SSS rank. Bai Qianqian shyly smiled, but shook her head, saying, Teacher, my battle rating cannot possibly be the highest. Mu Mingji and her classmates were momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? For so many years, during the first evaluation, you were the only one to achieve a 4-star rating. Bai Qianqian shook her head again. If I can secure 4 stars, then brother Su Liang must surely attain 5 stars. Upon hearing this, her classmates were stunned. Brother Su Liang? In the crowd, Yi Qinghan's expression stiffened. Damn it. That Su Liang is undoubtedly the stumbling block to his pursuit of Bai Qianqian. At this moment, Liang Lianshuang seemed to have seized an opportunity for retaliation. With a cold smirk, she remarked, Bai Qianqian, can you not be so oblivious? I truly do not comprehend what sort of enchantment Su Liang has cast upon you. In an instant, Bai Qianqian's gaze locked onto Liang Lianshuang's face. The atmosphere was charged with tension, and all the classmates watched eagerly. Yi Qinghan was also intrigued. If Liang Lianshuang could rouse Bai Qianqian, it would be a positive development. He, AB rank, 5 stars. Such delusions. During high school, he only possessed B rank combat skills. I must inquire, how has he managed to brainwash you? You are SSS rank, destined to be on a different path. He will never catch up to your strides. I understand you may harbor grievances against me, but what of it? The chasm between us and him is akin to a vast gulf. How could you allow AB rank to obstruct your entire life? Are you foolish? This is the first time Liang Lianshuang has expressed herself so extensively. The sensation of retaliation brings her immense satisfaction. Why should a mere B-class Su Liang disturb her peace of mind? Reducing him to nothingness feels like a liberation to her. Bai Qianqian's gaze ignited with a flicker of anger. Liang Lianshuang, you will never comprehend the magnitude of the boy you have overlooked. Your lack of appreciation stems from your own ignorance. We shall demonstrate this with undeniable facts. You, Liang Lianshuang, are in the wrong. With a cold laugh, Liang Lianshuang retorted, how will you prove it? By showcasing the fact that he will forever remain a 3rd-tier mage? Or perhaps by flaunting his 5-star combat rating? Bai Qianqian awakened to reality. He is merely a B class. Bai Qianqian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. In this regard, she found herself unable to counter Liang Shuang's arguments. Yet she firmly believed that Su Liang would surpass them all. Mu Mingji was also aware of this situation. The leadership had specifically instructed that Bai Qianqian harbored an unbreakable attachment to her B-class boyfriend. Director Huang had emphasized that they must not pressure Bai Qianqian regarding this matter. She would eventually come to understand. Thus, having a classmate to awaken Bai Qianqian with harsh words was perhaps a fortuitous occurrence. A wave of exhilaration washed over Liang Shuang. Why should a B-class Su Liang be treated like a treasure by Bai Qianqian? That was something she had once discarded. She had no desire for Bai Qianqian to present it before her. Her sole wish was to cast it into the depths of oblivion. Bai Qianqian's eyes shimmered with tears. He will undoubtedly prove you wrong. You will surely regret this, she exclaimed with fervor. Cold Ling Frost scoffed disdainfully. Ridiculous. Su Liang sighed inwardly. His emotional resilience was still somewhat lacking compared to his previous life. At that moment, a leisurely yet deliberate footstep echoed in the silent training room. Upon seeing Su Liang, both Yi Qinghan and Cold Ling Frost were taken aback. How could he possibly be here? The other students were equally perplexed. Mu Mengji furrowed her brow slightly. It was him. Ignoring their astonished gazes, Su Liang walked directly to Qianqian, observing her reddened eyes. He gently ruffled her hair and said, "Do not be angry. They are not worth your ire, and why should I feel compelled to prove anything to others? As long as you understand, that is sufficient." For reasons unknown, upon seeing Su Liang, Bai Qianqian felt a wave of tranquility wash over her, as if all the grievances she had just endured had vanished into thin air. She nodded emphatically. "All right, I understand." Witnessing this scene, the chosen ones, including Yi Qinghan, felt their teeth clench in frustration. Why should a mere B rank be able to win the heart of an SSS rank? Bai Qianqian? It was utterly infuriating. Mu Mingji, now aware of Su Liang's identity, sighed softly, lamenting the tragic fate. Cold Ling Frost watched this unfolding drama, a surge of jealousy bubbling within her. Su Liang, if you possessed even a modicum of self-awareness, you would keep your distance from her. You are unworthy of her. You will only hinder her entire life. Suddenly, Su Liang turned sharply, his cold gaze piercing like a chilling light. Cold Ling Frost froze in astonishment. In that instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of fear emanating from him. Do I need your condescension to determine my worthiness for her? Chapter 61. Do they deserve it? Su Liang's cold and imposing voice reverberated throughout the training room like thunder, weaving and echoing endlessly. The palpable aura of dominance rendered every individual present speechless, momentarily stunning Mu Mingji. This young man possesses a certain charm. Bai Qianqian gazed dreamily at Su Liang's face, her heart resolute. She unwaveringly believed in him. However, it wasn't long before the other students regained their composure. It was inconceivable that they could be intimidated by a mere B rank. To be frightened in such a manner would be a disgrace. Liang Shuang also snapped back to reality, sneering, "Time will reveal everything. You will only hold her back." Su Liang had chosen to disregard her. Yet, some were unwilling to let him be. Yi Qinghan chuckled softly. "Su Liang, confidence is commendable, but you are, after all, a B rank. Everyone knows you are unworthy of her." Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. Bai Qianqian was a rare SSS rank, while you were simply a B rank. Why must you selfishly hinder her progress? Bai Qianqian, open your eyes. He is not worthy of you. Each word pierced Bai Qianqian's heart like needles. And Su Liang was the essence of her heart. He gently caressed her head, smiling as he shook his head. Do not concern yourself with them. Focus on being your best self. Bai Qianqian nodded gently. Yi Qinghan pressed on. Bai Qianqian claims your battle rating will be 5 stars. If you have the ability, prove it to us. Yes. If you can, demonstrate it. A B-grade individual, dragging down an SSS grade, is utterly detestable. You are unworthy of her. Keep your distance. Liang Shuang's expression was cold and severe, observing the scene as though it were mere entertainment. Her frosty voice echoed once more. If you truly possessed 5 stars, perhaps I would regard you with a modicum of respect. Yi Qinghan cast a scornful glance in his direction. Under such overwhelming pressure, everyone was bearing down on him. He was convinced that this young man could not endure for much longer. If not, he should step aside. Keeping close to her is a disservice to the countless citizens of Huaxia. Each SSS-grade individual ought to soar high, becoming a significant figure within the military of Huaxia. safeguarding a territory and contributing to the welfare of our nation, rather than selfishly hoarding it for oneself. Bai Qianqian granted Su Liang no opportunity, escalating the matter to a national level. This statement held merit, but would he care? Is he truly unworthy of Qianqian? He was acutely aware of this fact. If he were unworthy, then no one here could claim to be worthy. What? Are you afraid? If you possess the capability, step forward for the strength assessment. Yes. Go ahead. Did she not claim you had a 5-star fighting capability? Afraid of embarrassment? If you fear disgrace, then do not expose yourself to ridicule. Keep away from Bai Qianqian. Almost all the young men were mocking him. Among the crowd, a youth sat in the corner, wearing a similar expression, brimming with derision. Without Bai Qianqian's protection, you are doomed. Provoking the Zhang family seals your fate. As tensions escalated, the situation grew increasingly intense. Bai Qianqian's eyes were filled with anxiety. All she wished for was for Su Liang to leave promptly. Yet, Su Liang continued to offer her comfort, wearing a reassuring smile. What did it matter to engage with a group of children? Did they truly deserve her attention? They merely sought to witness his humiliation. If that was their desire, then let them see. Let them discover who truly falters. Mu Mengji's voice resonated. Enough. Silence yourselves. Her cold and incisive tone pierced the ears of everyone present, plunging the atmosphere into an immediate hush. How Bai Qianqian chooses is her own affair. It is not for you to meddle. Everyone, quiet down. Continue the virtual battle. Next. Mu Mengji directed her gaze towards Su Liang. Su Liang, it's time to leave. This is Class S. You should return to your own class. Mu Mengji found herself in a predicament. If she allowed these ruffians to continue their ruckus, Bai Qianqian would inevitably harbor resentment towards the academy. This was not the outcome they desired. They only wished for Bai Qianqian, who could one day ascend to greatness, to flourish. Who her companion was mattered little to them. Moreover, with Director Huang's instructions, she preferred not to involve herself too deeply in the affairs concerning the B-ranked Su Liang. Out of sight, out of mind would suffice. Su Liang cast a glance at Mu Mengji. If he were to simply walk away, it would indeed grant those malicious faces a sense of victory. Bai Qianqian had endured enough. He could not abandon her in her time of need. You want to see? Then let me show you. Su Liang turned to Bai Qianqian. Smiling gently. Ignore everyone else. Focus solely on being yourself. Bai Qianqian nodded earnestly. Su Liang turned to Mu Mengji and said, Teacher, since we have yet to conduct our test, allow me to take a shot at it here. One must lead the mule out for a stroll to discern its true nature. Mu Mengji's expression stiffened. Su Liang, it is unnecessary. Achieving a 5-star rating is exceedingly challenging. Since the establishment of Rongqing Academy, no freshman has ever accomplished such a feat on their first attempt. Upon hearing this, Liang Lianxiang and Yi Qinghan wore expressions of mockery, eagerly anticipating Su Liang's embarrassment. Su Liang smiled indifferently. Teacher, it's fine. It's merely a test, and it won't take much time. Bai Qianqian also asserted, Teacher, let my brother Su Liang give it a try. I believe in him. They exchanged smiles. Mu Mengji sighed. Very well, you may proceed. This scene, observed by the S-class chosen ones, was rife with derision. What an arrogant fool. Blowing his own horn. He probably won't even achieve a 2-star rating. What a complete waste of time. No rush. Let him squander this moment, only to scurry away with his tail between his legs. Su Liang momentarily disregarded their taunts and resolutely entered the virtual battle chamber. As the virtual panel materialized, he selected a spear as his weapon and clicked to begin. Soon, 3 1-star mythical beasts appeared before him. Su Liang remained unfazed, thinking, Isn't this what you all wanted to see? I, Su Liang, have nothing to prove to you. But I cannot allow my Qianqian to be saddened by this. In an instant, the 3 virtual 1-star beasts charged at Su Liang, seemingly intent on tearing him to shreds. Yet, Su Liang did not move. Behold, he is so frightened that he dares not move. A foolish simpleton. A dimwit. He cannot even assume a defensive stance, merely a blustering pretender. 3 seconds. He could not endure for even that long. Cold Lian Shuang gazed at the scene with palpable disappointment. Indeed, her choice was indisputable. The chasm between them is insurmountable in this lifetime. They shall remain inhabitants of 2 disparate worlds. Just as this thought crystallized in Cold Lian Shuang's mind, a 3-headed, 1-star beast had already approached Su Liang. In that very instant, Su Liang's eyes snapped open, his gaze sharpened with intensity. A mere 3-headed, 1-star beast dares to display its ferocity? A brilliant light ignited within his eyes. With a thunderous shake, His spear swept forth with an unmatched ferocity. Boom! A deep, resonant roar echoed. The ferocious three-headed one-star beast was instantly propelled away. Without a moment's hesitation, every movement flowed as if instinctual. With a fierce shout in his heart, he unleashed the angry dragon breaks the army. A glint of cold light surged forth, followed by the spear's swift, dragon-like emergence. An overwhelming force erupted in an instant, captivating all witnesses. The three-headed, one-star beast was abruptly pierced by Su Liang's spear, disintegrating into an eerie spectacle. The entire sequence was seamless, devoid of any superfluous motion. Even his breath remained undisturbed. Mu Mingji's eyes widened in astonishment at such formidable combat awareness. Outside, cold Lian Shuang and her fellow students fell into a stunned silence. What of the beast? Where has it gone? Is it finished? Has it malfunctioned? Only Bai Qianqian's face radiated with a sense of pride. She was certain that brother Su Liang could achieve it. As 5 stars materialized on the display screen ahead, everyone felt as if those stars had struck their faces like 5 resounding slaps, igniting a stinging pain. Lung Liushuang was utterly bewildered. 5 stars? How could that possibly be? She had only attained 3 stars. How could Su Liang surpass her by such a margin? What on earth was happening? While everyone remained in a state of confusion, Su Liang had already exited the virtual training room and exchanged a glance with Qianqian, both wearing expressions of joy. Everything was unspoken yet understood. Su Liang glanced at the dazed Lung Liushuang and Yi Qinghan, a hint of disdain crossing his features, as if they were utterly beneath his notice. Happy? Is this what you desired? In that moment, a wave of discomfort surged within Lung Liushuang. Why? She, the proud daughter of the heavens, had awakened an S-level divine imprint. Yet she was outshone by AB? Why did his gaze carry such contempt? It was as if he regarded her with utter disdain. What was the meaning of this? By the time Lung Liushuang and the others regained their composure, Su Liang had already departed, leaving behind Bai Qianqian, whose face radiated happiness. Yet those 5 stars remained. No, this was absolutely impossible. He must have cheated. Someone shouted. This statement instantly jolted everyone into awareness. Yes, he must have cheated. It was inconceivable. He was merely AB. How could he possibly achieve 5 stars? Teacher, he must have cheated, right? All eyes turned to Mu Mingji. Mu Mingji fell silent, as this was her first encounter with such a situation. The innate marksmanship and imposing presence. Was it cheating? The crux was that any explanation now would fall on deaf ears. In time, Su Liang would provide evidence. Suddenly, Mu Mingji felt that this Su Liang was indeed extraordinary. She glanced at Bai Qianqian, who wore a blissful smile, certain that she held some knowledge. Bai Qianqian refrained from further argument. Cheating? Merely the perspective of insignificant ants. The disparity between them was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Chapter 62. Who gave you such dogged audacity? Su Liang made his way toward his class's virtual combat training room, his mind remarkably tranquil. There was little amusement in showing off before a group of children. The key was to avoid upsetting his future wife. A smirk played on his lips. Before long, he arrived at the training room designated for his class, locating the striking figure of Han Rushuang. At that moment, he noticed a cluster of classmates gathered around Han Rushuang. Our homeroom teacher, they are too much in Class A. They assaulted our classmates without provocation. Is this not bullying? Hearing this, Su Liang furrowed his brow and swiftly approached. Han Rushuang scoffed. Now you all find your voices? Why did you not lend a hand earlier? You merely watched as your classmates were beaten? One by one, the classmates hung their heads in shame. Su Liang finally drew near and beheld the 3 roommates, their heads bowed, each sporting bruises and injuries. His earlier anger reignited upon witnessing this scene, and in an instant, he surged forward. Boss, what happened, fatty? Who did this? Su Liang's expression darkened. The crowd looked up. Han Rushuang frowned. So you are Su Liang. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Liang disregarded her entirely, seizing Fatty. Fatty, who did this? Fatty, feeling somewhat ashamed, replied, who else could it be? It was those few guys who collided with us this morning. Su Liang's gaze fell upon their injuries, and his fury erupted. Bastards. The 3 of them bore the marks of a vicious assault. Liangzi, they even loosened my teeth. Fatty lamented, if they hadn't been 4 against us, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Su Liang's countenance remained grim. Let us go settle the score. He firmly grasped Fatty and Wang Lai. Yang Feihua hastily interjected, Liangzi, don't act impulsively. After all, they are A rank. Han Rushuang added, are you planning to confront them only to be beaten again? A gentleman's revenge is not to be delayed for a decade. Su Liang replied, casting a glance at Han Rushuang. Instructor, the academy does not prohibit fighting. Now that your students have been treated this way, are you really going to stop us? Aren't you the fierce one? Han Rushuang looked at Su Liang in surprise, taken aback by his audacity. Do you think you can win if you go now? Su Liang scoffed. If I can't defeat them, then I have no place here. Han Rushuang paused for a moment. Very well. If you lose and feel humiliated, don't blame me. I cannot assist you. But if you win, I shall cheer for you. My students, under my tutelage, should not be cowards. Let us go. Let us go. Let us go. In an instant, the students under Han Rushuang's command were invigorated. Su Liang inquired, do you know which class they belong to? One student replied, I saw them entering training room number 9. Su Liang snorted coldly, onward. With 30 individuals, they set forth in a grand procession. Han Rushuang observed Su Liang's retreating figure, a slight smile gracing her lips. Such students possessed a semblance of courage. She trailed behind them as they surged directly into training room number 9, creating quite a commotion that caught the attention of several A-class chosen ones from class 9, as well as some teachers. Su Liang surveyed the scene, his powerful mental acuity and discerning gaze swiftly pinpointing his objective. There. The students of class 9 remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, watching as Su Liang and his entourage charged towards them. At that moment, Zhang Bin and his companions also recognized the approaching group, realizing they were the target. Brothers, someone is looking for trouble with class 9. What shall we do? Zhang Bin's words directed the ire towards Su Liang and his group. Instantly, countless classmates glared menacingly at Su Liang and his team. Zhang Bin wore a mocking expression, thinking, a bunch of fools. With so few of them, they dare to confront our class, seeking their own demise. Brothers, let us. Before Zhang Bin could finish his sentence, Su Liang, who had been 10 meters away, in the blink of an eye, surged to stand directly before him. A hefty palm, akin to an octopus, came crashing down upon his face. How dare you? Su Liang forcefully slammed Zhang Bin's face into the ground. Zhang Bin. With a resounding thud, Zhang Bin's head struck the ground violently, producing a dull sound. Su Liang pressed against his face, wishing fervently to shatter it with a single strike. The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent. You dare to lay a hand on my brother? Who gave you the audacity? Su Liang's sharp rebuke sent a tremor through everyone present. Zhang Bin, tears streaming down his face from the pain, writhed helplessly, unable to break free from Su Liang's grip. The ferocity etched on Su Liang's face instilled fear in all onlookers, leaving them bewildered as to how he had approached so swiftly. Nevertheless, one could not deny his undeniable charisma in that moment. Just then, their teacher finally reacted. Which class are you from? Causing trouble? A man rushed over. Let go of him. Su Liang snorted coldly, showing no inclination to engage. In his life, anyone who dared to humiliate his brother was courting death. Ignoring the teacher completely, he suddenly swung his hand. Slap. The crowd witnessed Zhang Bin's front teeth flying out alongside his blood. He slid several meters across the ground, only coming to a halt upon colliding with a classmate's foot. Outrageous. The teacher's fury erupted. It was one thing to discipline students, but another to witness violence against them right before his eyes. The other students were already in a state of shock. Was it truly necessary to be so ruthless? Without uttering a single word, the conflict escalated. The male teacher was on the verge of an explosion when the fierce Han Rushuang, known as the flower of the brawlers, suddenly appeared before Su Liang, exuding an overwhelming presence. Mr. Liu, this is a personal matter. Upon seeing Han Rushuang's unexpected arrival, the male teacher's expression stiffened. After all, she was one of the students from his institution, and the teachers were typically wary of provoking this fiery character. However, the expression on the male teacher's face was somewhat grim. Mr. Han, what do you mean by this? Your student has inexplicably assaulted mine, and you still choose to protect them? Han Rushuang replied coldly. Then please clarify the matter before making accusations. With a casual gesture, the 3 hefty students stepped forward. Observe closely. Your student, along with 3 others from his dormitory, attacked my student at the entrance of the building in a 4-on-3 confrontation, leaving him in this state without provocation. I have come here to seek justice for my student. Han Rushuang exuded an air of authority, remaining unfazed. This display of confidence instilled a sense of awe among all present. What an imposing female teacher. Upon hearing this, Teacher Liu's expression stiffened as he turned to the injured Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin, is this true? Did Li Tao have any involvement? Zhang Bin, blood streaming from his mouth, shot a dark, furious glare. That damn Su Liang. Li Tao, when questioned, averted his gaze slightly. Teacher, they attacked us first this morning. Wang Lai and the others were furious at this point. You're talking nonsense. It's clear that you were looking for trouble and purposefully collided with us. How dare you turn the tables? Li Tao protested. That was merely an accident. The hefty student retorted angrily. Accident, my foot. With such a wide road. You expect anyone to believe it was unintentional? Li Tao snapped back. Stop slandering us. It was just an smack. Before Li Tao could finish his sentence, he was sent flying. His front teeth, along with a mouthful of blood, were expelled from his mouth. Li Tao was utterly bewildered. The surrounding classmates fell into a profound silence, their eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding scene. A disagreement leading to violence? Lu, the teacher, was exasperated, questioning. What are you doing? The fierce girl, known as the flower of the tyrant, gazed at Su Liang with immense satisfaction, thinking, this lad truly meets my expectations. A slight smirk played at the corners of her mouth. Li Tao covered his face, exclaiming, my tooth. Teacher, they are committing assault. Su Liang regarded them with an expression devoid of emotion. Did you not say it was an accident? Forgive me. But this too is an accident. I could not restrain my hand. Li Tao and Zhang Bin's faces flickered through shades of green and red. You. The stout boy snorted derisively. What do you mean, you? Wasn't he at an accident? Come. We wouldn't mind a few more accidents. Zhang Bin turned to Lu, asking, Teacher, are we really going to allow these B-level thugs to bully us in our class? Just as Lu was about to respond, the flower of the tyrant interjected with a fierce command. Silence. Are you trying to sow discord? That unspoken dominance instantly rendered the area mute. From a distance, some teachers recognized the flower of the tyrant and chose not to approach, thinking it best not to stir up trouble. The students were of similar strength, and provoking her was entirely self-defeating. Han Rushuang looked at Zhang Bin and his companion. I do not care whether your actions were accidental or not, but today you have attacked my student with sheer numbers. Thus, this matter shall be resolved in one of two ways. Either let my 3 students retaliate, or the 8 of you shall engage in a fair fight. Once it concludes, we shall consider this incident settled. Lu, what say you? Lu cast a glance at Zhang Bin and his group. Zhang Bin and his 3 roommates were expressions of fluctuating emotions, their faces shadowed by uncertainty. The prowess displayed by Su Liang moments ago was rather peculiar. Could they truly prevail? The rotund one scoffed, stoking the flames of conflict. Are you hesitant now? Wasn't it quite audacious to bully the few with your numbers? Is this the demeanor of you A-grade chosen ones? Preying on the weak while shying away from the strong. It appears you are nothing but a bunch of cowards. The surrounding A-grade students were visibly irate. Zhang Bin, fight them. Yes, engage them. Now they found themselves in a predicament, unable to retreat. Zhang Bin's countenance darkened. Su Liang stepped forward, his voice icy. If we do not fight now, I shall strike you each time I encounter you in the future. You. Zhang Bin felt his anger boiling over. They were A-grade, yet they were being cornered by these B-grade individuals. It was utterly intolerable. Su Liang coldly remarked, Come on, I will take on all 4 of you. Upon hearing this, everyone's pupils widened in disbelief. Zhang Bin responded swiftly, All right, that's what you said. Liangzi. No. Wang Lai, the rotund one, and Yang Feihua were frantic, grasping Su Liang tightly. How could he possibly take on 4? Zhang Bin sneered. This is your own declaration. We all heard it. Su Liang nodded. Indeed, I said it. Liangzi. Su Liang turned to them. It's fine. Just step aside a bit. No one can bully my brother. The fierce flower was slightly taken aback. This lad was indeed intriguing. The surrounding students felt that Su Liang must surely be out of his mind, daring to challenge 4 A grades as a mere B grade. Now everyone has awakened to the truth. In terms of power, Class A is undeniably superior to Class B. Zhang Bin. If you all cannot secure a victory, it will be a disgrace to our Class A. Teach this arrogant fool a lesson. Zhang Bin let out a sinister laugh. Teacher Lu, Teacher Han. You heard what he said. The 4 of them sneered in unison. Su Liang, with one hand placed behind his back, declared, Come on, if I use just one hand, it counts as my loss. Everyone was taken aback. Is this Su Liang a fool? One hand? What audacity! He deserves a lesson. Indeed, he is simply beyond arrogant. The surrounding A-class students erupted in indignation, while their B-class peers remained silent. Surely, Su Liang must be putting on a show, right? Yang Feihua grabbed Wang Lai and the chubby fellow, giving them a knowing glance. The two seemed to comprehend. If Su Liang faltered in the slightest, they would strike without hesitation. The formidable lady remained silent. Since he had made such a declaration, she found it inappropriate to intervene. Now, she was somewhat curious about what unique charms Su Liang possessed that could enchant the SSS class Bai Qianqian to such an extent. The classmates around them parted ways. Without further ado, Zhang Bin shouted, "Brothers, let's take him down." The four charged at Su Liang in an instant, channeling the power of their divine seals, their fists raised, emanating a fierce aura. To all observers, it seemed inevitable that Su Liang would be soundly beaten. Yet, in the next moment, they witnessed the four aggressive figures soaring backward like kites with severed strings. A series of anguished cries echoed through the air. Everyone was bewildered. What had transpired? Chapter 63, 5 stars. Blood spewing, 10 updates. The surrounding students were momentarily paralyzed, unable to comprehend the situation. They watched as Zhang Bin and his 3 companions were propelled backward, collapsing onto the ground, howling in pain, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, their faces flushed. What had occurred? Who could enlighten me? I barely blinked. I am at a loss. Could he have harnessed some external force? All eyes turned to the teachers, who wore solemn expressions. In that fleeting moment, Su Liang had unleashed a sweeping strike, landing a blow on all 4 individuals. The sheer force sent them reeling, blood spilling forth. This power was extraordinary, and the speed was astonishing. Such strength and velocity were far beyond the capabilities of a mere B-level individual, especially not one who had just awakened to their powers. Yet, before anyone could react, Su Liang swiftly advanced, delivering a powerful slap. "How dare you strike my brother?" Zhang Bin's roommate was left dazed, a tooth knocked loose, stars dancing before his eyes. With one hand, he lifted him up, and with the other, unleashed a flurry of slaps. The sound echoed, a resounding crack. The onlookers were stunned, witnessing an absolute domination. He utilized both hands. Someone gasped in disbelief. "He is lost." Su Liang turned to the students who had spoken, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, I have lost." Yet, losing did not hinder his resolve to continue the onslaught. Another series of slaps followed, the unfortunate individual entirely bereft of the strength to resist. With a sudden and violent throw, the individual was flung to the ground like a lifeless dog. He then turned to face the other 3, who were unsteadily rising to their feet. Zhang Bin and his companions began to feel a growing sense of dread. They were utterly outmatched. Zhang Bin contemplated surrender, but in the next instant, Su Liang surged towards them once more. "I acknowledge." Slap. A resounding blow landed. Zhang Bin coughed up blood, rendering him speechless. Su Liang grasped Zhang Bin by the collar with one hand while striking his other 2 roommates with the other. Smack, smack, bang. In a matter of moments, the 2 roommates lay on the ground, battered and bruised, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at Su Liang. Only then did Su Liang fix his gaze upon Zhang Bin's face. Smack. Outnumbering. Smack. A surprise attack? Smack. Attacking my brother? Smack. Blood flowed from Zhang Bin's mouth. The surrounding students were enveloped in a profound silence. The entire encounter was a complete obliteration. Zhang Bin and his companions had not even been afforded the chance to retaliate, evoking the sensation of kicking a child in a kindergarten. Zhang Bin was on the brink of collapse. Teacher Lu's expression was equally grim. "Enough. Stop. They are no longer capable of resistance." Su Liang cast a glance at Ba Wanghua, who nodded in agreement, indicating it was sufficient. They could not afford to inflict fatal harm. However, Su Liang was genuinely pleased with her presence. He pulled Zhang Bin closer, stating, "If this were outside, you would be dead. If you wish to meet your demise, continue to trouble me, just like Zhang Tianhao. I will eventually send you on your way." Zhang Bin's pupils constricted sharply. He understood everything. Suddenly, Su Liang swung his arm, and Zhang Bin was slammed to the ground like a lifeless dog, trembling all over. Su Liang coldly commanded, "Let us go," leading their group with an air of authority. He departed, leaving no one daring to intervene. The A-class, chosen ones from Class 9 wore grim expressions, feeling humiliated that one from B-class had taught their A-class peer a lesson without any chance to retaliate. It was nothing short of disgraceful. The flower of the tyrant smirked slightly as she glanced at Teacher Lu. "Please inform your students to refrain from provoking mine. When they fight with all their might, they might become uncontrollable." Teacher Lu huffed lightly and hurriedly instructed the students to escort Zhang Bin and his companions to the infirmary. On their way back, a wave of cheers erupted. "Liangzi, incredible. It turns out you're a hidden powerhouse," the plump one praised. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua chuckled along. Wang Lai remarked, "Damn. This release of pent-up frustration feels so satisfying. That slap you delivered struck right at my heart." Yang Feihua laughed heartily. Su Liang declared, "We are brothers, and no one shall bully my brothers." A warmth spread among the three, embodying the essence of brotherhood. At that moment, the four felt their bond tighten. Other classmates chimed in. "Su Liang, how are you so formidable?" Su Liang smiled. "Perhaps it is just my innate strength." The flower of the tyrant approached. "From now on, everyone should remember, if a classmate is bullied, even if the opponent is S-class, one must stand up. We cannot stand idly by while our peers are wronged. Even if we lose, it is not shameful. We understand." Everyone burst into laughter. The stunning Bawangwa not only possesses beauty but also exudes a charmingly generous personality, which is truly delightful. Su Liang cast a glance at Bawangwa, offering a faint smile. Han Rushuang, this woman, is just like her marksmanship, intensely formidable. Before long, everyone returned to the virtual combat training room, and the session commenced swiftly. One by one, the students began their evaluations. However, compared to Class S, the B-level chosen ones lagged somewhat behind. Most of them rated at 1 star, with only a few reaching 2 stars. 3 stars were nowhere to be seen. This combat power assessment not only measured strength, but also provided a comprehensive evaluation. When Su Liang paused, he quietly absorbed the divine crystals, cherishing the time. For at this moment, whether he was assessed or not seemed inconsequential. After the chubby student completed his test, he appeared dejected. "Darn it, just 1 star. Not even reaching 2. Yang Feihua chuckled. "What is there to be down about? The majority are at 1 star, so don't dwell on it. After all, our combat power is limited." The chubby student glanced at the meditating Su Liang. "Liangzi can probably reach 3 stars, right?" Wang Lai nodded. "It seems plausible." Yang Feihua laughed. "Our brother here is a freak. We should cling tightly to his coattails in the future." Both the chubby student and Wang Lai nodded in agreement. Su Liang opened his eyes. "A bunch of rough men with stubble. Do you expect my fair legs to be yours to cling to?" The three exchanged playful banter. "Su Liang, it's your turn." Bawangwa Han Rushuang's voice rang out. The chubby student and his companions were somewhat exhilarated. "Liangzi, go for it. Shock everyone." Su Liang pondered for a moment and decided to take the test once more. It was likely that the S-class would be too embarrassed to reveal his 5-star test results, considering that no one else had achieved such a score. If word got out that a B-level student had scored 5 stars in the S-class, it would indeed be a source of great humiliation for them. Well then, let us conduct the test here again, he thought, a confident smile gracing his lips. "You all better pay attention, don't be frightened." With purposeful strides, Su Liang advanced forward. At that moment, the classmates in his group turned to look. There were 29 individuals in their group, with 27 scoring 1 star and 2 scoring 2 stars. However, having witnessed Su Liang's prowess firsthand, they were all quite curious about his rating. To what level could he ascend? The fierce flower, too, felt a twinge of curiosity and anticipation, hoping for a delightful surprise. Su Liang entered the training room with an expression of calmness. Within the virtual combat training chamber, the rating system adhered to a uniform set of rules, with no reduction in difficulty due to their B-level status. The challenges were commensurate, meaning the training environment for the S-class was identical to that of the B-class. The only distinction lay in minor virtual details, which bore no relation to combat capability. As Su Liang stepped inside, a virtual panel materialized before him. He selected the long spear, positioning it at his side, and clicked to begin. Soon, a virtual beast appeared before him, a bloodthirsty rat, an old adversary. Outside, the fierce flower observed with some surprise. Su Liang practiced with a spear as well. She was eager to see how adept his marksmanship was. In the next instant, the virtual bloodthirsty rat was fully loaded and charged towards Su Liang. Just as everyone expected him to engage in a fierce battle with the creature, Su Liang remained motionless. What was happening? Why wasn't he moving? The classmates were utterly astonished. Su Liang closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to the rhythm of the wind, gripping his spear with one hand. His mind was clear and serene. Outside, the female students had begun to shriek. "Ah, Su Liang, be careful. Liangzi." The others were equally frantic, utterly bewildered. In the virtual training room, while death was not a possibility, injuries could still occur. The bloodthirsty mouse soared into the air, its gaping maw wide open, and everything felt so palpably real. The creature was directly targeting Su Liang's head. In the next instant, it could have bitten it off. Yet, at this critical moment, Su Liang abruptly opened his eyes, wielding his spear with one hand. the weapon striking forth like a dragon. He was the spear, and the spear was he. The once ferocious, bloodthirsty mouse froze mid-air, letting out a wretched cry before its skull was instantly pierced. Liang gave a violent shake of his spear, and the virtual bloodthirsty mouse exploded in a burst of digital gore. With an expression of calm, he stood amidst the virtual rain of blood. The onlooking classmates felt a shiver run down their spines. Was that it? Han Rushuang was somewhat taken aback, marveling at his tenacity. He was composed and in control of the situation. Moreover, he had managed to slay a one-star bloodthirsty mouse in an instant. She realized that they had stumbled upon a treasure. The others were filled with delight, knowing that Liang would not let them down. How many stars? Everyone turned their gaze towards the large screen. 5 stars illuminated brightly. 5 stars. How could this be possible? Liang smirked slightly, thinking to himself. One head is hardly sufficient. Chapter 64. None of you are his match. Their group fell into a stunned silence. The eyes of everyone nearly popped out of their heads. I can hardly believe the scene unfolding before my eyes. My 3 roommates stand in stunned silence, utterly astonished. Han Rushuang gazes in disbelief at the 5 stars displayed on the large screen. 5 stars. Remarkably, it is indeed 5 stars. How could his combat prowess and awareness be so formidable? Even the majority of second-tier divine envoys do not attain 5 stars. How on earth has he accomplished this? Han Rushuang's mind is awash with questions. Soon, this 5-star rating captivates the attention of students from other groups. Look, someone has achieved a 5-star rating. It's 5 stars. Goodness, it truly is 5 stars. How can this be possible? Is it a teacher? Numerous students flock toward this spectacle, and some teachers approach as well, their gazes trembling with astonishment. One teacher murmurs, "Is there a malfunction in the training room? How could it possibly be 5 stars? Indeed, is there something amiss?" This is the perplexity of many. Perhaps it is the only explanation. How could a newly awakened chosen one possess a combat rating of 5 stars? It defies all logic. One fears that even those in Class S would struggle to achieve 5 stars, having never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Previously, even 4 stars had never appeared. The air is thick with skepticism. It seems that even the heavier students are beginning to accept this idea. 5 stars are simply absurd. Yet, Liang, who remains in the training room, does not exit immediately. The virtual panel reappears, and he makes a series of selections. What is he up to? Why hasn't he come out yet? Han Rushuang too begins to feel perplexed. Just then, within the virtual environment where Liang is situated, a multitude of virtual beasts materialize, the number escalating to 10. Has he lost his mind? Is he really going to face 10 beasts alone? Han Rushuang and the other instructors were utterly astonished. Even the students in Class S, during their initial simulated combat evaluation, had only faced 3 beasts. Yet, he boldly set the number to 10. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the battle had already commenced. What followed was a stunning display of prowess as Liang, appearing somewhat gaunt, wreaked havoc in the virtual combat arena. His spear seemed to transform into a divine weapon, wielded with unmatched skill. Each thrust resulted in the instantaneous demise of a beast, executed with fluidity and grace, devoid of any hesitation. This astonishing spectacle left all the students in a state of shock, including Han Rushuang. Such ferocity was inconceivable for a newly awakened chosen one. By the time they grasped the gravity of the situation, all 10 virtual beasts had been vanquished. Liang's spear-wielding figure was nothing short of breathtaking. The large screen illuminated with 5 shining stars. In that moment, silence enveloped the room. Was there a malfunction in the training facility? Liang had demonstrated everything through his actions. As he stepped out of the training room, an eerie stillness prevailed outside, with all eyes fixed upon him, filled with a sense of reverence. Yet, Liang remained composed, not performing for their sake. Glancing at Han Rushuang, he asked, "Teacher, I have completed the evaluation. May I leave now?" Han Rushuang was momentarily taken aback. Yes, of course." Liang nodded and departed with his bewildered companions. It wasn't until he exited the training room that everyone regained their senses. 5 stars. Genuine 5 stars. Incredible. This is astonishing. It is astonishing to discover that even among the B rank, there exists someone capable of achieving such heights. Henceforth, he shall be my beacon of faith. No wonder he can effortlessly vanquish those A-rank individuals. The training room erupted with an incessant chorus of admiration. This news would soon permeate the ranks of the new students. It was only upon leaving the building that the trio of brothers fully comprehended the situation. Liangzi, was that a 5-star rating? The chubby one inquired, bewildered. Su Liang chuckled and replied, "No, it is merely 1 star." As the realization dawned upon the three, they enveloped Su Liang in a jubilant embrace. "I want to cling to your greatness. Liangzi, leg brother, you are nothing short of a deity. Are you perhaps the reincarnation of the martial emperor?" Su Liang laughed, and it took quite a while for these fellows to regain their composure. Having left early, the four of them went for lunch without having to stand in line, and then they returned directly to their dormitory. The news of a 5-star battle power rating emerging from the B rank swiftly circulated among the new students and was unveiled on the school forum, accompanied by images and text proclaiming, "B rank freshman battle power rating, 5 stars, featuring a silhouette of Su Liang holding a firearm." Ultimately, this revelation reached Class S as well. As they prepared to disperse, an eerie silence enveloped Class S. Could it be false? A malfunction? They pondered. A 5-star rating on their side and a 5-star rating from B rank as well. Could it possibly be fabricated? Moreover, in the B rank, it was achieved in a fierce battle against 10 1-star aberrations. This 5-star battle power rating struck them like a series of stinging slaps across their faces. Could it truly be false? A multitude of S-class and above chosen ones had been outmatched by Su Liang in the realm of battle power ratings. Moreover, he achieved this remarkable feat while simultaneously battling 10 formidable beasts. It is uncertain how far beyond their capabilities he has surpassed. Perhaps a 5-star rating represents the pinnacle of the training facility, yet it does not signify the limits of Su Liang. Mu Ming's silence lingered for a moment, leaving the group of youngsters to ponder their newfound beliefs. At this juncture, the expressions of Lang Liushuang and Yi Qinghan were utterly dismal. Su Liang had eclipsed them. How could a mere B rank accomplish such a feat? What right did he have to achieve this? In the corner, Zhang Tianzi scoffed, questioning the significance of a 5-star rating. Lang Liushuang could not bear the thought of Su Liang surpassing her, yet simultaneously, a sense of emptiness enveloped her. Had she truly erred? After all, he was merely a B rank. The classmates turned their gazes towards Bai Qianqian, who wore a radiant smile, holding her roommate's hand, completely disregarding everyone else as they walked away. Su Liang had advised her to ignore all distractions and focus on herself. He had already demonstrated everything through his actions. Su Liang was indeed capable of attaining 5 stars. After all, he was now a formal member of the Jinsha squad. Was this not a matter of course? Bai Qianqian felt elated. Even if Su Liang did not reveal his 5-star rating, she would not feel disheartened. If he did reveal it, it would only serve to affirm that Su Liang was there to support her. "Qianqian, your boyfriend is truly impressive," a timid girl nearby whispered. This was merely the beginning. Once you truly come to know him, you will understand the depth of Su Liang's prowess. The two departed, leaving the training room enveloped in an eerie silence. He suddenly inquired, "Teacher, what does it signify for him to hold a 5-star combat rating?" Mu Ming fell silent for a moment before speaking. "It signifies that none of you can rival him." The students' pupils dilated in shock, each one taken aback by the revelation. No one can challenge him. Lang Liushuang found it hard to believe this scene. How could the previously ineffectual Su Liang have undergone such a remarkable transformation? He Yao's astonishment deepened. Indeed, it was him. It had to be him. When she first laid eyes on him, He Yao had been skeptical. She struggled to reconcile Su Liang with the striking figure who had battled the 2-star beast in the Jinhua squad. At that moment, Su Liang's face had been partially obscured by his battle armor, stained with blood, rendering her unable to discern his true identity. However, now, in light of his current demeanor and fighting style, coupled with the fact that she had only witnessed him wielding a single divine mark, He Yao became resolute. This was the very person who had rescued her. A tempest of emotions surged within her. A mere freshman, newly awakened, was indeed a member of the premier hunting team in Rongqing, the Jinhua squad. He Yao had witnessed Su Liang slay a 2-star beast. Thus, the prospect of him dispatching 10 1-star beasts was hardly a feat. Those pitiful S-ranks who had ridiculed him were now bowing their heads in shame, utterly humiliated. How could such an extraordinary individual exist? A newly awakened divine selector had vanquished the 2-star phantom spider. What extraordinary combat prowess must he possess? No wonder Bai Qianqian was so infatuated with him. He Yao hesitated. It seemed there was some animosity between Lang Liushuang and Su Liang. Should she inquire about it? After all, they were roommates. Those who had once mocked Su Liang now hung their heads in embarrassment, unable to face the reality of their folly. With a sigh, Mu Ming remarked, "Though you may not prevail now, it does not imply you will remain powerless in the future. Strive diligently. Have you come to realize that there are realms beyond realms and individuals beyond individuals? The S-Class Divine Seal is not your crutch or source of pride. It merely serves as your ticket to ascend to the pinnacle. You ought to exert yourself more than anyone else. Upon hearing these words, He-Yao felt a ripple of uncertainty within her heart. Could it truly be that she would one day triumph over this individual? It seemed far from a simple endeavor. He was no ordinary B-class being. Chapter 65. A new teammate? At noon, Su Liang received a message from Qianqian, accompanied by a cheerful, smiley face. Su Liang couldn't help but smile in return. It was one thing to refrain from competing with those individuals. It was altogether another to allow Qianqian to suffer any grievances. Since everyone claimed he was unworthy of her, he resolved to silence their tongues. Su Liang primarily devoted his leisure time to absorbing divine crystals for evolution. The afternoon consisted of 2 classes, Divine Seal Theory and a comprehensive overview of exotic beasts, each lasting an hour with a 15-minute break in between. Classes commenced at 2 o'clock and concluded at 4:15, after which the remaining time was theirs to command. The following morning would usher in combat training, predominantly featuring virtual battles and contests among classmates, eventually transitioning to real combat scenarios interspersed with specialized training focusing on strength, speed, and martial techniques. After a year, those who had not evolved to the second Divine Seal would be eliminated. Those who remained would engage in practical lessons in the hunting grounds, each step designed to forge them into stronger warriors. Indeed, these theoretical courses will only last for about half a year. Thereafter, one must rely on personal initiative to continue learning. Su Liang, of course, harbored no interest in these classes. His practical experience far exceeded what the instructors imparted. Although he continued to attend, he remained quietly engaged in absorbing the essence of the divine to enhance himself. Just look at our 4th brother. How dedicated he must be. I truly envy him. Wang Lai remarked with a smile. You could evolve alongside him, he suggested. The chubby fellow shook his head, saying, I'd prefer to listen to the lectures. If I were to follow in his footsteps, I fear I might lose my sanity. Su Liang merely curled the corners of his lips. I am already familiar with the content of your classes. His purpose for attending the academy was twofold. First, for Qianqian, and second, for his few brothers. Retracing the path of life may prove somewhat tedious, yet it is a journey that must be undertaken. Some emotions reside within the heart, impossible to sever. His current accelerated growth and strength is also a preparation for the myriad challenges that lie ahead. Time waits for no one. The instructor commenced the lecture. Divine marks, as we in Huaxiao believe, are a heavenly gift, akin to divine bestowal, which aligns with theism. However, I personally lean towards the latter interpretation. This is a mutation, a consequence of the upheavals of heaven and earth. In our present world, there exists a certain unique energy or magnetic field in the atmosphere, altering the physical constitution of some individuals, leading to the emergence of divine marks. The advent of these marks has transformed the way of life for humanity and reshaped the power structure of this world. For 3 centuries, divine marks have evolved rapidly, culminating in a world where strength reigns supreme. Certainly, the profound cultural heritage of our nation, with its millennia of tradition, has not allowed us to become a society solely dominated by martial prowess. The common people still possess their human rights. The world requires a diverse array of individuals, not merely the chosen ones. The populace is the very foundation of a nation. To elaborate, remember that you are the chosen ones and must not engage in the wanton oppression of ordinary citizens. This is your first lesson, one that each of you must internalize. Now, let us delve into some theories regarding the Divine Seal. The Divine Seal empowers us, allowing us to absorb the energy from divine crystals. Once this energy is depleted, should we not replenish it? The students nodded in unison. The teacher smiled and acknowledged, yes, once the energy is expended, we must indeed refill it. This process is the absorption of energy from divine crystals. Evolution, on the other hand, involves harnessing this energy to expand the storage capacity of the Divine Seal. It is akin to a balloon. When you fill it with water, it can initially contain 1 bottle, but as you stretch the balloon, it can hold 3 or 5 bottles. This process is evolution. When the limit of a Divine Seal is reached, the balloon can no longer accommodate more. What is then required? Someone promptly replied, we need to find a new balloon. The teacher smiled and affirmed, precisely. The new balloon represents your future second Divine Seal. How can you discover your second Divine Seal? While the lengthy theoretical lesson continued, the majority of the students remained engrossed in the discourse. while only Su Liang sat quietly in the corner, diligently absorbing the divine crystals. In the office of the dean, Director Huang pushed the door open to find the white-haired dean and Fanboy, who was regarded by the students as the campus belle, seated to the side. She exuded a cold elegance akin to the moonlight, her delicate skin seemingly veiled by a layer of lunar frost. Her legs, at least 1.20 meters long and as white as snow, were utterly mesmerizing. Director Huang merely cast a glance and remarked, "Oh, Bai is here too." Fanboy greeted him with her icy demeanor. Director Huang. He smiled and nodded, then turned to the dean. "Dean, did you call for me?" The dean, smiling, replied, "Please take a seat. I have a matter I would like your assistance with." The dean's words were heavy, yet Director Huang responded, "Whatever you command, I shall comply." Qianqian, the dean, had once been a prominent figure in the military. After retiring, he returned to his hometown, Rongqing, to assume the role of dean at the Academy of Chosen Ones, possessing both great virtue and formidable strength. With a smile, Qianqian continued, "This matter requires your personal connections, rather than official business." "Oh, please go ahead, Dean." Qianqian explained, "It concerns Fawn, who wishes to train with the Divine Hunt Squad for a while. After much deliberation, I thought it best to send her to our local Divine Hunt Squad rather than to another city where she would lack supervision. The top Divine Hunt Squad in Rongqing is known as Jinsha. Although it does not appear on the official rankings, its strength remains commendable. After all, with Qianqian present, the absence from the rankings implies that the missions are not excessively perilous. As it stands, Jinsha seems the most suitable choice." Director Huang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Bai, you wish to join Jinsha?" Fanboy nodded coolly. "It's only temporary, not a formal member." Qianqian chuckled. "Originally, going to the military department would provide valuable experience. But you know, this girl is still upset with her father and doesn't want to go. Moreover, if she goes, she will be taken care of, thus diminishing the purpose of her training. Therefore, I would like to ask for your assistance in giving Qianqian a heads up, as you are quite familiar with him. Aren't you?" Director Huang let out a wry smile. "Dean, it's a matter of you directly communicating with him." He understood well that Qianqian was particularly averse to such matters. Many sought to send their children to him for training, yet he consistently declined, extending no favors to anyone. The dean likely anticipated some outcomes by suggesting he might encounter a setback. Qianqian responded, "I'll take care of it. If he is unwilling, it would be difficult for him to refuse, and I cannot exert undue pressure, can I? Your relationship with him is amicable. You can approach him to seek his opinion. If he agrees, then all is well. If not, we shall consider alternative solutions." Director Huang nodded with a hint of understanding. "I see. I will inquire about his thoughts. It would be best to approach him in person." Qianqian nodded in agreement. "In that case, take Fawn along. It will also showcase her capabilities. I believe Qianqian will acquiesce." Director Huang concurred. "All right. I shall ask him now, or perhaps we should go directly." Qianqian nodded affirmatively. Fanboy remarked, "Thank you for your assistance, Director Huang." Even her expression of gratitude was frosty. Director Huang shook his head. No need for such formality. Director Huang sent a message to Qianqian in their presence, and soon received a reply. He was not on a mission. We could go directly. Qianqian smiled and nodded, saying, "It's a hassle for you to make a trip." Director Huang replied, "It is the least I can do." Fanboy slightly bowed to the dean and followed Director Huang. However, Director Huang was inwardly murmuring, "With this, wouldn't Fanboy learn about Su Liang being a member of the Jinsha team? Never mind, they would manage it themselves. It was beyond his concern. Nevertheless, one couldn't help but wonder about Su Liang's remarkable fortune. How could he become teammates with Fanboy, having Bai Qianqian before her and now Fanboy? Surely, no stories would unfold between them. Director Huang shook his head in bewilderment. It was truly beyond his control. Chapter 66. What if he is very strong? Part 3. After 2 classes concluded, the bell rang around 4 o'clock. Class S was no different. There was not much distinction. One could not allow this so-called classroom to monopolize the students' time. They must also reserve moments for evolution and the practice of other abilities. Yao and Liang were roommates and returned to the dormitory together. Yao smiled and said, "Liang, I truly envy you. You are so beautiful that every day there are classmates eager to get to know you. You are now regarded by many as the successor to Fanboy." The campus bell. A slight smile appeared on Liang's face. Ever since awakening her divine perception, she had abandoned the frigid persona of an aloof beauty, allowing her smile to emerge more frequently. In our household, the S-class is regarded as an exceptionally promising realm. In the future, her classmates are destined to become significant figures in our Rongqing, or perhaps even in the military or among divine forces. Cultivating friendships can only serve her well. With a smile, she remarked, "There's nothing to envy. I envy those with SS-grade Divine Seals instead. I am merely a vessel of flesh." Yao chuckled softly. "You're still envious. If I looked as splendid as you, I fear those charming young men would flock to me without hesitation." Liang Liushuang could only smile in resignation. After a moment's contemplation, Yao decided to speak up. "Liushuang, may I inquire about something?" "Sure, go ahead." Yao hesitantly began. "Please don't take offense. I'm merely curious." Liang Liushuang gave her a brief glance. "It's fine. Speak your mind." Yao fidgeted with her fingers and asked, "It's about Bai Qianqian and Su Liang. You seem quite acquainted with them." Liang Liushuang was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question. She nodded. "Yes. We were classmates in high school." Yao was astonished. In one class, there emerged an S-grade and an SS-grade talent, and a combatant as formidable as Su Liang. However, Liang Liushuang did not feel particularly proud. She furrowed her brow slightly. After all, those two now felt like strangers to her, to the extent that they no longer exchanged greetings. Yao noticed the subtle shift in Liang Liushuang's expression. "Liushuang, please don't be upset. I am merely curious, and it's making me restless." Liang Liushuang shook her head. "It's all right. There's nothing that cannot be shared." Bai Qianqian, once merely an inconspicuous presence in our class, has recently transformed, likely due to her awakening and evolution, which have rendered her somewhat more attractive. As for me, I have always been the belle of the school. Su Liang has harbored feelings for me throughout high school." Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is it possible that such a thing exists?" Liang Lianxiang nodded slightly. "Just a week prior to the awakening, I turned him down." Yao remarked, "Indeed, that was not an appropriate time for romance or to establish a relationship." Yao then inquired, "After you rejected him, did he sever ties with you?" "That shouldn't be the case. Didn't you say he had always liked you in high school?" Liang Lianxiang's gaze grew complex. "I am uncertain whether he cut ties with me or if I did so with him. After I rejected him, he seemed to metamorphose, ignoring me entirely, as if we were strangers, and immediately began to protect Bai Qianqian, whom he had never been particularly close to. In the final week before the awakening, he entered into a relationship with Bai Qianqian. I am unaware of what transpired between them." Yao expressed surprise. To win Bai Qianqian's heart in just a week is quite impressive. Liang Lianxiang cast a glance at her. Yao awkwardly waved her hand. "I meant no offense. Perhaps Bai Qianqian is simply quite innocent." Liang Lianxiang continued. "One day, I approached him, wishing to clarify our situation, to understand why he had suddenly begun to ignore me. He responded by citing an example." "What example?" "He remarked that if I were to awaken an S-rank Divine Seal while he awoke a B-rank one, would I still allow him to approach me?" I hesitated when I responded. He claimed that I was proud and would inevitably distance myself from him. Why would he still wish to draw near? Yao gasped in disbelief. Can he truly foresee the future? Liang Lianxiang shook her head, suggesting it might merely be a coincidence. In any case, the conversation ended there. He stated that I was proud, and there was no need for us to be entangled any further. Similarly, he asserted that Bai Qianqian would not behave in such a manner, and indeed, it was proven that she did not. Liang Lianxiang nodded in agreement. Recalling that prior to my divine awakening, I had expressed my stance to him. I still believed I was in the right. Such was fate. The divine awakening for us was akin to a grand gamble in life. With the outcome revealed, I felt justified in my beliefs, and thus, we remained as strangers. However, the only discomfort in my heart stemmed from Bai Qianqian's attitude towards him. Perhaps she was simply too easily deceived. My criticisms of Bai Qianqian were solely based on her SSS rank, with no ulterior motives. Yao nodded in understanding. In truth, it was rather similar. Now that I had awakened to an S rank, some former classmates had deliberately distanced themselves, becoming strangers. We were destined to inhabit different worlds, and there was no need for concern. Liang Lianxiang nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the case for most individuals. Yet, Su Liang was different. He could pursue the SSS ranked Bai Qianqian, but chose not to, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of unease. Liang Lianxiang took a deep breath. I do not believe I have erred in any way. It is a foregone conclusion that he and Bai Qianqian could never endure together. This is an established truth. Su Liang, even with his current 5-star combat rating, represents merely a fleeting moment. We shall soon surpass him. He Yao nodded, observing that, on the surface, this seemed to be the case. It is evident to anyone that the disparity between them is profound. But is the reality truly so? Su Liang, having recently attained his divine awareness, has already been accepted into the Jinsha team, capable of slaying 2-star beasts. Is it truly that simple? The woman's intuition warned her that matters are undoubtedly more intricate than they appear. Su Liang is certainly not as straightforward as he seems. He harbors secrets. As the two continued walking, they soon approached the dormitory building. He Yao remarked, Liang Song, I have heard that after attaining the 3rd mark of evolution, many seniors choose to join the military, relocate to larger cities, or form divine hunting teams, while others opt to join an existing team. What are your thoughts for the future? Liang Song contemplated for a moment, replying, perhaps after achieving the 3rd mark, I shall seek out a divine hunting team to gain some practical experience before dedicating myself to the military. He Yao nodded. It seems many share this sentiment. I might feel the same. Liang Song agreed. For those of us in the S tier, the likelihood of joining the military is quite substantial. He Yao pondered for a bit before asking, Liang Song, are you aware of the top-ranked divine hunting team in Rong City? Liang Song nodded. Yes, it is Jinsha. The individual prowess of the Jinsha team may not be the highest, yet their overall capability stands unrivaled, with minimal casualty rates among their ranks. The primary reason for this is their captain, Qi Hengqiu, a legendary figure from our academy, possessing an S-rank divine mark and extraordinary combat abilities, capable of effortlessly defeating contemporaneous SS-rank chosen ones. Their reputation in Rongqing is substantial, with numerous families eager to send their offspring for training with Jinsha, all of whom have been uniformly declined. Our senior possesses a rather uncompromising temperament, sparing no one's face. He Yao nodded, acknowledging this revelation, which she had recently gleaned. Upon arriving at the dormitory door, she inhaled deeply. Lian Shuang, hypothetically speaking. Cold Lian Shuang regarded He Yao with a puzzled expression. Hypothetically about what? He Yao continued. What if that Su Liang is not as simplistic as he appears? He might be incredibly formidable. Would your perception of him change? Lian Shuang's hand froze upon the doorknob, her heart stirring with ripples of contemplation. How formidable? He Yao awkwardly scratched the area near her temple with a delicate finger, confessing. What if he is capable of slaying a 2-star beast right now? Upon hearing this, Lian Shuang furrowed her brow. Why is my roommate speaking such nonsense today? Su Liang slaying a 2-star beast? How could that be possible? It's utterly preposterous. Xiao Yao, such jokes are not amusing. Lian Shuang replied with a hint of coldness in her tone. He Yao sighed. Very well, I shall speak candidly. Lian Shuang, as my roommate, I am aware that certain truths will inevitably come to light in the future. However, I cannot keep these revelations to myself without informing you, for that would betray the essence of our friendship. In that moment, a sense of foreboding washed over Lian Shuang. He Yao remarked, Su Liang is not as simple as he appears. He is now a member of the Jinsha team and has the capability to slay 2-star beasts. I have witnessed this with my own eyes. At that instant, Lian Shuang felt a jolt of electricity coursing through her body, rendering her momentarily speechless. Instinctively, she exclaimed, Impossible. Chapter 67. Director Huang's well-planned scheme. Su Liang waited at the school gate. Soon, he spotted a stealthy figure approaching, deliberately adorned with a mask and a baseball cap. As he beheld Qianqian's arrival, a grin spread across his face. Leaving the house now felt akin to stepping out as a celebrity. Qianqian shot him a glance, saying, Surely, you don't wish for me to remain indoors? Haha, my dear Qianqian has become quite the public figure, he teased. Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly. You two are a renowned figure, with a 5-star combat rating. Su Liang merely chuckled. That holds little significance. It primarily serves to silence your classmates who claim I am unworthy of you. What a farce. Qianqian's face glowed a rosy hue. You have always been worthy. Su Liang grasped her hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. Although merely a fortnight had passed, Qianqian had already transformed since his rebirth. The enhancement of her divine mark had rendered her complexion increasingly fair, and she was no longer as slender as before. The hairstyle is rather ordinary, thus failing to exude that breathtaking beauty. Brother Su Liang, where are we headed? Su Liang replied with a smile, to reward you for taking the initiative for me today. I'm taking you out for some delicious food. Bai Qianqian beamed with joy. Great. Her bright, white-toothed smile radiated an extraordinary brilliance. By the way, there's another reward I wish to give you right now. Bai Qianqian looked a bit puzzled. What reward? Su Liang gently tugged her hand. Bai Qianqian instinctively fell into his embrace, her adorable face lifting up. In a swift motion, Liang planted a quick peck on her cheek. The collision of their soft cheeks and lips left Bai Qianqian momentarily stunned, her face visibly flushed with embarrassment. Ah! She quickly covered her cheeks. You little rascal. Liang chuckled. Rascal. He then kissed her forehead. Bai Qianqian felt her temperature rising, as if she might ignite. You call me a rascal. And I shall continue to be one. She still covered her face. Should I say rascal again? Bai Qianqian hesitated. But we're right at the school gate. What if someone sees? If they do, it's no big deal. Bai Qianqian felt utterly mortified. Humph, you're still a rascal. All right, Qianqian, if you come back, I'll kiss you again. Bai Qianqian shyly bolted away. Liang laughed heartily. You call me a rascal, and you don't want to see my antics? He followed closely behind her. After a while, Bai Qianqian finally regained her composure. Yet, the sound of her heart racing still echoed in her ears. How delightful it would be if life could remain this sweet and blissful forever. The two of them chose a quaint little restaurant with a pleasant ambience, indulging in a rare treat. To the north of the academy stood a villa that exuded opulence, yet inside it was surprisingly simple. There were no extravagant furnishings. The hall was nearly empty, furnished only with a few wooden chairs. The villa boasted numerous rooms, perhaps no less than a dozen, all seemingly vacant. Director Huang, accompanied by the aloof Fanboy, took a seat. Qi Hingqiu arrived with 2 cups of tea. Director Huang smiled and remarked, It's been a while since we last met. How have you been lately? Qi Hingqiu merely nodded in response, showing little interest. He scarcely glanced at Fanboy, a girl whose presence was undeniably captivating wherever she went. Yet, Qi Hingqiu remained indifferent. Straightforwardly, he queried, What brings you to me? Director Huang fidgeted, feeling somewhat awkward. Fanboy had already heard of Qi Hingqiu's reputation. Director Huang had spoken extensively on their journey. He had instructed her to let Qi Hingqiu speak first, lest it become complicated. However, from the moment she entered the villa, Fanboy began to scrutinize her surroundings. Qi Hingqiu was indeed an eccentric individual. With her icy gaze fixed on Qi Hingqiu, Fanboy interjected before Director Huang could utter a word. Her clear, melodious voice resonated through the empty villa. Captain Qi, I am Fanboy, and I wish to join your Jinxia squad. The sound of her declaration echoed in the spacious villa, but to Director Huang's ears, it signaled the end of their discussion. Qi Hingqiu cast a cold glance at her, his eyes devoid of warmth. Not accepted. Director Huang's face contorted in distress. These prodigies were utterly unpredictable. Qi Hingqiu withdrew his gaze and directed it towards Director Huang. If you bring such individuals here again, consider your presence unnecessary. Director Huang, exasperated, could only respond, Qi Hingqiu interjected. With a resigned sigh, Director Huang chose silence, feeling as if his hopes had met a premature end. Yet, Fanboy remained undeterred by Qi Hingqiu's dismissal. Why not accept me? Qi Hingqiu could not be bothered to engage with her, nor did he feel inclined to explain. Fanboy's gaze was resolute and icy, as if her decision was immutable. I am not one of those so-called wealthy scions in your eyes, nor am I here to gild my reputation. I, too, can bleed. I refuse to hide in the shadows. I aspire to become a blood drinker. Observing Fanboy's unwavering determination, Qi Hingqiu scoffed. You wish to be my teammate for a while, and then leave at your whim? Do you think this is a mere playground? My comrades are those with whom I would entrust my very life. I have no need for people like you. Fanboy's resolve remained unshakable. Very well, I shall join the squad. Unless I perish, I will never abandon the blood slaughter. Director Huang's expression shifted dramatically. Beiwei, no, this is not a matter to be taken lightly. Qi Hingqiu let out a cold laugh. Do you see? She understands better than you do. You are merely speaking without conviction. You are destined to never remain in the bloodslaughter squad. Let go of that hope. Fanboy stood firm, unyielding. I, Fanboy, am a woman of my word. I refuse to leave. I simply will not. I had no intention of heading to the military department in the first place. Director Huang is nearly beside himself with worry. If Fanboy becomes irrevocably tied to the Jinxia squad because of this, he will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Qi Hingqiu maintained an expression of serene composure. What guarantees do you possess? Do you believe any of this holds any weight? When the time comes, your esteemed general father will take you away at his whim, regardless. Fanboy seemed to possess an unwavering resolve of her own. I will sign a permanent binding agreement with you. For this lifetime, I shall remain a member of the Jinxia squad. Director Huang was utterly frantic. No, absolutely not. Qi Hingqiu, this is utterly unacceptable. I will take my people and leave. I cannot bear this calamity. Yet, Qi Hingqiu merely smiled, turning his gaze towards Fang Beiwei. Fang Beiwei, do you comprehend what a permanent binding agreement signifies? I do. Once signed, I shall be forever a member of the Jinxia squad. Never to join the military department, unless the Jinxia squad is annihilated or I perish. Qi Hingqiu's smile turned frigid. He began to manipulate his star communication device, locating the agreement before flicking it towards Fang Beiwei. Sign it. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Beiwei swiftly signed her name. Director Huang's eyes widened in disbelief as he rushed towards Fang Beiwei, grabbing her wrist fervently. Beiwei, you cannot sign that. Fang Beiwei's gaze was as cold as ice. This is my decision, Director Huang. I am capable of making my own choices. Director Huang felt on the verge of tears. Your actions will lead to my demise. Your father will hold me accountable. Fang Beiwei spoke coldly. He dares not. If he were to lay a hand on you, I shall ensure your safety. Besides, my affairs are none of his concern. She broke free from Director Huang and inscribed her signature upon the agreement. Director Huang was on the verge of despair. What a predicament. How could the dean entrust him with such a task? It was over now, indeed. Fang Beiwei's father would surely not spare him. After all, he was a general, if not a divine king, and whether he had ascended to the status of a divine lord was uncertain. A divine king was a harrowing prospect for him, not to mention the formidable power and influence they wielded. Qi Hengqiu regarded Fang Beiwei, whose countenance was resolute, his gaze flickering with uncertainty, as if he truly. Fang Beiwei turned to Qi Hengqiu. Captain, I have signed. Qi Hengqiu replied coldly. It is too soon to call me captain. Step outside. I demand to witness your strength. And you must earn my acknowledgement through your prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Beiwei complied, and the two made their way to the villa's exterior. Fang Beiwei wasted no time. The divine seals surged forth, 3 seals gleaming with brilliance. The oppressive aura of frost descended, chilling the very air around them. Both donned their battle armor, and the confrontation was imminent. Director Huang sat despondently on the steps, smoking, contemplating his own demise. These prodigies were a perilous gamble. Bewilderment clouded his features, and the duration of the battle became a blur. Fang Beiwei fell repeatedly yet rose again, each time despite the blood she coughed up. She remained silent, never uttering a cry of pain nor contemplating surrender. Her sole focus was on combat. Gradually, Qi Hengqiu began to acknowledge her tenacity. Ultimately, Fang Beiwei collapsed. Utterly exhausted, her strength depleted. Fang Beiwei spat blood, her battle armor tattered and her body marred with wounds. Even her weapon shattered. She lay on the ground, gasping for breath, revealing patches of her fair skin, which lent a somewhat alluring quality to her appearance. Qi Hengqiu paid her no heed as he sheathed his weapon. Green grass, Xiaolan, come here. The new recruits require treatment and registration. Upon hearing this, Fang Beiwei's eyes reddened slightly, and with great difficulty. She raised her arm to shield her eyes, concealing the tears that streamed down her cheeks. At the very least, she had accomplished something on her own. Chapter 68. Is this what you call unfamiliar? Su Liang and Bai Qianqian returned to the academy beneath the moonlight. Was dinner delicious? Qianqian adorably burped. It was tasty, but a tad expensive, rather extravagant. Su Liang replied with a beaming smile. To fatten you up quickly, is this too much? Besides, with the rewards I receive from each mission, can a meal truly impoverish me? Qianqian pouted. Why do you always want to make me fat? Because if you gain weight, you won't be able to run away, and you'll have to obediently stay by my side. Qianqian's earlobes flushed a gentle red. She actually wanted to say that even without gaining weight, she wouldn't run away. Then let's add a little weight. Soon enough, you'll look beautiful. Moreover, the divine seal is evolving, which will allow me to protect you. However, Bai Qianqian felt a bit puzzled. Brother Su Liang, why are you so strong now? It's strange. I promise to protect you, but I constantly feel as if I won't be able to keep up with you. After tonight, I will level up to 6. Su Liang hesitated for a moment. Qianqian, I harbor a secret, yet it is perhaps best not to disclose it to you at present. When the opportune moment arrives, you shall be the first to know, and then you will understand why I have become so formidable. Is that agreeable? Qianqian's eyes resembled delicate crescent moons in the sky as she revealed her little tiger teeth and nodded. All right, I shall await your revelation. The two were on the verge of parting. Brother Su Liang, do take care and rest well. Suddenly, Su Liang grasped her hand. By the way, Qianqian, there is something else. What is it? Qianqian inquired with a look of curiosity. Su Liang playfully pinched her little nose. You have been excessively zealous lately, consumed by thoughts of evolution every day. It is vital to take breaks at times. Oh, I understand. I simply wish to grow stronger to protect you, she murmured, lowering her gaze and fiddling with her fingers. Qianqian seemed to sense the shift in Su Liang's emotions and tentatively suggested, Shall I take a rest tonight then? Su Liang felt himself melting under her adorableness. He shook his head. I merely intended to remind you that how you allocate your time is your own affair. But I must impose a punishment upon you. What? Bai Qianqian felt a twinge of fear. How will you punish me? Su Liang leaned closer, pecking her cheek once more. That is your punishment. Instantly, Bai Qianqian's face turned crimson. Could there be more of such punishments? Su Liang, with a mischievous glint, declared, If you do not heed my words, I shall continue to punish you. Bai Qianqian buried her flushed face, choosing not to respond. Punish me, however you see fit. Qianqian suddenly fell silent. Su Liang lowered his gaze to observe her. She wasn't crying. What's wrong, Qianqian? Bai Qianqian, with her head bowed, felt an overwhelming shyness. Is there still a punishment? Su Liang. Internally, Su Liang was in turmoil. Oh, once again struck back. Qianqian, are you truly intent on sweetly overwhelming me? Is this still the same cold and unparalleled Zhuke Empress from a past life? Bai Qianqian seemed to realize that her words were exceedingly embarrassing. Yet, an impulsive surge surged within her, and she, almost unconsciously, bestowed a punishment upon Su Liang. This is my punishment for you. After the kiss, she fled, feeling her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. I'm going back now, brother Su Liang. Rest early. In a flash, she disappeared from sight. Su Liang stood rooted to the spot, touching the place where Qianqian had kissed him, a slight smile gracing his lips. This Empress wife, she is not escaping, is she? He joyfully returned to his dormitory, feeling he could revel in this excitement for an entire night. No, for many nights. It seems the next step can be taken. A genuine kiss awaits. What reason should I conjure? Can I still use her not resting as an excuse? No, that feels a bit forced. I must think of something else. Old 4, this is excessive. You've been in the door for only 5 minutes and have grinned 38 times. What are you up to? Ascending to heaven? Is it merely a kiss? Must you be so elated? Do you think you can incite envy in me? The chubby one said with a sardonic tone. Su Liang shot him a glance. I am simply happy. I am just joyful. The chubby one, on the verge of tears. Yang Feihua chuckled. You are merely inviting suffering upon yourself. The stout fellow turned his gaze towards Wang Lai, who smiled and replied, My apologies, but I too shared a kiss this afternoon. You might as well kill me. The stout man sulked on the bed. After a brief commotion, once they had freshened up, Su Liang reclined on the bed, initially absorbing a moment's worth of divine crystals. Noticing that the three of them were all engaged in the absorption and evolution process, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Lying there, he activated the beast energy transformation. A night filled with both agony and ecstasy passed. In the morning, he checked his attribute panel. Beast energy transformation. Transformation progress. 229-1-000-000. Beast talent. Eye of Insight 1 Divine Seal. B-class Wind and Fire Divine Seal. Level 1 Divine Seal Evolution Progress. 1-6. Beast God Seal. SSS Class Red Eye Celestial Unicorn Seal. Level 1 Beast God Seal Evolution Progress. 7. 0. Spirit 60-10-100. Strength 61-10-100. Agility 60-10-100. Speed 60-10-100. He transformed another 40 beast crystals, leveling up. The additional point in his strength attribute was likely derived from the evolution of the Wind and Fire Divine Seal exceeding 0. 5. Once it reaches level 2, he would gain yet another point. Upon advancing to level 7, he could distinctly feel his power surging once more. This sensation was exhilarating. He opened his eyes, brimming with vitality. After a moment's contemplation, he calculated that, if converted to lower-grade divine crystals, it equated to the absorption of 400 divine crystals throughout the night. The speed is simply unimaginable, surpassing even that of the shallow ones by several folds. This beast possesses the ability to transform, a truly extraordinary feat. In just one night, it can advance a level, or perhaps even more. In a matter of nights, it will be capable of condensing the second beast deity mark. Su Liang smirked, pondering whether the beast deity mark would also possess corresponding power of. Shaking his head, he rose from his bed. One by one, everyone else began to awaken. The chubby one lingered in bed. What's the first class this morning? Can we skip it? He mumbled drowsily. Wang Lai smacked him on the head. Do you think this is high school? The first class today is the practical combat course with the Overlord Flower. Hurry up and get up. Or do you not want to see the Overlord Flower's fine figure? Why look if we can't touch? Su Liang teased. Just tell me. What was all that rustling on your bed last night? How many times did you go to the restroom? Come clean. The chubby one's face turned crimson. You're talking nonsense. I just had a pressing urge. You can say I have frequent and urgent needs, but you cannot accuse me of indulging in self-pleasure. Ha ha. Wang Lai chuckled, patting his shoulder. In truth, we understand you and will not mock you. The three of them stifled their laughter. The chubby one's face reddened further, and he hurriedly got up to wash up. After finishing breakfast, the group headed towards the combat training room. They could not afford to be late for Overlord Flower's class, lest they face a beating. The practical training room was divided into numerous arenas, and the one they were headed to was specially prepared for B-grade students. The C-grade students, being too numerous, were primarily assigned to outdoor locations. After a year, very few C-grade students would remain. Thus, the C level resembles a form of compulsory education, where individuals merely go through the motions, and achieving a promotion to level 10 within a year is already a remarkable feat. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the B-level training building, an exquisitely beautiful figure captivates the attention of countless onlookers. Passers-by, both male and female, are left in awe upon catching a glimpse of her. Yet, in just a fleeting moment, many recognize her identity. The freshman campus belle, Liang Xuan, an S-rank chosen one, who would dare to approach her in a reckless manner. They can only linger and steal a few more glances. Whispers circulate as people speculate on the reason for Liang Xuan's presence in this location. Is she waiting for someone? Indeed, she must be. But who possesses such extraordinary fortune to have the campus belle awaiting them? How many would envy such a fate? A portion of the crowd halts, eager to ascertain whom the belle is anticipating. Liang Xuan stands at the entrance, her gaze fixated on no one but a singular truth. She resembles a flawless white lotus, yearning for clarity. She wishes to uncover what secrets Su Liang harbors. An intuitive feeling stirs within her, suggesting that if she does not clarify matters with Su Liang, she may forever lament this missed opportunity. Bai Qianqian's willingness to draw near must surely stem from her knowledge of his secret. Su Liang is undoubtedly more complex than he appears. Having just awakened his divine sense, he was able to slay a 2-star beast. Such a chosen one has yet to emerge in all of Huaxia. Therefore, she is willing to gamble for the truth. Before long, Su Liang and his 3 close friends approach. The stout one is the first to notice the unusual scene. Look, what's going on? There are so many people at the entrance. The stout man rubbed his eyes, and at the center of the crowd stood an exquisitely beautiful figure. Goodness, a stunning beauty. His gaze ignited with fervor, as if consumed by desire. As the 4 approached closer, the other 3 were left in astonishment. Goodness, the freshman campus belle, Liang Xuan. The stout man exclaimed excitedly, could it be that the campus belle is waiting for me? Su Liang glanced up, locking eyes with Liang Xuan. She moved. The person the campus belle awaited had arrived. Who could it be? Some boys in the same direction as Su Liang were exhilarated. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Liang Xuan gracefully approached Su Liang, standing before him with a complex expression, and spoke. I have something to discuss with you. The 3 companions were left utterly dumbfounded. Is this what you meant by not being familiar? Chapter 69. The Heart of the Campus Belle, Part 3. The 3 companions were overwhelmed with shock. The freshman campus belle, Liang Xuan, had come to seek out Su Liang. How could they not be acquainted? Surely, this was no mere deception. The surrounding boys were filled with envy. What sort of connection could exist that would compel the beautiful campus belle to wait for him in person? For the first time, the stout man and his friends found themselves in such close proximity to Liang Xuan. They could sense the faint, enchanting fragrance that enveloped her. The experience stirred the imagination. Her long, graceful legs, her towering peaks, and her flawless visage were breathtaking, captivating the hearts of those who beheld her. However, the 3 of them now stood utterly rigid, seemingly at a loss as to how to move. Naturally, it was primarily due to the stout fellow restraining the other 2, rendering them immobile. This portly individual had a history of being unable to move when confronted with a beautiful woman. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua unmistakably noticed the intricate emotions reflected in Liang Xuan's gaze, an amalgamation of resentment, grievance, and confusion. Ah, what a tale! Su Liang exchanged a glance with her, yet felt not a flicker of emotion within. "Excuse me, I must attend class." The surrounding crowd was left dumbfounded. What an attitude! Is this how one treats the campus belle? Can one truly refuse her? What does he think he is? Lung Lianxiang remained unmoved. Her melodious voice rang out once more. "I merely wish to converse with you, just for a moment." The male students around felt their hearts shatter. Was the campus belle truly beseeching this fellow? Su Liang chose silence, attempting to sidestep her. Lung Lianxiang shifted to block his path. Just for a moment. Her gaze was resolute. After a brief pause, Su Liang turned to glance at the stout fellow and the others. "You all go ahead to class and inform Teacher Han that I shall join shortly." "Oh, okay." The three of them, still in a daze, nodded. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua lifted the immobile stout fellow and headed inside. Lung Lianxiang surveyed her surroundings. Her cold, clear eyes exuding an air of aloofness that repelled others. The crowd dispersed in a flurry. Lung Lianxiang turned to Su Liang. "Shall we speak in that quieter area?" Su Liang stepped away, and she followed closely behind. The two walked, one ahead of the other, resembling a pair of clandestine lovers. The three of them cautiously observed from the entrance. Wang Lai, filled with suspicion, remarked, "Could it be that Liangzi's girlfriend is actually her?" Yang Feihua shook his head, asserting, "Impossible. He was still grinning foolishly last night, and his attitude towards Lung Lianxiang was evidently peculiar. It cannot be her. Lung Lianxiang is an S rank. It's simply unfeasible." The stout fellow grumbled fiercely. "Liangzi is being disloyal. He is clearly quite familiar with the campus belle, yet he claims otherwise. Is he planning to keep this hidden?" Yang Feihua pondered for a moment. What if Liangzi's relationship with her is genuinely poor? The stout fellow fell silent, conceding, "All right, I forgive him. After all, it's not like I could win over the campus belle just because he introduced me." Wang Lai, Yang Feihua suggested. "Let us move on. This is his personal matter. We should head inside. Class is about to start." The trio departed. Lung Lianxiang trailed behind Su Liang, who furrowed his brow, saying, "Speak quickly. I'm in a rush for class." Lung Lianxiang glanced at him and exclaimed, "Are you a member of the Jinsha squad?" Su Liang was taken aback. How did she know? Who leaked this information? He was reluctant to admit it. "I have no idea what you're talking about. How could the Jinsha squad possibly recruit someone like me, a mere one-mark chosen one?" But Lung Lianxiang had already noticed the subtle change in Su Liang's expression. It seemed she was correct. He truly was a member of the Jinsha squad. But how could this be? Yet the reality confirmed its truth. Lung Lianxiang felt a shock no less profound than Su Liang's. She simply could not fathom how he managed such feats, especially as he was capable of slaying two-star beasts at this moment. This is certainly not something a mere first-tier chosen one could achieve. Even a level 20 divine envoy might struggle with it, yet Su Liang accomplished it. Yao would not lie. That day, Su Liang single-handedly slew a two-star devouring ant. Thus, the B-grade chosen one that Su Liang presently portrays is undoubtedly a mere faade. He must harbor a unique secret. Su Liang coldly remarked, "If you have come merely to spout nonsense, then I shall take my leave." He turned to depart. Lung Lianxiang's gaze was fraught with complexity. "How do you explain the slaying of the two-star beast?" Su Liang's step faltered, and in an instant, he comprehended. It was her, the girl he had rescued. A sigh escaped Su Liang's lips. He had not anticipated the issue would stem from this. "Well, if it has been discovered, so be it." With his back to her, Su Liang replied, "What of it? Have you approached me merely to speak of this? Does revealing this hold any advantage for you?" A complex emotion welled up within Lung Lianxiang. "I do not wish to expose anything about you." Su Liang scoffed dismissively. "Then what is your intent?" "Su Liang, can you not engage with me civilly? Have I offended you in any way or caused you harm? Ask yourself, have I?" Lung Lianxiang's tone grew more impassioned. Su Liang fell silent. Indeed, at present, Lung Lianxiang had not wronged him. However, Su Liang merely sought to maintain a distance, unwilling to entangle himself with her. They were not of the same ilk. Lung Lianxiang remarked, "Indeed, when you posed that question to me that day, I hesitated, yet this is an undeniable truth. Had you remained merely a B-level, our paths would have gradually diverged. However, this is simply a reflection of my martial spirit. Is there any fault in that? Now that you possess such formidable strength, that possibility has naturally dissipated, and we can still be friends." Su Liang felt a wave of nausea. How could she utter such words? Do you not find your statements utterly ludicrous? Let us forego the notion of friendship. We shall consider ourselves strangers henceforth. Tears welled in Lung Lianxiang's eyes, and she could not fathom why Su Liang's words stirred such profound emotions within her. No. How could you dismiss your feelings for me so easily after harboring them for so long? Do you perceive me, Liang Lianshuang, as inconsequential? Even if I did not reciprocate your affections, we were at least friends once, were we not? I am aware you now favor Bai Qianqian. I do not expect you to continue loving me. Yet, in this matter, I have committed no wrong. Why am I the one cast aside? Taking a deep breath, she continued, tell me this, after my rejection and prior to the divine awakening, did you seek out Bai Qianqian deliberately to provoke me? I require but a single answer. Su Liang found himself almost amused by her words. It was clear that her long-standing arrogance had never allowed her to regard him as a friend, but rather as a mere admirer. Now aware of his newfound strength and fueled by that absurd grievance, she plays the victim, yearning to restore their relationship. Perhaps it is more about her admiration for Qianqian's future achievements. Su Liang gazed at her. First and foremost, my care for Qianqian is not intended to provoke you. Do not flatter yourself. As for your claim of friendship, Su Liang scoffed. In our dynamic, the term friend holds no significance. My desire to distance myself from you stems from your arrogance. You have never regarded me as a friend, nor as a suitor. You merely see me as a backup or a sycophant. Everything awaits your awakening, and those beneath you are discarded without hesitation. Your vision is solely focused on utilitarian gains, devoid of genuine emotion. This is how you treat everyone. This is the sentiment I have gleaned from you, which has led to my disappointment. We are fundamentally incompatible and shall never be friends. The reason you seek me now, yearning for an answer, is that you perceive your pride has been trampled upon. You believe I possess the merit to stand alongside you, yet I have entirely forsaken you. You wish to ask why? Am I correct? You think I have abandoned you, that I am heartless. Or perhaps, in your eyes, while I have not revealed my true capabilities, Qianqian remains unwaveringly devoted to me, making you feel like a callous and ungrateful individual in comparison. You seek solace from me, a reason to ease your troubled heart. Liang Lianxiang, do you find any meaning in this? Su Liang's gaze was devoid of warmth, strikingly indifferent. Yet, Liang Lianshuang appeared as if she had been dealt a devastating blow. Every word from Su Liang seemed meticulously crafted for her. All of this stems from your utilitarian mindset. Even in your dealings with your current classmates, you regard them solely as potential future luminaries worthy of your acquaintance. And now you approach me, seeking to maintain a friendship. Might I suggest that a fragment of your motivation lies in the allure of my SSS level status? Am I correct, Liang Lianshuang? In an instant, Liang Lianshuang's complexion turned ashen, feeling utterly exposed before Su Liang, stripped of any pretense. Liang Lianshuang, we exist in this world. And while a certain degree of ambition is not inherently flawed, to assess everything through a lens of self-interest is a grave error. You will never attain genuine friendship and will remain oblivious to the profound experience of a friend who would sacrifice everything for you. This is precisely why I am acutely aware that we are not kindred spirits, and it has nothing to do with the disparity in our abilities. You have not committed any wrongdoing. This is simply who you are, Liang Lianshuang. However, I, Su Liang, am not that person. I will no longer provide you with emotional sustenance. True friendship cannot be built on a foundation of self-serving interests. Once you come to terms with this truth, you will understand. It was you who claimed there would be no intersection between us. Now that you perceive a semblance of strength in me, it is you who wishes to continue this friendship. Do you not find that utterly absurd? I implore you, do not disturb me again. I desire no entanglement with you. With that, Su Liang departed. Liang Lianshuang was left in a state of disarray, her mind a blank slate. Her utilitarian mindset was misguided. Indeed, she had no true friends to confide in, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Was I truly in the wrong? The principles instilled in her by her parents seemed fundamentally flawed. In his eyes, she appeared utterly ridiculous. As she turned to glance back, it became painfully evident that she had no confidants by her side. Chapter 70. The Flower of Power as a Sparring Partner. Su Liang entered the building, his expression devoid of emotion. How could a person so consumed by self-interest ever draw near? Now, having Qianqian by his side was sufficient. Yet, as he ascended the stairs, he caught sight of a figure waiting anxiously by the restroom entrance. Are you ready yet? Su Liang approached the individual, delivering a playful slap to the back of his head. What the hell? Who is it? Yang Biao turned around, his eyes wide in surprise. Goodness, Liang Gu. Su Liang shot him a disapproving glare. You ungrateful wretch. Where have you been these past few days? You haven't come to see me. Yang Biao retorted with equal fervor. How can you say that? Why haven't you come to find me? Have you forgotten about me? Su Liang felt a twinge of awkwardness. He had indeed been rather busy lately. However, he would never admit it. Nonsense. I could never forget about you, you rascal. With all this commotion I've stirred up, you didn't even check in? What happened to your conscience? Yang Biao scratched his head, appearing slightly sheepish. I know you've been rated 5 stars, but I'm in class 32. It's quite a trek to find you. Su Liang feigned another slap, but just then, a charming young girl emerged from the restroom. Yang Biao, I am ready, let us depart. The young girl stood in astonishment, realizing there were others present. Su Liang also cast a glance at the individual, suddenly recollecting. It was her. Damn, I completely forgot about this. Biaozi has struck a stroke of fortune upon entering the Chosen One Academy. Yet, this is not a fortunate blossom. Su Liang narrowed his eyes. Oh, I see why you haven't come to find me. It seems you have prioritized romance over friendship. Yang Biao's face flushed instantly. Brother Liang, do not speak nonsense. We are merely ordinary friends. The girl blushed slightly as well, but inquired, Yang Biao, is this your friend? Yang Biao hurriedly made the introduction. Xiang, this is my best buddy, Su Liang, the one rated 5 stars in combat prowess. Upon hearing this, Wu Chuanxiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, you are Su Liang. Yang Biao smiled as he introduced, Brother Liang. This is my classmate Xiang, formerly known as Wu Chuanxiang. We are in the same group, so. Su Liang grinned. Hello, Xiang. Wu Chuanxiang beamed like a silver bell. Hello, Su Liang. Her gaze was evidently peculiar, as if she had encountered a superior option. Su Liang was acutely aware of the young lady's inner thoughts. Biaozi, it is not that I am admonishing you, but you must not forget your old friend upon gaining a female companion. Yang Biao's cheeks flushed. Xiang, do not listen to his nonsense. Wu Chuanxiang wore a charming smile. I understand. You boys enjoy this sort of thing. Yang Biao quickly said, Brother Liang, I must take my leave for class, otherwise, I shall be reprimanded. You should hurry as well. When I have time, I will seek you out. Su Liang nodded with a smile. All right, go ahead. Wu Chuanxiang waved her hand at Su Liang with a hint of reluctance. Goodbye, Su Liang. The spring-like glimmer in her beautiful eyes was unmistakable to him. Su Liang watched them depart, and as he gazed at Wu Chuanxiang's receding figure, a cold scoff escaped his lips. Wu Chuanxiang's physique and appearance could only be deemed average. On the surface, she appeared sweet and demure, yet beneath that facade lurked a less than virtuous character. In his previous life, she had ensnared Yang Biao, tormenting him for years. All of Yang Biao's treasures were bestowed upon her, and even the precious crystals he saved were given to her. Outwardly, they seemed to be in love for 2 years, but when this woman encountered a more favorable option, she callously discarded brow without a trace of sentimentality. Wu Chuanxiang, being of B rank herself, was acutely aware of the difficulty in finding an A-rank chosen one as a partner. She was clear-headed, knowing she had to seek within the B rank. Thus, upon entering school, she orchestrated a performance that led her to the unsuspecting Yang Biao. After 2 years of feigned devotion, they had merely reached the stage of holding hands, without even experiencing their first night together. Damn it, in this lifetime. Wu Chuanxiang must not be allowed to bring further misfortune to Biao. With those thoughts tucked away, Su Liang made his way to the combat room of his class. Upon arrival, he found that the others had already begun their practical training, primarily engaging in pair battles. However, one individual was left without a partner. Upon seeing Su Liang, Han Rushuang, although aware of his tardiness, did not comment further. Go select a combat technique to study, she instructed. Su Liang replied with a smile, Teacher, do you think it is worthwhile for me to learn such rudimentary combat techniques at this stage? Upon hearing this, Han Rushuang fell silent for a moment. It seems to serve little purpose. The classmate beside him wore a rather unpleasant expression. Teacher, if my opponent is him, then I might as well forfeit. Su Liang chuckled, contemplating the apparent lack of necessity for this lesson. Han Rushuang furrowed her brow, surprised to discover such an oddity among her students. She turned her gaze towards him. Very well, go seek out your roommates and have them alternate with you in practice. Our group is destined to have an empty slot. The student glanced at Su Liang and nodded helplessly. There was a lingering feeling that Su Liang did not belong in the B class, but rather in the S class. Su Liang remarked, Teacher, this lesson holds little significance for me. I shall merely sit by and absorb the essence of the crystals. Call for me if needed. Han Rushuang frowned slightly. Wait. Su Liang paused in his steps. What is it? Han Rushuang had also changed into training attire. The fitted outfit accentuated her ample figure. Suddenly, she withdrew her formidable spear from her spatial converter and struck it forcefully against the ground. Since you are my student, I shall take full responsibility. I will serve as your sparring partner. Upon hearing this, Su Liang's eyes flickered with surprise, and a subtle smile graced his lips. This could indeed be interesting. It was undeniable that he felt a spark of enthusiasm. Han Rushuang was a four-marked divine master. Her mastery of the spear technique was unparalleled. Engaging in combat with her should yield considerable improvement. After all, in his previous life, he had merely been a three-marked divine master. Su Liang smiled and withdrew his own black spear from the spatial converter, slamming it heavily onto the ground. What a fortuitous opportunity. Han Rushuang's gaze momentarily sharpened. To her astonishment, he even possessed a spatial converter. She remarked, Su Liang, although your combat rating stands at 5 stars, it does not render you invincible. Henceforth, I shall personally train you. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Then I shall trouble you, Teacher Han. The moment Han Rushuang grasped her spear, her entire demeanor transformed, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Though her appearance was that of an exquisite beauty, there now radiated an unusual allure, a violent enchantress, perhaps. Strike! Han Rushuang commanded sharply. Su Liang responded with a grin. Forgive me, teacher. He tightened his grip on the spear, his own aura shifting dramatically. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he surged forward, akin to a sonic boom. Han Rushuang's eyes widened in astonishment at his incredible speed, which seemed beyond that of a mere chosen one. Possessing a keen sense of battle, she reacted swiftly. As Su Liang charged forward with relentless determination, she remained unfazed, seemingly having anticipated his movements. With a sweeping motion of her spear, a thunderous clash echoed throughout the combat chamber, sending shockwaves that captured the attention of countless classmates. Goodness! Su Liang is actually in combat with our homeroom teacher, exclaimed one student. This is incredible. All eyes turned towards the spectacle. Yet Su Liang was entirely absorbed in the fray. His spear work was equally fierce, the speed of his strikes astonishing. The spear danced fluidly in his hands, devoid of any clumsiness, leaving Han Rushuang in awe. This young man's spear skills were remarkably strong, and within his technique, she discerned a shadow of her own formidable spear style. Simultaneously, the power transmitted through the long spear left Han Rushuang utterly astonished. Such force could not possibly be unleashed by a mere B-rank chosen one. Naturally, this power could not surpass her own. However, the intensity of the battle piqued her interest. Han Rushuang adopted a serious demeanor and began to engage in earnest combat with Su Liang. The two spears danced in their hands, clashing fiercely, sending sparks flying in all directions. In an instant, Su Liang suddenly crouched down, his spear sweeping like a silver dragon, aimed directly at his opponent's lower body. Han Rushuang agilely leaped into the air, skillfully evading this ferocious strike. She countered with a swift thrust aimed at Su Liang's shoulder. Under Su Liang's perceptive gaze, Han Rushuang's movements were anticipated in advance. They sidestepped and maneuvered, their spears colliding in the air, producing a resonant clash of metal. The two forces met, muscles taut, each searching for the other's weakness. The exchange between them was fluid. The spears in their hands seemed to possess a life of their own, each swing imbued with both power and elegance. The spears traced graceful arcs through the air, each collision exhilarating. In that moment, any semblance of instruction vanished. It was a truly exhilarating battle. All the onlookers were left dumbfounded. Su Liang was capable of battling the formidable class instructor to such an extent. Even the remaining 9 teachers were astounded. It was simply terrifying. Was this truly a newly awakened chosen one? The more Han Rushuang fought, the more addicted she became. With a commanding shout, she activated her Divine Seal. Su Liang, not to be outdone, swiftly summoned the Wind and Fire Divine Seal. The unique flames of the Divine Seal and the power of the wind surged within him. The spear was enveloped in a resplendent blaze. As the spear stirred, the flames erupted violently. The two combatants clashed once more, rendering the onlookers speechless, each one in stunned silence. The rotund observer nearly dropped his jaw to the ground. Could it be that Liangzi was still human? Chapter 71. Keep your distance from Bai Qianqian. Approximately 10 minutes had elapsed. Han Rushuang, relentless in her assault, unleashed a terrifying surge of power. With a sweeping thrust, her expression shifted dramatically. Retreat swiftly. Such a strike could severely injure even a second-sealed divine envoy. Yet, Su Liang stood resolute. His gaze was unwavering. It was this kind of battle that ignited one's fervor. A collision was imminent. The two spears erupted with a thunderous clash. The immense force of Han Rushuang's strike collided with Su Liang's spear, producing a tremendous roar. The instructors were thrown into a frenzy. Witnessing Han Rushuang's inability to temper her strength, Su Liang was propelled across the ground by the overwhelming force, the tail of his spear skidding along the surface, creating a dazzling shower of sparks. He skidded back over 30 meters before finally coming to a halt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Han Rushuang hurriedly reined in her power and rushed over, her voice laced with concern. "Are you all right? You're bleeding. We must get you to the infirmary." Su Liang felt as though his palms were about to split open, a tremor coursing through him. This was the might of a fourth seal divine warrior. He lifted his head and flashed a grin. "Teacher, there's no need to worry. I'm fine. It's just a minor issue. My gums bled a little." The 10 instructors collectively exhaled in relief. Han Rushuang, slightly embarrassed, realized she had become too caught up in the thrill of the fight and had lost control of her strength. Su Liang chuckled and shook his head. "It's nothing. My hand is just a bit numb. The gap is indeed too vast. It seems nearly impossible to defeat you." Han Rushuang shot him a flirtatious glance. "If I were to unleash my full strength, a single shot would be your end. Must you be so arrogant?" Although she spoke with a teasing tone, her gaze lingered on Su Liang, growing fonder with each passing moment. A twinge of guilt stirred within her, rendering her somewhat bashful. Such a student is a rare find. The male teachers were left utterly astonished. Why was the fierce warrior so charming? Is this truly her? Su Liang retracted his spear, his hands still trembling slightly. This was the power of a four-seal divine warrior. He believed that it would not be long before he could vanquish the A-class four-seal divine warrior, Han Rushuang. With the strength of his SSS-level beast god seal, Han Rushuang surveyed the surrounding students. "Have you all gazed long enough? Are you not eager to train? Or do you wish to test my overlord spear?" The classmates hurriedly dispersed, scurrying back to their positions to resume training, yet they remained in awe. The fact that Su Liang could engage in combat with their homeroom teacher to such an extent was nothing short of miraculous. His 3 roommates had fallen silent, recognizing the monumental disparity. The most crucial aspect was that this individual was particularly diligent, evolving by day and night. What were his intentions? It seemed they too must exert themselves, lest they fall drastically behind Su Liang. Han Rushuang glanced at Su Liang, a smile gracing her features. "As it stands, it appears there is little more I can teach you. Your marksmanship has reached maturity and even carries a hint of my overlord spear's essence." Su Liang smiled in return, recalling that in his past life, he had also learned from her. Han Rushuang remarked, "Since that is the case, I shall not concern myself with you any longer. You may come and go as you please. Should you desire my company for practice, simply speak up. If you choose not to come, you may plan your own affairs. Whether you seek evolution or pursue any other endeavor is entirely up to you." Su Liang smiled and nodded, acknowledging her words. "That sounds most agreeable." Han Rushuang continued, "Indeed, the basic combat techniques we have here are not suited for you. Upon my return today, I shall assist you in applying for a 3-star combat technique." Su Liang expressed his gratitude with a smile. "I truly appreciate your kindness." Han Rushuang shook her head with a smile. "As your teacher, this is simply my duty. I am rather curious, though, who did you learn all of this from?" As they walked, Su Liang scratched his head. "From my grandfather. Yes, my grandfather taught me." He now found himself fabricating a story, struggling to find a plausible explanation. Han Rushuang nodded. "It seems your grandfather must have been an exceptional master of firearms in his time. I shall pay him a visit when the opportunity arises." "Ah." Su Liang was taken aback. "Teacher, my grandfather is just an old man with no remarkable abilities. He merely taught me by imitation." Han Rushuang shook her head. "Your marksmanship is undoubtedly refined. In fact, some of the 3rd-tier master instructors in our teacher team may not possess the same level of proficiency as you. Therefore, your grandfather must be a remarkable expert, though you may not realize it." Su Liang found himself in a bemused state, realizing that the tale had grown rather exaggerated. Well, no need to elaborate. I shall visit him when the moment is right." Su Liang chose not to provide any explanations and resolved to send a message to his grandfather later, requesting his cooperation. Han Rushuang continued to observe the other students' training. With a wry smile, Su Liang moved aside to sit down. He decided to abandon his thoughts and took out the divine crystal for evolution. Yet, before long, several girls approached him. "Hello, Su Liang. My name is Li Yue. May I get to know you?" the girl said shyly. Su Liang opened his eyes to see the bashful girl before him and smiled. "Hello." Li Yue, blushing, asked, Could I add you on StarChat? Su Liang awkwardly smiled and replied, sure, just add me directly in the StarChat group. Li Yue sweetly nodded. Then you must approve my request. I'm Li Yue. Su Liang politely smiled again. A few more girls approached, all appearing gentle and demure, which made Su Liang feel somewhat uneasy. After greeting them, he hastily departed, promptly updating his StarChat profile to indicate he was not single. He thought to himself that if Qianqian found out, it would not bode well. Upon seeing Su Liang's profile, the girls who had just sent friend requests felt their hopes plummet. He actually has a girlfriend. As Su Liang exited the practical training building, he encountered 3 young men approaching. The 4 brushed past each other, but as Su Liang descended the steps, the trio halted in their tracks. They exchanged glances and immediately activated a holographic display. The figure on the screen was none other than Su Liang. Is it him? Yes, it's definitely him. The 3 were taken aback, surprised at how easily they had encountered him, which conveniently saved them some trouble. In the midst of the conversation, Cheng Hao let out a cold chuckle. Since we've encountered him, it shall be straightforward. The young man on the left hesitated for a moment. Shall we confront him directly? Young Master Luo did not issue a direct order. Cheng Hao replied, what? Do you really think we need to trouble young Master Luo over such a trivial character? Is his intent not clear enough? If we cannot manage even this minor task for young Master Luo, then perhaps we ought not to follow him any longer. Why hesitate at this juncture? Besides, we are not taking a life. The young man on the left nodded. All right, let us proceed. The trio's resolve solidified as they turned to pursue Su Liang in the distance. Their pace slightly outstripped that of Su Liang's, allowing them to gradually close the gap. As Su Liang reached a secluded spot, now nearly devoid of people, Cheng Hao and his companions exchanged a knowing glance and swiftly advanced. Su Liang, initially oblivious, soon found himself confronted by the 3, blocking his path. He regarded them with a curious glance. What do you want? The trio shared a look, and Cheng Hao's smile bore an icy edge. You must be Su Liang, the junior, correct? Su Liang nodded. Do you know me? Cheng Hao replied with a smile. Indeed. Oh, do you require something from me? Cheng Hao, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, responded, Su Liang, we are students from the 2nd printing level, and we would like to request your assistance with a matter. Su Liang nodded. Sure, if I can help, I will. The trio exchanged glances once more, and Cheng Hao maintained his insincere smile. I would like to ask you to keep your distance from Bai Qianqian. Would you be able to assist with that? Su Liang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, thinking how juvenile this was, akin to children playing house. Chapter 72. To spare a kindness where one can. Part 3. Su Liang was genuinely amused. It was evident that some fool had summoned these hapless individuals, resorting to such a crude tactic. Their scheme was pathetically simplistic, attempting to intimidate him into distancing himself from Qianqian by sending these second-rate thugs. If he did not heed their warnings, they would threaten him with violence, and if he remained obstinate, they would escalate their aggression. Su Liang found the whole situation utterly tedious, pondering who the imbecile behind this was. Upon witnessing Su Liang's laughter, the expressions of the 3 men turned frosty. Cheng Hao dropped his pretense, coldly asking, Is this amusing to you? Do you think I am negotiating with you? Su Liang waved his hand dismissively, unable to conceal his disdainful smile. No, I apologize, I am not laughing at you. I am laughing at the colossal fool behind you. Does he truly believe he can force me to abandon Qianqian? Does he not understand who he is dealing with? At this remark, the 3 men exchanged startled glances. I never claimed to have someone behind me. Cheng Hao's face stiffened as he spoke. Su Liang chuckled, shaking his head. There is no need for you to conceal the truth. I know you are mere lackeys. With the 3 of you, you lack the audacity. This statement ignited their fury. Who are you calling a lackey? Shouted the young man on the left. Cheng Hao's expression darkened considerably. Speak to me seriously. Keep your distance from Bai Qianqian. You, a B-level, think you are worthy? Cheng Hao's harsh tone underscored his current ire, as they were the ones here to deliver a warning to this individual. However, the response he elicited was entirely beyond their expectations. This fellow seemed to regard them with utter disdain, even going so far as to label them as sycophants. Su Liang finally tempered his amusement, and his eyes gradually turned frigid and piercing. Do I need your approval to determine my worth? If you wish to live, then I suggest you distance yourselves as much as possible. Have the one behind you come and find me. Leave. Although Su Liang stood alone, his presence appeared to completely overpower the 3 of them, momentarily stunning them into silence. He turned on his heel and departed, having no desire to squander time with such individuals. Once Cheng Hao and his companions regained their senses, they were consumed with rage. Damn it! Who does he think he is? Cheng Hao bellowed in fury. Let us show him what we're made of. The two young men beside him charged forward, each attempting to seize Su Liang by the shoulder. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Su Liang's eyes. So they wished to play? In an instant, Su Liang spun around and delivered a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed, accompanied by a spray of blood and the sight of two front teeth flying through the air as the two assailants were sent sprawling. The trio was left momentarily dazed. As the two fell to the ground, the fiery sting of pain on their faces jolted them back to reality. They clutched their faces in disbelief. My teeth. Damn it. My teeth are gone. One of them seethed. You're courting death. I swear, if I don't knock all your teeth out, I want to bear the surname Wang. The two quickly regained their footing, their fury boiling over. Cheng Hao, upon realizing the situation, wore an expression of terrifying gloom. He shouted in anger. You've brought this upon yourself. In an instant, the three individuals began to channel the power of their divine seals, each radiating with a flickering purple light. Two divine seals shimmered on each of them. Su Liang cast a disdainful glance. Having just achieved the second seal, he was at level 11. An accomplishment he regarded with utter indifference. These three individuals, he surmised, were likely still clumsy in their utilization of the second seal's power. Cheng Hao bellowed. This is his own doing. Break his legs. Instantly, the two assailants sprang into action, emboldened by the enhancement of their divine seal powers, determined to brutally subdue Su Liang, to shatter his limbs. With their front teeth exposed and fury boiling within, they felt humiliated to be bested by a mere novice of the first seal. Su Liang regarded the two charging at him with an expression of cold indifference, perceiving them as pitiably weak, so feeble, in fact, that even a one-star extraordinary beast would outmatch them. A chilling resolve gripped his heart. If they dared to approach, he would confront them head-on. He was eager to discover the identity of the fool who sought to provoke him. Under their watchful gaze, Su Liang withdrew a long spear from the spatial converter. The two were taken aback, astonished that he possessed such an item while they themselves were unarmed. One youth shouted, "Disarm him." They quickly devised their strategy. One advanced to attack Su Liang, while the other aimed to seize the spear. In the distance, Cheng Hao felt assured of victory. What did it matter if he wielded a weapon? After all, he was merely a B-level first seal divine candidate, newly enrolled, and could easily dispatch him. However, the very next moment, Cheng Hao's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Su Liang's spear lunged with a sudden ferocity, unleashing a raw power that erupted forth. Bang! The spear swept violently against the two assailants. The terrifying force emanating from the gun struck mercilessly against their abdomens. Su Liang was acutely aware that his current strength value of 70 far surpassed that of these adversaries. Although they were classified as A-level, they had only just reached level 11. The foundational value for A-level should be around 3 or 4. Thus, at level 10, they would only possess between 30 and 40 points. How much could the condensation of the second imprint enhance their power? It was more than sufficient to deal with them. Their eyes bulged in shock as bile was violently expelled from their mouths. Bent like bows, the two were suddenly propelled backwards by Su Liang, crashing against a wall before collapsing to the ground, howling in agony, unable to rise. A brutal shot resolved both with ease, as if it were a mere trifle. Cheng Hao was astounded, utterly unable to believe the scene before him. Was this some sort of cheat? He began to doubt whether he had indeed found the right person. How could such immense power possibly belong to someone with divine perception? 2 second imprints had been so effortlessly incapacitated, yet before Cheng Hao could gather his thoughts, Su Liang was already advancing towards him, gun raised. Cheng Hao swallowed hard, realizing he was not significantly stronger than his fallen companions. The serpent-like gaze of Su Liang sent chills down his spine, yet he steeled himself to confront the challenge. With a fierce shout, he declared, "Do not flaunt your ferocity." 2 divine imprints shimmered with a yellowish glow upon his arms, as if enveloping his entire being in protection. He charged forth, launching a devastating punch, filled with ferocity. However, in Su Liang's eyes, it was merely child's play. With a swift thrust of his spear, akin to a dragon's strike, he thought to himself, did they truly believe they were playing a game? With the spear in hand, this opponent would not even have the chance to close the distance. Cheng Hao narrowly evaded Su Liang's lethal gunpoint, intent on seizing the moment to advance. However, Su Liang suddenly jerked the gun, causing it to bend momentarily before rebounding, the barrel striking Cheng Hao's face with tremendous force. In an instant, his visage contorted, several teeth shattered, and his cheekbone caved in. A piercing agony enveloped his entire being. Cheng Hao was genuinely terrified. This man was resolutely ruthless. He attempted to flee, but Su Liang denied him that opportunity, swiftly pivoting to deliver a sweeping strike. The long gun appeared with astonishing speed at Cheng Hao's other side, crashing into his abdomen with an upward thrust. Cheng Hao was propelled into the air. He felt an overwhelming urge to weep, for this was an insurmountable adversary. How could one contend with a being of such caliber? The disparity in their strengths was insufferable, leaving him utterly defenseless. As Cheng Hao ascended, he barely had time to catch his breath when he was horrified to see Su Liang leaping to match his altitude. A sardonic smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Merely that smile sent chills down Cheng Hao's spine. He was confronted by a demonic powerhouse. Su Liang had ceased using the gun, fearing it might inadvertently kill him with a single shot. With a fierce whip of his leg, he struck downwards. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, and blood erupted from Cheng Hao's mouth. His body succumbed to a rapid descent, crashing to the ground, which fractured beneath him, leaving him akin to a lifeless dog. Dazed and disoriented, the terror within him surged to its zenith. This man was unyieldingly lethal. Was he truly a mere first-level practitioner? Cheng Hao could not comprehend the irrationality of the situation. The classrooms for the second-tier and first-tier students were distinctly separated, each designated within specific areas. Furthermore, the classes for the second tier were exceedingly limited. The news regarding Su Liang's recent attainment of a 5-star combat rating had not reached the second tier to any significant extent. Even if it had, few would have paid heed to that name. After landing, Su Liang, with an expression devoid of emotion, dragged the two other individuals, who were equally terrified, beside Cheng Hao, grouping the three of them together. Armed with a spear, he crouched down to engage them in conversation. A faint smile graced Su Liang's lips as he inquired, "Well then, shall we discuss who is behind you?" The three were engulfed in fear, perceiving him as a monster. "Speak. Who sent you?" They endured their pain, exchanging glances, both shaking their heads. No one had instigated them. They had come of their own volition. Unable to tolerate his pursuit of Bai Qianqian, Su Liang sneered coldly, "It seems you haven't lost enough teeth." With a swift motion, he struck. "Speak." The three were reduced to tears, genuinely afraid to divulge anything. Moreover, Luo Ziwing had never uttered such words. It was entirely their own interpretation. If they revealed the truth, Luo Ziwing would undoubtedly retaliate mercilessly. Cheng Hao vehemently shook his head. "No one sent us. We came on our own. Please let us go. We understand our mistakes." Su Liang's gaze turned icy as he seized Cheng Hao by the collar. "Do you think I am negotiating with you?" With his other hand, he grasped Cheng Hao's right arm and wrenched it violently. "Ah!" Cheng Hao's eyes widened in agony. The sensation of his joint being forcibly dislocated was excruciating enough to drive him to despair. Sweat beads erupted from his forehead. Cheng Hao felt as though he were on the brink of torment. Fear gripped him, rendering him hesitant to provoke further. Yet, he dared not betray Luo Ziwing, for the consequences would be far more dreadful. There truly was no one orchestrating this. "I beg of you, spare us." Upon hearing this, Su Liang furrowed his brow. It seemed that the unseen puppet master instilled such terror that they were unwilling to speak. This adversary likely possessed considerable influence. Who could it be? Su Liang seized Cheng Hao's other arm. "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Should you remain silent, I will shatter your limbs. You will languish in bed for half a year." Cheng Hao fervently shook his head. "No, please. I implore you, spare me. There is genuinely no one behind this." Cheng Hao was acutely aware that between being obliterated by Luo Ziwing and suffering Su Liang's reprimand, he understood his choice. Su Liang would not kill him here. Yet Luo Ziwing had countless methods to ensure his disappearance. The two bystanders observed this scene with escalating terror, realizing their turn was imminent. Su Liang snorted coldly. "Then let us see." Just as he prepared to strike, a somewhat cool voice interjected. "Spare those whom you can. We are all students of the academy. Why must you be so ruthless?" Su Liang turned to see an exquisite figure approximately 20 meters behind him. He was momentarily taken aback and astonished. How could it be her? Chapter 73, The School Belle's Involvement. Su Liang halted his actions, gazing at the approaching stunning figure. Whether in this life or the last, this woman was undeniably beautiful. The ethereal grace of this frost-like beauty has been brought to its zenith by her. Unlike Leng Lianfang, whose cold demeanor is but a facade, Fang Beiwe possesses an innate elegance. In her previous life, Su Liang was fortunate enough to encounter her once. She was a paragon of superiority, and their paths were destined never to intertwine, nor did they exchange a single word. Yet, in this lifetime, he never anticipated the opportunity to converse with her. Su Liang chuckled softly. This is rather uncharacteristic of you. Do you also take pleasure in meddling? Fang Beiyue's eyes were devoid of warmth. I do not relish in interference, yet I cannot abide witnessing someone like you torment the vulnerable. Su Liang was crouched down, rendering his long, graceful legs a striking sight. Such beauty is truly beyond compare. However, her demeanor was excessively aloof. Su Liang scoffed. Tormenting the weak? You are utterly ignorant of the situation. Is that your interpretation of it? Fang Beiyue replied coolly. Am I not perceiving reality? Is it not true that they cannot contend with you? Su Liang laughed heartily. Fang Beiyue, I never imagined you to be so naive. Fang Beiyue's gaze flickered for a moment. Naive? This was their first direct exchange, and she felt a twinge of confusion, for it was the first time a boy regarded her with such an expression. Most boys, upon seeing her, cast their eyes with a hint of impurity. The three individuals on the ground, upon recognizing Fang Beiyue, clung to her like a lifeline. Senior Fang, please save us. We have already apologized to him. Yet he still refuses to relent. We implore you, save us. Otherwise, we shall be beaten to death. Su Liang interjected with a cold snort. Silence. The three individuals fell silent in an instant, displaying an unexpected obedience. Fang Beiyue approached him, releasing them, her demeanor remaining as frosty as ever. Su Liang rose to meet Fang Beiyue's gaze, their eyes locking in a moment of intensity. What if I refuse to let go? He challenged. Fang Beiyue regarded Su Liang with a peculiar sensation. It was the first time a boy had spoken to her in such a manner. She did not consider her beauty to be a remarkable asset, yet it was an undeniable truth. However, the person before her did not bestow any special treatment upon her because of her appearance. This was the feeling Fang Beiyue had long sought. Yet she had not anticipated it arising from such an encounter. With a frigid tone, she declared, I did not witness it, so I shall not intervene. But now that I have seen it, the two stood at an impasse. Su Liang paused, recognizing that Fang Beiyue must be a formidable three-seal master, someone he could hardly contend with. Meanwhile, Cheng Hao and the others had begun to retreat, supporting one another as they distanced themselves, eventually fleeing in disarray. Su Liang made no attempt to pursue. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Fang Beiyue's icy eyes. Neither party shied away from the confrontation. Su Liang suddenly chuckled. The aloof campus belle, Fang Beiyue, also enjoys meddling without reason. How intriguing. He mused, no matter, when I encounter those three again, I shall simply teach them another lesson. With that, he turned to leave. Fang Beiyue furrowed her brow, resolute in her stance. If I come across them again, I will still intervene. Su Liang, hearing her unwavering and cool voice from behind, smiled. Very well, you handle your affairs, and I shall manage mine. Fang Beiyue turned back, giving Su Liang a penetrating look. It was her first encounter with someone like him. Su Liang, however, chose not to dwell on it. Since no resolution had been forced, he decided to let it be. It is believed that stronger second-tier divine envoys will soon arrive. Once they do, Su Liang will undoubtedly be able to unveil the mastermind behind the scenes. In fact, Su Liang has formed some hypotheses. He merely requires evidence to substantiate them. Upon returning to his dormitory, he decided to absorb the divine crystal for evolution. The transformation of beast energy would have to wait until nightfall, as the three individuals would soon return. An interruption or any discovery in the meantime would be undesirable. The wind and fire divine seal must also undergo evolution. This cannot be neglected, so progress must be made step by step. Upgrades will come swiftly. In comparison to the beast divine seal, this pace is indeed glacial. However, relative to ordinary individuals, it is remarkably swift. For instance, it typically takes individuals like Fatty an entire evening to absorb a single divine crystal. Over the course of a year, excluding regular consumption and focusing solely on evolution, about 200 divine crystals would suffice for advancing to the second tier. Thus, a year is approximately the necessary time frame. Yet, there are always those who become complacent. Consequently, the Academy has established an annual assessment threshold, primarily to eliminate the majority of C-level divine candidates. This is the harsh reality. The Academy cannot continuously support everyone. Therefore, at present, Su Liang's pace is already more than tenfold quicker than theirs. Nonetheless, he still perceives it as slow. Yet, he can only proceed gradually, hastening the evolution of the wind and fire divine seal to level 2. Closing his eyes, he began the process of absorbing the divine crystal's energy into the divine seal. This phase is the most monotonous and time-consuming. By the time the door swung open, 3 hours had elapsed, and Fatty and the others had returned. Liangzi, incredible. To have fought so valiantly alongside the formidable flower of the Overlord, you have truly become our idol. From now on, you shall be the revered deity of our dormitory. The hefty one exclaimed exuberantly. No one shall dare to bully us any longer. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua chuckled in agreement. Su Liang opened his eyes. As long as you do not enlist my help in your pursuits for women, I shall be fine. The hefty one chuckled mischievously. Brother Liang, I wish to discuss something with you. He rubbed his hands together in excitement. What is it? Are you concocting some dubious scheme? The hefty one replied with a smirk. I noticed that a girl named Li Yue took the initiative to add you on StarChat. Could you introduce her to me? You have a girlfriend, so you likely have no interest. I find that girl quite appealing, fair-skinned, beautiful, and with long legs. Su Liang laughed and scolded. Can't you add her yourself in the StarChat group? Why involve me? The hefty one grinned. ISNT it better if you make the introduction. Just wait. I'll send you a handsome photo that will leave you in awe. No. Stop right there. Oh, I believe you are simply being lecherous. If you wish to add her, do it yourself in the group. I shall not act as a matchmaker. The hefty one began to wail dramatically. Liangzi, you are being ungrateful. Regardless of the hefty one's pleas, Su Liang remained resolute. Suddenly, Wang Lai inquired, Liangzi, what is your relationship with Liang Lianshuang? Upon hearing this, the other two friends turned their curious gazes towards Su Liang. Su Liang shook his head. There is no relationship. We were merely classmates, and I am not familiar with her. Please do not speculate. The 3 pairs of eyes widened in shock. The hefty one exclaimed, Is this what you call being unfamiliar? Su Liang fell silent for a moment, deciding it was better not to conceal the truth from them. I had pursued her in the past, but she rejected me. She was not fond of those whose prowess fell below the divine mark. However, upon seeing my 5-star combat rating, she may have wished to rekindle a friendship, yet it was I who turned her down. The 3 of them widened their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, What a revelation! You actually declined her? Before the plump one could finish his sentence, Yang Feihua swiftly covered his mouth, signaling him to remain silent. The plump one understood the unspoken cue. Wang Lai chuckled, My dear Liang, do you still need her? Liang Lianshuang? Not at all. Liang interjected, We support you. What is just one Liang Lianshuang? Yang Feihua added with a smile, It's all in the past. Don't dwell on it. She is merely a pretty girl. Su Liang detected the comforting undertone in their words and smiled, responding, It's nothing. It's all behind me now. I have a girlfriend, and I feel nothing for her. The 3 shared a laugh, choosing not to pursue the matter further. After all, everyone has a history. Just then, Su Liang received a message. Upon checking, it was from Director Huang. Su Liang, the permissions for the hunting grounds have been granted. You may access the beginner hunting ground. Your credentials will suffice for entry. Su Liang was somewhat surprised, not expecting to actually obtain them. However, it seemed he did not have an immediate need for it. All right, thank you, Director Huang. Su Liang murmured to himself, contemplating a visit for the sake of experience. After all, beast crystals were always in demand. Liangzi, are you attending class this afternoon? Wang Lai inquired. Su Liang shook his head, Never mind. I think I'll skip it. You all go ahead. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua exchanged wry smiles. Yang Feihua remarked, You give us the impression of a top student from high school, while we, the underachievers, are merely clinging to your coattails. Su Liang's eyes flickered momentarily, rest assured. Throughout this lifetime, I shall support you all. The group was momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze at Su Liang. Wang Lai shivered slightly, That's quite cheesy. Liangzi, is your orientation truly all right? Su Liang retorted playfully, Get lost. Chapter 74. He is not a good person. Around 1 in the afternoon, just before class, Bai Qianqian strolled out of the dormitory alongside her roommate Lin Shuya, both engaged in cheerful conversation, seemingly enjoying each other's company. Upon entering the elevator and reaching the next floor, the doors opened, abruptly halting their laughter. Bai Qianqian's expression turned icy as she faced Liang Lianguang. Liang Lianguang was momentarily taken aback upon noticing Bai Qianqian, but was quickly pulled into the elevator by Hiel. The atmosphere within the elevator grew palpably awkward. As all present were aware of the unresolved tensions between Liang Lianguang and Bai Qianqian. Preferring silence, Bai Qianqian chose to ignore Liang Lianguang. The latter, still reeling from Su Liang's remarks, struggled to regain her composure. In the midst of this uncomfortable silence, the elevator descended to the first floor. Let us go, Lianguang. he urged, guiding the dazed Liang Lianguang out. Only then did Liang Lianguang follow suit. Lin Shuya cautiously leaned in to whisper to Bai Qianqian, Qianqian. Have you noticed something off about Liang Lianguang today? Bai Qianqian nodded slightly. Her peculiar behavior has nothing to do with me. I have no desire to engage with her, especially considering her treatment of brother Su Liang. Lin Shuya nodded in agreement. However, just as the two were exiting the dormitory building, a figure obstructed their path at the entrance. Luo Ziwing presented what he believed to be a warm smile. Hello, Qianqian, it seems we meet again. Both Bai Qianqian and Lin Shuya felt a sense of discomfort. This person truly was relentless. He had confronted them earlier that morning, and to their astonishment, he was still here. Yet, both girls, being timid in nature, dared not react too strongly, especially considering he was a three-seal master. Bai Qianqian responded with a hint of aloofness. Senior Luo, please refer to me as Bai Qianqian, and I kindly ask you to cease following me. Luo Ziwang shook his head with a smile. Please don't be upset. I genuinely harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to befriend you. If you could accept my star message friend request, I promise I will no longer intrude upon your space. Bai Qianqian furrowed her delicate brows slightly. Really? Luo Ziwang replied with a cheerful grin. Absolutely. 100% true. Only then did Bai Qianqian nod. Very well, I shall accept, but please refrain from blocking us again. Excellent. Perfect. Luo Ziwang beamed. Upon noticing Luo Ziwang, Liang Lianxiang halted her steps, having overheard their conversation. A sudden impulse stirred within her. Should she inform her? With Bai Qianqian consenting to the friend request, Luo Ziwang naturally ceased to obstruct their passage, watching them depart with a smile, an alluring curve gracing the corners of his lips. The first step had been a success. With a cold sneer, Luo Ziwang thought to himself that once that useless B-grade individual vanished, this SSS-grade task would be effortlessly within his grasp. Contemplating this, he activated his star communication device, which connected swiftly, revealing three individuals in a state of disarray. Cheng Hao and his companions visibly hesitated to meet Luo Ziwang's gaze. Young Master Luo. Luo Ziwang's expression darkened significantly. Do not tell me you failed in such a simple endeavor? Instantly, the three quaked with trepidation. Young Master, please allow us to explain. However, before they could finish, Luo Ziwang severed the connection. Humph. I shall observe how long you can continue to flounder. With a disdainful demeanor, he reached out to another contact. The connection was established. Young Master. Luo Ziwang replied coldly, assist me in teaching someone a lesson. Bai Qianqian and Lin Shuya departed swiftly, with Liang Lianxiang and He Yao trailing behind. He Yao murmured, I have heard that Luo Ziwang is not a good person. Liang Lianxiang's expression was complex. Lianxiang, what troubles you today? You seem completely out of sorts. Shaking her head, Liang Lianxiang replied, it's nothing. Yet, her heart was heavy with bitterness. We live in this world. Harboring a degree of pragmatism is not inherently wrong. But to judge everything solely through a lens of self-interest is a grave mistake. Su Liang's words echoed persistently in her mind. Friend, Liang Lianfang has grown up without ever encountering such a blow. She has always lived in her own world, believing herself to be the most exceptional, admired by all. Countless individuals have sought to please her, adoring her. She perceives her life as a success. With the awakening of her S-class Divine Seal, her pride knows no bounds, and she envisions an unlimited future. Yet, all her arrogance was shattered by Su Liang this morning. Su Liang's words made her feel like a pitiful creature. Indeed, she has never had a true friend. It is not that others are unwilling to befriend her. Rather, her own pride has alienated everyone. She finds herself utterly ridiculous. Unconsciously, her pace quickens, soon catching up with Bai Qianqian and her companion. By some strange twist of fate, Bai Qianqian's steps falter at the sound of that familiar voice. Though she initially intended to ignore it, her upbringing compels her to respond. So, she turns her head and, with a blank expression, inquires, what is it? Liang Lianfang, feeling somewhat disoriented, is at a loss for why she called out to Bai Qianqian. Seeing Liang Lianfang's silence, Bai Qianqian decides to leave. Wait, Liang Lianfang's heart is in turmoil. In that moment, a surge of impulse shatters her remaining pride. Be cautious of Luo Ziwang. He is not a good person. Bai Qianqian and Lin Shuya are taken aback, gazing at Liang Lianfang in disbelief. For reasons unknown, after uttering those words, Liang Lianfang feels an unprecedented sense of relief within her. Once, she would have never concerned herself with such trivial matters. For the first time, Liang Lianxiang lowered her head. You should warn Su Liang to be cautious. He might seek trouble with him because of you, which is his usual tactic. After uttering this, Liang quickly took hold of the somewhat bewildered He Yao and left. Bai Qianqian and Lin Xuan exchanged shocked glances. Was this something Liang would do? Bai Qianqian furrowed her brow. Having been classmates for so long, she had never witnessed Liang show concern for anyone. She had always maintained an aloof, princess-like demeanor. Just yesterday, she claimed that Su Liang was unworthy of her, and today she denounced Luo Ziwen as a bad person. It was truly perplexing to understand Liang. Lin Xuyan exclaimed, "Qianshan, didn't you say she was unbearably arrogant? This doesn't seem like her." Bai Qianshan fell silent, equally puzzled by Liang's behavior. Could it be that Liang sought to ingratiate herself with her? No. She had even expressed concern for Su Liang. Regardless, it was imperative to inform Su Liang, whether Liang's words held truth or not, just to be prudent. At no moment had Liang felt as unburdened as she did now. It seemed that after speaking those words, she genuinely experienced a flicker of solace within. He Yao inquired, "Liang, why are you sharing this with Bai Qianshan? Do you know Luo Ziwen well?" Liang smiled brightly. "Yes, to some extent. I've heard he delights in deceiving young women emotionally and physically, only to abandon them afterward. There are many who have fallen victim to his treachery. I merely wish to offer a word of caution." He Yao shivered with disgust, exclaiming, "Oh, I didn't expect such a scoundrel behind that seemingly refined facade." Liang nodded in agreement. "Just be cautious." He Yao replied, "Let us hurry. I hope Bai Qianqian can heed your advice, especially considering your conversation with her yesterday." Liang smiled softly. "It's all right. I've already given her a warning. Whether she listens is entirely up to her." He Yao glanced at Liang, saying, "Liang, I feel like you're a bit different from yesterday, but I can't quite pinpoint how." Liang shook her head. "I'm still the same me. Now, let us head to class." He Yao nodded with a smile. In her heart, Liang mused, "This is the essence of forming genuine friendships." Su Liang, people do change. Chapter 75. Fanboy, are you trying to kill someone? Upon arriving at the hunting ground, Su Liang received a call from Qianqian. Surprised by her words, he asked, "Is this truly what Liang said to you?" In the video, Qianqian and Lin Xuya both nodded affirmatively. "That's exactly what she said, brother Su Liang. What do you think is going on? Did she say that intentionally? Or does she have another agenda?" Su Liang stroked his chin, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Could it be that his remarks this morning had jolted her into awareness? That would indeed be intriguing. If his words had fundamentally altered Liang, then future events might take a different course. This is quite fascinating, he thought with a smile. What she said is indeed true. That Luo Ziwen is certainly not a good person. Qianqian, you have accepted his request for a connection. Yet it is best to ignore him. He is quite unpleasant. Qianqian nodded obediently, saying, "Brother Su Liang, you must be cautious. If what Liang said is true, he may indeed seek trouble with you." Su Liang chuckled lightly. "Do not worry. Everything is under control. You should proceed to your classes." "Brother Su Liang, where are you?" she inquired. "The hunting grounds," he replied. Bai Qianqian expressed her surprise. "Director Huang helped you arrange that?" Su Liang nodded with a smile. "Yes. I plan to give it a try since I have no desire to attend class." Lin Xuan was somewhat shocked. "Is it possible to go to the hunting grounds now?" Qianqian pouted. "I wish to join you." Su Liang responded gently, "Be patient. Once you pass your second assessment, you may accompany me. For now, you are treasured by the academy." "All right," Bai Qianqian agreed, still pouting. "But brother Su Liang, please prioritize your safety." "Indeed, I shall take you out for dinner this evening," he assured her. Qianqian smiled sweetly. "Wonderful. Let Xuan come along as well." Su Liang nodded with a grin. "Certainly, we shall go together." Lin Xuan observed their sweet exchange with a tinge of envy before the video call ended. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, surprised by the swift change. He found it rather rapid, yet irrespective of her sincerity, her kind words were nonetheless a positive development. Putting aside his musings, Su Liang sneered softly to himself, recognizing that the group from the morning was undoubtedly orchestrated by Luo Ziwen. "So, Luo Ziwen, if you wish to play games, I shall gladly indulge you." Su Liang verified his identity and entered the novice hunting ground. This hunting ground, situated at the northernmost edge of the academy, falls within the frequented territory of high-level students. He had no qualms about accumulating beast crystals. The evolution of his wind and fire divine seal would take time, and he was indifferent to the process. It was a given that one should exploit the resources of the academy as much as possible. However, he could not partake in the act of exchanging divine crystals for beast crystals, as he was a mere B-level divine seal. If he were to acquire an excessive amount of resources, it would undoubtedly attract the Academy's scrutiny. The Beast Divine Seal, an unprecedented entity, must remain concealed until he possessed sufficient strength. He had no desire to be captured and used as a test subject. The hunting ground was a dense jungle, lush and verdant, a rare sight amidst the steel jungle of Rome City. To be honest, this wild expanse seemed to possess an exceptionally fresh atmosphere. A smirk graced his lips. Thus, he commenced his venture. Armed with a spear, he delved deeper into the wilderness. The hunting ground was vast, having cost an enormous price to establish, in an era where every inch of land was precious. Securing such a space in the heart of the city for students to engage in combat was no small feat yet. This was standard for the Divine Chosen Academy. Every institution of its kind was mandated to possess such a facility. All students at the 2nd and 3rd seal levels must experience true combat within this arena to earn their graduation. Meanwhile, on the other side, an exquisite figure stepped gracefully into the lush jungle. With long, elegant legs and a visage as radiant as frost on the moon, Fanboy's gaze was both cold and resolute. She had come alone, without the knowledge of any acquaintances. Her intention was to discern how far she could progress without the protection of others. In the academy, she is often referred to as the aloof campus beauty, an SS-level chosen one, a paragon of excellence, envied by all. Yet, only she understands the truth of her existence, merely a pitiful creature, perpetually sheltered under the protection of a formidable general. Yesterday, Qi Hengshu remarked, "Your combat awareness is utterly lacking. Another teammate, younger than you, surpasses you by leaps and bounds. Return and train diligently, lest you disgrace yourself on the battlefield." Motivated by Qi Hengshu's words, she resolved to prove herself. Fanboy, determined and indomitable, believed she could attain greatness through her own efforts. With each step, she ventured into the perilous and dense forest ahead. The ferocious beasts seemed to quickly catch her scent. Drawing near, these creatures were of a lower grade, commonly encountered amidst the chaos of the city's beastly turmoil. Clad in battle armor and wielding a tang broadsword that shimmered with a chilling light, she charged into the throng of beasts, her steps resolute and unwavering. The ice attribute of her divine seal empowered her strikes, the resplendent red light of the seal emanating a palpable aura of pressure. She was not a weakling. She had merely been excessively shielded from adversity. Having never faced trials, she refused to live as such. Hence her reluctance to join the military, which would only render her a mere ornamental figure for public admiration. She cast aside all distractions, fixated solely on honing her combat awareness amidst the bloodshed, indifferent to the filthy blood of the beasts staining her and the minor wounds adorning her body. The crimson blood gradually seeped into her armor as a singular conviction surged within her. She must grow stronger. Exhausted yet resolute, her chest heaving with fatigue, she pressed on, unwavering. Thus, she engaged in relentless slaughter for nearly 2 hours without respite. With a swift stroke, she severed the head of the last bloodthirsty rat before her. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground, yet an inexplicable sense of exhilaration coursed through her. Previously shielded by others, she had never experienced such unrestrained freedom. She believed that as long as she persevered, her combat instincts would grow ever stronger. However, before she could catch her breath, a series of rustling sounds emerged from her surroundings, instantly heightening her alertness. Gripping her tang-hung knife tightly, she prepared for the worst. Indeed, in the next moment, 5 bloodthirsty rats emerged from a thicket ahead, drawn by the scent of blood. Fanboy's delicate features tightened, beads of sweat trickling down her porcelain skin. 2-star bloodthirsty rats. In the primary hunting grounds, there was a certain probability of encountering 2-star beasts. These creatures would engage in brutal combat amongst themselves, consuming beast crystals to evolve. Thus, such occurrences were unavoidable. The Academy would not make a concerted effort to eradicate 2-star beasts, as this was a reality that students must confront. Once immersed in the fray, they could encounter myriad situations. Initially, during their early excursions into the hunting grounds, teachers would provide protection. Even if they were outmatched, could they not flee? Fanboy had no intention of retreating. Would she allow a 2-star beast to intimidate her? This was a test she had set for herself. She must vanquish them. Summoning the remnants of her strength, she resolved to take them down swiftly. The bloodthirsty rats did not charge at her immediately. Instead, they rushed to the carcasses of the beast she had slain, ravenously devouring the remains, including the beast crystals. Taking a deep breath, Fanboy readied herself for action. The corpse was swiftly devoured, And when those bloodthirsty rodents raised their heads, 5 pairs of crimson eyes fixated on Fanboy. With a sharp exclamation, she unleashed an SS-level radiant glow, summoning the power of ice as she charged towards the 5 bloodthirsty mice. Her tall, alluring figure resembled a beautiful ice phoenix, trailing waves of frost as she suddenly drew her blade. The frenzy of battle intensified with each stroke. Yet Fanboy's lack of practical combat experience led her to overlook the fact that the fur of one of the 2-star bloodthirsty mice had already solidified into steel needles. Meanwhile, not far from Fanboy, within a thicket, Liang was delightfully slaying his beasts. One after another, he dispatched them with ease, reveling in the simplicity of the task. Unlike the relentless waves encountered during missions, this was a leisurely endeavor. Even after 2 hours, he had yet to exert his divine power and had already collected over 100 1-star beast crystals. Was it not a delightful experience? He mused to himself that if he ever faced a sudden shortage of beast crystals, he could return here to replenish his supply, assured that he would not attract unwanted attention. After a brief respite to check the time, he noted that he still had ample opportunity to hunt for another 2 hours. Fortune smiled upon him as he had not yet encountered any 2-star beasts. Without armor, such an encounter would spell trouble. Cheerfully, Liang resumed his search for more beasts. Suddenly, a commotion arose not far behind him. A smirk crept onto his lips. "Come forth, little beasts. Let your grandpa Su dispatch you." In the next moment, Fanboy emerged from the thicket, her face ashen as she clutched her chest. 3 ghastly claw marks marred her chest, the armor torn asunder, blood flowing profusely, and yet, there was an unexpected allure to the scene. Liang was taken aback. Lo and behold, it was a stunning beast woman. She seemed poised to leap at him, baring her bosom. Upon seeing Liang, Fanboy was equally astonished. How had she encountered this fellow? With a hint of surprise, Liang inquired, "How did you sustain such injuries? Can the beast here truly harm you?" Fanboy, unwilling to elaborate, urged, "We must flee. It's a 2-star beast, and I am nearly out of strength and need to rest." Liang cursed under his breath, pondering the ill fate of his words. "Then call for help," he exclaimed. But Fanboy immediately shook her head. "No calling for help. I can defeat it." Liang, bewildered, turned to glance at the bloodthirsty rat pursuing them. In the next instant, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he took off running. "Good heavens! Fanboy, are you trying to lead us to our doom? That creature is on the cusp of evolving into a 3-star beast. Call for assistance." "No calling," she insisted. "I can handle it." Fanboy disregarded his protests, gripping his wrist tightly as they fled. Liang wanted to berate her. "Why drag me into this? Let go. It's after you, not me. I need to rally help." Fanboy clung to him fiercely, declaring, "I said no calling. I can kill it. Have you lost your senses? You're barely at level 22, and you're gravely injured. If you wish to court death, don't drag me along. Do not call for help. Even if I perish, it's none of your concern." Fanboy resembled a frenzied little cat, her eyes ablaze with determination. Liang froze for a moment. "It seems you are quite ill. Your intelligence is entirely invested in your appearance?" he remarked. "Fine. I can hardly be bothered with you. Shout if you wish. I shall take my leave." With that, Liang wrenched his hand away from her grasp, abruptly stepped forward, and changed his direction to flee. As Fanboy watched Liang vanish, a sense of melancholy enveloped her. Did this fellow possess no understanding of cherishing the delicate? What harm was there in lending a hand for protection? The bloodthirsty rat had a singular focus, to relentlessly pursue Fanboy. Observing the duo, one human and one beast, disappear into the thicket, Liang cursed under his breath. "Damn it, what a nuisance. You foolish woman. I cannot simply stand by and watch you perish here." Chapter 76. You seem to lack intelligence here, Liang swiftly pursued, spotting the 2-star bloodthirsty rat in hot pursuit of Fanboy. This creature was evidently on the verge of a 3-star evolution. Had Fanboy been in her prime, she might have had a chance to vanquish it. However, she was currently gravely injured and her stamina was severely depleted. It seemed she had retained but a fraction of her strength. As she ran, she clutched a divine crystal, fervently absorbing its energy, the red glow pulsating visibly. Liang could only shake his head in disbelief. This woman's mind appeared to have become quite unhinged, utterly refusing to call for aid. He licked his lips, having just caught a glimpse of the orb nestled within her battle armor. On another note, Fanboy's physique was truly remarkable. Her skin was as fair as soft jade, and her long legs had a length that could captivate any gaze. One could only wonder who would eventually be fortunate enough to win her affection. Determined, Liang pressed on, resolute in his decision not to watch her perish in this place. Not long after, Fanboy ultimately could not outpace the bloodthirsty rat. With a sudden and ferocious lunge, the creature created a massive crater in the ground, sending Fanboy flying. After tumbling several times, she managed to prop herself up, gazing at the two-star bloodthirsty rat, blood still dripping from her chest. Clutching her formidable Tang Hung Dao, she resolved to fight with all her might. She understood that this was her final chance. She had to strike decisively. There had to be an opportunity. The divine crystal in her grasp continued to absorb energy without pause. She must succeed. She could do it. Fanboy, you will prove it to that person. You can carve out a sky of your own without relying on him. The bloodthirsty rat moved. In an instant, an overwhelming power of icy cold erupted from Fanboy. The third divine seal in her palm began to surge with rampant energy. The extreme chill radiated outward, freezing the surrounding flora into crystalline ice. In that moment, Fanboy transformed into a frost queen, her surroundings morphing into a realm of frost. The sheer intensity of the icy power sent tremors through the hearts of those who beheld it. Liang realized that she was about to unleash the power of her seals. Fanboy's clear and beautiful eyes, void of any emotion, were filled only with unwavering determination in her strength. With a fierce shout, her Tang Hung Dao began to crystallize with ice, transforming into a colossal frosty blade, resembling a great ice dragon stretching over 10 meters in length. Simultaneously, in the air surrounding her, the moisture in the atmosphere coalesced into numerous frost blades, each comparable in size to her Tang Hung Dao, numbering in the dozens. In the fleeting moment when the bloodthirsty rat charged forth, Fanboy exuded an icy indifference akin to that of the Frost Queen. With a single stroke, she brought down the colossal icy dragon in her grasp. Simultaneously, dozens of frost-long knives whirled around her and shot forth, crashing down upon the two-star bloodthirsty rat amidst Liang's astonished gaze. The multitude of frost blades pierced the creature's form, transforming it into a spiny frost hedgehog. The formidable icy dragon blade, extending over 10 meters, struck the rat's head with a resounding blow. In an instant, its flesh was torn, and blood gushed forth, crystallizing into ice shards that scattered in all directions. The bloodthirsty rat emitted a piercing wail of agony. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, with a glimmer of triumph in her cold eyes. Fanboy thought she had emerged victorious. However, in the next heartbeat, the bloodthirsty rat, in a desperate final act, retaliated as if it were on the brink of death. Even as it faced its end, it sought to drag her down with it. Its bare, soon-to-be hardened tail, fueled by the last vestiges of strength, lashed out violently at the already exhausted Fanboy. She possessed no capacity for resistance, merely watching helplessly as the rat's tail struck her chest with ferocity. Her armor shattered under the impact. With a sickening sound, Fanboy spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, her body propelled backward, crashing through several trees before finally colliding with a massive stump, where she came to a halt. She had utterly lost her ability to move. Clinging to the final threads of consciousness, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and though she yearned to remain awake, she fixated on the trembling figure of the bloodthirsty rat before her, the frost blades embedded in its body rendering it powerless. After a brief, frenzied convulsion, blood pooled upon the ground, and those crimson eyes gradually lost their luster, ultimately falling silent. Fanboy's expression bore a faint bitterness. Yet the weight upon her heart finally lifted. She had triumphed. Alone, she had vanquished a beast on the verge of metamorphosing into a third-tier entity. She had truly emerged victorious. She yearned to rise, but her body simply would not comply. The bloodthirsty rat's final lash had shattered an unknown number of her bones. The situation was dire, leaving her to endure the agony of remaining immobile. Despite her plight, a flicker of joy ignited within her, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. It was possible to achieve this solely through her own efforts. Fear of death eluded her as she gradually relaxed, her gaze fixated on the corpse of the two-starred, bloodthirsty rat. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such an ordeal, always sheltered and nurtured by the protective embrace of others. Regardless of who it was, anyone aware of her lineage would go to great lengths to ensure her safety. Hence, she had never experienced a battle fought solely on her own merit, nor had she faced such a life-and-death struggle. She firmly believed that she could become immensely powerful and ultimately escape the suffocating grasp of his twisted protection, aspiring to become a true warrior. Su Liang observed Feng Beiyue from a distance, muttering under his breath. Could she still find amusement, knowing how many beasts awaited her? Yet, there was a semblance of understanding in his demeanor. In the recesses of his past life's memories, his knowledge of Feng Beiyue was limited. He knew only that her origins were extraordinary, endowed with a formidable background, a paragon of excellence destined for greatness. Thus, she was not someone who would lack for trivial matters, nor did she need to fight with such desperation. Her silly grin was quite amusing in that moment. In such a situation, she was utterly unwilling to seek help. Su Liang could surmise some reasons behind this. The impoverished bear their own burdens, while the affluent grapple with their own tribulations. The weak experience their own helplessness, and even the strong harbor unspoken sorrows. Nonetheless, this woman's three-seal imprint power was undeniably formidable. Su Liang recalled the technique known as Frost Dragon Thousand Blade Slash. That was precisely the move she had just executed. In a previous life, her technique had gained considerable renown. It was said that upon elevating her level, her Frost Dragon Thousand Blade Slash could indeed condense into countless frost blades. Furthermore, wielding the frost blade could extend over 100 meters. With a single strike, all foes would be obliterated. Just now, she had brutally slain the bloodthirsty rat, on the verge of evolving to a 3-star beast, with that very blow. Su Liang furrowed his brow, as within his mental perception, an increasing number of exotic beasts emerged around them, drawn in by the bloody scent of the 2-star beast. After utilizing that final strike, Feng Beiyue was utterly drained of strength, her divine imprint depleted, leaving her without the slightest capacity to retaliate. Su Liang let out a soft scoff, pondering her lack of foresight and conserving some strength for herself. Feng Beiyue leaned against a tree stump, unable to rise for a prolonged period. Soon, she sensed the movements of the surrounding beasts, her expression filled with anguish as she attempted to stand. From the thickets emerged several ghost-faced spiders and bloodthirsty rats. Some hurried towards the corpse of the 2-star bloodthirsty rat, while others lunged at Feng Beiyue. A sense of desolation enveloped her. Her mind was taut as she tightly gripped the Tang Hung knife in her hand. She truly did not wish to call for aid. Nor did she want that person to witness her current state. Is this how one is destined to await death? She resolved to fight with all her might. Yet, in the very next moment, a long spear sliced through the air with astonishing speed, pinning a bloodthirsty rat that lunged at her to the ground. Its head was pierced through, resulting in instant demise. Feng Beiyue was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the spear. It belonged to that individual. In the next instant, Su Liang darted out from the bushes, seizing the spear and swiftly redirecting it to strike at several other beasts, sending them flying with ease. Feng Beiyue's gaze flickered. Indeed, he had come. However, her astonishment soon deepened as she witnessed Su Liang unleash a veritable massacre, his marksmanship exceeding her comprehension. Such a masterful and formidable technique. She felt herself lacking in comparison. Yet, she realized she knew little of Su Liang. There seemed to be no one of such prowess among the third seal ranks. Remarkably, he did not even employ divine power, effortlessly obliterating those first-tier beasts. Blood erupted, and gore flew as the severed heads of the beasts rolled to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Liang turned to confront the beasts feasting on the corpses of the second-tier bloodthirsty rats. His methods were ruthlessly decisive. If he could finish them off with one shot, he would not waste a second. Each gunshot was a manifestation of pure physical strength, devoid of divine energy. Feng Beiyue was left in awe. Did he truly not need divine power to slay these beasts? Was it even possible to fight in such a manner? In a matter of moments, the remaining beasts were effortlessly dispatched by Su Liang. He uttered not a word, swiftly extracting the beast crystals and placing them into the spatial converter. With a stoic expression, he approached Feng Beiyue, casually tossing the 2-star beast crystal in her direction. Feng Beiyue's gaze flickered. Regardless of the conflicts that had transpired between them earlier that morning, she wished to express her gratitude. However, before she could utter a word of thanks, Su Liang's remark nearly left her seething with indignation. He pointed to his own head, gesturing as he spoke. It seems you are lacking a bit in intelligence. Feng Beiyue was momentarily taken aback. Had someone truly dared to question her intellect? Throughout her life, she had always been exalted, revered as the favored daughter of heaven, the frost goddess, the premier beauty of the academy, and renowned for her exceptional cleverness. Yet, in his eyes, she had been reduced to a girl of little wit. An uncontainable sense of anger welled up within her. akin to the frustration she felt when Su Liang had dashed away moments before. Did he possess no sense of chivalry or appreciation? After all, she was an SS-level chosen one, the belle of the academy. Yet, in his words, she seemed utterly worthless. Once she regained her composure, she found herself at a loss for words. It was as if her anger had nowhere to go. If only she still possessed her former strength, she would certainly challenge him to a contest. Su Liang remained impassive. What do you mean by you? In such perilous circumstances, facing the imminent threat of death, rather than seeking assistance, she had chosen to concentrate her remaining strength on slaying the beasts. Was there truly any distinction between that and courting death? Oh no. You are not merely courting death. You are inviting demise. To suggest that your intellect is lacking is an understatement, is it not? Fang Beiyue's face flushed crimson. Yet she seemed unable to conjure a rebuttal. Does she truly hold such little value in his eyes? Su Liang quipped, I truly wonder if, during your reincarnation, all your intelligence points were allocated to your looks. Fang Beiyue felt as though she might explode with indignation. You. But in the blink of an eye, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She had never wept over a boy like this before, yet today, Su Liang had utterly breached her defenses. Crystal clear tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes. Enough, enough, it's futile. Do remember this lesson. I'll summon help for you to spare you further distress. Upon hearing this, Fang Beiyue's expression shifted abruptly. Don't call. Su Liang furrowed his brow. You refuse to acknowledge your foolishness, and now you resist calling for help? Do you truly believe yourself a valiant warrior? This is not merely a monthly occurrence. Fang Beiyue seemed to harbor an unspeakable secret. I beg you, do not call. Su Liang was nearly amused by her exasperation. Very well, then await your fate. Fang Beiyue had never felt so wronged. If any other boys from the academy, or indeed anyone outside, were to witness her in such a state, they would surely go to great lengths to win her favor. Upon seeing her hurt, they would undoubtedly be filled with compassion, wishing they could bear her pain in her stead. But what of this fellow? What does this even signify? Su Liang took a couple of steps away, observing her as she remained unmoved. He surrendered to her obstinacy. Turning around, he crouched down to regard the injured, yet strikingly beautiful school belle before him. Why don't you call? Fang Beiyue shook her head, unwilling to elaborate. She gazed at the two-star beast crystal before her. You send me out, and this two-star beast crystal is yours. Do not inquire about the rescue matter, and once outside, say nothing. Su Liang raised an eyebrow slightly. Is that all? I could slay 10 one-star and obtain one myself. You expect me to agree to so much? How naive. Fang Beiyue's eyes reddened as she bit her lip. Su Liang found it difficult to meet her gaze. If this woman decided to charm, few could rival her prowess. I just killed over 100 one-star. All the beast crystals are for you. Su Liang raised an eyebrow again. This was indeed a tempting offer. Well, let us not push too far. Fine, it's a deal. Fang Beiyue cast him a fleeting glance. If others were in her situation, they would surely feel a pang of sympathy and approach her to assist. Yet this fellow, without any incentive, remained indifferent. Her mind raced. Not everyone would indulge her whims. Much like Qi Hengqiu had imparted a similar sentiment, as if her beauty held no value in their eyes. Su Liang cheerfully tucked away the two-star beast crystal, preparing to retrieve it. It was then he noticed her attire, which revealed 2 ample curves. He reached out, only to awkwardly halt. Fang Beiyue became aware of her current state, her cheeks flushing crimson. What are you doing? Su Liang scoffed lightly. What is the big deal? They're just 2 spheres. My girlfriend has them too, and I don't mind looking. Fang Beiyue truly felt an overwhelming mix of embarrassment and anger. Is there such a person? You scoundrel. Su Liang let out a light scoff, unconcerned, as he retrieved a garment and draped it over her chest. With a casual motion, he secured it around her waist, resembling someone clutching a bundle of straw under their arm. Fang Beiyue, bewildered, thought, is this how one carries a person? Su Liang remarked. Do not overthink it. I merely wish to prevent any misunderstandings with my future wife. Fang Beiyue was on the verge of exasperation. Who in their right mind would carry another person like this? Suddenly, Su Liang stepped forward decisively, cradling her as he dashed out. He made a concerted effort to avoid various beasts along the way. After approximately half an hour, they finally reached the exit. He breathed a sigh of relief. It had been a harrowing, yet ultimately safe experience. Well, we've made it out. As a good Samaritan, I shall escort you to the infirmary, he declared. Fang Beiyue immediately protested. No? What are you doing? You can't even call for help or go to the infirmary. What are your intentions? She remained aloof. If you take me outside, I have a residence nearby equipped with a medical system, she explained, struggling to extract a vehicle from her spatial converter. Well, look at you, the boss now, Su Liang quipped, placing it in the passenger seat. With a press on the accelerator, they sped away. Fang Beiyue cast a casual glance at Su Liang, feeling a mix of anger and frustration at encountering such an insufferable rogue. Which class are you from? I don't recall seeing you before. Su Liang's lips twitched slightly. Mind your own business. Knowing too much could be detrimental to you. He was now acutely aware that if Fang Beiyue fully recovered and discovered he was merely a first-level freshman, would she seek vengeance? Su Liang shivered slightly. He took pleasure in performing good deeds anonymously. Fang Beiyue truly found herself at a loss when it came to dealing with Su Liang. However, she no longer wished to dwell on the matter, her lips still bleeding. Su Liang refrained from inquiring further about her circumstances. Before long, they arrived at a villa on the southern side of the academy. He carried her inside and laid her on the treatment table. The intelligent butler had already commenced diagnostics. Her ribs were fractured in 10 places, accompanied by internal bleeding. The divine energy within her had been depleted, and she bore numerous external injuries. Well, I suppose I've completed my task. Hand over the beast crystal to me, and take your time healing. I must return now. Fang Beiyue's consciousness was becoming increasingly hazy. I can't take it out now. I'll give it to you next time. Su Liang shot her a glare. Are you trying to play tricks on me? Fang Beiyue was too exasperated to respond. Was she truly being deceitful? I'll retrieve it myself. She was becoming anxious. No, that won't do. It's my privacy. Su Liang chose silence. In truth, he wished to avoid any further entanglement with Fang Beiyue. What? Do you have undergarments? He scoffed. Fine. You take your time healing. I no longer require it. 1 2-star beast crystal will suffice. Su Liang stormed off in a huff. Fang Beiyue's gaze was somewhat unfocused. I will find you. Not a single one for you. Soon after, she lost consciousness, and the intelligent butler began her treatment. At least she was out of danger. On his way back, Su Liang pondered. Would this woman seek retribution once she recovered? The 3 seal master poses quite a challenge. It would be wise to evolve swiftly and enhance my strength. It then dawned on me that I had made plans to dine with Qianqian and the others that evening. Hurrying back to the villa, I tidied myself up and changed into a fresh outfit, just in time for their arrival. Upon entering the villa, Qianqian brought Lin Shuya along, who was utterly astonished. Wow, I've never seen such a beautiful house, she exclaimed. Qianqian smiled. You'll have one like this in the future. Turning to Su Liang with a smile, Qianqian introduced, Su Liang. Let me introduce you to my roommate, Lin Shuya. Su Liang nodded with a grin. Hello, Lin Shuya. Shyly, Lin Shuya returned the greeting. Hello, Su Liang. To Lin Shuya. Su Liang retained an air of mystery. A 5-star combat rating is not something just anyone can achieve. The teacher had mentioned that Qianqian's 4-star rating was a unique occurrence, and a 5-star rating was even more exceptional. The teacher had clearly stated that none of the new S-rank students could match him in strength, which was indeed impressive. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Liang suggested, Come on, let's go eat something delicious. Qianqian nodded in agreement and asked, Su Liang, how was your harvest in the hunting grounds? Su Liang waved his hand dismissively. Don't mention it. I only managed to take down a little over 100. Lin Shuya was taken aback. Was that a nonchalant tone? Over 100 beasts seemed rather substantial, especially for a newcomer. Though she herself was SS rank, she felt apprehensive about facing the beasts alone at that moment. Wasn't Su Liang a B rank? Lin Shuya, still in disbelief, raised her hand and asked, May I pose a question? Su Liang nodded with a smile and inquired, Pray tell. How have you managed that? Are you not a newcomer? He exchanged a glance with Qianqian, their little secret shared in silence. My combat power rating is 5 stars. Is that not sufficient for a kill? Lin Shuya felt a sense of confusion. Could a 5-star rating truly ensure a kill? The power of divine seals was an insurmountable chasm. Su Liang chose not to elaborate further. Let us move on, he suggested. Qianqian then shifted the topic, asking, Brother Su Liang, why have you only slain so few? Did something unexpected occur? Su Liang had no intention of concealing the truth. I encountered Fang Beiyue. She was being targeted by a 2-star beast. He recounted the events, and both Qianqian and Lin Shuya expressed their astonishment. Such an occurrence was indeed surprising. When Su Liang mentioned carrying Fang Beiyue under his arm, both Qianqian and Lin Shuya erupted into laughter. Su Liang exhaled in relief. Brother Su Liang, it is commendable that you saved someone. Qianqian winked at him. Throughout their journey, Su Liang engaged them in conversation about the incident. Qianqian displayed no signs of jealousy, demonstrating her understanding nature. Upon settling down in the restaurant, Qianqian's star chain lit up incessantly. She furrowed her brow. That Luo Ziwen is utterly annoying. He keeps messaging me, flaunting his family's status and wealth. It's infuriating. Upon hearing this, Su Liang sneered. Give me your star chain. Qianqian handed it to him. After a brief examination, he burst into laughter. This fool's methods of flirting are painfully juvenile. I truly cannot fathom how he has managed to deceive so many women. What? He possesses an extraordinarily vast private swimming pool, alongside numerous private estates. Furthermore, he boasts several personal crystal mines. He wishes to invite her to take a look. He even sent numerous photographs. For certain young women, such opulence is undeniably alluring, symbolizing wealth and power. Yet, how could Qianqian possibly entertain him? Su Liang revealed a peculiar smile, clasping Qianqian's hand, their fingers intertwined. Capturing a photograph that made Qianqian feel somewhat bashful. Accompanying it was a text message sent forth. Subsequently, she promptly blocked and deleted him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Ziwen, who had been tirelessly attempting to pique by Qianqian's interest, was suddenly elated to see a reply from her. However, upon opening it, he was rendered speechless, only to be engulfed by fury. Bastard! I shall have my vengeance. Lao Gu, find them for me. On the virtual screen before Luo Ziwen, the image of their intertwined fingers stood out glaringly. Luo, enjoy your family's wealth at your leisure. Brother Su Liang has advised me against mingling with those who possess a feeble mind and a penchant for reckless abandon. Chapter 78, Sowing Discord, Part 3. Qianqian and Lin Shuyan exchanged glances at Su Liang's message, stifling a giggle. Yet, a hint of concern lingered. Brother Su Liang, will this provoke him? Su Liang waved his hand dismissively. What could possibly happen? If he truly angers us, we shall escalate the matter. I assure you. A multitude of formidable individuals will arrive at the Luo residence for tea. He will be compelled to kneel, too intimidated to stand. You must adjust your attitude, at present. Within the academy, your standing has surpassed that of everyone else. Of course, it is not yet at that level. So there is no need to make a fuss over trifles. Bai Qianqian expressed her concerns, saying, but I fear he might cause trouble for you. Su Liang chuckled and shook his head. Foolish one, do not be afraid. It is not so simple for him to create trouble for me. I sent that message precisely to provoke him. I wish to see whether he dares to escalate the situation. Once he makes a scene, I will deal with him decisively. I have no time to dally with him. Bai Qianqian nodded in agreement. Lin Shuya looked at Su Liang with a hint of envy. Most people in the academy would prefer to avoid someone like Luo Ziwen, yet Su Liang appeared utterly unperturbed by him. The three of them continued their meal. Shuya, where do you live? Su Liang engaged them in casual conversation. In the southern civilian district. Su Liang nodded. Her family had produced an SS-level talent, and a significant transformation was destined to occur. Lin Shuya, filled with curiosity, asked, Su Liang, Qianqian mentioned that many of her combat techniques were taught by you. When you instruct Qianqian, could you also teach me? Su Liang let out a wry smile. I can, but the knowledge imparted by your teachers is undoubtedly superior to mine. Qianqian quickly shook her head. No? Brother Su Liang, I believe there is a significant difference. Su Liang turned his gaze toward her. Qianqian spoke earnestly. What the teachers teach us is more about how to learn combat skills, while your instruction is focused on the methods of slaying exotic beasts, which is far more practical. Had it not been for your teachings, my combat rating would certainly not have reached 4 stars. Su Liang nodded in agreement. This was indeed true. His skills primarily revolved around lethal techniques, entirely aimed at hunting exotic beasts. The instructors, having spent considerable time teaching at the academy, had less experience in actual combat, which understandably diminished their decisiveness in battle. Lin Shuya, equally exhilarated, chimed in. Is that possible? Qianqian readily concurred. Su Liang smiled and replied, very well, during the weekend break. I shall provide you with some extra training. Lin Shuya was overjoyed. Excellent. Laughter filled the air as they indulged in their meal. 4 strikingly handsome individuals entered the dining hall. At first glance, Yu Qihan spotted Su Liang and his companions in the corner, and his expression darkened instantly. This wretched being had truly seized the opportunity. Bai Qianqian was resolutely by his side, and now he had even allied himself with another SS class. How few were the SS class members in their class S? His companions noticed the change in Yi Qinghan's demeanor. Brother Qinghan, what's wrong? A slightly alluring girl inquired, following his gaze with surprise. Bai Qianqian, Yi Qinghan murmured. Let us find a place to sit. The other three understood immediately and chose a spot a little further away, ensuring Bai Qianqian and her group could not see them. Yi Qiuling whispered, "Brother Qinghan, is that Su Liang, the one pursuing Bai Qianqian?" Yi Qinghan nodded grimly. Yi Qiuling scoffed, "What a fortunate lad. A B-grade individual has managed to ensnare the heart of someone as illustrious as Bai Qianqian, an SSS-grade. Qinghan, hasn't your father urged you to?" Yi Qinghan cast her a glance, a hint of worry clouding his expression. There was no choice, in Bai Qianqian's eyes. He was the sole focus, and he could only wait, ensuring he did not leave a negative impression on her. Luo Ziwen was also making his move. He could not act impulsively. It was prudent to let Luo Ziwen take the lead, as perhaps he could resolve the issue with Su Liang. Yi Qiuling shook her head. "Qinghan, in matters such as this, it is better to act sooner rather than later. After all, he is merely a B-grade fellow. Allow me to assist you." Yi Qinghan looked at her, intrigued. "Do you have a plan?" Yi Qiuling replied with a sly smile. "Isn't it simple? A little provocation here, and there will suffice." A glimmer of realization sparked in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Indeed, while it was inadvisable to act directly against Bai Qianqian, there was an opportunity with Su Liang. Yi Qinghan remarked, "If you can resolve this matter, you shall be credited for it." Yi Qiuling cheerfully responded, "Leave it to me. Qinghan, you all must cooperate with me. First, you need to vacate and find another place." In an instant, Yi Qinghan and the others comprehended her intent and nodded in agreement. They swiftly sought an opportunity to depart. Yi Qiuling observed for a moment before retouching her makeup. She retrieved a pair of black suspenders from the spatial converter and changed in the restroom, pairing it with a white miniskirt. She then adjusted her top to reveal a hint of her soft, fair skin. A subtle smile crept across her lips. How could a mere B-grade individual possibly resist her allure? Enticing such an unsavory individual is but a trifling matter. Emerging from the restroom, I cast a glance and happened to see Su Liang and the others having finished their meal, preparing to depart. Yi Qiuling followed them outside. "Bai Qianqian." A gasp echoed. The trio halted abruptly, turning to behold Yi Qiuling, who had hurriedly exited the dining area, her chest heaving with exaggerated fervor. The girl looked at Bai Qianqian with an expression of delight. Su Liang offered a subtle jab, lamenting that she truly missed her calling as an actress. "It really is you," Yi Qiuling exclaimed, approaching Bai Qianqian. A hint of confusion flickered across Bai Qianqian's face as she inquired, "Who are you?" "I'm Yi Qiuling, a student from Class A2, she replied with unreserved familiarity. "I can't believe I'm so fortunate to encounter you. I thought I recognized you just now." Yi Qiuling's excitement propelled her into a joyful bounce, deliberately showcasing her skills in front of Su Liang. The two girls exchanged glances. Feeling slightly embarrassed by the blatant display of attention, Bai Qianqian discreetly glanced at Su Liang, pondering whether boys were indeed attracted to such features: ample bosoms, slender waists, and alluring black stockings. "Hello, could you please keep this quiet?" Bai Qianqian whispered. Yi Qiuling promptly lowered her voice. If one were unaware, they might be easily deceived by her lively and innocent demeanor. "Oh, of course," Yi Qiuling replied enthusiastically. "May I take a picture with you?" Observing the girl's fervent enthusiasm, Bai Qianqian shyly nodded. "All right." With that, the girl eagerly moved closer to Bai Qianqian, using her Starlink to capture a photograph together. Su Liang silently watched her performance unfold. "I consider myself exceedingly fortunate, as I never anticipated encountering you." Qianqian maintained a courteous smile. Suddenly, the young girl turned her head twice to gaze at Su Liang. "Oh, you are that bee." Su Liang felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a couple of sharp slaps to her. "You are the real bee." The girl feigned a moment of forgetfulness. Then, as if struck by enlightenment, she exclaimed, "You are the 5-star rated Su Liang. Am I correct?" Yi Qiuling's eyes sparkled like twinkling peach blossoms, filled with astonishment. Su Liang, curious about her intentions, replied, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" "Well, I can't believe I have encountered two extraordinary individuals. Do you and Bai Qianqian know each other? No wonder your combat rating is so high." Yi Qiuling displayed an expression of profound admiration. She swayed her chest, striving to present her most alluring self to Su Liang, all the while harboring a cold smirk within. "Pathetic loser, you're lucky. Just look, gaze with all your might." Yi Qiuling excitedly inquired, "May I take a photo with you? I admire you so much. No one has ever achieved a 5-star combat rating upon awakening. This is truly unprecedented. I heard from the classmates in Class S that among the newcomers, there is not a single one who can rival you." The girl flaunted herself before Su Liang with fervor, causing Qianqian to pout slightly, feeling a twinge of jealousy. My brother must be captivated by her dazzling charms. Humph. Surely, he would decline her advances, right? Su Liang waved his hand dismissively. I apologize. But let's forego the group photo. I have a fear of bright lights. Bai Qianqian responded with a cheerful expression, while Yi Qiuling's demeanor stiffened at the mention of bright lights. What nonsense is that? Her flash? Yi Qiuling twisted her slender waist, her chest heaving slightly. Is that not permissible? Bai Qianqian and Lin Shuya exchanged astonished glances at her exuberant display, which was even more exaggerated than her reaction to Su Liang. Su Liang stated firmly, no, it's not acceptable. Is there a problem? Yi Qiuling nearly choked, forcing an awkward smile. All right. Initially, Yi Qiuling believed manipulating the situation would be straightforward. After all, these boys were typically enamored with ample bosoms, weren't they? Bai Qianqian was fond of him. So why not seize him right in front of her, or create some discomfort between them? Young people thrive on generating discord over such matters. Furthermore, the disparity in their divine impressions would only serve to widen the gap between them. With that, her objective would be achieved, and then Qinghan could swoop in. However, to her surprise, Su Liang, this naive fellow, seemed utterly unfazed by her ample assets. Suddenly, Yi Qiuling had an epiphany. Wait a moment. How infuriating. His fear of bright lights is actually a fear of my assets. Could it be he is not interested? Is he perhaps? Yi Qiuling promptly shifted her strategy. May we take a picture together? I truly admire you both. Her gaze turned towards Bai Qianqian, who sensed a hint of threat emanating from Yi Qiuling, but was at a loss on how to refuse, merely nodding in agreement. The group huddled together, but the next scene left Bai Qianqian on the brink of explosion. Yi Qiuling moved closer to Su Liang, nearly wedging his arm into her bosom. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, realizing her audacity knew no bounds. With a swift maneuver, he changed his position and stepped over to Qianqian's side. Yi Qiuling was nearly exasperated. Did this insufferable fellow not recognize her allure? However, she refrained from pressing the matter further. Then, with eyes resembling a tranquil autumn pool, she shyly gazed at Su Liang and asked, Su Liang, may I add you on Starlink? Her bashful demeanor would undoubtedly have been lethal in captivating any other boy. Qianqian felt an irksome sensation welling within her. Was she trying to steal her brother Su Liang away? It dawned on her that Yi Qiuling was, in fact, targeting her brother. In the next moment, Su Liang shook his head, replying, Sorry, I'm a caveman with no Starlink account. I fear I might disappoint you. Qianqian could not suppress her laughter. Her brother Su Liang was indeed a source of reassurance. But wait, why should she feel reassured? Their relationship had yet to be defined. After some contemplation, she concluded it was the perfect opportunity to validate her suspicions. Brother Su Liang, you chat with her, we'll go by some things first. With that, she firmly took Lin Shuyu's hand and strode away. Su Liang was left in a state of bewilderment. Yi Qiuling's heart leaped with joy. This buffoon likely hesitated to add her due to Bai Qianqian's presence, making her feel she had the upper hand. As Su Liang prepared to leave, Yi Qiuling suddenly called out, Su Liang, now that Bai Qianqian has gone, can you add me on Starlink? Don't worry, I want to tell her. Su Liang rolled his eyes, muttering, Is there a hole in your head? Before turning on his heel and walking away. Only Yi Qiuling remained in disarray amidst the wind. The headlights had malfunctioned, driving her to the brink of exasperation. I refuse to believe this. If pushed to my limits, I will bring you to ruin. Even if I must strip bare. A cold smile graced her lips. Do not rush. I have ample time to engage in this game. Soon, Yi Qinghan appeared behind her. Qiuling, how did it go? Were you successful? Yi Qiuling replied with an awkward smile. Brother Qinghan, do not fret. Today was merely our first encounter. We have made introductions. I will certainly ensure their plans are thwarted. Yi Qinghan responded with a smile. Excellent. I await your good news. You shall be generously rewarded today. At this rate, their separation was merely a matter of time. Yi Qiuling nodded with a grin. Brother Qinghan, just wait a bit longer. In the coming days, I will administer a few potent doses to them. I guarantee their downfall. Yi Qinghan laughed heartily. Let us go. Today, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Chapter 79. The Lingering Spirits. Bai Qianqian deliberately distanced herself from Lin Shuya, curious how Su Liang would choose. Lin Shuya asked with a hint of confusion, Qianqian, are you upset? Why are we leaving? Aren't you afraid that Vixen will charm your Su Liang away? Bai Qianqian smiled gently. I am not worried. I trust him. I am merely testing him. Lin Shuya replied, that girl is clearly after your Su Liang. You must be cautious. Moreover, do not casually test a boy. You need to assert your claim. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian paused in contemplation. Indeed, why should one test him? Is it that I do not trust Brother Su Liang? Bai Qianqian spoke with a hint of anxiety. Shuya, should I not have left just now? It seems that when two parties trust each other, testing is unnecessary. Lin Shuya reassured her. Do not worry. Your belief in him is paramount. Bai Qianqian nodded. Then I shall explain everything to him shortly. Lin Shuya let out a wry smile and shook her head. That is not necessary. Just let things unfold naturally. Alas, I did not expect to accompany you for a meal and end up thoroughly indulged in your romantic antics. Bai Qianqian blushed and lowered her gaze. That is not true. Do not say such things. She pondered the possibility of Su Liang misunderstanding her. What if he truly added that girl on Star News? As she turned around, she collided full force with Su Liang behind her. Su Liang swiftly caught her, preventing her from falling. Come now, what prompted your sudden departure? Qianqian bit her lip and confessed. Brother Su Liang, I apologize. I left intentionally. I wanted to see if you would add her on Star News after I was gone. Su Liang chuckled softly. I knew you were thinking that. Do not overthink it. I have no intention of adding her. However, after you left, she did inquire about you. Bai Qianqian looked at Su Liang with curiosity. So you did not add her? Su Liang shook his head. I have no time to waste on her. Having you is more than enough for me. Lin Shuya shivered slightly. I feel as though I am on the brink of bursting. Bai Qianqian smiled sweetly. Su Liang explained. She belongs to Yi Qinghan and is intentionally trying to provoke you. Moreover, Yi Qinghan and his companions were just nearby. Upon hearing this, Qianqian suddenly looked up. Su Liang continued softly. I noticed that Yi Qinghan and his group entered the shop earlier and then left shortly after. This Yi Qiuling went to the restroom, changed into stockings and a short skirt, all to make you jealous. Bai Qianqian instantly understood everything. How despicable! She exclaimed, pouting. Su Liang chuckled. Do you think I would add her? I directly called her a shameless person. Qianqian smiled sweetly. That's wonderful. But then she pondered and asked, Brother Su Liang, if she weren't sent by Yi Qinghan and a girl like that approached you, would you add her? Su Liang playfully tapped her nose, saying, I wouldn't add anyone. As long as I have you on my list, that's all I need. My only preference is you, Qianqian. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian's delicate little ears turned crimson. Lin Shuya, nearby, laughed. Oh my, is this a confession? Qianqian became even more bashful. Su Liang grinned. Yes, but as long as Qianqian likes it, I can confess to her every day. Bai Qianqian was left utterly speechless. Lin Shuya hurriedly chimed in. TSK, TSK, TSK. This dog food is too much for me. I'm completely stuffed. I'll leave space for you too. I'm heading back to the academy now. Qianqian. You can come back later. It's fine if you don't. With that, Lin Shuya made her swift exit. Bai Qianqian buried her head in Su Liang's embrace. Too shy to look up, her heartbeat racing wildly. Thump, 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 thump. It was all too clear. Could this be the moment when Su Liang confesses his feelings to her for the first time? Yet, she felt she had not yet transformed into a beauty. Nor did she possess the figure of Yi Qiuling. Su Liang chuckled softly. How much longer must we hide? Bai Qianqian, feeling bashful, turned to leave. I apologize, Su Liang. I should not have tested you so recklessly. Su Liang shook his head gently. No, it's fine. I did not communicate anything to you beforehand either. Bai Qianqian. Her cheeks flushed, gazed at Su Liang. Su Liang, you must remain true to your heart. Su Liang nodded with a smile. Qianqian. This is merely the initial trouble we have encountered. There will be many who wish to disrupt our bond in the future, but I shall obliterate them all. Bai Qianqian nodded obediently. Suddenly, Su Liang remarked, By the way, Qianqian, I have a feeling that Yi Qiuling will not relent. She may return and possibly engage in some outrageous actions. If I am unable to explain, please do not feel jealous. Bai Qianqian nodded, her eyes curving into crescent moons. All right, I will remember. You need not worry. Just know that Su Liang belongs to Qianqian, and Qianqian belongs to Su Liang. Qianqian truly found herself at a loss for words. She lowered her head like an ostrich, yet her heart brimmed with joy, overwhelming joy. Su Liang laughed. I do not even regard Fanboy with interest. How could I possibly hold her in esteem? My heart belongs solely to Qianqian. Bai Qianqian, her face ablaze, replied, All right, no more of that. We'll save it for tomorrow. Su Liang erupted into laughter. However, Qianqian, just the thought of you feeling jealous is undeniably adorable. Qianqian playfully bumped her head against Su Liang's chest. You still dare to say? Su Liang embraced her tightly. Come. I shall allow you to punish me. He leaned closer to her. Qianqian understood his implication It was he who yearned for a kiss, cleverly using this pretext. Humph. Not going to kiss him. Yet, Su Liang's earlier display was rather commendable. Perhaps a little kiss wouldn't hurt. As she too felt the desire to share such a moment. In the next instant, her cheeks flushed as she pecked Su Liang's cheek. Qianqian conceded. She simply could not resist. The two of them merrily strolled toward the academy. Su Liang, do all boys prefer girls with ample bosoms, curvaceous figures, slender waists, and long legs clad in black stockings? Su Liang's expression shifted. A deadly question. No, I only like you, Qianqian. Bai Qianqian let out a light snort. Rogue. Though she said this, her smile betrayed her. Well, Qianqian, you've become quite mischievous. Now you know all these things. Bai Qianqian quickly dashed away. Attempting to escape Su Liang's grasp, they playfully teased each other until they reached the academy gates. Suddenly, Su Liang sensed someone stealthily following them. He scoffed inwardly. What a bothersome day, and the shadows simply would not disperse. Nevertheless, he kept silent, first escorting Qianqian back to her dormitory. They reluctantly bid farewell. And Su Liang began to retrace his steps, aware that the person behind was waiting for the opportune moment. He deliberately walked to a secluded spot, anticipating their move. The opponent, a decisive individual, seized the opportunity and acted swiftly. In an instant, chaos erupted. The A-grade purple divine seal radiated around him, and two divine seals were distinctly visible. Su Liang let out a cold snort. I have been waiting for you. The opponent was startled, realizing that he had been discovered long ago. Su Liang showed no mercy. He swiftly drew a spear from the spatial converter, its chilling gleam cutting through the air. He thrust it forward, only for the opponent to raise his arm in defense. The clash produced a crisp sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. In that instant, Su Liang understood that this individual's divine seal attribute was likely related to metal, enabling him to instantaneously transform certain parts of his body into metallic material. Such an attribute was not uncommon. The opponent's punch was fierce and relentless. After blocking the thrust, he swiftly advanced, launching a powerful strike aimed directly at Su Liang's face. To Su Liang, this assault posed little threat, as his inside eye slowed down the movements, allowing him to perceive everything clearly. With a sudden push off the ground, Su Liang propelled himself backward, swinging the spear with great force, striking the opponent. The sound of metal clashing resounded once more. At that moment, Gu Dongping felt a jolt of shock. How could this individual possess such strength? Each thrust against him inflicted tremendous pain. Was this truly a freshman at the first seal level? Initially, he had been skeptical of Chang Hao and his companions' claims that this person was merely a fraud. But now he found himself reconsidering. The combat prowess displayed by Su Liang was far beyond what one would expect from a mere first seal newcomer. No wonder his battle rating had reached 5 stars. Yet, Gu Dongping was not one to concede easily. If he could not subdue Su Liang, how could he face Luo Xiao upon his return? With a cold snort, Gu Dongping steeled his resolve. The ethereal light of the purple divine seal shimmered, accompanied by the silvery radiance of metallic attributes. Ha! He exclaimed sharply, quickening his pace. It was as if he had transformed into a being of unyielding strength. His formidable fist shattering the assault of the long spear. He advanced ferociously towards Su Liang. He could fail countless times, but Su Liang could only afford to fail once. If he could land a single punch, Su Liang would surely fall. Su Liang, keenly aware of his adversary's intentions, retreated swiftly, wielding his spear to unleash a flurry of dazzling strikes. His heart was heavy. This opponent was evidently stronger than those he had faced during the day. The sheer power of this adversary surpassed that of the others. By Su Liang's estimation, this individual undoubtedly exceeded level 12. Crossing over level 11 heralded a significant transformation in strength, a fact he was acutely aware of. He needed to create distance. He was confident that as long as his opponent could not close the gap, he would remain unscathed. His keen perception and agility far surpassed those of his challenger. He must identify the opponent's weaknesses. The clashing sounds of their confrontation echoed. As the battle progressed, Gu Dongping began to sense something amiss. He found himself utterly unable to contend with his opponent. No matter his efforts, he could not close in. A sense of suffocation enveloped him. Each of his attacks seemed to be anticipated by Su Liang, rendering his iron fist ineffective. Frustration mounted. How could he, a distinguished A-class second seal divine envoy, be unable to subdue a mere newcomer? Su Liang's mind was as tranquil as still water. In the next moment, he seized an opportunity, his gaze sharpening with a fierce determination. With a sweeping strike, he launched a powerful blow towards his opponent's chest. Just as Gu Dongping began to react, The long spear had already descended upon him. Bang! It exploded against his chest, emitting a thunderous roar. Gu Dongping's eyes nearly bulged out from the impact. A searing pain engulfed his entire body, and with a scream, he was hurled away by Su Liang's strike. The force of that blow far exceeded his expectations. Gu Dongping crashed to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Damn it!" he shouted, enduring his wounds as the divine mark on his right arm began to shimmer with silver light. Su Liang's gaze sharpened. He was about to unleash the power of the mark. Gu Dongping bellowed, "Get down!" His fist glimmered with silver radiance, as if a formidable force had been bestowed upon it in that moment. As he struck, it felt as though Su Liang's spear would shatter under the might of his blow. Su Liang snorted coldly, a glimmer of golden light flickering deep within his pupils. Chapter 80. The spear challenges the second divine envoy. In that instant, Gu Dongping's fist shot out, momentarily transforming into a metallic tiger of immense ferocity. The momentum was overwhelming. However, Su Liang had no intention of wasting time. A surge of power from the beast god mark flowed to the tip of his spear. Angry dragon breaks the army. With astonishing speed, Su Liang thrust his spear forward. In Gu Dongping's eyes, he was certain that Su Liang's strike could not breach his defenses. He intended to endure the blow and retaliate with his own fist. Just one punch, and victory would be his. Su Liang chuckled derisively. In that moment, the spear tip seemed to transform into the sharpest weapon known to man. No matter how tough Gu Dongping's body was, could he withstand the might of a beast? Even a two-star beast would be as easy to dispatch as child's play. Gu Dongping's expression was exceptionally fierce and agitated. It was almost within his grasp. However, in the next moment, a sound pierced through the air, a gunshot echoing as the bullet traversed his body. His fist halted just over a meter from Su Liang. With each step forward, he felt an agonizing pain searing through his chest. Gazing at Su Liang's cold smile, a tremor of fear began to rise within him. His defenses had been shattered. His strength started to dissipate. In disbelief, he glanced at his right chest, where his adversary held a gun with one hand, the black barrel having penetrated deep into his shoulder. Blood flowed freely. The excruciating pain twisted his features into a grimace. "Ah!" With a tortured scream, he cried out. How could this be possible? How could this happen? His body had been fortified by the power of divine imprint. He distinctly remembered consolidating all his energy at that point. How could such a shot break through his defenses? Even a blow from a two-star beast could not breach them. Yet, he had failed to withstand a single shot from a mere one imprint chosen. This was utterly incomprehensible. Was it possible that this long gun was an A-grade or even S-grade weapon? No, that couldn't be. Gu Dongping was driven to madness, the pain in his chest pushing him to the brink. "Ah, I will kill you." His eyes were bloodshot, veins pulsing with rage, and the agony caused cold sweat to beat upon his brow. But he knew he had to retaliate. Su Liang let out a cold laugh, warning, "Move even a muscle, and I shall shatter your right shoulder, rendering you utterly useless." With a sudden surge of strength, Su Liang lifted Gu Dongping effortlessly with one hand gripping the long gun. Gu Dongping's face instantly paled, the pain nearly sending him into unconsciousness. "Let go of me," he screamed in agony. Gu Dongping could hardly keep his eyes open, his gums bleeding from being bitten. "Who sent you to lay hands on me?" Su Liang inquired coldly. A chill ran through Gu Dongping. He knew he must not divulge anything. "I meant no harm. I merely wished to challenge you." Su Liang scoffed derisively, such defiance from all of you. As she spoke, she slowly twisted the long spear in her hand, blood coursing down its length towards her. "Ah!" Gu Dongping cried out in pain, his voice a desperate call for help. He hoped to attract the attention of other students with his cries. His strategy proved effective, as a few students were drawn to the scene, only to be met with a gruesome sight. "What is happening here? Are they killing someone?" Several students approached, some of them second tier, others fresh newcomers. "Isn't that Gu Dongping of the second tier?" To their astonishment, it truly was Gu Dongping being so ruthlessly toyed with. "Isn't he at level 13? They wondered. Who is this tormentor? Could it be an S-class? Even some older students, also at the second tier, were taken aback. Gu Dongping, a second-tier A-class divine envoy, was being so easily toyed with. The mere sight was painful to behold. Su Liang paid no heed to the onlookers, her demeanor icy as she demanded, "Speak. Who sent you?" Gu Dongping's eyes were bloodshot as he replied defiantly, "If you have the guts, then kill me." Su Liang chuckled mockingly. "Risk my future for a worthless wretch like you? Very well, let us rephrase the question. Luo Ziwen summoned you to seek me out. It cannot merely be for the purpose of delivering a beating, can it?" Upon hearing these words, Gu Dongping's pupils visibly contracted. He understood. Su Liang let out a derisive laugh. Indeed, based on his deductions, the individuals currently inclined to trouble him were quite evident. Luo Ziwen, Zhang Tianze, Yi Qinghan. In Su Liang's recollection, Zhang Tianze and Yi Qinghan were mere freshmen, and unlike Luo Ziwen, they lacked impulsiveness, exhibiting a more cunning demeanor. As for Luo Ziwen, he was the most foolish. His treatment of the female students in the academy revealed much. Thus, a simple probe yielded sufficient insight. This made matters considerably easier. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Liang abruptly slammed Gu Dongping to the ground. Ah! The piercing scream sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. They dared not gaze upon the scene. The pain inflicted by such a brutal strike to the chest was unimaginable. Gu Dongping was on the verge of losing consciousness. Lying on the ground, blood gushing forth, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat. Su Liang snorted disdainfully. Seizing him by the collar and dragging him across the ground towards the dormitory of Class S, Level 3. Blood trailed behind them, marking a gruesome path that left the surrounding students trembling with fear. What was he planning? Who exactly was this person? Such ruthlessness. One by one, the classmates trailed behind, eager to witness Su Liang's intentions. Simultaneously, they reached out to their friends, intent on witnessing this bloody confrontation. Gu Dongping, having lost too much blood, possessed no strength to resist. He could only submit to Su Liang's dragging. More and more spectators gathered around. Soon, someone recognized Su Liang. Goodness, is that not the 5-star combat-rated Su Liang among our new students? What? Some of the senior students were astonished. Are you suggesting he is a new student? Indeed, he is a new student. Moreover, he is a B-grade newcomer. The senior students were left speechless. What? A B-grade newcomer with a 5-star combat rating? He even defeated the senior Gu Dongping? A newcomer inquired, is Gu Dongping really that formidable? Absolutely. Among our senior cohort, he is considered an anomaly. An A-grade with divine seals, now at level 13. His attribute is gold. He can condense power to render critical areas of his body impervious. How did Su Liang breach his defenses? Everyone was astounded. A B-grade newcomer had vanquished an A-grade level 13 senior, inflicting such serious injuries. This was monumental news. The crowd began to stir restlessly. Was Su Liang truly an anomaly? What could he possibly intend? It appeared he was heading towards the dormitory of the S-class with 3 seals. It seems Gu Dongping has some connection with Senior Luo. At this point, the speaker hesitated to continue. The onlookers multiplied, and they became aware of the identities of both Su Liang and his opponent. In their astonishment, they felt a tingling sensation at the nape of their necks. This was utterly insane. A B-grade newcomer had defeated an A-grade 2nd seal senior and was now seeking trouble with the 3-seal Luo Ziwen. Some individuals had already begun to notify the teachers. This was a significant matter. Su Liang's expression remained impassive, devoid of emotion. Wasn't Luo Ziwen the one seeking a challenge? Then let us play this to the end. I am eager to see what tricks he has left up his sleeve. This is far from over. Not long after, Su Liang arrived at the dormitory building of the S-class, dragging the nearly lifeless Gu Dongping with him. Step by step, they ascended the stairs. A multitude of onlookers followed, while those who could not keep up resorted to using biosimulated drones for live updates. The Academy Forum erupted in a frenzy, drawing increasing attention to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, in the B-class freshman dormitory, many were also taking note. Upon seeing the news, the rotund student's expression shifted dramatically. Damn, Liangzi has stirred up a significant trouble. This is dangerous. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua were instantly alarmed. Yang Feihua, maintaining a semblance of calm, urged, Wang Lai, quickly summon the flower of the overlord. Fatty. Let us go. Gather support for Liangzi. All right, let us move. The trio dashed out without a moment's hesitation. Liangzi had stood up for them, treating them like brothers. How could they not react in such a critical moment? Simultaneously, in the S-class freshman dormitory, Lin Shua and her friends had just begun their evening routines when they caught wind of the situation. Qianqian, there's been a major incident. Su Liang is causing trouble for the S-class. Bai Qianqian was instantly taken aback. What is going on? After glancing through the updates, her worry escalated. And without time to change, she hurriedly rushed out. Downstairs, Lung Lianshuang had also witnessed the live broadcast of the event. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to take He Yao with her to assess the situation. Encountering Bai Qianqian, neither spoke. They simply sprinted towards the scene. Meanwhile, Luo Ziwen remained blissfully unaware. Having just finished his shower, wrapped in a towel, waiting for good news regarding Gu Dongping. He firmly believed that with Gu Dongping's intervention, no matter how formidable Su Liang might be, the only outcome would be submission. A cold smirk graced his face. Did this B-grade truly think he could turn the tide? Bai Qianqian was his, Luo Ziwen's. Luo Ziwen was resolute in his pursuit of Bai Qianqian. Upon receiving Bai Qianqian's reply to his message, and subsequently realizing she had removed him from her contacts, he was consumed by furious wrath. He commanded Gu Dongping to ensure Su Liang's limbs were shattered. As he poured himself a glass of red wine, swirling it with anticipation, he awaited the arrival of good news. Lost in dreams of securing the SSS-grade Bai Qianqian and her future as a divine figure. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door of his dormitory was violently kicked open. The specially reinforced steel door hurtling towards him like a cannonball, offering Luo Ziwen no time to react. By the time he registered the event, the door was already inches from his face. Luo Ziwen exclaimed, "What the hell?" Chapter 81, The Greatest Screw. Third update. Luo Ziwen was struck hard, crashing against the wall. His inner fury reaching a boiling point. He forcefully shoved the door away from his face. Damn it! Who the hell is seeking death? He was completely oblivious to the fact that his towel had been swept away with the door, leaving him with an uncomfortable chill. The biotic drones outside flickered with lights, and the followers of Su Liang peered in, unable to contain their laughter. Why is it so small? All that remained was a single screw. Students operating drones downstairs and those watching the live stream erupted in laughter. Wow, incredible. Is this some form of stunted development? No wonder the tale of betrayal unfolds. It appears that the young lady was utterly unsatisfied, and he merely pretended to embody the role of a heartless abandoner. How amusing. The entire school forum erupted in fervor, inundated with fervent comments. What a colossal screw. This is the largest I have ever seen. You all, retreat swiftly. I shall bring a magnifying glass. So impressive. It deserves divine recognition. I shall dub it the Great Little Emperor of Screws. Those girls who once associated with him, they can't possibly be unscathed, can they? Surely not. Can you believe the screw? I recommend the Chengdu Male Specialty Hospital. It will offer you a life-transforming experience. Oh, have you been there? Just switch it up. Change your gender. Those young women who had been coerced by Luo Ziwen's familial power cried out in exhilaration. This scoundrel's vile nature has finally been laid bare for all to witness. They joined in the frenzy, fueling the fervor further. Su Liang could hardly contain his laughter. Such a little creature, quite unique. Luo Ziwen was on the verge of madness, wishing fervently to find a hole to burrow into. Such disgrace. His lifelong reputation utterly tarnished. He swiftly wrapped a towel around himself, his blood-red eyes fixated on Su Liang with fury. Ents, you seek death. In an instant, the crimson light of the divine seal erupted forth. He was truly losing his sanity. Yet, Su Liang remained unfazed. From Luo Ziwen surged an astonishing blue flame, imbued with an eerie chill. Su Liang chuckled. Senior Luo, do calm yourself. Otherwise, you may incinerate everything, and your illustrious prowess will once again be exposed. Luo Ziwen felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of water, teetering on the brink of madness. The blue flames flickered momentarily before extinguishing. He furiously slapped at the embers on his towel. His rage surged to an unprecedented level, and he had never before felt such an overwhelming desire to eliminate Su Liang, a mere insect, who had humiliated him before others. Su Liang. Su Liang let out a disdainful laugh. What are you shouting about? In an instant, Luo Ziwen rolled over to retrieve his spatial converter. The next moment, he extracted a suit of battle armor, encasing himself completely in it, allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, the inferno of wrath within him could not be quelled. I want you dead. His eyes burned with a crimson fury, more frenzied than ever before. The blue flames surged once again. His singular thought was to slay Su Liang, to extinguish this insignificant pest. Only then could his ire be assuaged and perhaps his tarnished reputation restored. Just as Luo Ziwen was about to charge forth, Su Liang nonchalantly tossed the lifeless body of Gu Dongping at him. Gu Dongping crumpled at his feet. Witnessing Gu Dongping's pitiful state sent a jolt through Luo Ziwen. This useless fool had failed. Was there someone aiding him? Nevertheless, Luo Ziwen knew he could not concede to such thoughts. He had to maintain his composure. Next time you send someone to kill me, do not send such trash. Su Liang barked a cold command. Upon hearing this, the students outside were left in shock. Gu Dongping had actually been sent by Luo Ziwen to assassinate Su Liang. Why? Why would Luo Ziwen want to kill Su Liang? Murder within the academy is a grave sin. Do they not know? Have they forgotten the day Bai Qianqian enrolled? This Su Liang is indeed Bai Qianqian's boyfriend. What? No way. It's him. That scoundrel. The forum erupted in chaos. No wonder. Luo Ziwen wanted to target Bai Qianqian, so he had to eliminate Su Liang. Good heavens, this seems beyond our realm of discussion. We must retract. The entire academy was in an uproar, and more people rushed towards the scene. Meanwhile, Luo Ziwen was oblivious to the consequences. He bellowed furiously, "You scoundrel! You kicked down my door, leaving me humiliated, and now you casually throw someone before me to slander me with murder for hire? Today, even if I must break the law, I will slay you. Insect, prepare to meet your end." A stunning blue flame erupted from Luo Ziwen, transforming into an azure fire dragon that surged towards Su Liang. Unfazed, Su Liang gripped his spear tightly. With a thunderous blast, he swiftly retreated, shooting towards the building's exterior. Despite being on the 5th floor, he leapt without hesitation. The situation had escalated. As Su Liang propelled himself outward, on the verge of falling, he shouted, "Deny it? Who doesn't know Gu Dongping is your man?" Surrounding students scrambled to escape. Dressed in battle armor, Luo Ziwen charged forth, the blue flames raging fiercely. A 3rd-level mage was not to be trifled with. "Stop spouting nonsense. Today, I will surely kill you." He followed suit, leaping from the building. Below, the onlookers hastily cleared the way. When Su Liang landed, the ground beneath him cracked from the impact. The dense and intricate cracks evoke a sense of dread. Almost the entire cohort of students is now a captivated audience, their nerves frayed. Is this really a B-level freshman? This is the 5th floor. And he just fell like that. The senior students are visibly moved. This is a B-level. This is utterly absurd. He isn't even wearing battle armor. Indeed, how could someone who has captured the affection of the SSS level Bai Qianqian be anything but extraordinary? This individual undoubtedly harbors secrets. In the sky, Luo Ziwen, enveloped in a tumultuous blue flame, hurls himself towards Su Liang. Su Liang abruptly raises his gaze, and with a powerful thrust of his foot, he leaps from his position just in time. Luo Ziwen crashes down at Su Liang's former spot, igniting a burst of blue flames that sends the onlookers retreating in alarm. As a 3rd-tier divine master wielding a unique corpse fire attribute, Luo Ziwen is indeed formidable. The little emperor of screws has gone mad. Su Liang is in deep trouble. To dare stand against Luo Ziwen, I respect his bravery. If he survives, I shall acknowledge him as my elder brother. Hold on. The teacher is on the way. The fierce flower is galloping to the rescue. Su Liang understands that he cannot withstand this head-on. For now, he must bide his time. The situation has escalated, and help is imminent. However, Luo Ziwen appears to have gone berserk. The revelation of Su Liang exposing Gu Dongping may not have been a significant issue, but the fact that his own screw-up is now common knowledge is utterly intolerable. Luo Ziwen now resembles a frenzied beast, charging at Su Liang like a madman. Die. Luo Ziwen's speed is astonishing, as he is indeed an SSS level 3rd-tier divine master. His physical capabilities far exceed those of an ordinary individual. His speed is astonishing. With Su Liang's current physical condition, evasion is impossible. Luo Ziwen conjured a terrifying blue flame fist, which came crashing down towards Su Liang. Boom. The punch struck the barrel of Su Liang's weapon, producing a resounding explosion. The long spear even began to bend. Su Liang felt a heavy pressure in his chest, and he was violently propelled backward, crashing against a wall. The wall behind him cracked under the impact, and the blue flames continued to encroach upon him, causing Su Liang's divine mark to stir. The fiery power dispelled the chilling corpse flames, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The strength of an SS-class 3 Seal Divine Master is indeed formidable, far beyond his capacity to withstand. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding students could not help but feel a sense of dread. At this rate, Su Liang would inevitably face defeat. Luo Ziwen, now in a frenzied state, paid no heed to the consequences. With a furious roar, he shouted, "Die!" In his madness, he unleashed his attacks without any semblance of strategy, simply channeling his corpse flames as he swung his fist towards Su Liang. The moment one of his punches landed, Su Liang felt as though he would be rendered incapacitated. Su Liang fought with all his might, unleashing a flurry of spear blossoms. Alas, the might of his wind and fire divine mark was vastly inferior in comparison. All of his efforts were obliterated beneath Luo Ziwen's fists. Boom, boom, bang, clang. Su Liang could only rely on his combat instincts to resist. The black long spear in his grasp began to show signs of damage, bending in places, and his palms were already bruised. Hence, die. In an instant, the blue flames transformed once more into a dragon of fire, surging toward him. The students were astonished. If that punch landed, Su Liang would be utterly incapacitated. Each of them felt their hearts leap into their throats. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Su Liang's eyes. Without his battle armor, he was left with no choice but to invoke the beast god seal. He had to endure until the arrival of his teachers. With a fierce shout, he summoned the golden power of the beast god seal from his chest. In that instant, the tip of his spear was enveloped in a radiant golden glow. Su Liang swung his spear with great force, crashing it against Luo Ziwen's fist, which was ablaze with blue flames. At that moment, everyone witnessed the blue corpse flames recoil in fear upon encountering the tip of Su Liang's spear, parting to create a path. What on earth is that? How could it possibly make Luo Ziwen's corpse flames retreat? Did you notice that golden glow? Don't tell me that's the power of an SSS-level Divine Seal. As these words were spoken, a wave of commotion rippled through the crowd. Wasn't the golden hue exclusive to SSS-level Divine Seals? How could a B-level individual unleash such brilliance? It can't be. He is B-level. Perhaps it's the manifestation of his Divine Seal attributes. Many in the crowd thought they might be overthinking it. Yet, some present felt a different sensation. Was that truly the radiance of Divine Seal attributes? It didn't seem so. The moment the golden light appeared, everyone in attendance felt a weighty pressure. But there was no time to ponder further. The spear tip pierced through the blue flames and struck fiercely against Luo Ziwen's arm, leaving a long and deep gash on the surface of the B-level battle armor. Luo Ziwen was taken aback. How could this be possible? How could such a wretched long spear leave marks upon his B-grade armor? Luo Ziwen felt a pang of pain, his fury intensifying. He charged forward once more, engulfed in a blue blaze, transforming into a figure of blue flames. A torrent of fiery fists rained down upon him. Su Liang exerted all his strength to defend against the onslaught. The golden-tipped spear, imbued with radiant light, left numerous scars on his armor. Yet it could not completely breach it. He pondered deeply. The disparity in levels was immense. If only his strength were sufficient, he could effortlessly shatter the armor. Su Liang gradually comprehended that the beast god seal was formidable, but the golden power it bestowed could not further amplify his strength, spirit, or agility. His attributes remained fixed at 70 points. Without the armor, that was his limit. The power of the beast god seal seemed to enhance his defense and offensive capabilities, allowing it to affix to his weapon and render it sharper while also providing a degree of suppression. Seizing the moment, Luo Ziwen, undeterred by the damage to his armor, unleashed a terrifying barrage of fiery fists upon the spear that Su Liang was attempting to block. In that instant, the spear was bent from the impact, sending Su Liang hurtling backward. Boom. Crash. He collided with the wall, which shattered upon impact. As Su Liang hit the ground, blood once again trickled from the corner of his mouth, his palm torn and bleeding. It was exceedingly difficult. The onlookers gasped in horror, wondering if they could withstand such a force. Yet, reaching this stage was already an impressive feat. Incredible! Just awakened. And already capable of battling a 3-sealed divine master to this extent, achieving divine status. What about the teacher? Why has the time not yet arrived? This is simply the true deity for us ordinary folk. He must not perish. In this battle, the might must be overwhelming, leading to deification. Besides proclaiming might, what else can you do? Go out and assist. Luo Ziwen's eyes were engulfed in azure flames, fixated intently on Su Liang, who lay on the ground. Gasping for breath, he found it impossible to suppress the fury within. Today Su Liang must die. He withdrew his weapon from the spatial converter, a trident, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Die!" He charged forward, the trident aimed directly at Su Liang. In that fleeting moment, madness ensued. He truly intends to kill. Quick, save him. Why is everyone just watching? Step in and block. Yet, at that very moment, Su Liang remained still, a breath of relief escaping him. The classmates were in a panic. Were they awaiting death? In the next instant, a figure radiating an overwhelming presence emerged before Su Liang, exuding a terrifying aura. Stop. Boom. Luo Ziwen's azure flames were instantly repelled upon contact with that domineering force. His trident was halted by an upright spear, unable to advance any further. The proud figure, a formidable flower of dominance, coldly regarded Luo Ziwen with piercing eyes. A resounding crash echoed through the sky, heralding the entrance of the formidable flower. Truly, this flower of dominance is impressive, handsome, beautiful, and stunning. The figure of Teacher Han is truly remarkable. One can only wonder what kind of fruit juice she has consumed, perhaps that legendary nectar from the islands 3 centuries ago. My admiration for Teacher Han knows no bounds. I am utterly enamored. Teacher Han, can you withstand my overlord's gun? Lo Ziwen, despite witnessing the formidable overlord flower, seemed undeterred, roaring, I shall slay him. The overlord flower gave a disdainful huff, gently shaking her weapon. An overwhelming force of recoil erupted instantaneously, sending Lo Ziwen staggering backward. Enraged, he shouted, Han Rushuang, get lost. The audacity of the Screw Emperor to speak so brazenly to the overlord flower was astonishing. His fate was sealed. Upon hearing those words, Han Rushuang's beautiful eyes glinted with an icy glare. How dare he disrespect his elders? The overlord's gun was swiftly raised, and in the blink of an eye, the overlord flower was before Lo Ziwen, a sweeping strike executed with precision. In that fleeting moment, Lo Ziwen regained his senses, his face drained of color. Realization dawned upon him. This was the overlord flower. With a resounding crack, the gun struck Lo Ziwen's trident, and he felt as if his very eyes might pop out from the force. He was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing against the dormitory wall, which shattered upon impact. The entire assembly of students stood in stunned silence, the only sound being the swallowing of breaths. This was indeed the overlord flower, indiscriminate in her wrath. Regardless of one's status as a student, Lo Ziwen had courted his own demise. Why provoke the overlord flower? The blue flame has finally extinguished. Han Rushuang let out a disdainful snort. Disrespecting one's elders, speaking with arrogance, and bullying the weak. Who grants you such audacity? Blood trickled from the corner of Luo Ziwen's mouth. His expression shrouded in shadows. That wretched scoundrel, one day I shall compel you to submit beneath me. Teacher Han, he provoked me first. He has humiliated me and framed me. Han Rushuang wore an indifferent expression. The situation was evidently clear. At that moment, the 3 portly figures finally arrived, rushing to Su Liang's side. Liangzi, Liangzi, what has happened? The trio was frantic, having coughed up blood. They helped Su Liang to his feet, who shook his head. It's nothing serious. I managed to hold my ground. A weight settled in Su Liang's heart. You 3 step back. Are you seeking death? His gaze turned grave. If that scoundrel Luo Ziwen took an interest in them, their lives would be far from pleasant. The 3 instantly comprehended Su Liang's intent, yet their resolve remained unwavering. Stop with the nonsense. You are our brother, the stout one declared resolutely. Yang Feihua and Wang Lai nodded in agreement. We are not afraid. A warmth surged within Su Liang. These 3 fellows. He smiled broadly. It seems my efforts in raising 3 fine sons were not in vain. Now, step back a little. Let me handle this. The 3 understood Su Liang's intentions, yet they steadfastly refused to budge, continuing to support him. Luo Ziwen, in a fit of rage, bellowed, Teacher Han, is this how you protect him? Su Liang let out a cold laugh. Protect him? What do you mean by that? The murderous intent surged within Luo Ziwen. You framed and plotted against me, kicking open my door and causing me. Luo Ziwen could not continue. Feeling utterly humiliated and devoid of the courage to face anyone, the evidence was now exposed. Han Rushuang's expression turned icy. Bring Gu Dongping down, she commanded. Immediately, some students ascended the stairs to retrieve Gu Dongping. He was barely conscious, unable to utter a single word. Han Rushuang fixed her gaze upon Luo Ziwen. Did you instigate him to confront Su Liang? Luo Ziwen vehemently denied. That is not true. I know Gu Dongping. Why would I ask him to do something like that? Han Rushuang turned her attention to Su Liang. What do you have to say? Su Liang waved his hand dismissively. If he denies it, what can I do? I have no evidence. Han Rushuang replied. What is the meaning of this? You create such a stir without any evidence? At this point, Su Liang released the video of Gu Dongping stalking him. Mr. Han, the situation is as follows. Gu Dongping has been following me since I exited the school gates. After escorting my girlfriend back to her dorm, he suddenly attacked me. It was evident that he intended to harm me, but fortunately, I was capable enough to fend him off. Otherwise, I would have suffered greatly. Various students speculated that Gu Dongping was affiliated with Luo Ziwen, a fact that was well known among them all. Hence, I brought Gu Dongping to confront Luo Ziwen, especially since a minor altercation had occurred on our first day of school. This seemed quite reasonable, did it not? Su Liang surveyed the crowd. Everyone appeared bewildered. Why do you narrate this with such indifference? Should you not be defending yourself vigorously? Everyone appeared bewildered, nodding in agreement. acknowledging the sensibility of the situation. It was evident to any discerning individual that Gu Dongping was indeed associated with Luo Ziwen. Su Liang continued, stating, I am not acquainted with Gu Dongping. I came here to seek accountability. I confess, I acted impulsively, forcefully kicking open Senior Luo's door, unaware that he preferred to eschew trousers in the privacy of his dormitory, reveling in the display of his own masculinity. This led to such an unexpected incident. The bystanders were momentarily stunned before erupting into laughter. What a character! A masterstroke! The forum is in an uproar, they exclaimed, with comments flooding in. Haha. Masculinity? More like a chilling breeze. Not even I, the mighty screw, can compete. What a lethal blow, impressive. Such audacity, he is practically a legend. Here we go again. Luo Ziwen's countenance shifted from crimson to a deep shade of blue, then to purple, ultimately culminating in an ashen hue. His composure shattered. How dare he wield a screw as leverage against him? He felt akin to a bare-bottomed monkey, subjected to the scorn of onlookers. You. Luo Ziwen trembled, raising a quaking finger. At that moment, he yearned for someone to help alleviate his humiliation. Su Liang hastily interjected, Senior Luo, please do not be angered. While I speak the truth, it remains the truth. Sha Seng shook his head in disbelief. The laughter erupted uncontrollably from the crowd, while Han Rushuang felt the veins on her temples pulsating, unable to contain her amusement at this audacious rascal. Chapter 83. TSK. So small. Luo Ziwen's blood surged to his head. A mouthful of blood spewed forth. Seizing the moment, Su Liang declared, Teacher Han, I am here to confront him. In a fit of rage, I kicked his door, causing him to inadvertently expose himself. It is my fault, and I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I apologize. Furthermore, since he claims that Gu Dongping was not instigated by him and refuses to admit it, I shall let it go. After all, Gu Dongping has also paid a price. At this juncture, Su Liang let out a deep sigh. Alas, why must Senior Luo be so impulsive? Why did he not clarify sooner that it was not his doing? I would certainly compensate for your door, and then I would have turned and left. Why not say it earlier? Why? The entire school watched Su Liang's brazen demeanor, truly at the brink of exasperation. What a talent! Damn the door compensation. Teacher Han, Senior Luo was likely overwhelmed by his emotions at that moment and came at me with aggression, leaving me no choice but to flee. Look, he has beaten me to the point of bleeding. I see no need to compensate for the door. Let us consider it a standoff. Su Liang shrugged helplessly. Luo Ziwen was driven to madness, bleeding profusely. I resist this nonsense. Han Ruoshuang felt a headache coming on. Enough. Stop speaking. Su Liang managed a sheepish smile, sensing the tension had reached its peak. Just then, a teacher arrived belatedly, appearing beside Luo Ziwen to assist him. Furrowing his brow, Teacher Han, what is the meaning of this? This middle-aged man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and presenting a respectable facade, was, in reality, a sycophant of the Luo family. Han Ruoshuang replied expressionlessly, What do you mean? Luo Ziwen assaulted my student, and I am powerless to protect them? Was it not Luo Ziwen who initiated the violence? Does he truly believe he is justified? He displayed blatant disrespect, even daring to tell me to leave. Who granted him such audacity? Teacher, who is it you? Hu Liangjian's expression froze. You. He seemed to grasp the situation. It appeared that Luo Ziwen was indeed in the wrong. If Luo Ziwen was seen in such a compromising state, it was due to his own failure to wear trousers. Han Rushuang continued, since he denies that Gu Dongping was sent by him, this matter, as Su Liang stated, shall cancel each other out. And we shall consider it resolved. Luo Ziwen nearly spat blood in frustration, his hand gripping Hu Liangjian's arm tightly. This cannot simply end here. Hu Liangjian furrowed his brow. Very well. Setting aside the matter of Gu Dongping, what of this Su Liang, who forcibly kicked open Luo Ziwen's door, exposing his privacy to all? How shall we address this? Han Rushuang scoffed. How do you propose to resolve it? Luo Ziwen has already beaten my student to the point of vomiting blood. Is that not sufficient for his vengeance? Must he truly go so far as to kill him? Come, if you have the courage, then kill him. I shall not intervene. Hu Liangjian's expression darkened. Su Liang interjected, At most, I will compensate him for a door. Han Rushuang shot him a glare, and Su Liang immediately fell silent. The forum erupted with laughter. Why does he keep thinking about compensating him for a door? Is he really seeking a mere door? What he desires is for the door to his own insecurities to be closed. Hu Liangjian snorted coldly. Apologize. Apologize to my student. Luo Ziwen was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Did he expect an apology over trivial matters? At this moment, all he desired was for Su Liang to perish. Su Liang scoffed coldly, apologized for trifles. He initiated the conflict. Hu Liangjian's expression darkened. Impudent. Su Liang remained unfazed. Han Ruxiang found herself in a quandary. The situation was exceedingly chaotic. At that moment, a disdainful snort echoed, "Enough. All of you, cease your chatter." Everyone turned to see three hurried figures approaching. The plump director Huang, along with Bai Qianqian and Lin Shuyu. She had arrived slightly later. Knowing that she could resolve nothing without Director Huang's intervention, the students were taken aback. Bai Qianqian. Goodness, Bai Qianqian is ready to fiercely defend her partner again. In the forum, posts erupted. The future luminary of our academy has arrived. Damn, I'm so envious. How is it that he, a B-level, can earn the affection of an SSS level? Why? Haven't you seen Su Liang battle against the Sandine? Isn't it obvious? Cursed fate. Oh. Bai Qianqian seems to have grown more beautiful. With a heart full of concern, Bai Qianqian rushed to Su Liang's side, grasping his hand. Brother Su, what happened? How badly are you hurt? She affectionately examined him. The entire student body was left in astonishment. Meanwhile, the three chubby friends were utterly dumbfounded. Su Liang's girlfriend is the SSS level Bai Qianqian. What a beast. How could he possibly have such a fierce girlfriend and keep it hidden? What kind of fortune is this? The three individuals remained in stunned silence for quite some time. Their desire to speak evaporating as they grappled with the stark reality that comparison breeds frustration. Fortunately, they were brothers. Had they been outsiders, whispers of betrayal would have surely ensued, accompanied by curses of beast and damnable. At the back of the crowd, Liang Lianxiang and He Yao quietly observed the unfolding scene. Liang Lianxiang's fists were tightly clenched, the sensation of having missed out on a colossal treasure becoming increasingly palpable. Su Liang was undoubtedly far more complex than he appeared. Su Liang shook his head gently and ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "Do not worry, it is merely a minor issue." Bai Qianqian's eyes were red-rimmed. Yet she refrained from uttering more. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Luo Ziwen, her clear eyes radiating an astonishing chill, as if she had marked him for retribution, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. The fiery mark on her forehead unleashed a wave of intense heat. My heavens, I am enamored. Grant me a girlfriend of such caliber. I have a weak stomach. I desperately need an SSS-grade girlfriend to pamper me. Where can I find one? Is the government distributing them? Luo Ziwen had clearly miscalculated. Now Bai Qianqian would harbor nothing but disdain for him. Su Liang gently grasped her hand, allowing the heat to gradually dissipate. Director Huang scoffed. How much longer must this continue? His sharp reprimand silenced the assembly. With a sweeping glance, he commanded, "Everyone disperse." End the live broadcast. Casting a sidelong glance at Luo Ziwen and Su Liang, Director Huang declared, "This matter concludes here. No one is permitted to speak of it again. I am indifferent to whether you have hired someone to commit murder, yet as a master of the three seal arts, your actions against a newcomer are a severe breach of conduct. Calm yourself immediately." Director Huang then turned his gaze towards Su Liang. "And you? What was the purpose of kicking down the door? Do you not know how to knock? Return and reflect upon your actions." The forum is in fits of laughter. Did you hear that? Next time, knock. Su Liang, I will kick again next time. Door, whom have I offended? Luo Ziwen, what about me? Su Liang forced a smile. Director Huang was indeed protecting him. Yet, he instantly stifled his laughter. Director Huang surveyed the room. Everyone disperse. Luo Ziwen's eyes darkened to the utmost degree. He realized that today he had utterly lost face. This Su Liang must perish. He must perish. Suddenly, Su Liang spoke. Director Huang, if I were to fall victim to someone's vendetta and were to slip into unconsciousness, you must ensure the perpetrator is identified. Su Liang's unexpected remark left the crowd in a state of helplessness. It was an overt warning to Luo Ziwen. Dare to act and see what transpires? Luo Ziwen coldly retorted. Su Liang, the academy may protect you for a time, but can it safeguard you for eternity? Whoever I, Luo Ziwen, wish to eliminate, my family can achieve. The expressions of Director Huang and the others darkened, just as they were about to speak. Su Liang, however, scoffed. You would do well to avoid bringing in such rubbish next time, lest I kick down the door again. Luo Ziwen's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and red. How infuriating. Can we not dwell on that matter? Su Liang's gaze fell upon Luo Ziwen's lower half, revealing a subtle shake of his head. TSK, how pitiful, so diminutive. Luo Ziwen has truly lost his mind, allowing anger to consume him. Ah. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth, and he finally fainted. The Legend of the Gods. Impressive. From this moment, Luo Ziwen is left with a psychological scar. Do not provoke Su Liang. The damage is boundless. To slay Luo with a heartless resolve, the little emperor screw has retreated into solitude. Director Huang and Han Rushuang wore troubled expressions. Truly remarkable individuals. They sighed deeply, pondering the absurdity of the situation. It was evident to any discerning eye that Luo Ziwen would not let Su Liang off the hook. He would undoubtedly devise every possible means to harass Su Liang. Gradually, the crowd dispersed. Su Liang, along with his 3 companions and the 2 girls, followed Director Huang and the formidable Bawanghua. Director Huang sighed softly. By provoking him in such a manner, he will not relent. He will employ every tactic to eliminate you. The academy will protect you, but it cannot shadow you every hour of the day. Su Liang chuckled and shook his head. Director Huang, fret not. Matters in the shadows are for me to manage. The academy need only shield me from open threats. Moreover, this situation was not instigated by me. This is merely the second wave of trouble he has sought from me. I cannot continue to endure. If he wishes to play, then I shall indulge him. If one day he truly falls into my grasp, I shall show him no mercy. Director Huang and Han Rushuang exchanged astonished glances, for they found not a trace of fear reflected in Su Liang's eyes. Han Rushuang inquired, "Are you familiar with his family's background?" Su Liang nodded, "Yes. I know a bit. They are one of the most prominent families in Rongqing, almost on par with the Yi family." Director Huang let out a bitter smile, knowing this. "Yet you still act so impulsively. You should gather evidence first and deliver a decisive blow." Su Liang shook his head. "I do not have the luxury of time to waste on him. I am acutely aware that all of this stems from my association with Qianqian. This is a confrontation I must face. I shall not waver." Both Director Huang and Han Rushuang exchanged solemn glances with Su Liang. Director Huang believed that it was Qi Hengqiu who bestowed him with courage, while Han Rushuang thought it was his grandfather who inspired him. Suddenly, Qianqian spoke up, "Director Huang, the academy will ensure my brother Su Liang's safety, right?" Director Huang turned to Bai Qianqian and promptly replied, "Absolutely. Rest assured, as long as I, Huang Xian, am at the academy, I will unequivocally safeguard Su Liang's security." Director Huang was making a commitment to Bai Qianqian. All of this was merely for her sake. Satisfied, Qianqian nodded with a smile. The academy treats them well now, and in the future, they must repay that kindness. However, Su Liang felt a weight on his heart. Such promises held little significance. He needed to elevate his strength promptly. In the following days, with no tasks at hand, he would attend even the most trivial of classes and focus entirely on beast energy transformation. Chapter 84. The First Kiss. Only the 6 of them remained. Su Liang smiled and said, "Qianqian, Shuya, allow me to introduce you. These are my 3 roommates. The eldest, Yang Feihua, the second, Wang Lai, and the youngest, Kong Xian, who prefers to be called Fatty." Fatty feels a pang of regret, wishing he hadn't made that remark. The trio shyly greets Bai Qianqian and her companions, a wave of emotion washing over them. They never anticipated having the opportunity to engage so closely with someone of SSS rank. They must seize the chance to cling to Liangzi's leg, for doing so would equate to grasping the future of the divine sect. Truly, one person's ascent could elevate all their fates. They are eager to acknowledge their adoptive father. All 3 contemplate this notion. Qianqian and her friend also greet them with a hint of shyness. Su Liang gazes at his 3 obedient sons, realizing they are now in the loop. He looks at them and says, "No need for introductions, you understand." Su Liang's eyes sparkle with excitement. The trio no longer holds a grudge against Su Liang for showing off his affection. They accept it with grace. Su Liang smiles and introduces, "This is Qianqian's roommate, Lin Shuyu, an SSS rank chosen one. We should have a meal together sometime." "Brother Su Liang, are you feeling all right?" Qianqian inquires with concern. Su Liang reassures her gently. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I intentionally sustained a minor injury. I knew he wouldn't admit it, so I had to endure a little pain today. This way, he wouldn't have any grounds to create trouble. However, I never expected that this fool would prefer to be bare in the dormitory. His mindset seems to have collapsed." Bai Qianqian and Lin Shuya felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing those words. Now, it seemed, the entire academy was aware of the rather unfortunate situation concerning Luo Ziwen. The chubby one chuckled, "Liangzi, you have no idea. They've even given him nicknames on the academy forum, the Little Emperor of Screws and Brother Qian." Su Liang nodded with a smile. "This will be quite a burden for him. I intend to provoke him deliberately, to push him into a corner. For now, we can consider this matter settled." The chubby one and the leader exchanged glances. You two should exercise caution. Be vigilant within the academy and even more so beyond its walls. We must not allow this fellow any opportunity. Yang Feihua reassured them. Rest assured, we are well aware. Su Liang turned his gaze toward Qianqian, sensing a shared understanding among them. Yang Feihua cleared his throat. Well then, Liangzi, we shall return to our dormitory. The three of them hurriedly departed, grinning mischievously. Lin Shua also smiled gently. Qianqian, I shall take my leave as well. Bai Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly, realizing how perceptive her friends were. In the absence of onlookers, she boldly embraced Su Liang, burying her head against his chest, feeling a pang of guilt. I must refrain from such impulsiveness in the future. I must wait until I am stronger. It is my fault. I promised to protect you. Yet I am still unable to fulfill that promise at my current level of 6. Su Liang tenderly stroked her hair. Very well, I promise you this. But do not shoulder all the blame alone. Do you realize how formidable you are at level 6? I believe it will not be long before you surpass everyone in the academy. Bai Qianqian murmured softly, after all, I can never surpass you. Su Liang smiled lightly and gently pinched Qianqian's cheek, saying, I await the day you will protect me. A tender smile graced Bai Qianqian's lips. Are you truly not going to seek treatment at the villa? I can accompany you. Perhaps we could spend the night outside? Su Liang shook his head. It's unnecessary. You should rest early. Aren't you still thinking about your evolution? But I can keep you company, she insisted. Su Liang chuckled softly. Leaning closer to her ear, he proposed. How about we stay together this weekend? Bai Qianqian's cheeks flushed crimson at once, yet she nodded shyly. Su Liang cradled her face and planted a gentle kiss upon her tender lips. Qianqian, my first kiss. Is this also his first kiss? Bai Qianqian wondered where her sudden courage came from as she embraced Su Liang in return. Then, bashfully lowering her head, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. What kind of relationship did they share now? Qianqian dashed away, fearful that Su Liang might catch a glimpse of her flushed face. Brother Su Liang, please return to rest early. Watching Qianqian flee in a flurry, Su Liang remained momentarily stunned. Had he just been ambushed? He touched his lips. Alas, he had nearly seized the opportunity to claim a passionate kiss. A knowing smile spread across Su Liang's face. There was no rush. He would take his time. As they each made their way home, the corners of their mouths could not help but curl upwards. They truly kissed. Su Liang returned to the dormitory. A silly grin plastered across his face. Certainly, it is inevitable that the three close friends, along with other classmates of lesser standing, will wail and lament for a while. The moment they meet, the adoptive father is present. Let us bow in respect to the three unfilial sons. No. They are all my beloved sons. From now on, the adoptive father will protect you. Su Liang quickly helps them up. Adoptive father, allow me to massage your shoulders. Adoptive father, let me knead your legs. Adoptive father, I shall assist you with your hand exercises. Away with you. The four of them engage in playful banter, and the scene spirals out of control. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan and Yi Qiuling gather together, having witnessed the entire live broadcast. Yi Qinghan falls silent. Indeed, as teacher Mu Mingji stated, it is true that they currently cannot compete with Su Liang. A youth beside him remarks, without absolute certainty, it is best not to provoke this individual. He is simply toxic. Another youth nods in agreement. Lo Ziwen may never hold his head high again in this lifetime. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qiuling exchange glances. Yi Qinghan states, it seems somewhat challenging to incite discord among them. Yi Qiuling nods. It may be difficult, yet opportunities remain. My current flames are insufficient. I must stoke them further. Yi Qinghan looks taken aback. What do you mean? Yi Qiuling smirks and replies, the power of rumor is formidable. If everyone believes Su Liang to be a fickle heartthrob, can their relationship truly endure? If one girl is not enough, then let us introduce more. I sought out some young ladies, who were all captivated by him. When the opportune moment arises, I shall procure a photograph of one of the girls, merge it, and send it to Bai Qianqian, delivering a swift blow. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment, deciding to proceed with this approach for now. Yi Qiuling remarked, Brother Qinghan, you must not draw attention to yourself at this juncture. During ordinary times, simply interact normally without exhibiting excessive intentions. Yi Qinghan nodded, I understand. I will be cautious. Yi Qiuling raised an eyebrow and said, that scoundrel Luo Ziwen will undoubtedly not relent. If he truly eliminates Su Liang, you might just reap the benefits. Your foremost task now is to evolve fervently. Young women are naturally drawn to strength, especially someone like Bai Qianqian. The corners of Yi Qinghan's lips curled slightly. I comprehend. Qiuling, you are indeed my strategist. Yi Qiuling smiled charmingly. As long as you do not forget me in the future, brother Qinghan. Yi Qinghan laughed heartily. I certainly shall not. His gaze subtly flickered to her chest. Once he becomes powerful through evolution, nothing will be out of reach. Securing a girl like Bai Qianqian will pave the way for an extraordinary future. Thus, he found himself somewhat looking forward to it. Luo Ziwen. It would be best for you to eliminate Su Liang promptly. Do not let me down. Chapter 85. Only harboring thoughts of you. It was yet another morning. Su Liang gazed at his attribute panel, a slight smile gracing his lips. Beast Energy Conversion. Conversion Progress. 269-1-000. 000. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. B-Class Wind and Fire Divine Seal. Level 1. Divine Seal Evolution Progress. 1. 8. Beast God Seal. SSS Class Crimson Eye Celestial Seal. Level 1. Beast God Seal Evolution Progress. 8. 0. Mentality. 70-10-100. Strength. 71-10-100. Agility. 70-10-100. Speed. 70-10-100. He underwent the conversion of 41-star beast crystals again, evolving to level 8. A surge of strength overwhelmed him, a sensation of sheer exhilaration. He glanced up at his golden beast eyes, and a ripple of emotion stirred within his heart. Little did he expect that the Crimson Eye Celestial would become a pivotal force in the reversal of his destiny. He pondered what transformations awaited him once the beast energy conversion reached the completion of 1 million. Exiting this realm, dawn had already broken, and everyone was gradually awakening. They gathered for breakfast. Are you really not going to class today? Yang Feihua inquired. Su Liang shook his head. I want to be attending for the next few days. It seems meaningless. I should focus on evolution instead. If that scoundrel Luo Ziwen comes with ill intentions, I'll need the strength to defend myself. The three nodded in agreement. Wang Lai said, all right. You focus on your evolution. If the teacher starts investigating, we will stand up for you. Su Liang smiled. There won't be any issues. You all go ahead. They nodded in understanding, and Su Liang returned to his dormitory. In the morning, there would be approximately 4 hours available, and by noon, they would return, with a shorter period in the afternoon. He contemplated the possibility of advancing to a higher level. Alternatively, he could opt for direct transformation of beast energy within the villa. However, it was essential to maintain a semblance of a normal life, while remaining vigilant against the potential threats posed by Luo Ziwen towards his close friends. Keeping a closer distance would facilitate better protection. For the moment, this was the best course of action. He aimed to convert around 20 units in the morning. Subsequently, he dismissed further thoughts. Beast energy transformation, activate. He resembled an emotionless machine, singularly focused on enhancing his strength. Through the past few days of adaptation, he had gradually learned to endure the pain inflicted by the golden radiance of the crimson-eyed celestial unicorn. He remained silent, not uttering a word. Deep within, he pondered the nature of the transformations occurring within his body. Were they a result of his previous life's self-detonation of 10 divine seals, leading to the mutual demise with the crimson-eyed celestial unicorn, which, through some fortuitous twist of fate, bestowed its power upon him? Had he been reborn alongside it, reversing the flow of time? As for whether the 10-star crimson-eyed celestial unicorn still existed in this world, that remained an unanswered question, destined to be revealed only with the passage of time. Before long, the 4 hours of the morning had swiftly elapsed. The conversion of 21-star beast crystals was complete. He opened his eyes and glanced at the time, which was precisely noon. After tidying up a bit, his three friends entered, arms draped over each other's shoulders, bringing him a lunch. The portly one disregarded the meal entirely. Liangzi, that big light, so enormous. The chubby friend exaggeratedly gestured with his hands, wearing a lewdly astonished expression. Moreover, she possesses a fair and delicate appearance, and as she walks, one can observe the ripples in her movements. Su Liang wore a puzzled expression. What is this about? Wang Lai, with a helpless smile, explained. It is a young lady. She claims her name is Yu Qiuling, and she has come in search of you. She followed us all the way to the combat training room, expressing her enthusiasm and even treating us to a meal. Indeed, this meal was purchased by her for you. Su Liang was taken aback and let out a scoff. As expected, he had not misjudged the situation. Yang Feihua remarked, the young lady mentioned she was looking for you and is waiting for you downstairs at the dormitory. She asked us to call you down. Wang Lai, with a mischievous glint in his eye, added, Liangzi, it seems you have caught the attention of such a beautiful girl. To be honest, it's quite remarkable. The chubby one excitedly exclaimed, foster father, you already have a younger sister-in-law. Please introduce her to me. Su Liang was momentarily speechless. Taken aback by the sudden switch between foster father and younger sister-in-law, he waved his hand dismissively. Pay her no mind, or perhaps you should go down and tell her I am currently unavailable. Engaged in an evolution of sorts. The three exchanged incredulous glances. What are you doing? A beautiful lady awaits. You're not going? The chubby one exclaimed in astonishment. Su Liang retorted irritably. I already have a shallow connection. Why should I bother with her? You are simply insatiable. Give her to me. The chubby one fervently sought to assert himself. Su Liang rolled his eyes. Do not provoke her. She is not someone to be trifled with. The trio appeared somewhat perplexed. Su Liang stated, I will explain it to you all later. Wang Lai inquired, are you truly not going? She is waiting for you under the blazing sun. She said if you do not come down, she will not leave. Su Liang pondered momentarily, considering how not to allow her reputation to be tarnished by this woman. How should he deal with this brazen individual? Very well, he decided to go down and meet her. The portly man leaned in with an eager expression. Liangzi, you truly cannot provoke her. She is undeniably alluring. Su Liang rolled his eyes. She is an A-class, and her background is formidable. Do not provoke her. She is approaching me. Upon hearing this, the three men shuddered slightly. Yang Feihua pondered and asked, is she targeting you? Su Liang nodded. It's likely a seduction scheme. The portly man grimaced. Does she have certain attributes? Su Liang retorted, get lost. The portly man awkwardly chuckled, and a chill swept over the trio. Good heavens. There are dangers lurking at every corner. Su Liang advised, just treat her normally, and you, portly one, keep your wits about you, lest you find yourself in peril without knowing how it happened. The portly man reluctantly nodded, understood. I was thinking, even if this doesn't lead anywhere, experiencing it once could still be quite enjoyable. Day by day, he resolved to think less about such matters and watch fewer of those films. The portly man grinned foolishly. Su Liang made his way downstairs and indeed spotted the alluring Yi Qiuling at the entrance of the dormitory. What a sight! She was dressed provocatively, with strategically chosen attire that left little to the imagination. The revealing black stockings and the minuscule skirt accentuated her curves, clearly outlining the boundary between her hips and legs. On her upper body, she donned a snug blue t-shirt featuring a cartoon character with oversized eyes. Truly, she was a sight to behold. Su Liang found himself at a loss for words. Yi Qiuling had clearly gone to great lengths to entice him. Enduring the gaze of every passing boy, she maintained her innocent and charming smile, unaware of how many hearts she had captivated to the point of paralysis. Upon spotting Su Liang, she seemed to completely forget yesterday's events, donning her signature green tea smile and waving at him. The subtle rise and fall of her chest left countless boys in a state of utter disarray. Su Liang, brother. Her sultry call was utterly mesmerizing. Which boy could possibly withstand such allure? When they realized it was Su Liang, they went wild. What the hell? Isn't that the Su Liang who displayed such prowess last night? Isn't he Bai Qianqian's boyfriend? Why is he flirting with another girl? Su Liang stepped forward, saying, Who is your brother, fair maiden? Pray, conduct yourself with decorum. Yi Qiuling's expression stiffened. What was this? Suppressing her irritation, she disregarded all propriety and lunged towards Su Liang. She truly embodied the utmost in a girl's exaggerated coyness. Su Liang sidestepped. What are you doing, charging at me like a player in a collision? Be wary of being penalized. Yi Qiuling was on the verge of madness. What nonsense was this? She nearly crashed into a tree trunk. With a wistful gaze, she feigned a pitiful demeanor. Su Liang, don't you like me? Su Liang, with an impassive face, replied, What? Do you consider yourself a celestial being that I should be enamored with? What do you want? If there's nothing of importance, kindly leave. Do not waste my time here. Yi Qiuling's heart was about to explode with frustration. Had her beauty ploy utterly failed? She had not captured a single photograph of the moment. Su Liang, do you truly harbor no affection for me? Not even a flicker of emotion? As Yi Qiuling spoke, she pressed against her chest, but inwardly, she scoffed at him, thinking, Old lecher, I wonder how long you can endure this. After a brief silence, Su Liang mused, could someone deliver a couple of slaps to her? A hit to the chest would suffice. Why was she so insistent? Noticing Su Liang's reticence, Yi Qiuling reached out again, attempting to grasp his arm and draw it into her ample bosom. Su Liang let out a cold snort. If you have something to say, just say it. Spare me these antics. I am not swayed by such tricks. What do you want from me? Internally, Yi Qiuling sneered. Continue your charade, you pathetic old lecher. Clearly, the setting is amiss. Perhaps we should rendezvous elsewhere next time. With a smile, Yi Qiuling inquired, Su Liang, did your roommate bring you your meal? To which Su Liang replied, I have been on a recent fast. I would appreciate it if you refrain from such gestures, as they undermine my resolve to abstain. Is there anything else you need? If not, I shall return to my fast. Yi Qiuling felt a sense of disarray, as if the conversation had veered off course. She struggled to suppress her irritation. Su Liang, last night you showcased your prowess, even able to contend with a third seal master. You are truly remarkable. Su Liang responded nonchalantly, it's merely basic skills. I admire you so much, Su Liang. When you have time, could you teach me to fight? I wish to learn your techniques. Oh no, I mean your moves. Su Liang was utterly exasperated. Was this woman naturally inclined towards such behavior? Or had she deliberately learned it? Yi Qiuling feigned shyness, fiddling with her fingers, embodying the image of the girl next door. Very well. I shall teach you when I have the time. When the time comes, don't blame me for making you weep. In the future, do not seek me out. For I am exceedingly busy. Truly, it is a waste of time. Su Liang's voice gradually faded into the distance. Yi Qiuling suddenly lifted her head. Goodness, the person has vanished without a trace. Yi Qiuling, infuriated, stomped her foot. You scoundrel! I had not even finished my words. Observing the surrounding boys, who appeared utterly entranced, she noted how adorable anger could be, with the added charm of a squirtle. In the next moment, Yi Qiuling cast a frosty glare at the smitten onlookers. What are you staring at? Have you feasted your eyes enough? A bunch of pathetic losers. With that, Yi Qiuling turned on her heels and departed. However, her mind began to formulate a conclusion. Su Liang was undoubtedly refraining from acting recklessly due to the throng of onlookers. Fundamentally, which boy wouldn't he be attracted to her type? There must be an opportunity to create a rift among them. She was determined. Just the mere encounter they shared, captured in a photograph and revealed to Bai Qianqian, would surely incite jealousy in her. The division between them, with her involvement, was only a matter of time. As she turned, Su Liang was still ascending the stairs, contemplating how to lure out her hidden ally, Yu Qinghan. Primarily, there was no direct justification to slap her into silence. She needed to think this through. She promptly sent a message to Qianshan. Qianshan, do you recall what I said? Yi Qiuling is indeed pestering me again. I did not allow her to lay a finger on me. Su Liang was in a state of urgent evasion. Qianshan quickly replied, all right, I understand. Shiyu has already seen the forum's news. Rest assured, dear brother, you have explained everything to me. I will not feel jealous. Upon reading the message, Su Liang felt a wave of relief. Grateful for his beloved's unwavering support, another message from Qianshan arrived. Brother Su Liang, what are you planning to do with her? Su Liang replied, I'm still contemplating. After all, I harbor no inappropriate intentions towards her, only towards you. Accompanied by a suggestive emoticon. Meanwhile, Qianqian was happily grinning foolishly on the other side. Chapter 86. The Arrival of Fanboy. After concluding the conversation with Qianqian, Su Liang pondered on devising a clever scheme to play a trick on Yi Qiuling. Furthermore, he was mindful that girls are particularly sensitive about such matters, and he must not genuinely hurt Qianqian. Otherwise, he would indeed be in grave trouble. After addressing these concerns, Su Liang casually engaged with his roommates before immersing himself in absorbing the divine crystal. When they ventured out again, he would continue the transformation of beast energy. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Academy's Archive Center, the arrival of Fanboy astonished the staff there. Who wouldn't recognize Fanboy? With her cool demeanor, complemented by an ethereal water blue gown, she was breathtakingly beautiful. The renowned ice-cold campus belle, a paragon of elegance, with a remarkably powerful family background. Even if she wished to meet the dean, she could do so at any moment. Fanboy approached a female teacher. Excuse me, could you assist me with a favor? The teacher, slightly flustered, nodded. Of course, Miss Fong, how may I assist you? Fanboy, with a frosty tone, inquired, could you help me find out which class this student belongs to? As she spoke, she had already pulled up a photograph of Su Liang from the surveillance footage in her villa. The female teacher smiled and replied, certainly, I can help with that. However, when she gazed at the photograph, she was momentarily taken aback. How could it be him? Fanboy's eyes flickered. Teacher, do you know him? The female teacher let out a wry smile. Who doesn't know him now? Su Liang, a first-tier B-level freshman, caused quite a stir yesterday. Don't you know Fong? Fanboy was momentarily stunned. Caused quite a stir? Wait, it just dawned on her. A freshman? B-level? Fang Beiyue displayed a hint of disarray. Teacher, did you just say he is a first-tier freshman? Or B-level? The teacher nodded matter-of-factly. Indeed, he is a first-tier freshman. Last night, he made quite a scene, getting into a fight with your third-tier Luo Ziwen. Fang Beiyue felt a tremor within her. Her concern wasn't about Su Liang fighting Luo Ziwen. Rather, it was the fact that he was a freshman. A first-tier, B-level? Fang Beiyue could hardly believe it. That guy was a freshman? How could this be? The people he had brutally beaten just yesterday morning were clearly second-tier. How could a freshman possibly overpower second-tier individuals? Furthermore, he had entered the hunting grounds. When has a first-tier ever been allowed into the hunting grounds? Such matters were utterly beyond her comprehension. This was simply incomprehensible. Wait, the teacher just mentioned that he fought with their third-tier Luo Ziwen? A first-tier fighting a third-tier. Teacher, what do you mean by him fighting a third-tier? The female teacher sighed with a wry smile, clearly aware that this icy school beauty didn't follow the academy's forum. I have a video here. It is rumored that Luo Ziwen sought out a second-tier senior intending to confront Su Liang, and then, as the teacher spoke, they clicked on the video. Fang Beiyue gazed at the screen with an icy demeanor. Even now, she found herself gradually astonished, struggling to comprehend the situation. It was indeed a battle with Luo Ziwen. Moreover, that face, there was no mistaking it, was the very same individual who had been quite rude to her just yesterday. He was actually a first-tier student. The heart of the icy campus beauty remained tumultuous, utterly bewildered. She inquired, Teacher, what prompted Luo Ziwen to trouble him? Because of Bai Qianqian, that SSS-tier student. Bai Qianqian is Su Liang's girlfriend. It seems that Luo Ziwen intends to force Su Liang to distance himself from Bai Qianqian. The teacher's voice diminished to a whisper. This was merely speculation, uncertain in its authenticity. Fang Beiyue nodded, dazed. It was only at this moment that she realized how peculiar Su Liang truly was. Fang Beiyue also caught sight of Bai Qianqian. Was she older than her? Instinctively, Fang Beiyue glanced at her own chest for comparison. A trace of embarrassment and irritation flushed her face. What was she comparing? How infuriating. That scoundrel, clearly, was more developed than she was. A sense of competitiveness welled up within her. Was it solely because Bai Qianqian was an SSS-tier student? What a detestable rogue. It turned out he was merely a first-tier freshman, yet yesterday he had strutted about like a small-minded victor. Fang Beiyue felt her blood boil. It was rare for her emotions to fluctuate, but just the thought of Su Liang's myriad of behaviors from the previous day ignited an overwhelming frustration within her. To suggest that she was somewhat dim-witted? He was merely a first-tier student. What right did he have to utter such words? She accused him of being dishonest. And the more Fang Beiyue pondered, the angrier she became. He had made her cry, something no boy had ever done before. The female teacher noticed the change in Fang Beiyue. Student Fang, do you perhaps have a grudge against him? Fang Beiyue took a deep breath and shook her head. I owe him something. Teacher, could you please retrieve his file for me? I need to confirm a few things. The teacher nodded in agreement. Of course, no problem. Before long, the teacher had brought up Su Liang's dossier. Fang Beiyue gazed at the text, lost in thought. Indeed, he was a first-rate candidate. How infuriating. She bit her lip in frustration, unable to contain her anger. She felt compelled to confront this fellow and see if he was still so arrogant today. Thank you, teacher. The female teacher chuckled and shook her head. It's nothing. Are you planning to find him now? Fang Beiyue nodded. The teacher glanced at the clock. They were in a theory class, and it would end at 4:30. You could wait a bit to confront him, or I could provide you with his social media account. Fang Beiyue shook her head. No need. I will seek him out myself. With that, Fang Beiyue turned and left, her gaze icy and resolute. You better wait for me. No one had ever dared to treat her, Fang Beiyue, in such a manner. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, to the point of wanting to beat him up. Such a fool. Let us see whose intelligence falters in the end. A first-rate candidate actually had the audacity to act like that towards her. The female teacher watched Fang Beiyue depart, astonished. She wondered what kind of spell Su Liang had cast, considering how the SSS level Bai Qianqian was utterly devoted to him. To everyone's astonishment, even the renowned ice-cold beauty of their academy sought him out personally. At precisely 4:30 in the afternoon, Fang Beiyue awaited him at the entrance of the building where the B-grade freshmen attended classes. Her presence caused quite a stir. It was nothing short of miraculous for the Ice Queen to appear in such a setting. The boys were beside themselves with excitement, lingering in awe. Yet the frosty beauty ignored them all, refraining from uttering a single word. Ultimately, she did not wait for Su Liang, her frustration palpable. Had he truly noticed her? That seemed unlikely. Back in the dormitory, the chubby fellow and his friends were acting as if they had lost their minds. Liangzi, I think I'm going insane. You won't believe who we saw. If you didn't attend class today, you missed out immensely. Su Liang regarded him with mild exasperation. He was accustomed to their dramatic reactions. Who did you see? The school beauty. The grand school beauty. The ice-cold beauty, Fang Beiwei. She was at the entrance of our B-grade class building. Everyone saw her. Everyone except you. The chubby guy's breath quickened with excitement. You have no idea. She was stunning beyond belief. Wang Lai nodded in agreement. It's truly unimaginable. She is even more beautiful in person than in photographs, Liangzi. You really missed out. Yang Feihua chuckled, adding, but she is already with Bai Qianqian, so it hardly matters, right? Su Liang smiled, acknowledging, indeed, I have a girlfriend. What does Fang Beiwa matter? It's just a fleeting moment of admiration. However, if the three of them were to discover that he had been close to Fang Beiwei yesterday and had caught a glimpse of her curves, these three rebellious souls would likely harbor thoughts of patricide, only resenting him for not capturing the moment in a photograph. Su Liang chuckled to himself. Wang Lai snorted. Look at him, now lost in fantasies about spending time with his girlfriend. The chubby friend wrapped an arm around Su Liang's shoulder. Liangzi, my brother truly feels for you. Even though you have a girlfriend now, one must still appreciate beauty, or else what is the point of having eyes? Everyone knows that admiring beautiful women can prolong one's life. Fortunately, I remember you, my friend. The chubby fellow swiped on his Starlink, and a photograph materialized. In the image, Fang Beiwei donned a flowing aquamarine dress, her waistline exquisite, her demeanor as frosty as an iceberg. Her features were undeniably exquisite. The wounds from yesterday had vanished, yet her complexion still appeared somewhat pale, indicating she had not fully recovered. She stood quietly in the wind, resembling a captivating portrait of beauty, leaving one entranced. What do you think? Am I a loyal friend, or what? Su Liang glanced at it and smiled. Well, it's decent, but not as lovely as Qianqian. The three friends fell silent. Indeed, beauty is perceived differently through the eyes of a lover. Yang Feihua sighed. Su Liang replied with a smile. You don't understand. Qianqian will soon become even more beautiful than her. The trio nodded in agreement. You are the wise father. Your words are always right. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was 5 o'clock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The chubby friend opened it, revealing a boy peering in. Su Liang, there is a girl looking for you downstairs, the one who sought you out at noon, claiming she wishes to speak with you. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Liang paused for a moment and nodded, saying, All right, I understand. The boy retreated, pondering to himself, truly remarkable. Why are so many girls so enamored with him? Su Liang then resumed his absorption of the divine crystal, entirely indifferent. Are you just going to ignore her? The plump boy inquired. Su Liang replied with a nonchalant tone, Let her be. Does she think her beauty can easily sway me? The group exchanged knowing smiles. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yi Qiuling was nearly on the verge of exploding with frustration downstairs. That scoundrel, he still hasn't come down. She had obtained Su Liang's star signal through others and sent him a message as a stranger, even sharing her private photos. Yet this fellow remained utterly unmoved. Yi Qiuling ground her teeth in irritation. She prepared to leave, determined to wait for him every day until she succeeded in encountering him. Just as she turned to depart, an extraordinarily stunning figure approached behind her, dazzling in its beauty. Yi Qiuling was taken aback. It was Fang Beiwei. The surrounding male classmates were equally astonished, their breaths quickening to the point of forgetting to inhale. Fang Beiwei paid no heed to anyone. Striding directly into the boys' dormitory, she resembled a boulder cast into a tranquil pond, causing a stir throughout the entire building. Fang Beiwei had entered the B-level boys' dormitory. Chapter 87. Is it really necessary? Outside the academy, at Luo Ziwen's private residence. Clang, bang. He furiously smashed everything within his sight, perceiving the scathing judgments cast upon him by those within the academy. Though the images had been officially removed, an array of grotesque memes had already emerged. The Emperor of Screws, am here. You all should hasten to observe with a magnifying glass. Is it the door I lack, or rather the key that opens the lock? The Emperor of Screws, I shall deem the strongest. These remarks drove him to the brink of madness, robbing him of the ability to hold his head high. His eyes burned a fierce crimson as he spiraled into insanity throughout the day, unable to quell the inferno of rage within, even to the point of spitting blood. I will kill you, bastard. An inferno erupted around him, an insatiable fury ablaze. Eventually, exhaustion overcame him, and he collapsed to the ground, hands resting upon his chest, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Instinctively, he tugged at the waistband of his trousers for a glance. Where were the screws? No. He must go to the hospital. He needed reconstruction. Otherwise, he would never escape the shadows that loomed over him. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared behind him. Observing his disheveled state, Luo Ziwen was taken aback. Damn it, are you seeking death? The figure was a stunning beauty, her expression cold as she casually seated herself upon a sofa, crossing her legs. Is this how low your aspirations have fallen? Why not simply do that thing? Luo Ziwen's eyes blazed with fury. Get lost. How dare she mention this matter? Luo Ziwen, with her flowing aquamarine hair, remained unfazed, her countenance tranquil. Luo Ziwen rose to his feet. What do you have to be proud of? Aren't you just as flat? Isn't this your doing? Luo Ziwen nodded slightly. Indeed. It was I who orchestrated this. Did I conceal it? Luo Ziwen fell silent, grappling with the unjustness of why each member of his family seemed to suffer from developmental issues. Gradually, he regained some composure. What brings you here? I am quite vexed. Kindly leave me be. Luo Ziwen scoffed. Do you presume I wish to meddle in your affairs? You squandered a splendid opportunity. She had advised him to refrain from entangling with women. Luo Ziwen responded with a ferocity akin to that of a wild beast. Do you think you're pristine? How many dalliances have you had? I am unaware. He bellowed. If you are here to prattle, then begone. With an impassive expression, Luo Ziwen replied. The old man sent me. Do you think I desired to come? Upon hearing this, Luo Ziwen seemed to freeze, a flicker of fear crossing his features. Luo Ziwen's face twisted into a mocking smile. You were instructed to pursue Bai Qianqian, yet now you have provoked her ire. The old man wishes to know your plan moving forward. If you lack one, return to the military. Do not return unless you can achieve greatness. Luo Ziwen shuddered. Compared to the harshness of military life, this was a realm of indulgence, where he could indulge in women as he pleased. Tell him that I shall claim Bai Qianqian for myself. An insignificant B-class and has embarrassed me greatly. I will not let this slide. Grant me a month, and I shall have her. If gentleness fails, I shall resort to force. Luo Ziwen smirked derisively. After all, she was indeed one to employ gentler tactics. The old man instructed me to caution you. No matter the methods employed, do not provoke Bai Qianqian further. Use your intellect. Do not allow a fortunate situation to descend into chaos. That be great trash. Does she not have relatives or friends? Such matters ought to be resolved with ease. Do not act so foolishly. Just 1 month. If you fail, I shall take over. I am equally capable of winning her over. After uttering these words, Luo Ziwen elegantly extended her long, fair legs and turned to leave. However, she glanced back and remarked, at such a young age, it is somewhat embarrassing. I have found a doctor for you. Perhaps you should pay him a visit. Luo Ziwen was on the verge of madness. Blood felt as though it would erupt from his mouth. At the academy, within the B-grade freshman dormitory, chaos erupted. The ice-cold campus beauty had actually entered their male domain, ascending the stairs with an expressionless demeanor. No male dared to approach within 3 meters of her. The frigid aura she exuded sent shivers down the spine. She resembled a celestial snow lotus, ensnaring countless young men in her allure. Even merely gazing upon her felt worth a lifetime. Hurry. The campus beauty is headed to the dormitory. Is there a hole in your brain? How could the campus beauty possibly come here? Oh dear. If you don't believe it, so be it. What campus beauty? Fanboy. An increasing number of boys streamed from their dorms, the corridor becoming crowded. In Fanboy's eyes, no male existed, yet she found this entirely normal. This was precisely the reaction that these B-grade freshmen should exhibit upon seeing her. But why should that fellow presume to? Upon reflecting on the fact that she had been reduced to tears before a mere B-level freshman, she felt an intense surge of frustration. Fanboy ascended to the 3rd floor, slowly approaching the designated dormitory. The boys could only watch from a distance. As she advanced, they retreated, hastily making way. The frigid aura that enveloped her rendered them hesitant to draw near. Who could this esteemed school beauty be seeking? It was no wonder that she had been present at the entrance of the lecture hall earlier. She was indeed waiting for a B-level freshman. Fang Xuejia was breathtakingly beautiful, a veritable goddess. If she were to seek me out, I would willingly embrace death at this very moment. Humph, as if she would ever look my way. I truly cannot fathom how that insignificant brat has the fortune to warrant a personal visit from the school flower. Before long, Fanboy arrived at the door marked 309. As she stood before it, the gregarious chubby boy, eager to discern the commotion, prepared to investigate. At the instant the door swung open, he was met with a figure that captivated him entirely. The chilling aura struck him like a wave, instantly cloaking his face in frost. Fong. Fong. School, he stammered, his body trembling uncontrollably. Unable to meet Fong Beiyue's icy gaze, he turned away in fear. His companions, Wang Lai and Yang Feihua, exchanged puzzled glances. What's wrong, chubby? The frigid atmosphere seeped into the dormitory, sending shivers down their spines. Good heavens! Why is it so cold? They approached cautiously, stealing a glance, their eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. Fong Beiyue stepped into the dormitory, and the three chubby friends were plastered against the wall like wooden figures. The students outside were equally astonished. Room 309. It was where Su Liang resided. Was the campus bell here to see Su Liang? The collective minds of the onlookers were on the brink of explosion. What was happening in this world? Wasn't Su Liang's possession of an SSS-class beauty, Bai Qianqian, sufficient? Why was he entangled with the campus bell? Moreover, a fiery girl was seeking him out at noon. What was going on? Su Liang furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. In an instant, he found himself locking gazes with those icy, piercing eyes. Those cold eyes were fixed intently upon him, causing Su Liang's skin to crawl. Oh no! How did she find my dorm? This is disastrous. I'm doomed. Su Liang turned on his heel, intending to leap from the window, but in the next moment, a terrifying presence materialized. A chilling aura shot toward the window, instantly freezing it. Su Liang's scalp prickled. Fong Beiyue, what are you planning? Fong Beiyue cast a cold glance at him before turning her attention to the three chubby friends. Could you step outside for a moment? I wish to have a private conversation with your roommate. Heads nodded in agreement, like bobbing drums, as they began to move toward the door. Yang Feihua steadied himself. Senior, you wouldn't harm Su Liang, would you? If so, we won't leave. Fong Beiyue coldly shook her head. I won't. Only then did Yang Feihua nod, reassured that, within the confines of the academy, Fong Beiyue would not truly resort to violence. The three individuals cast a glance at Su Liang, who was signaling for help. They dared not respond. After all, when the school beauty comes looking for you, one must fend for oneself. With enthusiasm, they closed the door, preferring that Su Liang remained inside, even if it meant he would face the trials of fatherhood alone. Inwardly, Su Liang cursed them as ungrateful wretches. Once the door was shut, chaos erupted outside. Yet, Su Liang found a semblance of calm. Returning to his bedside, he steadied his nerves. After all, what was a mere school beauty? He adopted an air of nonchalance, urging her to speak plainly, lest others misconstrue their interaction as something more intimate. Fong Beiyue seethed with barely contained rage, her icy demeanor erupting in an instant. Su Liang, she exclaimed, are you attempting to murder your savior? Is it truly necessary to comment on my modest bosom? Chapter 88. Do not push your luck. Fong Beiyue's agitation was palpable, her chest rising and falling with indignation. How dare you speak so brazenly? Her cold eyes sparkled with a mix of embarrassment and fury. With a swift motion, she unleashed a blast of chilling frost towards Su Liang, who promptly complied, settling into his seat. It seemed he was now frozen from the waist down. Fong Beiyue's voice was frosty as she inquired, is this how you intend to carry on? Enduring the frost that enveloped his feet, Su Liang responded with an air of indifference. Is this truly the worst of it? There are more egregious transgressions. Honestly, speak your mind quickly. I have my own evolution to pursue. Fong Beiyue plopped down beside him, her gaze icy as she remarked, whose mind is truly lacking. Su Liang inwardly sighed in resignation, fully aware that this woman was determined to settle the score. Stabilizing her mind, she remarked, you possess not an ounce of practical experience. Am I mistaken? A flicker of indignation flashed in Fong Beiyue's exquisite eyes. Su Liang continued, do not take offense. In such circumstances, your choice was indeed erroneous. Had it not been for me, you would have been devoured by those monstrous beasts and reduced to mere excrement. Am I at fault? Fong Beiyue, deeply shamed and aggrieved, found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Su Liang felt a sense of certainty. This woman, while undeniably beautiful, seemed to lack the gift of eloquence. There is no need for you to express gratitude. Yesterday served as a lesson for you. Learn well, and refrain from embarking on such foolish escapades in the future. Fong Beiyue was rendered speechless. How is it that you entered the hunting grounds? She was filled with questions about Su Liang that she yearned to clarify. This is my affair. It bears no relevance to you. I have formidable connections. Is that not sufficient? Fong Beiyue cast a deep glance at Su Liang. This fellow was certainly not as simple as a B-rank individual. Moreover, His marksmanship was astonishingly superior. Even she felt overshadowed by his prowess. Recalling the previous day's battle with Luo Ziwen, her curiosity about him intensified. With an impassive expression, Fanboy stated, "Very well, let us engage in a duel." Su Liang, taken aback, instantly pivoted, his demeanor shifting to one of flattery. "Oh, senior, why must we go to such lengths? How could I possibly be your rival?" A smile seemed a rare occurrence on Fanboy's face. "Aren't you quite skilled? You managed to contend with Luo Ziwen yesterday. Why can you not face me?" Su Liang forced a smile. "What are you talking about, senior? You are a goddess. You should maintain your dignity and stop this. You ought to overlook my minor transgressions. After all, I did save you yesterday." Fanboy retorted coldly. "Yesterday, you were quite inappropriate with me, causing me to weep, while also insulting my intelligence and comparing my figure unfavorably to your girlfriend's. You expect me to overlook such behavior?" Regret washed over her after she spoke. Why was she even discussing this with him? The mention of physical attributes felt unnecessary. Su Liang quickly assumed a serious demeanor. "Senior, that is a baseless accusation. When did I ever act inappropriately towards you? I was merely trying to save you, and I did not embrace you. I only held you tightly. Your tears stemmed from your own state of mind. As for your figure, yes, it does surpass that of my girlfriend's. Congratulations, you have triumphed." He muttered under his breath, "Though you are not that impressive. There is someone below who is even larger." Fanboy felt a surge of indignation. What did he mean by triumph? Had she come here to compete in such a manner? Moreover, he had the audacity to murmur that. However, she noticed that there was no lewdness in Su Liang's gaze when discussing such private matters. He seemed indifferent to her beauty and physique. With a huff, Fanboy demanded, "Apologize to me." Su Liang shot her a glare. "Fanboy, do not put your luck. Understand this. I am your savior. Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you also freeze my feet upon arrival. Do you possess any sense of gratitude? You want me to apologize? Dream on." Fanboy was infuriated. "You. Who do you think you are? Is this how you thank your savior? Enough with the you and I. Just finish what you have to say and leave quickly. My girlfriend might misunderstand." Fanboy once again unleashed a wave of cold air. Su Liang suddenly shattered the ice beneath his feet. "Don't think for a moment that I truly fear you. Do you dare to make a move here?" The two stood in stark opposition. Fanboy's delicate form trembled slightly. How did she encounter such a rogue? Su Liang continued, "If you remain here for more than 10 minutes, consider the implications for your reputation. 10 minutes can accomplish a great deal. If you don't mind, you may stay." Fanboy's eyes brimmed with tears. "You scoundrel. Rake." Su Liang replied with a nonchalant smile. "Let us go. Hurry along. No need for thanks. It's best if we never meet again." Fanboy stood in anger, genuinely fearful of tarnishing her reputation. She retrieved over 100 beast crystals from the spatial converter and tossed them onto the table. "I said I wouldn't shortchange you, and I won tea. Su Liang, just wait for me. I know you have secrets, and I will uncover them. Don't let me find another opportunity. I will not let you off the hook." Su Liang feigned a grin. "All right, I'll be waiting. Take care. No need for a send-off." Fanboy, seeing his smug expression, felt her anger boiling over. She turned and unleashed a frigid breath upon Su Liang, instantly freezing him. Su Liang remarked, "Indeed, women are so petty," as she stormed out, slamming the door behind her. All the students parted ways, witnessing Fanboy's furious demeanor. Everyone was utterly astonished. What on earth has transpired? Has Su Liang infuriated the campus beauty of Fang University? Never before had anyone witnessed such an expression on her face. The chubby fellows hurriedly dashed back to their dormitory, swiftly shutting the door behind them. There, they beheld a statue of ice. "Adoptive father, what has happened to you?" The three were left in a state of disbelief. Su Liang shot them a few exasperated glances. The trio quickly set about thawing the ice. They assisted the shivering Su Liang to a seat. "Liangzi, you are nothing short of miraculous, to have the aloof campus beauty seek you out. What transpired between you two?" The chubby one inquired excitedly. "Did something scandalous occur in the dormitory?" Su Liang rolled his eyes. "I can only think of Qianqian. She is the sole one in my heart." Wang Lai sighed in awe. "So she was waiting at the entrance of the building, and it was for you?" Yang Feiwa asked with suspicion. "Did she employ her charms on you?" Su Liang shook his head. "No, there has simply been a misunderstanding between us. It's best you don't concern yourselves with it." Wang Lai leaned in eagerly. "Is there a chance this could evolve into a beautiful misunderstanding? Perhaps we could gain a few sisters-in-law in the future." Su Liang waved his hand dismissively. "Absolutely not. My heart can only accommodate Qianqian. The chubby one lamented. Adoptive father, please teach me how to attract so many girls. I envy you. I too wish to embrace the campus beauty's fair legs. Wang Lai chuckled. Liangzi. You are truly remarkable. You have now achieved complete notoriety. Su Liang gave a wry smile and shook his head. This is not a good thing. Now, let us take a moment to rest before we head out for a meal. The hefty individual continues to wail and plead for Su Liang to impart his secrets. Meanwhile, downstairs, Yi Qiuling is taken aback upon discovering through the forum that Fang Beiyue is seeking out Su Liang. How could it be that such a celestial beauty as Fang Beiyue would show interest in him? What is going on? Could it be that Fang Beiyue harbors feelings for Su Liang as well? This cannot be. After a prolonged silence, Yi Qiuling snaps back to reality. Contemplating that perhaps this development could be advantageous. With Fang Beiyue's involvement, would Su Liang still be hesitant to part ways with Bai Qianqian? A cold smirk escapes her lips as she swiftly sends a message to Su Liang. Brother Su Liang, shall we dine together this evening? I wish to seek your guidance on some techniques, accompanied by a photo of herself exuding irresistible allure. Engaging in conversation could serve as a potent weapon to disrupt their relationship. Chapter 89. The Gathering of Exotic Beasts. At the Hengchu Villa, Long Lan approaches the training Hengchu with a grave expression. Hengchu, there's been an incident. Hengchu pauses, ceasing his activity. What has happened? His tone remains calm, as if nothing could disturb the tranquility within. Long Lan gazes at him intently, momentarily lost in thought before regaining focus. We have received news from the military. Large-scale exotic beasts have begun to appear on the outskirts of Rongqing, seemingly organizing for a major invasion. Hengchu remains silent for a moment. And then, Long Lan continues. The military is notifying all divine hunting teams to prepare for battle, possibly within the next couple of days. This could lead to a bloody confrontation. Hengchu nods. Then please send out a warning message to everyone, ensuring they are prepared and on standby at all times. What of Gong Lai? Are you still unable to engage in battle? Long Lan shook her head. It may take another 2 or 3 days for me to fully recover. Hengchu nodded in understanding. Then let us entrust the task to Su Liang and Fang Beiyue. They can guard the boundary markers together. Long Lan agreed with a nod. There is one more matter, she added. The military intends to dispatch a reconnaissance mission following this invasion. Since the awakening of divine perception, the frequency of beast incursions has been on the rise. The military suspects that there may be a highly intelligent beast orchestrating these events outside the city and hopes to investigate thoroughly. Shall we accept this mission? Hengchu paused for a moment, considering the implications of a highly intelligent beast, which often signifies a high star rank, a profoundly perilous entity, potentially at 5 or 6 stars. However, such a situation also represents a significant opportunity. The process of venturing outside the city is typically approached with great caution. Yet, as long as it involves the Divine Hunter team, they could set out at any moment. Nevertheless, the associated risks are exceedingly high. Accepting this mission would alter the dynamics. Under these circumstances, they would receive the military's celestial surveillance support, enabling them to navigate dangers promptly and significantly reduce the risk factor. Furthermore, any beast crystals they acquire or supplies they gather, including divine crystals and source crystals, would belong to them. If fortune favors them, they might even stumble upon unexpected treasures. After a moment of contemplation, Hengchu responded, "Let us proceed. It is also an opportunity to take 2 new teammates out for some practical training." Long Lan expressed her surprise. "Aren't you the slightest bit apprehensive? Fang Beiyue might be fine, but Su Liang has only just awakened his divine perception. Moreover, Fang Beiyue's combat awareness is lacking." Hengchu shook his head gently, reassuring, "Do not worry. These 2 individuals complement each other perfectly. The issue shall be minimal." Long Lan let out a soft sigh, refraining from further discourse. Yet, upon noticing the desolate gaze in Hengchu's eyes, a flicker of compassion crossed her beautiful eyes, compelling her to speak up. "You mustn't confine yourself within such emotions. It is not your fault." Hengchu paused momentarily, the corners of his mouth twisting into a self-deprecating smile. Yet he chose silence and turned to enter the room. Long Lan felt a pang in her heart. He used to smile so beautifully. Casting a glance back at the room, she turned away, her high heels echoing hollowly against the floor. This empty villa mirrored Hengchu's heart, which had long been devoid of warmth. Su Liang grasped Qianqian's delicate, soft hand as they strolled through the pitch-black campus. Neither spoke, as if this public display of affection was a novel experience. Qianqian could distinctly hear the rapid beating of her own heart, her fair complexion tinged with a rosy hue. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Su Liang's eyes. The gentle friction from his palm created an intimate connection that set her mind ablaze. Qianqian, the calluses on your hands have noticeably diminished, Su Liang remarked, breaking the silence. Really? She responded, startled. With a warm smile, Su Liang affirmed, indeed. They are much softer now, and you have become increasingly beautiful. This way, Annie won't hold it against me for not taking good care of you. Qianqian's cheeks grew ever more flushed as she muttered softly, rogue. However, she suddenly inquired, is it truly beautiful now? Certainly, it's becoming increasingly lovely. Capturing my heart. Bai Qian took a deep breath, striving to regulate her breathing. She must persevere. It would be utterly humiliating to collapse before Su Liang, especially if it meant he would have to carry her. Bai Qian abruptly froze. Yes, let Su Liang carry her. She must not faint. Su Liang remained oblivious to the myriad of thoughts swirling in Bai Qian's mind. Tomorrow is Friday, after class in the afternoon, if all goes well. We could stay at the villa for a night and return on Saturday, then come back for another stay over the weekend. What do you think? Bai Qian momentarily spaced out, feeling utterly embarrassed. 2 nights? All right. Su Liang's eyes darted around. It wasn't merely his desire to stay, but Bai Qian's wish. As they had agreed upon yesterday. Bai Qian, what are you thinking? Do you not wish to ask me anything? Su Liang observed her constantly shyly lowering her head. Perplexed by her thoughts, Bai Qian jolted, fearful that Su Liang might uncover her inner musings. No. Don't you want to inquire why Fanboy came to my dormitory? Bai Qian inhaled deeply, calming her restless heart. She earnestly shook her head. I trust you, Su Liang. She must have come to express her gratitude. Su Liang let out a wry smile. She is here to settle a score with me. Bai Qian's expression instantly turned serious. Did she harm you? She resembled a protective little cat. Su Liang gently squeezed her small hand. No, after all, I am her savior. She blamed me for scolding her yesterday, calling her foolish, and then I made her cry. Qianqian, seemingly unfazed, remarked, oh, isn't that fine? If you say so. Then she must indeed be lacking in wit. Su Liang chuckled softly, realizing that Qianqian truly understood him. With a gentle smile, Qianqian said, I wholeheartedly believe in you, Su Liang. Su Liang felt his heart melting at her words as he tenderly wrapped his arms around her waist. I was worried you might be upset. The two stood face to face, drawing closer together. Qianqian grew a bit excited, shaking her head. I want TB. You shared her story with me, so I want to let my imagination run wild. Su Liang nodded with a smile. My dear Qianqian is truly perceptive. Come, let me reward you. Bai Qianqian blushed deeply. Su Liang placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Bai Qianqian pouted. Is it just the forehead? She tilted her head back, gazing at Su Liang with a look of discontent. Su Liang smirked playfully. You're becoming greedier. Qianqian's cheeks flushed, and she was about to lower her head when Su Liang's tender lips met hers. She widened her eyes, her heart racing. Then she closed her eyes. The moonlight was enchanting tonight. Su Liang returned to the dormitory, feeling the lingering sensation of his lips. The corners of his mouth curled up in delight. His thoughts of winning the Empress as his wife advancing further. Late at night, he prepared for the transformation of beast energy, only to receive a warning from Liang. His expression turned grave. A large-scale invasion of strange beasts was underway. The situation was becoming increasingly ominous. Could it truly be due to Qianqian's divine perception? Su Liang felt an increasing urgency to evolve rapidly. Throughout the day, he had only transformed 30 beast crystals, leaving him 10 crystals short of reaching level 9. He resolved to ascend to level 9 tonight, and then to level 10 tomorrow, followed by the second imprint. Lying on his bed, he initiated the process, beast energy transformation. Commence. The golden radiance both tormented and delighted him. In the late hours of the night, beyond the high walls of Rong City, the ferocious beasts began to assemble, patiently awaiting the dawn. Chapter 90, A Fateful Encounter. As the first rays of morning sunlight graced the earth, the beasts outside the walls launched a frenzied assault. The military dispatched a considerable number of troops to defend the fortifications, while source crystal cannons unleashed a barrage of fire. Numerous elite hunting teams from Rong City also mobilized to safeguard the civilian districts. Su Liang gazed at the figures displayed on his virtual panel. Beast Energy Transformation. Progress 339-1. 000. 000. Beast Energy Talent. I have Insight Level 1. Divine Imprint. Grade B Firewind Divine Imprint. Level 1. Level 2. Progress of Divine Imprint Evolution. 2. 0. Beast God Imprint. SSS-grade Crimson Eye Celestial Scale Imprint. Level 1. Level 9. Progress of Beast God Imprint Evolution. 9. 9. Spirit. 88-10-100 Strength. 90-10-100 Agility. 87-10-100 Speed. 87-10-100 A smile crept upon Su Liang's lips. His strength value had reached its maximum. Over the course of yesterday, both day and night, he had transformed a total of 70 beast crystals. Coincidentally, the Fire-Wind Divine Imprint had also leveled up, contributing a measure of strength, thus achieving a total of 100. At present, he only requires 8 one-star crystals to reach full capacity. The second print is imminent. His heart raced with excitement, even contemplating a relentless pursuit. However, everyone would soon awaken, and even with 8 beast crystals, it would take him nearly 2 hours. Thus, he resolved to exercise caution. Exiting this realm, he opened his eyes to the soft morning light, feeling exceptionally at ease. Before he could fully savor the moment, the red light flashing on his wrist star chain caused his expression to change dramatically. "Where have you been, you rascal?" "Mission. Mission." Gong Lai and Long Lan's voices were filled with urgency. Upon glancing at the time, he realized it had only been 5 minutes. He promptly responded, "Received." Gathering immediately. Seeing Su Liang's message, everyone finally felt at ease. He donned his headset and hastily dressed, shaking Yang Feihua awake. "Boss, I have urgent matters to attend to. Please be cautious at school." Yang Feihua remained dazed as Su Liang dashed out the door, vanishing in an instant. With the wind at his heels, he heard the voices of his companions in his earpiece. "On my way. Gathering now. Su Liang, I'll be waiting for you at your academy's entrance. Hurry." "Received." "Green Grass Sister, 1 minute. I'll be there shortly." A cold sweat broke out on Su Liang's brow, relieved that it was merely 5 minutes. Had he delayed any longer, it would have been troublesome. On the way, he sent a message to Qianqian. "Qianqian, I'm on a mission. Wait for my return." Her reply came swiftly. "Please be careful." Su Liang chose not to respond further. With the wind at his feet, his figure sprinted through the academy like a flash of lightning. A sight of incredible speed. Meanwhile, he was reviewing the task information en route. Within a minute, he arrived at the academy's entrance and spotted the green vehicle. He swiftly boarded, and in an instant, they soared into the air. "Did you oversleep?" Green asked. Su Liang shook his head. "No, I just wasn't paying attention." Green nodded. "The battle armor is repaired and is in the back, along with old Gong's gun. You little rascal, indulging for 2 days. Have you forgotten your responsibilities?" Gong Lai's voice echoed. "Not at all. How many more days until your injury heals? What has the rush for me to take the field? I want blood drink." "What do you say?" Gong Lai retorted. "Stay put in the rear. It's not your turn yet." After a moment of silence, he added, "Be extremely cautious. This mission is unlike any other, and the challenges are formidable. Don't get yourself killed." Su Liang sensed the gravity in his tone. "Understood. Upon our triumphant return, I'll treat you to a drink." "Sounds good. I'll be waiting." Su Liang reviewed the information. This invasion would undoubtedly be more arduous. Although the military had detected it earlier, the numbers were alarmingly daunting. Combat had already commenced beyond the city walls. Below ground, those otherworldly beasts were burrowing into the city. Green handed him an energy orb, cautioning, "Be exceedingly careful." Su Liang nodded earnestly, feeling the blood coursing through him once more after a few days of rest. The area they needed to defend was in the northern part of the city. This time, it could be said that over 90% of the elite hunting teams from Rong City had mobilized. It was destined to be a fierce battle. As he approached the northern outskirts of the city, he beheld the majestic rise of the forbidden divine realms. Their grandeur akin to a series of imposing walls that marked their boundaries. Su Liang swiftly located the designated spot for his boundary stake, where 2 figures were already standing. "You may descend, the captain awaits you." Su Liang nodded, albeit with some confusion, and leaped down from midair toward them. Fang Beiyue stood beside Qi Hingqiu. Having waited for a while, upon learning they were waiting for a teammate, Fang Beiyue expressed her surprise. "Is the captain not concerned about such an unpunctual teammate?" "Captain, was it not agreed that I would become the blood drinker?" Fang Beiyue's voice was crisp and cold. Qi Hingqiu regarded her with indifference. "Blood drinker? With your current combat awareness, you would be hastening your own demise." "Oh," she replied, somewhat aggrieved. Qi Hingqiu added, "If you can acquire even half of his combat awareness, I shall permit you to assume the role of blood drinker." Fang Beiyue felt a surge of defiance. "Fine." Her gaze was resolute. She refused to believe the other could be so formidable. "He is at best a 3rd-level divine master, isn't he?" In the next moment, Su Liang descended from above, clad in battle armor, crashing down with a thunderous impact that cracked the ground beneath him, landing directly in front of the two. Old Gong Lai, am I handsome? Handsome? You great fool. Su Liang chuckled, looking up. At that precise moment, Fang Beiwei was momentarily taken aback. As Su Liang raised his gaze, their eyes met. Whoa! Exclaimed Su Liang. You bastard! How is it you? Fang Beiwei reacted in astonishment. Su Liang, taken by surprise, turned to Qi Hengqiu. Captain, how did this young lady end up here? Fang Beiwei scoffed. You were the young lady. I warned you, do not fall into my hands. This is not the academy. Let us see how you escape. A chilling aura erupted from Fang Beiwei's being, just as a confrontation seemed imminent. The other teammates were taken aback by the voices echoing through their headsets. Qi Hengqiu spoke indifferently. If you intend to fight, then you may as well leave. Fang Beiwei's body stiffened instantly, the frosty aura dissipating. The shock within her surpassed that of her companions. Captain, is he also a member of the Jinsha team? Fang Beiwei asked incredulously. This insufferable individual is precisely the one the captain wishes for her to learn from. A first-tier chosen one. Qi Hengqiu, with an air of cold detachment, turned his gaze towards Su Liang. Su Liang, Yinmu, Qinwu Hua, activate the forbidden divine realm. Acknowledged. Understood. Yes. Su Liang wasted no time, retrieving a boundary stake from his back. He hurled it towards the ground and struck it with his palm. Boom. A beam of light soared into the heavens, establishing the forbidden divine realm. Fang Beiwei's eyes widened, her astonishment surpassing all previous experiences. This Su Liang, a B-class first-tier newcomer, is indeed a member of the first divine hunting team in Rongqing, and he is positioned as a rear combatant. Qi Hengqiu coldly announced, Listen up, everyone. Our Jinsha team welcomes a new member, Fang Beiwei, a level 22 third-tier divine master with an ice attribute. The teammates in the headset subtly curved their lips, already privy to some whispers. They all smiled. Acknowledged. Welcome, new teammate. Received. Understood. Fang Beiwei's expression slightly stiffened. Qi Hengqiu glanced at the astonished Su Liang, whose face twitched in disbelief. This was amusing. This woman with a few screws loose had unexpectedly become his teammate. As if sensing Qi Hengqiu's gaze, Su Liang sighed softly. Acknowledging the situation, Fang Beiwei, observing Su Liang's discontent, felt a surge of indignation. What kind of attitude is that? Do I not deserve to be a teammate of your esteemed one-mark divine selection? Fang Beiwei herself was equally perplexed as to why Jinsha would select such a novice as their ally. Su Liang curled his lip in disdain, retorting, You do deserve it. I merely hope you won't be as brainless as you were in the hunting grounds. Su Liang, Fang Beiwei exclaimed, her chest heaving with indignation. Su Liang waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough said. We're teammates now. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Captain, her combat awareness is concerning. Better you take the lead. Fang Beiwei shot him a glare. Say that again. Qi Hengqiu spoke coldly. Enough, both of you. Silence. They immediately fell quiet. Qi Hengqiu turned to Su Liang. For the time being, you shall guide her. When her combat awareness rivals even half of yours, then we shall consider a blood drink. Su Liang's eyes widened in shock. What? I'm supposed to guide her? Does he even deserve that? Chapter 91. Taking on a Prot G. Su Liang stammered. Captain, how can I possibly lead her? She is a young lady of high standing. I can't manage that. I'm struggling enough as it is. Fang Beiwei, feeling slighted, retorted. Who do you look down upon? I wouldn't even glance at you. Captain, I request a change of position. Qi Hengqiu cast a frigid glance at them. Am I asking you to make a choice? In an instant, both individuals fell silent, seemingly sensing the intangible aura of dominance emanating from Qi Hengqiu. With a slight snort, he added, Remember, you are teammates. I do not concern myself with your past grievances. The battle is about to commence. A teammate is one with whom you can entrust your back. Guard your boundary markers well. After delivering this admonition, Qi Hengqiu turned and stepped into the forbidden divine realm. The other teammates, listening to his chilling words, struggled to suppress their laughter. How dare the two newcomers negotiate with the captain? Even Gong Lai, who was recuperating in the confines of the room, felt an immense joy upon hearing this. That brat finally has someone to keep him in check. Qi Hengqiu's voice rang out. Everyone, take your positions and prepare for battle. In that moment, the atmosphere among the teammates shifted dramatically, their jovial expressions replaced with solemnity. Yes. 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 Even Su Liang's demeanor underwent a profound transformation. At that instant, Fang Beiwei could distinctly perceive the oppressive aura of lethal intent surrounding him. causing her pupils to constrict slightly. In that moment, Liang bore no resemblance to the carefree individual from the academy. He resembled a seasoned warrior forged through countless battles. As he stepped into the forbidden divine realm, while Fanboy remained momentarily stunned, a voice crackled through her earpiece. Fanboy. She abruptly regained her composure. Yes. Following that, she entered the forbidden divine realm. Liang, wielding a silver spear, stood resolutely before the boundary marker, his gaze frosty and devoid of any emotion. The battle armor flashed with a dazzling brilliance, casting Liang's silhouette in an imposing light. In that moment, Fanboy realized that she had truly come to know Liang. This was the authentic Liang. The version of him within the academy had merely been a faade, clad in resplendent azure and gold armor, revealing only half of her face. She wielded a tang broadsword. In that instant, words eluded both of them. The voice of Long Lan echoed through their earpieces. The beast horde is expected to reach the ground in 3 minutes. Everyone prepare yourselves. Each individual took their positions, blood drinkers on the ground, long-range assassins above, and defenders behind the boundary markers. At that moment, the sky abruptly darkened. Over Rong City, storm clouds gathered ominously, heralding an impending deluge, an unwelcome omen. Yet no one could afford to dwell on such matters now. Long Lan's voice continued to resonate. The penetrating beasts and gold-devouring ants are paving the way, followed by bloodthirsty rats, human-faced scorpions, and ghost-faced spiders. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the gathered individuals turned grave. The sole piece of good news was that these were merely lesser aberrations. However, the very next second, a chilling announcement followed: detection of corpse eaters. In an instant, all faces paled in shock. Corpse eaters. They were indeed corpse eaters. This creature was classified as a mid-tier aberration, ferociously powerful, possessing 4 limbs and a massive tail, moving in a half-crawling manner. Its elongated head bore 4 eyes, and its razor-sharp fangs were capable of incredible speed. Furthermore, its tough hide made it exceedingly difficult to subdue. Most alarmingly, once injured or exhausted, a corpse eater could rapidly heal by voraciously consuming the remains of other aberrations. A formidable adversary indeed. Ji Hengchu's voice broke through the tension. Everyone, ensure your own safety. Time passed by, second by second. It is coming. Just 100 meters away. Long Lan's voice echoed. Every individual felt the tension rise. Mere seconds later, the commanding voices of the captain and the blood drinkers resonated through the earpieces. The slaughter commenced. Liang's gaze sharpened. In the face of such circumstances, one often finds oneself at a loss. In large-scale beast tides like this, even the high walls would face frenzied assaults to pave the way for these monstrous creatures. The military primarily guarded the high walls, allocating a portion of personnel to assist in defending the city. With armored beasts and gold-devouring ants among the foes, not even the subterranean barriers could entirely contain them. It was simply an unfeasible endeavor. Furthermore, Rong City, being of a lower tier, lacked any sophisticated underground annihilation systems. They could only rely on their small team of divine hunters. Ordinarily, they would not be dispatched on such a frequent basis. The strange movements and repeated assaults of these beasts had become quite abnormal. One could not help but wonder if it was due to Qianqian awakening to an SSS level. While Liang was lost in thought, Long Lan's voice broke through. The rear fighters, prepare for battle. There are far too many beasts approaching. Many have emerged. It's your turn. Received. Understood. Acknowledged. Liang tightened his grip on the long spear, bracing himself for a fierce struggle. Fanboy observed Liang's resolute demeanor, feeling a twinge of discontent. As a level 22-3 seal divine master, why should she rely on a mere 1 seal divine chosen? Surely, she could surpass him. His proficiency with the spear was merely a slight advantage. Let the competition begin. She was determined to slay more beasts than he would. In the blink of an eye, a throng of exotic beasts charged down the street ahead, numbering over a dozen, all classified as 1 star. Without a moment's hesitation, Liang surged forward, and simultaneously, Fanboy joined the fray. A man and a woman, armed with a spear and a blade, plunged into the midst of the beast horde. The spear cleaved through the air with unparalleled force, striking with the ferocity of a tempest. In an instant, it pierced the heart of an oncoming beast, the weapon in Liang's grasp radiating an overwhelming aura of lethality. With a powerful sweep, he shattered another beast's skull, with his current strength surging to 100 points, equivalent to a level 10 of the first seal, combined with a 40% enhancement from his battle armor. Su Liang had ascended to the near-mythical status of an SSS-level second seal divine envoy. Confronting such lowly one-star beasts was mere child's play for him. He fought amidst the chaos, blood splattering and flesh flying. On the other hand, Fanboy's display was even more astonishing. With a burst of frost, she encased the street in ice, delivering swift and deadly strikes that resulted in the demise of each beast, freezing them before shattering them into fragments. Each fought their own battle, and within mere minutes, the duo had eradicated the entire group of beasts. Casting a glance at her own tally, Fanboy noted with a hint of pride that she had claimed a greater number of kills. Did she need to rely on anyone else? Absolutely not. Yet, a question lingered in her mind. Was Su Liang not utilizing the power of the Divine Seal at all? Before she could ponder further, Su Liang met her gaze. But before he could provide an explanation, a new wave of beasts, nearly 30 in total, came charging forth. With no time to respond, Su Liang plunged back into the fray. The gunshot echoed like a dragon's roar, plunging unhesitatingly into the throng of otherworldly beasts. Fanboy's heart brimmed with bewilderment and astonishment. She too was embroiled in the melee. Yet she remained acutely aware of Su Liang's combat prowess. It was utterly perplexing that he wielded no trace of divine power. How could this be fathomed? He was merely a newly awakened chosen one, yet possessed such extraordinary strength. The one-star beasts shattered beneath the relentless strikes of his spear, their heads bursting like fragile balloons. Each thrust was executed with unwavering resolve, devoid of any superfluous movements. Each strike was a lethal precision. In this regard, he truly exemplified strength, enlightening her to his remarkable capabilities. Could it be that he was indeed a prodigy? The two engaged in a frenzied slaughter, waves upon waves of beasts falling before them, the ground littered with their corpses. After what felt like an eternity of battle, having dispatched at least 7 or 8 waves of these creatures, the number of carcasses exceeded 100. They finally welcomed a brief respite, though their comrades continued to fight with reckless abandon. Su Liang steadied his breath, inhaling deeply as sweat trickled down, his mind serene. In contrast, Fanboy panted lightly, her clothes drenched in perspiration, expelled by her battle armor. The rise and fall of her chest, encased in armor, was markedly more pronounced than Su Liang's. She found herself perplexed. How could a one-star chosen one withstand more than she could? It seemed Su Liang sensed her gaze and spoke for the first time. If you continue fighting like this, you'll be unable to rise should another 100 beasts arrive. Fanboy paused, taken aback. As teammates, it was imperative to support one another. The reason Su Liang had initially refrained from speaking was to allow her to recognize the disparity between them at this juncture. The beasts you have slain indeed surpass mine by a slight margin. However, the energy you squandered could have vanquished twice that number. Should you fail to relinquish your dependence on the power of the Divine Seal, you shall soon find yourself defeated. One must learn to safeguard their own strength. Chapter 92. Brother Su Liang, wait for me. This time, it is my turn to protect you. A wave of frustration surged within Fanboy. She had been instructed by Su Liang, and his words resonated with a certain truth. In the next moment, the voices of her teammates echoed through her earpiece. Su Liang. That is quite insightful, exclaimed Han Xiaolong. Su Liang smirked slightly, replying, it's merely common sense. Han Xiaolong chuckled. This is not common sense. Without enduring countless battles, one cannot grasp such truths. The voice of Long Lan joined in. Beiwei, listen closely to Su Liang. Do not underestimate his level as merely that of a divine seal. His combat skills and awareness in battle are unparalleled, even surpassing those of Xiaolong and the others. Each of Xiaolong's companions was a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. Han Xiaolong laughed. Indeed, that's the truth. I cannot deny it. He then continued, by the way, Su Liang, we haven't had a proper meal together yet. I'm looking forward to sharing a drink with you. Despite the ongoing skirmishes, Han Xiaolong still found a moment to speak. Su Liang replied with a light chuckle. After today's fight, we shall not return until we are intoxicated. Han Xiaolong let out a hearty laugh. Excellent. Hearing their exchange, Fanboy was at a loss for words. Such camaraderie and familiarity in their dialogue indicated that they had all recognized Su Liang. However, she could not acknowledge him. She truly struggled to comprehend everything. Could it be that Su Liang was truly that formidable? Sensing Fanboy's gaze upon him, Su Liang displayed no extraneous emotions and continued, next. You must endeavor to restrain your strength, gradually acclimating to the sensation of wielding physical power to vanquish these beasts. The power of the Divine Seal is not to be squandered on mere one-star beasts. Should you encounter a 2-star or 3-star beast, misfortune will surely befall you. Fanboy remained silent for a considerable time, and Liang refrained from further commentary, allowing her the space to comprehend on her own. The voice of Liang resounded once more, announcing the commencement of the second round. Liang steeled himself once again, grasping his spear firmly, ensuring that no beast could breach their boundary. Over 31-star beasts lunged towards the two of them, comprising various types: the ghost-faced spider, a human-headed scorpion, golden-eating ants, and bloodthirsty rats. Liang bellowed, "Kill!" Fanboy did not utter a word but charged forward alongside him. Despite her inner reluctance, she adhered to Liang's guidance and began to restrain her strength, refraining from reckless outbursts. It was akin to driving in a traffic jam after advancing 100 meters. If one were to slam the accelerator, followed by an abrupt brake, the wasted energy would be substantial. Exercising precise control could conserve a great deal of strength. Initially, Fanboy found it exceedingly difficult to adapt, having long been accustomed to a more unrestrained application of her power. As she began to restrain the power of the Divine Seal, she could distinctly perceive a diminishment in her killing intent. Originally, a single strike could bring down the monstrous beast, yet now it requires 2 or even 3 blows. As the battle raged on, her strength would erupt explosively. Liang rolled his eyes in exasperation amidst the fray. "Are you daft? How did you ever learn the fundamentals of beast hunting?" The sudden outburst left his teammates momentarily speechless, though they quickly regained composure. Fanboy felt utterly wronged. How could he berate her again? Tears welled in her eyes. Liang dispatched a human-faced scorpion with a precise shot, severing its tail. He charged towards Fanboy, standing before her with an urgent admonition. "If you continue to squander your strength like this, you'll be out of here in less than an hour. Do you think this is a hunting ground? This is a battlefield, and the fight has only just begun. These beasts are merely the beginning." In front of her, Liang's body arched gracefully in midair, and with a single shot, he struck the underbelly of a ghost-faced spider. With a swift flick, he carved a massive wound, even splitting the creature's head and exposing the precious beast crystal within. The spider was effortlessly dispatched. Its vulnerability lay in the abdomen. Targeting that area allowed for an easy kill. Why waste energy otherwise? With those words, Liang dashed towards another human-faced scorpion. Pay attention with these creatures. First, sever the tail, and if you can deliver a lethal strike, do so without hesitation. Otherwise, incapacitate the pincers. Arthropod-like beasts share a common weakness at their joints. It is well known, better to sever one joint than to strike the shell 10 times. In the blink of an eye, Liang had already dispatched the human-faced scorpion with a single strike. "How did you learn your exotic beast techniques? Is brute force and frost your only recourse?" Liang's words pierced her heart like a series of sharp blades, leaving her feeling utterly worthless. No one had ever revealed this to her. She had always been sheltered, akin to a delicate flower within a greenhouse. Her elders had imparted to her only the most straightforward and forceful methods. For being of SS rank, she was destined to ascend without question, relying solely on her divine imprint powers. This had been her unwavering doctrine. Her lethality had always been formidable, effortlessly slaying these first-tier exotic beasts as if it were mere play. To her, the weaknesses of these lowly creatures were inconsequential. The outcome remained the same. Yet, upon truly entering the battlefield, she realized the stark reality was quite different. Following her usual methods, as Liang had pointed out, she would not last long and would soon exhaust herself to the point of self-destruction, much like in the hunting grounds where she nearly lost her life. Fanboy suddenly recognized the absurdity of her situation. It turned out that even the slaughter of these lowly first-tier exotic beasts demanded considerable knowledge. "Stop dawdling. Do you wish to exhaust me to death? Get to work." A sharp command jolted Fanboy back to her senses. She plunged back into the fray, striving to master her powers with intent. Despite the obscurity and discomfort she felt, she was determined to persevere. Her eyes brimmed with tears, filled with indignation. She refused to accept defeat. If others could achieve it, so could she. She was not that fool. One day, she will prove to everyone that Fanboy is not merely a decorative vase. Waves of monstrous beasts surged forth relentlessly. Liang fought until he felt numb. It seemed that nearly 2 hours had elapsed. He was gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. As for Fanboy, her situation was even more dire. The effort required to restrain her power was tremendous, leaving her drenched in fragrant sweat. She had never fought like this before. A smirk played on Liang's lips as he tossed her a stamina orb. "Consume it, If your strength wanes, step outside to absorb some divine crystal and recover. Fanboy caught the stamina orb and swallowed it. No need. I can still hold on. She resembled the icy school beauty she once was. Her mind now solely focused on enhancing her combat awareness and skills. Her eyes gleamed with an unusual chill. Observing this, Liang refrained from further comments. After all, she was an SS-grade prodigy. He trusted she would grasp things quickly. More battles would only lead to her transformation. Yet, some reprimands were still necessary. As authorized by the captain, after a brief respite, the monstrous beasts charged once more, and the battle resumed. Everyone fought fiercely. Occasionally, the muffled sounds of Liang's furious reprimands echoed through the teammates' earpieces. Are you a pig? That last strike should have severed its tailhook. Goodness. You truly are a pig. Stab its belly. I instructed you to restrain your power. Did you not use any at all? Are you waiting to be crushed by its pincers? I am utterly astounded. Your intellect is barely superior to that of a 3-year-old. You might as well return home and have children. You are a liability. Teammates dared not respond. Everyone was astonished. Could such words truly emanate from the lips of an 18-year-old? To them, Liang's tone resembled that of a seasoned warrior, one who had weathered countless battles. Only someone of such experience could hurl insults with such ferocity. After all, she was a beauty. Was it necessary to be so ungracious? Yet, it must be acknowledged that, in moments like these, such blunt remarks were the quickest means of fostering her growth. The entire city of Rongqing had become tense due to the onslaught of the beast tide. The military, stationed atop the high walls, was tirelessly repelling the assaults of the alien beasts, some of which were formidable high-star level creatures. Within the city, especially in the civilian districts near the towering walls, tranquility was a rare commodity. At the Chosen One Academy, in the new student Class S, the students had just concluded a morning of combat training. Lin Xie turned to Bai Qianqian and inquired, Qianqian, you seemed a bit off this morning. What is the matter? Are you unwell? Bai Qianqian shook her head. No. Yet internally, she was deeply troubled. After all, it had been quite some time, and there had been no word from her elder brother, Liang. Why are you so useless, Qianqian? You're only at level 7 now, and you promised to protect brother Liang, yet you have failed to do so. A profound sense of guilt filled her heart. At that moment, a classmate from Class S suddenly spoke up. Have you all heard? The city walls are under a massive assault from the beast tide. I heard. It sounds quite serious. Someone echoed. Yes, I've heard that this beast tide is particularly vast. It seems that all the divine hunting teams in the military have mobilized in full force. In the civilian districts along the wall, everyone is fighting valiantly. Upon hearing those words, Bai Qianqian felt a surge of anxiety within her heart. Such a terrifying beast tide, would her brother Liang be safe? She could not fathom how many lives might be lost this time. They must strive to protect their homeland. Suddenly, Bai Qianqian was struck by a thought. Death. Her urgency escalated to its peak. Such a perilous mission meant that Liang was undoubtedly in grave danger. She envisioned him lying amidst a pool of blood. And that sense of unease. She could no longer wait. She had to assist her brother Liang, armed with her A-grade battle armor and A-grade battle vehicle. She was certain she could be of aid. Resolving herself, Bai Qianqian hesitated no more. Shuya, you return to the dormitory. I shall not be going back. I need to step out for a moment. With those words, she dashed out without a backward glance. Qianqian, aren't you going to eat? Lin Shuya received no reply. Qianqian's gaze was resolute. Brother Liang, wait for me. This time, it is my turn to protect you. Chapter 93, A Grueling Battle. As noon approached, everyone was utterly exhausted. Those wielding blades found their weapons dulled from relentless usage. Corpses of beasts piled high like mountains. The injured reported their conditions. The voice of Green Yin resonated. Qi Hengqiu, and scathed. Zhao Jian, and scathed. Gu Tiansheng, and scathed. Green Yin, I have a bit of a problem. I've got a gash on my back. Damn it, that two-tailed scorpion ambushed me. Understood. I'll be there shortly. Liang listened intently to the sounds in his earpiece, his breaths coming in heavy gasps. He gazed at Fanboy, who had already collapsed from exhaustion. This appeared to be her first experience enduring such a protracted battle. She sat atop the carcass of a monstrous beast, one hand resting on her blade. Her entire body trembling slightly. Her armor bore numerous signs of damage. Liang, panting heavily, spoke up, Sister Levine, Fanboy requires assistance. Understood, came the reply. Fanboy seemed disinclined to utter a single word. Yet, she felt she could endure, unwilling to accept help. I am fine, she said. Looking at Liang, and at that moment, she began to gradually acknowledge his capabilities. After battling for several hours, he had not only kept pace, but had also surpassed her in the number of beasts slain. Moreover, even now, his stamina was evidently far superior to hers. Qi Hengchu's voice remained stern. Everyone, take a moment to rest. Xiaolan, report on the beast situation. Long Lan's grave voice followed. Prepare yourselves mentally. The beasts ahead will not be fewer than those encountered this morning, and their strength is increasing. The number of 2-star beasts has risen by at least 30%. Voices echoed in agreement. Understood. Damn it. Let's exterminate these creatures. Han Xiaolong cursed. Received. Acknowledged. Suddenly, the rear guard, Yin Mu, interjected. Captain, if you release a few 2-stars, we can handle them too. The rear guard, Chen Wuhua, added. Indeed, you are under too much pressure. Yet, Qi Hengchu coldly retorted. Manage your own affairs. Silence enveloped the group. The captain, as always, leads the charge, prioritizing the elimination of high-star beasts. He would never allow his comrades to fall into perilous predicaments. This is precisely why they are revered as the foremost divine hunting squad in Rongqing, boasting an exceptionally low mortality rate. After consuming the energy orb, Su Liang felt his fatigue gradually dissipate. Greening approached to tend to Fang Beiyue's wounds, alleviating her discomfort as well. With concern etched on her face, Greening cautioned. Be exceedingly careful, you two. Su Liang nodded reassuringly. Do not worry, Sister Greening. At that moment, Xiaolan's voice echoed. Everyone, be cautious. They're coming. The group braced themselves. Rain began to fall from the sky, droplets pattering on each individual as they inhaled steadily. In the next instant, from the sewers and the gaping holes excavated by the piercing beasts, the monstrous entities surged forth like an unstoppable torrent, their numbers utterly terrifying. Yet, Qi Hengchu and his companions exhibited not a trace of panic. Instead, they bellowed in unison, kill. The divine seal's power erupted, and with each strike, countless beasts fell. Under the blades of the divine warriors Qi Hengchu and Zhao Jian, the creatures succumbed en masse. The others faced a similar spectacle. Yet, some elusive beasts still darted towards the forbidden divine realm wall. The battle was arduous for all. After a brief pause, the beasts charged forth once more. Su Liang took a deep breath and lunged forward with his weapon. Kill. This scene profoundly shook Fang Beiyue. Su Liang resembled an indomitable berserker. As if his strength knew no bounds. Those 1-star beasts fell beneath his gun, destined for defeat. Yet he was merely a one-mark chosen one, truly a peculiar being. If Su Liang could endure so long, then Fang Beiyue could as well. She too charged forth, the rain freezing around her. Had it not been for Su Liang's guidance, she would not have retained her strength until now. Thus, regardless of Su Liang's harsh words, she refrained from retorting. In the streets, the corpses of the beasts piled high like small mountains. A faint golden light flickered in Su Liang's eyes. At this point, even if he wished to refrain from utilizing the power of the beast god seal, he could not. He was utterly fatigued. The power of the wind and fire divine seal was simply insufficient. It had been depleted in mere moments. Fortunately, as long as he could harness the power of the beast god seal onto his weapon, his combat prowess would significantly enhance. Gradually, wounds began to appear upon him. His armor was torn, blood flowed freely. Yet he persisted. In his previous life, he had faced countless battles that were far more perilous than this one. Mentally, he was resolute in his endurance. This high-intensity combat was exceedingly arduous. Fang Beiyue's fighting capability showed a marked decline. Before long, Long Lan's anxious voice echoed. Post-battle, 2-star beasts have broken through the blood drinker's defenses and are advancing towards you. Among them are corpse-eating beasts and 2-tailed scorpion men. Prepare to engage. Received. 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 The final voice belonged to Fang Beiyue, clearly gasping for breath. Long Lan furrowed her brow. Fang Beiyue, if you cannot hold on any longer, withdraw and recover swiftly. Fang Beiyue shook her head. I can do it. If Su Liang can, why can't I? And as for the 2-star alien beast, should it really be left to Su Liang, this one-marked divine chosen, to handle? It must be me. Long Lan quickly interjected. You need not worry about Su Liang. He possesses the strength to slay 2-star alien beasts. Qingqing, move closer to Su Liang. Understood, I am approaching. Meanwhile, Fang Beiyue was once again taken aback. Su Liang has the strength to slay 2-star alien beasts? How is that possible? Yet, no one was available to elucidate these matters, as everyone was engaged in fierce combat. In the next moment, Two two-star alien beasts lunged towards Su Liang and the others. Both were taken aback. One was a two-star corpse-eating beast, and the other was a two-tailed human-faced scorpion. The corpse-eating beast was entirely white, its skin armor reflecting light in the rain, appearing exceedingly smooth. Simultaneously, its elongated, pointed head revealed a set of sharp, menacing fangs as it rushed forward with its gaping maw wide open. The two-tailed human-faced scorpion was equally terrifying. Its size nearly double that of a one-tailed counterpart, with a pair of venomous claws glinting ominously, seemingly capable of piercing through them in an instant. Its powerful pincers moved with a slightly slower speed. Fanboy immediately charged forward. "Leave the corpse-eating beast to me." Su Liang was left speechless. What was she trying to prove? Fanboy was fervently determined to demonstrate her worth. She would show Su Liang that she was not weak when it came to slaying high-star alien beasts. "You may be strong, Su Liang, but I, Fanboy, am not to be underestimated. I will surpass you." The meager ice power within Fanboy began to surge forth. She believed that she could certainly bring it down. The cold frost rampaged, freezing the raindrops that fell upon them. On such a rainy day, it seemed to empower Fanboy, as she transformed the rain in the air into blades, striking at the flesh-eating beasts. Soon, the atmosphere grew intensely heated. The formidable strength of the flesh-eating beasts was unmistakable, making it exceedingly difficult for Fanboy to inflict serious injury upon them, plunging her into a fierce battle. Su Liang's expression was far from favorable. This foolish woman, even if she managed to slay the beast, would likely be forced to withdraw from the fight. Thus, he had to act swiftly. He also needed to eliminate a one-star beast, as the boundary stakes could not afford any mishaps. Su began to channel the power of the beast god seal, feeling a gentle warmth in his chest. The aura he emitted instilled fear in the beasts, causing them to hesitate in their advance. Meanwhile, the golden energy enveloped his gun. With a fierce cry, he shouted, "Kill," and charged forth in an instant. Through the eye of insight, he discerned the movement trajectories of all the beasts with utmost clarity. Releasing the power of the beast god seal, he unleashed a series of gunfire, shattering one-star beast after another. This was an undeniable display of overwhelming strength. He elevated his speed and agility to their zenith. At this moment, he held nothing back. It was imperative to subdue them quickly. Thus, Su Liang felt as though he had shed a great weight. Both his speed and agility, as well as his strength, surged noticeably. He was akin to a bolt of lightning on a stormy day, leaving a trail of fallen beasts in his wake. The two-tailed scorpion, with its massive pincers, attempted multiple strikes against Su Liang with its dual tails, yet he narrowly evaded each attack. Employing his usual tactics, Su Liang first eliminated the minions before confronting the larger adversaries, opting for the easier targets before tackling the more formidable foes. The carapace of the two-tailed human-faced scorpion possesses a hardness that far exceeds that of its one-tailed counterpart. Despite Su Liang's vigorous attempts to strike it down, he found himself unable to break through its defenses, narrowly escaping the sting of its venom. As he dispatched the last of the one-star, the two formidable pincers and venomous tails encircled him from all sides. With a sudden surge, Su Liang propelled himself into the air, evading the onslaught and landing safely at a distance. He fixed his gaze upon the two-tailed human-faced scorpion, which returned his stare with equal intensity. In a fleeting moment, Su Liang glanced towards Fanboy, who had harnessed the power of the second imprint, nearly decapitating the ghoul beast. It was a hair's breadth away. The ghoul beast sustained a grievous neck wound, blood streaming profusely. It rushed towards the carcasses of the, ravenously consuming them to mend its injuries. Fanboy fought valiantly, pushing through the chaos. A heavy weight settled on Su Liang's heart. At this rate, it seemed unlikely that she would be able to slay the beast, as her experience still fell short. In the next instant, both Su Liang and the two-tailed human-faced scorpion sprang into action. With a disdainful snort, Su Liang resolved to eliminate this creature first. The golden radiance emanating from his chest remained concealed beneath his battle armor, exuding an intangible aura of pressure that caused the two-tailed human-faced scorpion to take a reluctant step back. Simultaneously, the ghoul beast, sensing this formidable force, exhibited signs of trepidation. With a fierce shout, Su Liang thrust his spear forward. The golden light, slightly obscured by the rain, flickered before Fanboy's eyes. Su Liang charged forth, unleashing a powerful stab that collided with the scorpion's massive pincers. The impact resonated with a metallic clang, even sparking in the process. The two-tailed human-faced scorpion was jolted backward, leaving behind a deep gash upon its formidable pincers. The two-tailed scorpion, bearing a human visage, emitted a piercing screech of pain as its venomous pincers lunged fiercely towards Su Liang. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Liang's eyes. With a powerful stride, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, charging directly at the deadly pincers. He was acutely aware that the most perilous aspect of this aberrant beast lay in its hooks, laden with venom and treachery. If he could neutralize its toxic pincers, its combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished. Just as Su Liang was about to make contact with the lethal hooks, he unleashed a thunderous shot, forcefully repelling them. Seizing the opportunity, he darted past the pincers, which reacted with remarkable speed, twisting and lunging once more at Su Liang. With a disdainful snort, Su Liang executed a mid-air somersault, spinning several times before deftly maneuvering his spear. It felt as if he had been imbued with sudden acceleration. The spear descended violently upon the base of the two venomous hooks. A resounding impact echoed, embodying an exquisite brutality. The protective carapace at that juncture shattered instantaneously, and the two-tailed scorpion was sent crashing to the ground, causing the earth to fracture beneath it, releasing a heart-wrenching wail. The dual hooks lunged menacingly towards Su Liang once more. A flash of cold light ignited in his eyes as golden radiance coalesced at the tip of his spear, sharpening to an extreme. With a sweeping motion, he struck at the joint of the two hooks. With a swift slash, he nearly severed them entirely. Viscous green fluid sprayed forth from the tail as the hooks were sent flying away, not daring to linger. Su Liang abruptly redirected the spearhead, thrusting it forcefully into the point where the scorpion's tail connected with its body, piercing through with unrelenting force. The green liquid gushed forth, and the two-tailed scorpion let out a chilling screech. Su Liang let out a cold snort, swiftly flicking his wrist to sever a tail hook in an instant. The severed hook shot away, landing on the ground in a tangled heap. Meanwhile, the two-tailed human-faced scorpion began to thrash wildly on the ground, the pain of losing a tail driving it nearly to madness. Su Liang retreated, creating some distance, and cast a glance towards Fanboy. The air had grown frigid. Su Liang's expression darkened. That woman had invoked the power of the 3 seal patterns. Frost Dragon Thousand Blade Slash. After unleashing this strike, she would be left utterly drained of strength. An urgency welled up within Su Liang. He needed to hasten his actions. He bellowed in rage and surged forward, evading the scorpion's snapping pincers. With a resounding blast, he thrust his spear towards the grotesque visage. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the scorpion's head was pierced, blood gushing from the wound. The remaining tail hook lunged at Su Liang. With a fierce shout, he proclaimed, "Die!" A single thrust cleaved through, striking the recently wounded spot, and the tail hook was instantly sent flying. Su Liang propelled himself upward, soaring several meters into the air. Like a descending goose, he plummeted with a spear, golden light radiating around him. The spear shot forth, aimed directly at the head. With the threat of the toxic hook eliminated, there was no need for fear. The colossal pincers reached skyward, attempting to ensnare Su Liang. However, in the next moment, Su Liang's arms surged with power, and the silver spear flew from his hand like a javelin, hurtling towards the ground. The force was fierce and the speed remarkable, barely grazing the giant pincers as it fell unimpeded. In an instant, it pierced the scorpion's head, driving through it completely. Bang! The spear tip penetrated the skull, embedding itself into the earth, firmly pinning the creature down. In an instant, the two massive pincers lost their strength, momentarily suspended in midair. The crimson eyes gradually dimmed. Su Liang stepped upon the giant claw, standing atop the lifeless body as it descended. With a deep exhale, he released a breath, sweat mingling with the rain cascading down. One hand steadying his spear, he gazed towards Fanboy's direction. At that moment, the frost blade swung towards the corpse-eating beast. Surrounding icy daggers pierced the creature's body, nearly pinning it to the ground. The scene was reminiscent of their time in the hunting grounds, with one notable exception. This time, she did not shatter the beast's head. However, the relentless rain washed over it, freezing the corpse-eating beast in a grip of ice, rendering it a mere sculpture. Fanboy's legs trembled, and with the Tang Hungdao propped against the ground, she half-knelt, gasping for breath. Her azure and gold battle armor lay in tatters, blood seeping forth. With great effort, she turned her head towards Su Liang, revealing a faint smile of triumph, as if to say, "Look, I am capable too. I'm not merely a decorative vase." She momentarily forgot her astonishment at Su Liang's prowess in vanquishing a 2-star aberration. However, in the next heartbeat, Su Liang's expression shifted dramatically. "Retreat." he bellowed, drawing his spear as he propelled himself forward with force. The carapace of the human-faced scorpion shattered beneath his feet. Fanboy, sensing his alarm, turned just in time to witness the corpse-eating beast shatter its icy prison, the frost-laden blades exploding into fragments. The creature's enormous white tail lashed out toward Fanboy with ferocity. Despair washed over her. There was simply no time to defend herself. She could only watch helplessly as the tail, as thick as a thigh, suddenly struck her abdomen. Bang! Fanboy was propelled like a cannonball, crashing against the wall behind her, which shattered upon impact. Spurt! She painfully coughed up blood. She had indeed pierced through the flesh of the corpse-eating beast, yet had not truly vanquished it. The creature's defenses were too formidable. Liang, his expression grave, rushed to Fanboy's side. Sister Greenery. Emergency assistance. Fanboy is gravely injured. Received. On my way immediately. The teammates felt a weight in their hearts. Fanboy gazed into Su Liang's anxious face, her heart heavy with despair. She had actually failed. A bitter taste filled her mouth. A mere one-print divine selector could slay a 2-star exotic beast, yet she, a level 22 3-print divine master, had faltered. How laughable. She had always been so foolish. This was her so-called pride, her SS-level divine imprint. Su Liang turned his gaze to the corpse-eating beast. Numerous blood-soaked wounds marred its body, and its head was a gruesome sight, yet it remained unyielding. It was voraciously consuming the corpses of other exotic beasts. One could clearly see that the creature's wounds were beginning to heal. Su Liang's face darkened. It was imperative to prevent its recovery. Su Liang. Su Liang looked at Fanboy, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Her complexion was pale. Am I truly that foolish? Su Liang was at a loss for words. You are not foolish, not at all. Yet, internally he chastised her. You are not just foolish. You are Navi. Repeatedly, I have implored you. Save your strength. Conserve your power. Su Liang did not wish to break her defenses at this moment. In an instant, he drew his weapon and unleashed a fierce attack as yet another 1-star beast charged forth. Fortunately, in midair, Yi Qingqing's long-range support had arrived, and several 1-star beasts were swiftly dealt with by her. Without uttering a word, Su Liang lunged toward the flesh-eating beast, filled with fury. Die, beast. His eyes blazed crimson. Regardless of anything else, Fanboy was his comrade, and vengeance was imperative. The tip of his gun glimmered with golden light as he struck fiercely at the head of the flesh-eating beast. The creature's massive claw rose to block, its scarlet eyes revealing a flicker of intelligence mixed with ferocity. With a resounding thud, his shot collided with the claw. Yet the flesh-eating beast appeared to regard Su Liang's strength with disdain. Its tail lashed out violently toward him. The intelligence of this medium-level beast was evidently far superior to that of the human-faced scorpion. A glimmer of resolve ignited in Su Liang's eyes. Utilizing the leverage of his spear pressed against the beast's massive claw, he propelled himself into the air. The tail narrowly grazed the soles of his feet as it passed. Su Liang pondered gravely. Against such a 2-star beast, he surmised he was likely no match. This creature was akin to a lower-tier beast on the verge of evolving into a 3-star entity, and the disparity in strength was monumental. Fanboy's ability to engage it stemmed from her considerable power, which far surpassed his own. Soaring through the air, Su Liang glanced down at the flesh-eating beast, which in turn looked up at him, its crimson eyes reflecting a hint of scorn. Although the golden radiance exerted some pressure upon it, as long as it remained unharmed, it would not yield to fear. Moreover, the scent emanating from Su Liang seemed to drive it into a frenzy, as if he were a delicacy far surpassing the corpses of other beasts. Sister Qingqing, fire 2 shots for me. In an instant, Yi Qingqing's 2 sniper shots detonated above the ghoul beast's head. The creature emitted a pained shriek. Seizing the opportunity, Su Liang descended to confront it directly. Since he could not overpower it, he would have to rely on skill. He wielded his spear, tracing beautiful golden arcs through the air, inflicting a flurry of wounds upon the ghoul beast. Under the might of the beast god seal, even with its formidable defenses, the creature could not escape injury. Gradually, blood began to pour from its body. Su Liang narrowly evaded each of the beast's attacks, yet he struggled to deal a significant blow. The ghoul beast was now in a frenzy, and another star-level beast was approaching. Damn it, he had no choice but to take a risk. Kid, what are you planning? Came Gong Lai's voice through the earpiece. Calmly, Su Liang replied, Old Gong Lai, what is it? Watch closely. This shot will be spectacular. Really? I'll show you how foolish you are. Retreat. A smirk crossed Su Liang's lips as a cold glint shone in his eyes. Kid, Don't take unnecessary risks, Gong Lai shouted sharply. But Su Liang paid no heed. One must take risks to achieve greatness. He concentrated all his golden power into the spear, then roared with fervor. Kill. In the blink of an eye, he surged forward. Su Liang, don't be reckless. The voices of Long Lan and Liang echoed, while the other teammates gasped in astonishment. Yet, Su Liang had already charged forth, and in that moment, his spear shone with an extraordinary brilliance. In the background, Long Lan and Gong Lai gazed at this scene, their pupils filled with astonishment. Golden light. As Su Liang surged forward in that fleeting moment, the two-star corpse-eating beast sensed the aura emanating from the golden radiance, which conveyed a profound threat of death. It let out a fierce roar, its powerful hind legs propelling it forward with explosive force, shattering the ground beneath and sending water and stones flying as it charged towards Su Liang. Its razor-sharp claws glimmered ominously, converging menacingly as they lunged at Su Liang. In that instant, it seemed as though Su Liang had stepped into the embrace of the corpse-eating beast. In the next heartbeat, he would be torn apart by those deadly claws and succumb to the beast's gaping maw. Fanboy was taken aback, while Long Lan and Gong Lai in the background felt their hearts leap into their throats. The timely arrival of Lu Yin also had her covering her mouth in shock. Everything appeared to freeze in that moment. Su Liang caught sight of the beast's four eyes gleaming with pride and greed. Yet, in the midst of this alarming scene, an unexpected turn unfolded. Beneath Su Liang, a source crystal cannon suddenly discharged. The violent recoil left everyone in stunned disbelief. Even the corpse-eating beast was caught off guard. Su Liang, wielding the golden spear, was propelled high into the air. In that fleeting instant, the spear's blade sliced through the beast's lower jaw, cleaving its gaping mouth in two. Blood erupted in an instant as Su Liang ascended into the sky, while the beast emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Yet, this was not the end. A fierce glint ignited in Su Liang's eyes as he once more harnessed the power of the source crystal cannon and fired into the heavens. Suddenly, Su Liang accelerated, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. His eyes glinted with ferocity. Die. The golden spear, propelled by Su Liang, resembled a golden meteor in the rain-soaked night, piercing fiercely toward the head of the ghoul beast. Victory was within reach. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the ghoul beast, a creature of moderate intelligence, instinctively sought to evade Su Liang's assault. In an instant, its head recoiled ever so slightly. Yet, that slight movement proved fatal. A minor miscalculation could lead to disastrous consequences. Su Liang sighed inwardly, realizing his grandstanding was about to falter. The golden meteor struck the elongated front of the ghoul beast's head, effectively penetrating its mouth. The force of the impact sent the creature crashing violently to the ground. Boom. The earth shattered instantaneously, blood and debris scattering in all directions. It was a scene of utter brutality. Incredible, came Gong Lai's astonished voice. Long Lan, Yi Qingqing, and Fanboy, along with the others, breathed a sigh of relief. It felt surreal. The girls were left with a singular sensation. This was undoubtedly a display of extraordinary prowess. Who would dare to employ such a strategy? The audacity of using a source crystal cannon as propulsion was nothing short of madness. It was hard to fathom that such combat skills could be exhibited by a mere 18-year-old boy. Fanboy was profoundly shaken. At that moment, she realized the vast chasm that separated her from Su Liang. While everyone celebrated Su Liang's triumph, he alone felt an overwhelming emptiness within. Even though the ghoul beast had fallen, its mournful cries echoed incessantly. However, in the next moment, the stout white tail, resembling a colossal pillar, ferociously lashed towards Su Liang. Ah! Su Liang! Su Liang! Everyone was unable to warn him in time. Yet, Su Liang had already anticipated this, concentrating all the power of the beast god seal into a single point. Bang! Su Liang's body contorted into an arc, propelling him backward like a cannonball. Su Liang! Long Lan's anxious voice rang out. Han Staolong bellowed, I'm coming. Yi Qingqing unleashed a frenzied barrage from the sky. However, the defense of the corpse-eating beast was utterly monstrous. Despite the agony, it resolutely endured. It was pinned to the ground, thrashing its tail to ensnare the silver spear, then violently flinging it away. In that moment, its fury reached a crescendo. Panic ensued among everyone. Green Yin was utterly helpless, possessing little combat strength. Yet she still charged forward. Meanwhile, Gong Lai, nursing his injuries inside the house, felt tears welling in his eyes. Damn it, he cursed, filled with regret for not being present. With bloodshot eyes, Gong Lai shouted, Xiaolong, protect him. Su Liang coughed twice, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood. Yet he managed to rise to his feet. This was it. Even if Han Xiaolong could provide support, it would be too late. He lamented his inability to reach the second seal. Had he attained the second seal, he could have certainly slain this corpse-eating beast. The beast lunged madly towards Su Liang, and Yi Qingqing's aerial assault could not deter the now completely frenzied creature. Its bloodied maw lunged towards Su Liang. In the next instant, Green Yin's verdant figure stood before him. Su Liang's expression changed drastically. Sister Green Yin, run. Although she was a divine master, she was merely a healer, and the power of the divine seal lacked any lethal force. Su Liang's eyes were bloodshot, enduring excruciating pain as he struggled to move forward. In Greenvine's hand appeared a long knife, her face suffused with determination. Greenvine, Long Lan felt a wave of despair wash over her. Greenvine displayed no fear. Instead, she smiled and declared, I can also become the rearguard for my teammates. In that moment, everyone was deeply moved, their eyes glistening with tears. Sister Greenvine, Sister Greenvine. The teammates were engulfed in grief. Gong Lai's eyes were filled with rage. Greenvine, Yi Qingqing, in a frenzy, unleashed her sniping skills, yet still could not halt the advance of the flesh-eating beast. Fang Beiyue watched the scene unfold, her heart heavy with sorrow. The beast leaped high, lunging towards Greenvine and Su Liang. Greenvine resolutely brandished her knife to strike, but in that fleeting moment, Su Liang pushed Greenvine out of harm's way. Simultaneously, an incredibly terrifying source energy cannon, as if intent on annihilating everything, blasted into the flesh-eating beast. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated through the district, even reaching Qi Hengqiu and the others, who were left in shock. Who unleashed such a powerful source energy cannon? It could obliterate the forbidden divine realm. Long Lan, Yi Qingqing, and Fang Beiyue all gazed upwards. At the end of the street, a magnificent mech war chariot, exuding an almost ferocious aura, was firing upon the flesh-eating beast that had been propelled several dozen meters away. Qianqian, clad in a purple-golden A-grade battle armor, sat atop the mech war chariot, exuding an extraordinary presence. Brother Su Liang, Qianqian's eyes were filled with tears. She vividly witnessed the injuries sustained by Su Liang and his companions. Thus, she disregarded everything, even the cannon fire. Su Liang was taken aback. Qianqian. Su Liang glanced towards the direction where the corpse-eating beast had been sent flying, only to find it had vanished. Even the buildings were gone. A stretch of nearly 100 meters had been obliterated by just a few rounds. Long Lan and her companions were visibly shaken. Goodness, those few shots must have consumed several thousand source crystals. However, the people were saved. Yet, the military would likely hold them accountable. A whole street, nearly 100 meters of buildings, had disappeared upon witnessing Su Liang spitting blood. Bai Qianqian's eyes instantly reddened, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Brother Su Liang. She hurriedly rushed towards him, enveloping him in her embrace, burying her face in his chest. What? What happened to you? Qianqian was overwhelmed with fear. Had her source energy cannon been delayed by even a second, the outcome could have been catastrophic. She clung to Su Liang tightly, her body trembling. Just a hair's breadth, truly just a moment away, and she and Su Liang might have. She was genuinely terrified. Su Liang, too, felt a lingering dread. It had been so close, perilously close. As the source energy cannon had nearly grazed the tops of his and LV Yin's heads. This was a source energy cannon, not merely a source crystal cannon. Did you see that street? It was entirely laid waste. If he and LV Yin had been caught in even the slightest way, the consequences would have been dire. Yet, he still felt compelled to tenderly reassure Qianqian. Do not fear, I am fine, truly fine. Qianqian, you should not have come. Qianqian shook her head. My classmates said this beast tide is exceptionally terrifying. I was afraid something would happen to you. Su Liang managed a wry smile as the voice of Qi Hengqiu echoed in his earpiece. Su Liang, beware of the aberrant beasts. Su Liang's expression instantly hardened. Understood. Green Yun, you must swiftly escort Fang Beiyue for treatment. Qianqian, hurry outside. Green Yun, without a moment's hesitation, cradled Fang Beiyue and rushed out. Yi Qingqing continued to assist in dealing with a low-tier aberrant beast. The teammates collectively exhaled in relief, thankful that they had survived, and resumed their relentless assault on the beasts. Su Liang picked up his silver spear, preparing to re-engage in battle. Fortunately, the protective power of the beast god seal had shielded him, leaving only his ribs fractured. He was still capable of fighting. Yet Qianqian did not retreat. A resolute expression graced her youthful face as she drew a purple longsword from her spatial converter. The sword emanated a chilling radiance, causing Longland's pupils to narrow. An S-rank battle weapon. Qianqian gazed at Su Liang and declared, "Brother Su Liang, I made you a promise. Allow me to fulfill it today." In that instant, an intense, fervent aura burst forth from her brow, evaporating the raindrops suspended in midair. In that moment, her figure melded seamlessly with the surroundings, yet inadvertently exuded an extraordinary elegance. Clad in streamlined purple battle armor, she radiated brilliance. A few strands of hair gently brushed against her resolute yet graceful visage. Her eyes deep and luminous, as if no peril could compel her to retreat. She was determined to uphold her promise and protect those she cherished. With the sword pointed forward, her presence was captivating. The Empress Awakens. Chapter 96. Han Xiaolong faces danger. Su Liang gazed at Qianqian, and in a moment of reverie, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the trace of the Phoenix Empress from a past life. The flickering divine mark of blazing flames exuded an aura of inexorable majesty, reminiscent of the awakening of the Phoenix. Qianqian looked at Su Liang with unwavering determination. With a helpless smile, Su Liang remarked, "It's perilous." Qianqian shook her head defiantly. "I am not afraid. I am not weak now." Su Liang wished to say more, but the voice of Qi Hengqiu interrupted. "You must protect her." Su Liang could only nod in acknowledgement. Then he turned to Qianqian. "Stay by my side, and do not stray far." Bai Qianqian broke into a smile that outshone the most exquisite flowers in the world. Su Liang's heart warmed with understanding, but his expression suddenly grew serious. "Qianqian, do you remember what I taught you?" Bai Qianqian nodded. "Yes, I remember." "The first step in battle," Su Liang declared with a firm voice. Bai Qianqian responded, "In any battle, one must be fully focused and exert their utmost effort. Unite body and spirit." Su Liang's lips curled into a smirk. "Then let us slay." As his words fell, the two charged forth together, wielding a spear and a sword. Plunging into the midst of the beast horde, Su Liang's spear shook the very ground beneath the feral creatures, each thrust claiming the life of an otherworldly beast. The spear traced elegant arcs through the air, unleashing a torrential downpour of blood and flesh. In Qianqian's hands, the purple longsword gleamed with extraordinary sharpness. Even without invoking divine powers, this blade could effortlessly cleave through the hide of any first-tier beast. Its sharpness was unparalleled. This was an S-rank weapon. Watching from behind, Long marveled in astonishment, realizing that the Academy had indeed bestowed upon Bai Qianqian an S-rank weapon. The mere acquisition of such a weapon must have incurred an immense cost. The combat prowess exhibited by warriors of such caliber is truly terrifying. One can only observe Bai Qianqian's agile form navigating effortlessly through the throngs of beasts, harmoniously coordinating with Su Liang. With each swing of her sword, she effortlessly decapitates the monstrous creatures. The dreadfully intense heat emanating from the SSS-level Divine Seal evaporates the rain of blood. Gong Lai, watching from the sidelines, mutters in frustration, lamenting that one can hardly compare to another. Meanwhile, Fanboy, who is being treated outside the forbidden divine realm, stares blankly at the scene before her. They appear remarkably well matched. It is evident that Su Liang has imparted a wealth of knowledge to Bai Qianqian. Although she is merely a chosen one at present, her combat awareness and techniques closely resemble his. Following Su Liang seems to afford her the opportunity to learn extensively. Bai Qianqian makes her fair share of mistakes. Yet Su Liang does not berate her as foolish. Fanboy's expression turns bittersweet. Having fought for so long, she too has been struck by a ghoul's tail. Yet while Su Liang continues to battle, she is left here to recuperate. It becomes clear that the disparity between them is not merely defined by the level of their divine seals. Liang gently urges, "Bai, regain your strength quickly. We may need to fight again soon. Your teammates are waiting for you." Fanboy turns to Liang, her eyes reddened but her gaze gradually firming. She nods emphatically, "All right." She retrieves a divine crystal and fervently absorbs it, replenishing her strength. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian work together with remarkable synergy, dispatching wave after wave of abominable beasts. However, Bai Qianqian has yet to experience such combat. It is the promise she made to Su Liang that relentlessly propels her forward, forcing her growth. She endured the nauseating scent of blood, continuously battling. This marked her inaugural kill of a beast. It felt as though her bloodline had awakened, her veins boiling with fervor. Granted a brief respite, she glanced at Su Liang, asking, "Brother Su Liang, I haven't been a burden, have I?" Su Liang smiled gently. No, you are quite formidable. Shan Shan. However, he added thoughtfully, you can no longer linger here. Your combat awareness is insufficient. Shan Shan pouted, but I want to protect you. I will stay with you a little longer. Su Liang nodded. Very well, but when the time comes for you to leave, you must depart. At that moment, urgent voices crackled through the earpiece. Xiaolong. Xiaolong. Su Liang's expression shifted dramatically as Qi Hengchu's voice pierced through. LVEN, we need rescue. Zhao Jian. Pull Xiaolong back. Fu Yuan, cover Zhao Jian. Acknowledged. 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 A weak voice from Han Xiaolong emerged. Brothers, I'm sorry for being a burden. Tears welled in everyone's eyes. Xiaolong's condition was clearly dire. Xiaolong. Gong Lai shouted. Old Gong. It's your turn to burn. Dabo Mei for me. Gong Lai's eyes were red. You must hold on. LVEN. You must protect Xiaolong. The eyes of all were bloodshot as LVEN beheld Han Xiaolong's grim state. His abdomen had been pierced, blood gushing forth, his complexion ashen. Upon witnessing the verdant expanse, Han Xiaolong gestured for silence, pressing his blood-stained fingers to his lips, a faint, sorrowful smile gracing his features. He wished to shield his teammates from the sight of his current plight, fearing it might taint their spirits. Yet, the choked voice of Luin pierced through the air, reaching the ears of all present. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she covered her mouth, and the somber atmosphere revealed unspoken truths. They were all aware, yet refrained from uttering excessive words. They had witnessed too much death, merely hoping for Xiaolong to endure. All they could do was transform their grief and rage into strength. Beasts, let them perish. Slaughter. The cries of anger echoed around them. Su Liang felt an immense weight in his heart, a stark reminder of the battlefield's cruelty. Not long ago, they had shared vows of camaraderie over drinks. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated Su Liang's mind. Qianqian swiftly. Take Luin's battle vehicle and transport Xiaolong to the villa. The AAA-grade medical system within will surely save him. This plan not only promised to rescue Han Xiaolong, but also ensured Qianqian's safety. The teammates gasped in astonishment. In AAA-grade medical system? Hope ignited within them. Qi Hengchu urged. Luin, go with Qianqian. Luin's expression shifted in alarm. But Captain, you all. No buts. Hurry. Long Lan interjected. News from the military. The Divine Realm wall has been lifted. At this revelation, a wave of shock swept over them. While this was fortuitous for Xiaolong, it posed grave implications for their own safety. Qi Hengchu insisted, Luin, go now. Without hesitation, Luin sprang into action. Qianqian was also preparing to depart. Su Liang had taught her that on the battlefield, one must heed orders. However, as she gazed at Su Liang, her heart brimmed with reluctance. She had only just arrived. Su Liang, you must be careful. Rest assured, I will be fine. Qianqian boarded the armored vehicle, her gaze lingering with nostalgia. Yet, in this moment, her actions were driven by the need to rescue Su Liang's comrades. Xiaobai, medical system. Stand by. Qianqian called out. Understood, master. Transforming into a streak of light, Qianqian dashed towards Luin and the others, merging with them. Once on the vehicle, Luin assisted in stabilizing her injuries, and together they sped away. Su Liang exhaled in relief. Qianqian's departure was a relief. Qi Hengchu issued commands. Yunmu, Su Liang, prepare to activate the Forbidden Divine Realm wall and connect with the other squads. Received. Understood. Shen Wuhua, prepare for evacuation. Acknowledged. The so-called Forbidden Divine Realm wall referred to the sacred barriers created by various divine hunting squads, which would form a united front, establishing a wall once more. The advancement to this stage indicated that many other divine hunting teams had suffered severe damage and possessed little strength to sustain the Forbidden Divine Realm any longer. A coalition was the only solution to construct the Forbidden Divine Realm wall, intercepting the alien beasts between the towering walls and the sacred barriers. This arrangement ostensibly appeared advantageous, as it required everyone to guard merely 2 boundary markers while the rest could venture out to hunt. However, this significantly increased the physical exertion of all involved, leading to substantial fatigue. Moreover, with the expanded perimeter, vigilance was necessary to prevent those alien beasts from breaching the base of the Forbidden Divine Realm wall. Such measures were unavoidable. The voice of Long Lan resonated. Prepare to open the barrier of the divine Forbidden Realm. A palpable tension enveloped the crowd. Su Liang stood ready, his demeanor resolute. Upon receiving the signal, Long Lan commanded, open. In unison, Su Liang and Yunmu executed their moves. altering the trajectory of the light beams emanating from the barrier. In an instant, walls of the divine forbidden realm began to converge toward them from either side. Aerial observation would reveal the rapid alignment of luminous barriers. Qi Hengchu's voice echoed. Everyone, fall back and take a brief respite. With the barrier now lifted, the aberrant beasts would not immediately charge toward it. Instead, they would head toward open ground, granting a fleeting moment of reprieve. Once the beasts reached the towering walls, the military would launch an offensive to annihilate them, at which point the beasts would redirect their course. After Su Liang dispatched the last of the aberrant beasts in his vicinity, he exhaled a sigh of relief. His comrades were drawing closer to the barrier. He plopped down atop the carcass of a beast. Fang Beiwei approached him, her voice tinged with concern. Will he survive? Chapter 97. The Azura Blade? Su Liang paused contemplatively before responding. He will survive. Fang Beiwei gazed ahead. Teach me. The sudden chill in her voice caught Su Liang off guard, prompting him to turn and raise an eyebrow. Are you seeking a mentor? Fang Beiwei met his gaze. It wouldn't be impossible. She feigned a gesture of kneeling. Su Liang playfully pressed the barrel of his gun against her knee. No need for that. I was merely jesting. If I scold you in the future, just listen attentively. Fang Beiwei nodded earnestly, but then inquired, how do you possess such knowledge? Did you not just awaken your divine consciousness? Su Liang calmly stated, I have said it before. Refrain from inquiring about my matters. Fang Beiwei replied, I saw something golden. Su Liang's pupils constricted slightly. You must have misinterpreted, he retorted. Fang Beiwei was about to argue further when Qi Hengchu and his companions arrived. Su Liang also stood up. Captain, he called out. Qi Hengchu and his comrades were clad in blood-stained armor, their bodies marred with numerous wounds. At that moment, Qi Hengchu resembled a fierce tiger, having fought valiantly. He nodded slightly at Su Liang. Zhao Jian, Gu Tianqian, and Chun Wuhua had gone to the Yunmu boundary marker. Lu Wuhuan accompanied Qi Hengchu, while Yi Qingqing appeared. Flanking them were two members of the long-range assassination team. Qi Hengchu turned his gaze towards Su Liang and Fang Beiwei. Can you both hold on? Su Liang nodded affirmatively. Yes, no problem. Fang Beiwei also nodded with determination. No problem. Qi Hengchu acknowledged their resolve. From now on, you two should not stray too far from the boundary marker. We will handle the rest, he instructed. Su Liang agreed, recognizing that this was not the time to be reckless. Just then, outside the Forbidden God realm, a figure approached, clad in battle armor. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? Your injuries are not yet healed. Su Liang inquired. Gong Lai shook his head. It's nothing. I have come to assist in guarding the boundary marker. I won't engage in reckless combat. Qi Hengchu simply cautioned, stay safe. Gong Lai nodded in acknowledgement. What about Xiaolong? Qi Hengchu shook his head. Within Quad A-grade medical system, he should be fine. The group felt slightly reassured. Surviving was the most important thing. Gong Lai turned his attention to Su Liang. Hey, what risk did you just take? You think you're so impressive? I believe you're just asking for trouble. Su Liang chuckled bitterly. I had no choice. At that moment, if I hadn't fought back, I would have truly been done for, dragged down to my demise. Moreover, I was just a hair's breadth away from victory. That beast recoiled slightly at the last moment. Otherwise, I would have pierced its beast crystal with a single shot. You can't possibly be envious of how splendid that shot was, can you? That was my unique skill. You wouldn't be able to replicate it. Gong Lai spat and glared. You think I can't pull that off? What a ridiculous notion. Yet, internally he acknowledged that shot was indeed remarkably impressive, though he was too proud to admit it. Qi Heng and the others were busy absorbing divine crystals to recuperate. Gong Lai turned to Su Liang. Aren't you going to recover? Su Liang sighed inwardly. He wished to recover, but if his beast energy transformation were discovered, it would spell disaster. Nevertheless, he felt no urgent need for recovery. The power of his beast god seal felt abundant. Logically, the energy he possessed should be 4 times that of an SSS level. Hence, he felt he still had strength to spare. I'm at level 2 with my seal. Why would I need to recover? I'm relying mostly on my physical prowess and skills, he stated. Gong Lai narrowed his eyes. What about that glimmer of gold? Are you sure? Su Liang avoided his gaze. Why are you prattling on, old Gong Lai? Isn't it enough that I'm fine? Gong Lai cursed. You better watch yourself and not end up dead. Su Liang smirked. You should be the one to be careful, old Gong Lai. As they bantered, the atmosphere remained lighthearted. Suddenly, before them, in the direction of the towering walls, a terrifying flash of electric arcs surged forth. The crowd turned their gazes towards that direction, It was the military atop the high walls that had taken action. The immense electric net execution system had been activated, and the number of fallen beasts was likely in the tens of thousands. Longland's voice echoed, signaling that the beasts were beginning to retreat, preparing to engage in battle. The expressions of the crowd hardened, yet another fierce struggle was imminent. Each individual assumed a stance ready for combat. Qi Hengqiu positioned his azure steel blade before him, his aura starting to accumulate. In that moment, Su Liang felt the terrifying intensity of Qi Hengqiu's presence intensifying, almost eerie. Was this the oppressive force of the captain of the Ember Killers? Gong Li declared, "Leave the boundary stakes to me. You go and slay." Yi Qingqing interjected, "Hold on, let the captain make a move first." Su Liang and Fang Beiwei exchanged puzzled glances at Yi Qingqing. Calmly, she instructed, "Just watch closely." Ahead, hordes of beasts were frantically emerging from the streets and alleys of the civilian district, surrounding them from all sides. Qi Hengqiu maintained a steady demeanor, his breathing even. As raindrops fell upon him, they seemed to be repelled by an invisible force. The beasts were closing in rapidly, mere dozens of meters away. Su Liang tightened his grip on his spear, while Fang Beiwei felt a sense of trepidation. Was this the terrifying number that the blood drinkers had to confront in their core battlefield? In the next instant, Qi Hengqiu suddenly opened his eyes wide. Huh! He surged forward 10 meters in an instant, his blade slicing through the air. At that moment, Su Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. Time seemed to freeze, and everything appeared to stand still. Raindrops thus hung suspended in the air. In the moment of a decisive strike, an overwhelming and razor-sharp blade aura cleaved the space as if it were severed in twain. This blade aura transformed into a crescent, aimed at the approaching beasts. Silently, it sliced through them, seemingly inflicting no harm. Yet, Su Liang understood all too well, penetration. It was a complete penetration. The crescent-shaped blade aura surged toward the horde of beasts charging at them, numbering at least a couple of hundred. The curtain of rain was torn asunder. Time resumed its flow. Su Liang and Fang Beiwei witnessed the oncoming beasts disintegrating midair, their bodies cleaved in half due to inertia. Blood, severed limbs, and dismembered bodies flew through the air. Both men stared wide-eyed in disbelief. One stroke severed 100 or more beasts. Among them were quite a few two-star beasts. They could only remember swallowing hard, their eyes round with astonishment. Su Liang was profoundly shaken. Even a divine warrior would find such a feat challenging, wouldn't they? Just how formidable was their captain? Before Su Liang and the others could fully comprehend, Captain Qi Hengqiu had already dashed forward. Su Liang turned to glance at Yi Qingqing and Lu Wuhuan, whose faces bore only admiration. Lu Wuhuan exclaimed, "The captain is truly incredible." Yi Qingqing suddenly remarked, "The captain should be bestowed a title. Let's call him the Shiroblade." Su Liang was momentarily taken aback. The Shiroblade? Meanwhile, Lu Wuhuan and Yi Qingqing had already surged ahead, with Fang Beiwei following suit. A tempest swirled within Su Liang's heart. The Shiroblade. How could it be the Shiroblade? Su Liang recalled an incident from his past life. It couldn't be. It must merely be a coincidence. The captain must not be a Shiroblade. "Kid, what are you dawdling about? Go for the kill." Gong Li scolded from behind. Su Liang had no choice. Now was not the time for further contemplation. He brandished his weapon and charged forth, joining his comrades in the onslaught against the horde of beasts. The captain specifically targeted the higher-tier aberrations, simultaneously dispatching some of the lower-tier ones. It was at this moment that Su Liang witnessed Qi Hengqiu's formidable prowess in battle. With a single strike, no beast could withstand him, not even the 3-star creatures. Each blow was lethal, capable of clearing a swath of foes. It was truly terrifying. This was the might of a level 40 divine warrior. Su Liang drew closer to Fang Beiwei, occasionally offering reminders and imparting guidance. Yi Qingqing provided support from a height, picking off stragglers, particularly those positioned at a distance. Lu Wuhuan's ferocity was equally impressive, wielding dual blades. He carved through the ranks with ruthless efficiency, leaving carnage in his wake. The battle seemed to drain the vitality of every participant, pushing them to their limits. As the skirmish dragged on, fatigue set in, yet the aberrations seemed to emerge endlessly from the depths. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Longland's voice broke through the chaos. "Captain, 4-tailed human-faced scorpion." A wave of alarm washed over the group. A 4-star beast. Danger. Indeed, in the very next moment, a creature towering over 3 meters approached them with alarming speed. Su Liang's heart raced. This aberration possessed devastating destructive power. Even a 3-sealed divine master would struggle to contend with it. Yet, Qi Hengqiu remained unfazed, deftly swinging his green steel blade to cleave through a throng of one-star beasts. With a sudden leap, he soared into the air, charging directly at the four-tailed, human-faced scorpion. As fate would have it, a gap opened in the clouds, allowing a beam of golden sunlight to illuminate the earth, perfectly casting its glow upon Qi Hengqiu. In that moment, his figure resembled a deity clad in golden armor, a veritable god of war. Chapter 98, The Combat Prowess of Qi Hengqiu. The relentless gale surged and coalesced around Qi Hengqiu, forming a formidable barrier of wind. With a single stroke of his blade, boundless wind blades descended with a resounding force upon the four-tailed, human-faced scorpion. Boom! The creature was sent flying instantaneously, leaving a deep gash upon its massive pincers. Qi Hengqiu did not pause for a moment. His speed was astounding. He dashed forward, leaping into the air to evade the crushing pincers. With a powerful kick, he struck one of the pincers with terrifying force, slamming it down to the ground. Utilizing that momentum, he lunged towards the four tails. In that fleeting moment, his eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance, an endless coldness emanating from within. The S-class Divine Seal radiated a dark luminescence, and an overwhelming pressure coalesced upon his blade. With a sharp command, he struck. As the blade swung forth, it seemed as if the very fabric of the world blurred around him, countless wind blades gathering in his vicinity. The four-tailed, human-faced scorpion sensed an immense threat of death, frantically thrashing its four-tail hooks towards Qi Hengqiu. Yet he would not afford it such an opportunity. With another decisive strike, he unleashed the power of the second seal, the sorrow of the wind. Thud! The wind blades sliced through, and the scorpion writhed in a frenzy, its four-tail hooks severed and crashing to the ground. Liang and the others were left in a state of shock, dazed by the sheer lethality of his assault. Qi Hengqiu surged with energy, executing a somersault in midair. The target was aimed directly at the head of the four-tailed human-faced scorpion. Descending from the heavens, a blade struck down with force. Once again, a divine mark shimmered with a dark radiance upon him. The power of the three marks surged forth, unleashing a tempest of wind blades. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he wielded a blade with the might of a mountain, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The movements of the four-tailed human-faced scorpion abruptly ceased. Qi Hengqiu had already positioned himself before the creature. In that moment, the essence of a war god materialized in Liang's heart. Indeed, what a peerless warrior. For a divine warrior to achieve such prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. The head of the four-tailed human-faced scorpion had been cleaved open, revealing the four-star beast crystal within. Coldly, he extracted the crystal and secured it within his spatial converter. Uttering not a single word, he plunged back into the fray. Liang and Fanboy were left in a daze. A four-star extraordinary beast had been slain so effortlessly. Just how powerful was their captain? It was truly terrifying. They all continued to engage in battle. After nearly a day's struggle, this conflict finally approached its conclusion. Long Lan's voice resonated, announcing the retreat of the extraordinary beasts. The tide of beasts had come to an end. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief swept over everyone. They watched as the beasts retreated, scurrying back into their burrows. Almost all those still standing in battle collapsed onto the bodies of the slain beasts, utterly exhausted. Finally, it was over. Liang too lay on the ground, his chest heaving like a bellows, gasping for breath. A bitter smile escaped his lips. It was finally over. Qi Hengqiu remained standing with his blade, slightly adjusting his breathing. Xiaolong, please inquire about Xiaolong's condition. Upon hearing these words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, their hearts tightening with apprehension. Surely, nothing grave would transpire? This battle had been exceedingly brutal. Shortly thereafter, Long Lan's voice resonated, reassuring everyone that the injuries had stabilized and were still being treated, posing no threat to life. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group, smiles blossoming on their faces, for survival itself was the greatest fortune. After a brief pause, Long Lan added, however, that it remained uncertain whether there would be any lingering after-effects. A silence enveloped the group, for such occurrences were all too common. Individuals like Gong Lai and others who had endured the aftermath of battle bore their own share of residual consequences, resulting in diminished combat prowess, which had relegated them to the status of survivors. Qi Hengqiu murmured in acknowledgement. They needed to seize the moment to rest, as there was still the battlefield to attend to. Yes, yes, yes. Xiaolong, please make arrangements for everyone to have dinner together tonight. All right. Without pausing for rest, Qi Hengqiu turned and commenced the task of cleaning the battlefield, beginning to excavate the beast crystals. Liang, utterly exhausted, observed Qi Hengchu's solitary figure and fell into deep contemplation. A glance around revealed Fanboy, the campus belle, resting against the bloodied carcass of a strange beast, her chest rising and falling rhythmically, a testament to her fatigue. It was evident that she, too, was thoroughly worn out, her body trembling slightly from the prolonged ordeal. This battle had marked her first encounter of such magnitude. As if sensing Su Liang's gaze, she lifted her head, meeting his eyes, seemingly yearning for a word of commendation. Su Liang swiftly turned his head to gaze at Bai Qianqian, who had already cleaned the source crystal. She stowed away her sniper rifle and began to tidy up the battlefield as well. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Cherished? He struggled to rise and approached Bai Qianqian, joining her in the cleanup. Bai Qianqian glanced at him, questioning, "Why are you following me?" Su Liang chuckled wryly. "I have a question for you." Bai Qianqian, a girl of few words with her long, dark hair tied back in a ponytail and dressed in tactical gear, continued her task. "Go ahead and ask." Su Liang inquired. "Sister Qing, why did you choose to bestow the title Cherished upon the captain?" Bai Qianqian paused momentarily. "Once you witness the captain's 4-seal pattern power, you'll understand. He truly deserves the title of Cherished." Su Liang felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't a matter of deserving. Could we not opt for a different title? Bai Qianqian looked perplexed. Why change it? Isn't it rather fitting? Su Liang scratched his head, feeling the pressure as voices from his teammates crackled through his earpiece. "I think Cherished sounds excellent. It's imposing and matches the captain's presence," one teammate remarked. Fu Yuan chimed in. "Indeed. I think it's quite appropriate." Su Liang's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. It seemed this decision had already been solidified. He realized that the elite team he had joined was, in fact, the Cherished squad. Goodness gracious. In his previous life, the Cherished had annihilated dozens of elite teams. It was none other than Qi Hengchu. Su Liang felt his mind whirl. What on earth was happening? He had been utterly astonished upon hearing this news in his former life. Due to this incident being reported by Huaxia News, it has become known throughout the entirety of Huaxia. The final fate that the Cherished faces is the pursuit by the military and the ranked Divine Hunter squad. The outcome is all too predictable. Su Liang, with a twitch of his face, asked, "Captain, do you like it? Shall we consider another option? Perhaps the Frenzied War Blade or the Blood Drink Blade? Why must it be the Cherished? Hey, you little rascal, how dare you fabricate tales about the captain's matters? This is the utmost respect bestowed upon the captain by everyone. What name did you choose? Hurry up and clean the battlefield." Gong Lai's scolding voice echoed. Su Liang sighed lightly in his heart, realizing that even if the name were to change, it would be of little consequence. For the person in question is Qi Hengchu. The reason Qi Hengchu resorted to such extremes likely stems from some profound upheaval in his life. To prevent this incident from occurring, one must address its source. Perhaps it is feasible, for in this lifetime, he has joined the Jinsha. Everyone set about cleaning the battlefield. In truth, they were all quite exhausted. Yet the spoils of war must not go to waste. After spending over 2 hours, they finally managed to tidy up the scene. Following this, the military logistics would handle the bodies. The group gathered, each bearing their own injuries. Liang also made an appearance. "We'll tally the results of the battle during dinner tonight. Everyone should head back to the base for a shower, then to the dining hall." "I've already made the arrangements," Su Liang announced. "I'll return to the villa to check on little Liang and then bring Qianqian and Sister Greenery along." Liang nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll send you the location shortly." Fanboy also remarked, "I shall return to my residence." Liang nodded in acknowledgement. Su Liang took a seat in Fanboy's vehicle and journeyed back to the city center. This battle had instigated a transformation within Fanboy, instilling in her a genuine reverence for the members of the Divine Hunt squads. She hesitated, pondering, "Have I become a burden to everyone?" Su Liang cast a sidelong glance at her. "Do not overthink it. This is your first time on the battlefield, which is entirely understandable. Focus on enhancing your skills and practicing diligently. Remember, upon returning to the academy, we must keep our identities concealed." Fanboy nodded in agreement. After escorting Su Liang to the villa, she returned to her own abode. As soon as Su Liang stepped into the villa, Qianqian rushed over to embrace him. "Brother Su Liang, are you all right?" Qianqian was genuinely concerned. After escorting Han Xiaolong and the others here, she had refrained from returning to the battlefield, fearing that she would hinder Su Liang. Only by experiencing combat firsthand did she realize how far her current strength fell short. It was insufficient, far from enough. She had to strive to become stronger. Su Liang gently ruffled her hair. "Am I not perfectly fine? But you have sustained so many injuries." Su Liang smiled knowingly. This little one was truly irreplaceable. It's nothing. The majority of my injuries were mitigated by the battle armor, so there is no cause for alarm. How is Xiaolong? Bai Qianqian urged Su Liang to take a seat. He is stable now. The medical system has sutured his wounds, but he will need a day or two to recuperate. Just then, Levian emerged, looking somewhat haggard, having expended considerable energy. Do not worry, there is no danger to life, though there may be some lingering aftereffects. Su Liang nodded. Surviving is what matters. Greenine also nodded and approached Su Liang. A radiant green light emanated from her palms. Sister Greenine, you must be quite fatigued. Greenine shook her head. It's nothing. I shall rest shortly. Your injuries cannot wait. Su Liang ceased to refuse. The shimmering green light enveloped him, filling him with warmth. The small wounds were healing at an accelerated pace. Everyone is aware of how invaluable a wood attribute healer is. Their status within the Divine Hunter team is exceedingly high. Few teams can boast such a healer. After a brief while, Su Liang felt somewhat better. Greenine also took a seat. With a smile, she remarked, we have finally made it through. Fortunately, Qianqian arrived. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Qianqian, feeling a bit embarrassed, admitted, I destroyed such a large section of the district. I will certainly have to compensate a great deal. Greenine chuckled. It's all right. We can afford it. Just remember, you mustn't be so impulsive next time. Your strength is still somewhat lacking, and you lack practical experience. Qian lowered her head. Feeling guilty. It's all my fault. My growth has been too slow. Su Liang quickly embraced her. Silly, what are you saying? You're already at level 7. How is that slow? Just look at how few can match your speed. Greenine gasped. Level 7? In just a week. My heavens, Qian. You are truly remarkable. Your growth is absolutely unprecedented. Shaking her head gently, Bai Qianqian remarked, yet the disparity between Su Liang and myself is indeed vast. Luin, with a wry smile, interjected, do not compare yourself to him. He is merely an eccentric. Su Liang responded, Sister Luin, I shall take that as a compliment. Suddenly, Bai Qianqian lifted her head, proclaiming, I shall surely accelerate my growth. I will become exceedingly strong. Luin nodded with a smile, affirming absolutely. Su Liang, quickly freshen up. We are off to a gathering, and we shall also share the spoils. This time, we are bound to acquire a substantial amount of beast crystals. It is high time you equipped yourself with a new set of armor and weaponry, Luin encouraged. Su Liang's expression brightened with excitement, for indeed, the quantity they could obtain today promised to be formidable. As the trio made their way to the restaurant, Su Liang inquired, Sister Luin, is the captain on the verge of evolving into a divine general? Luin nodded. Yes, it should be imminent. Su Liang continued. Then we shall soon have the opportunity to ascend the Divine Hunter rankings. Luin let out a bittersweet laugh. It is not that simple. One divine general is insufficient. With a soft sigh, she added, the captain has been hindered by us. Otherwise, with his prowess, forming a divine hunting team composed of S-rank members would not pose a challenge. Why? Su Liang asked in confusion. Luin shook her head, unwilling to elaborate, and simply stated, the captain is truly an exceptional person. She continued, Su Liang, alongside Feng Beiwei, you will be able to become the captain's genuine aide, and with Xiao Jin, we, as a collective, must strive to assist the captain in accomplishing that task. What task? The gentle smile of Lu Yin accompanied by a shake of the head spoke volumes. In time, you will understand. If the captain chooses not to share, it is best not to inquire. Su Liang nodded thoughtfully. In his previous life, he had scarcely paid attention to Qi Hengqiu. Such a person seemed far beyond his reach. By the time he graduated from the academy, Jinxia appeared to have vanished from Rong City. It was clear that the first squad at that time was not Jinxia. It seems that this captain carries a wealth of untold stories. Upon arriving at the dining hall, the others had mostly taken their places, dressed in their casual attire. Qi Hengqiu, clad in relaxed clothing, emanated a quiet demeanor, his expression stoic. Everyone had grown accustomed to this atmosphere, engaging in their own conversations. Despite their fatigue, they understood that the captain's arrangement hinted at matters of significance. A few individuals gathered around Gong Lai, engrossed in watching Su Liang's combat footage, the stunning shot that had been overshadowed by Long Lan's brilliance. Goodness, how many battles must one endure to unleash such prowess? One remarked. Little Liang is truly formidable. I can scarcely fathom where he acquired such combat experience. Old Gong interjected, nonsense, I am quite capable. To which he was met with playful skepticism. Oh please, spare us, came the retort. Observing the camaraderie among blood drinkers and the post-battle crew, Su Liang approached with enthusiasm. How about that? Impressive, right? The group paused, turning in unison. Gong Lai hastily closed the video and rolled his eyes. It's decent, I suppose. Su Liang smirked mischievously. I shall teach you someday. Gong Lai scoffed lightly but soon shifted his attention to Bai Qianqian. Oh, look at you, bringing along a girlfriend. Gong Lai casually remarked. Everyone is already aware of this. There's no need for your proclamation. Su Liang retorted. Except for Zhao Jian, Yi Qingqing, and Qi Hengqiu. The others wore smiles on their faces. These three individuals exuded a certain aloofness. Qian shyly greeted everyone. Hello, everyone. Laughter erupted in response. Ah, hello, Qian. Please, take a seat. Don't be shy. We are like one big family. Su Liang chuckled as he guided Qian to a seat. Fanboy also arrived shortly after. Feeling somewhat reserved upon noticing everyone present. This marked her first encounter with the rest of the team. Dragon Lawn smiled and said, Beiwei, come sit beside me. I've saved a spot just for you. Fanboy nodded timidly and made her way to Dragon Lawn. As everyone settled in, Dragon Lawn announced, now that we are all gathered, let us not hold back any longer. We're all quite famished. Let us begin eating. There are still many dishes yet to arrive. So let us feast first and discuss matters later. Each person's gaze sparkled with eagerness, as the table was laden with delectable dishes that they could scarcely resist. Qi Hengqiu swiftly picked up his chopsticks, his movements quicker than anyone else's. A true devotee of food, he embodied the spirit of feasting. The others soon joined in the fervent dining. Su Liang, Qian, and Fanboy were taken aback by the scene. Is everyone really this voracious? Seeing this, they too became part of the culinary frenzy. One must dine heartily to have the energy to converse. After a long day, one can only imagine how ravenous they all felt. Everyone devoured their meals with the speed of a whirlwind. Fanboy, initially a bit reserved, gradually became more spirited as well. Though she was a young lady of high standing, she seldom indulged in such extravagance when it came to dining. Noticing that Long Lan and Green Yin beside her were indifferent, she too chose to dismiss it. Su Liang laughed as she ate. Gong Lai seized the chicken leg that Su Liang was about to grasp. What are you laughing at, you brat? Hey, my leg. Su Liang shot him a glare. It's mine. Never mind. I'll save it for you. I'll take the wings, she said, breaking off a chicken wing. As Gong Lai ate, he inquired. You still haven't answered my question. What are you laughing at? Everyone cast a glance at her. With a smile, Su Liang replied. I truly relish this atmosphere of feasting. It's delightful. Laughter erupted among them. After a long day, if they were to eat in an overly refined manner, it would indeed be maddening. They devoured plate after plate, as dishes continually arrived from outside, showing no signs of stopping. Goodness, their appetite was nothing short of terrifying. Gong Lai remarked, Little Longzi has missed out today. I'll bring him a chicken leg. As he spoke, he reached out for another chicken leg. Quick as a flash, Su Liang snatched it away, smirking. You want it for yourself, don't you? Gong Lai shot her a glare. Nonsense. Absolutely not. This truly was a feast. After a good 20 minutes of indulgence, their pace finally began to slow. Bursts of satisfied belches filled the air. Delightful. Qian and Fanboy, along with a few other girls, also slowed their pace. Qi Hengqiu set down his chopsticks. Today marks Fanboy's first task with us in the burning kill. Why don't you each introduce yourselves? Gong Lai immediately responded, I'm Gong Lai, a level 28 3-seal master. In the aftermath of the battle, the participants began to introduce themselves one by one. Among them was Ho Zhan, a level 29 3-seal divine master, and Shuiyin Zhao Jian, a level 33 4-seal divine warrior. As they introduced themselves, Fanboy nodded in acknowledgement, meticulously noting each name. Su Liang cast a glance at the somewhat reticent Zhao Jian, who had evidently leveled up since their last encounter when he was still at level 32. Once everyone had completed their introductions, Qi Hengqiu continued, addressing Fanboy. Your current level qualifies you to be our teammate. However, your combat awareness and skills are still lacking. You must strive to improve. Fanboy's expression stiffened slightly. Long Lan offered comfort, saying, the captain speaks in this manner. Do not take offense at his tone. We have all endured similar scrutiny. The others chimed in. Indeed, the captain's approach helps us to clearly understand our shortcomings rather than shrouding them in ambiguity, which is ultimately beneficial. Fanboy nodded in agreement, stating, Understood, I shall practice diligently. Qi Hengqiu then turned his attention to Su Liang. Su Liang, your level. Never mind, it's pointless to discuss. The group stifled their laughter, and Gong Lai burst out in a boisterous laugh. "Ha! Chosen one, take your time leveling up," Su Liang retorted. "At least show some consideration." "Su Liang," Qi Hengqiu continued, "during your free time, you will be responsible for training Fanboy in combat techniques and awareness." Su Liang nodded affirmatively. "Understood." Qi Hengqiu added, "It is also time for you to upgrade your armor. Gong Lai's set of C-grade armor no longer befits your current strength. Acquire a new one." Su Liang nodded again in agreement. Qi Hengqiu remarked, "Xiaolon, please tally our results." Long Lan nodded and rose to her feet. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Today's accomplishments were undoubtedly astounding. The number of beasts slain must be staggering, at least several thousand. How many beast crystals would be distributed? Perhaps their equipment could even be upgraded. Long Lan wore a smile as she announced, "Today, we have successfully vanquished a total of 136 beasts." Upon hearing this figure, everyone was taken aback. Such a vast number. Excluding the interventions of Qianqian and Gong Lai, that meant 11 main combatants, averaging over 600 kills each. Yet, averages can be misleading. Blood Drink must have claimed a greater share. Had it not been for the Blood Drinkers facing 2-star and 3-star beasts, the total would likely have been even higher. Long Lan continued, "Among these, there were 786 1-star beasts, 316 2-star beasts, 33 star beasts, and 4 4-star beasts." Each person's eyes widened in astonishment. "Truly remarkable." Long Lan elaborated, excluding the 4 4-star beasts, which were slain by the captain and Zhao Jian, the remaining beast crystals, when evenly distributed, amount to a total of 12,946 1-star crystals. The crowd was momentarily stunned. This was already an impressive outcome. Suddenly, Qi Hengqiu spoke up. "We shall allocate 1 4-star beast crystal to you all." Long Lan looked at Qi Hengqiu in confusion. He replied calmly, "Today's battle was arduous for everyone. Those who need to upgrade their equipment should proceed to do so." A wave of surprise washed over the crowd, quickly followed by elation. 1 4-star beast crystal equates to 10,000 1-star crystals, nearly covering all their needs. Where could they find such a commendable captain? The 4-star beasts were all vanquished by him and Zhao Jian. Furthermore, the numerous 2-star and 3-star beasts also fell to their prowess. It is truly disheartening to witness the captain's treatment towards them. In other teams, such distribution schemes are unheard of. Long Lan turned to Zhao Jian, who replied nonchalantly, "I follow the captain's lead." Long Lan smiled and nodded. "Very well, then I extend my gratitude to the captain." The others joined in with cheerful exclamations of thanks to the captain. Qi Hengqiu maintained his stoic demeanor. Long Lan continued, "The total count stands at 22,946. With 12 individuals, each shall receive 1,912, with 2 remaining." Gong Lai interjected, "I suppose I need not be included, as I merely guarded for a short while." The group turned their attention to him. Gong Lai proposed, "Perhaps I could shamelessly accept 500, and the rest can be divided among you. Or we could simply split it evenly," Gu Qianqian suggested. Gong Lai shook his head. "Everyone requires upgrades for their equipment. So let us settle on this. I will take 500, which is already a considerable boon." The others ceased their objections, and Long Lan nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Qi Hengqiu spoke up. "Xiaolong utilized Bai Qianqian's medical system, and Bai Qianqian also participated for a time. Of the remaining 946, let 500 go to Gong Lai, and 446 to Bai Qianqian." Bai Qianqian immediately raised her hands in protest. No, I've already caused trouble by demolishing a block. I owe compensation." Laughter erupted among the group. Liang remarked, "Qianqian, had it not been for your few shots, my brother Su Liang and I might have been in peril. Please accept it." "It's quite all right." Long Lan waved her hand decisively. Thus, the matter was settled. "Thus, each of us shall receive 2,000 crystals. And this time we shall not draw from the communal funds." Everyone expressed their delight, harboring no dissent. Su Liang felt a surge of excitement. 2,000 crystals. How long could that sustain his transformation? Long Lan began the distribution, and when it reached Su Liang, there were an additional 2,000 divine crystals, a reward from the military for a previous mission. There would be another reward this time, but it would be collected later. Su Liang eagerly gathered all of it into his possession. Qianqian also accepted 446 beast crystals. When Fanboy received her 2,000 beast crystals, she was momentarily dazed. Such a bounty from a single mission of the Jinsha squad was astonishing. It equated to 20,000 divine crystals. The method of distribution within the team was peculiar, indeed. Just then, Qi Hengqiu spoke again. Next, we have accepted a mission that requires us to leave the city. In an instant, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. We are leaving the city. Chapter 100. Will you be my girlfriend? Everyone was taken aback. We are leaving the city. A surge of exhilaration coursed through their veins. Opportunities to venture beyond the city walls were rare, though fraught with danger. The outside world always exuded a sense of comfort, as if a bird long confined was finally soaring into the sky. Beyond the city lay a plethora of resources. Perhaps they might even stumble upon a source crystal mine. There were various treasures to be found, mountain delicacies, wild game, or perhaps some spatial converters and equipment left behind by deceased predecessors. There were tales of individuals who had ventured outside only to discover A-grade weapons and spatial converters, with resources that were beyond imagination. The feeling of leaving the city was difficult to articulate, both terrifying and exhilarating. Liang was slightly taken aback, surprised at how swiftly an opportunity to leave the city had presented itself. He stroked his chin, recalling that there was a mine in that area. If he could get close enough, perhaps he could seize it. Fanboy also felt a flicker of excitement. However, this enthusiasm was soon doused by a bucket of cold water. Fanboy would not be participating in this mission outside the city. Her expression instantly soured. What? Captain? Why not? She felt as if she were a pampered young lady being wronged. Qianqian looked at Fanboy and explained, I originally intended for you to join us for some practical experience outside the city. Fanboy cast a hurt glance in his direction. Qianqian continued, however, your performance today has revealed certain issues that concern your safety. Hence, it is best for you to stay behind this time. During our absence, focus on honing your combat skills and awareness. I expect to see your growth in the next city defense mission. Fanboy felt somewhat dissatisfied. Yet upon reflecting on her performance today, it did seem lacking. Reluctantly, she nodded. I understand. I will strive to improve. Qianqian nodded in acknowledgement. Liang also would not be able to join, so this expedition would consist solely of the 12 of us. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian's expression shifted slightly. Captain Qi, is Brother Liang going as well? Qianqian confirmed. Yes, he will be going. Bai Qianqian's face paled with concern. Isn't that too dangerous? Brother has just attained the first level. Perhaps he should refrain from going? Qianqian then turned his gaze towards Liang. Liang let out a wry smile and reassured Qianqian. Do not worry, everything will be fine. With everyone as protection, I am in no danger. However, Bai Qianqian's gaze flickered with concern. She truly felt uneasy. Yet, Liang grasped her hand and urged, trust the captain's arrangements. Deep within, Qianqian was overwhelmed with apprehension. Venturing outside the city with their current strength was undeniably perilous. Qianqian continued. The primary objective of this mission is to investigate the recent surge of beast attacks on the city. The military suspects that a high-tier beast is orchestrating these events, and we need to uncover the reason behind it. Thus, the next 2 days will be your final respite. We shall depart promptly next Monday. Ensure that you recuperate fully and prepare all necessary equipment. In an instant, spirits were lifted. Yes, yes, yes. Xiaolon, please provide details about the mission and its location. Qianqian instructed. Xiaolon stood up, and a virtual screen materialized at the center of the table. Our area of exploration for this mission extends 200 kilometers north of Rongqing, with a danger level rated at 4 stars. The primary aim is reconnaissance rather than extermination. However, if we can eliminate threats, that would certainly be advantageous, provided we can locate them. There are 18 key sites where we need to deploy the Celestial Eye. Completing the installation at all 18 sites will mark the mission as accomplished. Should we encounter a highly intelligent beast beforehand, that too will count as a success. The estimated maximum level of beasts we may confront is 5 stars. As everyone gazed solemnly at the 18 marked locations on the virtual screen, only Fanboy felt a tinge of regret, realizing that her strength was still insufficient. Even Liang surpassed her in prowess. She silently vowed that during their upcoming missions, she must ardently refine her combat awareness and skills, determined to keep pace. Meanwhile, Bai Qianqian was engulfed in endless worry. She had never heard of a first-tier divine selector venturing beyond the city walls unless under the protection of the military, which was a rare occurrence. Xiaolon stated, For now, this is all we will discuss. We shall speak more when we set off. Everyone nodded in agreement. Qianqian declared, All right, it is settled then. Fanboy, we look forward to your growth. Do not let us down. Fanboy nodded earnestly. Yes, Captain. Suddenly, Qianqian interjected, Captain Qi, must Liang go? All eyes turned towards Bai Qianqian. She continued, although Su Liang possesses commendable combat abilities now, he is still merely a first-tier divine selector. Venturing outside the city poses significant dangers for him. Su Liang couldn't help but smile wryly, touched by his little housekeeper's concern for his safety. The others shared an understanding of Qianqian's apprehensions. Qi Hengqiu glanced at the group. You may proceed. I wish to have a word with them. The others rose and departed. As Gong Lai left, he gave Su Liang a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Soon, only Qi Hengqiu, Bai Qianqian, and Su Liang remained in the private room. Qi Hengqiu remarked, I comprehend your concerns. However, Su Liang's venture beyond the city is not as perilous as you envision. I shall protect him. And this experience will serve as invaluable training for him. Bai Qianqian's eyes shimmered with worry, an unease she could not shake off. Su Liang grasped Qianqian's hand, reassuringly stating, Foolish girl, nothing will happen to me. I am not so easily harmed. Bai Qianqian stubbornly gazed at Su Liang, her eyes reddening with emotion. Who can guarantee that? I fear losing you. Su Liang's heart melted at her words. Qi Hengqiu rose with an air of indifference, saying, Su Liang, you must resolve this yourself. If it proves insurmountable, then do not go. Yet, I believe there are matters you ought to disclose to her rather than conceal. With that parting remark, Qi Hengqiu exited, leaving Su Liang momentarily stunned. Some matters? The realization struck him. It was the golden light. Qi Hengqiu and Sister Lan must have uncovered the secret of his golden radiance. Such implications required no further speculation. The golden brilliance could only signify an SSS rank. It seemed that the captain and Sister Lan had long been aware of it. After all, even Gong Lai had inquired about it today. Clearly, he had been discovered. Yet, the specifics were no longer significant. The captain and the others did not question him further, indicating they only recognized his possession of an SSS rank, unaware that it pertained to the Beast God Seal. It appeared imperative to seek an opportunity to discuss this with the captain. This matter must remain concealed. Bai Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. Some matters? Is it the secret of brother Su Liang? Nevertheless, the tenacity in Bai Qianqian's eyes remained unyielding. Regardless, venturing out now was utterly inappropriate. It was far too dangerous. Su Liang gently embraced her, and Qianqian tightly held onto him in return. I am just afraid. Just like today. I am so frightened of losing you. Qianqian's voice trembled, tears welling up in her eyes, dampening Su Liang's clothing. He softly caressed her back. His own eyes slightly reddened. With such a girl deeply caring for him, what more could he wish for? Su Liang gently pushed Qianqian away a little, gazing into her reddened eyes, tenderly wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Qianqian, will you be my girlfriend? Su Liang's warm voice surged into Qianqian's mind in an instant, leaving her momentarily frozen. Was her brother Su confessing to her? Was he asking her to be his girlfriend? Had she finally awaited this declaration? The tears in her eyes felt unstoppable. Qianqian, I like you. I truly like you. For this lifetime, for eternity, I will only love you. Will you be my girlfriend? Chapter 101. Now we can kiss openly. Looking at the earnest expression on the boy before her, Bai Qianqian felt as if she were in a different world. His sudden appearance had saved her and her mother. He was the one who, in class, would rather offend everyone than allow harm to come to her. He saved her once more, bringing her endless warmth, teaching her combat skills, and various other things. Though their time together had been brief, she had already realized that his figure was etched deep within her mind, impossible to erase. She had no desire to erase it. She only wished to be with him forever. Every time he embarks on a mission, she is consumed with worry. This time, even when confronted by someone like Qi Hengqiu, she musters the courage to speak out in protest. She cannot bear the thought of losing him, terrified that he might find himself in peril as he did today. Thus, she comes to the clear realization that she harbors feelings for Su Liang. No one could possibly cherish him more than she does. Now that he is professing his feelings to her, what should she do? Her mind is a blank canvas, utterly bewildered. Yet she knows that the person before her is Su Liang, whom she can no longer bear to part with. Su Liang gazes at her earnestly. What is it? Are you unwilling? It seems that she has regained her senses. No, it's not. Her cheeks flush a deep crimson, a hue more vivid than she has ever experienced. Deep down, she understands that they have already shared intimate moments, and that they should have transitioned into that kind of relationship long ago. However, the formality of this moment brings her immense joy. After all, it is said that in romance, one should embark upon a clear and defined beginning, rather than linger in ambiguity. I thought, we were already there, she stammers. Su Liang chuckles softly. In terms of our actions, we indeed are. Yet, in terms of defining our relationship, we still lack this crucial step. I initially intended to wait, fearing that you might think it too swift, that I might come across as frivolous, and I was apprehensive about whether you would accept me. Bai Qianqian shakes her head repeatedly, signaling her willingness to accept, yet her shyness prevents her from voicing it. Su Liang gently caresses her cheek, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. But right now, I do not wish to wait any longer. So, Qianqian, will you be my girlfriend? Qianqian gazes at Su Liang with a dreamy expression. How could she possibly refuse? The finest person in the world is Su Liang. She must be willing. Thus, she stabilized her emotions, ready to proclaim her feelings aloud. I am willing. I wish to be your girlfriend. Upon hearing Qianqian's exuberant response, Su Liang beamed with a radiant smile. Qianqian leapt into Su Liang's embrace, exclaiming, how could I possibly refuse? I wish to confess my feelings too. But I feel so frail and not quite beautiful enough. I fear you might reject me. Do you know how elated I am to hear those words? Su Liang replied. From now on, I shall be your girlfriend. Not just in rumor, but truly your girlfriend. Hearing Qianqian's declaration, Su Liang tightened her hold on her. The promise made on the day of enrollment stood firm. Qianqian, you are the most wonderful girl in this world. Encountering you is the greatest fortune of my life. Qianqian gently nodded. Su Liang, you are also my greatest fortune. Su Liang softly pushed Qianqian away, and their gazes locked, both seemingly aware of what was to come next. Without a second thought, Su Liang leaned in and kissed Qianqian's luscious lips. Qianqian obediently closed her eyes, relishing the moment of their sincere affection. Just as they were lost in their bliss, a group of individuals suddenly burst through the previously closed door, tumbling in like a heap. Ah! They exclaimed, revealing a cluster of burly men sprawled on the floor, their faces adorned with goofy grins. Both Su Liang and Qianqian were taken aback by the unexpected intrusion. Qianqian's cheeks flushed crimson as she instinctively sought refuge in Su Liang's arms. Su Liang felt a sense of helplessness. You all. A few of them awkwardly rose from their seats. Gong Lai scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. You all carry on. We'll take our leave. At the entrance, Fang Beiyue, Yi Qingqing, and Long Lan were all present, their eyes sparkling with mirth. Su Liang forced a bitter smile. A bunch of mischievous fellows. Laughter erupted as they all departed. Oh dear, how embarrassing. A kiss please. Old Gong, I want one too. Everyone go away. Scram. They teased. What is there to compare with the young ones? Laughter continued as they left. Qianqian remained still for a long while, hesitant to move. Su Liang beamed as he gently cradled Qianqian's face. They're all gone now. Qianqian squirmed slightly. So embarrassing, everyone saw. Su Liang chuckled. Then I'll carry you home. Bai Qianqian immediately straightened up. No. Her cheeks were entirely flushed, resembling a ripe red apple. Although shy, she no longer shunned Su Liang's gaze. Now they were openly a couple, and there was no need to hide. She wanted to gaze at him continuously. Su Liang smiled. Let us go home. Qianqian took the initiative to grasp Su Liang's hand tightly, and together they left the restaurant. As they stepped outside, it seemed everyone was still waiting, upon seeing them. Amused expressions spread across their faces. We're off. Kid, Xiao Long will stay with you. We'll come again tomorrow. Gong Lai and El Yin departed in their car. One by one, everyone else left. Fang Beiyue glanced at Su Liang and Qianqian, a hint of envy in her eyes, and after a slight nod, she took her leave. Let us head back to the villa. Qianqian grasped Su Liang's hand gently. Brother Su Liang, are you still planning to leave the city? I am truly worried about you. Deep down, Qianqian suspected that Su Liang was deliberately trying to divert the topic. However, for his safety, this matter could not be overlooked. Su Liang playfully pinched her little nose. Silly girl. Come, there is a secret I wish to share with you. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. Her heart subtly filled with anticipation. What could it be? Outside the academy, at Luo Ziwen's residence, a man clad in a black suit was reporting to him. Young Master Luo, we have uncovered the details. That lad resides in the eastern slums of the city, living solely with his elderly grandfather, who possesses no significant background. Furthermore, Bai Qianqian's family also resides in that vicinity, and they should be returning home today. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Luo Ziwen's eyes. Handle this matter with finesse. I do not wish for any loose ends. The suited man nodded solemnly. Rest assured, young master, there will be no issues. We have prepared a 2-star exotic beast, which will ensure that they vanish completely from this world. A chilling smile graced Luo Ziwen's face as he swirled the wine in his glass. Very well. Prepare some gifts for me. I will personally visit Bai Qianqian's home tomorrow. Understood, young master. The man in black departed. Luo Ziwen gazed through the wine towards the lights, his eyes resembling those of a serpent lurking in the shadows, icy and menacing. If I am to suffer humiliation, I shall ensure your disappearance from this world. I have stated before, I possess countless methods to bring about your demise. Luo Ziwen downed his cup of wine, seemingly anticipating the arrival of tomorrow. He then immersed himself in the enchanting film of his own creation, liberating his emotions. Chapter 102. Brother Su Liang, I truly like you a lot. Part 3. Upon returning to the villa, Su Liang took Qianqian to his room. Qianqian's heart raced with excitement. What could Brother Su Liang be planning? Bai, disable all surveillance devices in this room. No recordings allowed. Su Liang commanded. The voice of the intelligent assistant Bai responded, understood, disabling now. Qianqian's heart pounded even more fiercely. With the surveillance devices disabled, what could Brother Su Liang intend? Was it customary for newly minted couples to engage in such activities? If it indeed was the case, then Qianqian's cheeks flushed crimson. Should she take a shower? Brother Su Liang had already bathed before dinner. Su Liang guided Qian to sit on the bed. She felt anxious, her hands instinctively clutching the bedspread. Her entire body felt slightly tense, as she was utterly inexperienced in such matters. Would she need to cooperate? Qian. Yes? Qian suddenly panicked. Little did Su Liang know what shy thoughts were swirling in her mind. Su Liang placed both hands on Qianqian's shoulders, his gaze serious. Qian seemed to have resigned herself to the moment. After all, it was Brother Su Liang. Let it be, she thought, closing her eyes. Come on. Su Liang looked somewhat perplexed. What are you doing? Open your eyes. Huh? Open them? I feel shy. Su Liang was utterly perplexed. Shy? Qianqian's voice, as faint as a whisper, suggested, if you want that, then come here. I dare not open my eyes. In an instant, Su Liang's expression transformed into one of sheer delight. He chuckled softly. How charming this little girl was. Mistakenly believing he intended to engage in such activities with her. Observing her tightly shut eyes, he found Qian to be the most adorable girl in the world at that moment. Yet, he couldn't resist a mischievous grin. Taking advantage of her closed eyes, he decided to seize the moment. How could he not steal a kiss in such a splendid opportunity? His lips pressed against her soft ones. At that instant, Qian felt her body flush with warmth. Was it truly happening? What should she do? Should she do nothing at all? She sensed Su Liang's large hands resting on her back, providing an unprecedented sense of security. However, he soon reluctantly pulled away. Qian was momentarily stunned, extending her little tongue to lick her lips. Was that it? Was there to be a next step? Su Liang smiled mischievously. Qian. Open your eyes. I dare not. Su Liang laughed. Little Qian, what are you thinking? Is my presence so tempting to you? Bai Qianqian suddenly opened her eyes wide, looking at Su Liang's half-smiling, half-teasing expression. It seemed she began to grasp the situation. Brother Su Liang, you do not wish for. Su Liang cleared his throat, feigning seriousness as he remarked. If I were to become pregnant now and your mother found out, would she not tear me apart? In that instant, Qian comprehended her misunderstanding. Oh, she turned and flung herself onto the bed, wrapping herself tightly in the quilt. Too embarrassed to face Su Liang, she felt utterly mortified. Like a little rabbit, Qian scurried back to her burrow, unwilling to emerge. She wished to vanish into a hole, despairing of ever facing the world again. Su Liang chuckled warmly. Come now, what is there to be so shy about? I shall not laugh at you. You are clearly laughing at me. If you weren't thinking of that, why would you have cut off the surveillance? Enveloped in her blanket, Qian could distinctly hear the rapid beating of her heart. She truly felt she could not bear to face anyone. Su Liang, undoubtedly, would perceive her as a bashful girl. With a wry smile, Su Liang replied, I cut off the surveillance to share a secret with you. One that only you are meant to know, and no one else. A whimper escaped him, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Yet, he did not hesitate. Beginning to channel the golden radiance of his beastly insignia. Qian, look, what is this? Su Liang's voice took on a serious tone. Gradually, Qian's emotions settled, and through the gap in her quilt, she glimpsed a thread of golden light. She cautiously peeked out, only to be astounded. Before her lay the shimmering gold at Su Liang's chest, her eyes widening in disbelief. Golden. She threw off the quilt with a sudden flourish. She gazed incredulously at the area around Su Liang's chest. How could she be unaware of the golden radiance? She herself possessed such a luminous glow. This was the exclusive brilliance of the SSS rank. Why would her brother Su Liang have it? Wasn't he a B-rank fire god? Bai Qianqian suddenly turned her gaze towards Su Liang, locking eyes with him. Brother Su Liang, this. Her eyes darted back and forth between his chest and face, filled with disbelief. Su Liang wore a gentle smile, the resplendent golden light emanating a divine aura. He spoke calmly. This is the secret I wish to reveal to you. In fact, I am also of the SSS rank. Bai Qianqian's eyes widened, a tempest of emotions swirling within her. Her brother Su Liang was also SSS rank. But why the divine perception? Su Liang chuckled and shook his head. This leads to another matter. Allow me to explain bit by bit. However, before he could elaborate, Bai Qianqian trembled slightly, a long-suppressed emotion bursting forth unexpectedly. There was a mix of grievance, frustration, excitement, and joy. She threw herself at Su Liang, pushing him onto the bed, her eyes reddening. Her body quivered gently as her voice choked with emotion. This is too wonderful, too wonderful. Su Liang was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Qianqian? He was bewildered as to why she was suddenly crying. Shouldn't she be happy? With Bai Qianqian pressing down on him. He felt the softness of her form while also hearing her gentle sobs. Qianqian, why are you crying? A faint, trembling voice broke through the silence. I am happy. With delicate grace, she propped herself up, the two of them positioned in a tender embrace. Her cascading hair, reminiscent of a waterfall, framed Su Liang's cheeks on either side. He could clearly see the glistening tears and the smile upon her face. Could it be tears of joy? Su Liang giggled. Do you know? I have pondered countless times whether I could persist in my affection for you. Every individual seems intent on preventing our union. Solely because I am of SSS rank and you are B rank. I fear that in the future, certain individuals will strive desperately to separate us. And I dread the thought that others might use your life as leverage to force our parting. In such moments, I believe I would shatter. Su Liang was taken aback. It dawned on him that Qianqian had harbored so many thoughts within her heart, enduring an immense burden of pressure. An overwhelming sense of regret surged within him. He had been a fool. He should have confided in Qianqian earlier, alleviating the weight of her solitude. It was a matter so apparent, how could she not have thought of it? Moreover, with so many voices whispering in her ear, how could she remain untroubled? He had kept it hidden for far too long. He should have revealed it to her without delay. Yet, in an instant, Qianqian's face brightened with joy. Despite her eyes brimming with tears, she wore a smile. Such a sight tugged painfully at Su Liang's heart. Now that Su Liang Gij was also of SSS rank, I need no longer worry about this matter. We are undoubtedly the most perfectly matched pair in the world. We shall never be separated. No one can tear us apart. No one at all. The gentle words enveloped Su Liang's heart like a warm ocean. He gazed at the stubborn girl before him, who had been striving for the possibility of their connection. Her relentless evolution was driven by a desire to silence the naysayers with her own strength. Even though he had long been accustomed to the sorrows of life and death, Su Liang's once icy heart melted in that moment, touched by the tenderness of this girl. He raised his hands, gently pulling her closer, allowing her to rest upon him, her head nestled on his shoulder. He embraced her and whispered softly in her ear. In this lifetime, no one shall separate us. I wish to be with you forever, this life, the next, and beyond. As Qianqian lay upon him, she felt the rhythm of his heartbeat. In that instant, their hearts seemed to intertwine, beating in harmony, synchronized in their shared existence. Nothing could ever sever their bond. Brother Su, I like you so much, I truly do. Su Liang inhaled the fragrant essence of the girl, gently caressing her cheek, captivated by the tenderness in her gaze. He met her eyes deeply, responding, I like you as well. Their lips met, soft and warm, lingering together in a tender embrace, reluctant to part. Chapter 103, Evolution. Second mark. Somehow, they found themselves lying at the head of the bed. Fortunately, their clothes remained intact. Qianqian's cheeks flushed crimson as she lay quietly in Su Liang's arms. Brother, does this make you uncomfortable? Su Liang's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat twice. It's nothing. I can endure it. We are still in the early stages of evolution, and we must not act recklessly. His cheeks were tinged with a delicate red, recalling how his brother had behaved quite irrationally moments ago. Though thankfully he had regained his composure, his hands still had a tendency to wander. Shallow, feeling bashful, remarked, Indeed, boys are all wolves at heart. Su Liang cast a glance at her and inquired, "Who told you that?" "Shuya," she replied. Su Liang asked, "Does Lin Shuya understand such things?" Shallow pouted. She said that while I might be ignorant, other girls are actually quite knowledgeable. After all, who hasn't received a bit of peculiar education? The internet is rife with it. Su Liang let out a bitter laugh, realizing the truth in her words. However, Shallow's ignorance stemmed from her impoverished upbringing, where even basic electronic devices were a luxury. Gently pulling her close, Su Liang whispered, "Shallow, the secret of the Beast God Seal must never be revealed to anyone. Others may know I am SSS rank, but they must never learn about my Beast God Seal." Shallow's eyes twinkled like crescent moons. "I understand. As long as I know, it suffices. No matter what others say to slander you, I will dismiss their words as mere nonsense, for they are utterly unaware of your greatness, brother." Su Liang nodded with a smile. "Brother, what abilities does your Beast God Seal possess? What is its attribute?" Su Liang pondered for a moment. "In truth, even now, I am uncertain of the attribute of my Beast God Seal. Perhaps I will only discern a hint of it when I attain my second seal, as there is a significant distinction between the Beast God Seal and the Divine Seal. The most striking characteristic at present is that my strength, spirit, speed, and agility have all experienced exponential growth, necessitating individual beast crystals for upgrades. Consequently, in comparison to you, I require quadruple the resources to ascend a single level. This is one of the reasons why my power has now far surpassed yours." Bai Qianqian's eyes sparkled. "Brother, you are incredible. What level are you at now?" Su Liang replied, "I am currently at level 9 with the Beast God Seal and level 2 with the Wind and Fire Seal." Bai Qianqian expressed her astonishment. "Brother, you need 4 times the energy to level up, yet you are already at level 9. Su Liang nodded. "Indeed, although I require quadruple the resources. My rate of absorbing beast crystals is also 4 times yours, so there is not much difference in our evolution speed. The 2 levels by which I exceed you are due to my absence from classes these past few days. I have been evolving during the day." Bai Qianqian's mouth formed an shape. "If that's the case, brother, you will certainly become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future." Su Liang smiled and said, "You will too. And you shall become a divine emperor." Bai Qianqian pouted. "Doesn't that mean I may never surpass you? How will I protect you then? Aren't you supposed to be the one protecting me?" Su Liang chuckled. "Not at all. It's not a matter of being stronger than me to protect me. If you are as powerful and of the same level as I am, you can protect me too. Moreover, the Beast God Seal entails many uncontrollable factors. Who has to say that you might not surpass me in strength later on?" With a gentle nod, she seemed to have her thoughts illuminated. Indeed, one need not be stronger than her brother to protect him. If she could become just as strong, she could safeguard him as well. Her gaze grew resolute, and she resolved to seize the time to evolve and catch up. Su Liang continued, "Thus, my current strength is equivalent to the second imprint, and tonight, I shall evolve to that level. You need not worry about my departure from the city at all. Are you reassured now?" She embraced Su Liang tightly. "Yet I still feel a tinge of fear. I cannot bear to part with you." Su Liang gently pinched her cheek. "Silly girl, I will certainly return. Not only for my own sake, but even more so for you. When I am outside the city, the thought of my lovely girlfriend waiting for my return will ensure I remain safe." A blissful smile graced her face. "Very well, I shall not hinder you. You must return safely. I will be waiting." Su Liang nodded and softly kissed her forehead. She nestled greedily in his embrace, reluctant to let go, inhaling his comforting scent. Su Liang spoke again. "Tomorrow we shall return home to visit Grandpa and my mother-in-law. Remember, do not mention my plans to leave the city, or they will become quite worried." She nodded in agreement. "All right, I will heed your words." Su Liang elaborated, "We will spend one night at home, savoring Grandpa's cooking. Then return here on Sunday for another night, and I shall depart the city on Monday." Her attention was entirely captivated by the prospect of spending that Sunday night here. "Is it possible to cuddle together and sleep sweetly?" With a bashful nod, she replied softly, "All right. Brother, you're leaving the city, so I won't disturb your evolution. You go ahead, and I'll strive as well." Su Liang smiled gently and said, "There's no rush. I can enjoy you a little longer." "Huh." She was momentarily taken aback, but soon her cheeks flushed crimson as she nestled under the covers. Su Liang let out an excited call, "Little Qianqian, I'm coming." He lifted the blanket, and the two became entwined within its warmth. Time passed, and eventually, Su Liang had no choice but to visit the restroom. The sound of rushing water washed away his desires. In the deep of night, Su Liang's consciousness entered that ethereal realm. Gazing into those beastly eyes, A wave of emotion surged within him. Finally, he had reached this pivotal moment. Tonight, he would condense the second Beast God Seal. With just 8 one-star Beast crystals, he would achieve the pinnacle of level 10. This time, he had prepared 41-star Beast crystals. Now, he awaited to see what transformations would occur after condensing the second seal. Beast Energy Transformation, activate. The golden light flickered in the crimson-eyed celestial unicorn's gaze, illuminating Su Liang. Gradually, he fell into a tranquil state. Within the room, only 2 hours had passed since the 8 beast crystals began their transformation. Upon the transformation of the 8th crystal, a beast seal began to slowly coalesce within Su Liang's tightly shut eyes. This seal had undergone a distinct change. It was no longer the beast form of the crimson-eyed celestial unicorn but resembled a beastly eye instead. It was merging with Su Liang's own gaze, concealed within his pupils. Simultaneously, a distinctive pattern adorned the beast's mark, imbued with enigmatic power. Yet, Su Liang remained oblivious to these details for the time being. However, as this beast mark successfully crystallized, the transformation rate of the surrounding beast crystals accelerated dramatically. The speed had noticeably surged. What initially required over 10 minutes to transmute a single beast crystal had suddenly plummeted to mere minutes. Within that realm of consciousness, Su Liang suddenly felt as if the torment he endured had intensified tenfold. This agony jolted him awake, and at that moment, the brilliant light emanating from the crimson-eyed celestial unicorn transformed into a blood-red hue. The pain was so profound that it threatened to shatter his very spirit, leaving him with the sensation of biting down hard enough to draw blood. He was drenched in sweat. Damn it, Su Liang struggled to endure. Fully aware that this was a consequence of the second mark's consolidation, the suffering was nearly overwhelming, as if, in that instant, his entire being were engulfed in searing flames. Every inch of his flesh felt as though it were being devoured by relentless army ants. The pain penetrated to the marrow, rendering perseverance nearly impossible. After what seemed like more than an hour, the crimson glow abruptly ceased. As the torment ebbed, Su Liang collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Good heavens! He nearly ascended to the heavens. He felt as if he were drenched in sweat. Although he was currently in a state of consciousness, the sensation was strikingly vivid. After a considerable duration, Su Liang gradually stabilized from this state, a sense of trepidation washing over him. With a thought, a virtual screen materialized before him. Upon reading the text displayed, he immediately sat up, his gaze filled with astonishment. Beast Power Transformation, Transformation Progress, 379 000. 000, Beast Talent, Eye of Insight 1-1, Divine Seal, B-Class Wind and Fire Divine Seal, Level 1, Second Rank, Divine Seal Evolution Progress, 2-0, Beast Divine Seal, SSS-Class Crimson Eye Celestial Seal, Second Seal, Level 10, Beast Divine Seal Evolution Progress, 10-5, Mental Power, 108-2000, Strength, 108-2000, Agility, 108-2000, Speed, 108-2000. Indeed, evolution has occurred. The Beast Divine Seal has reached its second seal. Furthermore, the Eye of Insight has also evolved. Chapter 104, Astonishing Progress. The Beast Divine Seal has evolved to the second seal. Each foundational attribute has remarkably surged to 2,000 points, signifying a 20-fold increase. This implies that to ascend to the third seal, he requires 8,000 beast crystals. The foundational values acquired from the first seal have now been integrated into the second seal. At present, he is not yet at level 11, merely at level 10.5. He must convert each attribute to 200 before he can be deemed level 11. Putting these matters aside for the moment, the long-stagnant Eye of Insight has finally transformed. Su Liang felt a surge of impatience. He had already completed the transformation of 40 beast crystals. He hastily withdrew his consciousness, eager to perceive the changes of the second seal. What is the power of the second seal's patterns? What transformations has the Eye of Insight undergone? Upon opening his eyes, Su Liang was momentarily taken aback. Why was it still night? A glance at the time revealed the startling truth. It was only 1:30 in the morning. Su Liang realized that his transformation speed had indeed accelerated. What originally required 8 hours to transform 40 beast crystals has now been completed in just over 3 hours. The speed of enhancement is remarkable. This is quite reasonable. If the initial pace had persisted, filling those 8,000 beast crystals would have driven one to madness. I shall continue the transformation for now, as there are ample beast crystals available. In due course, I shall calculate the time taken to ascertain my transformation speed, while also documenting any changes during the process. For the moment, I will examine my imprint power and the Eye of Insight. In an instant, Su Liang activated the Eye of Insight, only to furrow his brow shortly thereafter. It seemed there had not been any significant change. It remained merely an enhancement of vision. He could clearly perceive the dust suspended in the air, albeit at a slower pace. He noticed the fabric, his gaze able to penetrate through some thin materials, akin to X-ray vision. However, this ability was not particularly formidable, as he could not penetrate solid walls. Only lightweight fabrics or reflective glass. By heaven, this enhancement feels rather peculiar. Will everyone appear bare before my eyes henceforth? Su Liang winced at the thought. This surely cannot be the extent of the improvement, could it? How odd. Su Liang struggled to comprehend why, after such effort to elevate his imprint, the Eye of Insight had only advanced to this minimal degree. Somewhat disheartened, he decided to temporarily retract the Eye of Insight. Perhaps there are undiscovered capabilities yet to reveal themselves. He began to channel the power of the Beast God imprint. In an instant, both his chest and right eye began to feel rather warm, radiating golden light. Su Liang exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth? Has the Beast God imprint taken residence in my eye? This is utterly absurd. The likelihood of the divine imprint condensing within the eye is exceedingly low. It is rather amusing to envision oneself activating the Beast God seal, with a single eye radiating golden light. Su Liang felt an overwhelming urge to weep at the thought. How could he possibly conceal such a spectacle? Shaking his head in disbelief, he realized he had strayed far from the norm. Nevertheless, he had no intention of hiding any longer. The power of the seal. Su Liang's gaze sharpened as he channeled the force of the Beast God seal into the second emblem. In an instant, the second emblem within his pupil seemed to awaken. Igniting with fervor, Su Liang felt his body begin to boil, enveloped in a mist of white vapor emanating from every pore. In that fleeting moment, an insatiable desire for battle surged within him, a frenzied yearning to rend apart everything before him. It was an obsession for combat. Moreover, he sensed an explosive energy coursing through his veins, as if his physical prowess had been significantly enhanced. He quickly dispersed the vapor, which gradually dissipated, leaving him with a slight sense of fatigue. In mere seconds, he had already expended a portion of his strength. This was the phenomenon of frenzy, the 5-second true man. Remarkably, the power of the Beast God Seal's imprint differed greatly from that of ordinary divine seals. It was not merely a lethal technique. Yet, he felt quite satisfied. A smirk crept across Su Liang's face. According to his intuition, in this state, his combat prowess would at least double. As he advanced in level, this ability would become increasingly formidable. Doubling a value of 108 equated to 216. But what if the values were 1,000 or 2,000? Doubling would yield a staggering 2,000 or 4,000. Su Liang's expression brightened with excitement. In other words, at level 15, by harnessing the power of frenzy, he could unleash strength equivalent to that of level 20, or even greater. As his future strength grew, so too would the feedback he received. A smile spread across Su Liang's face. This was truly extraordinary. Unable to contain the joy swelling within him, he felt an overwhelming urge to leap with exhilaration. Fantastic. Now, his chances of exiting the city were significantly enhanced. After a moment of steadying his emotions, he resolved to seize the opportunity and evolve swiftly. If he could reach level 11, he would be capable of manifesting level 12 strength. He felt a surge of delight. He retrieved a substantial collection of beast crystals, totaling 100. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 1:40 p.m. He decided to test how long it would take to convert all 100 crystals, thus measuring his conversion speed. With a mere thought, he returned to the conversion space. A slight smirk played on his lips. Was it merely pain? He was unafraid. As long as he could endure the agony, he would evolve. In this world, strength was paramount. Beast energy conversion. Initiate. The crimson pupils of the celestial Kirin emitted a dazzling red light that enveloped Su Liang. In an instant, an excruciating, bone-deep pain surged through him, prompting a cry of anguish. Yet, he quickly gritted his teeth and persevered. Bring it on. Within the confines of the room, the beast crystals surrounding Su Liang were vanishing at an astonishing rate. The speed was beyond anyone's imagination. 1 star-grade beast crystal equated to 10 low-tier divine crystals. Even his companions could not absorb a single divine crystal in an entire night, while he was now 1,000 times their capacity. He reveled in the simultaneous agony and joy. Meanwhile, in another part of the room, Qianqian was relentless in her endeavors. The absorption rate of those divine crystals is remarkably swift. Upon her evolution to the second mark, this speed will further enhance. Currently, Qianqian is wholeheartedly determined to grow stronger. She must hasten to catch up with Su Liang. Other thoughts scarcely cross her mind. Both are diligently striving, each wishing to protect the other. Time gradually slips away. Around 5:50, the transformation is complete. Su Liang senses that this time, it indeed feels as though a considerable duration has passed. He accesses his panel. Beast Power Transformation. Transformation Progress. 479-1-000. 000. Beast Talent. Eye of Insight 2. Divine Mark. B-Class Wind and Fire Divine Mark. Level 1. Second rank. Divine Mark Evolution Progress. 2. 0. Beast Divine Mark. SSS Class Crimsonide Celestial Mark. Second Mark. Level 10. Beast Divine Mark Evolution Progress. 10. 6. Spirit. 133-2000. Strength. 133-2000. Agility. 133-2000. Speed. 133-2000. A subtle smile graces his lips. The improvement is evident upon reaching the second mark. A single transformation yields a benefit far surpassing that of the first mark. Naturally, the inherent power of the second mark is unparalleled by the first. He withdraws his focus and glances at the time, discovering that nearly 4 hours have elapsed. This translates to approximately 200 transformations over 8 hours, equating to half a level. The previous scenario of gaining a level in a single night has vanished, yet the transformation speed has quintupled. Originally, 8 hours yielded only 40 beast crystals. Now, it amounts to 200. This pace is indeed quite satisfactory. Even upon evolving to the third imprint, little time is required. Moreover, there is another point that Su Liang just remembered. The process of condensing the second imprint seemed to bear no cost at all. Generally speaking, the creation of a new divine imprint is often accompanied by a minor bottleneck. It cannot be so seamless. Take Qi Heng, for instance. He is currently at the fourth imprint, level 40. Had there been no bottleneck, he would have ascended to the fifth imprint long ago. It is precisely this bottleneck that has slowed his progress. However, for someone of his S rank, this is not a significant challenge. He is a formidable divine general. The same cannot be said for the divine king. Delightful indeed. Naturally, time must not be wasted. There are 2 hours remaining until 8 o'clock. Let us convert those 50 points. He stroked his chin, contemplating that since he was leaving the city, it would be best to allocate all 50 points to strength. A mischievous grin spread across his face. It was feasible. Without further ado, he set to work. By 7 in the morning, Qianqian halted her evolution and donned a small apron. Busy in the kitchen, she prepared a heartfelt breakfast for Su Liang as his girlfriend for the first time. She hummed a cheerful tune, her face adorned with a sweet smile. The mere thought of the term boyfriend filled her with uncontainable joy. She would soon become a girl with a significant other. Just as she was nearing completion, Su Liang stepped out of his room. Boyfriend, it's time to rise. Qianqian peered out with playful charm. Upon seeing her delightful smile, Su Liang felt even more uplifted. Yet, in the next instant, a glimmer of golden light flickered in the depths of his pupils. The very next second, he nearly succumbed to a nosebleed. Good heavens, what a sight! But that was not the most significant matter at hand. At this moment, for Su Liang, Qianqian felt no different from being exposed. Yet he could perceive a searing aura emanating from her, akin to a wave of heat. In a fleeting moment, he was able to discern the divine mark on her forehead, typically concealed, along with the intricate patterns and the surges of power that were now vividly visible to him. Furthermore, the intensity of Qianqian's blazing divine mark appeared to him as clear as a water bottle, with an exact understanding of how much water it contained. From what he could observe, it seemed that her divine mark was on the verge of reaching a state of fullness, heralding the imminent evolution to his second mark. Su Liang was astounded. He had effortlessly penetrated the depths of a chosen one. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. This was the true evolution of the Eye of Insight. Incredible! He mused that the Eye of Insight could not merely enhance one's abilities to such a trivial extent. The capacity to unveil the essence of a chosen one, coupled with the enhancement of dynamic vision, stirred a subtle thrill within him. It felt as though this was a power reserved for those beyond the realm of God Kings. Upon reaching that level, one could gauge the strength of others merely through their aura. Yet now, he was able to perceive this directly. Astonishing. This meant that in future encounters with adversaries, he would be able to ascertain their true nature, the attributes of their divine marks, their intensity, and roughly estimate their levels based on these feedbacks. He could foresee the strength of an individual before it was unleashed. Su Liang harbored a lingering sense that this was not the ultimate limit. There were likely other latent abilities yet to be discovered. With a pair of bewildered eyes, Qianqian opened them wide. Boyfriend? Your gaze seems a bit intense. What is the matter? Su Liang took a deep breath, realizing he needed to regain his composure quickly. If he continued to look, he might truly lose control. Excitedly, Su Liang rushed to Qianqian's side and embraced her. I'm so happy. My girlfriend is making breakfast for me. What bliss. Qianqian beamed sweetly. I will make it for you whenever I get the chance. Su Liang responded affirmatively. All right. Qianqian turned back to her task, continuing to prepare breakfast. Su Liang watched her fry the eggs, playfully teasing her. Qianqian's earlobes turned a shade of crimson. Those eggs are quite uncooperative. You naughty boy. With a chuckle, Su Liang inquired. What did you just call me? Qianqian's smile was enchanting as she replied, boyfriend. Of course. ISNT, that right? Indeed. The legitimate boyfriend. Qianqian then asked, have you completed the second round? Su Liang nodded. Yes, I have. And the improvement is substantial. Qianqian smiled and remarked, it seems I must work even harder. Su Liang hugged her gently. Hard work is commendable. But do not tire yourself completely. Occasionally, you should also spend time with Lin Shuya, relax a little, and enjoy some shopping. Qianqian obediently nodded. Okay, boyfriend. I will heed your advice. Now, let me freshen up and prepare for breakfast. Su Liang cupped her face and kissed her gently. I must have accumulated immense fortune in my past lives to have found such a wonderful girlfriend. Qianqian continued to smile, unable to stop. During breakfast, Qianqian gazed adoringly at Su Liang. This feeling is truly wonderful. I want to cook for him for the rest of my life. Su Liang encouraged Qianqian. You should eat too. With a gentle smile, Qianqian remarked, I enjoy watching you eat. I will indulge later. Su Liang playfully pinched her cheek. But I wish to see you eat as well. What should we do? At this, Qianqian began to move. Then I shall show you. They exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes reflecting only each other. Both relished this moment, hoping for a lifetime of such simplicity. By the way, brother Su Liang, what is the power of your second imprint? Have you chosen a name for it? Su Liang replied, it is a capability akin to a berserk transformation, not a finishing move. Once activated, it can at least double my strength instantly. Additionally, my reaction speed and defense feel significantly enhanced. Qianqian's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, is it truly that formidable? Su Liang nodded with a smile. As it stands, yes. However, I have yet to think of a name. Could you assist me in that? Qianqian pondered, resting her chopsticks against her teeth. A berserk ability. She looked at Su Liang and inquired, Brother Su Liang, when you wield this imprint power, do you experience any bodily reactions? Generally, such berserk abilities exhibit noticeable effects, do they not? Su Liang contemplated this and decided to demonstrate directly. A flash of golden light flickered in his right eye, and the beast imprint surged forth. In that instant, Su Liang distinctly felt a surge of exhilaration. It was as if his entire being was ablaze. And in that moment, Qianqian sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Su Liang. It was a manifestation of burning power. Burning? Su Liang nodded excitedly. When I drive, I feel as if my blood is igniting, boiling. An overwhelming exhilaration, akin to being fueled by a stimulant. Qianqian nodded slightly. I understand. Burning, boiling, blood aflame. How about blazing blood? Su Liang mused, a playful smile gracing his lips. That works. It's splendid. As long as it was named by my girlfriend. Qianqian shot him a glance. It could also be blazing blood call. Just ensure it doesn't reveal any connection to beasts. And we should avoid that. Su Liang nodded. You always think ahead, my girlfriend. Qianqian smiled, playfully pinching Su Liang's cheek. Seems like my boyfriend has become a bit childish. Su Liang chuckled, perfectly normal. The two exchanged glances, reluctant to break the connection. Su Liang eagerly dashed to her side, startling Qianqian. What are you up to? She asked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Su Liang grinned mischievously. What do you think, my girlfriend? Qianqian felt a flutter of anxiety, her earlobes tinged with pink. Before she could respond, Su Liang's lips pressed against hers. Qian squirmed momentarily, still digesting her recent meal, but soon surrendered to his playful antics. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. However, their moment was abruptly interrupted by the doorbell. Startled, Qianqian pushed Su Liang away, casting him an annoyed look. It must be Sister Levian and the others. This is your fault. You've made my lips all red. Su Liang laughed. What is there to fear? We're in the open. Shallow, feeling somewhat apprehensive, hurriedly retreated to the kitchen, clutching her bowl to tidy herself up. She cast a resentful glare at Su Liang, who, with an awkward smile, rubbed the tip of his nose. Indeed, how audacious of him. He welcomed Gong Lai and Green Een into the room. Gong Lai grinned mischievously, remarking, "Oh, up so early? I thought your confession was a success. And you would luxuriate in bed today." The implication in his gaze was unmistakable. Su Liang playfully scolded him, "You old rascal, stop babbling nonsense. What brings you up at this hour?" Green Een, slightly embarrassed, redirected the conversation by inquiring, "Whereas Shallow?" Just then, Shallow emerged. "Sister Green Een," she greeted. Green Een cheerfully responded, "Have you just finished breakfast?" Shallow nodded, seemingly having evaded any suspicion. Gong Lai, unfazed by the subtext in Su Liang's words, joked as if they were an old married couple, albeit without an official title. "Shallow, that little rascal didn't bully you last night, did he?" Green Een playfully smacked the back of his head, retorting, "Be quiet, he is still just a child." Gong Lai chuckled sheepishly. Green Een then stated, "I will go check on Xiaolong. You relay the matters to Su Liang." "Understood." With that, Green Een headed to the treatment room. Gong Lai then produced a substantial amount of divine crystals, resembling a small mountain, from the spatial converter. Su Liang, taken aback, asked, "What is this for?" "This is 100,000 divine crystals temporarily lent to you by the captain, intended for you to acquire a completely new set of C-grade battle armor. My current set has significantly deteriorated, making repairs unnecessary." Su Liang paused for a moment, realizing the thoughtful consideration behind the captain's gesture, and nodded in appreciation. Gong Lai remarked, "The captain has calculated that the beast crystal you currently possess is utterly insufficient. Therefore, I have brought you 100,000 divine crystals. Manage them as you see fit." 100,000 divine crystals could roughly exchange for a set of C-grade battle armor, perhaps not the finest, but certainly adequate. With ample funds, one could directly procure B-grade armor, albeit at a steep price. Su Liang nodded. "All right, I shall accept this for the time being, and will take a look when I find the opportunity." Gong Lai nodded in agreement. Soon after, he leaned in and whispered, "Has Qianqian allowed you to leave the city?" Su Liang affirmed, "No issues, she has been reassured." Gong Lai smirked mischievously. "So you comforted her well in the evening?" Su Liang responded with a punch, which Gong Lai deftly evaded. Su Liang scolded, "You incorrigible old rogue." Gong Lai chuckled, I understand. Spats between couples are but a prelude to reconciliation. If one attempt fails, try again." Su Liang retorted with a cold smile, "Is this how you comfort Sister Levian?" Gong Lai scoffed lightly, "What we share is a profound emotional connection. You wouldn't comprehend." Just then, a slightly frosty voice interjected, "Who said anything about a profound emotional connection?" Gong Lai froze, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat, stammering, "And no." Su Liang suppressed a laugh, realizing Gong Lai was under the thumb of his wife. Seizing an opportunity, Su Liang quietly activated his insightful eye. In an instant, he felt a tremor within. He could perceive all 3 divine seals. Furthermore, the fluctuations of Gong Lai's aura were laid bare before him. He could still observe the fullness of the 3 divine seals. Once all 3 were completely filled, the 4th divine seal would emerge. In Su Liang's eyes, the intensity of Gong Lai's aura was indeed more formidable than Qianqian's, yet it lacked her purity, a disparity indicative of their divine seal levels. He also noticed the injuries on Gong Lai's body. Yes, injuries. They could be regarded as his current vulnerabilities. On his right chest, thigh, and even his heart. His heart must have sustained past wounds. This was the reason he had become a post-war fighter. Su Liang was astounded and quickly retracted his eye of insight. Truly astonishing. A thought struck him. If the eye of insight could be applied to the otherworldly beasts, might he also discern their strengths and weaknesses? Later, Su Liang and Qianqian returned home together, leaving matters here temporarily in the hands of Gong Lai and Liang. As for the battle armor, he had other ideas. He recalled that in his previous life, his grandfather seemed to have left him a set of battle armor. Chapter 106. Alright, I've noted it down. In the eastern civilian district, early in the morning, a luxury car appeared before Bai Qianqian's home, which was currently under reconstruction. Inside the car, Luo Zhuang wore a grim expression as he gazed at the dilapidated house, gradually being restored. "Is this really the home of Bai Qianqian that you found for me?" The suited driver in front was drenched in cold sweat. "Luo Xiao, this is indeed Bai Qianqian's residence. There is absolutely no mistake. Perhaps it has been affected by otherworldly beasts. Allow me to inquire. Her mother might have relocated to a relative's house." Luo Zhuang snorted coldly. "Hurry up. Do not waste time." The man in the suit alighted from his vehicle and inquired about the construction workers. Soon, he acquired Lu Xian's current address and hurriedly made his way there. I found him, he exclaimed. Bai Qianqian's mother was residing at a relative's house not far from here. I will take you there at once. Lo Ziwen, with a cold snort, replied. No need for that. I shall go by myself. You are more of a hindrance than a help. Simply send me the address. Remain here and ensure that matter is arranged properly. Should you happen to encounter Bai Qianqian, notify me immediately. The man in the suit dared not speak further and merely nodded repeatedly. Lo Ziwen drove off without delay. As the suited man recalled the address, an unsettling familiarity washed over him, and he soon realized with horror. Wasn't this the address of Su Liang's grandfather? His complexion turned ashen as he hastily dialed Lo Ziwen's number. However, at that moment, Lo Ziwen refused to answer any calls, for he had already arrived at the doorstep and knocked. Despair enveloped the suited man. It was all over. He was truly doomed, and thoughts of escape began to plague his mind. Lo Ziwen would certainly kill him upon discovering the magnitude of this blunder. He trembled all over. Yet, there remained a flicker of hope. If Lo Ziwen were to eliminate the beast in front of Bai Qianqian's mother, might he gain her favor? Meanwhile, Lo Ziwen had shed his usual arrogant demeanor, donning a facade of insincere charm as he knocked on Su Liang's door. When the door swung open, Lu Xian stared quizzically at the young man, who appeared quite affluent, standing before her with an array of bags in hand. Hello, are you Bai Qianqian's mother? Luo Ziwen inquired with a beaming smile. Lu Xian nodded, her brow furrowed with curiosity. May I ask who you are? Upon hearing this, Luo Ziwen's face lit up with joy. Greetings, Auntie. My name is Luo Ziwen, hailing from the Luo family in Rongqing. I am a friend and senior of your daughter, as well as a student at the Chosen One Academy. I specifically came today to pay you a visit. Has Qianqian returned home? Upon hearing this, Lu Xian eased her guard slightly. For the past week, there had been intermittent visits, many of which she had declined. Since he was a friend and senior of Qianqian, it was only polite to entertain him. With a warm smile, Lu Xian said, Please, Luo student, come in. Qianqian has not yet returned, but she will be home today. Luo Ziwen, still smiling, followed Lu Xian inside, though his heart was filled with disdain, perceiving her as an ordinary woman in a shabby courtyard. Meanwhile, within the room of the elder Su Luochen, his eyes flickered as he stood up and made his way outside. Lu Xian had already arranged for Luo Ziwen to sit in the courtyard and was preparing tea for him. Lu Xian cheerfully remarked, Luo student, please make yourself comfortable. There is no need for such formality. You've even brought so many gifts. Luo Ziwen suppressed his inner contempt and took a seat, smiling as he replied, Auntie, it is only right. I have long wished to visit you, but time has eluded me. Now that it is the weekend, I brought a few items to show my respect, and I hope you won't find it bothersome. Oh, how could I possibly refuse? Lu Xian replied politely. Luo Ziwen shook his head and said, Auntie, these are merely ordinary items, just a few century-old ginseng roots, some bird's nest, and perhaps a selection of marine delicacies, all intended to nourish your health and enhance your beauty. Please, you must accept them. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian was taken aback. These were indeed exceedingly precious items, rare for an ordinary person to even encounter. Moreover, why did he keep referring to it as offering respect? What was the nature of his relationship with Qianqian? Lu Xian inquired, Luo, what level are you in? At this, Luo Ziwen replied with a hint of pride, Auntie, I am at the 3rd imprint level, currently a 3rd imprint master, SS level. Lu Xian was somewhat astonished, SS level. Luo Ziwen nodded with satisfaction. Lu Xian began to comprehend that he was likely a suitor of Qianqian. Just then, the elder emerged from the room. Luo Ziwen glanced over and stood up slightly. He asked, Auntie, who is this? Lu Xian hurriedly introduced, Oh, this is Qianqian's grandfather. My home was damaged by a beast, so we are temporarily residing here. Luo Ziwen politely nodded at Su Luken. Just a grandfather of a classmate, what significance does that hold? I am of the Luo family's direct line. Other than bowing to Qianqian's mother, there is no need for such deference. Su Luken approached and took a seat. So you are Qianqian Sr. Remarkable. Century-old ginseng. It must be worth several thousand, no? He picked up a box of ginseng and examined it. Inside, Luo Ziwen silently scoffed. A mere few thousand? Even if you offered 1,000,000, no one would sell it to you. This is something only the upper echelons of society can indulge in. Luo Ziwen declared with a sense of pride, Elder, a few thousand yuan would scarcely suffice. Perhaps it is overpriced by more than 1,000 times. Lu Xian was taken aback. 1,000 times a few thousand? How much is that? 1,000,000. Good heavens. Su Luchen chuckled. Well, that is something. A single ginseng could fetch millions, certainly not something a mere old man like myself could afford. A century, perhaps less. Luo Ziwen scoffed. Living in a slum, can you truly afford it? What a joke. Even if you spent 10 lifetimes, you wouldn't be able to afford it. However, Luo Ziwen restrained himself from further mockery. Yet, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The old man had mentioned something about it being small. Ginseng small? Lu Xian hesitated to respond. Luo, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Luo Ziwen shook his head. Auntie, for my family, this is not a rare item at all. Please, accept it as a token of my appreciation. Rest assured, if you refuse, I would truly feel ashamed to return home. My family specifically instructed me to offer this. Lu Xian sighed softly, but it's too valuable. Luo Ziwen displayed a warm smile. Auntie, please accept it. Otherwise, I might get upset. Su Luchen interjected at the opportune moment. Luo, if such a valuable item is trivial to your family, then your family must be quite affluent, indeed. At this juncture, Luo Ziwen felt a surge of gratitude towards Su Luchen. Well asked. It perfectly showcased their wealth. Old chap, I shall remember this favor. Elder, are you not aware of the Luo family in Rongqing? Su Luochen shook his head and replied, I don't know. I have never heard of it. Within, Luo Ziwen silently cursed her naivety. If even the Luo family was unaware, he would take it upon himself to enlighten her. With a smile, Luo Ziwen declared, Our Luo family is the foremost clan in Rongqing. We possess unparalleled wealth and power. Lu Xian was taken aback. The foremost clan. At the opportune moment, Su Luochen interjected, I have heard that the leading family is the Yi family, is it not? Luo Ziwen scoffed, that is outdated news. The present belongs to our Luo family. We command several divine crystal mines and boast an array of enterprises, including resource trading centers, equipment malls, and beast crystal energy conversion stations. Truly, we are rich enough to rival a city. Our family is home to no fewer than 1,000 third seal divine masters and several hundred divine warriors. Moreover, we have numerous divine generals and a divine king overseeing our affairs. Lu Xian was utterly astonished. Such a formidable family indeed. Su Luochen feigned shock, exclaiming, Goodness gracious. They are truly the foremost clan. Luo Ziwen proudly lifted his chin. Well, it's decent, I suppose. Su Luochen smiled and inquired, Does your family possess the legendary S-grade battle armor and weaponry? Absolutely. Of course, we do. Su Luochen nodded affirmatively. Excellent, I shall remember this. Truly remarkable. A prestigious family indeed. Today, the old man has had his eyes opened. Luo Ziwen smiled and nodded. Elder, should the opportunity arise, I shall have Qianqian take you and Auntie to broaden your horizons together. Su Luochen smiled and waved his hand, saying, I am but an old bone now. Unable to move much, I might as well wait here for death. I've heard enough. Luo Ziwen uttered no further words, but instead turned his gaze towards Lu Xian, feeling a sense of pride swelling within him. Having exhibited his wealth, he believed this impoverished woman would now know how to make her choice. Auntie, I have some matters to attend to today, so I won't take up more of your time. When Qianqian returns, please convey my regards to her. Do extend my apologies as well. Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback. Apologize for what? Luo Ziwen feigned a look of remorse. Auntie, there was a slight misunderstanding with one of her classmates at the academy, which may have led Qianqian to harbor some misconceptions about me. However, I believe she will come to understand, and I kindly ask you to speak a few good words on my behalf. Lu Xian's expression turned somewhat complex as she nodded. She dared not oppose Luo Ziwen, given the might of his family. Very well, I shall speak with her, she replied. Just as Luo Ziwen rose to take his leave, the gate of the small courtyard was suddenly flung open, and a ferocious beast charged in. Both Luo Ziwen and Lu Xian were taken aback. Ah, how can there be a beast here? Lu Xian exclaimed, her face paling in fright. Su Luochen lightly stepped forward, an imperceptible force emanating from him. Divine restriction domain. Luo Ziwen, upon seeing the beast, was first startled, then filled with exhilaration. Fear not, Auntie. I believe this is merely a 2-star beast. I can handle it with ease. In an instant, blue corpse flames erupted from Luo Ziwen's body as he summoned his trident from the spatial converter. Yet, upon a moment's reflection, something seems amiss. It is merely a fleeting inability to comprehend. No matter, let it be. Wretched beast, prepare to meet your demise. Su Luochen observed the scene with a cold detachment. In the next instant, that 2-star beast astonishingly evolved into a 3-star beast in a blink. With a savage charge, bang, Luo Ziwen? He spat blood as he was sent flying, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Chapter 107. Acknowledging your limitations is not shameful. Luo Ziwen landed at the feet of Su Luochen and Lu Xian. Luo, classmate? Are you capable? If not, you ought to flee promptly, Su Luochen remarked. Upon hearing this, Luo Ziwen's eyes instantly reddened. He could tolerate any insult, but to imply he was incapable was intolerable. He was more than capable. Lu Xian, equally concerned, urged, Luo, classmate, if you cannot, you must escape quickly. With a vigorous leap, Luo Ziwen regained his footing. Auntie, this is but a trifling matter, merely a beast that has just evolved to 3 stars. I shall take it down in no time. Auntie, do not fear. With me here, I shall ensure you encounter no harm. You are Qianqian's mother, and should Qianqian learn that you were injured while I was present, it would weigh heavily on my conscience. Luo Ziwen stifled the pain in his chest, straightening his posture. With a fierce roar, he declared, Beast, I was merely careless. Now perish. Luo Ziwen unleashed a terrifying blue corpse fire and charged at the 3-star beast. The momentum was truly formidable. Logically speaking, given that Luo Ziwen was at the 3 seal level, dealing with a 3-star beast should not pose much of a challenge, especially as he was in peak condition. Yet he found himself perplexed. How could such a monstrous creature possess such strength? After several violent collisions, Luo Ziwen was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. Lu Xian's face turned pale with fear. Luo, you can't do it. You can't. Just leave. Call for help. Luo Ziwen was on the brink of madness. I can. I am more than capable. He surged forward once more, while Lu Xian clutched Su Luqing's arm. Su, we should quickly call for assistance. Please be careful, don't get hurt. Su Luqing calmly replied, It's all right, he can win. In the next moment, Luo Ziwen was again struck by a brutal charge, landing right at their feet. Lu Xian was truly terrified. Luo, you can't do it. Quickly call for help, or contact your family. Luo Ziwen felt tears welling up. Damn it. This beast is bullying me, and you keep insisting I can't do it? I am perfectly capable. Half of his blood was expelled from his fury. He couldn't comprehend how this creature, merely a newly evolved 3-star beast, could overpower him. The force it unleashed was far beyond that of an ordinary 3-star beast. It was utterly bewildering. Nonetheless, Luo Ziwen knew that no matter what, he could not afford to lose today. He had to showcase his prowess before Bai Qianqian's mother. He must subdue this beast, and then Bai Qianqian would be eternally grateful. With that thought, Luo Ziwen felt that he would give everything, even half his life, to slay this creature. Die! He roared repeatedly, only to be repelled again and again. The monstrous creature relentlessly slammed Luo Ziwen's body against the ground, reminiscent of the Hulk's assault on Loki. In an instant, Luo Ziwen was driven to madness. Beast! He roared, only to be hurled away once more. Tears streamed down his face. Damn it, this creature is cheating. I'm done, this is bullying. Su Luochen controlled the beast, tormenting him for an agonizingly long time. Luo Ziwen, battered and bruised, felt dazed and disoriented, blood gushing from his wounds. He believed he might perish here. Each time he attempted to harness the power of his seal, he was interrupted. Lu Xian's face turned pale with fear. Luo, you really can't do this. Hurry and call someone capable. Luo Ziwen wept. I can. The beast charged at him once again. Blood splattered everywhere. Luo Ziwen was engulfed in despair, truly feeling that death was imminent. Yet, in the next moment, the creature unexpectedly bolted toward the door and vanished in an instant. Luo Ziwen felt as though he had escaped a near-fatal encounter. Damn it, that was close. What on earth was that beast? Lu Xian rushed over to help him up. Luo, are you all right? Luo Ziwen was too humiliated to reply. At this moment, he couldn't afford to lose any more dignity. Struggling against his injuries, he declared, Annie, I'm fine. I'm just a bit off today, otherwise, I would have taken that beast down in no time. Lu Xian sighed. Luo, if you can, then fine. If not, then you cannot. I won't criticize you. But please don't take such risks next time. He thought to himself that he must acknowledge the truth. There was no shame in it. Luo Ziwen, I truly cannot endure this. Luo Ziwen felt utterly humiliated and decided it was time to leave. Auntie, I shall not impose any longer. I must return swiftly to tend to my injuries. I will visit again next time. He staggered to his feet, eager to escape this place that made him feel so inadequate. May I escort you to the hospital, Luo? Lu Xian inquired. Luo Ziwen hastily waved his hands. Auntie, there is no need. I have a medical system at home. I shall not trouble you. He hurriedly departed, feeling an urgent need to flee. Su Luochen's calm and inscrutable eyes flickered with a glimmer of interest. Qianqian, please tidy up. I will go check on that young man. We cannot afford any mishaps. Lu Xian nodded in agreement. Su Luochen soon found himself beside the house within the divine forbidden domain. Luo Ziwen had barely exited the alley and was about to enter his vehicle when, suddenly, Su Luochen appeared, transformed into a middle-aged figure, hurling a chamber pot at him with great force. With a loud crash, Luo Ziwen froze in place, aghast. Ugh! His eyes widened in disbelief. It was excrement. Damn it! Luo Ziwen trembled all over, staring at the seemingly innocent middle-aged man before him. Ah, my apologies, boss. It seems it has landed on you. The waste has come down upon you. Luo Ziwen was now seething with rage. Su Luochen feigned panic as he retreated into the courtyard. Luo Ziwen's fury erupted like a raging inferno, unleashing chaos within the confines of Su Luochen's courtyard, intent on obliterating everything in his path. He yearned to annihilate this middle-aged man, yet somehow he could not reach him. Su Luochen pondered to himself, "You demolish my courtyard, and I shall retaliate in kind. Is that not reasonable? Alas, it feels like a case of the strong bullying the weak. But why fixate on my granddaughter-in-law? Seeking my old life is quite another matter." Seizing the opportunity, Su Luochen delivered a swift palm strike, rendering Luo Ziwen unconscious. With one hand, he hoisted him up and instantly vanished from sight. It was on this very morning that the illustrious Luo family, the second most prominent clan in Rongqing, was basking in an atmosphere of tranquility and prosperity. In the blink of an eye, however, the skies darkened ominously, and a terrifying aura enveloped the estate. The formidable guardians of the Luo family erupted forth in a furious display. Who dares to offend the Luo family? In an instant, the family's unparalleled automatic defense system activated, channeling a devastating source energy cannon. Never before had anyone dared to challenge the Luo family so brazenly. The guardians glared fiercely into the air where a shadowy figure loomed, dragging the limp form of Luo Ziwen like a discarded ragdoll. Yet, they had yet to recognize him. The guardians activated their divine seals, bracing themselves for an impending battle. Those who offend the Luo family shall meet their demise. They bellowed, but in the next moment, invisible slaps rained down upon them, echoing like applause. The guardians, caught off guard, spat blood, some of which mingled with their shattered teeth. All present were left in a state of bewilderment. What had just transpired? They hadn't even glimpsed the assailant's actions. Even a god king could not achieve such feats. Could it be that their adversary was a being surpassing the god king? When had the Luo family ever crossed paths with such an entity? The divine king has reached such a state. One can only imagine the trembling of the divine warriors and divine masters, who feel as though the end is nigh. Who dares to offend the Luo family? A thunderous roar erupted from the grand estate of the Luo family. A sound so powerful and fierce it seemed capable of crushing all adversaries in an instant. Before us stands a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s. With a sudden stomp of his foot, his wrath surged forth, 6 divine seals emanating a terrifying black glow from his body. Die, he bellowed. In the next moment, slap, the divine king of the Luo family. A spray of crimson blood erupted forth as he was forcefully slammed to the ground, creating a massive crater in the earth of the Luo estate. In an instant, the divine king fell silent. Whether from feigned death or otherwise, he made no sound. Su Luochen remained silent as well, unleashing a palm strike that unleashed terror upon the structures of the Luo family. Boom. More than half of the buildings belonging to the Luo family crumbled in an instant, reduced to mere ruins. The members of the Luo family, who had managed to flee, were left pallid with fear. What level of existence is this? A divine lord? Or perhaps a divine sovereign? How could such a formidable being reside in Rong City? Let alone turn their wrath upon the Luo family? What misfortune had befallen them to attract such a figure? Gazing at the devastation that lay before him, he felt a sense of satisfaction. You destroy my courtyard. I shall retaliate in kind. It is only fair and just. The divine king of the Luo family staggered to his feet amidst the wreckage, asking, "Why do you destroy my Luo family? We have never provoked someone of your stature." He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, clutching his chest. Su Luochen wore an expression of indifference as he casually tossed Luo Ziwen before everyone. This young man had completely demolished my residence and audaciously boasted that the Luo family was the wealthiest in Rongqing, claiming they could afford the damages. Consequently, I arrived. He destroyed my courtyard, and I retaliated by demolishing his. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Su Luochen clapped his hands together. Well, the matter seems to have been resolved. I shall take my leave. Should the Luo family have any objections, feel free to seek me out. I am rather unoccupied. In an instant, Su Luochen vanished. The divine monarch of the Luo family, along with a multitude of divine generals, were left in a state of bewilderment. Is this truly the end? The Luo family has been obliterated, and he simply walks away? All of this turmoil, instigated by this young man who dared to lay waste to another's courtyard? At that moment, the esteemed members of the Luo family's upper echelon wore expressions as dark as storm clouds. Just then, Luo Ziwen regained consciousness, rising with a dazed glance around, only to explode in fury. What the hell? Who did this? Who flattened my Luo family? He bellowed, oblivious to the grim countenances of the divine generals and monarchs surrounding him. In a fit of rage, the divine monarch of the Luo family struck Luo Ziwen forcefully. Still in a daze, Luo Ziwen found himself missing all his teeth, blood splattering everywhere. You wretched fool, what have you done out there? The fury of thunder erupted completely. Luo Ziwen, bewildered, replied, we must take revenge. Master, the resource exchange was shattered with a single blow. All the divine crystal resources have been taken away. This is dire, Master. In our family's weaponry shop on Divine Path, an unknown powerful being shattered everything with a single strike, leaving all S-rank equipment and weapons utterly ravaged. The head of the Luo family, a deity himself, felt darkness envelop him, nearly collapsing to the ground. Ah, wretched fiend. Hang them up and beat them. For a year, for a decade, Luo Ziwen was utterly bewildered. Unaware of the chaos that had unfolded. Chapter 108. Grandfather understands the importance of respect. Daily update. As Su Liang and Qianqian arrived at their doorstep, they spotted Lu Xian and their grandfather tidying the yard. Observing the disarray, Su Liang's expression hardened, prompting him to rush inside. Grandfather, Aunt, what has happened? Why is it so chaotic? Lu Xian and Su Luocheng lifted their heads to glance at Su Liang and the others. Lu Xian exclaimed joyfully, Qianqian, little Liang, you're back. Mother, Qianqian called out, leaping into Lu Xian's embrace. Lu Xian excitedly held her close, while Su Liang stepped forward to his grandfather. Grandfather, what transpired? Was there trouble? Su Luocheng shook his head. No, it was merely an exotic beast that came by. What? Su Liang's face paled. Grandfather, were you injured? How could an exotic beast appear in broad daylight? He hurried to examine their injuries, activating his insightful eye, yet found nothing amiss. Both were unharmed. Su Luocheng calmly reassured him, it's fine. We drove it away with the help of someone who seemed rather inadequate. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, puzzled by those words. Lu Xian gently urged Qianqian to take a seat and smiled. Xiaoliang, please sit. Allow me to clarify. It turned out that Qianqian Sr. had arrived, bringing gifts for us. Coincidentally, we encountered a beast, and he deftly helped us fend it off. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian and Su Liang exchanged astonished glances. A senior? Su Luocheng poured tea for everyone, while he himself calmly sipped. Lu Xian continued, however, it seems that despite being a third imprint, Qianqian Sr. truly appears to be lacking, as he was consistently bested by the beast. Bai Qianqian and Su Liang shared puzzled looks. Who could it be? Oh, right. Qianqian, your senior asked me to convey his apologies, claiming there was some misunderstanding between you two, and he hopes for your forgiveness. Bai Qianqian, filled with confusion, asked, Mom, what is his name? Lu Xian replied, he said his name is Luo Ziwen, from the Luo family, the foremost clan in Rome City. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Bai Qianqian and Su Liang darkened instantly. Damn it, it's that scoundrel. Bai Qianqian's demeanor turned icy. Mom, he is a vile creature. Do not believe his words. Lu Xian was taken aback. Huh? Bai Qianqian insisted earnestly, Mom, he is a despicable person. Not to be trusted. When he was at the academy, he even instigated trouble for Su Liang, attempting to harm him. At this revelation, Lu Xian gasped, her hand covering her mouth in shock. What? That Luo Ziwen is so wicked. Qianqian nodded vigorously. Mom, where are the gifts? I discarded them. I absolutely refuse to accept anything from such a person. I never want to be associated with him for the rest of my life. Lu Xian nodded repeatedly, eager to enter and retrieve something. Su Luochen lightly cleared his throat. Let us leave the items for now. We shall use them to prepare a nourishing soup for you in the evening, since he is such a petty individual and nearly caused you harm. It wouldn't hurt to offer these as an apology, just a trivial matter. Lu Xian forced a smile and turned to Bai Qianqian. Child, those items are rather valuable. Perhaps we should heed your grandfather Su's advice? Bai Qianqian glanced at Su Luochen, nodded with a smile. Since grandfather Su has suggested it, let us not worry about it. We can have soup tonight. Lu Xun chuckled. Mother, if that Luo Xuan comes by again, do not open the door to him. Simply ignore him. He won't dare to act against you. Lu Xun nodded. All right, Mother understands. I will be cautious in the future. Dear, how have you been at the academy? Are you adjusting well? Qianshan smiled and nodded, holding her mother's hand. It's been wonderful, Mother. I have already reached level 8 and will soon become a second-order divine envoy. Lu Xun was filled with excitement. The two women began chatting about their daily lives. Su Liang, on the other hand, looked towards his grandfather. Goodness, to think I nearly fell victim to someone. Aren't you the least bit worried, grandfather? About your obedient grandson? Su Luochen shot him a glance. Are you not living quite well? Su Liang replied. You are truly unfazed. I'm heading to prepare dinner. Come assist me, Su Luochen said as he stood up. Su Liang smiled and nodded. All right. Qianshan continued chatting with her mother while Su Luochen moved slowly, appearing somewhat sluggish. Su Liang busily helped with the preparations. Within Su Liang's heart, a whirlwind of thoughts swirled as he pondered how to broach the subject. In his previous life, his grandfather had only bestowed upon him the battle armor upon his graduation from the Chosen One Academy. However, now that he had just enrolled, it seemed rather unreasonable to request such an item. Grandfather, Su Luochen said, stooping slightly, his tone calm. What is it? Su Liang replied nonchalantly, pretending to be engrossed in selecting vegetables. Grandfather, you used to refrain from discussing my parents with me. Now that I am of age and have entered the Chosen One Academy, surely you can share something with me now? Su Luochen continued his tasks with an unwavering demeanor. What is there to discuss? Did I not tell you they have already been buried? Su Liang responded. Are you serious? Must you be so blunt? He forced a wry smile. Grandfather, did my parents leave me with nothing at all? He endeavored to steer the conversation. In his past life, his grandfather had mentioned that the B-grade battle armor and the long spear were the only two possessions left to him by his parents. Nothing else remained. For Su Liang, possessing a set of B-grade armor would be a significant advantage. Purchasing a C-grade set himself was merely a possibility. While his grandfather had a B-grade set, why not seize the opportunity? The B-grade armor could enhance a chosen one's power by 50%. Was it not worth pursuing? Su Luochen cast him a sidelong glance. What is this? Are you already scheming for your parents' meager relics? Su Liang chuckled awkwardly. I assure you, I am not an unfilial child. I merely wish to learn more about my parents. After all, I have now become a chosen one. As I pondered whether my parents might have left me any remarkable equipment, Su Liang cast a furtive glance at his grandfather. Su Luochen mirrored his gaze and succinctly stated, None. Su Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. None. That cannot be right. Grandfather, you must be deceiving me. His frustration grew. How could the old man still conceal something at this juncture? He had been so forthright, yet the elder feigned ignorance, repeating, None. Exasperated, Su Liang implored, Grandfather, please do not jest with me. I am aware of something. Kindly bestow it upon me. Su Luochen scrutinized Su Liang, his gaze penetrating. How do you know there is something? Pray tell, what do you intend to do with it? Seizing the opportunity, Su Liang replied with a smile, Grandfather, could it be weapons or battle armor, perhaps? Or maybe some combat techniques? Su Luochen shook his head, asserting, None. Su Liang felt his patience fraying. How could his grandfather, at such an advanced age, still be so playful? He sighed inwardly, Grandfather, I am at a loss on how to convey this matter to you. But please do not be upset. My actions are driven by reasons of my own, and there is no need for you to worry about my safety. However, I am compelled to grow and learn. He rambled on, attempting to prepare his grandfather for the impending revelation. Realizing it was futile to maintain the facade any longer, he resolved to confide in his grandfather, knowing the truth could not remain hidden for long. Su Luochen observed him with an expression of indifference, seemingly curious about how long this performance would continue. Taking a deep breath, Su Liang braced himself for what was to come. Grandfather, upon hearing this news, please do not be alarmed. Do not become overly excited. Perhaps I should prepare some anti-hypertensive medication for you. Remain calm. I can elucidate. Su Luochen wore an expression of indifference. Will you speak or not? Su Liang took a deep breath, his gaze resolute and exceedingly serious. Grandfather, in truth, I am now a member of the Divine Hunt Squad, and I occasionally must undertake city defense missions, necessitating a suit of armor. Before he could finish his sentence, with a clatter, a suit of armor and a long spear were unceremoniously discarded before Su Liang, as though they were mere refuse. Su Liang's eyes widened in disbelief, his face twitching in frustration. Grandfather, could you not afford me a modicum of respect? After all I have said, to treat it as if it were trash? Chapter 109. What a hypocritical grandfather. Su Liang's face twitched. Surely, his grandfather understood the essence of respect. After he had poured forth his heart, the old man displayed not a shred of excitement, casually tossing aside the belongings of his parents as if it were nothing. It seemed he was merely awaiting Su Liang's confession, then turned and busied himself again. Grandfather. Without allowing Su Liang to complete his thought, another battle technique crystal was tossed out, accompanied by a remark. I nearly overlooked this. Everything is here, take it away. Su Liang. Grandfather. Could you not treat the relics of my parents with a touch more courtesy? What, are you afraid they might break? Do you want them? If not, I shall take them back. Su Liang murmured to himself, having failed to observe how the old man had produced the item. It turned out that the old man had always possessed a space converter. Wait, why couldn't he see the old man's divine insignia? Su Liang discreetly glanced at his grandfather, who was stooped over, chopping vegetables, appearing utterly ordinary. Perhaps he was overthinking it. As Su Liang turned to pick up the discarded armor and spear, he inquired, Grandfather, are you not the least bit upset about my becoming a member of the Divine Hunter Squad? Su Luochen replied coldly, upset? If I were to die of anger, would you come to collect my body? Mind yourself, I have no desire to converse with you. Su Liang felt a familiar exasperation. Suddenly, while grasping the armor, he sensed something amiss. Wait, why is this an S-class? Good heavens, an S-class armor, an S-class spear. Grandfather, this is not right. It shouldn't be a B-class. Su Liang abruptly fell silent. His grandfather had already turned to him, and the look in his eyes was chillingly indifferent, leading him to question whether this was truly his grandfather. Was it that he found the rank too low? Su Liang's face twitched. Was it too low? He had almost given himself away. No. Grandfather, what I meant was, is the rank perhaps too high? It seems rather ostentatious, lacking in subtlety. Do you want it? If not, return it to me. Of course I want it. How could I not? Su Liang quickly clasped it tightly. Yet, he was profoundly perplexed. How could it possibly be S-class? That shouldn't be the case. In the previous life, I was undoubtedly of B rank. Had there been an S rank then, it would have certainly been bestowed upon him. Why is it being granted now? Goodness, this is indeed an S rank. Why ponder so much? An S-rank battle armor. An S-rank warrior. The S-rank battle armor can augment strength by a staggering 70%. As for defense, that is a matter beyond question. Is this not tantamount to invincibility? Su Liang was left in utter astonishment. Could this be a tad too ostentatious? Internally, Su Liang couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. His grandfather truly knew how to play, leaving him somewhat bewildered. To casually toss out S-rank battle armor like this, could it be that his grandfather is some sort of hidden powerhouse? Yet, why does the eye of insight fail to penetrate this mystery? Just as Su Liang was lost in contemplation, Su Luochen suddenly remarked, Call Qianqian in. Su Liang complied, first stowing away the battle armor and warrior, clutching the combat technique crystal, and then called out for Qianqian. She bounced in, full of energy. Grandpa Su, did you call for me? Su Luochen turned with a warm smile. My dear, come here. Grandpa has something wonderful for you. Su Liang thought, oh really? A double standard, is it? She is your own granddaughter. He rolled his eyes, nearly to the heavens. Was she truly a biological grandchild? When addressing him, the coldness of his demeanor was palpable. Yet, with Qianqian, one could hardly believe the transformation. What a shift from that icy old man. How astonishing! Qianqian's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Grandpa Su, what is this wonderful thing? Su Luochen waved his hand, and before him appeared a set of purple and gold battle armor, clearly designed for women. Su Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. Another S rank, and even more exquisite than his own. Well, it seems Qianqian is indeed his biological granddaughter. Qianqian paused for a moment, taken aback. Grandpa Su, is this for me? Su Luochen smiled and nodded. Yes, do you like it? It should suit you perfectly. Qianqian was taken aback. Grandpa Su, this seems to be an S-class battle armor, right? It's far too precious. I can't accept it. Su Luochen's expression remained gentle. Silly girl, what is precious about it? Let me tell you. This was left by that brat's parents, intended for his future bride. You should take it, it is only fitting. Qianqian's cheeks instantly flushed. Su Liang secretly gave a thumbs up. Grandpa, impressive. The old are indeed wiser. This solidifies the engagement for the granddaughter-in-law. Su Luochen chuckled. Keep it. A good set of battle armor will enable you to grow faster. Don't feel pressured. Grandpa knows everything. If that brat dares to bully you in the future, just tell Grandpa, and I promise to break his legs. Qianqian's cheeks burned with embarrassment. Grandpa has noticed their relationship. Su Liang cleared his throat twice. Just accept it. Gifts from elders should not be declined. Only then did Qianqian cautiously accept the S-class battle armor. Thank you, Grandpa. Su Luochen smiled warmly. All right, just keep it. Now go out and have fun. We'll eat in a little while. Su Liang mimicked Grandpa's words. Go out and have fun. We'll eat in a little while. Suddenly, a resounding slap landed on the back of his head. Is that obvious? Su Liang wanted to cry but couldn't. He could only flee in embarrassment. Su Luochen's lips curled into a fleeting smile, but he quickly regained his indifferent demeanor. Su Liang silently grumbled. Could Grandpa truly be an extraordinary little old man? It seems unlikely. Perhaps his parents were once quite remarkable? Qianqian continued her conversation with her mother, and the two women appeared to have an endless supply of topics to discuss. Su Liang was just about to step inside to inspect the battle technique crystal, eager to discover the treasures left behind by his parents. Brother, look. The Luo family has been flattened. Qianqian exclaimed in shock. Su Liang was taken aback. What? He hurried over to her side. Qianqian activated the display on the Starlink, revealing the complete destruction of the Luo family estate. Su Liang was astounded. My goodness, how astonishing. The second most powerful family in Rongqing has been reduced to ruins. Bai Qianqian nodded in agreement, stating, the reports indicate that an unknown powerful being was responsible. It was terrifying, leveling the estate with a mere strike. Furthermore, the Luo family's resource trading house and an equipment shop were also obliterated, leaving them utterly powerless. Su Liang felt a jolt of shock. Incredible. I can hardly fathom the terrifying entity behind this. The Luo family is protected by a deity, yet they have suffered such a fate. However, there was a silver lining. He wondered if Luo Zhuang would still dare to act so arrogantly now. Qianqian smiled gently. I suppose he will have to be more subdued for a while. Su Liang chuckled in agreement. All right, you and Annie continue your conversation. I shall go to my room to examine the battle techniques. Qianqian nodded, and Su Liang turned to enter his room. Lu Xian observed her daughter's gaze towards Su Liang and began to sense something. My dear. Are you and Xiao Liang? Qianqian's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, her heart fluttering, but she summoned her courage. Mother, I am in a relationship with brother Su Liang. Lu Xian was utterly astonished, remaining frozen for quite some time. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, all coalescing into a single sigh. You have grown, and this is your choice. Your mother will not intervene, as long as you are certain of your decision. Bai Qianqian had expected her mother to admonish her further, feeling a slight pang of emotion as she grasped Lu Xian's hand. Mom, trust me, my judgment is sound. Brother Su Liang is genuinely a wonderful person, and together we will flourish. Lu Xian forced a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate. SSS rank and B rank? Never mind. She would come to understand in due course. The journey of life must be traversed personally to experience its myriad flavors. After calming her emotions, Lu Xian spoke softly. Qianqian, since you are in a relationship now, there are some matters your mother must remind you of. Please be cautious. Do not bring any unexpected surprises to me just yet. You are still young, with ample time ahead. Bai Qianqian's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. Mom, what are you saying? That one tea happened. In the room, Su Liang took out his battle armor, admiring it thoroughly. A grin could not be suppressed. He felt exhilarated. This armor truly rendered him invincible. The entire suit shimmered with a majestic azure hue, radiating an extraordinary aura. The materials used for the S-class armor and weapons were exceptional. Likely crafted from some exceedingly rare metal, possibly even from beyond the stars. Observing the long spear, which was a deep crimson, its patterns were bewitching and somewhat menacing. In a word, it was imposing. Merely gazing upon it, Su Liang was enveloped by a sense of brutality, akin to a dragon on the verge of awakening. At the tail of the gun, two characters were intricately carved. Zhu Long Chapter 110, The Unraveling. In the Luo household, Luo Zhuang was suspended and mercilessly whipped. You wretched spawn, just look at the calamity you have brought upon our family. The lashes struck his body one after another, leaving him drenched in blood. Gasping, he implored, Great-grandfather, I truly had no knowledge of this. I merely intended to deliver a gift to Bai Qianqian's mother, and when I stepped outside, a man splashed a basin of filth upon me, provoking my ire and causing me to break a few of his belongings. The deity of the Luo family was on the brink of fury. You foolish wretch. It is because of your stupidity that the Luo family has been reduced to rubble. becoming the laughingstock of Rome City. Great-grandfather, I genuinely did not know. He was merely a resident of the commoner district. I had no inkling of his formidable prowess. The deity of the Luo family handed the whip to another deity beside him and continued the punishment. Luo Ziwang emitted cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Soon, a divine general approached. Father, we have inquired with the city lord. The deity of the Luo family glanced at him. What did the city lord say? The city lord advised, if the Luo family wishes to avoid annihilation, they must swallow their pride and endure the humiliation. There is nothing further he can elucidate. This is both counsel and a warning. Upon hearing this, the deity of the Luo family's eyes sharpened with realization. It appeared that within Rome City, there indeed existed a terrifying force. The divine general remarked, Father, I believe that if he is indeed as terrifying as he appears, he would not allow Luo Ziwang to destroy his courtyard. This is clearly a deliberate act on his part, evidently intended to send a message to our Luo family. The God King nodded in agreement. It is likely that the destruction occurred within the confines of the opponent's divine restriction. The divine general inquired, should we extend an apology to him? The God King shook his head. After he has taken so much, how can we offer apologies? Even if you were to go, you would not be able to find him. The divine general nodded and then turned to Luo Ziwang. Father, Ziwang, he began. The God King snorted disdainfully. Lock him up. He is more of a liability than an asset, squandering such a promising talent. In the room, Su Liang examined the battle technique crystal in his hand. Battle techniques are skills that, when combined with divine imprint power, can unleash formidable strength. They can also be likened to the martial arts of antiquity. In this modern age, a myriad of battle techniques have been developed by the powerful, meticulously recorded within battle technique crystals. Each battle technique is exceedingly precious. Whether it is the most basic 1-star technique or the more advanced 4 or 5-star techniques. Su Liang had naturally mastered several battle techniques, though his highest level was a 3-star technique, the fixed army spear method. The angered dragon breaking army and the wild goose array are among its moves, constituting his core spear technique, which has reached a level of great mastery. At present, he was uncertain about the type of battle technique contained within the crystal his grandfather had tossed to him. Su Liang harbored a lingering suspicion that his grandfather was far more complex than he appeared. Yet, why was it that his discerning eye could not penetrate this facade? He shook his head, choosing to set aside these thoughts for the moment. Grasping the battle technique crystal, he channeled the surging power of the wind and fire divine seal into it. In an instant, a sensation akin to a powerful current coursed through his entire being. The battle technique crystal projected an image before him, revealing a blurred figure executing a magnificent series of spear techniques. The movements were both succinct and fierce, exhibiting an extraordinary might. Each thrust seemed to crash like tumultuous waves against the shore, as if conjuring 1,000 cascading splashes. Su Liang was taken aback by the formidable spear techniques. At that moment, his discerning eye activated instinctively. A golden light shimmered deep within the pupil of his right eye. In the next heartbeat, the figure performing the spear techniques appeared to leap from the image and penetrate his mind. Every intricate detail of the movements was dissected, seamlessly assimilating into his consciousness. As the sequence of spear techniques concluded, the image from the battle technique crystal came to a halt. Su Liang's eyes widened in astonishment, his chest heaving violently. His eyes seemed on the verge of bursting forth, brimming with disbelief. Could it be that he had achieved mastery so swiftly? Breathing heavily, he felt as though he were on the brink of madness. The entirety of the spear technique's details had manifested within his mind, and he sensed clearly that he could now execute the entire sequence flawlessly. Indeed, at a level of consummate mastery. The degrees of mastery in battle techniques are classified as novice, minor achievement, major achievement, and pinnacle. Having merely observed the technique once, he had already reached the level of major achievement. It was as if he had acquired a cheat code. Su Liang felt a surge of excitement, yearning to wield this formidable marksmanship. He had finally comprehended that this was the pivotal ability of the Eye of Insight, an extraordinary capacity that enabled him to learn combat techniques, and even attain mastery with remarkable swiftness. It was utterly astonishing. In his previous life, he had dedicated countless years to perfecting the Dunjun spear technique to the realm of mastery. And now, what was this? Was he on the verge of invincibility? After a considerable moment, Su Liang managed to calm his racing heart. He dashed out of the room to find his grandfather, his face adorned with a fawning smile. Grandfather, I have a question for you. Su Luochen regarded Su Liang with a watchful eye. There is nothing else, is there? Su Liang hesitated. No, grandfather, it's not that. I am quite satisfied. I wish to inquire about the name of this combat technique. What level is it? I feel its immense power. Su Luochen replied nonchalantly. I recall your father mentioning it was a 5-star combat technique, something like Qianqian. Su Liang was taken aback. Qianqian? Is it truly 5-star? His heart raced with astonishment. How could a casually mentioned combat technique be of such caliber? Why had he never encountered this in his previous life? Had there been some hidden knowledge? Su Liang was momentarily at a loss for words, pondering whether his rebirth had altered certain circumstances. As Su Luochen busied himself with cooking, he continued, your father also seemed to indicate that being able to unleash waves signifies entry-level mastery, while achieving the 10-fold wave equates to minor proficiency. The 100-fold wave represents major mastery, and the 1,000-fold wave is the pinnacle. A flicker of excitement coursed through Su Liang. To be capable of manifesting the 100-fold wave would be immensely powerful. How extraordinary! Su Luochen remarked. Why are you so concerned? If you wish to learn, then learn. If not, then do as you please. He proceeded to serve the dishes, preparing for dinner. Su Liang momentarily withdrew his thoughts and carried the dishes outside. The four of them sat together at the table like a family. Lu Xian mentioned that once the house was completed over there, she would move back. The old man encouraged her to stay, as it was peaceful here, and having an extra person meant more conversation. When the time came for her to reside there, an occasional visit was hardly necessary. Su Liang and Qianqian echoed this sentiment, prompting Lu Xian to reconsider. After tidying up, they all sat together to chat. Xiao Liang, while at the academy, please take good care of Qianqian. She is rather timid, Lu Xian said. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Auntie, rest assured. I will ensure that Qianqian faces no grievances. He felt as though he was making a promise to his future mother-in-law. After some time spent in conversation, a knock resounded at the door. I'll get it, Su Liang said hurriedly, rising to open the door. Upon doing so, he was met with an extraordinarily alluring figure. His perceptive instincts instinctively activated. Damn, my nose nearly bled. Su Liang's heart raced. He was startled by the striking presence. Han Rushuang smiled as she gazed at him. Su Liang. In a moment of panic, Su Liang abruptly shut the door. What the heck? A weapon. The actual weapon was not the issue. The real concern was Han Rushuang's unexpected arrival. Was it truly so soon? He quickly grasped her intentions, realizing the predicament he was now in. This could lead to complications. How would grandfather handle this? Who is it? Xiao Yang. Lu Xian inquired. Su Liang found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to navigate the situation. Outside the door, Han Rushuang stood frozen, bewildered by the antics of the young man. What was he up to? In the next moment, Su Liang opened the door once more. However, he was the first to step out, hastily disabling the self-activating inside eye, fearing a nosebleed might ensue. With an awkward smile plastered on his face, he greeted, Teacher Han, what brings you here? Han Rushuang narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze on Su Liang. It seems my arrival displeases you, considering you left me standing outside. Is this how you treat your guests? Su Liang chuckled nervously. I was simply taken aback. I never anticipated it would be you. Han Rushuang inquired, what? Am I not welcome? Su Liang replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Of course, you are welcome. It's just what? Han Rushuang pressed. I already mentioned my intention to visit your grandfather. Surely he is a distinguished elder. Even for a home visit, I am permitted. Am I not? Han Rushuang rolled her eyes playfully. And you want me to remain at the threshold? She attempted to push the door open and step inside. Su Liang spread his hands wide, nearly colliding with her considerable assets. You little rascal, do you wish to indulge in the teacher's delicacies? Are you eager to experience my prowess? With a wry smile, Su Liang had a sudden inspiration. Teacher, my grandfather isn't home. Han Rushuang furrowed her brows. But in the next instant, Su Luochen appeared behind Su Liang. Who said I'm not here? Ah, so it's this rascal as teacher, I presume? Greetings, teacher. I am his grandfather. Su Liang thought to himself, it's all over. Let it be, I'm exhausted. Han Rushuang smiled and nodded. Greetings, esteemed elder. Han Rushuang politely shook hands with Su Luochen. Su Luochen brusquely dismissed Su Liang. Come, please enter, teacher. There is no need to call me senior. I am merely an old fool. Han Rushuang maintained her courteous demeanor, harboring great respect for someone capable of teaching such exceptional marksmanship to Su Liang. She was astonished to discover that the mastermind behind it all was the unassuming elder before her. Su Liang watched as Han Rushuang, wearing a radiant smile, followed his grandfather inside. He felt as though the sky had fallen, pondering how he would manage to navigate this predicament. Chapter 111, The Hundredfold Waves. Third update, everyone gathered around. Han Rushuang smiled and remarked, I truly did not expect that you all reside together. No wonder your relationship is so close. Bai Qianqian explained with a smile, Teacher Han, before the incident with the beasts, our home was attacked and completely destroyed. So I moved in with Su Liang and his family. Han Rushuang nodded approvingly. That's wonderful. This way, you can seek more guidance from the esteemed Su Lao. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. Su Lao? Although puzzled, she nodded in agreement. Su Liang was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, desperately trying to signal to his grandfather. However, his grandfather appeared oblivious to his cues. Su Liang, I have come primarily with two purposes. Oh, Su Liang responded. Han Rushuang continued with a smile. During our last selection of combat techniques, a 1-star technique is of little use to you. I have applied for a 3-star technique on your behalf. With your grandfather's guidance, I believe you will master it swiftly. As she spoke, Han Rushuang took out a crystal for the combat technique. Su Liang awkwardly smiled, thoughts racing through his mind. Thank you, teacher. Han Rushuang shook her head. It is my duty. After all, you can now be considered the strongest freshman in our academy's B rank. Even A or S ranks would struggle to find a match for you. Such combat skills are indeed suited for you at this moment. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian felt a wave of astonishment. The strongest freshman? Is little Liang truly that formidable? Su Liang accepted the combat technique crystal. As for the second matter, it naturally involves paying a visit to some of the esteemed seniors. Su Luochen chuckled. Teacher Han, you are too modest. I am merely an old man. For this young lad to earn your favor is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Su Liang felt a lump rise in his throat. Han Rushuang smiled and shook her head. Senior Su, the fact that you have raised such an outstanding grandson proves that you must be a master well-versed in combat techniques. Finally, the tension in his heart eased. What kind of master is Grandpa? He is hardly more than a double-standard old man, stern with him, yet smiling at everyone else. Su Luochen chuckled. I haven't taught him much, just offered a few occasional pointers. It seems this lad has some determination and has grasped a bit of the surface. Su Liang's ears perked up. Has Grandpa understood his intentions? Excellent. There is still a chance. He quickly interjected. It is indeed thanks to Grandpa's guidance. Han Rushuang nodded in agreement, and they all conversed for a while. The heart that had felt dead within Su Liang seemed to revive. It appeared that he had not slipped up. Grandpa, in his pretense of being a master, surprisingly pulled it off quite well. Han Rushuang remained oblivious to any inconsistencies. It seems I have managed to keep this under wraps, hasn't it? At an opportune moment, Han Rushuang shyly spoke up. Senior Su, there is another matter that is rather difficult for me to broach. Su Laochen smiled and replied, No worries, please go ahead. Han Rushuang elaborated, From Su Liang's marksmanship, I can discern certain things. I assume that Senior Su is also a master of firearms. I too specialize in marksmanship, practicing a family heirloom technique known as the Overlord Spear. I must admit, it brings me some embarrassment. I have been training in this technique for nearly 30 years. Yet I find myself stagnated at a high level, unable to progress further. Therefore, I seek your guidance. Su Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. What the? Overlord Flower? How could you be so inconsiderate? You come to visit and bring such a significant dilemma. My grandfather is merely an elderly gentleman. How can you expect him to provide insights? This could turn into quite the farce if he cannot offer guidance. Just as Su Liang was about to speak, Su Laochen chuckled. I thought it was something serious. It's a trivial matter. Come on, why don't you practice a bit or spar with this little rascal? Perhaps he can offer you some pointers. Su Liang looked at his grandfather in confusion. Grandpa, are you serious? This is not how one puts on airs. Han Rushuang was overjoyed. That would be splendid. Thank you so much, Senior. Su Laochen shook his head with a smile, rising to instruct Qianqian and the others to move aside. Han Rushuang then swiftly drew the Overlord Spear. All right, I am ready to engage. Let us spar. Han Rushuang was so exhilarated that her words tumbled out in a flurry. Su Liang remained in a daze, with a look of bewilderment. I gazed at my grandfather, this little old man. Are you serious? I questioned. If you can't make sense of this, I'm curious to see how you will handle it. Han Rushuang's spear was nearly thrust into my face, and I felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Su Luochen chimed in. You mischievous boy, be swift. Let us engage in a bit of sparring with your teacher. I nodded in agreement. All right. Han Rushuang appeared equally excited. Do not fear, Su Liang, I assure you, I shall limit my strength to the first seal. I shook my head. No need to restrict it to the first seal. Let us keep it at the second. If it's at the first, there will be no fun left. My current power level had already reached 183 points, a standard equivalent to an SSS rank, level 11. Drawing the Zhu Long spear, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Since we were to spar, it was an opportune moment to assess my prowess in the Thousand Waves technique. After all, my grandfather would not discern the subtleties. Such a rare opportunity should not be squandered. At the instant the Zhu Long appeared, Han Rushuang's pupils constricted in surprise. An S-rank weapon. Remarkable indeed. It must certainly have been a gift from his grandfather. To possess an S-rank weapon so casually. One cannot deny that the elder is a formidable figure. The two of us assumed our stances, ready to engage. Han Rushuang called out, Su Liang, be cautious. I nodded in response. Su Luochen settled down with Qianqian and the others at the edge. Bai Qianqian observed Su Luochen's composed demeanor, her heart filled with curiosity. Could it be that Su's grandfather is truly an impressive elder? With effortless ease, the S-class battle armor was summoned, and guidance was offered to the teacher. The confrontation between Su Liang and the formidable Huanghua was imminent. The two long spears clashed in an instant, producing a resounding clang that echoed like a clarion call, sparking bright embers in the air. Han Rushuang was taken aback. How had his strength escalated so remarkably? She set aside her earlier dismissiveness and wielded the Huang spear with fervor. The two spears danced in the air, tracing elegant and fierce arcs. The sound of their clashes resounded like a symphony of metal. Han Rushuang's spear technique was exceptionally vigorous, traditionally suited for men, yet in her hands. It exhibited no signs of weakness, showcasing the full intensity of the Huang spear style to its utmost potential. Bang! Clang! Sparks flew in abundance. The thrill of combat only fueled Han Rushuang's enthusiasm. The astonishment Su Liang evoked in her was profound. She had not anticipated such a remarkable surge in his combat prowess after a brief separation. Bai Qianqian watched in awe. Realizing just how impressive her brother Su Liang truly was, managing to contend with the teacher to such an extent. Meanwhile, although Su Liang was engaged in battle, the astonishment within him surpassed all previous experiences. Through the lens of the eye of insight, Han Rushuang's 4 divine seals were laid bare, her entire aura exposed without reservation. There was no need to reiterate the sheer vulnerability of this situation. Within Su Liang's perception, the eye of insight meticulously analyzed her spear technique, leaving no detail overlooked. He discerned every weakness in her strikes and the points of force applied. In essence, if Su Liang possessed sufficient strength, he could effortlessly dismantle each of her attacks. The transformation was astonishing. It was truly insurmountable. Moreover, throughout this process, he began to assimilate her Huang spear technique, gradually integrating it into his own combat style. Su Liang felt an extraordinary shock in his heart. Was he truly on the verge of invincibility? Gradually, he became enthralled by the intensity of the moment. His strikes grew increasingly fierce, catching Han Rushuang off guard on numerous occasions. Many of her techniques, which were undeniably powerful, were effortlessly countered, leaving her with a sense of helplessness. Han Rushuang was completely bewildered by the turn of events. Suddenly, Su Luochen spoke up, suggesting that they each unleash their most formidable move for a single clash. Su Liang, feeling somewhat exasperated, retorted, "Grandfather, why are you interjecting?" Han Rushuang responded with a firm command, "All right, Su Liang, brace yourself." Su Liang's gaze sharpened in response. With a thunderous shout, Han Rushuang declared, Overlord's armor dispelled. A spear imbued with immense force hurtled towards Su Liang. In kind, Su Liang did not hold back. 100 waves. He whirled his spear, and in an instant, the courtyard resembled a tempestuous sea. Confronting Han Rushuang's formidable strike, Su Liang surged forward. His spear swept out like a tide washing away the sand. The 100 waves crashing one after another, akin to roaring waves colliding against the shore, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy that met Han Rushuang's spear head-on. Boom. In that fleeting moment, Han Rushuang's eyes widened in shock, her heart gripped by fear. How could this young man be so powerful? Her strike was unexpectedly shattered. Though Su Liang had only delivered a single thrust, Han Rushuang felt as if dozens of strikes were bearing down upon her. With her spear crossed defensively before her, the overwhelming force slammed into her, compelling her to summon the strength of a divine warrior to withstand it. Yet, her spear was forced down against her chest, the pressure becoming unbearable. Everything came to a standstill. Han Rushuang widened her eyes. What kind of marksmanship is this? It can actually break through my armor. Chapter 112. Grandfather, are you perhaps a hidden expert? Su Laoqing observed them calmly, yet a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. To think he could unleash the 100-fold wave, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Bai Qianqian was so excited that her small hands nearly clapped in delight. Su Liang felt a bit embarrassed. How should he explain this? Well, it's just a form of ordinary marksmanship. Han Rushuang's gaze sharpened slightly. However, deep down, she had already deduced that it must be a powerful technique taught by his grandfather, though it was not appropriate to divulge that. Thus, she decided not to inquire further. Han Rushuang was astounded. Had she not employed the power of a divine warrior to resist that blow, she would likely have sustained injuries. Quickly, she shifted the topic. Smiling as she said, "Truly formidable, I find myself inadequate in comparison." Su Liang chuckled awkwardly. "No, I was merely fooling around." Han Rushuang did not pursue the conversation further, but turned her attention to Su Laoqing. "Senior, may I request your guidance?" Su Laoqing cleared his throat twice. Su Liang felt a knot tighten in his chest. "Grandfather, please do not embarrass me." Su Laoqing, with a hint of mischief, said, "Well then, why don't you clarify some of those questions for your teacher, since I've already taught you everything?" Su Liang's eyes brightened. "Grandfather, brilliant. How did you know I was aware of her questions?" Han Rushuang regarded Su Liang with skepticism, not entirely convinced of his insight. Su Laoqing remarked, "This also serves as a test for you. I will follow up later to see if what you say holds any merit." Upon hearing these words, Han Rushuang let out a sigh of relief, albeit feeling somewhat awkward. "Wait, am I not his teacher? Why is he instructing me?" Su Liang also felt a twinge of discomfort, yet to avoid revealing their ruse, he pressed on. "Han teacher, your marksmanship is quite refined. It merely requires some attention to detail. During our battle, did you not feel that your powerful shot was effortlessly countered by me? It was akin to striking a fist against cotton." Upon hearing this, Han Rushuang's expression shifted, and she nodded vigorously. "Indeed," Su Liang elaborated. "What I observed were the flaws in your finer techniques. Each of my shots targeted your vulnerabilities. Allow me to demonstrate." As he spoke, Su Liang began to gracefully maneuver his spear, executing the technique known as the Overlord Spear. The moment he unleashed his strike, an overwhelming and assertive aura erupted forth, reminiscent of a long rainbow piercing through the sky. When you unleash your strength, a slight forward step can significantly alter the power of your shot. And regarding this mountain-splitting strike, by eliminating the unnecessary backward motion, you can be more decisive. Listening to Su Liang's guidance, Han Rushuang was left in a daze. After completing his demonstration, Su Liang turned his gaze back to her. Stunned, Han Rushuang exclaimed, "After just one encounter, you have mastered my Overlord Spear?" Su Liang awkwardly scratched his head. After a moment of contemplation, Su Liang decided to adopt a bolder attitude. "Teacher, I am truly a prodigy. I can master many skills with just a glance." The old man could only remain speechless, remarking on his weight and breathlessness. Han Rushuang cast a deep glance at Su Liang, realizing that he might indeed be extraordinary. "Teacher, please try as I suggested," Su Liang encouraged. Han Rushuang, momentarily stunned, managed a wry smile. "From now on, you shall be my teacher." Bai Qianqian joined in the laughter, not out of mockery, but in celebration of Su Liang's brilliance. "Come on, teacher, stop joking and give it a go." Han Rushuang nodded and began to wield the spear according to Su Liang's guidance. As Su Liang provided pointers, Han Rushuang exhibited astonishing progress. To her astonishment, by adjusting certain details based on Su Liang's advice, she could genuinely feel an enhancement in her strength. Each thrust seemed flawless. The two engaged in practice. While Su Luoqin and Qianshan took their leave to rest, Qianshan watched with unyielding enthusiasm, also absorbing knowledge. They continued their practice until around 4 in the afternoon, with Han Rushuang reaping immense benefits, drenched in fragrant sweat. Su Liang found himself repeatedly shutting off his insightful abilities due to a certain awkwardness. When Han Rushuang finally paused, she cast a complex glance at Su Liang. "I must admit, I am truly impressed by you. It seems you are indeed a prodigy." Su Liang smiled shyly. "I'm just boasting, Teacher Han." Han Rushuang gently wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. "Please, do not call me Teacher Han." "Huh." Han Rushuang's cheeks flushed slightly. "I find it rather awkward. You may as well call me Sister Han or Sister Shuang. When we are no longer at the academy or when there are no others around, you can address me as sister. After all, I am merely a tad older than you." Su Liang chuckled softly. All right then, I shall not stand on ceremony, Sister Han. Han Rushuang's smile was radiant, yet inwardly she mused. Isn't this akin to clinging to a powerful ally? And what of my own standing? Qian stepped forward. With a smile, Han Rushuang remarked, You should also call me Sister Han. It's the same, considering you two are now in a romantic relationship. Bai Qianqian responded with a sweet smile. Very well, Sister Han. Subsequently, Su Liang offered some guidance to Qian. Initially, Han Rushuang intended to take her leave, but was persuaded by the two to stay for dinner. At around 5 o'clock, Su Luochen began to prepare the meal, transforming the ingredients brought by Luo Zuan into a sumptuous feast of nourishing delicacies. This left Han Rushuang astonished. Indeed, a senior with such remarkable capabilities. It was astonishing that these expensive tonics were treated as everyday fare. No wonder Su Liang possessed such formidable strength at his level. Han Rushuang felt fortunate to be in their company. After bidding farewell, the small courtyard fell into a serene silence. Su Liang and Qian sat in the courtyard, watching the night descend and basking in the moonlight. Qian leaned close to Su Liang's ear and whispered, Brother Su Liang, I have informed my mother about our relationship. Su Liang's eyes widened in surprise. She did not object, did she? Qian shook her head with a smile. No, mother said she would respect my decision. Su Liang let out a sigh of relief. With a light chuckle, he asked, Does this mean I can openly hold your hand for your mother to see? Qian rolled her eyes slightly and replied, Don't be so bold. Aren't you embarrassed? Su Liang smiled and said, What do I have to be embarrassed about? After all, you are already my girlfriend. Qian beamed sweetly, resting her head on Su Liang's shoulder. Brother Su Liang, when you leave the city, be sure to take that single-person armored vehicle with you. Its energy cannon could be crucial in an emergency. Su Liang nodded. All right, I'll do as you say. Let's head to the villa early tomorrow and invite Lin Shia and Fang Beiwa. We promised to give them some guidance. So we should do that before we leave the city, and then it will be our world together. Qian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You lecher. You must be thinking about those things again. I can't help it. After all, we're leaving the city, and who knows how long it will be. Qian nodded softly. Okay. In the deep of night, Su Liang practiced the 3-star martial technique brought by Han Rushuang, achieving mastery in it as well. This set of gun techniques was called the Dragon's Roar 9 Howls. Producing 3 roars signifies minor mastery, 6 roars indicate major mastery, and 9 roars represent the pinnacle. Here, the dragon's roar is not a true dragon sound, but rather a wave of sound generated upon firing. It was quite impressive. He then began the transformation of beast energy. His intention was to accumulate all the results from these 2 nights into strength. However, when he attempted to stack his strength to 200 points, he found that it was impossible. Those points would automatically distribute to other attributes. Su Liang couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. It appears that once one's powers are excessively amplified without corresponding enhancements in other attributes, an imbalance may ensue, leading to a situation where the losses outweigh the gains. Thus, one must proceed gradually, step by step. In the early morning, the following status was observed. Beast Power Conversion. Conversion Progress. 747-1, 000. Beast Talent. Eye of Insight 2. Divine Seal. B-Class Wind and Fire Divine Seal. Level 1. Tier 2. Divine Seal Evolution Progress. 2. 0. Beast God Seal. SSS Class Crimson-Eyed Tianlin Seal. Level 2. Tier 11. Beast God Seal Evolution Progress. 11. 0. Mental Power. 133-67-2000. Strength. 183-17-2000. Agility. 133-67-2000. Speed. 133-67-2000. A faint smile graced his lips. Over the course of one night, he had converted 218 one-star beast crystals, finally evolving to level 11, with all basic attributes reaching 200 points. With another night ahead. Although he could not allocate all the converted power solely to strength, adding up to 400 points would still be permissible for ensuring a safer exit from the city. After a shared breakfast, Su Liang and Qian planned to return to the city center, while Lu Xian felt a lingering reluctance, imparting a few words of advice. Standing beside Su Liang, Su Luochen remarked with a stern expression, When undertaking your tasks, exercise caution. Do not emulate the folly of the younger generation by trying to show off. Instead, prioritize stability in all matters. Su Liang gazed at his grandfather in astonishment. Grandfather, Is it possible that the term showing off could escape your lips? What? Have I never been young? Su Liang forced a smile, feeling somewhat out of place. No. It's just that I feel a bit uncomfortable. Wait, I'm a young person after all. Isn't it reasonable for me to put on a facade? Su Luochen pretended to strike him. Grandfather. No. I won't pretend anymore. As he prepared to leave, Su Liang asked mysteriously, Grandfather, are you perhaps a hidden mastermind? Su Luochen cast a cold glance at him. You chatter too much. Let us go? Su Liang grinned. I suppose not. Auntie, Grandfather, we are leaving now. As Su Liang and Qianqian exited, Lu Xian stood at the door, her expression filled with reluctance. Su Luochen turned back, his gaze profound, yet seemingly tinged with a hint of concern. Chapter 113. What is the code name? Upon returning to the villa, Fang Beiwei was already waiting, and Lin Shuya arrived shortly thereafter. Lin Shuya was astonished upon seeing Fang Beiwei. The icy beauty of the academy was also here to seek knowledge. How remarkable is Qianqian's boyfriend? This was beyond her comprehension. Fang Beiwei, already a third-tier practitioner, was seeking guidance from a newly awakened freshman. She was typically cold towards others. They all entered the villa's combat training room, and Su Liang looked at the three of them. Let us take turns, you go first, and we shall have a match. Fang Beiwei nodded. Without further ado, they began to spar. In her heart, Fang Beiwei held a conviction that she shouldn't be far behind him. However, when they truly commenced their duel, she was taken aback. Throughout the entire battle, Su Liang possessed an intimate understanding of her every thought, engaging her from a vantage point of complete superiority. Accompanying this encounter was his unwavering voice. Strike fiercely. Be decisive. Do not fear to slay me. Why resort to unnecessary horizontal cuts? Your center of gravity is misaligned. Shift backward. The more Fang Beiwei interacted with Su Liang, the more she recognized his terrifying prowess. He was nothing short of a monster. Setting aside the power of the Divine Seal, she felt like a mere 3-year-old in his presence. When Fang Beiwei was nearly prepared, Su Liang instructed her, All right, practice what I just taught you. I shall return later to evaluate your progress. Once I finish guiding Qianqian and the others, you may engage them in combat or partake in a virtual duel. The choice is yours. Su Liang then turned his attention to Qianqian and Lin Shuiwei, while Fang Beiwei embarked on her virtual battle. She began to wholeheartedly trust Su Liang, dedicating herself to honing her combat awareness and skills. Lin Shuiwei now gazed at Su Liang with eyes brimming with admiration, utterly captivated. Su Liang, you are remarkable. Even a prodigy like Fang Beiwei seeks your guidance. Su Liang chuckled and shook his head. I am not as formidable as you perceive. Now it's your turn. Thus, that day was spent with Su Liang instructing them. During moments of leisure, he absorbed divine crystals for his evolution. To his astonishment, he discovered that his rate of absorption had significantly increased. Now he could absorb 5 low-grade divine crystals within just 1 hour. It has indeed elevated significantly, which is a positive development. While they practiced, she absorbed the divine crystal for evolution. By 6 o'clock in the evening, they gathered for dinner. The 4 of them sat together, but Fang Beiwei remained silent, cold as an iceberg, which rendered the atmosphere rather frigid. Su Liang often had to actively suppress the inappropriate abilities of his inside eye, which was quite unsettling. One word, white. Fang Beiwei and Lin Shuya departed, leaving only the 2 of them in the villa. Han Xiaolong had already been taken away by Gong Lai and Luyin, and his injuries had stabilized. After they finished bathing, they nestled on the sofa. Bai Qianqian's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, and it was inevitable that she would be teased. Eventually, Qianqian, with a slightly reddened face, pushed him away. Her lips were also flushed. Su Liang chuckled foolishly. It's normal. Otherwise, it wouldn't show how hard I am trying. Bai Qianqian shot him a glare. You big pervert. Clearly, you're the one struggling, yet you have to act like this. It was indeed a struggle, and the inability to resist was real, after all. Who could blame him for finding his girlfriend so alluring? Bai Qianqian genuinely dared not linger on this topic with him. After calming down a bit, she gently embraced him, softly saying, You must return completely. I cannot bear to imagine life without you. Looking at the tender Qianqian in his arms, Su Liang tightened his hold. I promise. I will return safely and in one piece. You must behave at the academy, and if anyone troubles you, just seek out Director Huang. Qianqian nodded. Don't worry about me. I will be fine at the academy. Moreover, I shall strive to keep pace with you, so that I may accompany you into battle in the future. Su Liang gently placed a kiss upon her forehead. Very well, let us endeavor together. In an instant, Qianqian boldly positioned herself atop Su Liang. Su Liang was taken aback. Qianqian, what are you doing? Qianqian had already initiated a kiss, uncertain when they would be apart again. She felt the urge to savor this moment fully. Qianqian truly longed to confess that she was equally enamored with Su Liang's presence. Gradually, the two grew increasingly uninhibited. Su Liang found himself exploring the softness. In the deep of night, Su Liang visited the restroom before the transformation of his beast energy, managing to suppress his restless heart. He took a deep breath. Tonight, he would elevate his level 11 power to 400 points. Beast energy transformation, activate. The following morning, Longlan's message arrived early. All personnel, gather at the base. Qianqian prepared a breakfast for Su Liang. Amidst their reluctant farewell, she said, Brother Su Liang, I will await your return. Su Liang embraced her. All right, I shall return swiftly. Bai Qianqian stood at the doorway, watching as Su Liang boarded the vehicle with the green turf team. Her heart brimmed with reluctance, and she silently prayed for his safe return. As she watched him depart, her gaze gradually turned cold. Brother Su Liang, when you return, I will present you with a grand surprise. On the vehicle, Xiao Liangzi remarked. You've been quite carefree these past few days, indulging in the comforts of beauty, Gong Lai said with a sly grin. Su Liang innocently remarked. I won't converse with a lecher like you. We are merely children. What nonsense. You're the one who is a child? He retorted, clearly, you are an old pro. Don't you feel even a hint of shame? What should I be ashamed of? I just turned 18. How can I no longer be considered a child? Gong Lai rolled his eyes. By the way, why does your power manifest in gold? Upon hearing this, Su Liang fell silent for a moment before solemnly declaring. Old Gong Lai, in truth, I am the chosen one of the SSS-level Divine Seal. Both Gong Lai and Levian were momentarily taken aback. The next instant, Gong Lai erupted in laughter. Oh, come off it. You SSS level? Don't think I didn't see the image of your divine awareness. You're merely B-level. If you're SSS, then I must be the Divine King. Su Liang felt a vain throb on his forehead. When I tell you the truth, you refuse to believe me. Then show me. Gong Lai challenged. Su Liang rolled his eyes, dismissing him. By the way, Sister Levian, how are things arranged for Xiaolong? No need to worry. I found family members to take care of him. His injuries have stabilized. He just needs to recuperate slowly. Su Liang nodded. Before long, the group arrived at the so-called base camp. This was Su Liang's first visit to the so-called headquarters. He gazed at the other teammates already standing at the entrance. Feeling his face twitch, old Gong Lai this. Gong Lai replied, you see correctly, this is the base camp. Su Liang was at a loss for words. This is nothing more than an unlicensed barbershop. It was situated in a remote street corner, quite dilapidated. For Su Liang, who has experienced a previous life, the moment he set eyes upon this place, he recognized it instantly. It was a venue where solitary men occasionally sought to fulfill their desires. As night fell, the neon lights flickered, casting an ambiguous glow. Was it truly necessary to have it this way? Gong Lai chuckled and remarked. It was the captain's idea to create such an atmosphere, believing it would serve as a lesson for those with ulterior motives. He later wished to change it, but Long Lan insisted it would draw less attention this way, so it remains as is. Su Liang found himself at a loss for words, pondering the peculiarities of such thoughts. He greeted each of his companions, and before long, Long Lan and Qi Hengqiu emerged from within. Long Lan locked the door behind them. Qi Hengqiu stated, this mission is fraught with both risks and opportunities. Let us hope we depart as we arrive. Without losing anyone, no one is permitted to complain. The group nodded in solemn agreement. Long Lan continued, let us proceed. The military has communicated the timing for our departure. Qi Hengqiu nodded, declaring, the mission begins. Let us set forth. Yes, yes, yes. The atmosphere grew serious as armored vehicles rolled into view, their engines roaring as they surged toward the towering walls. In a matter of minutes, Su Liang gazed upon the majestic fortifications, his heart stirred by the realization that he would leave the city so soon in this life. What experiences awaited him beyond those walls? A realm entirely different, fraught with peril, yet brimming with vitality. They traversed the numerous checkpoints of the military, approaching the daunting heavy gates. The group stowed their vehicles and conducted another thorough inspection. As the military auditor compared the information of Su Liang, a voice filled with skepticism emerged. A First Order chosen one? What is going on? Long Lan hurriedly stepped forward, asserting, there is no issue. He is indeed one of our team members and is a legitimate First Order chosen one. The auditor cast a penetrating glance at Su Liang, dismissing him as merely a B rank, and thought it inconsequential. They were still in the faction known as Jinsha, and they could do as they pleased. Even the generals of the military dared not intervene in Jinsha's affairs. Just then, a slightly acerbic voice broke through the air. Long, what is happening with Jinsha? Have the recruitment standards dropped so low that even a first-order chosen one can be accepted? An S rank, was turned away. Upon hearing this, several teams in the vicinity turned their gazes toward the source of the remark, their expressions tinged with surprise at the mention of a first-order chosen one. Following their line of sight, one could see a strikingly alluring woman clad in a flamboyant red dress, her attire suggestive yet commanding. Beside her stood a group of stern-faced teammates. With a discerning eye, Liang scanned the scene and noted that there were 4 individuals, each a fourth-order chosen warrior. Their strength evidently surpassed that of Jinsha. He observed one among them, whose 4 divine seals were nearly perfected, on the verge of evolving to 5 seals. The aura emanating from him was immensely potent, indicating he was the leader of this formidable team. When he glanced over, his expression remained indifferent. The other teammates were all third-order, with respectable levels of prowess. Liang found it intriguing. Despite Jinsha's seemingly modest surface strength, they held the top rank. Seizing the moment, Liang turned his attention to Hengqian and was instantly taken aback. What on earth? In Liang's view, the aura radiating from Hengqian far surpassed that of everyone present. Like an ancient behemoth, it overshadowed the sky and blotted out the sun. It was exponentially more formidable than the captain of the opposing team. Liang finally comprehended that the crux of the matter lay with Hengqian. He was undoubtedly an extraordinary powerhouse. The 4 seals had reached complete perfection, and he was poised to evolve into the 5th seal at any moment. While Liang surveyed the eclectic assembly of individuals around him, Long cast a calm glance toward the woman. Your incessant prattle remains as tiresome as ever. If you refrain from speaking, no one will deem you mute. Perhaps you should take a lesson from your comrades and learn to be silent. The woman in the red dress scoffed. I am merely expressing goodwill. Is it my fault if you march to your doom? Long rolled her eyes and spat. Vulgar harlot. The woman in the red dress, visibly irked, retorted, Long. I truly cannot fathom what Hengqian sees in you. You possess neither beauty nor figure. Long smirked coldly. What business is it of yours? He fancies me. What of it? He certainly won't take a liking to you, hussy. The woman was on the verge of exploding with rage, but refrained from taking any action. Their verbal sparring continued. Yet the gaze of the woman in red would occasionally drift toward the indifferent Hengqian, who seemed oblivious to everything around him. The teammates on both sides remained silent. Gong Li leaned closer to Liang and whispered, That woman is Zhu. She harbors feelings for the captain. She once sought to join our ranks. But the captain declined. Your sister Long and the captain, well, Zhu regards Long as her rival. Among ordinary teams, animosities were generally minimal, yet the Blood Wolf faction often bore stern expressions. Liang nodded, understanding the situation at last. At that moment, the captain of the Blood Wolf approached Hengqian. The code name has been established, the Morning Moon Project. Our objective should be a phantasmal moon fox. In that instant, Liang abruptly turned to the Blood Wolf captain. What did you say the code name is? Liang's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath becoming exceedingly rapid, as if he had just heard something utterly terrifying. Everyone cast their gazes upon him, their expressions tinged with confusion. Chapter 114. We will all perish. All eyes were fixed on the distraught Liang, faces reflecting puzzlement. Liang, in a state of profound shock, stared at the Blood Wolf captain. Hengqian also glanced at Liang, his demeanor somewhat aloof. The Blood Wolf captain, Xia, after examining Liang, averted his gaze. Is this your new recruit? You would be better off giving me Zhaojian. I could trade you Zhu. Hengqian remained indifferent, choosing not to engage further in the discussion. A phantasmal moonfox? Are you certain? Xia nodded affirmatively. We can essentially confirm it. The military has just caught a trace of this 5-star phantasmal moonfox, leading us to suspect it is orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. Hengqian's expression subtly shifted. Shouldn't the danger level be elevated to 5 stars? Xia nodded in agreement. Logically, the threat posed by such a highly intelligent creature should be assessed at no less than 6 stars. Yet the military has not amended its classification, still designating it as 4 stars. After all, our mission does not require us to slay it. We merely need to locate its trail. The military will deploy divine generals and kings to eliminate it. Hengqian regarded him intently. What are your thoughts? Xia's foolish face rarely bore a hint of a smile. Indeed, You understand me well. Do you entertain thoughts of eliminating it? Qi Hengqiu paused in silence. The risk is too great. The phantom moon fox, being an extraordinary beast, excels in driving wolves and chasing tigers. It will certainly command many other creatures to safeguard itself. Du Xian nodded. One must seek fortune in peril. I've brought formidable weapons this time. And perhaps an opportunity may arise. Qi Hengqiu agreed with a nod. Contact me when the time comes, and we shall act according to the circumstances. Du Xia acknowledged. Certainly. However, what is your intention in bringing a divine chosen one out of the city? Qi Hengqiu shook his head, offering no explanation. Very well, I shan't pry further. Just regarding Zhu Zhuyu. Qi Hengqiu shot him a cold glance. Du Xia promptly fell silent. No wonder they say you lack any sense of humor. It's a pity for our dear Zhu Zhu, such a fine girl. Du Xia wandered off on his own. Qi Hengqiu turned his attention to Su Liang, who was now drenched in cold sweat. Qi Hengqiu frowned, sensing the sudden instability in his aura. Gong Lai and the others also noticed Su Liang's distress and gathered around him. What is the matter? Gong Lai inquired, brow furrowed. Green Shade and Yunmai approached as well. Everyone noticed the terror in Su Liang's gaze. Why is it the Burial Moon Plan? It turns out that the Burial Moon Plan was initiated at this very moment. And in this lifetime, he had unwittingly become a participant. He had not sensed a thing beforehand. Su Liang surveyed his teammates, a wave of desolation washing over him. In a daze, he beheld a somber tableau. The cheerful faces around him faded into a muted gray, and soon, gray blood began to seep from their visages and bodies. One by one, they transformed into ashes, scattering in the wind. He found himself kneeling upon the ground, bruised and battered, weeping inconsolably over the lifeless form of a comrade in his arms. This sensation plunged Su Liang into the depths of despair. Suddenly, a large hand clasped his shoulder, pulling him from that illusory scene. Su Liang. He abruptly turned to face Gong Lai. The expressions of everyone present were unsettling, their gazes fixed upon Su Liang, who was drenched in sweat. What is wrong with you? Are you unwell? Why do you react so strongly to the Burial Moon Plan? Su Liang cast a fleeting glance at him. He began, but then turned to the approaching Qi Hengqiu. Captain! Captain! Su Liang rushed towards Qi Hengqiu, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Qi Hengqiu was equally perplexed. Captain, this plan must be cancelled. It must be cancelled. His teammates were increasingly confused. What was going on? Qi Hengqiu furrowed his brow, demanding, what is the matter with you? A bitter pang surged within Su Liang. Everyone will die? But how could he voice such a grim thought? Qi Hengqiu replied coldly, if you are afraid, you may return. I will not compel you to partake in this mission. Before Su Liang could respond, Gong Lai stepped forward, firmly grasping Su Liang's arm. You should not utter such nonsense. In previous missions, you have shown no signs of weakness. Why falter now? Su Liang cast a glance at his comrades, utterly at a loss for words. Such revelations would be nothing short of sensational and would undoubtedly impose immense psychological strain upon his teammates. Ignoring Gong Lai, he directed his gaze towards Long Lan. Having exchanged a few words with Zhu Zhu, Long Lan had returned. Sister Lan, how many teams are participating in the Morning Moon Initiative? Long Lan paused briefly before responding. 20 teams, along with several marching squads from the military. Su Liang's heart jolted. Indeed, it was that Morning Moon Initiative, the very one that inflicted catastrophic damage upon the strength of the Rongqing hunters. The 20 teams involved constituted the backbone of the numerous hunter squads in Rongqing. Tragically, in the wake of the Morning Moon Initiative, few had emerged unscathed. A multitude of realizations dawned upon Su Liang. No wonder he scarcely heard the name Jin Sha after awakening his powers at the Chosen One Academy in his previous life. It was because they had all participated in this Morning Moon Initiative right after their awakening, and nearly everyone had perished. Where was Jin Sha amidst such devastation? As for the subsequent massacre of the hunter squads by the Azura Blade, it could possibly be attributed to Qi Hengqiu, though that remained uncertain. There must have been pivotal events that transpired. He had learned of this calamity only after graduating from the academy, when he joined a relatively ordinary hunter squad and heard whispers of legends. Never had he anticipated that this lifetime would thrust him into the very eye of the storm. Long Lan turned her gaze back to Su Liang. Su Liang, do you know something? Su Liang glanced around at everyone. He understood that there seemed to be no room for negotiation regarding this matter. What should he do? What should we do? The elite hunting team has accepted a mission and now stands at a critical juncture outside the city. Failing to execute the task would be tantamount to desertion, necessitating a complete reallocation by the military, which would result in dire consequences for them all. Su Liang collected his thoughts and glanced at the group, who were filled with confusion. He pulled Qi Hengqiu aside and spoke cautiously. Captain, this mission is extremely perilous. It could lead to the demise of everyone involved. Upon hearing this, Qi Hengqiu's gaze sharpened slightly. Although the others were curious, they refrained from pressing further. Qi Hengqiu regarded Su Liang and instructed, "You will ride in my vehicle out of the city." Su Liang met his gaze, nodding in acknowledgement. As any attempt to dissuade him had become futile. 20 teams had already arrived in succession. Long had gone to collect the equipment pertinent to the mission. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Zhu, somewhat bashful, approached Qi Hengqiu. "Have you discussed our collaboration with the captain?" In truth, she was uncertain about what to convey to Qi Hengqiu, but felt compelled to exchange a few words. Her attire was indeed slightly revealing, yet she was undeniably a beauty. And this was her subtle strategy to engage with him. Qi Hengqiu cast her a fleeting glance and replied, "We will discuss it later." "Oh," Zhu Zhu responded, appearing like a shy young girl. The rest of the team observed the exchange with interest. "Why haven't you replied to my message?" Zhu Zhu whispered, fiddling with her fingers. Qi Hengqiu, cold and unyielding, replied succinctly, "No time," before turning away. "Hey, Qi Hengqiu, be careful when you leave the city." Qi Hengqiu remained silent, and Zhu Zhu's gaze was tinged with a hint of melancholy. Just then, Long returned. "De Zhu Mei, cease your attempts to entice our captain," Long admonished. Zhu Zhu pouted. "I have no desire to argue with someone who possesses no more than 2 tails of flesh. He hasn't declared he wishes to be with you. So why must I refrain from flirting? Mind your own business." With a swing of her hips, Zhu Zhu departed. Long scoffed. "How brazen." Su Liang observed the scene, rendered momentarily speechless. It appeared that Sister Lan could indeed exhibit such a side. Gong Lai, standing beside Su Liang, whispered, "Isn't it splendid?" These two have always been at odds. Su Liang managed a wry smile, yet he found little inclination to delve into their squabbles. His mind was preoccupied, striving to recall the details of the morning moon plan from his past life. Yet, that life had merely presented it as a tragic tale, devoid of intricate specifics. The military had not disclosed the fundamental reasons behind the numerous fatalities of the morning moon plan, which posed a significant dilemma. Su Liang sighed inwardly. Perhaps during a private conversation with the captain, he might be able to impart some of his insights. At last, everything was prepared. The moment to open the door had arrived. Qi Hengqiu exchanged glances with Xu Elong and several other team leaders before they all boarded their respective battle vehicles. Su Liang followed suit. The immense, weighty door began to rise slowly, revealing a lush expanse of green. The battle vehicles roared to life, and one by one, they commenced their exodus from the city. Su Liang understood that this perilous journey was about to begin. Chapter 115. Indeed, I am SSS rank. This is my first time venturing beyond the high walls. As I gaze around, it resembles an ancient forest, devoid of any discernible order. The remains of exotic beasts are frequently encountered. After 20 small teams exited the city, they began to disperse into their designated task areas. Their movements were deliberately muted, as they wished to avoid attracting the attention of the beasts too soon. Any low-level exotic beasts that dared to reveal themselves would be swiftly dispatched. For armored vehicles were stationed at their respective positions, distanced from the steel jungle, and Su Liang's heart grew increasingly heavy. In their vehicle, only he, Qi Hengqiu, and Long were present. Long was operating the Sky Eye, connecting to the military S-signal, meticulously scanning the surroundings. Qi Hengqiu gestured for them to mute their microphones. He then inquired, "What did you mean by that statement earlier?" Su Liang hesitated, his expression grave. "Captain, I am unsure if you will believe me if I speak." Qi Hengqiu urged, "Speak." Su Liang sighed inwardly, "Captain, this morning moon plan is exceedingly perilous, to the extent that it could be deemed extremely dangerous. It is highly likely that we—" He faltered, aware that anyone who heard this would deem him irrational. It was an illogical assertion, based on events that had yet to transpire and devoid of any evidence. Merely his words could hardly alter anything. Qi Hengqiu pressed, "What leads you to such a conclusion? Or rather, what forms the basis of your reasoning?" Long listened intently, sensing something amiss. Su Liang's words implied that this mission could result in significant casualties. With a heavy sigh, Su Liang lamented, while Long posed the question, "What will our casualty rate be?" Su Liang cast a glance at her, his expression gradually settling into calmness. 90%. Longland's heart jolted, and Qi Hengqiu's pupils contracted slightly. Did this imply that among the 12 of them, only 1 or 2 might survive? In truth, Su Liang had been somewhat circumspect in his phrasing. Why do you feel this way? You are clearly unaware of the details, Long Lan remarked. Su Liang shook his head, his tone now tranquil. There were matters that were difficult to elucidate, yet trust me, this mission is far more perilous than you can possibly imagine. We must exercise utmost caution. Qi Hengqiu scrutinized Su Liang intently. What assurance can you provide? Su Liang sighed softly. Captain, I cannot offer guarantees. I merely wish to alert everyone. We must be exceedingly vigilant. This is not a mere routine assignment. Qi Hengqiu and Long Lan exchanged profound glances with Su Liang. The credibility of such statements was indeed questionable. Yet from the perspective of the group, Su Liang had no reason to fabricate such a terrifying rumor, as it would serve him no advantage. The crux of the matter remained. How could he utter such words? Did he possess the ability to foresee the future? After a lengthy silence, he finally conceded. All right, I understand. Xiaolan, elevate our internal danger level to the highest and notify the others. Long Lan felt somewhat perplexed but complied nonetheless. The captain's orders held paramount importance within the squad. Qi Hengqiu cast a cold gaze towards Su Liang and remarked, I shall take your words at face value. I too wish to avert such occurrences. However, the elevation of danger necessitates an explanation. Su Liang nodded, believing that this course of action was the most prudent. Meanwhile, within the other 3 armored vehicles, the team received the alert signal from Long Lan regarding the heightened danger level, leaving them utterly astounded. It's the highest level? Xiaolan, what is going on? Came the bewildered voices from the earpieces. Long Lan responded with utmost seriousness. Do not inquire about the reasons. Everyone, remain on high alert. This is the captain's command. Execute the orders. At these words, a tremor swept through the group. Understood. Acknowledged. The escalation of danger transformed the demeanor of all present. Initially, they had felt as though they were merely venturing out for a respite, but now, each individual braced for what seemed an imminent confrontation. In this state of heightened tension, no one dared to be complacent. They focused solely on executing the command. After a moment of silence, Qi Hengqiu suddenly inquired, Are you not going to clarify your golden status? Su Liang hesitated briefly, realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed. His gaze intensified as he affirmed, Indeed, I am of SSS rank. Long Lan's eyes widened in astonishment. Although she had anticipated this revelation, hearing it directly from Su Liang's lips was still shocking. An SSS rank, not merely an S or SS level. When Bai Qianqian awakened to her SSS status, it had caused a sensation throughout the city, even attracting numerous representatives from advanced cities. Beside them, there sat an enigmatic SSS-class individual. The revelation that 2 SSS-class beings were in a romantic relationship did not astonish Qi Hengqiu as much as one might expect. It seemed all too predictable. He nodded slightly and inquired, The twin divine seals? Su Liang affirmed with a nod, Yes, but I must apologize for not disclosing my attributes. Qi Hengqiu shook his head. There is no need for disclosure. Your own awareness suffices. So what is your current level? Su Liang replied earnestly, I am at the 2nd seal, level 11. Long Lan's mouth fell open in astonishment. You must be joking. In just over a week, you have reached the 2nd seal? Su Liang calmly nodded. The initial seal progresses swiftly. Thereafter, the pace slows considerably. Long Lan was at a loss for words. While speed was to be expected, this rapid ascent seemed almost unfair to others. Excitedly, she exclaimed, Captain, we have struck gold. Qi Hengqiu maintained a composed demeanor. If you wish to conceal it, do so. I will ensure the team remains oblivious until they discover it themselves. Su Liang nodded in agreement. Revealing his divine seal level might enhance the credibility of his statements. Captain, I have a request. Speak. When we rest at night, I cannot afford any interruptions during my evolution. I would like to request to remain within the war vehicle for this process, preferably with others kept at a distance. Qi Hengqiu regarded Su Liang thoughtfully before nodding. Very well. Su Liang exhaled in relief, fearing that emerging prematurely would hinder his evolution and cause his progress to stagnate. Long Lan was filled with curiosity. Su Liang, are you implying that you wish to simultaneously evolve 2 divine seals? Su Liang nodded in affirmation. Let us evolve them separately. During the day, I shall focus on the evolution of the B-level divine seal, and at night, I shall dedicate my efforts to the SSS-level divine seal. As he spoke, Su Liang had already produced the divine crystal and commenced the absorption process. Long Lan expressed her astonishment. It was truly unexpected to discover such remarkable phenomena in this world. something she had never even heard of before. The armored vehicles continued their advance. The initial stretch of the journey was relatively tranquil, devoid of significant disturbances. However, after traveling approximately 50 kilometers, their speed gradually diminished. Ahead lay the territory of the ferocious beasts, and at any given moment, they could encounter a horde of these creatures. As their 4 armored vehicles progressed, not far from them, on a verdant hill, stood several figures clad in battle armor, observing their passage. The armor they wore bore a time-worn and weathered appearance, marked by numerous scratches that testified to their age. Notably, their armor differed from the standard attire of Liang and his companions. Adorned with various beast patterns, the armor featured intricate carvings and embellishments of exotic creatures. The foremost individual, known as the Lone Wolf, possessed dark circles around his eyes, emanating an aura of coldness. His armor was designed in the likeness of a wolf, symbolizing a solitary predator. The Lone Wolf inquired, "What is the current status of those individuals in Han City?" One of his companions activated a device to check the situation. "They are 300 kilometers away. They will arrive shortly." The Lone Wolf nodded, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. The show is about to begin. How entertaining it will be to watch them compete for that object. A sinister smile crept across the face of the Lone Wolf. The clash between Qi and Wang Tian's promised to be quite intriguing. "Boss, isn't Wang Tian's a 5 marks? Can Qi truly be his rival?" the others inquired. The Lone Wolf chuckled, "You underestimate Qi. Remember, he has been designated by us as a Class A Tier 3 target. Soon you shall witness his peculiarities." The group nodded in agreement. Class A Tier 3 is already exceedingly high. Even some SS-level chosen ones do not qualify, yet Qi, an S-level, has achieved this distinction. Only one Class A Tier 2 and one Class A Tier 1 remain, reserved for the SSS-level hunters. Thus, the extraordinary nature of Qi is evident. With a sly grin, the Lone Wolf instructed, "Wu Bei, go entertain them and see how many you can diminish. We shall attend to other matters." The gray-armored Wu Bei nodded in acknowledgement, a manic smile crossing his face before he vanished into the forest. Chapter 116. Something is amiss. After traversing a distance of 50 kilometers, they concealed their war chariot, as it was no longer prudent to traverse openly in such a conspicuous manner. Attracting a horde of monstrous beasts would pose a significant threat. The group gathered closely, their positions meticulously arranged. Yiqingqing, Fu Yuan, and Luan occupied the central positions, flanked by the 4 blood drinkers, including the captain, who stood resolutely at the forefront. Long Lan positioned herself between Qi and the assassination team, while the rear guard took up the last position. Liang surveyed the formation and chose to stand at the junction between the outer blood drinkers and the rear guard. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Was this fellow truly a newly awakened being? Qi remarked, "Let us converse as we proceed." Long Lan activated the coordinates, projecting them into the holographic display before each individual. 30 kilometers to the northwest lies the first marked location. Given our current pace, it will take us at least a day and a night to arrive. The route calculation indicates a marshland to traverse, a 500-meter peak to scale, and a canyon to navigate. These 3 locations represent the primary hazards, which have been duly noted. Acknowledged. Understood. Qi continued. As for the reasons behind the danger levels, it is unnecessary for you to know at this moment. However, I urge you all to remain vigilant. Even in the face of a miscalculation, we shall not suffer loss. No one dared to question him. When the captain spoke, it was best to listen. Then, Liang's task was revealed to be in the vicinity of the blood drinker. At this announcement, a ripple of unease swept through the group. The blood drinker of the first seal? Wasn't this a tad reckless? Who had ever encountered a first seal blood drinker? Nonetheless, they had all witnessed Liang's formidable prowess, which seemed barely adequate for the challenge. No one voiced dissent. In a team, there could only be one leader. They advanced steadily, exchanging few words and diligently fulfilling their respective roles. Meanwhile, other teams had also embarked deeper into the wilderness. Along the way, they inevitably encountered some aberrant beasts. In the absence of a pack, the blood drinkers would swiftly eliminate them, granting no opportunity for a reaction. With the celestial eye of Long Lan's investigation, they could clearly perceive their surroundings within a radius of several kilometers. After approximately 3 hours of traversing 7 or 8 kilometers, they encountered the first wave of monstrous beasts, numbering around 50, led by a 3-star creature. As the blood drinkers stealthily approached, they suddenly launched their attack, catching the beasts off guard. Naturally, Liang also engaged. showcasing his prowess following his transformation. Gong Lai and the other survivors safeguarded Liang and Long, all of them astonished. What the heck? That kid's spear must be S-class. Gong Lai exclaimed, taken aback. Yunmu added, it seems the battle armor is also S-class. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Can S-class battle armor really be bought for a mere 100,000 divine crystals? Gong Lai shouted incredulously. Liang rolled her eyes. Do you think that's possible? Gong Lai, filled with envy, mused. Where did that brat get such things? Who knows? Damn it, S-class. How many divine crystals would that require? I can't even bear to imagine. Gong Lai grumbled, consumed by jealousy. The others were captivated by Su Liang's combat skills. It seems Su Liang has grown even stronger, murmured the survivor, Chen Wuhua. They all nodded in agreement. Gong Lai muttered, is this kid really that monstrous? B-class. The group fell silent, for they had encountered formidable B-class, chosen ones before. But had they ever witnessed such an overwhelming display of power during a seal? The skirmish was swiftly resolved, with Yi Qingqing and Fu Yuan tasked with eliminating any beasts attempting to flee, ensuring they could not summon reinforcements. After resolving the matter, everyone swiftly retrieved the beast crystals and hurriedly departed. Along the journey, Gong Lai could not restrain himself from speaking. Kid, I'll give you 100,000 divine crystals. And in return, you must procure an S-class set for me. Su Liang rolled his eyes. You must be dreaming. He explained, this is not for sale. It was left to me by my parents. A moment of silence enveloped the group. Gong Lai chuckled. Well, it seems your parents were formidable individuals. No wonder you are not lacking in prowess. What do you mean by that? What does not lacking imply? Can't you express yourself more clearly? Saying I'm strong is too much to handle? Su Liang retorted, his frustration evident. Gong Lai smiled amiably, unbothered by the exchange. He had always been straightforward. And it appeared that this banner eased the tension among the group. They quickly distanced themselves from the bloody scene, navigating through dense jungles, crossing various small swamps, and climbing hills. They moved like a steel blade piercing the heart of the vast land. By approximately 4 in the afternoon, they arrived at a remarkable location. Cautiously, they surveyed the towering rectangular mountains. Xiaolan remarked, this is the city of Luo from 300 years ago, about 1/10 the size of our Rome city. Once, every city was filled with towering edifices, and even after 3 centuries, remnants of that former glory can still be discerned. Gazing at the myriad of square mountains, a sense of nostalgia washed over them, as if they could faintly perceive the prosperity of this place 300 years prior. Qi Heng initiated commands. Seek a remote and open space to rest briefly. This location, however, harbors significant dangers. Numerous exotic beasts reside within the once towering structures. It is imperative to remain discreet and not provoke any threats. Xiaolan, remain vigilant against aerial assaults from these creatures. Acknowledged. The group nodded in unison, each finding a relatively spacious area with clear surroundings. Long set up various devices to monitor the vicinity, while everyone took the opportunity to rest and replenish their energy. Su Liang surveyed the area, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. He seemed to have visited this place in a previous life. Although he had merely skimmed through it then, it stirred memories of witnessing comrades fall during countless missions. Could this impending crisis be averted? He could only hope that if danger truly arose, the military could respond swiftly. Suddenly, Su Liang's gaze was drawn to a square mountain entirely enveloped by creeping greenery. His pupils constricted slightly as he thought he glimpsed a shadow flitting past. Frowning, he questioned his perception. Was it merely an illusion? Yet, his insight was often more accurate than many devices. Xiaolan, please scan that building. Upon hearing him, the others turned their attention, instantly alert. What is the matter? Gong Lai inquired. I believe I saw a shadow pass by, Su Liang replied. Gong Lai, skeptical, retorted. Are you joking? That's a straight line distance of no less than 5 kilometers. How could you see anything? Su Liang refrained from engaging in a debate. Xiaolan, he urged once more. Long had already commandeered the equipment to begin her investigation. Indeed, life signs were detected, but they could potentially belong to exotic beasts. Hearing this, Su Liang furrowed his brow. Something feels amiss, indeed. Qi Hengqiu remarked. Hurry and recover. We must leave once we are ready. Yes. Gong Lai clapped him on the shoulder. Do not be overly anxious. It may merely be a peculiar avian creature. However, a sense of unease flickered within Su Liang. Meanwhile, atop the verdant skyscraper, Wu Bei appeared somewhat taken aback, nearly being discovered. His eyes gleamed with a murderous intent. He patted the side of a wolf with withered forelegs beside him. Now, let us engage you in a delightful game. Wu Bei grinned menacingly, old friend. It is your turn to act. Before them stood a creature of considerable stature, towering as tall as 2 men. It let out a thunderous roar, emanating a peculiar sound wave that reverberated in all directions. In the next instant, the crimson eyes concealed within the surrounding buildings snapped open, and they began to stride heavily towards the dilapidated structure, their pace quickening. They were the Blood Moon Demon Wolves, their pupils a vivid red. Simultaneously, Liang and his companions, who were resting in place, heard the chilling howl of a wolf. Startled, they exclaimed, "It's a wolf howl!" Xiaolong cried out. "A large number of monstrous beasts are charging towards us. Danger! The threat level is exceedingly hazardous. Numerous 2-star and 3-star creatures are among them, along with a multitude of 1-star beasts." Panic washed over everyone's faces. What is happening? Have we drawn the attention of these creatures? Qi Hengchu commanded urgently, "Move. We must evacuate." In an instant, they began to flee. No, they are closing in from all directions, unless we can take to the skies. However, once airborne, they become easy prey for the formidable raptors of the sky. In the vast expanse above, their combat efficacy diminishes significantly, and their agility pales in comparison to those predators. Should their war vehicle sustain damage, they may find themselves with no viable means of retreat. Thus, ascending into the skies should not be taken lightly. Qi Hengchu issued a sharp command: identify a relatively weak point and break through. He sensed an unsettling anomaly. Despite their caution, it was only the first day. Yet they had already attracted the attention of such a horde of bizarre beasts. This was clearly amiss. Qi Hengchu bellowed, "Xiaolong, assess the number of beasts." Long, while sprinting, replied, "No fewer than 500. More than half are of the 2-star rank." Everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. How could there be so many 2-star beasts congregated here? Long quickly added, "At least to the west." All turned in that direction. Liang felt an ominous sensation creeping in. The previous howl was not right. It did not resemble that of a wolf's. Chapter 117. You're amazing. So you exploded. 12 individuals raced swiftly westward. Qi Hengchu commanded, "Maintain formation. Protect Levian and Xiaolong. Blood drinkers and rear guards. Prepare for battle." Understood. Received. The expressions of all turned exceptionally grim. Liang, wielding his long spear, felt an icy premonition rise within him. This morning moon plan was bound to be far from simple. The previous wolf howl was indeed suspicious. Xiaolan's voice reached them. "It's the Blood Moon Demon Wolf. A mid-tier beast." Everyone's countenance paled in shock. "I never anticipated encountering such a formidable beast. This situation has truly become perilous." The extraordinary creatures encountered within the city are predominantly of a lesser breed, primarily evolved from diminutive reptiles. However, the current presence of this large, wolf-like predator is astonishingly menacing. At last, Liang comprehends the gravity of the situation. What he initially mistook for a wolf's howl was, in fact, the cry of a cunning creature. He realizes that he is facing a well-organized pack of Blood Moon Demon Wolves, led by a commanding figure among them. The crowd was taken aback by the revelation. "Are you familiar with the cunning creature?" Gong Lai exclaimed. A sense of foreboding enveloped Liang. In his previous life, he had encountered a similar pack of wolves, one of which was mounted by a cunning beast. This creature possesses remarkable intelligence and acts as the strategist for the wolf pack. The nuances in the howls had struck Liang as peculiar, confirming his suspicions. It must be the cunning creature. "Captain, we can only fight our way through and depart swiftly, or they will not relent." Upon hearing Liang's words, Qi Heng's heart sank slightly. The cunning creature? Could it be those fiends? His expression grew solemn, realizing that the situation was far more perilous than he had anticipated. "With all our might, we must break through," he commanded. "Assassination team. If necessary, unleash the energy cannons." Yi Qingqing and Fu Yuan responded affirmatively. In no time, the imposing figures of the Blood Moon Demon Wolves were charging towards them, each beast colossal in stature. The 3-star Blood Moon Demon Wolves appeared to tower as high as a small building. Qi Heng felt the 4 divine seals on his body pulsating with energy as he bellowed, "Attack!" In an instant, Qi Heng unleashed a devastating strike, sending forth a terrifying crescent-shaped blade of energy. Blood spattered violently as a horde of 1-star and 2-star Blood Moon demonic wolves was instantly reduced to a mist of crimson. The 5 blood drinkers and 3 post-battle warriors surged forward with unparalleled speed. Zhao Jian drew his long sword from his back, unleashing a flurry of azure sword lights, each one sharper than the last, as one night, moon demonic wolf after another fell before him. Lu Wuhuan swiftly brandished his dual blades, executing a frenetic harvest of their foes. Gu Tianqian, with his iron fists, engaged directly, each punch shattering the skulls of the blood moon demonic wolves. His entire being radiated a soil-toned brilliance, unstoppable in his momentum. Yunmu, Chen Wuhua, and Gong Lai lagged slightly behind, mindful of their duty to protect Liang and Longlan. Yi Qingqing and Fu Yuan provided long-range support, sweeping away any lurking beasts that might attempt to break through. Naturally, Liang and Longlan could not remain passive. They too wielded source crystal cannons. However, Longlan's focus remained primarily on the heavenly eye, as she needed to monitor any potential emergencies in real time. Everyone fought valiantly. Blood sprayed forth, and any beast crystals within reach were swiftly collected, while those beyond grasp were met with indifference. Su Liang wielded the dark red candle dragon spear, its sinister glow radiating menace. Clad in S-rank battle armor, Su Liang experienced a remarkable enhancement of 70% in his strength. His base power was 400 points, and with the armor S augmentation, it soared to 680 points. This level of power signified that he had ascended to the 14th tier. According to Su Liang's calculations, this was comparable to an A-rank, 21st tier 3 seal sorcerer. Thus, in all strictness, he stood in close parity with several blood drinkers. Save for Zhao Jian and the captain. Once the Beast God Seal, Blood Blaze, is activated, the gap will diminish. Yet, the time for such a transformation has not yet arrived. Su Liang's combat prowess is formidable. Each shot he fires resonates with explosive force. And coupled with the razor-sharp Zhulong spear, no beast can survive the onslaught of a single thrust. Even the two-star beasts find themselves unable to endure more than a few fleeting seconds under the tip of his spear. This metamorphosis astonished his companions, each one left in a state of shock. Such formidable strength. It seemed he was hardly inferior to them. Su Liang's heart was steely, and he unleashed his full offensive potential. The Eye of Insight activated, and as he had anticipated, it not only unveiled the weaknesses of the Chosen Ones, but also illuminated the conditions of the beasts, the evolution stages of these creatures, the aura fluctuations they emitted, and the vulnerabilities of each beast were laid bare before him. Thus, when he struck, he invariably targeted their weak points, swift, precise, and ruthless. His achievements in slaying were even superior to those of his peers. Xiao Yangzi, you are absolutely phenomenal. Gong Lai exclaimed with fervor. You're the one who's phenomenal. Su Liang retorted amidst the chaos. Gong Lai burst into laughter. Su Liang wielded the Zhulong spear with unparalleled efficacy, piercing through the defenses of every beast he encountered. Before him stood a blood moon demon wolf, close to achieving 3-star evolution. With a cold snort, Su Liang suddenly surged forward. Su Liang, be cautious. That one is even stronger. Longlan's anxious voice rang out. Zhao Jian and Qi Heng exchanged glances, preparing to assist. However, in the next instant, Su Liang's aura escalated to its zenith. The dragon's roar echoed with 9 howls. In that fleeting moment, his speed reached its pinnacle. Akin to an arrow shot forth with lethal precision, the candle dragon shattered all obstacles. With a single shot, a thunderous explosion resounded. In that fleeting moment, they seemed to hear 6 resonant sounds akin to a dragon's roar. The shot instantaneously struck the ferociously formidable blood moon demon wolf right between its brows, causing the once charging beast to freeze in place. Su Liang let out a cold snort, wielding his gun with a single hand. The blood moon demon wolf, on the brink of evolving to a 3-star level, had its head shattered in an instant, a beast crystal floating forth. With a decisive step, Su Liang delivered a powerful kick, sending the corpse of the blood moon demon wolf flying, which in turn struck several other wolves. He deftly caught the beast crystal and continued his relentless assault. His teammates stood in stunned silence. Yama was dumbfounded. Had he truly just dispatched a 3-star blood moon demon wolf with a single shot? Could this really be an A-class divine chosen one? Only Long Lan and Qi Hengchu comprehended the truth. This was the manifestation of an SSS-grade anomaly. Gong Lai bellowed, Kid, I reckon you're something extraordinary. Su Liang offered no reply, merely persisting in his slaughter. At this juncture, 1-star and even ordinary 2-star beasts posed no challenge for him. He dispatched them with ease. It was not solely due to his formidable strength, but, more critically, the foresight granted by the Eye of Insight. Without the Eye of Insight, such feats would have been utterly unattainable. Meanwhile, the other teammates pondered silently, recognizing that if placed in the same situation, it would not be so effortless for them. Qi Hengchu barked, Do not linger. Press on and break through. They continued their advance, the ground littered with the carcasses behind them. While the blood moon demon wolves surged forward, the danger escalating with each passing moment. Gong Lai and the other two shifted to the rear, finally taking up the role of defenders, holding the line. Just then, that distinctive wolf howl echoed once more. The blood moon demonic wolves surged towards them with frenzied rage. Longland's expression was exceptionally grim. This cannot continue. The numbers are increasing. Each individual felt the mounting pressure. In the next moment, the warrior Yun Mu was struck aside by a 3-star blood moon demonic wolf's claw, blood spraying forth. Simultaneously, another blood moon demonic wolf lunged at Yun Mu. Yun Mu. Yun Mu. The faces of everyone changed dramatically. Surrounding them were no fewer than a dozen 3-star blood moon demonic wolves. Su Liang's countenance was exceedingly pale. In the blink of an eye, Qi Hengqiu summoned a tempest, his speed reaching its zenith as he appeared behind Yun Mu. With a swift slash of his blade, a resounding crash echoed. The pack of blood moon demonic wolves was instantly swept away. Su Liang declared, "We must devise a strategy to eliminate that beast to have any chance." Zhao Jian barked an order, "To the skies." Long Lan urgently interjected, "No. The skies are now filled with blood eagles, watching us with predatory intent." The expressions of all were dire. Qi Hengqiu understood that they could not afford to delay any longer. "Xiaolan, locate that beast." Long Lan swiftly scanned, tracing the source of the earlier sound. Indeed, she detected 2 life forms within a towering building. 2 beasts? Long Lan pondered. "Captain, I found it. But it appears to be 2. Qi Hengqiu immediately issued commands. "Warriors, I will unleash the 4 seal pattern to activate the forbidden divine realm. I shall slay that beast. Await me in the forbidden divine realm." Zhao Jian, maintain control. "Understood. Understood. Understood." Upon hearing this, Su Liang felt a slight tremor in his heart. The power of the 4 seal pattern? Assemble. With a thunderous roar, Qi Hengqiu commanded everyone to act in unison. In the next instant, an immense surge of power erupted from his being, captivating Su Liang's gaze. His pupils dilated in astonishment as Qi Hengqiu harnessed the force of the wind, levitating above their heads. A long blade stretched before his tightly shut eyes, while a tempest raged around him. In that fleeting moment, his strength reached its zenith. Qi Hengqiu suddenly opened his eyes, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening from its deep slumber. With a swift horizontal slash, a series of peculiar blade lights materialized around him, intricate and resplendent. The dazzling array of blade light surged forth in every direction, overwhelming Su Liang's senses. He realized that, at the 4th imprint, he had already mastered a sweeping killing technique. Chapter 118. The Outsider, the God Eater. The gale intertwined with the blade light surged violently. And then Su Liang and his companions witnessed a gruesome spectacle as blood and flesh flew through the air. Their surroundings transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse, drenched in gore. Su Liang was momentarily stunned. Whether it was the 1-star, 2-star, or the 3-star blood moon demon wolves, they were instantaneously obliterated, leaving only a mass of ground meat in their wake. The area within a 30-meter radius around them was entirely cleared. With this single strike, Qi Hengqiu had undoubtedly slain over 100 blood moon demon wolves, with no less than 6 of the 3-star variety among them, just with one stroke. In the next moment, the 3 rear guards deployed the barrier stakes. The God-restricting barrier activated. A triangular area of the God-restricting barrier emerged, capable of temporarily repelling the beast's assault. Their task was simply to safeguard the stakes, significantly reducing the danger. Meanwhile, Qi Hengqiu had already charged forth, guided by Long Lan's directions. Qi Hengqiu moved with remarkable speed, darting past the blood moon demon wolves, leaping through the ruins of the city, soaring into the air like a nimble monkey. His murderous intent was palpable. Once he dealt with the 2 lurking beasts, everything would become straightforward. At that moment, the witch-like beast observed their movements and the emerging Qi Hengqiu, a cold smile curling at the corners of its mouth. They had indeed been discovered. Such formidable combat prowess was commendable. "Do not rush. I shall entertain you properly," the witch-like beast remarked, patting the creature beside it, which leaned against its chest. The beast, though small in stature, proved to be remarkably agile. With each leap of its powerful hind legs, it covered vast distances, letting out a resounding howl. Just as Qi Hengqiu reached his previous position, Long Lan's voice resounded, "Captain, the 2 beasts have fled. The blood moon demon wolves are retreating." Qi Hengqiu furrowed his brow. He had already caught sight of the rapidly escaping figure, which was clearly singular. He would not pursue too far, wary of drawing the tiger from its den. He inquired, Xiaolon, are you certain there were two beasts? Longlan's voice responded. The life detection indicated there were indeed two life forms at that time. Qi Hengqiu frowned. Could it truly be that group? Yet why did only one appear? He began to turn back. Within the forbidden divine realm, Liang was attending to Yunmu's wounds. Yunmu's gaze was somewhat dim, the recent blow having caused him considerable pain. Everyone, do not worry. Fortunately, it is not a fatal injury, just a slap. I shall recover shortly, Yunmu assured them. The others nodded. The previous encounter had been exceedingly perilous. Su Liang murmured, that move from the captain just now. Yi Qingqing interjected. It's called the Dark Knight Azura. This is precisely why we wish to bestow the title of Azura Blade upon the captain. Gong Lai remarked, to be precise. The name we initially chose was Wind's Extremity, Dark Knight Azura, but the captain preferred a simpler designation, so we settled on Dark Knight Azura. Su Liang nodded. It is indeed awe-inspiring. The four seals have manifested with such extensive destructive imprint power. The group shared a light-hearted laugh, as the Blood Moon Demon Wolf had retreated, allowing them a moment of respite. Gong Lai commented, you did quite well yourself, taking down a Blood Moon Demon Wolf on the verge of evolving into a Tier 3 beast with a single shot. I've come to realize that you're quite the anomaly. Su Liang shook his head modestly, just barely. I would struggle against a Tier 3 aberration. At this, the others exchanged wry smiles, for he seemed unsatisfied with his current prowess. One imprint was already sufficient to slay a Tier 2 Blood Moon Demon Wolf. Was that not enough? Zhao Jian urged. Quickly clear the battlefield. Take what you can. The captain has returned, and we must hasten our departure. Everyone nodded in agreement. The divine ban was lifted, and they swiftly collected the beast crystals. Qi Hengqiu returned shortly thereafter and glanced at Yunmu, inquiring, how are things? Yunmu shook his head. All is well. There are no significant issues. Qi Hengqiu nodded in acknowledgement. Longlan approached. Weren't there two of them? Qi Hengqiu shook his head, his expression somewhat grave. The group hurriedly stowed away the beast crystals. Let us depart swiftly, continuing our conversation as we walk. Maintain our formation. Following the recent battle, everyone bore minor injuries. But now was not the time to dwell on such matters. They hastily departed from the ancient city. It was not merely a state of disarray. It was a singular calamity. Longlan paused, perplexed. But, Qi Hengqiu continued, there should be another person. Recently, Su Liang saw someone. It must be him. Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback. A person? Is someone targeting us? Su Liang's heart raced as a thought struck him. Could it be someone from outside the city? He exclaimed. In that instant, everyone turned to regard Su Liang, astonished. How do you know everything? Even about outsiders? Su Liang's expression grew grave. Captain, it seems my suspicions were not unfounded. The Morning Moon plan is perilously dangerous. We might indeed be under the watch of outsiders. Qi Hengqiu nodded in agreement. This possibility cannot be dismissed, yet it could also be a mere coincidence. Zhao Jian interjected coldly, logically speaking. The Devourers should not appear near Rong City. These so-called outsiders are also referred to as Devourers. They stand in opposition to the Chosen Ones, advocating for coexistence with the aberrant beasts. While the Chosen Ones slay the aberrant beasts, they retaliate against the Chosen Ones. In truth, these individuals harbor ulterior motives. Most of them are descendants of those who committed grave offenses and were exiled or fled. Additionally, there are traitors who have become slaves to high-tier aberrant beasts. These high-tier aberrant beasts possess intelligence akin to that of humans, some even surpassing human intellect. The reason they have not evolved into a civilized society is that such entities are but a minority. The majority of aberrant beasts still retain their primal, savage instincts. The struggle between the Chosen Ones and the God Devourers has never ceased. They dwell beyond the city walls, thus earning the moniker of outsiders. In the vast expanse beyond the cities of Huaxia, traces of God Devourers are evident. They are notorious for hunting the Chosen Ones, serving as their mortal enemies. Qi Hengqiu stated gravely, if they are indeed God Devourers, then there must be a conspiracy lurking behind this matter. Perhaps the forces behind our Morning Moon project are also connected to these individuals. The recent surge of beast attacks in Rong City cannot be without their involvement. Longlan inquired, what shall we do next? Qi Hengqiu pondered for a moment. Currently, we have not definitively seen the God Devourers. Everything is mere conjecture. Please send a message to the military, informing them of the potential presence of God Devourers and advising them to take appropriate countermeasures. We will relay accurate information once we ascertain the situation. Longlan nodded. already preparing to act. Zhao Jian remarked, if these are truly god devourers, then the danger level of this mission must be elevated, and we must have the military assess whether it is necessary to continue with the operation. Should we consider retreating? Upon hearing this, Long Lan fell silent for a moment, glancing at Qi Hengqiu. The more they learned about the god devourers, the less likely he would relent. Qi Hengqiu declared, let us first ascertain whether they are indeed god devourers while proceeding with our mission. Long Lan added, night is fast approaching. If they truly are god devourers, then it would be unwise for us to act after dark. Qi Hengqiu nodded. Let us advance until sunset and seek a place to rest, departing again at dawn. Everyone moved forward at full speed. Fortunately, the journey ahead was devoid of further dangers. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a few wild creatures were skillfully caught. After establishing a secure area, Chun Wuhua assumed the role of the head chef, preparing a sumptuous feast from the game. Brother Hua's culinary skills have not diminished, Fu Yuan remarked with a smile. Chun Wuhua replied with a grin. How could they possibly decline? As everyone savored the meal, they were able to relax, a rare moment of ease. Among the team, the 3 rear guards were somewhat older. Besides the captain, Zhao Jian, and Yi Qingqing, who were rather stoic, the rest of the group exuded warmth, resembling a close-knit family. Gradually, camaraderie blossomed. Lu Wuhuan, slender and adept with dual blades, was a bit of a miser, with a somewhat furtive gaze, yet he concealed it well, embodying a quiet allure. Bai Qianqian, a muscular powerhouse, wielded his iron fist with a boisterous spirit. The assassination team member, Fu Yuan, was calm and composed, though not devoid of warmth. He spoke little but often wore a smile, engaging in conversation occasionally. Among the 3 rear guards, Chen Wuhua stood out with the highest level at 30, embodying the gentle and meticulous nature of an administrative chef, exuding an amiable presence. Yun Mu bore some resemblance to Gong Lai, albeit less loquacious. As for Gong Lai, well, it goes without saying, he was rather unrestrained. Greenine served as the team's mascot, and everyone showed her deference. Long Lan appeared as a graceful beauty but was decisive and assertive when managing the operations behind the scenes, only displaying a fiercer side when interacting with Zhu. Lu Wuhuan, gnawing on a rabbit leg, remarked, Su Liang, that shot you took during the day was reminiscent of the Longy 9 howls, wasn't it? Su Liang nodded with a smile. Indeed, it was. Gu Tiansheng was slightly agitated, his muscles trembling with excitement. I seemed to hear the resonant echoes of a dragon's roar. So, you have achieved mastery in your dragon's roar 9 howls? Su Liang smiled and replied, yes, I would say I have reached a significant level, capable of producing 6 distinct sounds. Gu Tianqing gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive. I've never encountered such an extraordinary young man before. Su Liang chuckled and waved his hands in modesty. Gong Lai playfully wrapped his arm around Su Liang's neck, saying, well, you should consider who brought him here. Su Liang retorted, don't flatter yourself. It was the captain who recruited me. Gong Lai's face twitched. You little rascal, what's wrong with letting me show off a bit? The group shared a laugh. Yun Mu timely interjected, old Gong, you can't produce 6 sounds, can you? Gong Lai's face flushed with embarrassment. Nonsense. Why would I be unable to produce them? I simply haven't practiced. Yun Mu nodded. Ah, yes, your own marksmanship still remains at a significant level. Old Gong felt a bit uncomfortable. Why focus solely on me? How many of you have truly mastered your combat skills to their peak? The group laughed, recognizing the truth in his words. Indeed, achieving the pinnacle of skill is an arduous task, one that cannot be accomplished merely through perseverance. It also requires insight and practical experience. Su Liang chatted with everyone for a while. When Long Lan suddenly spoke up, the military has responded. The crowd turned to listen, and Long Lan looked towards Qi Hengqiu. The military has instructed us to continue our mission, even if we encounter the devourers. We must ascertain their personnel situation before making further plans. Zhao Jian frowned and asked, has the level of danger not been elevated? Long Lan let out a soft sigh. Shaking her head, Gong Lai cursed, expressing his frustration at the high-ranking officials in the military who remained oblivious to their struggles, unwilling to release even the slightest reward. As the danger level of their mission escalated, substantial rewards should follow suit. However, they remained reluctant. Gu Tianqing interjected, pondering aloud why they were targeted by the God-eaters as soon as they left the city. The implications of his words weighed heavily, yet he refrained from voicing his concerns, for no one could ascertain the presence of treachery within their ranks. Qi Hengqiu cautioned against wild speculation, urging everyone to focus on their tasks, finish their meals, and prepare for their rest while taking turns on watch. Liang was exempt from the watch duty, as they were set to depart early the next morning. The group nodded in agreement, lacking any dissent. Yet, Liang felt an unsettling foreboding. Bai Qianqian's words could not be dismissed. After all, in a previous life, even a marshal could turn traitor. Chapter 119. Encountering two striking individuals in youth. Qianqian granted Liang a privilege, swiftly conjuring a compact safe house. This safe house was typically reserved for extraordinary circumstances. It would envelop an injured teammate, providing a temporary refuge from peril. When the safe house diminished in size, it resembled a mirror box, akin to a combat vehicle, capable of being stored within a spatial converter. The other teammates gazed on with envy. Though Qianqian offered no explanation, Liang settled within the confines of the safe house, reflecting on the excessive nature of this privilege. Yet, feeling powerless, he recognized that to expedite his evolution, he had no choice but to accept it. The act of absorbing beast crystals is indeed astonishing, evoking a sense of wonder in those who hear of it. Such crystals must undergo a conversion through specialized apparatus to be transformed into source energy. Certain energy cannons can utilize beast crystals directly. However, the notion of a human absorbing them is unprecedented. Therefore, he must keep this secret concealed. While others may suspect he harbors a mystery, they would never connect it to this particular matter. Now is not the time for such thoughts. He must hasten the conversion of beast energy. He sincerely hopes that in the future, he can absorb beast crystals without the necessity of entering that enigmatic realm of consciousness. Akin to the ordinary process of absorbing divine crystals, this would greatly enhance his situation. Liang entered the realm of consciousness. Beast energy conversion. Conversion progress. 947-1-000. 000. Beast energy talent. Eye of Insight 2. Divine Seal. B-Class Wind and Fire Divine Seal. Level 1. Rank 2. Divine Seal Evolution Progress. 2. 8. Beast God Seal. SSS Class Crimson Eye Celestial Scale Seal. Level 2. Rank 11. Beast God Seal Evolution Progress. 11. 0. Mental Energy. 201. 2000. Strength. 400. 2000. Agility. 200. 2000. Speed. 200. 2000. The evolution of the Wind and Fire Divine Seal once again contributed a modicum of value. Alas, he cannot perpetually elevate his strength. Thus, he must progress step by step. As he ascends to the next level, he will seize the opportunity to maximize his strength. With that resolve, he dismissed any further thoughts. Beast energy conversion. Initiate. A crimson radiance enveloped him, and pain surged forth. Everyone had already taken their rest. In the first watch of the night, Qianqian sat beside Liang. If it truly is them, what do you intend to do? Qianqian remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. Liang's expression bore a hint of sorrow. I know without your words. You would send everyone away and face it alone, wouldn't you? Qianqian's eyes remained as tranquil as a still pond, impervious to any disturbance. Liang whispered. Her voice choked with emotion. The past is not your fault. Why do you confine yourself within it? She continued, it matters not that you remain silent. I will follow you regardless, even unto death. She buried her head in her legs, embracing her solitude. Qianqian. They say one should not encounter too dazzling a person in youth. You should not have appeared before me then. You are like a poison to me, and I find it impossible to let go. If I were to learn of your demise, I would choose not to live. At last, Qianqian's heart stirred, a flicker of emotion breaking through. He yearned to articulate his thoughts, yet the words remained unspoken. Some sentiments, he believed, were better left unsaid. Rest now, he murmured, his voice hoarse. Liang did not depart. Instead, she curled up beside him, appearing profoundly lonely, tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. Qianqian glanced at her, then turned his gaze to the night sky, where the inky darkness was punctuated by the twinkling of countless stars. The stars twinkled in a line, resembling a tapestry of human faces, each adorned with a smile. Yet, Qianqian's gaze was cold as he beheld those familiar visages, his expression betraying an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Some individuals and events are destined for reckoning. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the horizon, the group was already poised for action, their eyes fixed on the safe house. Shortly thereafter, Liang emerged, exuding vitality. After nearly 10 hours that night, a total of 251 star beast crystals had been transformed, resulting in remarkable enhancements. That brat is quite fortunate. What kind of sorcery did he feed the captain? Gong Lai remarked nonchalantly. Su Liang replied, I'm young. Is it too much to ask for a little leniency? You're young? Hardly. I'm only 18. I perceive your mentality to be at least 48. Get lost. Laughter echoed among them. Qi Hengqiu commanded, prepare to depart. Let us strive to reach the first mission site before nightfall. Yes, yes. They once again set forth on their journey. Surprisingly, the day unfolded with an unexpected tranquility. They skillfully circumvented most of the beast hordes along the way, enduring several skirmishes without casualties. They surmounted the perilous mountain and arrived at the edge of a vast canyon by 4 in the afternoon. Long spoke, beyond this canyon lies our first destination. The group surveyed the seemingly several kilometers wide chasm, its depths shrouded in mystery. Perched upon the cliffs, some raptors rested, adding to the scene's wild beauty. As soon as they began to soar, those formidable raptors sprang into action. Qi Hengqiu calmly instructed, you all board the war chariot. I shall escort you. The group hesitated not a moment and activated the chariot. With a long sword in hand, Qi Hengqiu stood atop one of the vehicles. They leaped across the expanse, and the chariot's offensive system was primed for battle. Just as they ascended, the eerie creatures perched on the cliffs began their advance. The raptors, swift as the wind, circled a few times before launching a ferocious assault. The 4 war chariots commenced their own offensive, unleashing a barrage of energy cannon fire. 3 3-star raptors charged fiercely towards the chariots. Qi Hengqiu summoned the power of the Divine Seal and soared into the air in an instant, swinging his sword with a horizontal slash. It was as though the sound of a blade being drawn echoed through the air. With a resounding clang, the onlookers witnessed the 3 3-star raptors plummet from the sky, a cascade of crimson rain following in their wake. Even those that attempted to ambush were swiftly dispatched by Qi Hengqiu's blade. Not a single raptor could approach them. Su Liang watched in awe from within the chariot, marveling at the captain's terrifying prowess. Long chuckled softly. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. You have yet to witness his true strength. When speaking of Qi Hengqiu, Longlan's bright eyes seemed to twinkle like stars, her face radiating admiration. Su Liang smiled and remarked, Sister Lan, you and the captain make quite the pair, don't you? At this, Long paused, a wry smile escaping her lips. Who would pair with him? He wears a perpetual scowl. If I were to marry someone like that, I would surely drive myself to madness. Su Liang chuckled, her gaze revealing the truth. There was undeniable affection in her heart. I noticed the occasional glance from the captain towards you, which indicates his fondness. The voice of Gong Lai, eager to join in, echoed through the earpiece. Yes, I have noticed it too, Su Liang remarked, only to realize he had forgotten to mute his microphone. Both he and Long hurriedly silenced it. A hint of embarrassment crossed Longlan's face as she inquired, Really? Su Liang nodded affirmatively, indeed. Long appeared quite elated, hoping that his words were sincere. She smiled gently, understanding that whether or not he reciprocated her feelings was of little consequence, as long as she cherished him. Outside, Qi Hengqiu was in the throes of a frenzied battle, as ferocious birds of prey fell one after another. With little peril, they reached the opposite shore. The war vehicle roared as it sped away from the edge, arriving precisely at the designated mission site. They remained vigilant, preparing the celestial eye. Long had already begun her operations, retrieving the celestial eye from the spatial converter. This device boasted an independent energy system and was equipped with 10 bionic avian machines capable of real-time surveillance within a 30-kilometer radius. Should the energy of the avian machines diminish, they would return to recharge. The military aimed to utilize this celestial eye to monitor all conditions beyond Rome City. Whether for the pursuit of the illusory moon Fox or to facilitate future missions, this capability was deemed essential. Although some may be destroyed, as long as any remained operational, it was considered advantageous, allowing for the redistribution of tasks to replenish their numbers. Long extracted a steel cylinder over 3 meters in length and 50 centimeters in diameter, plunging it into the mountain peak until only 30 centimeters protruded. Next came the activation. Everyone stood guard with heightened vigilance. Approximately 10 minutes later, she announced, all set. The military connection has been established. Qi Hengqiu declared, let us go. Long quickly added, the next mission location is 60 kilometers to the north. We must depart from here and find a place to rest before sunset. Qi Hengqiu issued his orders, and the team advanced in an orderly manner. The first Eye of the Sky mission proceeded relatively smoothly. However, Su Liang harbored a persistent concern that more perilous challenges lay ahead. The 12 members remained vigilant, constantly on guard against their surroundings. Meanwhile, atop a hill to the east, a figure meticulously monitored their progress, maintaining a distance of approximately 5 kilometers, just beyond the detection range of standard reconnaissance equipment. Although life signs could be detected, precise localization proved impossible. Wu Bei crouched beside his companion, observing the advancing team with a mocking grin. He turned to the creature beside him and inquired, "The boss has tasked us with disabling their armored vehicles. Do you have any clever strategies?" The creature's cold, calculating eyes shone with intelligence as it murmured softly and gestured. Wu Bei responded with a sinister chuckle, "Excellent. Let us move ahead and see if we can disable their armored vehicles." Almost simultaneously, Su Liang glanced toward the small hill, his perceptive gaze sharpening. His pupils dilated in shock. "Captain!" Qi Hingqiu turned to him, and Su Liang exclaimed, "There are people on that hill. And a creature." The others widened their eyes in disbelief. "Seriously? Are you joking? That hill? From this distance, you can see them?" Gong Lai exclaimed in astonishment. Su Liang's expression turned grave. Qi Hengqiu's expression suddenly stiffened. He grasped Su Liang's shoulder and shot forward in an instant, simultaneously issuing commands into his earpiece. "Zhao Jian, Xiaolan. Continue advancing and maintain constant communication." With a remarkable swiftness, Qi Hengqiu propelled Su Liang as if they were gliding on the wind, leaving Su Liang utterly astonished. "Captain, I have a personal battle vehicle. I can keep pace with you." Qi Hengqiu shook his head decisively. "No need. We must avoid alarming the enemy. Continue your observations." The speed at which Qi Hengqiu moved was nothing short of terrifying. Su Liang believed that to attain such velocity, he would need to exceed 2,000 in speed value. The two seemed to transform into a gust of wind. Qi Hengqiu truly harnessed his wind attribute to its utmost potential, an awe-inspiring spectacle. He activated his cloaking device, muffling their movements. As Qi Hengqiu dragged Su Liang into a frenzied series of leaps, Su Liang exclaimed, "Captain, one individual has clumsily descended the mountain. It's in another direction. I can no longer see." Without uttering a word, Qi Hengqiu pressed on, his feet never faltering. Each leap left Su Liang speechless, slowly revealing the extent of Qi Hengqiu's extraordinary abilities. What kind of warrior possesses such speed? It felt as though they were truly racing with the wind. A straight-line distance of 5 kilometers took merely a little over a minute. In no time, Qi Hengqiu and Su Liang reached the summit of a small hill. "Quick! Look around. Where are they?" Su Liang rapidly scanned the area and soon detected movement amidst a thicket. A lone figure was leaping, albeit at a sluggish pace. "There." Su Liang pointed in that direction. Qi Hengqiu could only vaguely perceive a hint of movement. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed on, dragging Su Liang along. Su Liang fixed his gaze intently, drawing closer and closer, undetected by the other party. "Captain, isn't this too dangerous? What if they are too powerful?" Qi Hengqiu coldly replied. "No, if they were strong, they would confront me directly instead of hiding. Just be careful." "Understood." As they closed the distance, Qi Hengqiu began to discern some traces. A chilling apprehension gripped his heart. When he finally saw the disheveled figure before him, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Approaching within a kilometer, Qi Hengqiu abruptly released Su Liang. "Captain!" But Qi Hengqiu had already charged forward, roaring, "Wu Bei!" Wu Bei's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing him. "Go!" he shouted in fury. Simultaneously, the beast beneath him let out a howling cry, a rallying call to summon the other beasts. Qi Hengqiu's murderous intent surged uncontrollably. With a blade in hand, he unleashed a strike that seemed capable of cleaving through all. That blow struck like a cannon. Boom! In an instant, the mountain forest erupted. A deep chasm carved into the earth, foliage scattering and dust billowing. Both man and beast were flung aside. Qi Hengqiu charged forward relentlessly. In response, Wu Bei and his beast exploded into action. The 4 divine seals on Wu Bei surged wildly as he continued to roar. Around them, the forest began to teem with the frenzied gathering of other beasts. Watching this scene unfold, Su Liang was astonished by Qi Hengqiu's power, yet a sense of dread filled him. This was far too impulsive. A multitude of monstrous beings was converging around them. Su Liang promptly sent a message. "Sister Lan, lead the team towards us. Engage in combat. Hurry." Meanwhile, Long Lan and her companions wasted no time, activating their war chariots and racing toward their location with fervor. Su Liang also moved closer to Qi Hengqiu, who was already embroiled in a fierce battle, causing the forest to collapse in fragments around him. Qi Hengqiu was venting the fury that surged within him, unleashing a terrifying force. With a single stroke of his sword, he cleaved through Wu Bei and the beast, the ferocious wind of his blade striking them directly in the chest. Bang! Both the man and the beast were sent hurtling backward, crashing into the woods, blood spewing forth. Qi Hengqiu advanced step by step, his murderous intent palpable, relentlessly yearning to slay the individual before him. Wu Bei, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, wore a chilling smile. As expected of you, Qi Hengqiu. After all these years, you remain ahead of us. Truly formidable. Ha ha. A remarkable chill emanated from Qi Hengqiu. You all deserve to die? His eyes were bloodshot, crimson veins creeping across his irises, revealing a hint of madness. Liang was taken aback. He had never witnessed Qi Hengqiu in such a state. Wu Bei chuckled. Who doesn't he deserve to die? In the end, everyone meets their demise. Whether sooner or later, it matters not. Qi Hengqiu had no intention of indulging him in idle chatter. He drew his sword and prepared to strike. Do you not wish to know where that wretched creature is? A mocking grin adorned Wu Bei's face. Qi Hengqiu paused momentarily. Where's that damned thing? Wu Bei sneered. Don't be impatient. If you kill me, I want to be able to tell you. Wu Bei rose to his feet, nonchalantly brushing off the dust from his attire and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. To reminisce about the days of yore. When the trio of Fanboy caused us such vexation, despite countless confrontations, we could never emerge victorious against them. Who could have foreseen that their downfall would stem from matters of the heart? Those who perished, those who scattered, and those who turned against one another. What an intriguing tapestry of fate. I still vividly recall the scene of her demise. It felt as though my heart had been ripped from my chest. Such memories evoke a bittersweet nostalgia. Wu Bei licked his lips. Inside Liang, tumultuous emotions surged. What had Qi Hengqiu endured back in those days? Qi Hengqiu had succumbed to madness. In Liang's perception, the divine aura radiating from Qi Hengqiu reached its zenith, intertwined with a sinister crimson energy. That was malevolent Qi. How astonishing that such a dense aura of malevolence resided within him. His eyes were entirely blood-red, and his mind was consumed by the haunting image of that girl, heart extracted, dying before him. The anguish of their parting, the sorrow, the inexorable resolution. Suddenly, Qi Hengqiu's presence erupted with a deafening force, summoning a tempestuous gale. He would no longer wait. He intended to eliminate the man before him. In an instant, Wu Bei's expression shifted in alarm. He had not delayed long enough. Did you not wish to know where he was? Yet, Qi Hengqiu paid it no mind. He would perish at my hands. But today, you shall be the first to fall. In a heartbeat, Qi Hengqiu unleashed his fury. It was as if time itself had fractured, and countless blades of light manifested around him, slicing through the air in an instant. Wu Bei's heart raced with fear. He was acutely aware that he was no match for this deranged adversary. However, at that moment, there was no retreat. He could only brace himself for the onslaught. He suddenly unleashed a terrifying force, resisting the countless flashes of blades alongside the 4-star berserker. Yet, Qi Hengqiu's power was utterly overwhelming, transcending both him and the 4-star beast. Boom! In an instant, the shimmering blades erupted before them, and the battle armor was riddled with cracks. Splatter! The berserker spat a mouthful of crimson blood, his face paling instantaneously. The 4-star beast let out a mournful cry, its chest fur torn apart, blood gushing forth. Together with the berserker, it was sent flying, crashing through an unknown number of plants and stones, leaving devastation in its wake, already grievously injured. Seizing the advantage, Qi Hengqiu pressed the attack. A surge of killing intent swelling within him. Damn! Damn! You all shall perish. The berserker coughed up blood, his eyes icy with malice. In the next moment, dozens of 3-star blood moon demon wolves surged forth from behind the berserker in the surrounding area, charging madly toward Qi Hengqiu. Liang was taken aback. The berserker laughed maniacally. Ha ha! Qi Hengqiu, today, you shall not kill me. Qi Hengqiu had already succumbed to madness, swinging his blade with ferocity. His eyes fixated on the berserker atop a blood moon demon wolf, consumed by a frenzied desire to slay him. Ha ha! Qi Hengqiu, we shall meet again soon. Let me tell you, 3 of us have come for that matter from years past. If you dare, come and face us. Ha ha ha! The berserker commanded 2 of the demon wolves, hastily retreating with him and the injured beast. A blast from an energy cannon suddenly roared toward the berserker's direction. With a cold snort, the berserker urged the blood moon demon wolf beneath him, and they shot away in an instant, vanishing into the forest. Qi Hengqiu was consumed by a frenzied bloodlust. The monstrous beings that charged towards him could not withstand a single strike. Blood drenched the earth, and dismembered corpses lay scattered. A group of companions arrived, joining the fray. Liang, her face streaked with tears, gazed at Qi. Together, they helped to clear the area of the remaining beasts. Time slipped by unnoticed. The monstrous creatures were vanquished, having bought sufficient time. The others began to flee in disarray. An air of silence enveloped them as they observed their captain standing amidst the blood-soaked ground, each at a loss for words. Longlan's face was awash with tears. Liang felt an indescribable sense of oppression. What had their captain endured in the past to render him as if possessed? The heart-wrenching words spoken by that individual. Who were they? They all remained silent, tending to the battlefield. Liang approached Qi and silently wiped the blood from his armor, not uttering a single word. Gong Li came to Liang's side, grasping his arm and leading him away. It was then they realized the other teammates had distanced themselves from the captain, granting him space. Liang softly inquired, what enmity exists between that sorcerer and our captain? Chapter 121. The cloudy waves of deception. The others stood vigilant, guarding their surroundings. Gong Li, still holding Liang, moved to a secluded spot, exhaling a heavy sigh without directly addressing Liang's question. Could it not be spoken? Gong Li shook his head. It is not that it cannot be spoken, but rather that my knowledge is limited. The gist of the matter was that the captain harbored a profound and bitter enmity with that individual, a blood feud. Moreover, that individual had allies who sought to kill the captain, just as he wished to eradicate them. Liang rolled his eyes in response. It is as if you have said nothing at all. Even a fool can discern that, can't you? Gong Li grasped his throat. You insolent brat, show me some respect. At least I am your senior. Liang scoffed lightly. The only advantage you have left is your age. Gong Li shot him a glare, fixing his gaze on a particular part of Liang. Care to compare? Liang cast a sidelong glance at him. You old lecher. Gong Li withdrew his thoughts. In truth, this was the second elite hunting team formed by the captain. Liang's expression shifted slightly in surprise. It was not entirely accurate previously. The captain could only be considered a team member, and among that crew, very few survived. In our team, only Zhao Jian and the captain were once comrades. The team Jin Sha was established only after the captain arrived in Rong City. Liang was somewhat astonished. Is that so? Wasn't Sister Lan part of that team? Gong Li shook his head. No. The intricacies of this matter elude us. Only Lan and Zhao Jian are privy to the details. If you wish to know, you should inquire with the captain. Liang rolled his eyes, asking now would be rather foolish. The two refrained from further discussing the topic, as dwelling on it would serve no purpose. However, the enmity between the captain and that wretched being must undoubtedly be settled. Gong Li suddenly inquired. You've been absorbing divine crystals throughout your journey today. I've noticed your speed is astonishing. You must have consumed dozens of divine crystals in a single day, haven't you? How could an individual of B rank absorb so many? Liang replied coldly. I told you, I am of SSS rank. Gong Li let out a light snort. Continue your pretense. I can hardly be bothered to engage with you. Liang refrained from offering an explanation. Indeed, throughout the day, he had been relentlessly advancing, never ceasing to absorb the divine crystals. The Wind and Fire Divine Seal had also experienced a notable acceleration in its evolution, now reaching the 4th level. Under such circumstances, it was plausible to elevate it by more than a level each day. Naturally, there was no time for rest. Progress was imperative. Qi quickly regained his composure, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually fading. He glanced at his companions and decided to depart in search of a place to rest. Yes. The captain said little more, and they did not dare to inquire further. Fortunately, the following 3 days unfolded smoothly, devoid of any large-scale beast assaults. They successfully secured the third eye of the sky. Within a desolate city, Wu Bei lay in a corner, appearing weak and fatigued. His complexion remained notably pallid, a clear indication of the grievous injury inflicted by Qi. Shortly thereafter, the Lone Wolf and other teammates made their entrance. The Lone Wolf furrowed his brow. Injured so severely? Wu Bei, with a faint smile tinged with bitterness, replied, I have no idea how Qi managed to catch up with me. The 3 teammates beside the Lone Wolf expressed their astonishment. Qi, is that formidable? Wu Bei, you are already at level 40. Have you not fought alongside Bei? Wu Bei evidently preferred not to respond, for only those who had truly encountered Qi could grasp the extent of his abnormal prowess. The Lone Wolf wore a slight smirk. He must have lost his composure upon seeing you, right? Wu Bei nodded. He harbors a deep-seated animosity towards us. The lone wolf wore a scornful expression. Since they harbor such hatred towards us, let us send him to reunite with that woman. Once they venture deeper, escape will be impossible. I still have to deal with other teams. Wang Tiance has already entered the fray. Once everyone is lured to the target location, it will mark their demise. This time, all the teams from these two cities must perish. Wu Bei nodded. Is everything arranged on Silver Fox's side? The lone wolf responded affirmatively. Yes, everything is prepared. We are merely waiting for their entrance. Wu Bei furrowed his brow. I have yet to disable their war chariots. The lone wolf stated, I will leave the mountain heavy for you. Once you recover, unite with the wolf pack and the blood eagle to eliminate their war chariots. This time, I want them to come and not return. Wu Bei nodded resolutely. Very well. A robust man behind the lone wolf also nodded earnestly. Indeed. Meanwhile, a hunting team descended from the north, temporarily resting atop a hill. Their number totaled 10, yet each member held the rank of a divine warrior, with 4 being divine generals. The entire team exuded a formidable aura, a cohesive and powerful presence. Wang Tiance was not clad in armor. Instead, he wore simple yet agile attire, gazing into the boundless rolling hills before him. His eyes were as tranquil as a deep well. Wang Tiance's appearance was undeniably striking. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, emanating an imposing aura without needing to display anger, embodying the presence of a leader. Yet, in truth, he was only 30 years old, now a 5-imprint divine general. Captain, the illusory moon demon fox has ceased its movements, merely a little over 100 kilometers from us. The team's watchful eyes fixated on their virtual screens. Wang Tiance nodded slightly. Let us take a brief respite before embarking on our journey to seize it. We must retrieve the essence of Tiangui. Understood. The team responded in unison. Wang Tiance gazed into the distance, his eyes flickering with a hint of intensity. The team's watchful gaze approached him, a striking woman with an alluring demeanor, her gaze towards Wang Tiance radiating warmth. Qi Hingshu and the others should have emerged as well. Upon hearing that name, a flicker of emotion crossed Wang Tiance's eyes, a surge of ferocity bubbling within him, though it was swiftly quelled. There was no need to concern himself with that. What if we crossed paths? His expression remained impassive. It would simply be their demise. The woman nodded, a faint sigh escaping her lips. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that this mission is somewhat peculiar. Everything seems too seamless. It feels as though we have been lured here by that illusory moon fox. I sense that we are being watched. Wang Tiance continued to maintain his stoic demeanor. What are the peculiarities? Those who lurk in the shadows and dare to reveal themselves shall meet their end. Qi Hingshu, you would do well to pray that you do not cross my path, for if you do, both you and your comrades shall perish. A chilling glint erupted in Wang Tiance's eyes. Chapter 122. Let me give it a try. Su Liang opened his eyes, casting another glance at those golden orbs, and called forth the interface. Beast Energy Transformation, Transformation Progress, 1947 1-000-000, Beast Energy Talent, I have Insight 2, Divine Seal, B-Class Wind and Fire Divine Seal. Level 1, Grade 8, Divine Seal Evolution Progress. 8. 1. Beast God Seal, SSS-Class Red Itianlin Seal. Level 2, Grade 12, Beast God Seal Evolution Progress. 12. 3. Mental Power, for 7-8-2000, Strength, 600-2000, Agility, for 6-7-2000, Speed, for 6-7-2000, over the course of 3 consecutive nights. He transformed 251 Star Beast crystals each night. The enhancement was remarkable, with the Wind and Fire Divine Seal providing an additional 11 points. Although it appeared that he had only advanced a little over a level in 4 days, his power had experienced a significant surge. Coupled with his S-Class battle armor, Su Liang could now unleash a formidable force of 1,000 points. This was equivalent to a seasoned A-Class 3-Seal Master. His strength would only continue to grow. He felt an urgent need to enhance his abilities, as the pressure from this mission was exceedingly palpable. He must expedite his progress and seize every opportunity. He stepped out of the safe house, where everyone was already prepared. Qi Hingshu stated, "Let us depart for the next mission location." Together, they set off. The duration of this mission remained uncertain. They pressed onward, slaying any aberrant beasts they encountered. Whenever they stumbled upon valuable herbs or other treasures, they collected them eagerly. Lu Wuhuan, with his keen eye, managed to find a weapon. Though it was a B-class weapon, it was still worth a considerable amount of divine crystals, marking a commendable acquisition. Throughout the journey, Liang continuously absorbed the divine crystals. By 5 in the afternoon, they were remarkably close to their next destination. Suddenly, Longland's face lit up with delight. "Captain, I have discovered a divine crystal vein." This announcement instantly ignited excitement among the group. Only a few days into their expedition, they had already encountered a divine crystal vein? "What is the estimate?" Hongqiu inquired. Longlan replied, "It may be no less than 500,000. And there should also be intermediate divine crystals." The group's expressions brightened. While it was not an overwhelming amount, it was still quite satisfactory. 500,000 divine crystals equated to the slaying of 5 4-star extraordinary beasts, and the potential presence of intermediate divine crystals made it imperative to secure them. Hongqiu issued the command, "Let us begin excavating the divine crystals." Longlan nodded and sent the location, which was conveniently within a 5-kilometer radius. A matter of merely a minute or two, the group arrived at a small mountain gorge, where a stream flowed gently. Even from a distance, they could see the glimmering light of the divine crystals. However, they were not alone. A small cluster of extraordinary beasts was present. A troop of over 30 shadow water apes, led by a 3-star ape king, posed a manageable challenge. Hongqiu commanded, "Eliminate them all, leave not a single one alive." With a single command, the team surged forward, exhibiting remarkable coordination. The ranged assassination team was tasked with dealing with any fleeing beasts, while the blood drinkers and the rear combatants plunged into the fray, their strikes decisive and merciless. This time, Wu Bei maintained a distance of 6 kilometers, monitoring Hongqiu and his group's every move through biomimetic birds, witnessing their battle unfold. A pallid visage bore a sinister smile. "This time, I am eager to witness how you will escape." Shanchong inquired, "Shall we strike decisively here?" Wu Bei shook his head, responding, "If this is considered a decisive strike, then you underestimate Hongqiu far too much. This individual possesses the potential to be a solitary king of warriors. Such an effort would hardly be fatal to him. However, it could very well annihilate his comrades, and in such a scenario, they would undoubtedly resort to their armored vehicles for escape. As long as we can obliterate those vehicles, our mission will be deemed successful." Shanchong sighed, "If only we could mobilize everyone to eliminate them outright." Wu Bei countered, "Do not underestimate the might of the Huasha military. Should we truly unleash our full force, their long-range support would inevitably arrive, ensuring that no unforeseen circumstances arise. Only by gradually wearing them down can we minimize our own casualties. Of course, if you possess the capability to utterly vanquish them, that is another matter." Shanchong offered an awkward smile, acknowledging his limitations. With such a formidable adversary as Hongqiu, alongside the equally daunting Wang Tians from the north, who could be anything but extraordinary? Enough. It is time to act. They are about to commence mining for divine crystals. We must strike them with great severity this time. Wu Bei patted his companion, Bei, who then howled towards the heavens, emitting a series of low, resonant sound waves. Within a 5-kilometer radius of the small ravine, the beasts began to stir, converging towards the center in alarming numbers. This time, it was not only the blood moon demon wolves that gathered, but also various other creatures driven forth by them. Above, the blood vultures circled ominously. The number has likely surpassed 1,000. After Liang and his companions dealt with these alien beasts, they began to excavate the divine crystals. The mining robots worked tirelessly, collecting resources. Although 500,000 divine crystals may not seem substantial, if there are a greater number of intermediate divine crystals among them, the situation would be entirely different. 100 low-level divine crystals equate to merely 1 intermediate divine crystal. In the next moment, Lu Wuhuan's voice rang out with excitement. So many intermediate divine crystals. The quantity is at least over 10%. All mine. Oh no, ours. Laughter erupted among the group, amused by the avarice. Based on this ratio, the value could potentially double. This is considered a modest gain. Intermediate divine crystals possess a higher purity, allowing for faster and smoother absorption. Trading low-level divine crystals for intermediate ones incurs a premium, making it somewhat unwise. Thus, being able to mine them oneself is quite commendable. Moreover, mining is fundamentally about accumulation. This task should not be the only vein they encounter. Little by little, it adds up. Everyone worked diligently at the task. However, it wasn't long before Longland's expression shifted. Alien beasts are appearing. Stay alert. The group was instantly startled. As Longlan expanded the range of her equipment, Her face turned pale. Damn it, there are no less than hundreds of alien beasts surrounding us. Each person's countenance changed dramatically. Yet, in the next second, Long exclaimed in alarm. Not just that. We must flee. Hongchu calmly declared. Abandon the divine crystals. Prepare to break through. Zhao Jian remarked. It must be that scoundrel Wu Bei making his move again. Hongchu nodded, a chilling killing intent brewing within him. Su Liang and the others felt a slight tremor of fear in their hearts. How is it that they can so precisely locate them? Are they being surveilled? Everyone has abandoned the pursuit of the divine crystals, standing on high alert. Shaolan, the breakout direction. To the east. Hongchu bellowed, move. To the battle chariots. For armored vehicles surged wildly towards the eastern horizon. Concurrently, the blood eagles concealed within the clouds above began their descent, with the chariots as their primary target. Su Liang's expression darkened. The speed at which they located us clearly indicated the presence of specialized equipment. What on earth is happening? Could it be that the God Eaters have acquired the celestial satellite? Longlan's countenance grew grim. It could be some form of bionic device undetectable by our systems. Her expression soured further. The numbers were overwhelming, certainly exceeding 1,000. The military surveillance indicated that countless other beasts were encircling us, many of which were 4-star entities. Furthermore, numerous 3-star blood eagles were also swooping in from the skies. Hongchu's face hardened. Their objective is our chariots. Su Liang felt a jolt of alarm. Are they attempting to sever our escape route? Hongchu replied coldly. This is their usual tactic. Everyone, remain vigilant against the blood eagles above and prepare for a fierce battle. The expressions of the group darkened as they witnessed the flood of beasts approaching. The creatures ahead were diverse, while behind them loomed the blood moon demon wolves. Hongchu roared, fight our way out. He commanded the chariot to fire several rounds, clearing a path, as the other vehicles followed suit, unleashing their artillery. However, one must not act recklessly. Once the source crystal is depleted, trouble will ensue. Moreover, from that direction, the 4-star blood moon demon wolves are advancing. The war chariot races forward, unable to ascend to the heights, confined to the lower altitudes. The source crystal cannon within the chariot incessantly fires, while the blood eagles in the sky relentlessly swoop down. Carnage ensues as the beasts pursue and encircle them with wild abandon, even resorting to ramming the war chariot with their flesh and blood, determined to prevent Hongchu and his companions from escaping. Damage begins to accumulate on the chariot, and Su Liang's expression darkens. Captain, we must slay that beast. All these blood moon demon wolves are being driven by it. Su Liang understands that if they do not eliminate that creature, even if they manage to break free this time, it will inevitably return to haunt them. They are clearly fixated on them. Hongchu stated gravely, Shaolan, request support from the military's Tianji. Locate the witch beast for me. I will take it down. Long nodded emphatically and swiftly contacted the military. At this moment, both Long and Hongchu acutely recognized the heightened peril of their mission, which was undeniably more arduous than usual. It was clear that they would not be allowed to escape unscathed. Perhaps, as Su Liang suggested, this time, their casualties. No one wished to witness such an occurrence. Yet in the next instant, Longlan's expression soured. Their request was denied. Su Liang's countenance darkened. The military's Tianji serves as a crucial surveillance tool for monitoring the land, akin to a satellite in space. It cannot be easily diverted, as it requires exceedingly high-level permissions. Hongchu seethed with rage. Damn it. Su Liang's expression turned serious. Hold on. Let me give it a try. Su Liang focused intently, activating the Eye of Insight. In that fleeting moment, in his right eye, the second beast god seal radiated a resplendent golden light, concentrating all its power upon the Eye of Insight. Long was taken aback. Indeed, it was of SSS rank. In that fleeting moment, Su Liang's vision underwent a terrifying enhancement, yet he could distinctly feel his mental energy dissipating at an alarming rate. In such a state, the consumption was immense. Simultaneously, Su Liang was filled with astonishment. This ability stemmed purely from his innermost being, and he had no prior knowledge that the power of the beast god seal could augment the capabilities of the Eye of Insight in such a manner. Within his line of sight, the distance he perceived was infinitely extended, abandoning close-range vision as he began to scan the surroundings. After a thorough sweep, his gaze fixated on a specific direction, towards the north. The mountains and trees could not obstruct his vision, as though he possessed X-ray sight. He spotted Wu Bei alongside another individual, and beside them, the beast was still howling a deep roar towards the sky. He had found them. Chapter 123, A Feint to the East. Wu Bei observed on screen as a war chariot was destroyed, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. See, it is indeed effective. As long as they dare to continue using the war chariots, I can ensure they remain here. He was eager to see how they would resolve their predicament. Shanzhong inquired, at this distance, they should not be able to detect us, correct? Wu Bei scoffed. Their equipment's range is limited to 5 kilometers at best, and they currently have no time to search leisurely. Shanzhong expressed concern. What if they request assistance from the Tianji of the Huaxia military? Wu Bei shook his head, stating that the heavenly eye of Huaxia is not something that can be utilized at will. If it were truly employed, it would be my misfortune, so I shall wait for the next opportunity to act. Shan nodded in agreement. Wu Bei gazed at the scene, sneering coldly, beginning the retrieval of battle vehicles. To retrieve them is to await death. In the heart of the battlefield, they had already lost 1 battle vehicle, while the others had suffered varying degrees of damage. If they did not withdraw them, they would inevitably be rendered useless. Although 2 reserve battle vehicles remained, such reckless consumption could not continue. The moment Qi Hengqiu leaped from the battle vehicle, he instantly summoned the power of the 4 seal patterns. The Dark Knight Azura unleashed a massacre in all directions. Blades of light swiftly cleared a section of the battlefield, granting his teammates precious time. One by one, the others sprang forth, engaging in a fierce bloodbath. They encircled Liang and Long in the center, all in a frenzied slaughter. Qi Hengqiu and Zhao Jian exhibited the greatest lethality, sweeping through with relentless force. They had now been completely surrounded, as an overwhelming tide of monstrous beasts surged towards them. Xiaolan assessed the number of 4-star beasts. Long was busy at work. 8. Upon hearing this figure, a wave of shock coursed through everyone. 8 4-star beasts were lurking menacingly behind. Qi Hengqiu's expression remained unchanged as he commanded, "Prepare yourselves. Leave this to me. I shall confront the demon head. Prepare for a fierce battle." Upon hearing the signal, the teammates understood each other perfectly. They comprehended. They were aware. As Qi Hengqiu wreaked havoc in a circle, Long and the others deployed a special piece of equipment. A 30-meter diameter steel ring encircled the group. In an instant, the ring descended to the ground, erupting into a wall of light reminiscent of a forbidden divine realm, the source energy quantum wall. This barrier could confine a small safe zone, though its duration was limited, and the base was susceptible to destruction by the ferocious beasts. Any creature that made contact with the source energy quantum wall would suffer severe burns or even death. Nevertheless, numerous beasts relentlessly charged through this miniature forbidden realm towards them. Qi Hengqiu had already plunged into the throng of beasts to confront the 4-star monstrosities. Long cried out, urging everyone to hold their ground until the captain vanquished the 4-star beast. The team fought with fervor, obliterating any creatures attempting to breach the quantum barrier. Liang wielded his spear with unerring precision, dispatching 2-star beasts with lethal efficiency. His prowess in battle was nearly on par with his comrades. Yet, the struggle before them was destined to be exceedingly arduous. As Liang gazed at the dense mass of beasts beyond the source energy quantum wall, a chill of dread washed over him. There were simply too many. This was far more challenging than their missions within the city, for these beasts were significantly stronger, predominantly 2-star, with a considerable number of 3-star creatures. Each warrior fought with unbridled fury. They witnessed Qi Hengqiu demonstrating his formidable might as he felled a 4-star beast with his blade. A display of sheer destructive power that was awe-inspiring. Countless ferocious beasts had perished at his hands, yet amidst the torrent of monstrous entities, Qi Hengqiu's figure was often obscured, only to emerge again in a blaze of fury. The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon each heart. This time, they might truly suffer casualties. They had been engaged in a brutal battle for approximately half an hour. Qi Hengqiu had already slain 4 4-star beasts, along with an indeterminate number of 3-star and 2-star creatures. Meanwhile, on Liang's side, Long suddenly bellowed, "The source energy barrier is about to collapse. Everyone, brace yourselves." A palpable tension gripped their hearts. In a mere span of seconds, the source energy barrier disintegrated, leaving them exposed to the gaze of the beasts. A throng of creatures surged toward them with frenzied intensity. Zhao Jian shouted furiously, "Kill." His comrades echoed his battle cry, unleashing their unique powers. Fu Yuan, Yi Qingqing, Long, and Greenery all deployed their source crystal cannons, bombarding the enemy with relentless fire. Zhao Jian's 4-symbol power did not inflict area damage. Rather, it enhanced the velocity of his lethal strikes. He transformed into a shadowy assassin, moving with blinding speed, his sword light flickering like a specter. Wherever his blade flashed, a beast would fall. Others fought valiantly as well. Gong Lai roared in fury, "Come at me, you brutes." Lightning crackled around him, the power of thunder raging uncontrollably as he unleashed his own two-symbol ability, Thunder Dragon Breakthrough. A single thrust erupted forth, obliterating a 3-star beast. Su Liang, shedding all restraint, allowed the divine light of the beast god seal to radiate. There was no longer any need for concealment. The golden light emanating from his chest and the glow within his right eye shimmered intensely. His teammates barely had time to process the revelation. The dark red Zhulong spear in Su Liang's hand was now enveloped in a layer of golden brilliance, rendering the spear even more formidable. Under the formidable power of the beast god seal, a palpable sense of panic enveloped the surrounding exotic beasts. Though the onlookers could not fully comprehend the situation, the sudden immobilization of the beasts invigorated them, presenting a golden opportunity. Clad in radiant gold, Su Liang wielded his spear, tracing an arc of brilliance. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a devastating strike, turning several exotic beasts into a mist of crimson. Bolstered by the resplendent light, the sharpness of the S-class war weapon, the Candle Dragon, had reached a level akin to cutting through tofu. Mere contact spelled death. Employing the steadfast military spear technique, he executed the furious dragon breaks the army maneuver. With a thunderous thrust, he skewered 5 2-star exotic beasts, their heads impaled together like a string of candied hawthorn. The spear erupted with a violent shock, dispersing blood mist and pulverizing the beast crystals within their skulls. With each thrust, swathes of exotic beasts fell. His tally of slain beasts rivaled that of any teammate. Some allies, taken aback and filled with astonishment, couldn't help but marvel at Su Liang's terrifying prowess. Suddenly, a 3-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf charged at Su Liang, unleashing a wave of energy akin to a source crystal cannon, intent on obliterating him. Alarmed, his comrades sought to rush to his aid, but Su Liang bellowed, "Do not concern yourselves with me. Die." With a fierce twist of his spear, he unleashed a flurry of 6 strikes. The patterns on the surface of the Candle Dragon spear seemed to come alive, transforming into a grotesque visage. The spearhead surged toward the energy wave. Boom. The wave detonated instantaneously, and with the protection of his battle armor, Su Liang braved the residual force. With a roar, he declared, "Perish." In that moment, a blinding golden radiance erupted forth. The 3-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf was suppressed by a radiant light. Instinctively, it swung its massive claws in an attempt to thwart Su Liang's strike. However, the aura that Su Liang exuded was utterly terrifying. The Candle Dragon was unleashed, swiftly piercing through the demon wolf's colossal paw. Just as a mournful cry echoed, the tip of the spear had already embedded itself into the beast's skull. In that fleeting moment, the Blood Moon Demon Wolf convulsed in utter madness, violently flinging Su Liang and the Candle Dragon spear aside. The agony drove it nearly to insanity, causing it to mercilessly slaughter countless other beasts, devoid of any combat capability. Its comrades were left in shock. Just how formidable was Su Liang's destructive power? A single thrust had penetrated deeply into the 3-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf's head. Although it did not slay the creature, it had rendered it nearly incapacitated. Su Liang, unwilling to linger, surged towards other beasts after being cast aside. The battle was intense, with each warrior fiercely engaged in the slaughter. Yet, the number of adversaries was overwhelming. Long Lan bellowed, 4-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf. Be cautious. A colossal wolf, towering as high as a building, trampled over other beasts as it charged towards them. Zhao Jian roared in fury, "Kill." He instantly advanced towards the 4-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf, his lethal force daunting, forcing it to retreat. The creature unleashed waves of crimson light from its maw, radiating terrifying power. Yet, Zhao Jian deftly deflected the onslaught, sending it crashing into the throng of beasts, resulting in a devastating explosion that claimed numerous lives. Zhao Jian shouted, "Stars shatter the moon." In that moment, a spectral blue, almost obsidian glow enveloped him and his blade. A terrifying crescent-shaped blade of light was unleashed by him, instantly striking the 4-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf. The wolf's head was instantly torn apart, blood gushing forth. Su Liang felt a slight shock. It seemed that Zhao Jian's divine mark possessed a rare celestial power, or perhaps a light. However, the Blood Moon Demon Wolf had succumbed to madness and lunged ferociously at Zhao Jian. Meanwhile, the others were engaged in a fierce battle as well. It appeared that they could still endure this fray, yet the surrounding beasts were overwhelmingly numerous. The only reason they hadn't directly attacked was due to the lack of space to advance. They continued to slay wildly for a while, but each individual's stamina was rapidly depleting. Suddenly, as Lu Wuhuan swung his twin blades in a frenzied assault, a blood vulture swooped down from the sky towards him. Its razor-sharp talons aimed directly at his head. "Caution, greedy one!" Gong Lai shouted in alarm. Everyone's faces turned pale in horror, but it was already too late. Lu Wuhuan felt a chill run down his spine, turning to counterattack, but time was against him. The blood vulture loomed larger in his vision. If those talons struck him, it would mean his demise. In that critical moment, a figure collided with Lu Wuhuan, pushing him aside. Under the gaze of all, Chen Wuhua was struck by the talons of the 3-star blood vulture. The armor on his back was instantly shredded, and his flesh was gruesomely mangled, exposing bone beneath. In that instant, the teammates' eyes widened in horror. Lu Wuhuan cried out in despair, "Hua Ge." Chapter 124. Is this kid even human? The eyes of the comrades were all bloodshot. Chen Wuhua lay amidst a pool of blood. Lu Wuhuan, seemingly driven to madness, wept tears of blood. The blood vulture, having struck successfully, soared high into the sky. Lu Wuhuan, consumed by rage, fought his way to Chen Wuhua's side and lifted him up. "Hua Ge." Chen Wuhua's face was exceptionally pale, and he had little strength to respond. The recent onslaught had not only torn the flesh from his back, but had also inflicted severe internal injuries. Gritting his teeth, his own eyes a vivid crimson, he urged, "Don't mind me. Quickly go help everyone." Lu Wuhuan's eyes overflowed with blood tears. Lu Wuhuan laid Chen Wuhua at the feet of Liang. Liang withdrew his hands to heal. "Liang, don't worry about me. I can't survive. Hurry, help everyone." With those final words, Chen Wuhua succumbed to unconsciousness. Liang's face was streaked with tears, yet the green light in his hands did not waver. Lu Wuhuan channeled all his grief into his dual blades, descending into madness. Su Liang felt a profound sorrow. Again, it was happening. Again. The blood within Su Liang began to boil. The golden radiance erupted, emanating a pressure that deterred the beast from approaching him. Su Liang surveyed the surroundings. Everything appeared to move in slow motion. Zhao Jian was locked in a fierce battle with the 4-star blood moon demon wolf, battered and bruised, some bones visibly shattered. Lu Wuhuan's dual blades had dulled, his body drenched in blood, his eyes a deep crimson. Gu Tiansheng was struck by the tail of a 3-star blood moon demon wolf. The blood moon demon wolf sank its fangs into his shoulder. Had it not been for his formidable defenses, it would have pierced through entirely. Yet, he was still wounded. Blood oozing forth as he was flung aside. Gong Lai and Yun Mu were engaged in a rescue effort. Fu Yuan and Yi Qingqing unleashed their formidable weaponry, firing salvo after salvo, clearing swathes of monstrous beasts. Green Yin was administering treatment, while Long Lan provided artillery support. A voice echoed in his ears. "Iron Bull." This was Gu Tiansheng's moniker. He had been thrown into the midst of the beast horde. Su Liang's fury ignited within him, his blood boiling to a fever pitch. A dense mist of white vapor emanated from his body. His gaze turned frigid as the 2 sigils within his right eye began to shimmer. A torrent of power surging through him. Bloodfire invocation. Su Liang's combat prowess doubled. His base power level surged beyond 1200, and with the enhancement of the S-class armor, it exceeded 2000 points. Moreover, his speed and agility saw a significant augmentation, along with his defensive capabilities. This magnitude of strength was nearly equivalent to that of an S-class 3-sigil master. With a sudden, forceful step, everything around him appeared to slow. The ground beneath him erupted into a massive crater, cracking and splintering. Su Liang's speed ascended to a terrifying echelon. His eyes gradually turned blood red, consumed by fury. In the blink of an eye, he surged forth, outpacing Gong Lai and the others in his rush towards Gu Tiansheng. The beasts lunging at Gu Tiansheng were met with Su Liang's furious roar. 100-fold waves. A spear swept out, crashing like tumultuous waves against the shore. One wave following another. The terrifying shock wave slammed into the horde of beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The sound reverberated as the creatures, whether 1-star or 2-star, were instantaneously reduced to a cloud of crimson mist. The 3-star aberration could barely withstand the assault, yet it was still sent flying, emitting mournful cries and bleeding profusely. Gu Tiansheng, the formidable Iron Bull, had braced himself for death, but he was stunned to find that the aberration on his body had been vanquished in an instant. Could it be that the captain had returned? When he beheld the eerie Su Liang, whose body exuded a mist of white vapor and whose eyes glowed a menacing crimson, a tempest of emotions surged within him. How could it be Su Liang? The current Su Liang resembled a ferocious beast. Yun Mu and Gong Lai were equally astounded, their shock beyond measure. The power of that single shot had been terrifying. Su Liang's combat prowess seemed to be an enigma. Was there truly no limit to it? Seizing Bai Qianqian, Su Liang flung him towards their comrades. In a state of blood fury, he commenced a relentless dance of slaughter, his spear stirring a tempest of blood and carnage. The aberrations fell victim to his weapon, utterly obliterated beneath its might. Su Liang's speed was astonishing, leaving his teammates in a state of bewilderment. In that moment, he resembled a veritable meat grinder. Any aberration that dared to approach met with instant demise. Even the 3-star aberrations disintegrating in an instant. His teammates were granted a fleeting reprieve, left in a daze. Zhao Jian, who had just felled a 4-star aberration, gasped for breath, his typically icy demeanor now replaced with utter bewilderment. They could only perceive a golden streak within the encirclement, mercilessly expanding it as he dispatched foes. The air was thick with flying flesh and blood, rendering the remaining teammates speechless, their throats dry, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if they might fall from their sockets. In their hearts echoed but 2 words, truly monstrous. Is this lad even human? Gong Lai murmured in confusion. Long Lan was the first to react. Activate the God-sealing realm. Quickly. The others suddenly awakened to the urgency of the situation. Within mere seconds, a God-sealing realm, spanning over 30 meters in diameter, materialized. Zhao Jian, Lu Wuhuan, and Gong Lai Yunmu burst forth from the realm to aid Su Liang. Fu Yuan and Yi Qingqing continued to provide support. Bai Qianqian and Qin Wuhua lay before the verdant expanse. The green light emanating from the hands of Luing flickered, and the 3 divine seals upon her body surged with energy. The situation appeared to be turning in their favor. The terrifying killing power of Su Liang astounded all. However, this respite was fleeting, as a 4-star extraordinary beast charged at Su Liang, halting his formidable onslaught. Zhao Jian rushed forth, sword in hand, to assist Su Liang. The 2 engaged in a frenzied assault. The Zhulong spear in Su Liang's grasp glimmered with a golden radiance, capable of piercing even the defenses of the 4-star blood moon demon wolf in an instant, forcing the beast to retreat step by step. Zhao Jian took the lead in the assault. This spectacle was truly astonishing. Su Liang had managed to contend with a 4-star extraordinary beast. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Wu Bei and Shan Chong were left in stunned silence. Shan Chong, bewildered, asked, "Have you ever witnessed such a battle?" Wu Bei was rendered speechless, muttering, "Qi Hengqiu has actually summoned an SSS-level combatant. From where did this emerge? Wasn't Rong's city devoid of SSS-level beings?" Shan Chong responded, "There was one that emerged this year." Wu Bei retorted, "Am I not aware? They have only just awakened their divine consciousness. Do you truly believe such power is feasible?" Shan Chong nodded, contemplating, "Surely. There must be limitations to such a state. An SSS level cannot sustain this indefinitely, can they?" Shan Chong inquired. Wu Bei nodded affirmatively, stating that had their combat prowess been consistently formidable, they would have engaged in battle earlier, rather than delaying until now. There must be limitations. Shan Chong inquired about Qi Hengqiu. Upon hearing this, Wu Bei's expression suddenly hardened as he gazed at the scene before him. Qi Hengqiu had been locked in a fierce struggle against a 4-star alien beast. Where was he? In that very moment, a mournful cry erupted from their companion nearby. In an instant, a terrifying flash of blade light appeared, striking mercilessly at its back. The impact shattered its spine and fractured the ground beneath. Even if the creature survived, it was left on the brink of death. The expressions of Wu Bei and Shan Chong transformed dramatically. Instinctively, they unleashed their divine powers, propelling themselves forward with urgency. Wu Bei stared in horror at his companion, nearly cleaved in two, his eyes filled with despair. Just like that. "Qi Hengqiu!" Wu Bei shouted in a frenzy. Qi Hengqiu materialized, hovering in the air, his eyes radiating an icy indifference that betrayed his current murderous intent. He no longer exhibited the previous brutality. Now, only the urge to kill remained. Wu Bei, too, felt a surge of madness. He had never anticipated that Qi Hengqiu would strike so inexplicably. He had just ventured to confront the 4-star alien beasts, intentionally luring them away to eliminate them, all to escape Qi Hengqiu's watchful gaze. What a grave oversight. Qi Hengqiu was enveloped in a tempestuous force. Did he not realize the dire straits of his comrades? Thus, he hesitated no longer. His singular focus was on obliterating the mastermind behind this chaos. Qi Hengqiu made his move. Wu Bei and Shan Chong quickly came to their senses. This was Qi Hengqiu, an opponent they could not hope to match. Shanchong bellowed, retreat. Chapter 125, The Pain of Parting in an Instant. The 4 S-class divine seals on Shanzhong's body erupted with a dark luminescence. The earthy glow of his attributes began to unfurl. Enormous copper hammers materialized in his grasp, and he surged forward, leading the charge. Qi Hengchu's gaze was icy and devoid of emotion. A tempest of fierce wind swirled around him as he unleashed a single strike. Clang! Boom! In that fleeting moment, Shanzhong's eyes widened in sheer terror. That seemingly simple blow bore down upon him with the weight of Mount Tai. He felt as though he had been trampled by a raging bull. Stunned, Shanzhong could hardly comprehend. Wasn't Qi Hengchu of the wind attribute? How could his strength be so terrifying? With a thunderous crash, Shanzhong was flung several dozen meters away, shattering numerous trees in his wake, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wu Bei, realizing the gravity of the situation, sprang into action. He understood that escape was futile. He must hastily summon a few 4-star beasts to stand a chance. Yet, his own injuries were far from healed. However, there was no choice but to engage. With a fierce roar, Wu Bei challenged, Qi Hengchu, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Dark energy flickered around him as razor-sharp claws, resembling those of a wolf, manifested in his hands, and he launched his assault. The steel claws seemed capable of rending anything apart, clashing against Qi Hengchu's long blade, igniting sparks in their wake. Wu Bei, not to be underestimated, was at level 40. Amidst the series of violent collisions, he became increasingly agitated. Shanzhong quickly regained his composure and joined the fray. Both warriors converging upon Qi Hengchu, each unleashing their own seal powers. A torrent of formidable energy surged forth. Yet, Qi Hengchu remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and collected. Faced with their onslaught, he exhibited no panic, deftly countering their advances and gradually beginning to suppress them. The gleam of the blade flickered. Each assault a release of the seething fury within Qi Hengchu's chest. These wretched beasts would pay dearly. Today, they would meet their demise here. The blade's shimmer seemed to turn frigid. With each strike, the two adversaries retreated step by step. Shanzhong aided Wu Bei, absorbing the majority of the damage. Despite his formidable defenses, the earthy glow pulsating around him, he was still relentlessly wounded by Qi Hengchu's strikes, soon transforming into a bloodied figure. At last, he experienced the true ferocity of Qi Hengchu. This individual, merely an S rank, unleashed a combat prowess far exceeding that classification. Truly, he was a monster. Confronted by 2 4th Seal divine warriors, he appeared to be toying with them. Wu Bei bore numerous injuries as well. Shanzhong bellowed, Wu Bei, retreat. Qi Hengchu resembled a deity of slaughter. Today, none of you shall escape. Shanzhong retorted fiercely, then let us see. The 4th divine seal surged with an earthy luminescence. The ground beneath them began to tremble. Earth dragon rise. Shanzhong shouted. In an instant, the earth below cracked and shattered, coalescing into a formidable earth dragon, composed of soil and stone, bursting forth from the ground with terrifying might, charging toward Qi Hengchu. This earth dragon appeared to have a diameter of nearly 1 meter. Yet, in the face of such an onslaught, Qi Hengchu remained impassive. The 3rd divine seal surged wildly. Windblade, 1,000 cuts. With a single, devastating slash, the earth dragon capable of grievously injuring a divine warrior was instantly obliterated, shattering into fragments that scattered in all directions. Shanzhong fell silent. The disparity was insurmountable. He bellowed, Wu Bei, run now? Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Bei fled in a frenzy. Yet, in the instant Mountain Heavy uttered those words, Qi Hengchu had ominously appeared before him. The 2nd divine seal surged forth. The sorrow of the wind. A blade sliced through Mountain Heavy's throat, cleaving through armor with alarming ease. His pupils gradually dilated in disbelief. He could hardly fathom his defeat. How could Qi Hengchu be so formidable? The body fell heavily to the ground, blood gushing forth. Meanwhile, Qi Hengchu had already pursued Wu Bei, his cold gaze fixated relentlessly on Wu Bei's form. Today he must perish here. Qi Hengchu noted that in the direction Wu Bei fled, several exotic beasts were also closing in. He snorted disdainfully, quickening his pace. Wu Bei's heart sank. He felt a chilling dread. This was monstrous. Unfathomable. One thought plagued him. Despite being 6 kilometers away, how could Qi Hengchu track him with such precision? Could the military's heavenly eye truly have been employed? It should not be possible. Anger boiled within him, especially with beasts dead. His combat prowess had significantly diminished. Yet, he had to escape. Survival was paramount if he were to have any hope of vengeance. Qi Hengchu, Do you wish to know what she said to Wang Tian's before she died? Qi Hengqiu remained impassive, merely cutting through the air with his blade. Wu Bei desperately dodged, rolling away. He would no longer be swayed by Wu Bei. The only path to relief lay in slaying him. After Wu Bei tumbled away, he summoned the power of the Divine Seal. Suddenly, he produced a source energy cannon and fired it at Qi Hengqiu. Qi Hengqiu swiftly evaded the attack. The grotesque visage of Wu Bei was marred by a sinister grin. Do you truly not wish to know? Wang Tian so harbored jealousy towards you, and at that moment, he would rather witness your demise than intervene. Did you not desire to eliminate him? It was he who brought about the death of that woman. Do you wish to avenge her? I can assist you. Ha ha. Wu Bei's laughter was frenzied. In the next instant, a glint of cold fury flashed in Qi Hengqiu's eyes. With a swift movement, he closed the distance, severing the energy cannon from Wu Bei's grasp, and simultaneously struck at his chest. The armor protecting Wu Bei's torso shattered instantly. With a splatter, he expelled a gory spray of crimson blood, sent flying several dozen meters by the force of the blow. He staggered to his feet, casting a glance at the gaping wound that revealed bone beneath. Even as blood dripped from his lips, he continued to laugh maniacally, resembling a lunatic. Do you know? I consumed her heart. Ha ha. You were unaware, were you? While you were taken away, her corpse was torn asunder. In those days, you were meant to be united. Ha ha ha. Yet, Wang Tian did splendidly, watching as you both were besieged. This is the fate of your trio of heroes. Ha ha ha. Truly laughable. The brutal rage within Qi Hengqiu surged, coloring his gaze with a tinge of crimson. Yet, he swiftly suppressed it, for his comrades awaited him. In an instant, Qi Hengqiu drew his blade, while Wu Bei unleashed the power of his four. In a heartbeat, a swirling black mist enveloped him, coalescing into countless black needles. With a furious roar, Wu Bei commanded, "Die." Qi Hengqiu swung his blade, creating a wall of fierce wind before him. All the black needles were swiftly directed into the sky, rendering them utterly ineffective. Wu Bei's eyes suddenly narrowed. You have mastered it. Qi Hengqiu's gaze abruptly sharpened. In a flash, he appeared before Wu Bei, his blade slicing through the air. The gleam of the sword shimmered between them. Boom. Wu Bei was hurled over 100 meters by the strike. His chest had erupted, devastating countless mountains and forests along his path. Blood gushed forth as he was enveloped in an extraordinary shock. He had not anticipated that Qi Hengqiu had truly achieved mastery. Yet, that no longer concerned him. As he descended, he was on the brink of death, his chest entirely shattered, revealing his innards. His vision gradually blurred as he watched Qi Hengqiu approach him step by step, struggling to muster a sinister smile. You will join me. In an instant, Qi Hengqiu's blade flashed again. But the next moment, a four-star beast stood in front of Wu Bei. Simultaneously, another four-star blood moon demon wolf seized Wu Bei in its jaws, fleeing frantically. Qi Hengqiu engaged in a fierce battle with the four-star beast. Should he not pursue relentlessly? Wu Bei's demise was inevitable. On another front, Su Liang and the others felt the shift. With Wu Bei's demise, the command had dissipated, causing the beast horde to gradually retreat. They realized their captain had succeeded. The retreat of the beasts was also linked to the aura emanating from Su Liang, an aura that instilled terror. They had finally triumphed. Each heart bore a sorrowful weight, a sense of survival after a calamity. They turned their gazes toward Chen Wuhua, who was being desperately treated. Their eyes were filled with grief, tears raining down like green leaves. No matter how fervently she channeled her healing powers, it was already beyond salvation. The wound on his back was grievous, and his internal organs had suffered catastrophic damage. Lu Wuhuan, in a frenzy, rushed to Chen Wuhua's side. Kneeling beside him, tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes, and his throat trembled. Who? Brother Hua. Chen Wuhua hung on by a thread, his complexion as pale as parchment, managing to force a faint smile. With great effort, he raised his hand, which Lu Wuhuan grasped tightly. Why must you save me? Lu Wuhuan wept like a child, and the eyes of those around them glistened with unshed tears. Chen Wuhua's smile was wan. I am but a wretched life, and my loss would be of little consequence. Moreover, as a survivor, saving you is instinctive to me. Lu Wuhuan clutched Chen Wuhua's hand fervently. You must survive, do not die. I still wish to savor the roasted chicken legs you prepare. Chen Wuhua managed a faint smile. Damn it, you're so grown up now. Perhaps in the next life. Lu Wuhuan sobbed uncontrollably. Chen Wuhua turned to the others, who had gathered closely. He offered each of them a gentle smile. You all must be cautious. I can no longer accompany you. Tell Xiaolong to remember to burn a few big bombshells for me. Tears streamed down Lu Wuhuan's face without respite, and a few drops of sorrow fell from Long Lan's eyes. Yi Qingqing's eyes were also red-rimmed. The burly men around them were no exception. Gong Lai and Yun Mu crouched down, clasping Chun Wuhua's hand. They were of similar age and could be considered the oldest comrades. Seeing the two strong men with tear-filled eyes was a poignant sight. Chun Wuhua's lips oozed crimson blood. "Do not cry, for it is merely a slumber from which I shall not awaken. When I return in the next life, let us be brothers once more. Lao Gong, I shall not partake in the joyous celebrations of your union with Green Field. Do not allow others to wait as long as I have." Gong Lai's eyes brimmed with tears, blood vessels creeping across his sclera. At that moment, Chun Wuhua appeared to be illuminated by a fleeting glimpse of life. He turned his gaze towards Su Liang, who still emitted wisps of white vapor. Su Liang is a fine individual. He will undoubtedly assist the captain in the future. So let us all protect him diligently. Su Liang's eyes were also red-rimmed. This ordinarily gentle-faced Chun Wuhua, though not frequently encountered, seemed to evoke the melancholic images of a past life. He had endured far too much separation and loss. Qi Hengqiu returned, observing Chun Wuhua lying on the ground. He knelt beside him. With the last remnants of his strength, Chun Wuhua implored, "Captain, please bury me beside Wu Xiao and the others, so I may have companions." Qi Hengqiu nodded, his voice hoarse. "Let us be brothers in the next life." Chun Wuhua smiled. "These years spent as teammates have been the happiest of my life." With that, Chun Wuhua closed his eyes. Wago. Lu Wuhuan wept inconsolably, cradling Chun Wuhua's increasingly cold body for an eternity. The sky gradually became tinged with a dusky hue, mirroring the sunset of Chun Wuhua's life. Yet, the end of life does not signify the end of spirit. He had selflessly shielded his comrades from a fatal blow. His spirit shall remain immortal. Beneath this dimly lit night sky, all his comrades paid their highest respects, watching as his soul ascended to the heavens. May we be brothers once more in the next life. Su Liang finally could no longer endure. The ethereal mist surrounding him dissipated, and he collapsed onto the ground. Su Liang! Su Liang! Gong Lai rushed over, cradling him. This time, the use of blood flame had completely drained him of all his beast god seal powers. In that moment, he realized that it was not that he did not need to recover, rather, on numerous occasions, he had not truly tapped into the profound depths of the beast god seal's power. Thus, during the transformation of beast energy, he had effortlessly replenished it. But now, he was utterly devoid of strength, completely exhausted. The sensation of weakness overwhelmed him. "Kid, what happened to you? Don't scare me." Gong Lai, fearing for Su Liang's well-being, called out as everyone gathered around. Su Liang weakly murmured, "Get me to the safe house. I've expended too much energy." Without hesitation, Qi Hengqiu retrieved the safe house and swiftly placed Su Liang inside. The others began to secure the battlefield, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Qi Hengqiu, alongside Long Lan, carefully gathered Chun Wuhua's remains and temporarily stored them within the spatial converter. Each individual felt the weight of despair, yet they had to come to terms with this harsh reality. Inside the safe house, Su Liang felt so weak that he could not even lift his arms. It was as if he had been completely drained, akin to the fatigue of having gone 3 days without water. He retrieved a beast crystal, preparing for beast energy transformation. However, in the next moment, his beast god seal activated automatically. The energy within the beast crystal was fervently absorbed by the beast god seal, transforming into 2 torrents. One flowed into the beast god seal embedded in his chest, while the other surged into the beast god seal within his right eye. A radiant golden light flickered. Su Liang was taken aback. Could he truly absorb the beast crystal in such a manner? Was it possible that during moments of power loss, he could directly replenish himself with the essence of the beast crystal? However, there was no time to ponder such questions now. The beast god seal appeared to be immensely fatigued, ravenously drawing power from the beast crystal. That sense of weakness was gradually dissipating. Yet he sensed that his strength had not fully returned to its peak. There remained a significant shortfall. Upon inspecting his beast crystals, he was astounded to find that 500 had vanished. How much time had elapsed? Could it be that an entire day and night had passed? Hurriedly, Su Liang exited the safety shelter, only to discover that the others had relocated. They were gathered around a campfire. A flicker of alarm crossed Su Liang's mind. Had a full day truly gone by? Glancing at the time, he realized that merely 2 hours had passed. Su Liang was astonished. His rate of absorbing the beast crystals far exceeded the transformation speed of beast energy, reaching a terrifying level. It could perhaps be likened to the arduous task of cultivating land. Yet, if one merely needed to irrigate the already prepared fields, the endeavor became considerably simpler. As Su Liang emerged, his companions inquired, "Hey, are you all right?" Gong Lai hurried toward him. Su Liang waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine, just excessively drained." He approached the group, noting the somber expressions on their faces. They had lost a comrade. Gu Tianqian, the blood drinker, had also sustained injuries, and Yun Mu had been wounded just days prior. At present, everyone is somewhat injured. Su Liang casually found a spot to sit down, and everyone cast a glance at him. At that moment, Su Liang's performance was truly astonishing. Ultimately, he had teamed up with Zhao Jian to vanquish a 4-star beast. Such ferocity, Qi Hingshu remarked. "Now that Su Liang has awoken, let us deliberate on the mission." He continued as we exited the city. Su Liang recognized the peril of this mission, prompting me to elevate the internal danger level to its highest. Yet, the actual threat has far exceeded my expectations. We have only deployed 3 of the celestial eyes. We cannot place the 4th until tomorrow. Considering the mission's hazards, I propose we abandon it. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Su Liang was momentarily taken aback. The choice to abandon the mission came with significant consequences. The records of the Divine Hunter Squad would reflect a voluntary withdrawal, which could adversely affect future assignments. However, the Zhongyue plan was exceedingly challenging. If they could forego it, it would be a blessing, provided they could return to Rome City. What Su Liang needed most was time. Given sufficient time, he could swiftly enhance his abilities, ensuring greater safety. Yet, everyone remained silent. This would render Hua Ji's sacrifice meaningless. Su Liang spoke up. "I believe abandoning the mission is a viable option. It is evident that we are being targeted, and there must be a conspiracy at play." Long Lan concurred. "I, too, support the decision to abandon the mission." Upon hearing their agreement, Levine added, "I also agree." Everyone nodded in agreement. Qi Hingshu spoke. "Very well, let us abandon the mission. Xiaolan, contact the military headquarters. We shall withdraw from this undertaking and prepare to return tomorrow." Long Lan nodded. Qi Hingshu then gazed at the group. "The chef's sacrifice shall not be in vain. In the future, we must ensure that those shadowy figures behind the scenes pay for their deeds." Everyone nodded in affirmation. Lu Wuhuan's eyes were still red. In a hoarse voice, he inquired, "Captain, are those individuals your former adversaries?" Qi Hingshu's gaze flickered momentarily before he nodded, beginning to recount certain matters. They hailed from a faction known as the God Eaters, specifically an organization called the God-Slaying Society, which comprised the majority of the elite from the God Eaters. While their numbers may not rival the geniuses of our Huaxia, they possess the ability to control and wield extraordinary beasts. Upon hearing this, the crowd was somewhat taken aback. Su Liang, however, was not overly surprised, as he already possessed some knowledge of this organization, which had persistently aimed to hunt down the prodigies of Huaxia. It could be seen as a conflict between the younger generations of 2 great powers. Qi Hingshu continued, "They maintain a list, a hunting roster, containing the names of Huaxia's talents. I am unsure of the specific ranking criteria, but I suspect Bai Qianqian must be included." At this moment, Qi Hingshu directed his gaze towards Su Liang. Su Liang showed no astonishment. An SSS-level individual would undoubtedly make the list. He responded, "That list is categorized into 4 major ranks, A, B, C, and D. Within the first-class category, there exists a further subdivision into 3 tiers, first, second, and third, which correspond almost precisely to the 3S grades." Upon hearing this, the crowd cast bewildered glances at Su Liang. Gong Lai, puzzled, inquired, "You even know this?" Su Liang responded with a wry smile, "I know a little." Qi Hingshu regarded Su Liang with a deep gaze before continuing. "The upcoming God-Slaying Conference is undoubtedly aimed at us from Rome City, and to be more direct, it is primarily targeting me. They have always sought to eliminate me." A contemplative silence enveloped the group. Levian interjected, "Now that the situation is clear, this mission is fundamentally an extensive ambush directed at the captain, a concerted effort against us. It is imperative that we abandon the mission." Everyone nodded in agreement. Gong Lai remarked, "There is no shame in retreating. We shall strive to evolve and one day return with vengeance. And with Su Liang, this little prodigy, we shall undoubtedly prevail." A faint smile graced their faces, indeed. Su Liang's combat prowess was nothing short of astonishing. Gong Lai forced a smile to lighten the atmosphere, refusing to dwell in despair. He asked, "Little Liang, what is the nature of that golden light? Aren't you dual elemental, wind and fire?" Su Liang casually picked up a small stone and tossed it into the fire. his expression devoid of emotion as he stated, "I have already declared that I am SSS-grade. Gong Lai retorted with a laugh. "Oh, keep boasting. Everyone knows you are merely B-grade. Why the pretense?" Yet, at that moment, Su Liang's demeanor turned exceedingly serious, causing Gong Lai's smile to fade. Turning to glance at his teammates, he noticed that no one was smiling. Instead, they all seemed to accept the situation tacitly. Gong Lai widened his eyes in disbelief. "What? You?" He pressed his face close to Su Liang's, their eyes merely a centimeter apart. "Are you truly SSS level? Why otherwise? I've told you several times." Gong Lai recoiled as if he had encountered a fearsome beast, clutching his rapidly rising chest. "Really?" Su Liang rolled his eyes. "What do you think that golden light was?" Gong Lai's expression was a spectacle to behold. Oh. Chapter 127, The Core of Destiny. It took Gong Lai a considerable time to calm his racing heart. It was simply unfathomable that Su Liang was genuinely SSS level. He then shamelessly approached, eager to curry favor. "Oh dear, my little Liang is actually SSS level. This is quite the catch." Su Liang pushed him away with a firm hand. "You old rascal. Go flatter the captain instead." The group erupted in laughter, their spirits slightly lifted. Gong Lai grinned mischievously. "Now that we have the Jinsha, S level, SS level, and SSS level all at our disposal. Incredible. We are surely destined to become the Grand Marshal of the Divine Sect. Once we bring Qianqian in, our Jinsha will undoubtedly rise high in the Divine Hunt rankings." Su Liang chose to ignore him and turn to the others. "As for my being SSS level, I kindly request that you keep this a secret and refrain from mentioning it to anyone. I harbor concerns regarding the military." At this juncture, everyone understood implicitly, nodding in agreement. Gu Tianqing reassured, "Rest assured, since you have expressed this, everyone will undoubtedly keep it confidential." Su Liang nodded in acknowledgement. Gong Lai inquired, "Surely, this will eventually come to light?" Su Liang elucidated, "Isn't it preferable for our names to remain absent from the Godslayer's hunting list for a while longer?" Gong Lai acquiesced with a nod. Qi Hengqiu emphasized, "This matter must remain absolutely unspoken to anyone. It is akin to a secret of our team, a lethal trump card." The group nodded gravely in unison. Gong Lai pursued Su Liang with curiosity. "Young man, what was the cause of that white vapor emanating from your body at that time? Your combat powers surged dramatically." Su Liang shook his head. "Do not inquire about my affairs. It is not that I wish to conceal them from you. But the fewer who know, the better." Gong Lai shot him a glare. "I am your guide, after all." Lu Yin playfully tapped him. "Is this endless? They have already stated the need for confidentiality." Only then did Gong Lai sheepishly smile, unable to withstand his wife's playful reprimand. At that moment, Longlan's expression darkened considerably. "We have been denied." Upon this revelation, all eyes turned towards Long Lan, brows furrowing in concern. Qi Hengqiu questioned, "What transpired?" Long Lan retrieved the information, stating, "The military has ordered us to continue with our tasks, and furthermore, they have assigned a new mission, elevating its danger level to 5 stars. Regardless of the casualties, we must proceed, and even if we wish to return now, it is impossible. Rome City is besieged by countless hordes of alien beasts." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of all present changed dramatically. Surrounded, Longlan's face darkened as she nodded. From seemingly nowhere, a multitude of aberrant beasts had emerged, encircling the vicinity of Rome City, not attacking but merely confining them. Su Liang's countenance grew grim. "This is the Godslayer Society cutting off our retreat. This is their customary tactic." The faces of the crowd were exceptionally grim. "Damn it!" Gu Tianqing cursed under his breath. Gong Lai also muttered angrily, "These brutes. Do they intend to capture all of us in one fell swoop?" At that moment, Su Liang finally comprehended why the Burial Moon plan had proven so arduous. They had evidently long since resolved to annihilate everyone venturing out of the city. Zhao Jian and Yi Qingqing's faces were uncharacteristically ashen. Qi Hengqiu remained relatively composed. "What is the new mission?" Long Lan examined the new task, her pupils widening in astonishment. "We are to seize the celestial core. Numerous teams have also emerged from Haunt City. We must cooperate with one another to reclaim the celestial core from the aberrant beasts, and if possible, bring it back to Rome City. The reward for this mission is 100 million low-grade divine crystals." Upon hearing this, everyone was left in shock. "How much? Did you say how much?" Their eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had misheard. Even Su Liang was taken aback. 100 million? That equates to 10 million one-star beast crystals. Are they mad? This is tantamount to slaying 1,000 4-star aberrant beasts. 100 5-star aberrant beasts. A single 5-star aberrant beast crystal can only be exchanged for 1 million low-grade divine crystals. In terms of the value of beast crystals, the worth increases tenfold from 1 to 3 stars. However, at 4 stars, the value leaps directly by 100 times compared to 3 stars, marking a qualitative transformation. The distinction between 4-star and 3-star extraordinary beasts is vast, akin to an insurmountable barrier. The progression from 4 to 5 stars continues with a tenfold increase. Yet, upon reaching 6 stars, another significant leap occurs. A 6-star extraordinary beast equates to the worth of 100 5-star extraordinary beasts, representing yet another qualitative leap. Thus, the value of a single 6-star extraordinary beast is nearly equivalent to 100 million low-level divine crystals. This task's reward is tantamount to slaying a 6-star extraordinary beast. Is this not astonishing? Everyone struggled to conceal their astonishment within. Such a reward stirred an irresistible fervor within their hearts, setting their blood ablaze. Greengrass curiously inquired, "What is the Tianji core?" This question abruptly pulled everyone back from their fantasies. Even Su Liang found himself somewhat perplexed by this notion. The Tianji core? Could it possibly be something simple that warrants a bounty of 100 million divine crystals from the military? Qi Heng initially fell silent. It could be understood as a form of artificial intelligence brain, akin to a chip. Acquiring the Tianji core would enable the construction of a top-tier defense system, and even the establishment of a 4th-grade city. Within it lies all the data and information necessary for constructing a 4th-grade city, as well as numerous data on the chosen ones and an immense reservoir of combat techniques, with the highest level potentially reaching 6 stars. Upon hearing this, everyone was profoundly shaken. Liang added, "In fact, this Tianji core is the database of the 4th-grade city, Hongqiang, which was invaded 10 years ago. If we in Rongqing obtained this celestial core, we could enhance our battle defense systems and, through this core, connect to Huaxia's heavenly eye, thereby gaining access to higher-level authorizations." After all, in the past, Hongqiang had a larger population than Rongqing and was slightly more esteemed. Thus, a reward of 100 million for such a celestial core is hardly excessive. Everyone gasped in astonishment, realizing the significance of this object. Gong Li inquired, "If we acquire the celestial core, will we gain access to the battle techniques stored within?" Liang nodded. "There is a possibility." The air grew tense with anticipation. 6-star battle techniques. Liang continued, "However, for us, the battle techniques are not the most crucial aspect. Rather, it is the core secrets of certain weaponry contained within. If we can obtain those, we can leverage the data to enhance and upgrade our equipment, crafting advanced energy cannons and similar devices without incurring costs. This is what truly matters to us." The excitement among everyone was beyond verbal expression. They yearned to seize it at once. Yet, in the next moment, Liang doused their enthusiasm with a cold reality. The prerequisite is the ability to acquire it. Such a vital asset will undoubtedly attract numerous formidable contenders. The Divine Hunter Squad from Hongqiang is likely stronger than us. Moreover, it is probable that not only the Divine Hunter Squad from Hongqiang will take action, but also other influential families and factions from Hongqiang may do so. It is likely that several prominent families from Rongqing will also send their representatives. Su Liang, filled with confusion, inquired, "Why doesn't the military directly deploy a divine king for such a significant matter?" Liang turned her gaze towards Qi Hengqiu, who replied, "The military currently cannot ascertain the truth of the situation. If this is indeed a trap and a divine king falls prey to the enemy, our city will descend into chaos. A divine king cannot leave their designated city lightly." Su Liang felt a jolt. It seemed they were being regarded as mere foot soldiers trudging through a minefield. Liang remarked, "This is the reality we face. Our next steps will determine our fate. We can either remain passive, waiting for the monstrous beasts surrounding Rong City to retreat before seizing the opportunity to return, or we can proceed with our mission, risking everything for potential gain. However, undertaking the mission entails immense peril. No one can predict what may unfold." Upon hearing these words, a heavy silence enveloped the group. The current circumstances clearly indicated that venturing forth would be fraught with danger, possibly even leading to loss of life. Yet, did they have any viable escape route? Lu Wuhuan was the first to rise, throwing a tasteless piece of meat to the ground in frustration. "Damn it, it's not as delicious as what Brother Hua makes. Let us avenge him. Annihilate those beasts." The others exchanged knowing glances and smiled. Gong Li, cursing under his breath, exclaimed, "To hell with it. Yunmu calmly stated. Having lived for several decades, I've already had my share. Bai Qianqian pounded his iron fists together, grinning. Let us slay more beasts. It's a fine way to save for our future. Zhao Jian silently polished his sword, requiring no further words. Yi Qingqing felt the same way. Fu Yuan remarked, provide me with some source crystals. I'm concerned it may not suffice for the battle. Everyone turned their gaze towards Su Liang. Su Liang replied, I will strive to evolve tonight. Grant me a little time, and I shall be capable of single-handedly defeating a 4-star beast. Laughter erupted among the group. Qi Hingchu suggested, then let us all seize the moment to rest. Those in need of recovery should recuperate. We shall set forth tomorrow morning to establish the 4th eye of the celestial dome. Su Liang turned and returned to the safety of the shelter. This journey was fraught with uncertainty. He did not know whether he would return alive or dead. No, he had promised Qianqian that he would come back safe and sound. Qianqian, wait for me. Chapter 128. Qianqian received a confession. Throughout the night, Su Liang was in a daze. Upon restoring himself to peak condition, he discovered that he had completely depleted his stockpile of beast crystals. When he emerged, he found that he possessed merely over 2,000 beast crystals. To replenish his consumption, he would require around 2,000 1-star beast crystals. Coupled with the consumption from his previous days of transforming beast energy, he was left with no beast crystals at all. He could only resort to using the beast crystals acquired from slaying monsters over the past few days. However, these would need to be shared later on. Once exhausted, he would be left with nothing, and his predicament would be exposed. Su Liang felt somewhat embarrassed. It was the first time he had witnessed the extent of his consumption capabilities. This merely signified that in the future, each time he activated the blood ignition, he would need thousands of beast crystals to replenish his expenditure. Su Liang could only smile wryly, while the power brought by blood ignition was formidable. The consumption was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. This was indeed a bit troublesome. Su Liang could only discreetly approach the captain. Captain, I require a 4-star beast crystal. Could you lend it to me for the time being? Qi Heng glanced at him momentarily. Su Liang continued, you can deduct it from my rightful share later. Qi Heng did not inquire further. Without uttering a word, he extracted a 4-star beast crystal from his possession and handed it to Su Liang. Only then did Su Liang feel a sense of relief. He decided against requesting a 1-star beast crystal, as this single 4-star crystal was equivalent to 10,000 1-star crystals, more than sufficient for his immediate needs. Moreover, it was less conspicuous. Su Liang even contemplated whether to modify his battle armor to include a compartment for beast crystals, enabling him to covertly convert beast energy even outside the safety of the shelter. That day, they proceeded with remarkable ease, encountering no further dangers. They successfully established the 4th eye of the Vault of Heaven. In the following days, Su Liang devoted his daylight hours to evolving the Wind and Fire Divine Seal, and his nights to the conversion of beast energy. He had truly embarked on a fervent path of evolution. In Rongqing, at the Chosen One's Academy, within the hunting grounds, a number of students gazed at the screen displaying the transmitted footage, each one rendered speechless. This Bai Qianqian is utterly insane. In just 2 weeks, she has reached level 12, dispatching 2-star exotic beasts as if they were mere chickens. An SSS rank is simply monstrous. While she was indeed extraordinary, her efforts were equally commendable. It was said that during this period, she had not attended a single class. She was either in the virtual combat chamber, at the hunting grounds, or practicing her combat techniques, never pausing for a moment. Ah, how often it is that the most exceptional individuals exert the greatest effort. I have heard that the Academy, in its pursuit of Bai Qianqian, has dispatched formidable warriors to the outskirts, fervently hunting exotic beasts to populate the hunting grounds. During this period, she has nearly eradicated the lower-tier hunting area. Indeed, she fights with a fervor akin to madness. And there is another equally fervent participant in the intermediate hunting grounds, none other than the IC campus belle, Fanboy, is it not? It is indeed she who, as if seized by a sudden frenzy, engages in relentless combat, mirroring Bai Qianqian's fervor. The Academy has been tirelessly capturing exotic beasts to provide them both with practical experience. Behold, it is Bai Qianqian's second imprint power. The scene is ablaze, as the inferno surges forth like a phoenix in flight, incinerating all surrounding beasts into mere ash. Spectators marvel at the display. The SSS level imprint power is indeed terrifying. However, have you noticed that in such a short span, Bai Qianqian has grown increasingly beautiful? Her complexion fairer, and she no longer appears so gaunt. She exudes a regal aura. Have you only just realized? She is of SSS rank, inherently a queen. One cannot fathom what stroke of fortune Su Liang has encountered to be able to cling to Bai Qianqian's coattails. Look, she is about to emerge. With the beasts nearly exterminated, she is surely on her way out. At the rear of the crowd, Luo Zian stands with her arms crossed, her figure leaning against the wall, a playful smile gracing her lips as she supports her ample bosom. Bai Qianqian steps out of the hunting grounds and approaches the throng of onlookers. She gazes at the staff guarding the hunting area. Calmly, she remarked, "Teacher, there aren't enough exotic beasts to slay. Please expedite the replenishment." The middle-aged man nodded awkwardly. "We are already in the midst of a hunt. They will be supplied shortly, and I will notify you when they arrive." Bai Qianqian inclined her head slightly. "Thank you." Gradually, she began to experience a certain detachment towards life, not a frigid indifference, but rather a natural and inherent pride. In her eyes, few could elicit a gentle smile from her. Only her beloved brother Su Liang could do so. Around her, the other students, regardless of whether they were of high or low rank, parted ways. No one dared to encircle Bai Qianqian as they had at the beginning. Just look at the S-class weapon in her hand and the S-class armor adorning her. One should be cautious when facing her. This transcendent aura of aloofness only heightened her allure. This was the essence of a future queen. The young men concealed their admiration deep within their gazes. Bai Qianqian's transformation was strikingly evident. Her figure was becoming increasingly statuesque, and her exquisite features were now devoid of any flaw. Holding her sword, she stepped beyond the confines of the hunting grounds and glanced skyward. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, still insufficient. She was far from matching Su Liang's prowess, and she needed to strive even harder. Su Liang had possessed such formidable strength before his departure, and he must be even stronger now. Bai Qianqian retrieved a shard of divine crystal, cradling it in her hand as she began to restore her energy, unwilling to waste a single moment. She murmured to herself, "Su Liang, you must return safely." Just as she was about to depart, Luo Zian appeared before her. Luo Zian displayed a sweet and innocent smile. "Hello, Bai Qianqian, may I befriend you?" The boys behind her were momentarily taken aback as they saw Luo Zian obstructing Bai Qianqian. It's this enchantress, a seductress who captivates both men and women, and with such a formidable background. Some eager souls wished to warn Bai Qianqian, yet they found themselves too intimidated to speak. This sorceress was just as ruthless as Luo Zian when it came to combat. Bai Qianqian gazed at Luo Zian with an impassive expression. "I believe I do not know you." Luo Zian, with an air of shyness, replied, "Indeed, you do not know me. But I have been following you for quite some time. I wish to be your friend, may I? I implore you." Her voice was almost intoxicatingly sweet. The surrounding boys felt their pulses quicken. This woman was like a potent poison, capable of ensnaring one's very soul. If one were to end up in her embrace, they would emerge transformed, if not utterly ruined. Her figure and alluring demeanor were simply beyond compare. However, some began to piece together the implications. What was Luo Zian's intention towards Bai Qianqian? Could it be that she truly had her sights set on her? The mere thought sent waves of despair through the boys. She was indeed a seductress, attempting to claim Bai Qianqian for herself. What of Su Liang? Why had he retreated like a turtle at such a crucial moment? Why was he not out there to shield Bai Qianqian? If he wouldn't protect her, then they would have to step in. Bai Qianqian regarded Luo Zian with a puzzled expression. "You are rather strange. Shouldn't you be directing that demeanor towards the boys? Why towards me? I have no inclination to subdue you as they might." The atmosphere fell into an unsettling silence. Luo Zian stood frozen in place. Amidst the crowd of students, one exclaimed, "Oh my, I can hardly contain myself. She is simply adorable. The queen is absolutely charming. I am utterly enamored." Who knew the queen possessed such an innocent side? Bai Qianqian blinked her seemingly indifferent eyes, yet her words evoked a delightful contrast to her demeanor. Luo Zian felt a fleeting blush grace her cheeks. Is Bai Qianqian truly this naive? As Bai Qianqian turned to leave, Luo Zian quickly adjusted her mindset and hurriedly positioned herself in front of Bai Qianqian once more, adopting a soft and coy demeanor. "Is it too much to ask for friendship? I am not lacking in merit either. I am also an S-class." Luo Zian's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Bai Qianqian remained expressionless. "I have no interest." Luo Zian felt a slight jolt in her heart. It seemed that without some bold maneuver, she would not succeed. As Bai Qianqian attempted to depart again, Luo Zian called out, "Wait, Bai Qianqian, I have something to say." Bai Qianqian furrowed her brow slightly. sensing an inexplicable annoyance towards this girl. Speak quickly, I am pressed for time. Luo Zian glanced around, appearing somewhat bashful. In an instant, she produced a bouquet of flowers from her spatial converter and knelt on one knee. Bai Qianqian, I adore you. Please be with me. What is so great about boys? Choose me instead. A stunned silence enveloped the room. Was she truly this forthright? There was no pretense at all. Chapter 129, Your Luo family is truly repugnant. The surrounding students stared wide-eyed as Luo Zian knelt before Bai Qianqian, holding the bouquet with a shy expression. The students have commenced a live broadcast. And it is indeed quite the spectacle. Bai Qianqian furrowed her brows as she gazed at the girl before her, feeling an inexplicable sense of confusion. She had been confessed to by this girl. The sensation was truly peculiar. Luo Zian observed Bai Qianqian's frozen demeanor and seized the opportunity. Qianqian, I genuinely like you. I've been thinking about you so much that I can hardly sleep. Be with me. What is so great about those smelly boys? They are all so unpleasant. With me, I will pamper you like a little princess every day. Seeing the almost infatuated smile on Luo Zian's face, Bai Qianqian was overwhelmed with goosebumps. It was simply too difficult to accept. The expressions of the surrounding students were quite vivid. The Luo family is certainly entertaining. When Luo Zian failed, they brought in Luo Zian. These siblings are truly amusing. However, some boys were concerned that Bai Qianqian might be deceived by Luo Zian. Bai Qianqian's expression became somewhat stiff. I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend, as everyone knows, and I'm not into girls. Furthermore, there is nothing wrong with boys. Liang is quite wonderful, and he smells delightful, not as foul as you suggested. The male students reacted with dismay. Bai Qianqian can't possibly be with Liang, right? Damn it, that scoundrel. We must eliminate that rascal. How dare he pursue our queen? Where is he? We should tear him apart. By the way, it seems he hasn't made an appearance in quite some time. A group of boys gritted their teeth, lamenting the fact that such a splendid girl like Bai Qianqian had been claimed by that rogue so early on. This was a loss for all their male counterparts. Luo Zian was momentarily taken aback. She had long heard of Bai Qianqian's infatuation with Liang. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Today served merely as a precautionary measure, and she was confident that she would gradually forge a closer relationship with Bai Qianqian. She refused to believe she could not win her over. Bai Qianqian continued, moreover, you have not even introduced yourself. I am completely unfamiliar with you. Nonetheless, I appreciate your admiration, but I cannot reciprocate your feelings. With that, Bai Qianqian turned and walked away, feeling a wave of goosebumps wash over her. This incident was one she simply had to share with her brother, Liang. It was far too embarrassing. However, Luo Zian was not disheartened by such a rejection and hurriedly chased after her. I did not mean to withhold my name. I feared you might misunderstand. Bai Qianqian walked on with a stony expression, eager to distance herself. That is your concern, not mine, she replied coldly. Luo Zian insisted. Bai Qianqian, I will tell you my name, but please do not be upset and do not ignore me. I know you may not accept me now, but I truly like you so very much. Every night, you occupy my thoughts. Qianqian involuntarily shivered, feeling somewhat compelled to remain silent. Luo Zian hastily added, my name is Luo Zian, and I hail from the Luo family. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere around Bai Qianqian turned icy, her gaze sharpening. So it is the Luo family. In that instant, she resumed her demeanor of the imperious queen before the eyes of her male classmates. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. She surely despised the Luo family, and that was a welcome thought. Luo Zian hurriedly exclaimed, Qianqian, I have no relationship whatsoever with that scoundrel Luo Zian. The last time he harassed you, I went home and confronted him, warning him to never disturb you again. If he dares to approach you once more, just inform me, and I will ensure he pays for it. Please, do not let this incident come between our friendship. Shall we start as friends? I genuinely hold deep affection for you, and I long to hold you close as we sleep. The surrounding male classmates were utterly disgusted by her antics, finding her as peculiar as Luo Zian. Bai Qianqian had completely lost interest in the conversation. Yet Luo Zian remained relentless. Qianqian, please do not be upset. I have severed ties with him for your sake. From now on, my affections will be solely for you. Can we at least be friends? At last, Qianqian could no longer contain her disdain. She harbored no fondness for anyone from the Luo family, regardless of gender. Any member of that family was suspect in her eyes. A deep chill coursed through her, and in an instant, the blazing mark upon her forehead erupted. A wave of terrifying heat radiated from her, her expression icy. Get lost. In that moment, she exuded an aura of sovereign dominance. The mingling of the relentless heat and her cold demeanor ensnared the attention of the boys, leaving them entranced. This was the Bai Qianqian they adored. Luo Xian was knocked back by the wave of heat, and everyone around was left in a state of shock. Only at the 12th level. Yet her pressure was already so formidable. Unfazed, Luo Xian lamented pitifully, "If you truly wish to be angry, then strike me. I am willing to atone for the mistakes he has made. Come at me." Luo Xian spread her arms wide, presenting herself as a figure ready for sacrifice. Bai Qianqian cast a cold glance in her direction. "You members of the Luo family are truly repugnant." With that, Bai Qianqian turned and walked away. "Qianqian." Luo Xian hurried after her. In the next moment, a sharp and resonant sound of a sword echoed, its blade aimed directly at Luo Xian. Bai Qianqian's gaze was frigid. "Do not attempt to employ your tricks on me. I harbor no fondness for your Luo family. If you continue to bother me, do you believe that I would hesitate to end your life? The academy would surely protect me." The tall figure wielding the sword faced her with an icy demeanor, exuding an air of ruthless elegance. The boys could hardly contain their admiration. "Wow, it seems our academy is about to unveil another frosty beauty." Luo Xian, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrained from any further audacity. Bai Qianqian departed with an alluring silhouette that captivated onlookers. Yet, within Luo Xian's heart, turmoil brewed. "Damn it, Luo Xian, you scoundrel. This is all your fault. Useless in success, detrimental in failure." "Humph, Bai Qianqian, do not be hasty. I shall make you submit to me. I will draw you into my embrace." The matter of Luo Xian's confession had spread like wildfire throughout the academy. Yi Qinghan and Yi Qiuling had become a couple. TSK. Bai Qianqian has truly transformed, Yi Qiuling remarked in astonishment. Yi Qinghan appeared troubled. "I currently possess nothing of worth. I do not dare approach Bai Qianqian lightly. Should I traverse the path of Luo Ziwen and Luo Xian, our Yi family will find it increasingly difficult to forge even a semblance of a bond with her." Yi Qiuling furrowed her brow slightly, expressing her frustration. "I have already located the person, yet that damn scoundrel has vanished without a trace." "Qinghan, do you think it's possible that Su Liang has been secretly eliminated?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Surely not." Yi Qiuling shook her head. "I believe it is quite possible. Last time, he caused such a significant embarrassment for Luo Ziwen. Perhaps Luo Ziwen has taken matters into his own hands and dealt with him in the shadows. Your opportunity may have arrived." Yi Qinghan's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. "Could it be that I truly have the chance to take action?" Yi Qiuling analyzed. "Look at the video." Bai Qianqian's attitude towards Luo Xian suggests that she is aware of Su Liang's disappearance and suspects the Luo family. Yet without evidence, she can only endure. Moreover, with her recent fervent evolution, could it be that she intends to bolster her strength to avenge Su Liang? Upon hearing her analysis, Yi Qinghan was immediately invigorated. He slapped his thigh in realization. "That makes perfect sense." Grasping Yi Qiuling's hands excitedly, he exclaimed, "Qiuling, you truly are my brilliant strategist." Suddenly caught off guard by Yi Qinghan's grasp, Yi Qiuling felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. "Qinghan, please try to remain composed. This is merely what I ought to do." Yi Qinghan became acutely aware of the proximity between them, his gaze drawn to certain alluring aspects. He cleared his throat. "Ahem, I seem to have lost my composure. Please, continue." Yi Qiuling softly acknowledged him. As long as she could draw closer to Qinghan, her future would undoubtedly flourish, and she would surely earn the recognition she desired. Yi Qiuling continued, "If my conjectures hold true, then now, Qinghan, you have a means to act." Yi Qinghan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She elaborated, "You must not approach Bai Qianqian with ulterior motives. Rather, you should adopt a perspective of assistance. For instance, you could mobilize the resources of our family to investigate the mystery surrounding Su Liang's disappearance, thereby providing aid to Bai Qianqian. Through such support, you can gradually cultivate a favorable impression without revealing any desire to possess her. Simultaneously, Qinghan, your evolution must also intensify. Perhaps this will draw you closer to Bai Qianqian." The two engaged in a meticulous discussion of the details. Meanwhile, outside the city, the lone wolf gazed at the corpse retrieved by the blood moon demon wolf, his expression darkening to the utmost. Wu Bei was dead, which implied that Shan Chong might also be deceased, and that beast was gone as well. Anger raged fiercely within the lone wolf. "Qi Hingqiu, I underestimated you." His eyes glinted with a sinister intensity. "Boss," Wu Bei left behind a message. The group gathered to examine it. "Be cautious. He has mastered the winds." Chapter 130. I yearn for freedom. For days passed, and on this particular morning, Su Liang observed his virtual panel. Beast Energy Transformation Progress, 2,676 1 million. Beast Energy Talent. I have Insight 2, Divine Seal. B-Class Wind and Fire Divine Seal, Level 2. 11th rank, Divine Seal Evolution Progress, 11. 0. Beast God Seal. SSS Class Crimson Eye Celestial Seal, Level 2, 13th rank. Beast God Seal Evolution Progress, 13. 2. Spirit, 655-2000. Strength, 800-2000. Agility, 655-2000. Speed, 655-2000. Su Liang exhaled deeply. Over the course of 4 nights, the Beast God Seal had evolved to the 13th rank, while his strength was already equivalent to that of the 14th rank. In just 2 more nights, he would reach the 14th rank. Although the evolution had slowed compared to the initial stages, the current pace was still astonishing. Among his companions, none dared to claim they could evolve by a level in just a few days. Everyone was painstakingly accumulating their progress little by little. He was quite satisfied with this speed. Now, bolstered by the enhancements of his S-Class battle armor, his strength surged to a formidable 1360 points. By employing the Bloodfire Catalyst, his strength could reach an impressive 2,720 points. This figure might fluctuate slightly, but it had undeniably attained the level of an SSS class with 3 seals. Such power was truly formidable. Hence, Su Liang confidently asserted that given sufficient time, he could contend even against 4-star extraordinary beasts. This was the source of his conviction. He merely hoped that this conspiracy would unfold slowly, granting him some additional time to elevate his capabilities to the 15th or 16th level, or perhaps even higher. Let us proceed at a more measured pace. As for the Wind and Fire Divine Seal, it has evolved to the 2nd imprint, a seamless transition. Indistinguishable from the previous life, his 2nd imprint resides upon his left leg, bestowing upon him a modicum of strength, had it been in his former life. Achieving merely the 2nd imprint at level 11 would have rendered him incapable of venturing beyond the city. To do so would have been tantamount to courting death. Concurrently, the rate at which the Wind and Fire Divine Seal absorbs divine crystals has escalated once more. At levels 9 and 10, it provided a total of 4 attribute points. From level 10.5 to level 11, however, it necessitated the absorption of 200 divine crystals, equivalent to 20 first-tier beast crystals, yielding 20 attribute points. This substantiates Su Liang's innermost conjectures. For a B-grade 2nd imprint, each elevation in level demands the absorption of 400 divine crystals, translating to 40 first-tier beast crystals, a staggering increase of 20-fold compared to the 1st imprint. Fortunately, the rate of divine crystal absorption has reached an astonishing level. Otherwise, it would truly struggle to keep pace with the evolution of the Beast God Seal. Overall, circumstances are improving. Su Liang inhaled deeply, wishing that the conspiracies would unfold more slowly. He exited the safe house, where everyone awaited his arrival. Now that they were aware of Su Liang's SSS rank, they were more inclined to afford him additional time. The higher Su Liang's evolution level, the greater their collective combat strength. The sense of security provided by an SSS rank is something no one else can offer. Gong Li smiled and remarked, "We've been waiting for you." Su Liang offered a faint smile and nodded. "Let us proceed." Qi Hingshu calmly stated, "Today, we can install the 7th eye of the firmament and set off." The group advanced in unison. In recent days, they had not encountered any large-scale assaults from monstrous beasts. Occasionally, during the day, one might encounter some ordinary small groups, which constitutes a normal situation when venturing beyond the city. Consequently, the atmosphere among everyone becomes considerably more relaxed. Gong Li leaned closer and, with a smile, inquired, "What level are you at?" Su Liang, with a stoic expression, replied, "Level 13, as you inquired just yesterday." Gong Li chuckled. "I thought you would have reached level 14 by now." Su Liang retorted, "Do you really think I'm some sort of evolution machine? It's not that simple." Although he spoke thus, the words still seemed somewhat incredulous to Qi Hingshu and Long Lan. After all, he had only been level 11 when he first left the city. Gong Li continued, "You've progressed quite rapidly. I remember when we first met, I thought you were some sort of freak. Turns out, you're of SSS rank. But tell me, why do you hide it? If you divulge this to everyone, you would also attract preferential treatment in terms of resources, and most people wouldn't dare to provoke you." Upon hearing this, the other teammates cast curious glances at Su Liang, intrigued by the question. Su Liang waved his hand dismissively. "What is there to expose? My girlfriend, Being SSS rank has already received her share of resources. I'm not lacking in that regard. Moreover, as I mentioned, revealing it would only mean drawing early attention to myself, wouldn't it? At this, the group fell silent. The true reason surely lay beyond this. At such a young age, Liang's choice to forego such vanity in favor of concealment must have been guided by some wise counsel. Perhaps it was also related to his desire to evolve within the safety of the shelter. Liang was aware that his companions were overthinking the matter. Captain, during the last request to utilize the military celestial eye, they declined, and with the leakage of our movements, do you think there might be? Liang's words trailed off, but the topic had already shifted. Qi Hongqiu paused in silence before calmly stating, there are certainly parasites within the military, but their identities remain unknown. It may not be just one or two. The statement left everyone in stunned disbelief. Is it true? Bai Qianqian asked excitedly, directing his gaze towards Qi Hongqiu. With a composed nod, Qi Hongqiu affirmed, indeed, but no one knows who they are. Observing Qi Hongqiu's tranquility, the others seemed to grasp the unsettling truth. No place is entirely free of corruption. Bai Qianqian inquired, why is that? Qi Hongqiu shook his head. No one knows the reason. Those individuals, once exposed, typically meet their demise. Bai Qianqian wished to probe further, but Qi Hongqiu interjected. These matters are not for you to ponder. Focus on your own responsibilities. The military will handle those issues. At least the parasites are few in number and currently do not affect the larger situation. Bai Qianqian refrained from further questioning. However, Liang understood that the most significant parasite was the Grand Marshal Shenzong, whose surprise attack had indeed altered many circumstances. He hoped that one day, the truth of his character would be unveiled. By midday, they arrived at their 7th target location and set up the Eye of the Firmament. It was the perfect moment for a brief respite. Yunmu prepared some roasted meat for everyone, tearing off a piece and offering it to Liang. Although it may not have been as delectable as that prepared by a skilled chef, it would suffice. Liang expressed his gratitude and politely accepted the offering. Yunmu and Gong Lai are of similar age and disposition, though Yunmu possesses a touch more seriousness, presenting himself as a rather earnest fellow. Liang, what brings you to the Divine Hunt Squad? Yunmu inquired. Liang countered with a question of his own. And what about you? Yunmu paused for a moment, chuckling softly as he settled beside Liang. I yearn for freedom. Gong Lai erupted into laughter, resembling a pig's snort. You cheeky rascal, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just upset that the woman he fancies has married someone else. Laughter filled the air. Yunmu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Must you always be so talkative? Can't you show me a bit of respect? Liang chuckled lightly, a very earnest reason indeed. Such is the nature of teammates. There are hardly any secrets among them. Old Gong Lai, I suspect Green Grass joined the squad for your sake. What about you? Green Grass cast a glance at Liang. You little brat. Are you spinning tales about your Green Grass sister? Liang made a gesture of pleading. Before Gong Lai could respond, Yunmu interjected. He, like me, is aggrieved that the woman he desires has wed another, yet his fortune surpasses mine as he encountered Green Grass. Liang was taken aback. What kind of peculiar fellows are these? Gong Lai grumbled. Is it amusing to expose each other's wounds? Green Grass clarified. Liang, don't pay heed to their ramblings. Back in the day, they both fancied the same woman, the most outstanding belle of the chosen academy, who is now a prominent figure in the military and has never cast a glance in their direction, merely fanciful infatuations. Thus, the two of them have persevered together, remaining steadfast in the Divine Hunt Squad ever since. Gong Lai and Yunmu's expressions darkened, as if an old wound had been reopened. Liang's face twitched with discomfort. Yunmu glared at Gong Lai, exclaiming, You traitor! You divulged everything to Green. Do you not feel any shame? Gong Lai straightened his posture defiantly, retorting, What is there to be ashamed of? This is merely understanding one another. Yunmu smirked. Understanding one another? Just as Gong Lai was about to respond, a large stone hurtled towards his face. Green, what are you doing? Green spat disdainfully. Who said anything about understanding one another? If you had the ability, you would have been with me. If not, then cease your incessant chatter. Oh dear. Old Gong, how could you let Sister Green remain in solitude? Are you even human? Gong Lai scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, You shameless shrew. When I return, just wait to see how I will discipline you. Green let out a cold snort. Come on. Gong Lai, unable to meet her gaze, plopped back down. Laughter adorned the faces of those present. Such antics had become quite ordinary. Liang chuckled softly, finding the atmosphere rather pleasant. Yunmu inquired, Liang, You still haven't answered the question. Su Liang pondered for a moment, deciding to divide his response into two aspects. All eyes turned toward him, filled with anticipation. Su Liang smirked, gazing skyward. I yearn for freedom. The group's expressions darkened. Oh, come off it. Su Liang, you're being dishonest. This rascal, so cunning and clever. Su Liang clarified. No, truly, I do yearn for freedom. The group collectively rolled their eyes. Su Liang smiled as he became a member of the Divine Hunt Squad, each individual harboring their own reasons or secrets. At that moment, Longlan's expression shifted dramatically. An order from the military had arrived. Chapter 131. An abundance of disciples. Long spoke gravely, conveying the military's message. The team from Hanxing had confirmed that the core of the heavenly mechanism was indeed in the possession of the illusory moon fox, which had been driven into an ancient city. This cunning fox had evaded capture multiple times, yet it remained there, seemingly summoning other beasts to ambush the surrounding teams. The military commanded that our 20 squads, along with their forces, abandon their current missions and hasten to the designated location, both to rescue the Hanxing team and to seize the heavenly mechanism core. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group grew solemn. The 5-star illusory moon fox. Merely the mention of it conjured a sense of peril. Long continued. The mission's target location lies 150 kilometers to our northwest. If we travel through the night, it will take us 2 days. However, if we rest at night, it could extend to 4 days. She turned her gaze towards Qi Hengqiu, who rose to his feet, prompting everyone else to do the same. Captain, shall we make every effort to reach it? If we manage to obtain the heavenly mechanism core, it would be a tremendous fortune. Lu Wuhuan exclaimed excitedly. Qi Hengqiu surveyed the group before directing his attention back to Long. Reply to the military, informing them that we shall proceed with all haste. At these words, a ripple of anticipation coursed through the hearts of the others. Su Liang sighed inwardly. Indeed, they have arrived, and time is running short. Everyone is prepared to set forth. Yet, in the next moment, Qi Hengqiu abruptly sat back down. The crowd looked on in bewilderment. Qi Hengqiu calmly remarked, let them fight for a while. We shall enjoy our meal and proceed at our own pace. The expressions of the others tightened. This was not typical behavior for their captain. Qi Hengqiu glanced at them and inquired, what? Have you all had your fill? Observing his demeanor, a sense of relief washed over the group. There was no need for haste. As the saying goes, a friend may perish, but I shall remain. Gong Li stated, if we rush in now, the casualties will undoubtedly be significant. There is no need to hurry. Let us take our time. Su Liang smirked slightly, approving of the approach that minimizes risk. Thankfully, there was still a bit of time left to transform their strategies. Everyone should rest as needed. Gu Qianqian moved closer to Su Liang, grinning as he said, Su Liang, your Dragon Roar 9 Howl Spear has reached the realm of great accomplishment, and your combat awareness surpasses mine. Could you spare some time to offer me guidance? Gong Li interjected, Big Iron Bull, he is a spearman. While you practice boxing, what could he possibly teach you? It would be better for me to impart a set of ancestral kingly fist techniques. Gu Tianqing scoffed lightly, Old Gong, isn't it more akin to the tortoise fist? Su Liang, ignore this irreverent old man, he added. Su Liang nodded with a smile. When the battle commences, I shall observe your boxing techniques and see if I can provide any advice. Gu Qianqian eagerly agreed, nodding repeatedly, all right. Aside from Zhao Jin and Yi Qingqing, who seldom spoke, Su Liang had become quite familiar with everyone else. Zhao Jin and Yi Qingqing were simply not the chatty types. However, during battle, there was no hesitation whatsoever. They continued their journey, maintaining a steady pace without any deliberate acceleration. Additionally, they informed the Bloodwolf team of their intention to collaborate. For the time being, there was no need to deploy the Celestial Eye. It was quite clear that they simply needed to forge ahead without deviation. During the day, Su Liang fervently absorbed divine crystals to enhance the Wind and Fire Divine Seal, while at night, he focused on the transformation of beast energy, fully aware of the urgency. The team encountered ferocious beasts to eliminate and discovered mineral veins to exploit, unhurried in their endeavors. After vanquishing a small wave of beasts, only a 2-star beast remained, a blazing fire ape. Captain, don't kill it. Leave it to me. Gu Tianqing shouted, charging forward to confront the fire ape. Su Liang, keep an eye on me. He called out again, prompting everyone to look up. Gu Qianqian unleashed his iron fists, engaging in a fierce combat with the fire ape. His fighting style exuded a sense of violent beauty, with each punch landing solidly against the beast, which retaliated with equal ferocity. Their battle was a visceral struggle of raw strength. Meanwhile, Su Liang activated his Eye of Insight. The clash between man and beast unfolded before him in slow motion, with every detail meticulously analyzed, rendering no secrets before his discerning gaze. He clearly discerned their weaknesses and flaws. Gu Tianqing exclaimed, "This set of boxing techniques still lacks a little finesse before I can master it." Su Liang heard his voice and observed the flow of his energy. In truth, the others did not anticipate that Su Liang could offer any guidance. Could a practitioner of the spear truly illuminate a path for a master of boxing? Long Lan glanced at Su Liang's profile, and in the next moment Su Liang calmly stated, "Withdraw the divine power, engage in unarmed combat." Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. "Do not act impulsively," Green Turf quickly interjected. However, Su Liang merely shook his head. At that moment, Gu Tianqing, who was embroiled in battle, obediently relinquished his divine power. In an instant, he was sent flying by a single punch from the flame ape. The spectators gasped in disbelief. "Is this not madness?" Gong Lai exclaimed, "You foolish boy, the Iron Bull relies solely on its metal defenses. By stripping him of his power, you are inviting injury." Yet, Su Liang paid him no heed and continued, "Lower your center of gravity by an inch at your waist when delivering the collapsing punch. Ensure your left arm remains devoid of any unnecessary movements. Channel all your strength into the build-up. Do not concern yourself with an escape route." The expressions of several teammates shifted uneasily. Captain Chi Hengqiu remained stoic, silently observing. Gu Tianqing, initially hesitant at Su Liang's command, soon dispelled his doubts. As long as he did not face death, what harm could there be in trying? A glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he executed Su Liang's instructions to the letter, mirroring the punch entirely. Simultaneously, the flame ape unleashed a fierce, fiery strike. The two punches collided. Su Liang suddenly bellowed, "Unleash the collapsing punch with all your might. Leave no room for mercy." Gu Tianqing echoed with fervor, "Die for me." In that instant, Su Liang distinctly perceived a faint yet potent energy coalescing around Gu Tianqing's fist, a power he had previously lacked. In that moment, every ounce of his vitality was concentrated within that punch. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the two fists met in a thunderous clash. Boom! The flames erupting from the flame ape enveloped Gu Tianqing's fist, threatening to reduce it to ashes. In the fleeting moment when the power erupted, the flames of the fiery ape began to retract with a sudden intensity. A crack echoed through the air, reminiscent of bones fracturing. Then, everyone witnessed the once arrogant fiery ape emit a mournful cry as it was forcefully propelled backward. Gu Tianqing delivered a punch that sent it flying over 20 meters. He stood in complete astonishment. Could one punch possess such immense power? His companions were equally stunned. Gong Lai was left speechless. The Iron Bull had not even utilized divine powers yet managed to send the two-star fiery ape soaring so far. As they turned their gaze, they saw the fiery ape rise, its arm now shattered. While the crowd remained in shock, Zhao Jian swiftly launched an attack, cleaving the beast down with a single stroke. Gu Tianqing lingered in contemplation, savoring the potency of that recent punch. His teammates looked towards Su Liang, as if regarding a treasure. "Wow, Su Liang, you are simply extraordinary," Yunmu exclaimed. Su Liang smirked, "Just a little sprinkle of water." Once Gu Tianqing regained his composure, he hurried to Su Liang's side, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Su Liang, what just happened? My strength was never this great." The curiosity of the others was palpable. Captain Chi Hengqiu remarked, "Though it may seem subtle, you have manifested the essence of your punch. In ancient times, this was referred to as the embryonic form of fist intent, resulting in a qualitative transformation of your power." The group exchanged incredulous glances, astounded by this revelation. Su Liang chuckled as he clarified, "In truth, your martial techniques are already highly refined. However, some subtle details that you may not perceive are hindering the eruption of your power. I merely assisted you in altering the focal point and the point of force explosion, enabling you to condense a nuanced fist momentum. This fist momentum is an essential element that practitioners of martial arts must master. It is an elusive concept that requires personal introspection to truly comprehend. Those of us who practice with guns, swords, and blades must also grasp a unique form of strength, which the captain has already attained. When he strikes with his blade, the intangible wind created is sharper than the edge itself." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Chi Hengqiu. With a stoic expression, Chi Hengqiu remarked, "In the eyes of a martial arts master, This phenomenon is referred to as blade momentum, and swords possess their own sword momentum, different paths, yet leading to the same destination. The crowd exchanged glances, sensing a depth of understanding. Su Liang continued with a smile. All the combat techniques we learn can be considered mere skills. The essence lies within ourselves. It is akin to the saying that to forge iron, one must first possess strength. He added, I have yet to fully master it myself. The group chuckled, aware that he possessed a significantly broader perspective. Gong Li expressed, truly, hearing you speak is more enlightening than any lecture. I may not grasp every word, yet it feels profoundly impressive. Yunmu rolled his eyes in response. If you cannot comprehend, then be silent. He then turned to Su Liang with a flattering smile. Master, would you mind sparing a moment to guide me? My combat skills have stagnated at the consummate realm for many years. Bai Qianqian was more resolute. Master, please accept my bow. I implore you to provide your guidance. Su Liang could hardly contain his smile as he quickly wiped his hands on his clothes, then supported him. Oh, being a named disciple is sufficient. There is no need for such formalities. Just focus on the finer details, and success will surely follow. His words elicited laughter from everyone present. Even Yi Qingqing, a girl known for her serious demeanor, couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. Levian remarked, Su Liang, your keen perception is remarkable. You are already worthy of being called a master of martial arts. Long Lan added with a smile. It seems you are destined to become everyone's half-master from now on. Su Liang chuckled modestly. Such flattery is unwarranted, as long as everyone is not displeased. Bai Qianqian inquired, Master, how does one condense the power of a punch? Gong Li chimed in, You little rascal, do you think my spear technique is impressive? The group gathered around, eager for insights. Qi Hengqiu cleared his throat twice. Let us take our time on the road and continue our journey. Only then did everyone refocus. Qi Hengqiu turned to Su Liang. From now on, you shall guide their combat skills. Su Liang felt a bit overwhelmed by suddenly having so many disciples. Everyone laughed and resumed their journey. It was clear that they truly regarded Su Liang as a treasure. After all, who wouldn't cherish such a formidable figure? Over the next few days, Su Liang continued to offer guidance during the day, yielding significant progress for everyone. At night, he devoted himself entirely to the transformation of beast energy. That night, Su Liang remained in the safe house, aware that they would soon arrive at their destination, which was bound to be fraught with peril. Seizing this final opportunity, he sought to elevate his abilities. A glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes. Beast energy transformation. Activate. Chapter 132. The grand performance begins. In the dead of night, Qi Hengqiu stood vigil alone, gazing towards his intended destination. A faint surge of violent rage stirred within him, for tomorrow he would likely encounter that individual. Long Lan appeared behind him and inquired about his plans upon meeting Wang Tiance. Without turning, Qi Hengqiu coldly replied, to kill. A ripple of unease surged within Long Lan. He had become a divine general. Yet Qi Hengqiu offered no further response. What did it matter if he was a divine general? These matters must be settled. One of them was destined to perish, both for her and for the trust that had been betrayed between them. Long Lan pressed, what is the truth from that year? Qi Hengqiu shook his head. It no longer matters. She is dead. This single event is enough to condemn him to death 1,000,000 times over. Tears welled in Long Lan's eyes. She understood that Qi Hengqiu was determined to seek vengeance, yet she feared he might not be his adversary's match. Embracing him from behind, she whispered, but I fear losing you. A flicker of turmoil crossed Qi Hengqiu's heart, tinged with bitterness. Long Lan choked back her tears. You have yet to accomplish that task. Unless absolutely necessary, please do not place yourself in peril. With the likes of the God-slaying society lurking in the shadows. She worried that this scheme was precisely aimed at pitting the two of them against one another, intending for them to destroy each other. Qi Hengqiu remained expressionless. With a gentle tug, Long Lan released her grip, her heart a tumultuous sea of unexpressed emotions towards him. His demise was the only path that would allow her to confront the matter at hand. After all, the death of Qian Yu was intricately tied to them, and she would hold each of them accountable in due time. She was resolute. She would not perish, should circumstances ever reach such a dire point. She implored him to lead their companions to safety, for the token she entrusted to him would serve as their final safeguard. Zhao Jian, you must collaborate with Xiaolan, she instructed. Nearby, Zhao Jian acknowledged her with a solemn nod. He too lifted his gaze to the heavens, seemingly reminiscing about their past comrades and the sister whose smile was as radiant as blossoms. Long Lan swiftly brushed away the tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. fully aware that she could not halt the inevitable. With a radiant smile, she confessed, "Qianqian, I made the mistake of encountering you at a time when I shouldn't have, yet my feelings for you remain. You better return to me alive." As dawn broke, the Blood Wolf squadron arrived, only to discover they too had suffered the loss of a comrade, casting a pall over the group's spirits. Duanxia approached Qianqian, inquiring, "Did you also encounter an ambush?" Qianqian nodded. "It was the God Slayers Society." Duanxia responded thoughtfully, "I noticed as well. There were forces manipulating the beasts to launch attacks, resulting in the destruction of 2 war vehicles. What are our next steps?" Qianqian pondered. "Let us assess the situation. If we can seize opportunities, we shall, but if not, we must remain vigilant, for there are many approaching," he concluded. Duanxia nodded in agreement. "This mission is proving far more arduous than we anticipated." Qianqian chose to remain silent, while Duanxia surveyed their team. "The safe house has been vacated. What are we waiting for? Shall we not depart?" Qianqian shook his head. "Wait for him to come out." Duanxia scanned the area but did not see the boy with the seal, indicating that he was likely dead. It was all quite mysterious. Throughout the entire process, Zhu stood not far from Qianqian, gazing at him with an infatuated expression. Long occasionally interjected, "What are you staring at? Are you love-struck?" Zhu shot back with a glare, "What business is it of yours? Can you control whom I wish to look at? I merely wish to gaze upon my future partner. What can you do about it?" Long spat in disdain. "You shameless creature." Zhu retorted with a cold snort. "You only have your face. Can your chest compare to mine? Are your legs more beautiful than mine?" Long immediately began to curse. Their teammates dared not intervene, fearing the repercussions. Duanxia glanced at the 2 feuding women and smiled as he turned to Qianqian. "Aren't you going to intervene? This is the debt of affection you've accrued." Qianqian maintained a stoic expression, pretending not to notice. Duanxia chuckled softly. "How unfortunate for our Zhu. Such a fine girl, to be so unappreciated." Qianqian coldly replied, "If you are so bored, why not take her under your wing?" Duanxia quickly waved his hands. "I cannot handle it. She only has eyes for you." Inside the safe house, the red glow gradually faded. Liang looked towards the transformation panel. Beast Power Transformation. Transformation Progress. 3,677 1 million. Beast Talent. Eye of Insight 2. Divine Seal. B rank Wind and Fire Divine Seal. Level 2. 12th rank. Divine Seal Evolution Progress. 12. 1. Beast God Seal. SSS rank Crimson Eye Celestial Seal. Level 2. 14th rank. Beast God Seal Evolution Progress. 14. 6. Mental Energy. 962. 2000. Strength. 1000. Agility. 922. 2000. Speed. 922. 2000. Liang exhaled deeply. In just 4 days, he had transformed 1,000 points, which was already an extreme feat. He was perilously close to reaching level 15. Unfortunately, time was not on his side. Nevertheless, his strength had already reached the level of 15, which implied he could unleash power exceeding that of level 20. This should suffice for the moment, as it was equivalent to an SSS level 3 seal master, albeit missing 1 seal's potency. The Wind and Fire Divine Seal had also reached level 12. This was the extent of his capabilities. Liang exited the realm of consciousness. It was time for battle. This matter must reach a conclusion, and he could only hope that everyone would return safely. He had to make it back. Stepping out of the safe house, he immediately spotted the Blood Wolf team, which had dwindled to 9 members. Casualties had occurred. The battlefield outside the city was brutal, yet there was no avoiding it. The Blood Wolf team was astonished to see Liang emerge from the safe house. How could this novice with a single seal still be alive? Duanxia gave Qianqian a thumbs up, perplexed as to how this novice had survived. Qianqian, with a stoic expression, commanded, "Let us depart." Duanxia urged his comrades, "Stay vigilant. Today we may face a fierce battle." The 2 teams comprised exactly 20 individuals, working in unison as they advanced towards the ancient city. Around midday, they beheld the dilapidated remnants of the city, now overrun with vibrant greenery. Qianqian halted his steps. "Xiaolan, what are the other teams in Rongqing?" Before Long could respond, Zhu interjected, "Hengqiu, 10 teams from Rongqing have already surrounded the city, lying in wait for the opportune moment. Meanwhile, the 10 elite squads from Hansheng have infiltrated the city, encircling the illusory moon Fox and constricting its range of movement, preparing to strike." Long was infuriated. "Did I ask you?" Zhu rolled her eyes. "Who told you to be so blunt?" Long, exasperated, pointed at her. You. Zhu Zhu, swaying her hips, retorted. Do as you please. I'll have you killed, you flirt. Long Lan scoffed. With that flat chest of yours, do you think you can take me down? Sister Xiyin, can you even compete? Long Lan glared at Zhu Zhu, her alluring demeanor almost driving her to madness. Qi Hengqiu furrowed his brow. Could you both maintain some decorum? Instantly, the two fiery beauties fell silent, behaving impeccably. Duan Xia discreetly gave a thumbs up. It was truly impressive, Qi Hengqiu. The teammates on both sides couldn't help but admire him. Gong Lai leaned towards Su Liang, whispering, You'd better stick closely to the delicate girl. If you possess the same charm as our captain, you'll be worn out in no time. Su Liang rolled his eyes. Go play elsewhere. Qi Hengqiu spoke coldly, urging everyone to muster their spirits and prepare to enter the city to seize the core of the heavenly mechanism. The atmosphere shifted as the group shook off their light-hearted banter and advanced with determination. Su Liang gazed upon the dilapidated city, an unsettling feeling growing increasingly palpable within him. As his mental acuity heightened, his sensitivity to the external world sharpened. The closer he drew to the city, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ancient city, in the labyrinthine underground passages and tracks, countless strange beasts lay coiled in the shadows, their crimson eyes glinting ominously. In an even deeper recess, a gathering of individuals fixated on several virtual screens, their faces twisted into sinister grins. The two principal characters had arrived, and the performance was about to commence. The lone wolf smirked, speaking into his earpiece. Silver Fox, it's your turn now. The drama between Qi Hengqiu and the others is set to unfold. Chapter 133, Success. A group of 20 navigated cautiously through the verdant ruins of the ancient city. Su Liang's sense of unease intensified. He felt something was profoundly amiss. An invisible weight pressed down upon him, instilling a deep discomfort and a sense of imminent peril. Yet, there was no turning back now. Merely 10 minutes into their entry, Long Lan and Zhu Zhu suddenly changed expressions and spoke almost in unison. Military update. The illusory moon fox has appeared. The group gasped in shock, and Long Lan continued. Look at the positioning screen. Zhu Zhu followed suit. Then everyone beheld a vivid crimson dot darting through the cityscape at an astonishing velocity within their virtual displays. However, at each location the red dot reached, it swiftly shifted direction, illuminating green dots, indicating the presence of other teams and military units. They were currently encircling their target. The perimeter was gradually tightening. Qi Hengqiu made a decisive call. Move. Instantly, everyone quickened their pace, joining the encircling formation. Along the way, numerous exotic beasts launched their assaults. Long Lan remarked, These must be summoned by the illusion moon fox to aid it. Qi Hengqiu replied coldly, Eliminate them. They must perish, whether sooner or later. Their squad advanced like a steel blade, penetrating the disorganized throng of beasts, slaying as they progressed. Long Lan diligently reported the real-time battle updates, while Zhu Zhu eagerly shared the latest developments. The Han City team had commenced a full-scale hunt for the illusion moon fox. The Rong City team was joining from all directions. The Han City team dealt a heavy blow to the illusion moon fox. A Han City squad was shattered by the illusion moon fox, suffering severe casualties. The illusion moon fox charged towards our Rong City team. 2 Rong City squads have been annihilated. Urgent assistance required. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with profound shock, their hearts filled with compassion. Such is the terror of a 5-star exotic beast. Qi Hengqiu called out firmly, Maintain formation and press forward. Ignore the others. At this juncture, haphazard rescues would only sow confusion among our ranks. Such a course of action is far from prudent. They pressed onward, determined. With such formidable forces converging in this grand encirclement, the retrieval of the heavenly core should be within our grasp. Minutes slipped by, and none could ascertain the number of beasts they had vanquished. The various creatures, many of which were of intermediate strength, such as the blood moon demon wolf, the black wind demon wolf, the cloud leopard, and the earth bear, were all surging towards the central region in a chaotic attempt to rescue the illusory moon fox. This promised to be a battle drenched in blood. Suddenly, expressions of alarm washed over Long Lan and Zhu Zhu. The illusory moon fox approaches us, they exclaimed almost in unison. In that instant, gravity descended upon the faces of all present. Qi Hengqiu bellowed, Halt. Leave this to me. Maintain your positions. Understood. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming surge of divine imprint power erupted from each individual present, a kaleidoscope of colors illuminating the air. Yet, beneath the vibrant hues. The energies predominantly divided into two shades, purple and black, signifying A and S grades, respectively. Only Su Liang emanated a unique azure hue. Duan Xia declared, "I shall assist you." Shi Hengqiu countered, "No need. Focus on ensuring everyone's safety. My sole task is to drive the illusory moon fox back." Duan Xia's expression darkened. "Brother, this is a 5-star entity. Even divine generals tread carefully." Yet, Shi Hengqiu maintained an air of unshakable calm. "Just ensure their safety." Long Lan interjected. "The encroaching teams have arrived. The military has tasked us with holding the line. We cannot allow any to escape." The comrades were engaged in battling the surrounding monstrous beings, while Shi Hengqiu's gaze remained fixed ahead. In the next moment, a surge of formidable winds began to swirl around him. With a long blade in hand, Shi Hengqiu's aura transformed dramatically, causing the sand and stones beneath him to stir violently. He cast his eyes toward the distant end, where a towering white fox was charging swiftly toward them. Duan Xia, puzzled, remarked, "4 stars?" Long Lan quickly interjected, "No, it's 5 stars. It's shrinking in size. It seeks to escape." Shi Hengqiu remained silent. Gradually, his body began to levitate, lifting off the ground. An aura that sent shivers down the spines of his teammates emerged around him. They were all taken aback, wondering what their captain intended to do. Duan Xia swallowed hard, thinking how utterly monstrous this was. Even during the 4 seals, he could levitate by harnessing the properties of the wind. But what was this power? How could it feel as though 10 of him could not match a single Shi Hengqiu? Meanwhile, deep within the underground palace, the lone wolf bellowed, "Silver Fox, let it endure a strike from Shi Hengqiu, and grant him the celestial core." Let us observe how Shi Hengqiu confronts this challenge. On the surface, the illusion moon demon fox also took note of Shi Hengqiu and his companions. Its tail coiled around what appeared to be a massive iron ball, the celestial core. Simultaneously, a terrifying wave of energy was coalescing deep within its maw. Its crimson eyes gleamed with a frenzied intensity. Despite a conspicuous wound on its abdomen, bleeding profusely, it showed no signs of weakening, demonstrating its terrifying power unabated. A sense of trepidation enveloped the teammates as they perceived the formidable power coalescing within the mouth of the illusionary moon fox, a force exponentially surpassing that of their most potent energy cannon. Chills cascaded down their spines. Should such a blast be unleashed upon them, their demise would be inevitable. Thus, they found themselves compelled to place unwavering trust in their captain. The illusionary moon fox let out a fearsome roar, its grotesque visage suddenly expelling a wave of light, akin to an extraordinarily terrifying energy cannon with a diameter exceeding 2 meters. Everything it encountered along its path was instantaneously reduced to mere dust, as if the very fabric of space itself had warped. Shi Hengqiu had completed his accumulation of power. In a fleeting moment, he transformed into a veritable god of war, suspended several meters above the ground, embodying a sublime unity with the heavens. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed a strike infused with all his vigor, cleaving the air with a blade of unparalleled might. In that singular moment, both his comrades and the approaching squads, as well as the high-ranking officials of the military observing through their celestial surveillance, were left in a state of astonishment. Before Shi Hengqiu and his companions, a wind barrier, towering and stretching for dozens of meters, materialized and collided with the wave of light. Everyone anticipated an explosive detonation, yet in the next heartbeat, they were rendered speechless. The wave of light was unexpectedly repelled upwards into the sky, blooming like a celestial flower. The shock was palpable. Could this truly be a mere mortal? Was he genuinely just a 4-marked divine warrior? Such an immense wind barrier, wielded with such ease. In that moment, all who witnessed were left in utter disbelief, as such a formidable assault was deftly neutralized. Above them, a mushroom cloud ascended into the heavens, while beneath the earth, the lone wolf clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, "It has to be you, Shi Hengqiu. To say you are impressive is an understatement, but today you shall meet your demise." Su Liang gazed at the wall of wind, equally stunned. He truly could not fathom the extent of Shi Hengqiu's strength. Within the eye of insight, he discerned almost no flaws in Shi Hengqiu. The intangible aura emanating from him was astonishingly powerful. Thus far, he had encountered no one stronger. Moreover, it appeared that Shi Hengqiu had transcended merely mastering the blade's essence. He seemed to have subtly approached the realm of the unity of man and sword, as described by martial arts masters. Duan Xia murmured, "Whoever dares to contend for the top with Shi Hengqiu, I shall be the first to challenge him." Before the astonishment of the crowd could fully settle, Qi Hengqiu, in a flash, shattered the wall of wind and charged towards the illusory moon demon fox. The shock he instilled in everyone was far from its peak. Utilizing the power of a level 44 seal divine scholar, he boldly advanced towards the fearsome illusory moon demon fox. In a daze, he unleashed a blade strike. All witnessed the enormous, ethereal sword, several dozen meters long, crashing down upon the already charging head of the illusory moon demon fox. The waves of light began to coalesce once more, yet Qi Hengqiu would not afford it the luxury of time. With a swift downward stroke, there was a resounding boom. The illusory moon demon fox let out a mournful cry as flesh and blood erupted from its head, staining the surroundings in crimson. It crashed violently to the ground. Qi Hengqiu moved with astonishing speed, akin to a tempest. In an instant, he lunged at the illusory moon demon fox once more, striking down with his blade. The demon fox, seized by trepidation, instinctively swung its razor-sharp claws in a desperate attempt to counter the onslaught. All present caught a glimpse of the flash of the blade. Then, the illusory moon fox was seen flying backward once more, while the claw that had blocked Qi Hengqiu's strike was already torn and bleeding profusely. Everyone was astounded. This was a 5-star extraordinary beast. Yet, Qi Hengqiu had only 4 seals. He hadn't even utilized the power of his seals. Qi Hengqiu prepared to press the advantage. But a slight furrow of concern crossed his brow, sensing something amiss. At that moment, the heavenly mechanism core, ensnared by the illusory moon fox's tail, plummeted to the ground. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The heavenly mechanism core was merely a few dozen meters from Qi Hengqiu. Seize the heavenly mechanism core. Boisterous shouts rang out. Qi Hengqiu let out a cold snort, stepping forward as a tempest surged, instantly appearing beside the heavenly mechanism core. He glanced at it, frowning slightly, and naturally stowed it away in his spatial converter. Silence enveloped the arena. Was it truly this easy for him to acquire it? The Ashen Killers erupted in ecstatic joy, incredulous that they had actually obtained it. Their captain was incredible, truly remarkable. Only Su Liang wore a grave expression, sensing something was off. This was absolutely not the strength of a 5-star extraordinary beast. In his eyes, the illusory moon fox had not fully manifested its power. Qi Hengqiu turned his gaze toward the injured illusory moon fox, preparing to strike once more. However, the fox cast a ferocious glance at Qi Hengqiu. Its form began to shrink once more, appearing regretful as it turned to leave, disappearing into a burrow. Everyone was stunned. The illusory moon fox had forsaken the heavenly mechanism core? When Qi Hengqiu approached the burrow, his brow furrowed. The extraordinary beasts surrounding them began to retreat. The military and other teams were momentarily stunned. Was this it? Had the mission been accomplished? In the next instant, Qi Hengqiu suddenly stomped his foot, propelling himself into the air. The spot where he had just stood erupted with a deafening blast. Boom! Qi Hengqiu turned his gaze toward a particular direction. A surge of malevolence flooding over him. There, with a face equally filled with murderous intent, Wang Tian stared back at Qi Hengqiu, his voice icy as he declared, "You are unworthy to touch the core of Tianji." Within Qi Hengqiu, a tempest of brutality and bloodlust surged forth, his eyes gradually turning a deep crimson. Memories of past events began to resurface, and his blood-red gaze fixed intently on Wang Tian's as he hoarsely uttered, "Today, it ends." Wang Tian scoffed, "You are the one who is doomed." Yet, Qi Hengqiu found a strange calmness. He turned to Duan Xia and commanded, "Withdraw with everyone." Duan Xia hesitated. Confusion etched on his face, but he complied with Qi Hengqiu's order. With a fierce shout he urged, "Go." Long Lan became anxious, exclaiming, "I want to leave." Duan Xia's voice turned steely as he retorted, "Leave. Don't hold him back." Their teammates were equally distressed. In the next moment, both Qi Hengqiu and Wang Tian launched forward in a fierce clash. Boom. The impact generated shockwaves that radiated outward, creating a terrifying tumult. Everyone was taken aback. The military shouted in outrage, "What are those two doing?" Deep beneath the surface, the lone wolf chuckled, "Ha! The show is about to begin. Today, they shall all perish. Want to escape? Not a single one will get away. Attack. Oh, but Qi Hengqiu may survive. Ha." Chapter 134, The Truth of the Past. Before the astonished gaze of the crowd, the captains of the premier hunting squads from each city engaged in a cataclysmic battle. The military was incensed, berating the two reckless individuals for not retreating post-haste, urging the surrounding forces to intervene. However, the two combatants paid no heed. Enmity ignited their souls. They fought as if possessed, each strike intent on annihilation, sparing no opportunities for mercy. One, Wang Tiance, an SS-level prodigy at level 42, a 5-seal divine general. The other, Qi Hengqiu, an S-level warrior at level 40, a 4-seal divine knight. Their frenzied onslaughts suggested a primal desire to rend each other apart. The clash of their powers reverberated like thunder, raising clouds of dust and debris. Qi Hengqiu wielded a ring-headed saber, its cold gleam cutting through the air with tempestuous force. Wang Tiance brandished a plain blade, crackling with the fury of lightning. With every encounter of their blades, sparks erupted, echoing like a fierce symphony of conflict. A spectacle of overwhelming might, as the winds roared and thunder rumbled. The shockwaves from their strikes reduced the ancient structures surrounding them to mere ruins. The spectators stood in awe, utterly astounded by such a breathtaking confrontation. Even the high-ranking military officials observing the duel remained silent, recognizing that these two were indeed the once-celebrated prodigies of the Thunderstorm Triad. Yet, fate had led them to this juncture, a twisted destiny. Had that fateful incident not transpired years ago, the three of them would have undoubtedly become a formidable sword, unstoppable in their pursuits. Each observer, captivated by the spectacle, seemed to forget the perilous environment encircling them. Such battles are indeed a rarity, although Qi Hengqiu currently possesses one less mark than Wang Tiance. The explosive power he commands is by no means inferior. The two share an undeniable sense of parity. Long Lan and Zhu Zhu clenched their fists, their hearts filled with trepidation. With reddened eyes, Long Lan fervently wished for victory. Duan Xia, feeling helpless, urged, "Let us go. He has already informed me that this confrontation is unavoidable. Move, and do not hold me back." The group felt utterly helpless. How could they abandon their captain in such a moment? Su Liang was engulfed by a sense of unease. An instinctual feeling left him unable to calm his tumultuous thoughts. He felt as though countless otherworldly beasts were lurking around him, the pressure palpable and overwhelming. He was deeply unsettled. With resolute determination, he called out, "Sister Lan, we must leave. The captain will be fine." Zhao Jian added with a fierce command, "Move." Only then did the group begin to take action. Yet, in the next instant, an unforeseen calamity struck. Boom! A bizarre dimensional wall, spanning 5 kilometers, abruptly emerged, resembling a vast bowl, enveloping them all within its confines. Their faces paled in shock. "What is happening? What is that?" Su Liang shouted in desperation, "Sister Lan, request assistance from the military, quickly." He understood that the true danger had arrived. This was the final terror of the Moon Burial Plan. The God Eater intended to slaughter them all right here. Some powerful individuals approached the edge of the dimensional wall, finding it utterly impassable. This was an exceedingly formidable source energy barrier. Anyone attempting to breach it would be instantaneously disintegrated. Those formidable beings began to retreat. Qi Hengqiu and Wang Tiance were locked in a fierce battle, each unleashing their most formidable powers in an attempt to annihilate the other. A powerful figure from the military shouted, "How long do you intend to continue this chaos?" Yet, the two combatants were blinded by their rage, impervious to any words, with only the death of one capable of breaking their impasse. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Our signal has been severed." At this revelation, a pall of dread descended upon all present. What could possibly be happening? Regardless of their attempts to communicate, it was futile. They had lost all connection with Huaxia. A profound sense of unease surged within their hearts. Quickly, break through the quantum wall. Those who had been spectating the battle began their attempts. However, whether employing energy cannons or other methods, their efforts proved fruitless. They could not even discern the base of the quantum wall, as it lay buried deep beneath the earth. This was truly dire. Some individuals had already begun to dig, hoping to uncover the base and breach it. Meanwhile, on Su Liang's side, panic had begun to set in. Gong Lai cursed, "It must be the Devourer." Su Liang sighed, realizing that the entire situation was being orchestrated by the Devourer, who had deliberately lured everyone here for the purpose of extermination, preparing for a desperate fight. Su Liang understood that there was no room for negotiation. The adversary had undoubtedly been planning this for a long time. The quantum wall could not be breached in haste. This was precisely why the Moon Burial Plan from his previous life had nearly resulted in total annihilation. They were now in a true deadlock. Yet, Su Liang harbored a lingering doubt. Had the military not sensed anything at all? Or was there someone within the ranks deliberately facilitating this outcome? The expression on Duan Xia's face darkened as he prepared for battle, aware of the utmost danger level. He deployed the detection devices. In contrast, Su Liang remained composed. Being in the midst of chaos necessitated calmness. The immediate priority was to halt the conflict between the captain and the others. With an unusually serene countenance, he inquired, "Sister Xiaolan, is there any possibility of persuading the two to cease their combat? What transpired between them back then?" Lan, her eyes brimming with tears, was primarily concerned for Qi Hengqiu, fearing he might fall victim to Wang Tian's. Zhao Jian interjected, "It is impossible to stop unless one side succumbs." All eyes turned towards Zhao Jian, who held his long sword, observing the fierce clash between his former comrades. Su Liang pressed, "What truly happened back then? I must understand. For this peril surpasses all previous encounters." Zhao Jian's gaze flickered momentarily before he began recounting the long-buried tale. Sister Qianyu was a remarkably gentle and kind girl. Beloved by all, she treated everyone with utmost care, and her talents were nearly on par with those of the captain and his counterpart. From the very first moment they laid eyes on her, both the captain and Wang Tian's were smitten. Throughout their shared battles, an unspoken rivalry developed between the two as they both expressed their affections for Sister Qianyu, only to be met with rejection. It was evident to all that Sister Qianyu found herself in anguish, fearing that her presence might incite irreconcilable discord between the captain and Wang Tian's. Consequently, she chose to disappear for a period of time. It was precisely because of this incident that the conflict between the captain and Wang Tian's intensified, each attributing fault to the other. Subsequently, Sister Qianyu returned, seemingly transformed into a different person, cold as ice, entirely disregarding the affections of the two. This only exacerbated their discord, as they blamed each other for the turmoil. In truth, they were all merely too young and impetuous back then, failing to sit down and communicate these matters clearly. At that time, the old captain and his team were equally helpless, unable to persuade them, and could only stand by as events unfolded. Until the final battle, which was fought over the coveted Core of Destiny. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. "The Core of Destiny," Su Liang exclaimed. "Is it the same one?" Zhao Jian nodded. "This last skirmish marked the annihilation of our team. Only the three of us survived." As he spoke, a flicker of hostility emerged on Zhao Jian's previously indifferent face. In truth, everyone could have survived. Zhao Jian's eyes reddened as he recalled the haunting images of his comrades falling before him. They had been engaged in a desperate battle against the Devourer and other ferocious beasts. In a moment of peril, Sister Qianyu shielded the captain from a lethal blow, sustaining grave injuries herself. Everyone was nearing exhaustion. The old captain, in a bid to save them all, unhesitatingly chose the divine sacrifice, carving out a moment of respite for his comrades. At this revelation, the expressions of the crowd trembled with astonishment. The divine sacrifice. It was truly the divine sacrifice. The so-called divine sacrifice involves harnessing the primordial power of the divine seal, also known as the offering of life, akin to the self-detonation of the divine seal by Qianqian in a past life. Qianqian, too, was a divine sacrifice. Zhao Jian's eyes glistened with tears as he spoke. That was the opportunity forged by our former captain, who sacrificed his very life for us. The captain entrusted us with the task of activating the Source Energy Guardian Realm. Once the Source Energy Guardian Realm is unleashed, we will have a moment to breathe, and rescue will soon follow. It was merely a matter of time. Yet, Wang Tian's hesitated. He faltered. A bitter smile graced Zhao Jian's lips. At that moment, he appeared utterly deranged, his gaze fixated solely upon Sister Qianyu, as if ensnared by an enchantment. He held in his hands the most crucial element of the Source Energy Guardian Realm. He was of SS rank. The former captain had placed immense trust in him, entrusting him with the most vital part. Yet he hesitated. He stood idle, squandering the opportunity won at the cost of the captain's life. Consequently, they were slaughtered, and Sister Qianyu had her heart ripped out by those beasts. As everyone perished, the rescue arrived. Zhao Jian's heart ached with unbearable sorrow. Even later, both the captain and I could not fathom why Wang Tian's hesitated. He was nothing but a beast. Wang Tian's blamed the captain for failing to protect Sister Qianyu, while we were left unwilling to utter another word to this beast. For he had condemned all our comrades and Sister Qianyu to their fates. Tears shimmered in Zhao Jian's eyes as he reminisced about his fallen comrades from those days. The eternally smiling sister playfully pinched his cheek and said, "Zhao Xiaojian, you ought to smile more. You are still so young, yet you wear a constant frown, which is quite unbecoming. By the decree of the beautiful maiden, I command you to smile and embrace happiness." "Haha, Zhao Xiaojian, your sword is rather diminutive. You must heed your Sister Qianyu's words and smile more." As she spoke, the shadows of a past incident loomed large, revealing an overwhelming sense of sorrow among all present. An old captain had sacrificed his life, only for the opportunity to be squandered, resulting in the demise of his entire team. Yet, Wang Tians had the audacity to blame the captain for failing to protect Qianyu. A surge of wrath coursed through Zhaojian. Can this battle truly come to a halt? Everyone turned their gaze towards the battleground of Qihengqiu. Wang Tians truly deserved condemnation. Su Liang furrowed his brow, pondering. Was it true that Wang Tians had been momentarily distracted upon witnessing Qianyu shield Qihengqiu from a fatal blow? This seemed utterly illogical. Given the circumstances at that moment, Wang Tians should have intervened to save Qianyu. Why then did he hesitate? Su Liang inquired, during your fierce engagement. Who was Wang Tian's opponent? Or rather, what beast did he face? Zhao Jian shook his head. They were merely ordinary beasts, as they were all just spirit masters at that time. Su Liang's expression tightened, sensing something amiss. Was there a phantom moon celestial fox among the adversaries? Upon hearing this, everyone paused in surprise. The phantom moon celestial fox? Zhao Jian replied, there was a phantom moon demon fox, but no phantom moon celestial fox. Su Liang understood that a single word could create a chasm between heaven and earth. The illusory moon celestial fox was a mutated variant of the illusory moon fox, or perhaps a more advanced lineage. The illusory moon celestial fox possessed an exceedingly elusive ability, the nature of which Su Liang could not ascertain at present. Zhao Jian declared, regardless of the peril we encounter today, the captain must eliminate Wang Tians. Fear not, for we shall surely return alive. Trust in the captain. He will not repeat the mistakes of the past. When mentioning Qihengqiu, Zhao Jian was filled with unwavering confidence. A heaviness settled in Su Liang's heart. Was it truly so? The burial moon plan had left few survivors in its wake. Other teams, alongside military personnel, were laboring to breach the quantum barrier, striving with relentless effort. Meanwhile, the battle between the two continued unabated, each exchanging blows with eyes ablaze with fury. It was either Qihengqiu hurling Wang Tians into the ruins, or Wang Tians striking Qihengqiu with a blade, sending him sprawling. Their armor exhibited visible signs of damage, both sustaining injuries. Chapter 135, A Web of Doubts. The two showed no signs of relenting. Wang Tians bellowed, it is you who failed to protect her. You are utterly unworthy of existence in this world. Qihengqiu's eyes were icy and blood red. Why did you not act then? Why? She was not meant to die? None of us were meant to perish. Wang Tians roared, it is you who failed to safeguard her. It is all your fault. Hearing this, Qihengqiu's fury intensified. And what of you? Did you merely stand by and watch? You are less than a beast. Wang Tians retorted vehemently. How could I not intervene? She is so close to you. Why did you not protect her? Why? Wang Tians' eyes welled with blood tears, revealing scars they were unwilling to confront. Upon hearing such words, Qihengqiu erupted into a frenzied laughter. When they clashed, both were propelled backward, each feeling utterly drained. This level of combat was even more exhausting than slaying monstrous beasts. Qihengqiu covered his eyes, laughing maniacally. Do you still not realize it was you who brought ruin upon everyone? Why did you not use the source energy to protect the divine realm? Why? Wang Tians, you deserve death. Wang Tians bellowed angrily, charging at Qihengqiu. You're speaking nonsense. Everyone died for you. You worthless fool. You should be the one to perish. Qihengqiu's eyes burned with intensity as blood and tears streamed down his face. He felt an overwhelming sorrow, mourning for the lost Qianwei, deeming it utterly unjust. The anguish within him reached a fever pitch. Even now, he refused to acknowledge his own faults. Blood tears flowed from Qihengqiu, and in a daze, he seemed to glimpse a gentle smiling face. Her smile had warmed him through the years. He had always thought that as long as he could be by her side, he would be content to protect her for a lifetime. He loved her with an intensity that was all-consuming. Her smile lingered in his mind, indelible through the years. Qihengqiu forced a pale smile. Qianwei, do you see? He is utterly unworthy of loving you. His smile was so sorrowful. It was evident to anyone that his heart was being torn apart. Wang Tians, in a fit of unrestrained fury, exclaimed, do not feign sincerity here. You have always relished in your ostentation. It is you who has brought about her demise, and the downfall of us all. With a thunderous roar, he charged forth once more, his third seal pulsating wildly, lightning crackling about him, his form enveloped in arcs of violet electricity. Perish! Wang Tians bellowed in a frenzy. Simultaneously, Qihengqiu's third divine seal erupted in a tempest of power, the force of the wind swirling around him. 1,000 wind blades slash. In mere moments, Wang Tian's closed the distance to Qi Hengqiu. With his seal's might unleashed, he wielded his blade, which appeared to summon a furious lightning dragon that lunged toward Qi Hengqiu. Yet Qi Hengqiu countered with his own strike. In an instant, the lightning dragon shattered, and Qi Hengqiu's strength was similarly dissipated. With a resounding crash, fragments of battle armor flew, and cries of "Captain! Captain!" erupted from his teammates, their expressions shifting dramatically as they yearned to assist, yet found themselves powerless to intervene. Liang, overhearing their exchange, furrowed his brow, sensing a dissonance in their words. He turned to Zhao Jian and inquired, "After your rescue, did the captain and Wang Tian have a single conversation? Did they not cross paths even once?" Zhao Jian shook his head. The captain was gravely injured and was taken away by his father. Thereafter, he never encountered Wang Tian again. Liang was taken aback, realizing that this truly could be the case. The battle raged on, the overwhelming force rebounding upon both combatants, causing them to expel crimson blood as they were sent hurtling backward. Qi Hengqiu seemed to once again behold that familiar face, along with the visages of his fellow teammates. A profound sense of desolation enveloped his heart. Simultaneously, memories of her demise, marked by an overwhelming sorrow and determination, flooded his mind in that instant. It felt as though his heart had perished alongside her. All that consumed him now was a thirst for vengeance. He yearned to eliminate Wang Tian, that wretched beast, to eradicate the minions of the Devourer, and to bring down those complacent fiends lurking within the military shadows. They all deserved to perish. Suddenly, Qi Hengqiu halted, leaving a deep chasm carved into the ground beneath him. His eyes blazed a fierce crimson as he locked gazes with Wang Tian, their mutual murderous intent reaching a fever pitch. With a sudden forceful stamp of his foot, he surged forward, blood still staining the corner of his mouth. Wang Tian, equally furious, roared, "You are the one who deserves to die. You are the one who deserves to die." The fourth divine seal upon Wang Tian erupted with violent energy. His blade, now enveloped in crackling lightning, transformed into a tempestuous weapon of thunder. His gaze was filled with unbridled madness as he declared, "Embrace death." Simultaneously, the fourth divine seal on Qi Hengqiu flickered with intensity, and a multitude of shimmering blades materialized around him. The dark night turned into a realm of slaughter. In this moment, both adversaries had reached the pinnacle of their madness, unleashing their powers to the utmost. This was a clash of the highest order. They abandoned all defense, intent on slaying one another with this singular strike. At this moment, their teammates felt their hearts lodged in their throats, afraid to even breathe. Liang could hardly contain his astonishment. These two were simply monstrous. The lone wolves beneath them marveled at the spectacle. Under the gaze of all, a cataclysmic collision of wind and thunder unfolded, with fierce gales raging and lightning bursting forth in a magnificent display. In Wang Tian's grasp, the simple blade appeared as if extended by thunder, transforming into a colossal thunderous sword several meters in length. The power of the lightning upon it had coalesced to its utmost peak, resembling the sharpest weapon known to mankind. Conversely, Qi Hengqiu was surrounded by an endless radiance of blades, which instantaneously surged toward Wang Tian. Boom, boom. The terrifying cacophony echoed in the ears of all present. This moment of collision was akin to a missile strike, as the very ground where they clashed was enveloped in a cloud of dust, obscuring their forms. As the haze gradually dissipated, the state of combat became discernible. The two remained locked in a stalemate. Wang Tian's blade had struck Qi Hengqiu's left shoulder, the armor there having vanished entirely. The blade had embedded itself into Qi Hengqiu's scapula, blood coursing down the weapon and armor, while arcs of electricity charred Qi Hengqiu's body. Streams of crimson fluid flowed from various wounds. Simultaneously, Qi Hengqiu's myriad of blades had landed upon Wang Tian, rendering his armor tattered and torn, as if he had been turned into a sieve. Blood poured forth, and Qi Hengqiu's circular blade had pierced Wang Tian's left chest, culminating in a mutually destructive scenario. Both warriors bled profusely. "Captain! Captain!" their comrades called out anxiously from either side. Among Su Liang's group, Long Lan and Zhu Zhu wept uncontrollably. Su Liang remained silent, at a loss for words. Perhaps today, one among them must fall. Wang Tian still had 5 seals. How would the captain respond? Wang Tian glared menacingly at Qi Hengqiu, his laughter tinged with sorrow. "Do you know how much I love her? I have laid bare my heart for her, yet she still chose you. It is evident that she and I are the perfect match, but I have come to terms with it. Qi Hengqiu, I am willing to relinquish her to you. All I desire is for her happiness. But what of you? Why have you failed to protect her? Why? It is all because of you. She is gone. She has already perished. Tears of despair surged from Wang Tian's eyes. Wang Tian's roared in anguish. You promised me. You vowed to guard her with your life. Why have you not fulfilled that promise? You swore to me. In his overwhelming grief, Wang Tian's could not accept the reality of Qianyue's demise. He placed all the blame squarely on Qi Hengchu's shoulders. A shiver ran through Qi Hengchu as Wang Tian's claimed that Qianyue had chosen him. That could not be true. Qianyue had declared that she would choose no one. What is truly happening? Thunder surged in Wang Tian's eyes. Thus, you must perish. You must accompany her to the grave. The fifth divine seal upon him throbbed violently. Su Liang and the others were taken aback. Captain, retreat quickly. Captain. The team members felt their hearts clench. Under such circumstances, the captain would surely meet his end. Chapter 136. Each with their own words. In the next moment, the thunderous power of the divine seal within Wang Tian's erupted instantaneously. A wave of thunderous energy sent Qi Hengchu flying. Both were bleeding profusely. Yet Wang Tian's had completely lost his sanity. This was the power of his 5 seals. In that instant, he was enveloped in a tempest of thunder. His eyes entirely consumed by lightning, resembling a deity of thunder. In the distance, there seemed to be an impending storm of tremendous force about to descend. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, creating an atmosphere thick with foreboding. Qi Hengchu began to sense something unusual, yet the truth eluded him. However, he could not afford to remain passive. He summoned his power once more, though it was still the 4th divine seal. The pressure emanating from him was even more formidable than before. His left arm was incapacitated, yet he raised his blade aloft. A terrifying tempest of wind surged through the heavens and the earth. In Su Liang's eyes, Qi Hengchu had transformed into a figure of sheer terror in that moment. Su Liang felt a tremor within, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Could this captain of his become any more monstrous? It was not merely the unity of man and blade, it transcended that, an elevated state of being. The power of his 4 seal patterns appeared to have undergone a transformation. At that instant, it seemed to Su Liang that all of Qi Hengchu's strength was concentrated into a single strike. As the blade whirled, it stirred the very winds of the world. His entire being was cloaked in a blade aura, and anyone daring to approach him would suffer a backlash. Su Liang's breath quickened. It was indeed a grotesque display of power. He gazed ahead, not waiting for Wang Tian's to fully harness his strength. Qi Hengchu had already unleashed a strike. In that fleeting moment, every pair of eyes was filled with astonishment. Qi Hengchu's blade swept through the air, resembling a sweeping arc of wind, wide as 100 meters, obliterating all in its path. Everything it touched disintegrated in an instant, as if cleansed by this singular blow. Wang Tian's gaze quivered. He had no time to consolidate his 5 seal patterns to their peak. 3-meter-sized lightning spheres were cleaved from his blade, as if intent on annihilating everything in their wake. Wang Tian's roared in a frenzy, "You shall perish." Under the gaze of all, the wind blade collided with the thunderball. At that moment, every breath was held in suspense. The impact astonished every onlooker. Were these two truly so formidable? Who would emerge victorious? On the surface, the battle between them resembled a clash of peak divine generals. Yet, to everyone's perception, Qi Hengchu, possessing only 4 seals, was at a disadvantage compared to Wang Tian's, whose divine seal level surpassed his own. Surely, Qi Hengchu could not withstand this. Only Su Liang understood that the captain was destined to win. Levels and power were mere aids. In terms of comprehension of the blade, the captain transcended Wang Tian's by leaps and bounds. Never had he witnessed such an extraordinary talent. Boom. In the instant of collision, Wang Tian's pupils froze and then rapidly dilated. No, it was impossible. His mind screamed in disbelief. This could not be. How could he, with a higher rank and superior divine seal level, be defeated? He refused to accept it. His inner turmoil erupted in a cacophony of rage. It must have been insufficient preparation, otherwise, it would not have transpired this way. The 3 thunderballs disintegrated upon contact with the blade's radiance, exploding in midair. Thunder raged. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? Who truly was the 5-sealed divine general? After the blade of light obliterated the thunderballs, it did not relent, but instead continued its swift trajectory toward Wang Tian's. His heart shattered. He could not accept this outcome. Yet, time was fleeting. The blade of light approached. Wang Tian's crossed his sword before him. Bang! The wooden blade in his grasp shattered into countless fragments. Then came the battle armor. The A-grade armor disintegrated in an instant. Had it not been for the protective measures of the armor, Wang Tianzi would have been cleaved in two by that strike. He was sent crashing into the ruins, creating a massive crater. Captain! Save the captain! Wang Tianzi's teammates surged forth immediately. Yet, Qi Hengshu was swifter, already advancing ahead. Su Liang bellowed as well, assist the captain. Everyone sprang into action. However, in the blink of an eye, before they could provide aid, Qi Hengshu faced Wang Tianzi's comrades and merely struck with indifference. A terrifying flash of the blade surged forth, striking his formidable allies. Among them were 3 divine generals, while the rest were divine warriors. Even so, they were sent flying, each spitting blood as they retreated in horror. They were astonished. How could Qi Hengshu be so powerful? Was it even plausible? Had he activated some hidden prowess? Qi Hengshu approached Wang Tianzi, observing the relentless flow of blood and the loathing in his eyes. Wang Tianzi seethed, questioning why he had to lose, why he was destined to perish at his hands. Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback as a drop of water fell upon his face, leaving him bewildered by Qi Hengshu's disheveled appearance. Accompanying that was a fist descending with force. Bam! Why did you hesitate then? Why not activate the Source Energy Guardian Realm? Bam! Everyone could have survived. Why did you remain inactive? Why did you watch as they were slaughtered? Bam! Qi Hengshu's right hand rained blows upon Wang Tianzi's face. Qi Hengshu was unraveling. He could have slain Wang Tianzi with a single strike, but he yearned to comprehend why the scoundrel hesitated. He had lost everyone, lost her. He also blamed himself for lacking strength at that time. Had he been a bit more powerful, perhaps they would not have perished. Su Liang and the others guarded the surroundings, preventing Wang Tianzi's allies from advancing. At that moment, Qi Hengshu's pent-up emotions, accumulated over the years, erupted. You scoundrel! The captain trusted you so deeply. He entrusted you with the core of the Guardian Realm. Why did you not activate it? Qi Hengshu roared like a wild beast. Why did you allow everyone to perish? Bang! Wang Tianzi awakened, his mind clouded. Even as punches rained down, he shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Everyone was besieged at that time. How could the Guardian Realm be activated? No one ever instructed me to activate it. Wang Tianzi's furious outcry caused Qi Hengshu to halt his fists. Zhao Jian furrowed his brows and retorted, "Impossible. Everyone was urging you to activate the Guardian Realm." Wang Tianzi was bewildered, his face twisted in rage as he demanded, "What are you two trying to conceal?" Clearly, it was Qianyu who was gravely injured while protecting you. Everyone was safeguarding you. How could we activate the Guardian Realm amidst such a siege? Upon hearing their exchange, Su Liang fell silent, beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. There was a significant issue at hand. Wang Tianzi continued to roar. "Are you attempting to obscure the truth? Shift the blame onto me? You are a coward. If it were not for Qianyu's injury while protecting you, could everyone have found themselves in such dire straits? It was your failure to safeguard her. It is you who has caused the demise of everyone. Qianyu should never have chosen you. She was mistaken. She should not have chosen you. Qi Hengshu, it is you who deserves to die. If I do not perish today, I shall surely take your life." Wang Tianzi's eyes were bloodshot, his hatred for Qi Hengshu running deep within his bones. Qi Hengshu stood frozen in place, realizing the gravity of the situation. Wang Tianzi could not be so foolish. Zhao Jian, with reddened eyes, exclaimed, "Wang Tianzi, do you comprehend what you are saying? It has always been you. Our captain sacrificed his life to carve a path of blood for us. Had you activated the Guardian Realm at that moment, everyone would have survived. But what did you do? You stood there, oblivious to everyone around you. It is you who has caused the death of all." Zhao Jian, rarely so emotional and enraged, continued, "You have persistently shirked your responsibilities. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs?" Wang Tianzi's eyes brimmed with fury. "You speak nonsense. When did the captain ever make such a sacrifice?" Zhao Jian, filled with rage, longed to pierce Wang Tianzi with a sword, utterly unwilling to explain further. Suddenly, Qi Hengshu struck Wang Tianzi's cheek with a fierce punch. Like a roaring beast. "Why would you fabricate such a tale?" Su Liang interjected at an opportune moment. "Can you both maintain a semblance of calm? If neither of you is speaking falsehoods, could it be that one of you witnessed a different reality at that moment?" These words left everyone momentarily stunned. How could it be that the visions seen by all were not the same? Did they truly believe in such virtual illusions? Just then, a crisp sound of applause resonated. "Wonderful, Qi Hengshu. Do you wish to know the reason?" Chapter 137, The Enigmatic Abilities of the Illusory Moon Fox. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze towards a specific location, where 8 figures emerged. A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd as their expressions shifted dramatically. Surrounding these 8 individuals were various other mystical beasts, including the initial illusory moon fox, the god devourer. Suddenly, a chill descended upon the faces of all present. Su Liang felt a tumultuous shift within, sensing danger. What was meant to arrive had indeed come. This was likely the climax of the events. Perhaps the god devourer had been waiting all along, observing them as mere spectators. Su Liang glanced over. The relationship between the captain and Wang Tiance was certainly fraught with significant issues, likely orchestrated by the god devourer itself. Su Liang's gaze sharpened. 8 individuals and 4 beasts. Among the 8, 4 were 5 seal divine generals, while the remaining 4 were extraordinarily esteemed 4 seal divine warriors. The 4 mystical beasts comprised a 5-star illusory moon fox, a 5-star blood moon demon wolf, a 4-star cloud leopard, and a 4-star earth demon bear. Among them, 2 were particularly formidable, one clad in black wolf armor and the other in white fox armor, the lone wolf and the silver fox. Suddenly, Su Liang's attention was drawn sharply to the illusory moon fox. Wait, this was not the illusory moon fox. A wave of alarm surged through Su Liang. This was not the illusory moon fox at all. It was, in fact, the illusory moon celestial fox. He comprehended everything. The illusory moon fox they were witnessing was merely a guise for the illusory moon celestial fox. Su Liang felt a tumultuous churn within. Either Qi Hengqiu or Wang Tiance had seen a false image. The intention was to sow discord between them. The lone wolf perched atop the high ground, clapping and mocking as he spoke. Qi Hengqiu, oh Qi Hengqiu, you have truly disappointed me. I had expected you to swiftly end Wang Tiance. Yet you indulge in so much triviality. Are you so eager to uncover the truth? Allow me to enlighten you. Upon encountering them, an overwhelming aura of malice erupted from both Qi Hengqiu and Wang Tiance. It was they who were involved in the events of yore. The lone wolf and the silver fox were participants in that incident. The lone wolf laughed heartily, declaring that the truth is quite simple. The reason Wang Tiance refrained from action at that time was due to his collaboration with us. He intended for us to eliminate you, thus he would not intervene. Do you comprehend? Qi Hengqiu turned to him, incredulous. Could it be true? A wave of boundless fury surged from Qi Hengqiu. Wang Tiance, in a fit of rage, retorted, I did not. You wretched fools. One day, I shall eradicate you all. At that moment, Wang Tiance resembled a frenzied beast, utterly devoid of reason. The lone wolf chuckled softly, did not? Then why did you refrain from acting? When you met the silver fox alone, your words were quite different. I must admit, I find you rather contemptible, unable to acknowledge your own actions, truly, a coward. Just as Qi Hengqiu was on the verge of madness, Su Liang bellowed. Enough of your nonsensical drivel. Everyone turned their attention sharply to Su Liang, the lone wolf momentarily stunned, his expression darkening. The teammates of the burning squad gazed at Su Liang in confusion, while Qi Hengqiu and Wang Tiance also fixed their eyes upon him. The lone wolf scoffed. You insignificant insect, are courting death. Su Liang responded with a cold smile. What is the matter? Did my interruption of your scheming disturb your composure? You wretched beings. The lone wolf said, his expression tightening, a cold snort escaping his lips. I shall deal with you later. He abruptly turned to face Qi Hengqiu. You killed me. I will reveal to you the true reason that woman shielded you from harm. Qi Hengqiu momentarily froze, pondering the true reason for her sacrifice. Wang Tiance, too, was taken aback. Was there a problem with Qian, you shielding Qi Hengqiu? Su Liang quickly interjected, Captain, remain calm. Do not let their manipulations cloud your judgment. There is something amiss. The scene Wang Tiance witnessed differs from what you have seen. Both Qi Hengqiu and Wang Tiance turned sharply towards Su Liang. The scenes differ? At that moment, the distant silver fox's pupils slightly contracted. Had it been discovered? Su Liang noticed the subtle shift in the gazes of the silver fox and the illusory moonsky fox. There was no doubt about it. The lone wolf steadied his mind, sneering, your words are quite amusing. Do you truly comprehend what transpired at that moment? Do you believe such discrepancies in perception could occur? Su Liang shook his head. Nothing is impossible. You think hiding the illusory moon sky fox serves any purpose? Everything began to unfold the moment he encountered Wang Tiance. Perhaps even earlier. The silver fox and the lone wolf's pupils contracted slightly. He had indeed recognized the illusory moon sky fox. Qi Hengqiu, Wang Tiance. And the other comrades were left stunned. Illusory moon sky fox? Su Liang scoffed. Did you believe that the world was unaware of the illusory moon sky fox's ability to create illusions? As this statement lingered in the air, the expressions of the silver fox and the lone wolf finally shifted. This young man not only possesses knowledge of the illusory moon celestial fox beside him, but is also aware of its unique abilities. Qi Hengqiu has also noticed the changes among them, his gaze blood-red. What is the meaning of this? Su Liang glanced at Qi Hengqiu and said, Captain, please remain calm. I will explain what has transpired. Feigning nonchalance, Su Liang approached the group and discreetly gestured to Liang and the others behind him. They understood his intent. Liang casually moved to Qi Hengqiu's side, quietly tending to his wounds. In this moment, everyone seemed to grasp Su Liang's plan. The urgent matter at hand is to confront the imminent danger they face. Su Liang raised his head with a cold smirk, directing his gaze toward the distant figures of the lone wolf and his companions. The illusory moon celestial fox possesses an exceedingly subtle ability, capable of leaving an imprint in the minds of unsuspecting individuals, akin to a form of subconsciousness, and this imprint proves to be immensely valuable. The lone wolf and the silver fox exchanged glances, astonished by the extent of his knowledge. How remarkable it is that he knows so much. Such abilities have always been kept under wraps, even unbeknownst to their own comrades. Su Liang's awareness stems from military research conducted decades later, which updated the capabilities of the illusory moon celestial fox, as this ability has caused significant turmoil for China. Meanwhile, everyone around them was astounded to learn of such matters. Su Liang continued, once the imprint is established, the illusory moon celestial fox can, under specific circumstances, influence the opponent's perception, allowing them to witness illusory visions. This ability, the illusion it conjures, can almost seamlessly blur the line between reality and deception, effortlessly awakening the darkest desires that lie within the human soul. I surmise that when Bai Qianqian encountered that individual, the illusory moon fox was indeed by his side. Su Liang turned to Bai Qianqian, inquiring, when you faced him, he must have employed some artifact that captured your attention. What did he offer you? A tumult of emotions surged within the group. An illusion? Such a bizarre capability truly exists. They had never heard of anything like it. Qi Hengqiu's eyes burned a deep crimson as he too gazed at Bai Qianqian, growling. What did that beast give you? Bai Qianqian was already in a daze. According to this young man's assertion, it meant he had witnessed an illusion. Thus, the actual outcome was that Captain Shinji had missed the opportune moment, leading to the demise of everyone. The color drained from Bai Qianqian's face in an instant. It was him. He was responsible for the deaths of all. Qi Hengqiu, consumed by fury, demanded, speak. Bai Qianqian, pallid and tearful, stammered. It was the image of you and Qianyu. Embracing. Qi Hengqiu's rage surged, and with a spurt of blood, he cried out, Captain, Captain, pointing at Bai Qianqian. He could hardly believe it. The very root of their calamity had manifested here. The source of everyone's demise lay within this moment. Qi Hengqiu's expression turned ashen. Bai Qianqian. Chapter 138. The final unveiling of the burial moon killing field. Qi Hengqiu was engulfed in despair, tears of blood streaming down his face. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has ceased to feel. This fool, with a single reckless act, has condemned the lives of so many comrades. The crowd supported the faltering Qi Hengqiu, who had succumbed to utter desolation. He understood everything now. Bai Qianqian wept as if he were a child who had lost everything, his heart shattered. It was he who had brought ruin to all his companions. He had caused the death of Qianyu. In an instant, Qi Hengqiu appeared aged beyond his years. Did you not understand Qianyu? After her return, she completely ignored both of us. Do you truly believe she would have acted thus? She had explicitly stated that she would choose no one. Bai Qianqian's mind crumbled entirely. He himself was the true architect of this calamity. Kill me, Qi Hengqiu. In my life. Bai Qianqian seized a shard of his broken blade, intent on self-destruction. Su Liang shot it from his hand. It was a struggle to save you. You cannot perish now. Your enemies await. Do you wish to die at such a moment? You must atone for the mistakes you have made. Everyone worked together to restrain Bai Qianqian. Su Liang turned his gaze towards Silver Fox, his eyes growing increasingly cold. This game of chess, from that moment until now, has been orchestrated solely by you, has it not? Silver Fox appeared rather enigmatic, his white armor somewhat unsettling. How intriguing. It seems that Rongqing has produced another remarkable figure. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Silver Fox. Su Liang shook his head. I have no interest in befriending the dead. Silver Fox paused, slightly taken aback, then smiled. Very well, very well. How amusing. I shall ensure you find a suitable place for your burial. Su Liang scoffed. I believe it should be I who buries you. However, I am left with one lingering question. The silver fox replied with a chilling laugh, "Speak, so that you may enlighten your understanding." Liang inquired. "The recent assaults on Rong City by the beast horde, was it orchestrated by you through the illusory moon sky fox?" The silver fox paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Isn't that rather evident? Alas, I shall cease this game, for your ruse has been unveiled, and thus it loses its charm. Did you think I was oblivious to your attempts to buy time for their healing?" Liang's expression shifted slightly. There was no denying how easily he had been seen through. The silver fox snapped his fingers, revealing a wicked grin. "Now, let the true entertainment commence." In the next instant, the illusory moon sky fox beside him transformed back to its original form, a white crystal materializing at its brow, while its fur underwent subtle changes. Simultaneously, the four beastly entities howled towards the heavens. The pairs of crimson eyes hidden beneath the earth suddenly flared open, surging towards the surface with fervor. The ground trembled. Liang's spear quaked violently. "Everyone gather. Form the forbidden god realm. Prepare for a fight to the death." At that moment, he embodied the essence of a leader. The source of command was of no consequence. Unity was imperative. Liang understood that the most harrowing phase of the morning moon plan had arrived. He scanned the surroundings, glancing at his companions, resolved not to utter words that would further burden their minds. They must all return alive. The atmosphere grew solemn as everyone nodded in agreement. Gong Li declared, "We shall all return together." One by one, they began to unleash their latent powers. Hongchu grasped his ring-headed blade and cast a glance at Wang Tian's, whose expression seemed to reflect a lost soul. "Must you repeat the same error once more? Will you allow your comrades to perish here?" Wang Tian's allies gathered around him. Struck silent, Wang Tian's could utter not a single word, merely drawing a knife in silence. Fixating his gaze upon the silver fox. It was that abomination that had wrought this havoc. Even in death, he would drag those fiends down with him. Other teams converged as well. Liang approached Hongchu and whispered a few words to him. Hongchu felt a stir of trepidation, nodding slightly in response. Meanwhile, Liang's hand reached into Hongchu's spatial converter, retrieving several items. With a swift motion, Hongchu swung his blade and bellowed, "Kill." As they beheld the surge of monstrous beasts erupting from the ground, a collective roar rose. "Kill." Liang's spear quivered with intensity, and thus they would slay. The emblem of the wind and fire god erupted fiercely from his being, enveloping him in a fiery crimson blaze. The golden radiance of the beast god's power was overshadowed, intertwining with the scarlet flames to form an unusual hue of yellow. In that fleeting moment, Hongchu, Wang Tian's, and the divine generals from other factions surged forward, fully aware of the necessity to vanquish the God-Eaters. It was a duty they could not shirk. Yet, in truth, how many divine generals remained? In Rongqing, none of the teams possessed a single one. In Hancheng, aside from the 4 divine generals within Wang Tian's team, the other factions boasted merely 1 divine general each among 2 of their teams. Within the ranks of the military, there existed a total of 5 divine generals. Thus, the total number of divine generals amounted to 11, complemented by 1 possessing the prowess of a divine general, Hongchu. 12 formidable warriors advanced against the 8 adversaries and the 4 leading beasts. Wang Tian's took the lead, charging towards the silver fox, while Hongchu set his sights on the lone wolf. The lone wolf let out a menacing laugh, taunting Hongchu. "Do you not wish to uncover the true reason that woman shielded you from harm?" The only response was a swift strike. Hongchu would no longer allow them to manipulate his psyche. His sole intent was to eliminate them. Only through their annihilation could his wrath be appeased. However, in the next moment, the God-Eaters swiftly retreated, denying them any opportunity. An endless tide of beasts surged towards Hongchu and his companions, predominantly of 2-star and 3-star rank, with a significant number of 4-star as well. They had meticulously prepared a vast array of beasts for this occasion, aiming to eradicate the elite forces of the 2 cities' divine hunting squads. This was a culmination of a prolonged conflict between the 2 factions. The God-Eaters adhered to the will of the 9-star and 10-star beasts, relentlessly engaged in battle. On the side of Liang and his comrades, there were nearly 30 teams, alongside a few personnel from the military, summing up to a little over 300 individuals. Confronted with the overwhelming swarm of beasts, a heavy weight settled upon each heart. Yet, there was no retreat. They were severed from the outside world and confined to this place. Their only recourse was to fight, to endure. They would persist until the military recognized the situation and dispatched reinforcements. There was no other path. The slaughter commenced. This was a war characterized by a disparity in strength. Survival necessitated violence. Each squad of blood drinkers and rearguards surged forth into the fray. Within the forbidden divine realm, what remains are the celestial eyes of each squad and a portion of healers, while the assassination units of every team collaborate seamlessly. The storm of blood begins to rain down, flesh splattering in the chaos. Duan Xia observes as Su Liang rushes forth alongside him. "You, return at once," he commands. But before he can finish his sentence, Su Liang, right before his eyes, fires a shot that pierces through 3 two-star beasts, shattering their skulls with a resounding impact. Su Liang glances at him. What is the commotion about? Duan Xia falls silent, muttering under his breath. Where does Qi Hengqiu get such luck? Another freak. And equipped with S-grade gear, damn it. His teammates chuckle at Duan Xia's words. Gong like quips, you little rascal. Show these scoundrels what you're made of. Annihilate them all. With the Zhulong spear in Su Liang's hands, he is invincible. Under the guise of the beast god seal's power, even 3-star beasts are now mere trifles for him to dispatch effortlessly. With a strength value of 1,000, augmented by S-grade armor, his normal strength has surged to an impressive 1,700. Even when matched against an S-grade 3 seal divine master, he finds himself more than capable. Alas, the blood blaze cannot be recklessly employed. Once his strength is depleted, recovery will be exceedingly arduous, an insurmountable dead end for him. Thus, it must not be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. This blood-soaked battle is exceedingly brutal, with monstrous beasts filling the horizon. The corpses of these creatures pile high, obstructing their advance as the beasts hurl them aside. Meanwhile, Su Liang and his companions endure their own harrowing ordeal as the chosen ones fall one after another, devoured by the ravenous beasts. Everywhere echoed with anguished cries of despair. Many teams in Rongqing, lacking the formidable strength of the Ember Killers and Blood Wolves, inevitably faced a drastic reduction in numbers. A sense of anxiety weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Qi Hengqiu and his companions found themselves ensnared in a tightening circle, besieged entirely by 4-star. Escaping this encirclement proved to be an arduous task. Each individual fought with utmost fervor to fend off their attackers. Meanwhile, the Lone Wolf and Silver Fox had retreated to the pinnacle of a tall building, coldly observing the carnage below. They had no intention of engaging directly. They were their instruments of power, meant to wear down their foes. To them, these beasts were mere livestock, intended to slowly exhaust their enemies before they swooped in for the final strike. A mocking smile played upon the Lone Wolf's lips. The plan is not quite perfect. I hadn't anticipated it would be discovered. The Silver Fox, maintaining a serene demeanor, replied, There is no such thing as a flawless plan. I simply did not foresee that the secret of the illusory moon sky fox would be uncovered by a mere second-tier ant. The Lone Wolf then glanced at Su Liang, who was amidst the bloodshed, a cold smirk curving his lips. No matter, killing them would yield the same result, wouldn't it? The Silver Fox shook his head. Qi Hengqiu cannot perish yet. He is crucial to the next phase. The Lone Wolf paused, nodding as he almost forgot this detail. It seemed that the secret of the Sky Fox would indeed be revealed to them. The Silver Fox added, It matters not. The plan continues unabated, as long as it remains intact. Although that boy has uncovered it, the outcome remains unchanged, merely granting Qi Hengqiu the truth. Another master controlling the clouded leopard remarked, The core of the heavenly mechanism resides within Qi Hengqiu. Shall we allow him to take it back? The Silver Fox chuckled coldly. It was intended for him to return with it. We have already obtained what we needed. It is of little consequence now. It is merely a component of the plan, one that must be preserved for him. He could only hope that no further complications would arise. That B-grade lad always gave him an uneasy feeling, his aura emanating an unsettling peculiarity. The Lone Wolf snorted disdainfully. A mere B-grade insect dares to disrupt our scheme? I shall entertain him. He patted the 5-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf beside him, which let out a furious howl. In an instant, numerous 2-star and 3-star Blood Moon Demon Wolves surged wildly towards Su Liang's direction. Below, many began to sense the impending danger. A horde of Blood Moon Demon Wolves was racing towards Su Liang and his companions. Su Liang scoffed. They were indeed coming for them. In front of him, 5 3-star Blood Moon Demon Wolves lunged ferociously at Su Liang. Gong Lai and the other's expression shifted in alarm. Su Liang, be cautious. Retreat quickly. Zhao Jian's countenance hardened. He had to ensure his safety. Zhao Jian charged in recklessly. Su Liang bellowed, I am fine. Do not lose your composure. His gaze sharpened with fierce determination. In the next moment, the second wind and fire divine seal instinctively activated. Simultaneously, Su Liang distinctly sensed the power from his two beast god seals surging wildly toward that wind and fire divine seal. A wave of shock washed over him. Could their powers truly be interconnected? He felt the wind and fire divine seal erupt with a terrifying force far exceeding that of a B-grade entity. Su Liang was overjoyed. He should have realized this sooner. The values of the wind and fire divine seal had all been combined. He let out a wild laugh, shouting, "Kill!" In the next moment, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment as a sea of flames erupted from Su Liang's body, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 139, Must Return in Completeness. A torrent of flames burst forth from Su Liang. Under the command of the Candle Dragon Spear, the flames transformed into a terrifying, serpentine blaze, resembling a fire dragon. The extreme heat posed a significant threat to his companions nearby. Was this truly such an aberration? This was not how one should wield a cheat. Wasn't his wind and fire divine seal classified as B-grade? Such power could not possibly be unleashed by something of that rank. Duan Xia and the members of the Bloodwolf team were left speechless. Was this merely a single seal? Oh no, it was the second seal. But surely, the second seal could not unleash such devastation. Under the watchful gaze of all, Su Liang bellowed, "Wind and fire source." With a thrust of his spear, the flaming serpent charged forth like a colossal dragon, crashing into the 5 approaching 3-star beasts. This fiery serpent was not merely imbued with flames. It also harnessed the power of the wind. The wind fueled the flames, allowing fire to borrow the wind's might. It ruthlessly engulfed the 5 3-star blood moon demon wolves along with several surrounding 2-star beasts, their anguished cries echoing through the air. In that instant, the space before Su Liang became desolate, with only scattered embers glowing and the acrid scent of charred flesh lingering. All the 2-star and 3-star beasts had been reduced to cinders, cast far away. The surrounding silence was deafening. Was this truly the second seal? From their elevated vantage point, the solitary wolf was nearly beside himself with rage, his eyes wide with disbelief. He pointed at Su Liang and turned to Silver Fox, exclaiming, "Is this truly a B-class secondary imprint?" Silver Fox furrowed his brow deeply, realizing the complexity of the situation. The solitary wolf muttered a curse. What kind of freak is this? Silver Fox contemplated issuing a command to his comrades to record Su Liang's battle footage, but dismissed the thought. There was no need to document a death that was all but inevitable. Instead, he fixated on Su Liang, striving to discern his secrets, yet found himself perplexed. The golden hue had melded into the flames, rendering it indistinct. With a scoff, the solitary wolf declared, "Damn it, jump. I command you to leap. I will eliminate you first." He struck the side of his Blood Moon demon wolf and renewed his orders. A horde of Blood Moon demon wolves surged towards Su Liang. The solitary wolf sneered, "Let us see if you can survive this." However, in the very next moment, a massive hole erupted in the battlefield where the 4-star beasts besieged Qi Hengqiu and his companions. Qi Hengqiu soared forth, propelled by the wind, with Wang Tiance and 2 others trailing behind, having been flung out by other divine generals. They were breaking through. The solitary wolf's composure faltered, his skin prickling with agitation. "Damn it, can divine warriors fly? Why can't I?" Silver Fox snorted derisively. "Since they have come to us, let us engage. Bring them down." In an instant, the 4 divine generals, including the solitary wolf and Silver Fox, charged into the fray. Several beasts commanded their monstrous armies to attack. The solitary wolf grinned maliciously, "Qi Hengqiu, you truly ought to behold the truth left for you within the core of the celestial mechanism." "Ha ha," Qi Hengqiu retorted coldly. "You will die?" The solitary wolf cackled maniacally. "Today, it is you who shall meet your end." Although Qi Hengqiu was wounded, his combat prowess remained formidable. With a single slash, the lone wolf's heart raced. This was truly extraordinary. The battle on their side had also commenced with fervor. Su Liang executed a sweeping strike, leaving many in awe. Who could remain unfazed by such a display? Gu Qianqian exclaimed, "Master, you are incredible." Gong Lai added, "Truly astounding." Yunmu expressed, "I wish to unleash such power once." Lu Wuhuan remarked, "Let us not waste the beast crystals." Amidst their levity, a heavy atmosphere loomed over them. All were fiercely engaged in combat. Other teams suffered significant losses. However, the Blood Wolves fared better, forming cohesive groups, with Zhao Jian providing support. Su Liang and his companions maintained commendable strength. Moreover, aided by the Blood Wolves, they managed to stabilize their position for the time being. Su Liang urged, "Everyone, be cautious." Upon hearing this, Duan Xia felt perplexed. Why did Jin Sha heed the words of this novice? What was going on? Su Liang continued his relentless assault, acutely aware that many Blood Moon demon wolves were targeting him. Yet, he felt no fear. In this dire situation, they were determined to carve a path through the bloodshed. In his past life, he had always been the one shielded by his teammates. This time, he could protect them. He could also become their pillar of support. With the Zhu Long spear in hand, he was unstoppable, mercilessly reaping the lives of the aberrant beasts. Su Liang brimmed with confidence. The power of his wind and fire divine seal's markings seemed to be further enhanced by the beast god seal. Therefore, in a sense, his wind and fire divine seal bore little difference from an SSS grade. It was as if he had acquired an additional set of marking powers. Now he harbors a bold thought. In this context, has the limit of his wind and fire divine seal also undergone a transformation? Is it conceivable that he could ascend to the ranks of a divine general or even a divine king, perhaps even a divine sovereign, relying on a B-rank divine seal? The prospect of double happiness. In his previous life, he had only reached the level of a 3-seal divine master. What about this life? His anticipation grows ever stronger. The evolution of the wind and fire divine seal must be taken seriously. With each enemy he vanquishes, he feels an exhilarating surge, as though glimpsing the pinnacle of his future. Regardless of whether this place is a dead end or not, he cannot perish here, not solely for himself, but also for Qianqian. He had promised her that he would return intact. Everyone around him is consumed by the frenzy of battle, their injuries mounting. The situation is far from optimistic. Indeed, it is deteriorating. Their numbers dwindle, yet the onslaught of the alien beasts shows no signs of abating. A growing heaviness settles upon their hearts, and their exchanges grow sparse. This intense combat leaves each individual profoundly fatigued, yet they cannot afford to relax for even a moment. In the next instant, Gong Lai anxiously shouts, "Big Iron Bull!" Bang! Uft! Gu Tiancheng is struck and sent flying by a 3-star earth demon bear, blood gushing forth. Anxiety grips everyone. "Don't worry about me. Stay focused." Gu Tiancheng cries out in agony. Fortunately, he has been propelled back into the forbidden divine realm, where Liang hastily administers treatment. The few healers among them are utterly exhausted, overwhelmed by the sheer number of injured souls brought in. Anger surges within them. They truly cannot afford to lose another teammate. Gu Tiancheng still bears a lingering injury from their last encounter. Su Liang, equally enraged, directed his spiritual perception towards everyone. In truth, he too was facing immense difficulty. Had it not been for the formidable power of the Eye of Insight, he might have long since succumbed. In the next moment, from the Blood Wolf team, a divine master lost an arm to a 3-star cloud leopard, blood splattering as he retreated into the forbidden divine realm. The other teams, whether from Rong City or Han City, had suffered grievous casualties, with many retreating into the forbidden divine realm. They had exhausted their most potent source energy weapons, and the situation grew increasingly perilous. Should they falter completely, the forbidden divine realm would be breached, plunging them into true despair. In Su Liang's line of sight, he saw Sima, his expression turning to one of horror. "Sima, retreat. Danger." It was merely a second or two earlier that Lu Wuhuan abruptly retreated. In that fleeting moment, a 4-star cloud leopard descended before him, nearly tearing him apart. Lu Wuhuan gasped for breath. Without Su Liang's urgent warning, he might have perished. He retreated frantically, aware that he could not contend with the 4-star cloud leopard. "I can't hold it back," he shouted, as Zhao Jian's voice crackled through the earpiece. "I'm coming." As Lu Wuhuan shifted positions, Su Liang cast a distant glance at Zhao Jian, his heart sinking. Zhao Jian's condition was dire. He too was gravely injured. Su Liang barked, "Sima, come to my side. Gong Lai, assist me here. I will help Zhao Jian." A tremor ran through his teammates, but there was no dissent. They swiftly coordinated their movements. Su Liang cautioned everyone, "I will join forces with Zhao Jian to slay this clouded leopard, so exercise utmost caution." The voice resonated through the earpieces. A solemn response echoed from the group. "All right, proceed with confidence." Duan Xia interjected, "Are you courting death? That creature is a 4-star beast. Allow me to assist him." Su Liang retorted firmly, "No need for that. Tend to your own teammates. We cannot afford any more casualties." As Su Liang repositioned himself, he cast a glance towards the captain's side, where they were also engaged in a fierce battle. Unfortunately, he had already sustained injuries while contending with Wang Tian's, which hindered a swift resolution to the conflict. There was no choice. The clouded leopard must be dispatched without delay. A fierce determination flashed in Su Liang's eyes as he prepared to unleash his power. Crimson blood ignite. The golden light was engulfed by flames, and a terrifying white mist began to rise from Su Liang's form. Chapter 140. God blocks, kill God. This brutal confrontation could scarcely be described as anything less than a bloodbath. Out of over 300 participants, only a little over 100 remained, most of whom were grievously wounded. The teams ranked lower in the two major cities had already suffered catastrophic losses. Even among the divine generals besieged by the 4-star beast below, one had already perished. Qianqian understood that if they could not swiftly eliminate the few adversaries before them, they would all meet their demise here. The beast seemed inexhaustible. He glanced over at Wang Tian's, who was fighting like a madman, coughing blood. His singular focus was to vanquish the silver fox and the moon illusion fox. However, that proved to be no easy feat. As they were 5-star beasts, divine generals were no match for them. Qianqian hovered in the air, clutching a high-grade divine crystal in his hand. The lone wolf coughed blood at the corners of his mouth, revealing a sinister smile as he gazed at Qianqian. Do you see? Today, your only fate is the path of death. Qianqian, do you think you can turn the tide? Gasping for breath, the lone wolf perched atop the 5-star blood moon magic wolf, clutching a divine crystal to aid his recovery. I concede, you are indeed formidable in terms of martial talent. Few can rival you. If you were at the SS or even SSS level, I believe you might have a chance to achieve divinity. But alas, you are merely at the S level, and in this regard, you are powerless to change your fate. In this inevitable demise, you are equally helpless. They are all doomed. You are not even a divine general, yet you aspire to be the savior? Do you truly believe you can manage it? Ha, ha, ha. They are all destined to die. Qianqian's eyes gleamed with cold light. A divine general? Is that not what you desire? I shall grant it to you. Old grievances and new enmities shall be settled today. In the next moment, hundreds of high-level divine crystals materialized around Qianqian, densely floating before him. These were hundreds of high-level divine crystals, not low-level or mid-level ones. One high-level divine crystal equated to 10,000 low-level ones. What then is the significance of hundreds of high-level divine crystals? Over 1 million low-level divine crystals. Even when converted to beast crystals, it amounts to over 100,000 low-level beast crystals. A sense of foreboding washed over the lone wolf. What are you planning? Qianqian's gaze remained icy, offering no reply. In an instant, the 4 divine seals upon him erupted with resplendent black light. The overwhelming energy, akin to surging waves among the hundreds of high-grade divine crystals, surged forth like torrents, madly rushing into Qianqian's body. The lone wolf's gaze trembled. You dare to evolve the 5 seals? Qianqian bellowed. Open. His furious roar reverberated through the heavens, drawing attention as onlookers turned to witness the breathtaking spectacle unfolding in the sky. He intended to evolve the 5 seals amidst battle? It was nothing short of madness, a notion unheard of until now. Yet, Qianqian was putting it into action. The lone wolf understood that he could not afford to grant him this opportunity. With a furious shout, he commanded, bring him down. Beneath them, the 5-star blood moon demon wolf unleashed its terrifying maw, capable of swallowing a battle tank. A concentrated wave of light surged forth, possessing the power to obliterate an entire building in an instant. Yet, Qianqian remained composed in the face of adversity. Wielding his blade once more, an endless wall of wind surged forth, and the light wave shot skyward, exploding in the heavens. The lone wolf's heart quaked. Was there truly no limit to this individual's strength? What he did not know, and what no one else knew, was that Qianqian had long prepared for this moment. He had reserved his trump card solely for the purpose of avenging his blood feud. Wang Tian's was foolish beyond measure. But even more culpable were those shadowy figures pulling the strings. In that moment, Qianqian seemed to transform into a true embodiment of the Sureblade. With a single blade in hand, he was invincible. A resplendent divine seal coalesced at his brow, radiating brilliant black light. Within that black luminescence, a faint hint of blood red shimmered, easily overlooked. The lone wolf's spirit was greatly alarmed. The 5 seals. Damn it. The relentless attacks from the blood moon demon wolf beneath him were met with Qianqian's blade. Each strike extinguished one after another. Qianqian absorbed the divine crystals with an insatiable fervor, akin to a whale swallowing its prey. Such velocity was unprecedented. When the multitude of high-level divine crystals was reduced to ashes, he lifted his gaze, marking the awakening of the Azura within him. Dark radiance enveloped Qianqian's eyes. transforming him into a true embodiment of the nightmarish Azura. He uttered a single word, kill. In that instant, the lone wolf truly sensed the aura of death. He comprehended why Qi Hongqiu had ascended to the first-tier level. No, he had underestimated him. At the very least, he had reached the second-tier level. Qi Hongqiu sprang into action, swift as the wind. With a single stroke of his blade, a tempest roared through the heavens and earth. The destructive blade energy annihilated everything in its path, leaving the lone wolf with no avenue of escape. The lone wolf's spirit trembled in horror as he unleashed his own 5-imprint power. The Blood Moon Magic Wolf expelled a formidable wave of light once more. Boom! Just as the wave escaped, the blade energy descended. It erupted with a cataclysmic force, shaking the very foundations of the earth, akin to an earthquake. Ancient edifices began to crumble. The onlookers, the god devourers, were struck with disbelief. How could the disparity between divine generals be so vast? Before their eyes, the lone wolf and the 5-star Blood Moon Magic Wolf were sent reeling, spitting blood as they were propelled backward. Even the 5-star Blood Moon Magic Wolf, akin to a small mountain, was blasted away. One could only imagine the extent of Qi Hongqiu's current strength. The lone wolf was engulfed in dread. How could he possibly fight back? The 5-star Blood Moon Magic Wolf began to descend into madness, its crimson eyes radiating a savage fury as it lunged toward Qi Hongqiu with reckless abandon. The lone wolf bellowed defiantly, "You cannot change this." He too unleashed his full power, knowing he must either halt Qi Hongqiu or, alongside the silver fox, inflict severe injury upon him. Yet, in this moment, Qi Hongqiu was overwhelmingly strong. Moreover, he received guidance from Liang, realizing the necessity for swift resolution. His gaze was fixed upon the vulnerable spot beneath the neck of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, the very locus of its weakness. Qi Hongqiu unleashed a series of decisive strikes. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf and the Lone Wolf were sent reeling, spewing blood in their retreat. The Lone Wolf was on the brink of despair, exclaiming in disbelief, how could he possess such overwhelming strength? In the next moment, the 4th divine seal of Qi Hongqiu began to emanate a terrifying black light. An unfathomable force coalesced around him, and the heavens and earth were engulfed by a tempest. An immense pressure began to descend. The lone wolf swallowed hard. The moment of reckoning had arrived. Simultaneously, the silver fox and the illusory moon celestial fox, along with the divine generals battling below, sensed the dreadful energy radiating from Qi Hongqiu. The lone wolf cursed vehemently, "Silver fox, aid me." The silver fox's expression darkened. The combat prowess of Qi Hongqiu far exceeded their expectations. Had they known, they should have summoned additional support. "Celestial fox, assist him." Wang Tiansu was immediately alarmed. The silver fox scoffed coldly, "You cannot assist him. Your opponent is I." The silver fox erupted with ferocity, ensnaring Wang Tiansu without relent. Wang Tiansu was nearing his limits, his path destined for doom. He bellowed in anger, "Qi Hongqiu, be cautious." Wang Tiansu's gaze sharpened suddenly. He understood that he bore the weight of sin, unworthy of existence. For it was he who had caused the demise of many. His singular fault imposed dire consequences upon his comrades. His heart had long since perished in remorse. Yet he knew that for him, even death was a luxury. He must atone for his transgressions, seeking redemption through his own tainted existence. "Qianyu, Captain, teammates, I am deeply sorry." Tears of blood welled up in Wang Tian's eyes. "I apologize to you all. And to that girl whom I love dearly. I willingly offer my life to descend into the depths of hell, in exchange for your peace in the next life." Wang Tian's roared, "Ignite it for me." He began to unleash the primal forces of the Divine Seal. "Today, I shall declare my resolve with death. Divine sacrifice." The silver fox scoffed, "What of the divine sacrifice?" Wang Tian bellowed to the heavens, "I can kill you with ease. Qi Hongqiu, it is entrusted to you." Qi Hongqiu heard Wang Tian's furious shout, but found himself at a loss for words. Naturally, he harbored resentment towards Wang Tian. Yet at this juncture, did it even matter? His gaze suddenly sharpened, and he unleashed a blade strike. The 5-star illusory moon fox, the 5-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf, along with the lone wolf, boldly confronted Qi Hongqiu's strike. They had nowhere to escape. The crescent-shaped blade light shimmered, resembling the most resplendent weapon in existence. It cut through space, effortlessly piercing through the formidable attacks of the 2 5-star beasts and the lone wolf. The lone wolf's pupils widened in shock. "What is this?" There was no time for contemplation, as the blade struck them in an instant. Boom! The sky erupted, and the earth shattered. Had the lone wolf not sheltered behind the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, he would have been cleaved in two by that strike. For even the blood moon demon wolf and the illusory moon fox were left with their flesh severed, exposing their chilling white bones. The blade had even penetrated the iron bones of the two five-star beasts, nearly cleaving them asunder. The lone wolf was filled with dread. How could such immense power exist? This was the defense of five-star beasts. He had just embarked on the path of a divine general. How did he achieve such prowess? The lone wolf and the two five-star exotic beasts were simultaneously hurled into the ruins. Dust erupted, and the earth trembled. Those who noticed the commotion stood in a daze. This was the true essence of extraordinary abilities. The silver fox found itself unable to escape the clutches of Bai Qianqian, who had already undergone divine consecration, and was forced to endure relentless assaults, spitting blood repeatedly. However, Bai Qianqian could not hold on much longer. If he could just persist, Bai Qianqian would meet his demise. Qi Hengchu's combat prowess was nothing short of astonishing. The agonized cries of the two five-star exotic beasts resonated, causing the debris to scatter. The two beasts emerged, their spirits waning. The lone wolf also crawled out from the rubble, and together they gazed up at the sky. Yet, Qi Hengchu was nowhere to be seen. The lone wolf was bewildered. Where had he gone? The silver fox shouted urgently, "Be careful." Before it could finish its warning, the silver fox's eyes widened in horror. The celestial fox. Qi Hengchu materialized above the head of the illusory moon celestial fox like a spectral apparition, with a blood-red glow emanating from his eyes. He bellowed in fury, "The illusory moon celestial fox must perish." The lone wolf was struck with dread. Instinctively, the illusory moon celestial fox activated its protective alert. The white crystal embedded in its forehead burst forth with an incredibly terrifying wave of light. Yet, it was already too late. At that moment, Qi Hengchu was an unstoppable force. Chapter 141, Total Defeat. In an instant, the white crystal of the illusory moon celestial fox unleashed a powerful energy wave, expanding like a protective shield in a desperate attempt to repel Qi Hengchu. However, at this moment, Qi Hengchu was overwhelmingly formidable, compared to the blood moon demon wolf. His desire to eliminate the illusory moon celestial fox was even greater. In the beginning, everything served as a prelude. His intention was to lure the illusory moon fox, striking it down while it remained unsuspecting. Liang made it abundantly clear that the creature's vulnerability lay within the crystalline stone at its forehead. Severing that gem would render the illusory moon fox virtually incapacitated. This beast was deserving of death, for it had conjured illusions that led to the demise of Bai Qianqian's beloved, causing the annihilation of his comrades. It had to perish. Qi Heng's blades surged with a ferocious energy, imbued with a forbidden force that shattered the energy shield enveloping the illusory moon fox with ease. The blade was aimed directly at the creature's head. The velocity and proximity left no room for evasion. The illusory moon fox sensed an overwhelming threat of death. Yet it was already too late. The silver fox's eyes widened in horror as the lone wolf and the blood moon demon wolf rushed forward in a desperate attempt to intervene, but it was futile. Fiery determination ignited within Qi Heng's eyes as he declared death itself. His blade struck down upon the crystalline stone, which was as large as a human head. With a resounding bang, a web of cracks rapidly spread across the surface of the white gem. The illusory moon fox was overwhelmed by an agonizing torment, as if its very soul trembled. With a resounding crack, the crystal shattered. Then, an unfathomably terrifying energy erupted forth from the remnants of the stone. In that moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill, akin to the detonation of a time bomb. Liang witnessed the unfolding scene with astonishment, unable to believe it had truly come to pass. In his line of sight, a mushroom cloud ascended, the ground beneath the illusory moon fox erupted violently, and the earth quaked. The ancient structures in the vicinity crumbled to dust amidst the terrifying wave of energy. The blood moon demon wolves and the lone wolf charging forward were sent flying as if everything had vanished. The shockwave collided with the quantum wall, causing it to ripple. When the dust settled, the epicenter of the explosion revealed that Qi Hengchu and the lone wolf were nowhere to be seen. Only a blood-soaked illusory moon celestial fox lay in the immense crater, its once pristine white fur now stained crimson. The white crystal at its brow had vanished, and it lay there, barely clinging to life. The silver fox, driven to madness, violently shoved Bai Qianqian aside and rushed into the depths of the pit. Gazing at the dying illusory moon celestial fox, enraged, the silver fox's eyes glowed blood-red, resembling a maniac. "You shall perish. You shall perish, Qi Hengchu. You shall die." Bai Qianqian, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of emotions. The matter of vengeance would rest upon Qi Hengchu. With a roar, he declared, "The one who deserves to die is you." Wang Tians felt his strength rapidly dissipating. He could not afford to squander any opportunity. With a fierce lunge, he charged at the silver fox, who was equally deranged. Die! In an instant, they collided. As Qi Hengqiu reappeared, his gaze locked onto the blood moon demon wolf. Only this one remained. In that moment, the lone wolf's fur stood on end, its eyes of fiery crimson. "You have forced my hand." The lone wolf struck the blood moon demon wolf, and a resonance surged between them. The blood moon demon wolf howled skyward, its earth-shattering roar echoing across the land. In the next heartbeat, the creatures emerging from beneath the earth went utterly berserk, their speed surging like a flood as they charged toward the others. The lone wolf understood that his current objective was to eliminate those individuals. An increasing number of 3-star and 4-star aberrations surged forth from the depths of the earth. Liang and his companions found themselves truly ensnared in a dire predicament. Qi Hengqiu cast a swift glance at his teammates. "Quick! Faster! We must hasten." A chilling glint flickered in Qi Hengqiu's eyes. "It is time to unleash our power." His voice resonated among his allies. "I shall eradicate them all. Thereafter, it will be up to you, Liang and Zhao Jian, to ensure the survival of our comrades." Upon hearing these words, the pupils of all his teammates constricted in alarm. "Captain! Captain!" Long Lan choked on her words. "What are you planning to do?" Zhu exclaimed. Qi Hengqiu. Never before had Qi Hengqiu's gaze been so resolute. Were it not for Liang, he would never have dared to wield such power. Yet, with Liang and Zhao Jian providing support, he felt compelled to proceed. A tempest raged in the sky, unleashing an extraordinarily formidable aura. Moreover, black arcs of electricity flickered ominously around Qi Hengqiu. The lone wolf's pupils dilated in disbelief. You have mastered the wind goddess forbidden technique." The air trembled with the astonishment of many who heard the lone wolf's incredulous voice. Their pupils widened in shock. The wind goddess forbidden technique. Qi Hengqiu had actually perfected that legendary forbidden art? The path of the Huaxia Divine Seal had evolved over 3 centuries, birthing a multitude of combat techniques. Of course, it had also given rise to various arts. Combat techniques are indeed a form of art, yet there exists a category of forbidden arts that transcends mere techniques. These are not easily mastered, nor are they accessible to just anyone. With the wind goddess forbidden technique, there naturally existed the water goddess forbidden technique, the thunder goddess forbidden technique, and others. Qi Hengqiu, being of the wind, was naturally aligned with the wind goddess forbidden technique. The reason it is referred to as forbidden techniques is undoubtedly due to the price it exacts. When employing such techniques, Qi Hengqiu's combat prowess would escalate to an extraordinarily terrifying level. However, once the forbidden technique is halted, he would find himself in a state of utter depletion, akin to a lamp running out of oil. At that point, he would be rendered nearly useless. Thus, he would refrain from utilizing it unless in a dire situation. Yet now, he finds himself with no choice. An increasing number of 3-star and 4-star aberrations have emerged from the depths. He must take action to eliminate these creatures, along with the lone wolf, to resolve the crisis faced by his comrades. Subsequently, the rest would rely on their collective efforts. Qi Hengqiu made his move. The lone wolf's expression shifted dramatically as he began to flee. The blood moon demonic wolf beneath him howled madly, summoning the 4-star aberrations to charge at Qi Hengqiu with fervor. Transformed into a harbinger of destruction, Qi Hengqiu unleashed a tempest of bloodshed. Meanwhile, Liang felt a tremor in his heart. It was indeed the wind goddess forbidden technique. The white mist enveloping him gradually dissipated. The 4-star cloud leopard had already been slain by him and Zhao Jian in unison. He gasped for breath, relieved that he had not expended too much energy. Zhao Jian, gravely injured, was seized by Liang, who hurled him toward the forbidden god realm. Zhao Jian, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Liang replied, "Hurry and recover. The captain will need assistance soon. Leave this to me." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Jian felt a jolt of realization and did not refuse. He settled beside the lion, assuming a meditative posture to absorb divine crystals with fervor while Liang attended to his wounds. Liang surveyed their surroundings. Fewer than 100 remained. Gong Lianmu, Lu Wuhuan, Gu Tianqing, and those inside, like Fu Yuan and Yi Qingqing, were utterly exhausted. The individuals outside were in even worse condition, bearing severe injuries. The formidable Tying Yo Gu Tianqing, having mended a portion of his wounds, once again charged forth into battle. The situation for Gong Lai and Yun Mu was equally dire. The dual-wielding financial enthusiast had already exchanged weapons twice, yet still found himself at a disadvantage. Su Liang cast a glance towards Duanxia and his companions, noting that their plight was scarcely better. Their ranks had diminished to 7, one of whom had suffered the loss of an arm yet continued to fight valiantly. Su Liang stood firm, his spear poised as he surveyed the relentless tide of monstrous beasts. Most were of the 3rd rank, while the 4th-rank creatures had departed to pursue the team leader. Su Liang's breath grew ragged. The urgency of their predicament intensified. Could it truly be that the Zanyua plan would not allow so many to survive? With a fierce roar, he twisted his spear, shaking it violently, and retrieved the partially absorbed 4th-rank beast crystal. He inserted it into the chest plate of his battle armor, where the beast god seal fervently absorbed the crystal's power. His eyes blazed crimson as he bellowed, "Kill!" His comrades echoed his battle cry, "Kill!" Wherever his spear reached, foes were compelled to bow in submission. The Zhu Long spear continued to glisten with a chilling light, proving invincible. With mastery over the military spear techniques, he unleashed the fury of the dragon to break the enemy ranks, the dragon's roar resounding with 9 echoes, marking his ascent to the pinnacle of his craft. He unleashed the 100-fold waves, the Zhu Long spear radiating unparalleled might. The waves crashed upon the beasts like a tempest against the shore, a deluge of blood raining down. Duanxia and his companions exchanged incredulous glances. Had this young man truly activated some hidden power? He had only just evolved to the 2nd imprint, a feat bordering on the absurd. Indeed, Su Liang's prowess in combat was formidable, and his eye of insight allowed him to evade considerable damage. However, when the harm has become overwhelming and inescapable, any further attempts at evasion prove futile. Due to the special attention received from the solitary wolf, there is an abundance of the 3-star blood moon demon wolves surrounding him, increasing in number incessantly. Gong Lai and the others can clearly see at least 20 to 30 blood moon demon wolves emerging around him, all madly charging towards Su Liang, capable of crushing him under their weight. Gong Lai's eyes brim with blood-red fury. Su Liang. He yearns to rescue him. Su Liang. Master. The hearts of everyone are shattered beyond measure. Tears well up in the eyes of Long Lan and Lu Yin. Is there truly no end to this? Su Liang roars in anger. Do not concern yourselves with me. Wind. Fire. Long. Sky. Begone. The horde of beasts surges towards Su Liang, completely engulfing him. Yet, in the next moment, a conflagration erupts from the gaps within the throng of beasts, blazing forth like a furnace. The 3-star blood moon demon wolves are instantly flung away by this terrifying flame, with those at the core reduced to charred remains. An area is once again cleared by Su Liang. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief. Su Liang continues his relentless slaughter, declaring, "Do not mind me." However, all are already at the brink of exhaustion, unable to withstand any longer. One by one, teammates are sent reeling, bloodied, and retreating. The Iron Bull, Bai Qianqian, falls back once more, his chest armor torn asunder, a ghastly claw mark oozing blood. The Iron Bull. Before anyone can react, the greedy Lu Wuhuan finds both his dual blades shattered, sent flying back into the Forbidden God realm by a single paw strike from the Earth Demon Bear. Greedy one. Gong Lai and Yunmu can no longer hold their ground. Blood streams from Gong Lai's entire body. Yunmu spat out a mouthful of blood, gripping Gong Lai and hurling him towards the Forbidden Divine Realm. Old fool. Gong Lai's eyes were filled with rage. Yunmu managed a grim smile. Now it's my turn. You scoundrel, if you survive this, you had better marry a lion for me, or I swear I shall haunt you even in death. With a furious shout, Yunmu charged forward. Yunmu. Yunmu. He also invoked the divine sacrifice, striving to seize this final opportunity for his comrades. Yet, the monstrous beasts were overwhelming. The cloud leopard and the phantom moon demon fox rapidly engulfed him. Yunmu. Gong Lai was on the verge of madness, and despair enveloped everyone. In the next moment, Su Liang, enveloped in white vapor, unleashed a sweeping shot. The beasts were sent flying, revealing the blood-soaked Yunmu, who had lost an arm. Su Liang swiftly pulled him back into the Forbidden Divine Realm. There was no time for sorrow. A glance around revealed total defeat. On Duanxia's side, the blood wolves were also retreating, each severely wounded. Su Liang bellowed, "Retreat to the Forbidden Divine Realm." Chapter 142. They're all dead. The remaining survivors, barely 70 or 80, retreated into the Forbidden Divine Realm. They truly could not endure any longer. Each heart was shattered with grief. Having reached the brink of despair, Su Liang surveyed the scene, feeling desolate. Was it truly destined to unfold like that haunting image, with everyone fading before his eyes? His gaze turned crimson. He could not accept this. In his past life, he had endured far too many such scenarios. This time, he longed to avert a similar fate. Yunmu lay there, his arms severed, his body in tatters, hanging by a thread. Gu Tianqian, Lu Wuhuan, and Gong Lai were all grievously injured. Each of them, on the verge of collapse, nevertheless staggered to their feet. They stood together, resolute as if marching toward death. Similarly, the remaining members of the Blood Wolf team displayed unwavering determination on their faces. The celestial eyes and source crystals of each team had been depleted, and they drew their weapons, preparing for a final, desperate struggle. The alien beasts were wreaking havoc upon the forbidden god realm. Tears welled in Long Lan's eyes as she gazed toward the battlefield of Qianqian. Throughout his journey, Qianqian had slain countless 4-star alien beasts and effortlessly dispatched several 4-mark devourers. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf was on the brink of exhaustion, yet it still required time. Duan Xiao produced a metallic sphere, originally intended for the fox spirit, but it was now a necessity. Long Lan also retrieved a precious source energy artifact, a metallic lotus flower. Upon seeing this, Duan Xia let out a wild laugh, proclaiming, "Isn't it just death? I plan to take down as many as I can first. Long Lan, you handle that side, and I shall take care of this." Long Lan nodded. This was their final trump card, initially meant for an escape. But now there was no turning back. If they did not use it now, they might never have another chance. Gong Lai's gun trembled in his grasp. "Brothers, remember to find me in the next life. We shall drink until we are utterly inebriated." Gu Tianqian spat out a mouthful of blood, grinning as he replied, "In the next life, can you be a bit more serious?" Gong Lai retorted, "What use is seriousness? In the next life, if you grant me an S-class, I will carve a path through anything." Lu Wuhuan, gasping for breath, lamented, "What a pity for my little treasury. How wonderful it would be to find it in the next life." Laughter erupted among the group. "You insatiable miser," Fu Yuan replied. "It is my fortune to collaborate with all of you in this lifetime. Thank you for our sincere cooperation. Let us reunite in our next life." Haha. Yes, we shall meet again in the next life. Until we meet again. Everyone displayed a fearless spirit in the face of death. Su Liang's eyes turned red. "No one is allowed to die. Let me take on the burden." Gong Lai shook his head, saying, "You foolish boy, how I wish for you to break free. You should not perish here. If the opportunity arises, do not concern yourself with us. You must survive." With a decisive smile, Gong Lai patted Su Liang on the shoulder. In the next moment, the divine forbidden realm shattered. Duan Xia shouted fiercely, casting the iron ball far into the distance, 3 kilometers away. At the same time, Long Lan's metallic lotus shot forth as well. The iron ball landed in the maw of a monstrous beast, which swallowed it whole. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a cataclysmic wave of energy obliterated the beast, reducing it to mere ashes. The terrifying force radiated outward, annihilating everything within a 2-kilometer radius of the beast. A tremendous shockwave surged skyward, creating a vast hole in the quantum wall above. However, the quantum wall quickly began to mend itself. This area was devoid of any beasts. Yet soon the surrounding creatures and those emerging from the depths would swiftly fill the void. As Long Lan's metallic lotus soared forth, the sound of mechanisms echoed, and the lotus unfurled. The lotus flower, adorned with 108 petals, erupted forth, scattering its blossoms in every direction. Then, with a thunderous explosion, it blossomed across the ground. Countless monstrous beasts were undoubtedly annihilated, at least hundreds, if not thousands. 2 formidable weapons had bought them a fleeting moment of reprieve. Alas, these powerful devices were originally intended for their escape, yet were expended in this manner. Long Lan and his companions abandoned their heavenly eyes and grasped their own weapons, uniting in a camaraderie that embraced the inevitability of death. Zhao Jian cast a glance towards the captain and sighed heavily. The monstrous horde, having momentarily paused, surged forth once more, akin to a deluge, threatening to engulf them all in an instant. Su Liang retrieved the safety pod, ushering the gravely wounded Yunmu inside. Then steeled his gaze, fully activating the blood blaze. Kill, kill, kill. Each one resolutely faced their demise. The remaining 70 or 80 surged forth, confronting their dire fate. They plunged into the sea of beasts. Meanwhile, Qianqian delivered a decisive strike to the neck of the 5-star Blood Moon Demon Wolf, blood gushing forth. The lone wolf's eyes widened in fury. All his companions had perished, had it not been for the relentless charge of the surrounding 4-star beasts. He too would have met his end. The lone wolf cried out in despair, "Silver Fox, The silver fox was still engaged in a fierce battle with the nearly exhausted Wang Tiance. In this state, Wang Tiance was wholly reckless, his body completely drenched in blood. Upon witnessing the dire plight of both the lone wolf and the blood moon demon wolf, the silver fox's heart ignited with rage. If this continued, would it not allow Qi Hengqiu to turn the tide? The silver fox evaded Wang Tiance and surged wildly toward Qi Hengqiu. Wang Tiance's eyes were completely bloodshot, fixated solely on the silver fox. He pursued with frenzied determination, consumed by the imperative to kill him. The silver fox, seething with rage, unleashed a thunderous strike, commanding, "Get lost." He shook off Wang Tiance and charged toward Qi Hengqiu, while Wang Tiance was momentarily repelled but quickly regained his relentless pursuit, embodying sheer madness. The silver fox was incensed. The combat prowess of Qi Hengqiu far surpassed their expectations, as previous intelligence indicated that he was merely a force seal. Moreover, during earlier skirmishes in Rongqing, he had not displayed such astonishing capabilities. Their assessment had been gravely flawed. They should have prepared more adequately, perhaps even involving their leader personally. To their dismay, only he and the lone wolf remained in the fray. A cold glint flickered in the silver fox's eyes. Qi Hengqiu must perish. But first, he had to rescue the others. He retrieved a metallic object resembling a dart from the space converter and activated it with fierce intent. The dart shot forth instantaneously, aimed directly at Qi Hengqiu's back. Wang Tiance witnessed the entire scene, tears of blood welling in his eyes. "No," he cried out. The 4 divine seals erupted violently. Wang Tiance concentrated every ounce of his remaining strength into his speed. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have never been able to catch up to the dart. Yet, the overwhelming guilt and sense of culpability in his heart compelled him. Qi Hengqiu could not die. The vendetta of their comrades remained unavenged, and he could not bear to live with such shame, yet Qi Hengqiu must survive. The vengeance could only be fulfilled through him. He could not perish. Wang Tiance summoned every resource at his disposal. He regarded himself as a source of energy, propelling forward with great force. When the silver fox witnessed the crimson shadow closing in on the flying shuttle, his pupils dilated in shock. How could this be possible? Just a few meters away from Qi Hengqiu, Wang Tiance positioned his body to shield him from the impending strike. As the shuttle collided with Wang Tiance's right chest, it erupted in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Qi Hengqiu turned abruptly, his pupils trembling with anguish. Wang Tiance's right chest, shoulder, and arm had vanished, leaving only devastation in their wake. As his body collapsed onto Qi Hengqiu, Wang Tiance's face was mangled from the explosion. Yet a flicker of consciousness remained. Qi Hengqiu's eyes glowed crimson, his tear-filled gaze quivering, his entire form trembling with despair. When he realized that Wang Tiance's grave mistake had led to the demise of all, he felt an urge to kill him. Yet, that incident was never his desire. His actions had long since attested to the guilt he felt, and he had long ceased to wish for his own survival. However, witnessing Wang Tiance perish in such a manner stirred profound sorrow within him. In a daze, memories of their once harmonious relationship surfaced, despite the fierce competition for Qianyu. They had never truly harbored hatred for one another. They were, in essence, the best of brothers. Wang Tiance, upon witnessing the illusory scene, chose to sacrifice himself, a testament to his character. Yet they were all gone. Former teammates, the woman he cherished most, all had perished. They were all gone. It was as if, once again, they fell one by one before him. Qi Hengqiu knelt upon the ground, the depth of his sorrow known only to himself. Blood poured from Wang Tiance's mouth. His gaze fixed unwaveringly on Qi Hengqiu. Blood gushed forth as Wang Tianzi struggled to utter the words of vengeance for all. In his final moments, a faint smile of liberation appeared upon his face. To live had become a torment for him. He resolved to seek atonement in the next world for those he cherished. In a daze, he seemed to see them beckoning to him, with a girl at the forefront, her smile as radiant as blooming wildflowers, also waving him farewell. Wang Tianzi's life flickered out. Qi Hengqiu's aura surged violently. You shall all perish. You are all doomed. The silver fox and the lone wolf huddled together, their fur bristling in trepidation, sensing that enough was enough. It was time to retreat. This individual was on the brink of madness. They exchanged a glance, devoid of any hesitation. Qi Hengqiu suddenly lifted his gaze, intent on unleashing his murderous intent.